Every day, I must chop the tree 99 times, yet each strike of the axe leaves no mark on the tree. Still, I never tire of it, because with every swing, the tree randomly drops attributes that enhance my life, such as lifespan, mental strength, and other opportunities for self-improvement. Right now, my eyes gleam with excitement as I tightly grip the bronze axe over a meter long, casually swinging it twice. The dull sound echoes as I follow up with several more strikes. Suddenly, 2 brief lines of text appear before me. Strength +1, lifespan +1. Immediately, I feel a slight tremor in my body, and a surge of power emerges from deep within my flesh. Today's luck is good, I've grown stronger again. Not only did chopping the tree increase my strength by 1 point, but it also dropped an extra year of lifespan. It has been 3 months since I transmigrated to this demon-infested world of Dakian. During this time, the strongest martial artist I've encountered is Lei Hang, the prison warden of the Northern Barrens. It's said that he has been a 9th-rank martial artist for many years, standing out as an awe-inspiring figure within the entire prison. Thinking of this, I clench my fists, staring at the divine tree ahead with quiet anticipation. Brother E! Brother E! Just then, a familiar voice calls out to me. A young man in prison guard attire, his face somewhat drained of vitality, walks over. It's my colleague Ding-san, who grew up with my original body. Though not as handsome as me, he's known for his strong sense of loyalty. What were you thinking about just now? I called you several times, and you didn't respond. Before I could answer, he quickly adds, Warden Lei is looking for you in cell B2. That flower thief in cell B2 was played to death last night. Warden Lei probably wants you to handle the corpse. Hearing this, I freeze for a moment, recalling the details of the prisoner in cell B2. Black-faced ghost, a notorious rapist in the Northern Barrens, known for covering his face with black cloth while committing crimes. He repeatedly evaded capture by the authorities until the Northern Frontier Prince's elite forces finally apprehended him. Thinking of his vile deeds, I smirk with schadenfreude and tease. Played to death. Ha! Ding-san nods, sneering. Exactly. Last night, Warden Lei couldn't squeeze any money out of him, so he had 3 or 4 burly inmates entertain him. He spits in disgust before urging me, let's not chat anymore, hurry over before Warden Lei gets impatient. I nod and head straight for the B-block cells. With the system in place, all I need to do is idle away my days in prison, biding my time to grow stronger. As the successor to my father's position, both Ding-san and I were assigned the grueling task of handling the corpses of prisoners who died suddenly. However, I didn't mind, because I had discovered a secret deal involving corpse disposal from my father. Today, as long as I sell the corpse of Black-Faced Ghost, according to my previous agreement with the Black-Cloaked Freak, trading 10 corpses would earn me a martial arts manual to practice. Thinking of this, my steps became noticeably lighter. Arriving at cell B2 where Black-Faced Ghost was held, Lei Hong stood there in a black prison uniform, draped with a black cloak and gripping a club. When he saw me, he merely nodded indifferently, then pointed disdainfully at the swollen, twisted corpse of Black-Faced Ghost lying on the ground and sneered. Pathetic. Last night, 3 or 4 men played with him to death. Xiao Chen, hurry up and dump this disgusting corpse in the mass graves. Don't let it dirty everyone's eyes. I clasped my hands and replied, understood. After a glance at the defiled corpse on the ground, a chill ran down my spine. I never expected people in this world to share such proclivities, but for a rapist to die under a man's crotch was poetic justice. Criminals sentenced to death like this rarely lived long enough to face execution. Usually, the prison guards would squeeze them dry of any valuables before finding a way to kill them off, saving rations to trade for money or food among themselves. 2 hours later, I dragged Black-Faced Ghost's corpse on a wheelbarrow, hastily covered with prison straw, slowly making my way to the mass graves outside the city. A desolate, eerie wind blew, scattering withered yellow leaves and adding to the desolation of the silent wilderness. The cold gust made the hairs on my neck stand on end, so I quickened my pace toward the bamboo grove ahead. This haunted place reeked of gloom. How the black-cloaked freak could stand being here was beyond me. The man always concealed his face under a black hooded cloak, so I nicknamed him the Black-Cloaked Freak. Shortly after, I reached the disorderly graves in the bamboo grove and deftly pulled out a 7-inch long incense stick wrapped in cloth from my robe. Unwrapping it, I lit the incense with a flint. As the spark caught, a strange, fragrant smoke gradually wafted through the bamboo grove. Holding the burning incense, I stood still and waited quietly. This incense had a specific name, corpse incense. As per the usual routine, the black-cloaked freak would arrive within half an hour of the incense being lit. Sure enough, 7 or 8 minutes later, faint footsteps suddenly came from deep within the woods. A strange figure clad in a black robe and wearing a hood, revealing only a pair of eyes, emerged from nowhere. This guy was as punctual as ever, I thought to myself in surprise, even suspecting that he might actually live in this mass grave. I greeted him first. You're here. The black-robed figure nodded but remained silent as he approached, instead turning his gaze to the corpse on the wheelbarrow. The body had several damaged patches on its skin, making it look less presentable. A hoarse voice spoke up, as if he were appraising a piece of merchandise, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. I curled my lips and said helplessly, "No helping it. This guy was originally a rapist and was passed around by the prisoners before he died. Getting a complete body was impossible." Hearing my explanation, the black-robed figure nodded and then ordered, "Leave the body. You can go." Upon hearing this, I didn't move but instead stared intently into the figure's eyes and said, "According to our previous agreement, I provide you with 10 corpses, and you give me a martial arts manual. This is the 10th corpse." A trace of impatience seemed to flicker in the black-robed figure's deep eyes as he rummaged inside his robe and pulled out a small booklet bound in cowhide. Tossing it to me, I caught it and quickly flipped through it. The cover read Fierce Ox Diamond Fist. After skimming a few pages and seeing that it looked legitimate, I was about 80% convinced. But since this was my first time encountering a martial arts manual in this world, I couldn't help but mutter skeptically, "You're not just handing me some fake thing to trick me, are you?" The black-robed figure let out a hoarse snort and said, "This manual is a top-tier foundational martial art from the Great Qian dynasty. If you don't believe me, you can go ask around at the Xiantian Pavilion in Beimeng City." The Xiantian Pavilion was a well-established trading house in the Great Qian dynasty, offering everything from martial arts manuals to treasures, elixirs, and curiosities, but with one catch: it was expensive, far beyond the means of ordinary people. Hearing this, I chuckled and clasped my hands in apology. "Ha ha, just joking with you. In that case, we're square." With that, I moved the corpse off the wheelbarrow. Seeing this, the black-robed figure hesitated for a moment before suddenly speaking again. "I need more corpses in the next 2 months. Can you get me more? The price is negotiable." What does this guy need so many corpses for? Hearing this request, images from novels instantly flashed through my mind: corpse refining sects, ghost raising, corpse puppets, corpse oil, demonic zombies. Could this guy be some kind of dark practitioner? But now wasn't the time to refuse outright. Nor did I want to pry too much, afraid that uncovering secrets might lead to me being silenced. Now that I had the martial arts manual, all I needed to do was chop wood daily and grow stronger while keeping a low profile. I turned around and forced a smile. "I'll do my best to meet your request, but prisoners who die in jail are a matter of luck, and many bodies get claimed by their families." After hearing my explanation, the black-robed figure frowned slightly and waved his hand in resignation. "Do your best." With that, he fell silent and stood motionless, clearly signaling for me to leave. Understanding his intent, I didn't linger and decisively turned to leave. Through these transactions, I began to form some vague guesses about the black-robed figure's identity. His reticence and air of mystery were the impressions he left on me. But as they say, less is more when it comes to trouble. The less you know, the better. I was well aware of this principle, so after each corpse exchange, I left immediately without delay. Once I was out of sight, the black-robed figure waved his hand lightly over the corpse, storing it away in some inexplicable spatial storage. Had I witnessed this, I would have surely exclaimed in shock, "A dimensional pocket, a cultivator." After leaving, I couldn't wait to flip through the Savage Ox Vajra Fist. This was a foundational martial arts technique for early-stage cultivation, containing both combat stances and methods for gathering chi and blood. Named after the Savage Ox, this fist technique emphasized raw power and endurance, making it suitable for beginners in the skin-tempering realm. When mastered, it could lead practitioners to the 8th grade coagulated blood realm. At this moment, my yearning for the martial path of this world reached its peak. I stomped my foot firmly, standing with legs apart while forming a peculiar hand seal, one palm pressed to the ground, the other facing the sky. Then, I began consciously controlling my breathing rhythm, guiding chi along the specific meridians described in the manual. Between each inhale and exhale, synchronized with shifting hand seals, I progressed from initial discomfort to gradual stability. After 2 hours, a surge of warmth stirred in my dantian chi sensation. Suddenly, my eyes snapped open, glowing with delight. The emergence of dantian chi sensation meant my cultivation was on the right track. With continued practice taking anywhere from 5 or 6 days to 2 weeks at most, I would soon condense genuine chi blood internal energy. I wondered what tier of martial prodigy I might be, having achieved chi sensation in just 2 hours. That evening, as usual, I reported for my prison guard shift. 2 hours remained before the next day's tree-cutting duty. Perhaps due to having cultivated chi sensation during the day, I felt unusually energized despite resting only 6 or 7 hours. Upon arriving, I encountered Ding San, who was just finishing his shift. Spotting me, he grinned and invited, "Our official clerk appointments will be confirmed the day after tomorrow. How about celebrating at the Spring Fragrance Pavilion for some fun?" Upon hearing this, Chenny shook his head and refused with a smile. "Forget it, I'm going to rest at home tomorrow." Finished, he looked at each other's face, that conspicuous by the essence deficit caused by the 2 black circles under the eyes. "Cannot help but remind, I say you kids bring incense building girl, although good. You should also restrain under the cherish a little body." Don't go back to the young, do not know the essence of precious old age. Look at the turtle empty flow of tears. Plus, your old lady is counting on you to come and perpetuate the Ding family name. Hearing Chen Yi's jibe, Ding San waved his hand in an unfriendly manner. Go brother you don't go even if you don't go. When one day you've seen the flavor you won't say so. Come on, I'm off duty. I'll see you later. Ding San responded, then raised his head in triumph and turned away. Chen Yi saw the smile. For Ding San he also just slightly reminded a few words. After all, this world is somewhat similar to the ancient times. Men have 3 wives and 4 concubines. The knight sleeps in the hooker brothel is too normal. And the northern rogue city is located in the northwest of Yunzhou, a major city of the D imperial dynasty to defend against the Yunmeng Empire in the north and the barbarians in the west, and also the direct royal city of the king of the northern border, the king of the D heterodox kingdom, in which the peddlers, exotic spies, and criminals are countless. Shan Yi, as the northern rogue city's jailer, although the monthly salary is only a pitiful 1-2 silver, but follow the head of the prison Lei Hung business can still be mixed in these complex prison inmates a little soup. It wasn't long before Ding San left. Miserable wailing suddenly came from the depths of the prison once again. Ah, spare me, ah. When Chen Yi heard these voices, his brows clustered slightly, then he ignored them. He knew that this was Lei Hung and Lu Jiang and they were abusing the prisoners to extract money, and those who could be picked by them were not those who had a few taels of money on their family. Anyway, they could not be commoners. The common people of the great diaspora couldn't wring out a single drop of oil even if you squeezed him dry. So after coming to this world for 3 months, Chen Yi had long since gotten used to all of this. Chen Yi discarded the murmurs within the prison cell and thought in his heart. At this time, he had nothing to do, so it was just the right time to continue practicing the barbarian bull Vajra fist. After reading that, Chen Yi assumed the Gongfu internal refining posture and began to cultivate. During this period, some jailers came to the classroom and saw Chen Yi's odd movements without thinking much about it, as Chen Yi often asked Lei Hung for some advice on practicing martial arts during the weekdays, maintaining the persona of a martial arts nerd. In their opinion, Chen Yi was 80% practicing some kind of trick blindly in his mind again. Time passes slowly. Late into the night, with Lei Hong and the others leaving, the prison cell seemed even quieter. Aside from Chen Yi and the 1 or 2 jailers on duty outside, everyone else had already drifted off to sleep. Just then, the long, beating sound of a night watchman suddenly came from outside the door. Stay warm on the 4th night. It's freezing. Chen Yi he's opened his eyes, stopping the nodding motion of the barbarian bull Vajra fist in his hands. 4 shifts past 1 a.m. It's finally time to start a new day of cutting down trees. Chen Yi's mind moved, and his entire body once again entered that hazy divine tree space. Looking at the divine tree in front of him that lingered with a faint clear air, Chen Yi joyfully copied the bronze ancient axe on the ground and hacked towards the bottom of the tree. Bang, bang, no properties have been dropped yet. His eyes were fixed on the changes in front of him, and he continued to cut down the trees without haste. Bang, 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 bang. After 7 or 8 more consecutive swings, suddenly his eyes lit up and 3 lines of transparent writing fell down. Blood +2, power +1, defense +1, pneumatic blood. Chen Yi's eyes snapped open. After practicing the barbarian bull Vajra fist, the divine tree had indeed dropped the chi and blood attribute. It seemed that wanting to unlock this attribute was indeed related to practicing martial arts. Right at this moment, Chen Yi felt the dantian within his body rumble. A hot flow of chi and blood quickly fluffed out from his dantian, then spontaneously and rapidly traveled through the meridians in his body along the chi line of the barbarian bull Vajra fist he had previously practiced. With a turn of thought, Chen Yi urged on, and could instantly detect a strand of hair-thin condensed chi and blood power traveling through his body in accordance with his intention. When the power of chi and blood entered and dispersed into the skin membrane of both fists, Chen Yi clenched his fists, and the skin of his fists became tougher to the naked eye, while his strength increased a lot more than usual. Finally, the chi and blood internal force was born in the body. According to the requirements of martial arts, as long as the chi and blood were born in the body, it was considered an introduction to martial arts. Stepping into the 9th grade skin refining realm, Chen Yi excitedly tapped on the introduction of his attributes. Host, Chen Yi 1880. Status, Reserves. Realm, Skin Refining Realm. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist. Introductory 1/100. Blood and Chi, 2. Power, 26. Defense, 24. Agility, 25. Spirit, 34. Sure enough, it's becoming a 9th grade skin refining martial artist. The progress of the Brute Vajra Fist has also been successfully introduced. At this time, Chen Yi felt the changes within his body while joyfully checking the panel. But when his gaze stopped at the progress table behind the feats, his eyes slightly sank for a moment. After pondering for a while, Chen Yi experimentally controlled to place a point of chi and blood behind the progress of his feats. Swish! Suddenly the attribute panel in front of him once again changed slightly like a water wave. Host, Chen Yi 1880. Status, Reserves, Realm, Skin Refining Realm. Technique, Savage Bull Vajra Fist, Introductory 3/100. Blood, 0. Power, 26. Defense, 24. Agility, 25. Spirit, 34. Ha! Chun-Yi couldn't help but voice his astonishment. The truth was as he thought. Chi and blood points could be used to advance the progress of feats. 2 Chi and blood points provided 2 points of progress of feats. Although the attribute in the Chi and blood column became 0, the Chi and blood in his body did not disappear. That meant that next, he only needed to accumulate another 97 points of Chi and blood to directly break through to the Vajra Brute Bullfist's minor achievement realm, which corresponded to the middle stage of the skin refining realm. So this is the right way to open the system. When he thought of this, Chen-Yi's pupils shrank and his heart shook. At this rate, he might be able to break through to the 8th grade blood condensation realm in a few months' time. The 8th grade blood condensation realm, that was a realm that was enough to crossly suppress prison head Lei Hang, a 9th grade martial artist for many years. At this moment, the corners of Chun-Yi's mouth curled up into a happy smile, feeling that he had seen a martial path to heaven. After a while, Chun-Yi collected his excitement and set a small goal for himself. Well, break through the 8th grade blood condensation realm within 3 months. Chapter 5, Martial Arts Advancement. Promotion to Jailer. Chen-Yi believed that with the attributes dropped by the Divine Tree, coupled with his own extraordinary physical quality, breaking through the 8th grade blood condensation realm in 3 months shouldn't be any problem. After determining his goal, Chen-Yi became more and more excited about the days to come. Soon, the night's duty hours were spent in the euphoric afterglow of his breakthrough to the skin refining realm. Tonight, there are no sudden death prisoners in the jail. Chen-Yi stayed up until dawn and went straight off duty to go home. Chen-Yi's home is only 2 miles away from the Northern Rogue Prison. It was the 2 earth-walled tiled rooms purchased by the original owner's old father on North River Street, with a small courtyard attached in front of the door, which was now just enough to be used for Chen-Yi to rehearse the boxing moves of the barbarian bull Vajra Fist. After returning home to catch up on his rest, he began practicing boxing behind closed doors. Exercising it, Chen-Yi judged that the barbarian bull Vajra Fist was similar to the legendary Shaolin Vajra Fist. Just as the name suggests, the internal moves are mainly punching, smashing, plunging, flinging, flipping, whipping and other fierce punches, emphasizing the explosion and application of power. However, this boxing method was just what Chen-Yi wanted. With the system dropping attributes every day, his physical quality would become stronger and stronger, so that when using the Brute Bull Vajra Fist, he would be able to get twice the result with half the effort, and the power would even exceed that of the martial arts master who had created this technique. Ha! Hey! With no one to disturb him, Chen-Yi was immersed in practicing martial arts for the rest of the day. As for the people of the Northern Road Jailer, no one would have thought that the usually honest and obedient corpse-carrying teenager had become a 9th grade martial artist. The next day, early morning, Chen-Yi was awakened by the loud sound of the beating drums of the border troops drilling outside the Northern Rogue City. Today was a day off, so after practicing martial arts all day yesterday, he took a nice lazy nap. Chen-Yi got out of bed and pushed open the courtyard door, seeing that the sky in the east was already slightly white, and the first light of dawn illuminated on the wide Northern Rogue City walls like a prostrate dragon, reflecting a hint of haze. The stone-paved streets resounded with the shouts of peddlers. Another day, you can cut down the tree. Thoughts. Chen-Yi instantly appeared in the hazy space of the Divine Tree. Looking at the verdant and lush ancient trees in front of him, Chen-Yi excitedly took a few steps forward and lifted the bronze axes framed 2 axes down. Blood +3, power +1. Ha! Looking at the 2 tips that appeared in front of his eyes, Chen-Yi was slightly surprised that the attributes were dropping fast today, and surprisingly, he cut them down in one go, although only 2 attributes were dropped. A hint of satisfaction surfaced in Chen-Yi's eyes, seeing as he had 3 points of chi and blood. With that, Chen-Yi swept his gaze over the Yafit, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Introductory 3/100, betting the 3 points of chi and blood that had just dropped on it. The attribute panel in front of me has changed again. Host, Chen-Yi 1880. Status, Reserves, Realm, Skin Refining Realm, Early Stage. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Introductory 7/100. Blood, 0. Power, 27. Defense, 24. Agility, 25. Spirit, 34. At that moment, Chen-Yi noticed that the chi and blood in his body shook slightly, and the original strands of hair-thin chi and blood increased a bit. Originally, the progress should have been 6 by now, but yesterday he practiced hard for half a day in boxing, and his chi and blood naturally increased by 1 point, so now he reached Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Introductory 7/100. The introductory progress is close to reaching 1/10. It would be nice to increase the chance of dropping attributes. Chen-Yi gazed at the identity column of the panel, his eyes becoming somewhat greedy and suspicious. To be honest, up until now he had half a clue about this mysterious system, not knowing how it came about or where the source of the attributes that fell from the divine tree came from. All he knew was that cutting down the tree would drop attributes once a day, and studying the panel in front of him for several months, the only thing he guessed that could still be causing the change now was the faint, clear aura that enveloped the tree. There was also the identity column. Chenny guessed that when there were changes in these two places, perhaps the system might unlock new skills. Otherwise he'll just have to build up slowly over time. Gathering up some distractions in his mind, Chenny exited the divine tree space and opened up a new practice. He really liked the feeling of practicing martial arts to become stronger. In this world where martial arts were honored, only power could bring him enough security. In the past, he hadn't felt it when he didn't have the avenue to practice martial arts, but from the time he got the barbarian bull Vajra fist yesterday, he had become completely obsessed with practicing martial arts, especially since other people practicing martial arts needed to spend money to buy some rare and secret medicines to replenish their bodies, whereas he only needed to chop a few axes in the divine tree space every day to obtain all of this, which undoubtedly made practicing martial arts a lot easier for him. At this point, Chenny especially understood why the prison head Lei Hong was so keen on extracting the oil and water from the prisoners. I'm afraid that greed for money was part of it, and more importantly, the other party still wanted to get more money to break through the refined skin realm cultivation level. After all, I heard that the other party has stayed in this realm for more than 10 years, and if they don't break through and wait for their body's chi and blood to weaken, I'm afraid that there is no hope for the rest of their lives. Thinking of this, Chenny shook his head slightly meaningfully. He doesn't have to worry about these things anyway. For the next day, Chen Go continued practicing martial arts in the courtyard, without the slightest thought of going out. During this period, Ding Sanner once again came to his door to invite him to Spring Fragrance House, which he refused in words. Time came to the next day on duty. Today was the day that Chen Yi and Ding San's status as jailers was officially naturalized. He didn't rush to harvest today's attributes, still intending to wait for the fall of the domicile before cutting, just in time to use today's dropped attributes as a celebration to give himself a change in status. Another reason for having this consideration was that his intuition told him that the attributes dropped when his status changed might have changed as well. With anticipation, Chen Yi and Ding San came to the prison cell early today. The two of them waited in the prison cell for more than half an hour before Lei Hong and Lu Jiang, Ma Yuan, Zhang Su, and other guards from their squad arrived. Lei Hong swaggered ahead, seeing the two men fully clothed and waiting at the door early. A snickering laugh escaped his lips. "You two boys are active today. Don't worry, it's coming down." After saying that, Lei Hong waved a piece of paperwork in his bell hand at Chen Yi and the others. Seeing this, Chen Yi and Ding San's eyes lit up as they hurriedly clasped their fists to thank them. "Thanks, Thunderhead. Thanks, Thunderhead." Lei Hong waved his hand, signaling the crowd to enter the ranks and take point. Once everyone was standing, Lei Hong took the lead in taking out the paperwork and reading it out in public. According to the laws of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs of the Great Diaspora, it has been found that Chen Yi and Ding San, the reserve guards of the Northern Rogue City's prison, meet the requirements for succeeding their father's prison guards, and with the consent of the King's prison warden of the Northern Borderlands, the seal of the head of the Prison Patrol Division is affixed to the seal. Chen Yi, Ding San and the two of them are officially promoted to the status of jailer in North Roving City and enjoy the salary of a jailer. After saying that, Lei Hong closed the instrument with both hands and looked at the two of them with a faint smile. "Little Chen, Ding San, congratulations." At this time, the nearby Lu Jiang and Ma Yuan trio also rushed, smilingly congratulating. Chapter 6, Binding a Great Fortune, Doubling Attribute Points. According to the rules of the prison, when a jailer's status is formalized or when he is promoted to a higher position, he has to treat his peers, seeing their fellow officers saying goodbye. Chen Yi and Ding San also followed the words they had discussed beforehand. "Head Lei, Uncle Lu, Brother Ma, and Brother Zhang. Today, Ding San and I are coming down in our status, and without further ado, the two of us will invite you all to Spring Fragrance House to get drunk after our shift." As soon as Chen Yi's voice fell, instantly the smiles on several people's faces increased by a few points. Seeing Chen Yi and his two sensible people, Lei Hong showed a smile on his face and nodded his head with a light nod. "Alright, let's not talk about anything else. Today your identities have officially come down, and you'll get the same salary and do the same things as everyone else. Everything is by the book." Lei Hong's words were aggravated by a few points on the word rules, and Ding San and Chen Yi nodded their heads sagely in response. "Yes, Chief Ray." Just as Lei Hong finally identified the duo, suddenly, a faint ray of golden light of chi floated before Chen Yi's eyes, followed by a reminder that appeared in his attribute panel seemingly treacherously. A change in the host's identity has been detected. He's been promoted to the status of a Daedric jailer, and can bind the luck of the Daedric dynasty. Note, after the divine tree of luck binds to the great dry luck, the host himself can enjoy the bonus of the imperial dynasty's luck. The amount of luck is influenced by the amount of luck accounted for in his own great dry luck, and the unbinding loses the influence of the imperial dynasty's luck, whether or not the host binds to the great dynasty's destiny. Seeing the handwriting that suddenly appeared in front of him, Chen Yi's eyes froze slightly before he hurriedly hid his surprise. Waiting for Lei Hong to finish arranging matters for the future prison, Chen Yi then hurriedly found a secluded corner and began to check out the changes in the system. Divine Tree of Luck, binding the luck of the great dry imperial dynasty. Looking at the hints in front of him, Chen Yi gazed in thought. Things were just as he had initially guessed. After his identity had changed, the system had changed along with it. From the word Divine Tree of Fortune, it should be the name of the Divine Tree. That is, it refers to the Divine Tree in that dark and hazy space without heaven and earth. The reason why he waited until now was that he had to wait for Chen Yi to enter the literary register of the D-official system before he could be considered an official D-official to take advantage of a sliver of the DS luck. After clearing his mind, Chen Yi did not hesitate to choose bind the great dynasty's chi luck. There are benefits to not dipping his anyway. The system doesn't say what side effects there are after unbinding. Right after Chen Yi decided in his mind, when he was entering the divine tree space, he instantly realized that there was an additional layer of gauze-like light golden mist outside the layer of light clear air that originally lingered around the tree. Pale golden mist. This must be the great dried imperial dynasty's chi luck. According to the hints, if you are promoted to jailer in the future, the more influence you have in the great dread, the more chi you will share. Following this train of thought, Chen Yi's mind spun. He guessed that if he wanted to obtain more great dry chi luck, his first choice would be to be promoted to an official position. From his status as a jailer, it seemed that the bigger the influence of being an official in the great dry, the more chi luck he would surely get. But for this point, Chen Yi some hesitation. The sea of bureaucracy may not be a wrong team will play themselves to death. Well, this one is too dangerous to veto for now. Anyway, old me has a system. As long as I stay in the corner and slowly get stronger, I don't need to take any more risks. Many thoughts surfaced in Chen Yi's mind once again next. In addition to being an official, one can marry into the dry royal family as a son-in-law, become a trader under a prince, teach and educate people, become a dry Confucian, invent, and even Chen Yi thought of becoming an anti-king. Unfortunately, he vetoed all of these. It was too unsafe. Just as he was about to give up, a thought suddenly swept through his mind like lightning. Storyteller? No, not necessarily a storyteller. I could be a writer. The system is about how much chi is related to the influence he occupies in the Great Dread's chi. Perhaps he can expand his fame in the Great Dread by writing a book, and write a book words will certainly be able to reach. Although he cannot write the classics of the literary way that will be famous for ages, but he can write novels. If he said that he had no other skills, as a 20-year bookworm in the family of the Point of the Mother up to the Feudal God, The Journey to the West, down to the network novels of various subjects, he can completely copy over. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's heart leapt to action. Originally he had planned to leave the Northern Rogue Prison when he became successful in martial arts, but now it seems that he can't leave the official status of this prison guard for the time being. It's settled. In the future, Go will slowly become stronger in the prison. Sit back and watch the wind and clouds change, and try to write books to earn fame in his spare time. After the thought became clear, Chen Yi's heart was pleased. He clapped his hands and looked at the Chi-Lut divine tree in front of him, which was shrouded in light green and light gold colors, and leisurely walked under the tree, lifting up the bronze ancient axe and murmuring, "Let's see what you're going to surprise me with today next." With that said, Chen Yi's eyes shone brightly as he gripped the axe and hacked at the large tree. Bang, bang, didn't drop. Bang, bang, it still hasn't fallen off. Bang, bang. After a burst of continuous chopping, 4 lines of writing finally fell out in front of his eyes. Blood +10, strength +2, agility +3, defense +1, asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Chen Yi inwardly marveled. It's doubled attribute points. After binding the great imperial dynasty's chi luck, the attributes dropped this time had unexpectedly exploded, especially the chi in blood, which had more than tripled from the amount dropped the previous day. Enduring the excitement in his heart, Chen Yi's consciousness exited the space to check the panel in front of him once again. Host, Chen Yi 1880. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Skin Refining Realm, Early Stage. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Introductory 7/100. Blood and Chi, 10. Power, 29. Defense, 25. Agility, 28. Spirit, 34. This enhanced the entire physical quality by another cut, except for the slightly weaker defense. The other 3 items were close to 30, and even the spirit had broken through 34. Chen Yi's inner excitement was yet to be quelled as he stared at the Brute Bull Vajra Fist in the attribute panel and silently chose to invest 10 points of chi and blood. Instantly, he felt a boom within his body as a visibly surging chi and blood power erupted from within his body. Then his face changed as he looked at the skin membrane on his hand becoming tougher under the tempering of his chi and blood, and a powerful sense of strength filled his entire body. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Introductory 17/100. Chen Yi eyes looked around, silently walked to the side of the prison cell with the knife that came with him, with the tip of the knife on the back of the hand gently slipped, but found that the tip of the knife as if by the tough leather general resistance, only in the back of the hand to leave a faint white trace. By this time, the back of his hand was primed to be hard to injure with a sword. 8 days. Chen Yi judged that he would only need about 8 days next to almost break through the middle stage of skin refining. Ah, Master Lei, spare your life. Spare me. Just then, the miserable cries of the prisoners once again came from the depths of the prison cell. Humph, come on, where did you hide the gold? Seeing this, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth curled slightly as he put away the small knife in his hand, a hint of inexplicably relaxed smile appearing on his face as he leisurely walked towards the depths of the prison cell. Go! Old Ray is lynching again. Chapter 7, Promotion Banquet at Spring Fragrance House. Seeing Lei Hong fighting for his life on the prisoner, in contrast to his own easy breakthrough, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth curled up, and he felt a damn inexplicable sense of joy. Following the sound, Chen Yi arrived at room A5. Inside the cell, a long-faced man with a blood-stained face was tied to a cross of wood, and at the moment the two of them, Lei Hong and Lu Jiang, were using oil-soaked rope whips to keep beating on each other. Say, where did you hide the gold from the commerce with the clouded monarchies? If you tell me honestly, I'll let you eat and drink your way to death for the rest of the month, or else I'll make sure you can't beg for your life. Lei Hong forced the question with a stern voice while applying the torture. Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes lifted in surprise as he glanced at the blood-stained thieving man. It turned out to be the guy who was smuggling with the Yunmeng foreigners. The present-day Di and the Yunmeng Empire in the north are mortal enemies, and all commercial exchanges are strictly prohibited. And once caught, it's a death sentence. This guy's got some nerve. But when such a person reaches this point, the money in his body has either been drained long ago by the people in front of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs who caught and tried him, or he won't even tell if he bites the bullet. There are those who are hard-boned, who think they're going to die anyway, so they're afraid of a hangnail. Sure enough, no matter how Lei Hong pressed, the other party just bit the bullet that there was no gold. And besides begging for forgiveness, he was still begging for forgiveness. Seeing that the other party would not relent, Lei Hong also had some doubts in his mind as to whether the other party really did not have any gold. According to his experience, the general with the foreign trade guys are cunning rabbit 3 holes, the body rich in oil. Although in the prison before the Ministry of Justice has passed a few hands, but to the prison also still can squeeze out a few private gold and silver news. Lei Hong continued to whip for a while until the other party was knocked out by him. Only then did he rest his hand and turn his head to command with Chen Yi, who was standing aside watching the show. Xiao Chen, keep an eye on this guy, don't let him die. This guy is called Yun Yi, originally a medicine merchant who smuggled with Yun Meng. His identity is not simple. If we can squeeze some news out of him, the next half month our brothers will be able to eat and drink for another half month. After hearing Lei Heng's explanation, Chen Yi secretly held his mouth back. I'm afraid you're the only one who eats and drinks. But he still feigned a smile on his face and nodded, stepping forward to help Ryu Jiang stuff a ball of rope into his opponent's mouth to tie it up to prevent him from biting his tongue. Today was also the day that Chen Yi was formally promoted to the status of a jailer, and Lei Hong had only allowed Chen Yi to get his hands on these unseemly matters to put before in the interrogation of the prisoner. Chen Yi and Ding San cannot be close to watch, so as to avoid the wealth of information leakage. In fact, Chen Yi had a system in place and wasn't very keen on these things, but being in a prison cell he couldn't let his behavior appear to be cranky, so he was now appropriately helping Lei Hong with some small things so that he could better integrate into this identity of a jailer. Evening. Inside the Spring Fragrance House, red lanterns were hanging high in the air. The Chen Yis took off their mandarins and changed into their own lightweight clothes, sitting around the large round table in the private room, which was filled with aged wine and steaming hot food, the rich aroma of wine overflowing throughout the room. Lei Hong, Lu Jian, Ding San and Chen Yi, the class of jailers, raised their glasses to each other and talked and laughed. The strength of the wine accompanied by a warm atmosphere filled the air. Chen Yi and Ding San raised their wine cups and toasted to Lei Hong and the others. Lei too, big brothers, thank you for the honor of coming to eat this promotion banquet for the two of us. In the future, the two of us brothers will have to rely on all of you to take care of us. Seeing this, Lei Hong waved his hand with a slightly drunken smile in the corner of his eye. Hey, we are all brothers in the future. Let's not talk about anything else. Come on, let's drink together. Soon the crowd was full of wine and food. Outside the window, the lights were on and the stars were shining. The bot of Spring Fragrance House walked in with a few beautiful-looking girls. Their brightly colored costumes and graceful postures added a bit of of charm to the celebration. Several masters, eat and drink well. Slave has brought several of our most beautiful girls from Spring Fragrance House over to serve you. The Baud's words are gone. The girls, with their soulful eyes, began to show their respective flirtations as they danced gently to the rhythm of the music, a stark contrast to the boozing of the jailers. Soon Lei Hong and the rest of them went off one by one, immersed in the gentle fragrance, everyone's eyes revealing contentment and pleasure, as if all the sorrow and bondage had dissipated in this night. Master, if you really like your slave, stay and let me serve you a handful of times tonight. Hearing this, Lei Hong gently stroked the delicate in his arms and said aloud, "Good, good, how can a good person refuse an appointment?" He then turned his head to look at Chen Yi and Ding San and verbalized, "Little Chen, Ding San, the brothers will be laboring on you two to break the bank today." After saying that, he and Lu Jiang Mayuan they led the girls out the door and left, not caring in the slightest that behind them was the eagerness and stiffness on Ding San's face. Yet, when they went out, at this time, Ding San's face looked at Chen Yi with a somewhat ugly expression. Originally they were only prepared to invite their colleagues to have a banquet, did not think that the other side has some inches. In the end, Lei Hong still bullied the duo to be light in age. Relying on their own martial arts cultivation is a bit reckless. It does seem a bit much. Chen Yi shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched Lei Hong and their figures enter the various compartments. Chen Yi's demeanor turned, then he lightly patted Ding San's shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay, let's both break the bank today. Let them have a good time and save them a lot of trouble later." After he finished speaking, he paused and gazed at Ding San and advised, "Third son, this world is ultimately a world where martial arts are honored, and if you want to not be bullied, you should ultimately rely on your strength to speak. In the future, you'd better come to Spring Fragrance House less often, and save up that bit of silver money to learn a martial art is the way out." Hearing this, Ding San's eyes were somewhat intent, but when he thought of the hardships of learning martial arts, his face was somewhat disheveled. He let out a long sigh. Brother E, I actually know that, but it's not like you don't know how hard it is to practice martial arts. Let's just say that the two of us are afraid that we won't be able to afford a single martial arts technique even if we save up for a decade or so in the prison. Not to mention the expenses spent on purchasing precious medicines after practicing martial arts. Hearing Ding San sigh, Chen Yi shook his head slightly. Unbeknownst to Ding San, the so-called difficulties in his mouth did not exist at all, and he had already become a 9th grade martial artist yesterday. Chen Yi pretended to cough lightly and said persuasively, "What goes around comes around." The fact that he would say this to Ding San mainly stemmed from the fact that Ding San was really good with him. Although Ding San was a bit of a loose cannon, he was the first to think of Chen Yi when anything really happened. Therefore, Chen Yi still wanted to lift the other party up as much as possible. But not now. It had to wait until he became stronger. Including Lei Hong, Lu Jiang and their inches today, he actually didn't put too much on his mind. Mind you, he's getting stronger every day now, and even occasionally increasing his lifespan. Another 50 years to see now jailer. Then he will live forever, while the other is already a handful of dead bones in the mound. Chapter 8, Wang Wan Shu Zhai, middle stage of skin refining. As long as Lei Hong didn't give him any trouble later, Chen Yi didn't mind getting some peace and quiet in the prison for the time being. After scraping together the silver with Ding San to pay Chun Xiang Lu, Ding San went home to rest in a depressed mood. Chen Yi, on the other hand, was slipping through the streets in search of a bookstore. Thanks to the painstaking efforts of the Northern Border Royal House, the Northern Rogue City at night was also very prosperous. At this moment, the lights are on, the lights are long, and the streets are crowded with pedestrians. An ancient painting, Qingming Shanha Tu, came to his mind, which probably reflected the effectiveness of the Northern Border Kingdom's governance of the Northern Rogue City. Although the city of Northern Rogue is constantly facing attacks and harassment from the Yunmeng Empire in the north and the barbarian beast tribes in the northwest, it does not affect the prosperity of Northern Rogue City in the slightest. In the night, Chen Yi walked a few streets and finally saw a quiet and elegant store, only to see the door hanging lanterns, the lintel engraved with the words Wanghuan Shu Zhai. Chen Yi's footsteps lurched, and after surveying some of the books placed within the chamber, he walked in. There were no guests in the room, only the slightly chubby boss wearing a plain cloud brocade robe and 2 8-road beards sitting in the cabinet. Chen Yi looked at its appearance and not the kind of readers look like a long shirt, but instead, the body reveals a few points of businessman's mercenary. "Guest, do you need to borrow or buy a book?" Seeing someone come in, the slightly chubby middle-aged boss hurriedly got up and greeted him. "Well, I'll come in and take a look." Chen Yi nodded and inquired, "Boss, do you have any folklore novels here? Or books on celebrity legends and the like?" After hearing Chen Yi's request, the boss introduced himself very skillfully with a little thought. "Guest, there are no specialized novels of Qimi, but this bookstore does have a copy of The Great Dry Wind and Cloud Record. The upper volume of this book records some of the celebrities and historical events of the 200 years or so since the Great Dread was founded, and the lower volume contains some folk rumors of its happenings, including some of the strange and bizarre events among the barbarians in the West." After he finished speaking, he turned around and pulled out a 3-inch thick wire-bound copy of The Great Dry Wind and Cloud Record from within the bookcase and handed it to Chen Yi for viewing. Chen Yi took over and quickly swept through a few eyes, finding that the book was somewhat similar to a miscellany of stories combined with historical events, and was not a vehicle for novels in the traditional sense. Seeing that Chen Yi's expression seemed to be different, the boss hastened to add, "Sir, the Wanhuan bookstore is considered to be the first bookstore in the Northern Rogue. So can you tell us what you think of the books? And the store will definitely try to find them for you." As soon as the other party's words fell, Chen Yi spoke his thoughts directly after a little thought. "Boss, I was actually going to ask if you take books here." Then he was afraid that the other party would misunderstand, so he explained, "It is that I want to write a novel and authorize it to be printed and sold by you." "Oh, that's the thing." After listening to Chen Yi's narrative, Du Shuxiang ran his hand over the 8-character beard at the corner of his lips and opened his mouth in surprise. "The matter is simple to say. The Wanhuan bookstore not only consigns and sells books, but itself does undertake the business of publishing books for some literati and elegant people. If your book has value, this bookstore is naturally willing to take it over." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's heart stirred and he asked curiously, "Then how are the proceeds calculated to be divided?" Du Shuxiang's eyes scrutinized Chen Yi with a slightly suspicious look as he introduced himself. 37%, 7 for me, 3 for you, and just leave all the other printing and typesetting and selling of books to our bookstore. If your novel is very lucrative, the bookstore can still make appropriate concessions at that time." Seeing how serious Chen Yi was talking, Du Shuxiang was also a bit curious if the other party really wanted to come up with a novel of any kind. "Aha." Chen Yi gently nodded in response before cupping his fists and inquiring, "Dare I ask what the boss calls himself?" "My name is Du Zhong. My character Shu Xiang fills in as the owner of the Wanhuan bookstore. You can call me Mr. Du. Just address me as Du Shuxiang as well." Du Shu Xiang, Chen Yi murmured with an interesting name. "Okay, then it's a deal. I'll come to you when I have the original draft out." Then he chatted briefly with Du Shuxiang for a while before excusing himself and leaving with a copy of The Great Dry Wind and Cloud Record. Back at the house, the night was late. Chen Yi a little wash and go to bed to rest. Since today officially promoted to the jailer after the next month or so do not need to watch the night. He just had to keep up his normal routine and find time to practice martial arts. The following day, the light of day breaks. The first thing he did as usual was to enter the system space to cut down trees. Thoughts. Entering the familiar system space, Chen Yi copied the axe on the ground and hacked at the large tree. Bang, bang. Blood plus 10, life expectancy plus 1, agility plus 3, spirit plus 1. Not bad. I actually dropped another 1 year of life today. Looking at the handwriting in front of him, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 81. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Skin Refining Realm, Early Stage. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Introductory 27/100. Blood and Chi, 10. Power, 29. Defense, 25. Agility, 31. Spirit, 35. After chopping down the tree, Chen Yi was on duty as usual. There's nothing new inside the prison. Besides watching Lei Hung torment the medicine merchant Yun Yi, he's just looking for something for the rowdy prisoners to do. And in his spare time, he reads the book of the Great Diffracted Storm Clouds. For 6 or 7 consecutive days afterward, there were no other changes in the prison, and he did not wait for a new body to appear. Chen Yi's daily routine consisted of chopping down trees, going on duty, and flipping through the Great Dried Wind and Cloud Record. After 7 days, Chen Yi cut down the tree again. Bang, bang. Blood plus 9, life expectancy plus 1, defense plus 3, spirit plus 1. The new handwriting appeared, and the panel proceeded to produce changes as if it was dense. And with an added burst of chi and blood power, the breakthrough aura spread out violently from around Chen Yi. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 85. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Skin Refining Realm, Middle. Technique, Savage Bull Vajra Fist, Minor Achievement 5 out of 100. Blood, 0. Power, 45. Defense, 40. Agility, 42. Spirit, 41. Looking at the refreshed attribute panel, excitement surfaced in Chen Yi's eyes. In 8 days' time, the realm had broken through to the middle stage of skin refining. In addition to that, all 4 basic attributes of the body had also risen to the 40-point mark, which brought Chen Yi an obvious change. The body had become much stronger. Even if it was to exclude the power of chi and blood from the body, Chen Yi was certain that he could compete with a martial artist who had just entered the skin refining realm. And what surprised him even more was that with the incremental increase in his spiritual power, his enlightenment and memory were now invariably increasing. as he discovered when he looked through the great dried winds in Cloud's record. He now almost achieved the ability to forget everything. Even the soon-to-be-forgotten fuzzy memories from the novels he had looked through before crossing over became clear. This gave him full security for his next creative desires. Shen Yi had already determined that the first novel he would write in this world would be feudalism. Of course, the feudal reign of the gods can't be said to have been written by him, but who told Master Su Zhonglin that he wasn't from this world? So it was considered to be his original. Shen Yi thought shamelessly. He was also going to give himself the awesome name Northern Madness Sword Immortal. Chapter 9, The Book and the Corpse, Trading Again. Chaos first divided Pango first, Taiji 2 instruments 4 elephants hanging, Zetian ugly people see out, avoiding the beast suffers from Nestine. The flint man takes fire to avoid fresh food. Fushi draws the trigrams before yin and yang. Shinon governs the world and tastes all kinds of herbs, and Xianyuan writes in music marriage union. Putting down the ink-stained nib in his hand, Shen Yi blew out a light breath. Awesome opening chapter. The compulsion. The air. Shen Yi shook his head and secretly marveled. The opening is the opening of the sky, God and the devil. He believed that when this book came out, it would absolutely crush all the literary Tao texts of the world. On this day, Shen Yi arrived at the prison cell and suddenly heard Lei Hang's greeting. Xiao Chen. Yun Yi is dead. You can throw him in a mass grave. At those words, Shen Yi froze. You know, the drug merchant that A-word number 5 put in fornication with Yun Meng, is dead. Shen Yi took a few steps forward and caught up with Lei Hong wondering. Chief Lei, the other party has recruited. Hearing Chen Yi's query, the horizontal flesh between Lei Heng's eyebrows was on the verge of wrinkling into a Chuan character. He didn't have the good sense to grunt coldly. Humph, what's the trick? That bone is hard. Dead refused to say one more word. Dog thing, also do not know whether there is really no gold to hide or. Screw the old man having to make a certificate of wrongful death. Asterisk. Lei Heng's mouth muttered angrily and cursed as he left. Shen Yi looked at Lei Heng's departing back and shook his head. Old Rei's in a hurry. It was also true that after he had broken through the middle stage of skin refining now, he was already vaguely able to sense the other party's strength, which was almost at the late stage of skin refining. It seemed that the other party was already in their 40s this year, and there really wasn't any chance of blood clotting if they didn't break through. The more Chen Yi thought about it, the more relaxed he became as he leisurely pushed his unicycle towards Yunya's cell. On the way, he ran into Ding San, who was fuming on the side. Since the promotion banquet was held by Lei Hang and others who had spent all the silver money they had saved up in their hands, Ding San had been a lot more honest in the past few days. Even those 2 big dark circles under his eyes have cleared up a bit. He would occasionally run to Lei Hong to inquire about learning martial arts. Seeing Chen Yi pushing his unicycle over, Ding San asked curiously, Brother Yi, who died again? You know, Thunderhead said he was going to throw his body in a mass grave. Chen Yi responded, pushing his unicycle past him. Ding San took a step to the side and nodded. Want me to help you along? Chen Yi waved his hand and refused Ding San's help. He did not want the other party to know about the existence of the black-robed monster just yet. More than an hour later, Chen Yi pushed Yunya's body, which had long since been whipped beyond recognition, and wandered over to the bamboo forest of the mass grave on Yin Mountain. Just as he was about to move his body down, suddenly, his eyes froze, and his eyes hesitantly stared at Yunya's thigh that was dragging to the ground, and in its position near the root of the thigh, there was a bloody bump. I don't know if it was too hard to be whipped by Lei Hung before, plus the bumps along the way, but Chen Yi was able to vaguely reveal a small section of bamboo ring-like thing from that bloody bump. What the hell? Chen Yi suspiciously close to take a look. After confirming that there is something hidden in the flesh and blood, he went straight forward and snapped out a thin bamboo the size of a reed stick with his hand from it, while inside it was hidden a roll of brocade paperwork. The king of Jinnan of Yunmeng. Recently, the price of medicinal herbs and rice in the northern border kingdom has been fluctuating. The other big dry dynastic clouds are treacherous, and the forces of the Li family in the northern border kingdom are secretly collecting grain and grass to refine armors, and there are even hidden heavenly sword sect, green rune sect, and other forces of the masters who are going to the northern border. There is a change in the northern border, so I hope King Jinnan will make a decision early. After reading the brocade book, Chen Yi's face changed furiously. I'll go. This guy is a Yunmeng spy, hiding intelligence in flesh and blood. What a brilliant tactic. The wound healing ability of an entry martial artist born of chi and blood is also far beyond that of an ordinary person. If the other party hid the brocade book in the flesh and blood of the thigh beforehand, it would be really hard to find out after the wound healed. Chen Yi pondered in his heart. It seemed that this medicine merchant who was privately trading with Yun Meng was not simple, and judging from the results, His identity as a spy had not been discovered by the Ministry of Justice and the Northern Border Royal House, or else the information would never have been left until he found out. Next, Chen Yi once again thought about the content of the intelligence. Grain and grass movement, experts gathered. As the northern rogue city at the center of the northern frontier, he was afraid that there would really be a big change. Chen Yi frowned and speculated secretly. This, Li Rogue, the northern border king who was known as the northern border's blood rogue, wouldn't be preparing to rebel, would he? Thinking of this, thoughts lingered in Chen Yi's mind, and caused him to dismiss the idea of reporting this information to the government. Although this kind of information was passed on by Chen Yi, although he might receive a small reward, he would certainly not be spared some interrogation. It was too troublesome and dangerous. Chen Yi still preferred to chop down trees and cultivate in the quiet prison every day, idly watching the flowers blossom and fall in front of the court, quietly watching the clouds roll outside the window. This is the life he likes. Getting rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, Chen Yi leisurely took out the foreign incense from his arms and lit it. A few moments later, the mysterious black-robed man did arrive as promised. He saw the corpses on the ground and nodded towards Chen Yi before speaking. Last time our deal was completed. How about next, or at 1 tael of silver per corpse? At those words, Chen Yi shook his head. No need. Let's trade in martial arts as usual. Previously, he had used 10 corpses to obtain a top-grade fist martial art, which I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to buy if he were to put it in the Xian Tian pavilion at a cost of hundreds of taels of silver. How could he give up such a heavenly bargain? And judging from the experience with the barbarian bull Vajra fist, what this black-robed man gave was no wimpy stuff. Who knew that after the black-robed monster heard his request, the only pair of eyebrows that were revealed frowned? A hoarse voice rang out. Kid, martial arts are not that simple to get. The last deal was just to show my sincerity. If you continue to insist on claiming martial arts, you must raise at least 100 fresh corpses to come. After being rejected by the other party, Chen Yi's expression froze and he could not help but raise the volume of his voice and shouted, "You're sitting on the fence. 100 body count is too much to ask for." The black-robed monster just stared at Chen Yi in silence. In fact, he was very shocked in his heart right now. He had just observed through his secret method and realized that the guy in front of him had actually become a mid-stage skin refining martial artist in just 7 or 8 days. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Could it be that the other party also possessed some kind of magical physique? Despite the black-robed man's expression being different, his entire body was shrouded in black robes. Thus Chen Yi did not notice the other party's abnormality. See, the black-robed man did not respond. Chen Yi and the other side did not penetrate the bottom of the temperament, but also not quite dare to bargain with each other. So he looked a turn of the eye, got a bright, slightly pondered. Let's put it this way, we've traded so many times, we can be considered half friends. Future deals are another story. How about this corpse for a message from you this time? Chapter 10, Black Market News. Enchantment of the Gods. Chen Yi's words fell. The black-robed man's eyes glazed over. News? After hearing Chen Yi's odd request, his deep eyes lingered on Chen Yi for a moment, seemingly thinking. Seeing this, Chen Yi affirmed, "That's right, the message. Let's trade, but in good faith. You just have to tell me one piece of information that you think is valuable." After speaking, Chen Yi stared at the other party with both eyes silently, waiting for his reply. The request was like opening a blind box, and he was looking forward to revealing anything of value from the black-robed monster. The black-robed man gave Chen Yi an odd glance, knowing that he was afraid that the barbarian bull Vajra fist he gave last time had aroused Chen Yi's interest, and now that the other party had become a martial artist, he wanted to dig out more information from his own hands. However, the black-robed monster did not have the slightest care in his heart, but instead, he showed a hint of interest in Chen Yi. After a pause, the black-robed monster said leisurely, "That's fine. From this bamboo forest straight north for 30 miles there is a stream valley. There is a trading black market, opened on the night of the full moon every month, during which there are martial arts, precious medicines, and other unseen things to be traded. If you're interested, you can go ahead and check it out in 10 days. The black-robed monster's words slowly fell. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart somewhat surprised. Black market. I didn't expect that this mysterious guy would actually give such a valuable piece of information. Having come to this world for more than 3 months, Chen Yi hadn't asked around much before, but he really didn't know where to trade in the black market in the northern rogue city. Seeing Chen Yi's silence, the corners of the dark black-robed monster's mouth hooked up slightly as he said hoarsely, "That's newsworthy enough to satisfy." Chen Yi heatedly smiled at his words and said pertinently, "Satisfied? This news is enough to replace this corpse. In that case, the deal is done. I hope you'll bring a few more bodies next time." After saying that, the black-robed man stood faintly in place, signaling that Chen Yi could leave. Seeing this, Chen Yi arched his hand and turned to push the unicycle slowly back to the prison cell. Soon the day passed. The following day was another day off from his shift. Chen Yi entered the system space to cut down the trees as usual. The verdant Chi-Luk divine tree stood quietly in the hazy heavens and earth, surrounded by a faint pale cyan and golden Chi-Luk divine light. Bang! bang, a few axes down, and new attributes fall off. Blood plus 10, life expectancy plus 1, spirit plus 1. The corners of Chun Yi's mouth lifted lightly, followed by a slight tremor in his body, and there was another slight increase in his body's chi and blood. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 86. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Skin Refining Realm, Middle. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Minor Achievement 15 out of 100. Blood, 0. Power, 45. Defense, 40. Agility, 42. Spirit, 42. Looking at the panel in front of him, Chen Yi pondered in his heart. In another 8 or 9 days he would be able to advance to the late stage of skin refining. If this cultivation speed was known, I'm afraid that it would definitely alarm the entire northern rogue city. Moreover, what Chen Yi wanted to know more was what would happen to his body if these basic attributes of strength, agility, and defense kept increasing. Exercised the barbarian bull Vajra Fist technique for a while, Chen Yi returned to the house and took out the paper to continue to write the feudal god romance. Today is the date of delivery that he had arranged with the boss of Luanghuan bookstore. He wrote most of the Fengshen Yanni based on the original, making only minor changes to his favorite characters in it. This time, he was prepared to write a volume to put into the market to try the reaction, and then see the subsequent update adjustment. Fengshen Yanni is about the legends of the ancient races and gods, and also some of the chirography legends that are very easily relatable to this world. And if you want to expand his influence in the Great Dread, then wait for this book to be hyped up before releasing it in a serialized fashion, so that it's easier for people to follow and discuss it. Chen Yi's eyes rolled as he stared at the paper under his hand. As the words Northern Mad Sword Immortal fell, he slowly put down the tip of his pen. The first draft of the book was completed, and when the ink dripped dry, Chen Yi rolled it away and went out. Luanghuan bookstore. The chubby Du Shuxiang was holding up a book, lying on a chaise longue inside the house and wobbling to watch it. His eyes swished when he saw Chen Yi enter. "Ha, it's you!" Du Shuxiang's impression of Chen Yi is very deep. 8 days ago it was this kid who said to him that he wanted to write a novel, but also a serious talk with himself about the purchase and sale of the share. I did not expect that today it really came over. "Hello boss Du." Entering the door, Chen Yi greeted towards the other party. "You really brought the book manuscript?" Du Shuxiang stared at the rolled up paper in Chen Yi's hand curiously. "Here, the manuscript is here." Chen Yi handed the manuscript of the book in his hand to the other party. Du Shuxiang curiously took over the manuscript and unfolded it, and found that the font was crooked and not good enough to be counted, and it was not the handwriting of any reader at first glance. But as his eyes gazed upon its contents, he was instantly shocked by the opening verse. "Chaos first divided Pango first, Taiji 2 meters 4 elephants hanging. Avoiding the beast suffers from the nest of sages. Asterisk 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 asterisk." What an awesome and grandiose imagination. In just a few words, in an instant, one's mind is pulled into a picture of an ancient epic with waves and waves. No way, no way. Such divine books must be on fire. Must be on fire. Du Shuxiang tremblingly held the manuscript in her hands and continued to scroll down, mumbling excitedly as she read. Looking at how excited the other party was, Chen Yi quietly stood aside without interrupting. He ran his hand over the corner of his mouth and thought faintly, "I can see that this fat man is also a fellow traveler." A moment later, Du Shuxiang couldn't help but look at Chen Yi in shock after reading the original manuscript roughly once. "Dude, this is really what you wrote?" Chen Yi nodded as he heard. "Of course, look at the ink on that end, that's not even dry yet." Hearing Chen Yi's exact reply, Du Shuxiang looked at Chen Yi again with a sudden change in his gaze. His eyes instantly gained a few more points of respect and admiration. "Awesome, bro. Du Shuxiang, have been running a bookstore for so many years, but I have never seen such a divine book come out. I promise you, this book will be a fire and a big seller." Chen Yi replied with a faint smile. "In that case, I'll wait for Boss Du's good news then. By the way, the author of this book should just sign his name as Northern Mad Sword Immortal." Du Shuxiang sniffed and quickly nodded in agreement. "The name Northern Wild Sword Immortal is also good. We come from the northern border, and there is a hint of immortality in our wildness. Good name, good name." After 2 successive good, Du Shuxiang hurriedly with Chen Yi to give some instructions, then cannot wait to find someone to go to the typography and printing of the feudal god Ini matter. On the second day, Chen Yi went to the jail for duty as usual. On this day, Lei Hong extracted 5 taels of silver oil from a drunken offender in the jail, and Chen Yi and Ding San followed with a share of 500 silver coins. Ding San's heart for practicing martial arts faded again, and he was ready to save up for a while longer to patronize Spring Fragrance House. On the third day, the prison on duty had nothing to do practicing martial arts and chopping down trees. Day 4. Day 5 as usual. Half a month passed by. Chen Yi daily chopped down trees on duty. His strength unconsciously broke through to the late stage of skin refining. On the 16th day, Chen Yi entered the system space to cut down trees as usual. When he entered the space this day, he instantly noticed that the faint golden light on the divine tree of Chi luck had become a bit denser. Chapter 11 Wealthy, attacked on the halfway road. Ha! Chen Yi wondered out loud. The light golden aura of Chi seemed to have really gotten a bit thicker. Chen Yi hurriedly pulled open his attribute panel to check. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 90. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Skin Refining Realm. Late. Technique, Savage Bull Vajra Fist. Great Accomplishment 9 out of 100. Blood, 0. Power, 65. Defense, 52. Agility, 59. Spirit, 60. Half a month had passed, and there were no new changes to the panel other than the realm breaking through to the late refined skin stage and the various attribute points skyrocketing. Could it be that the sealing of the gods has taken effect during this half month? With a hint of speculation in his heart, Chen Yi copied the copper axe on the ground and hacked at the divine tree with slight anticipation to confirm his previous thoughts. Bang! Bang! After a chop, several new attribute glyphs fell from the divine tree in front of him. Blood plus 12, Strength plus 3, Life Expectancy plus 2. There are changes. Chen Yi's eyes lit up as he gazed at the words on the panel in excitement. The blood drop broke through 10 points. He then gazed at the column of feats to bet his chi and blood into it, and instantly the power of his chi and blood within his body once again slightly increased. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Great Achievement 21 out of 100, and his lifespan came to 92 years, and his strength broke through to 68 points. Chen Yi exited the system space. Looking at the empty courtyard, suddenly clenched his fists fiercely, performing the Brute Bull Vajra Fist, slamming down on the front. Bang! A thunderous sonic boom rang through the air as the fist landed. The essence in Chen Yi's eyes was revealed, and his heart was invigorated. With his strength at the late stage of skin refining, coupled with his strong physical qualities, his fists were already able to make sonic booms. Based on his understanding from chatting with Lei Hong these days, practicing boxing and being able to hit a popping sound was almost at the threshold of an 8th grade martial artist. This feeling of getting stronger every day really mesmerized him. The northern rogue city was located on the northern border of the Great Dry Northern Frontier, and within the city he could often hear many legends of 6th and 7th grade military bruisers and martial arts masters going up against each other. But nowadays, he felt that it wouldn't take long for him to advance into the circle of bone forging and organ refining powerhouses as well. After a while, Chen Yi collected the excitement in his heart and hurriedly went out to find Du Shuxiang of Luanhuan Bookstore. Whether or not things were as he had guessed, he only needed to find Du Shuxiang to confirm it and he would know. The entrance to the Luanhuan Bookstore. Du Shuxiang was instructing a few boys to deliver something. Seeing Chen Yi's figure, he hurriedly handed things over and hurriedly greeted him with a warm smile. "Hey yo, you're really patient. Brother Chen, it's been half a month, and I'm going to have to hire someone to find you if I don't see you again." Saying that, Du Shuxiang enthusiastically led Chen Yi into the bookstore. What's the rush? Although Chen Yi had a guess in his heart, his mouth still followed the tone of the other party's words and asked, Good thing. You don't know. Our Seal of the Gods axe just came out on the market in several bookstores and ushered in a mad rush, with people coming in droves to inquire about the follow-up content. You don't know. Nowadays, readers who watch the feudal deities are wondering who the Northern Wild Sword Immortal is. Then Du Shuxiang carefully recounted to Chen Yi the sales situation of the book Feudal Deities, and at the same time urged Chen Yi to write the backstory as soon as possible. In response, Chen Yi nodded and said that he would update as soon as possible. After listening to Du Shuxiang's words, he was now initially sure that the increased fortune in the system space might really be related to the book Feudal Deities, and that he only needed to continue updating the book and wait for the book to completely ferment. And then his fortune in the Great Diffusion would surely increase. His whole body began to get excited at the thought. An hour later, after Chen Yi repeatedly assured him that he would write out the follow-up as soon as possible, he briskly left the Luanhuan bookstore with the 51 taels of silver manuscript fee handed over to him by Du Shuxiang. The 51 taels of silver that he had suddenly gotten were considered to be a fortune for him now. Knowing that 10 taels of silver in the northern rogue city would be enough to feed a family of 3 for a year, the corners of Chen Yi's mouth lifted lightly as he walked out of the Luanhuan bookstore in a glowing manner. Practicing martial arts, writing books, going to work without stress, and crucially getting stronger every day. Compared to the 996 cattle and horse days of the last life, the days in this world are simply a godly life. Yasui-chan. Chen Yi leisurely walked along the road, his heart happily thinking about the days behind him when he would continue to make breakthroughs. But this good mood was quickly broken. A few moments later, just as Chen Yi was walking down a secluded path not far from his home, he suddenly sensed that someone was following behind him. Chen Yi's brows furrowed as his heart thumped. Who is it? A black-clad figure behind him had been staring at him all the way from this street corner. Crap, the fortune is out. Instantly, what Chen Yi thought of was the exposure of the silver he had just gotten from the Luanhuan bookstore. First of all, he ruled out the owner of the bookstore, Du Shuxiang. It did not make sense, and the other party also pointed to him to continue to write the content behind to help him make money. What's the problem? Or is it just the street runners who happen to run into them? Shen Yi's mind flashed quickly. With one hand quietly gripping the dagger concealed within his waistcoat, he secretly kept an eye on the shadows behind him while pretending not to notice the other party continuing to walk towards his house. Still following, when he had all but made it to the gate of his own yard, he realized that his tail was still hanging quietly behind him. At this moment, Shen Yi's eyes revealed a dangerous glint. This world is still dangerous after all. This person even chased him to his home. It seems to be very resilient, and he will not stop until he achieves his goal. In an instant, Shen Yi had a decision in his mind. Squeak, gah. Shen Yi gently pushed open the courtyard door, then closed it with a backhand as nature intended. In the courtyard he deliberately slowed down his steps a bit. His left hand gripped the dagger close to his body, while his body had already concentrated and prepared to counterattack at any time. Sure enough, just as Chen Yi walked into the courtyard, the figure following him no longer hid itself. The other party heaved a vertical leap and quickly jumped into the courtyard to press towards Chen Yi. Ha, it's a martial artist, still in the middle stage of skin refining. Noticing the difficult to hide fluctuation of qi and blood between the person behind him, Chen Yi's heart was first startled, then relaxed. This kind of strength he wanted to counter the other party was still very easy, so he decided to explore this person's origin first. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary furry thief to have the strength of a skin refining realm martial artist. Don't move, move and I'll kill you. When it was too late, just as the black shadow jumped into the courtyard, a flash of a short sword with a chilling light rested against Chen Yi's back waist. Who? Don't do it. Have a word. Feeling the coldness against his body, Shen Yi pretended to be frightened and hastily shouted, "Hoof, Shen Yi, Northern Rogue prison errand boy, mainly responsible for prison chores and carrying corpses, promoted to official jailer half a month ago." The black-clothed man snorted coldly, then faintly spoke of Chen Yi's resume job. Hearing this he wondered in his heart, who was this person that knew him so well? Yes, it's me, strong man. If you have something to order, I'm just a small jailer, still please be generous. Shen Yi stuttered and admitted. Cut the crap. The man in black interrupted Chen Yi's speech to chide. Let me ask you, where did you leave the body of a drug dealer named Yun Yi in the prison half a month ago? Chapter 12, Killing and Touching Corpses. Dragon Turtle Chi and Blood Pill. You know, Shen Yi was shocked in his heart. This man is also a cohort of Yunmeng's spies. How did he find out about me? Yes, half a month ago Lei Hong and the others submitted Yunye's death certificate. If they had someone official in the Northern Rogue, they could have learned that they were moving the body themselves by following the clues. In this instant, Shen Yi's brain quickly turned to figure out the twists and turns of this to guess the identity of the other party. And he also reckoned that the other party might have already searched over at the mass grave and had no results before finding himself here. Do I say or don't I say? Involving Yun Meng's spies. It seems that no matter if I say it or not, the ending will be the same. The other side won't keep me alive. At this moment Chen Yi's heart had already developed killing intent. Hey, I don't really want to kill anyone. I just had a few days of peace and quiet. And you daredevil, how you find your way to the door? Seemingly sensing Chen Yi's hesitation, the black-clothed man's short sword against his back waist couldn't help but push a few points harder, and the ice-coldness of the fit allowed Chen Yi to understand that his clothes were afraid to have been cut through. Come on, don't try to play games. Icy words rang in his ears. The heart has an answer. At this time Chen Yi heart doubts removed. Between the eyebrows stretch open whispered response, Yunya's body I remember. Half a month ago. Thrown in the Inshan mass graves in the bamboo forest. Nonsense, I looked over there and it's not there at all. The man in black quickly questioned. Big brother, there are many wolverines and badgers in the mass graves, and after so long that corpse might have been plowed out and eaten by the beasts. After hearing Chen Yi's explanation, the other party's hand movements did not see any relaxation, but continued to ask, and did you find anything on his body at the time? Chen Yi shook his head, while the chi and blood power in his body at that moment had already secretly stored up its strength in preparation for a counterattack. Okay, you take me to the place where the body is buried now, and I will release you after this. As soon as the other party's voice fell, the hand on Chen Yi's shoulder exerted force, intending to completely subdue him so that he could lead the way. But just then, Chen Yi's body suddenly shook. Boom! A ferocious power of chi and blood spread out violently from his body, and instantly the skin on his body surface became like 1,000 hammered copper skin. Ding! The chi and blood power gathered in his back waist shook violently, and a soft chirping sound of fine iron clashing rang out. The short sword that was behind him was shocked away when he was caught off guard. You will! The black-robed man's face was shocked as he felt the raging chi and blood fluctuations coming from in front of him, but before he could finish his sentence, he only saw the person in front of him quickly twisted around. A cold light flashed before his eyes, and a dagger that had been and sharpened noiselessly sliced through his neck. Zip zip zip. Instantly, a line of blood shot out. The black-clothed man panically covered his neck wound and looked at Chun Yi's calm figure in horror, eventually staggering to the ground in a disheveled state. Ho! Ho! To his death he never had a chance to say the words that followed. After decapitating his opponent with a single strike, Chun Yi quickly took a few steps back to avoid being splattered on his clothes by the bursts of blood. He stood quietly aside, watching the other with very cold, calm eyes, until there was no sound at all. After killing the man, Chun Yi was not half as happy, for he knew that his peaceful days might be shattered next. He had still underestimated the intelligence on Yun Yi before, and now that the other party had actually found him, and had damaged a 9th grade realm manpower, the follow-up was afraid that it would be difficult to make good. A few moments later, Chun Yi sighed as he crouched down next to the corpse, then began to feel around in the other person's clothes, killing and touching corpses. This was the code of the Jianghu, and naturally Chun Yi would not let it go. A while later, after rummaging through all the details of the other party's body, Chun Yi didn't find half of the identification stuff, and only pulled out 10 taels of broken silver and a white porcelain bottle a few inches large, which contained 2 deep black pills the size of a dragon's eye. Chun Yi brought the elixir close to his nose and smelled it, a faint fishy odor, somewhat like the fishy odor of blood. On the piece of elixir he had no contact at all, nor could he recognize it, so he could only put it away carefully. And then, looking at the corpse on the ground, Chun Yi pondered for a moment. After today's incident he was afraid that this house was a bit dangerous. At this moment in his mind there was even a momentary thought of escaping from this place, but in the end he thought of the system-bound status of the great Chi-Luk prisoner of great discontinuity, and he was afraid that if he left the prison cell, he would not have any Chi-Luk bonus. After a struggle, Chun Yi decided that it would be better to stay and wait and see what happens for the time being, and improve his strength as soon as possible before things explode. As the thoughts flipped, Chun Yi had a plan. It just so happened that it would be a full moon today, and he planned to visit the Creek Valley Black Market. Decide a moment, Chun Yi will be the scene simply dealt with under the jail to take a vacation, and then once again returned home, while no one around the black cloth will be wrapped in the body of the black man sneaked to the mass grave. 1 hour later, inside the bamboo forest of the mass grave, a strange fragrance wafted up. The figure of the black-robed monster appeared as expected. Chun Yi did not nag. Straight to the ground on the body of the black cloth lifted to indicate that the other party to check. The black-robed monster glanced at the corpse and nodded, a hint of satisfaction showing in his expression. A martial artist in the middle stage of the skin refining realm. The corpse is worth slightly more this time. What news would you like in exchange? Chun Yi looked slightly pleased. It was rare to see waves from the eyes of this mysterious person. I did not expect that this time the other party would praise up. He could see that the other party was really evaluating the corpse as if he was sizing up a piece of cargo. Then, Chun Yi took out the white porcelain bottle he had obtained from the man in black from his bosom. I would like to ask Senior to help me identify what elixir is in this bottle. With that said, Chun Yi stepped forward and carefully handed the bottle to the other party, during which he tried to sense the other party's chi and blood fluctuations but did not have half a gain. The other party was just like an ordinary mortal who did not know martial arts, but he knew that this person could never be an ordinary mortal. The black-robed monster took the jade bottle and poured out an elixir on his palm to look at it. The dripping black elixir rolled in his palm, and the black-robed monster seemed to know the answer with just a swipe of his eyes, and then he placed the elixir on the tip of his nose for a sniff. This is the Dragon Turtle Chi and Blood Pill, an elixir refined by taking the blood of snakes and tortoises raised in secret medicine captivity. Any martial artist of the lower 3 realms who takes it will be able to rapidly increase the power of chi and blood in their body. After saying that, his gaze once again swept the palm of the elixir before turning to linger on the corpse on the ground before returning it to the pill bottle and handing it back to Chun Yi. This chi and blood elixir is not bad among the many chi and blood secret medicines. One is worth 50 taels of silver. You should have gotten it from this person. The potion has no problems, you can take it without worry. After hearing the black-robed monster's explanation, Chun Yi's face was delighted. Dragon Turtle Chi and Blood Pill. One of them is worth 50 taels. There were 2 elixirs in the bottle. He had gotten an unexpected fortune, plus the 51 taels of silver he had earned from writing the book. In one day he had an extra 151 taels of silver on him, which kind of gave him some money courage to go to the black market tonight. Chapter 13, 9th Grade Immortal Path. Black Market Trade. Watching Chun Yi happily receive the elixir, the black-robed monster did not say anything, only that the curiosity in his heart increased by a few more points. Some days gone by, the chi and blood in this guy's body has grown to the late stage of skin refining. This is almost catching up to his original cultivation speed. Could it be that this guy has some other chance? The black-robed monster gazed at Chun Yi, his eyes flickering. He practiced corpse power to hide in this mass grave for nearly a year, and also secretly spread a lot of corpse incense to distribute out. Like Chun Yi's rapid growth and strength is the first time to meet. Chen Yi received the elixir with a joyful expression. He noticed that the other party looked at him with what seemed to be deep meaning, so he carefully spoke. "What's wrong?" The black-robed monster shook his head and withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Nothing." With that said, an idea suddenly surfaced in his mind as to whether or not to train Chen Yi for a long period of time, which could then provide him with more high-value corpses. With this thought, the black-robed monster had a decision in his heart. Then he continued at Chen Yi. "For the sake of this skin-refining martial artist's corpse today, I'll attach another message to you by the way. Have you ever heard of the 9th grade immortal path?" Originally planning to give up on pursuing Chen Yi, the surprise on his face suddenly flickered away when he heard the other party say that he was going to give away another piece of news. 9th grade immortal path. Chen Yi's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of contemplation. He hadn't really heard of the 9th grade immortal path. Could it be that there really were immortal cultivators in this world? Chen Yi had learned that the strongest martial realm in this world was the 5th grade mortal transformation realm. "I heard that 5 realm metamorphosis." Qi and blood rushed to open the door of heaven essence blood into dragon smoke. With transcendent mortal celestial divine courage, every metamorphosis realm placed on the battlefield was an enemy of 10,000 people, or even 100,000 people. It was rumored that the king of the northern borderlands, the lord of the northern roving city, was an expert who had transcended the transcended mortal realm celestials. Seeing the doubt in Chen Yi's eyes, the black-robed monster didn't sell out, but continued to explain. The 9 pinnacle of the immortal path refers to the 3 stages of the 9 realms of cultivation from the time one steps into the martial path. That is, the next 3 orders of 9th grade leather refining, 8th grade blood condensation, and 7th grade bone forging. The middle 3 orders of the 6th grade refined dirt, 5th grade metamorphosis, and 4th grade astral realm. The upper 3 orders of the 3rd grade cave heaven realm, 2nd grade void immortal realm, and 1st grade earth immortal realm ascend the path to eternal life, said the black-robed man's eyes gaze like a torch, seemingly hiding endless desire and ambition. When he finished outlining the 9th grade realm, he gazed at Chen Yi with a burning gaze and said in a compelling tone, "If you can cultivate to the 5th grade, you will be able to break away from the transcendent martial path, and cultivating to the 1st grade of the earth immortal is even more so, as you can pluck the path to immortality. In the future, as long as you can safely bring in more high-realm martial cultivator corpses, I can not only give you valuable news here, but I can obtain even higher-level techniques." After listening to the black-robed monster's narration, Chen Yi's heart was also flooded with great waves and longing. So there really are immortal cultivators in this world, and being above the 5th grade is equivalent to being on the path to immortal cultivation. However, looking at the black-robed monster's gaze that seemed to carry 3 parts anticipation and 3 parts compulsion, Chen Yi quickly calmed down. This black-robed monster was too mysterious, and the other party told him this information, clearly hoping that he would get him more corpses of martial arts powerhouses. All things being safe, one must not go to desperate lengths to obtain something from him. Anyway, he has the system divine tree. Slowly cutting the tree is. As for the corpse, everything is just as it should be. Calming the fluctuations in his heart, Chen Yi slightly clasped his fists in response, even as he added respect to his title. "Thank you, senior, for informing me of this information. If I obtain the corpse of a martial cultivator, I will bring it to you." Since this was the first time he had spoken so much to the black-robed monster, and every time he had traded before, the other party had been silent and unwilling to say more than half a word. Apparently today, because he had brought a mid-stage skin refining corpse, the other party had gotten a little closer to him. The world is a place for profit. The world is a place for profit. It seems that the things of this world are not worth an exchange of value after all. After bidding farewell to the black-robed monster, Chen Yi left the mass grave before heading straight to the stream valley where the black market was located. According to the address that the other party said last time, there is a stream valley 30 miles straight north from the bamboo forest of the mass grave, and that is where the black market is traded. Half a day later, Chen Yi broke through the mountain paths along the way, finally arriving at a relatively flat and open secluded valley. Both ends of the valley could be walked through, and there were already opened up mountain paths. A stream gurgled through one side of the valley, and to one side of the stream a flat boulder was set in a wild slope that blended in with the surrounding trees. Chen Yi arrived in the valley, his eyes lingering on the boulder, and soon found traces of human activity on the edge. Apparently he came early. The valley was quiet and deserted. Chen Yi quietly left the valley after observing for a while, and chose a large tree 2 or 3 miles away from here to hide in while observing and secretly pondering the matter of the 9-pinnacle immortal path. Nowadays, even though he had strength comparable to the 8th grade blood condensation realm, he was still very careful when coming to a place like the black market. Although he had inquired from the black-robed monster that this black market was only a small black market for 8 or 9 grade martial artists to trade, he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Time passes slowly. Unconsciously, twilight began to fall. The mountain wind blew through, and the shadows of the swaying trees gradually merged with the dark night. The mountains began to become dark, slowly followed by the sky slowly lit up a star. Accompanied by the gradually rising moon bloomed a light white silver light. Chen Yi perched on a tree, his eyes tightly gazing at the stream valley not far away. Just then, suddenly two torches lit up at the entrances to the ends of the stream valley, the orange-red firelight casting a white shadow over the quiet boulders of the valley. When the torches at the ends of the valley were lit, it was like releasing the signal for the opening of the market. In a short time, around the stream valley, stars praised one after another. Torches lit up along the direction of the stream valley. It turns out that everyone had been lurking around waiting as long as they thought. Chen Yi nodded and also lit the torch that he had prepared beforehand, putting on his mask and coming to the valley that he had stepped on during the day. As he reached the mouth of the valley, he saw the torch that had been lit earlier, a burning lamp set up by an iron pot, and beside it stood a large man with a black armor mask. The black-armored man was only seen to raise his voice to warn the newcomers who did not know the rules when they passed by. To enter the market and trade, a security fee of 5 taels of silver is required to shelter from being robbed and killed while safe within the black market. After observing for a couple of moments, Chen Yi followed the scattered group up and paid the 5 taels of silver, smoothly entering the stream valley. At this point in the valley, there were already people spreading cloth and silk on the ground one after another and starting to set up stalls. These vendors look strange. There are masked with a hat. There are also fierce face without fear of danger directly show the real appearance of the. Among the items traded were pills, books and techniques, medicinal herbs, weapons. There were even many strange items that Chen Yi had never even seen before. Just as Chen Yi walked past a bookstall, his eyes couldn't help but be drawn to the books at his feet. Feudalism? Isn't this the ING book I wrote? How come it's also being sold on the black market? Chapter 14, Fallen Dragon Technique, Scrolls of Chi Luck. The owner of the bookstall is a gray-haired, 70-year-old guy with a goatee. He saw Chen Yi stopping in front of the stall, so he took the initiative to speak. Feel free to take a look at whatever you want, but the books of feats can only be flipped through the first page. Chen Yi nodded, pointing at the feudal revelations of the gods at his feet and spoke. How is this book sold? The stall owner's gaze lingered down on the title page of the feudal god Yeni, and said with a smile, "This is a curious book of 1,000 years, which I keep for myself to watch, but it's fine if you want to buy it. 10 taels of silver a book." After hearing the old man's offer, Chen Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Screw the book of 1,000 years. This old man is so pitiful. He bought the book he wrote himself for 10 taels of silver, and if he calculated at that price, he, Chen Yi, was afraid that it wouldn't take long for him to become rich. Chen Yi shook his head and began to pick some ancient-looking books and leather volumes on the bookstall to look through, though he was secretly alerted in his heart. This old man is very treacherous. If you're going to buy something later, you can't get screwed. After looking through it for a while, suddenly a yellowed and ancient leather scroll with a small amount of damage entered his eyes. Fallen Dragon Technique. What is this thing? Chen Yi instinctively picked up and watched, but all things linked to the word dragon are generally not bad. The old man didn't stop when he saw this. Chen Yi picked up the coupon and placed it in front of his eyes to take a look at it, and underneath the Fallen Dragon Technique was a line of engraved small letters introducing it. The Loach of the 4 spiritual favors of the protector of officials and prosperous luck, Fallen Dragon. The Loach is born with a dragon nature but no dragon form. Has dragon luck but no dragon life? Has a dragon bone but no phase? Can only look up to the wind and clouds all his life? But in the end he cannot become a dragon, nor shall he ascend. However, this pet is raised by the people who know its method can get its luck. Diving is lying in the shallow abyss. Rising is flying in the 9 heavens. Here, the leather scroll suddenly breaks off from it and does not follow. However, these introductions above have completely aroused Chen Yi's interest, which is obviously a secret scroll to increase one's fortune by raising loaches. On Earth, he often saw people raising red carpet home, turtles and other small animals to improve feng shui, but raising loach to increase luck that he heard for the first time, and it also refers to the loach as a fallen dragon. Chen Yi's eyes gazed at the ancient artifact in his hand, his heart secretly speculating. Previously, through the experience of writing the feudal gods' literature, Chen Yi had already verified that increasing one's chi could increase the system's burst rate, and now that he saw this kind of secret technique, regardless of whether it was true or false, he naturally couldn't possibly let it go. Chen Yi put down the ancient leather of some unknown animal in his hand, then casually asked as if nothing had happened, "What about the remaining half?" Seeing Chen Yi ask, the old man explained in a nice manner, "The following half of the part is the specific method of rising luck. You'll need 50 silver taels if you want to buy it, and you can only write down that you can't take the leather scroll away." After speaking, the old man stared at Chen Yi with burning eyes. At those words, Chen Yi deflated his mouth in disdain. "I still don't know if this fallen dragon technique of yours is true or not, so I'm asking for 50 silver taels, and you can only look at it but not buy it away? Old man, do I look like such a stupid person to you?" Chen Yi sneered in response. The white-haired old man didn't get angry, but bargained. "Then what price do you think you can offer?" Chen Yi gazed at his eyebrows in thought and calmly said, This kind of unprofitable sale that you don't know the truth about. You can sell it countless times. For 2 silver pieces, I'll buy it for review. After hearing Chun Yi's counteroffer, the white-haired old man's face changed, as if he had never heard such a low price offered before. However, when he saw Chen Yi making a move to leave, he struggled with his expression or coldly spoke. Forget it, we're opening for business tonight, and we'll take 5 taels of silver for you to have a look around. So if you don't want to, you can leave. Then he coldly waited for Chen Yi to reply. Seeing that this old man's words were spoken in a raw manner this time, 5 silver taels should be the bottom price in the other party's heart. Chen Yi stopped bargaining with him and took out 5 taels of silver from his waist and threw it to the other party. The old man took the silver and calmly pulled out half a palm-sized scroll of the same yellowish leather from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yi. He took it over, and from the break it just about corresponded to the previous half. Chen Yi's gaze quickly swept over the words on it. Sure enough, the following half of the narrative is the specific method of raising dragons, and this half of the leather scroll should also belong to the remnants of the scroll. It is estimated that other records of the other 3 major spiritual pets of the raising method, only this stall owner did not get. Take a fresh earth loach and keep it, and recite the Sutra of Spiritual Enlightenment daily, to help it open up to the spirit. This thing is smooth and cunning in nature, good at camping, knows the wind and color, condenses the heart greatly, and is quite difficult to recognize the master. And once recognized, the master can transfer its fortune to the master. Note, keep, need to make the loach see the moon and not see the sun. Feeding chanting must be after sunset. The water should not be too deep, more loach top 2 fingers of water. The water needs to put a broken eggshell. After a few moments, Chen Yi finally memorized the method in the volume and prepared to go home to give it a try. Next he, again, saw a copy of the wind-breaking blade technique on this bookstall, causing Chen Yi to have a hint of intent. However, no matter how he cut the price, the other party asked for no less than 200 taels of silver, which made Chen Yi could only give up helplessly. Originally, he thought that he was carrying more than 150 taels of silver worth of silver to be able to buy something good in the black market, but when he arrived at the black market he realized that there were indeed quite a lot of good things here, but none of the prices were cheap either. Next, Chen Yi wandered from one vendor to another. In the end, he spent more than 40 taels of silver, bottled up some arsenic, devil's chili powder, lime powder, hidden darts and poison arrows and a whole lot of other self-defense stuff, and quickly left the Creek Valley black market. It could be that he had not made many purchases, and after he left he did not notice the tail of a stalker behind him. More than an hour later, Chen Yi safely returned home with the thinning moonlight above his head. Because of the heart of the abortive dragon technique, he could not wait to find a stone mortar from the courtyard with a shallow pit cut in the middle. This stone mortar is 1 meter high. It should be the original owner's father in the mountains to use as a pounding of rice used. Chen Yi filled the stone mortar with well water and then moved it to a sheltered place under the eaves of the house, and after disposing of everything properly, he returned to his room to continue writing the next piece of the enchantment of the gods. To be honest, since today's encounter with that Cloudmount spy's pursuit, Chen Yi had a vague sense of unease in his heart. Combined with that intelligence he had gotten from Yun Yi not long ago, he always felt that something big would happen to this northern rogue city before long. He was a person with an extreme lack of security, so for this next period of time, Chen Yi was prepared to just nestle in the 2 places, the prison and his home. One night passed. Early the next morning, Chen Yi will be part of the written manuscript of the feudal god Yen Yi, handed over to the Wanghuan bookstore Du Shushan, then hurriedly rushed to the prison on duty. But when Chen Yi came to the prison cell and found Lei Hung this guy, actually unprecedentedly early to stand in the prison door inspection. Chief Ray, why are you so early this morning? Chen Yi greeted with a smile on his face despite some doubts in his mind. Seeing Chen Yi coming over, Lei Hang's horizontal flesh on his face tensed, his horse king eyes glared, and he waved his hand at Chen Yi to teach him a lesson. Go. What do you mean I'm so early this morning? What day doesn't this jailer come on duty this early? He also used his eyes towards the guard next to him when he finished speaking. That look was full of warning. Chapter 15, Northern Border County Lord, Li Xianyi. It didn't take long for the jailers on duty in the prison to arrive one after another. Even the lieutenants and commanders in the prison, who were rare to see in the past days, appeared in full force. Only a tense and serious atmosphere could be seen on their faces. This kind of feeling Chen Yi has the impression that is the kind of subordinate official suddenly received notice of a big leader to inspect the nervous apprehension scene. It seemed to sense the nervousness of these heads in the cell, and even the entire guards on duty didn't dare to speak out loud. An oppressive, low-pressure atmosphere enveloped the entire jail cell. Sensing the anomaly, Chen Yi stood in a corner pondering what had happened. At this time, Ding San, who was on the side, cautiously came up and whispered, "Brother E, do you know what happened in the prison?" "I don't know," Shen Yi shook his head in response. He turned his head to the somewhat smug little expression on Ding San's face, and guessed that he should have pried out some news just now when he came up beside those old jailers. These days, Shen Yi had focused on writing books and practicing martial arts, and had hardly communicated much with his jailers. If you're talking about being well informed, you're not as good as Ding San. This guy, since the promotion of the jailer, all day long with the old officials in the cell mixed together drinking and bragging chat gossip, simply live into a prison in a pundit. Seeing Chen Yi shaking his head, Ding San somewhat boastfully whispered about the news he had heard. Brother Yat, I just heard that there's going to be a big shot coming to the jail today. That's why these heads up there are so nervous. A hint of doubt flooded Chen Yi's eyes. Big man? What big shot would come from this bird stinking place? His eyes sought a look to the room not far away. At this time in the prison cell, all the prison head, lieutenant were in the prison cell that Chen Yi has only seen a few times in the face of the Leaf Commander called in. Do not know in the meeting to say what. It didn't take long. Lei Hong and the other prison heads were the first to fish their way out of the room and towards their respective prison areas. Soon Chen Yi and Ding San they were called over by Lei Hong for a lecture. All of you listen carefully to me. Today there will be a great personage above the rank of warden envoy coming to our prison. Everyone must hold on to their posts and not slack off. Say what you should or shouldn't say on weekdays, and put your wits about you. Understand? Lei Hang's tone was stern, and with his face full of horizontal meat, it really added a bit of ferocity. I heard that it was a big person above the level of prison envoy who descended. At this moment, even Lu Jiang, Ma Yuan, these prison guards are a bit fearful in their hearts, and did not dare to say anything more, but only responded carefully. Yes, chief. Chen Yi followed with a nod of his head in response, but he actually didn't feel anything in his heart. In the system of officials in the Northern Rogue Prison, the smallest were the reserve messengers like Chen Yi and their predecessors, and then there were the official jailers, lieutenants, commanders, and the highest official position, the warden. Strictly speaking, the head of a prison such as Lei Hang is also a big dry jailer in terms of status, only that the commander of the prison, the lieutenant, has created such an official position verbally in order to make it easier for him to manage the jailers under his command. To put it bluntly, it's just the head of a jailer, not even a prison class rep. Therefore, even though everyone in the prison was nervous as hell in the face of the Shangguan coming to patrol, Chen Yi was indifferent in his heart. Anyway, he didn't commit any crimes or seek to flatter the top, and today's prison cell in his eyes was just a way to utilize his official jailer status to use to bind the great dry chakra. Time passes slowly. It was almost noon, and there was still no big shot from above coming down, and the heavy air pressure in the prison was slightly easier. At this time, Chen Yi and Ding San both stood on one side of the prison cell and spoke in whispers. Chen Yi remembered a matter even, asked in a low voice, 3 children. I came over from the fish market this morning. How did not see the peddlers selling loaches? Hearing Chen Yi's query, Ding San froze, his mouth repeating in confusion. Mud skipper? Seeing Chen Yi nodding affirmatively, Ding San frowned and pondered for a moment before explaining. Now that it's almost late fall and the weather is getting cold, it's not easy to catch that thing hiding in the muddy field water, so naturally there's not a lot of people to catch it to sell. However, I know of a widowed old man on my street who often goes up the mountains and down the river to catch these game. If you need it, I'll ask him to come and capture some for you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chen Yi with some doubt. Why do you want to eat that all of a sudden? Faced with Ding San's curiosity, Chen Yi naturally couldn't say that he was trying to raise a dragon, so he casually dealt with the situation, explaining that he had a craving and wanted to have a taste. Okay, then I'll get the old man to grab a couple dozen for you. Ding San nodded without much thought and replied, okay. Just as his words were falling, a long bellow suddenly came from the doorway of the prison cell. Sheriff of the Northern Border, the master of the Northern Rogue City's prison patrol has arrived. Immediately after the door resounded with the ringing sound of armor clashing like pushing gold and pouring jade, and a sound of unanimous congratulations. I am here to see the Northern Border Sheriff, master of the Prison Patrol Division. Greetings to the Northern Border Sheriff. A greeting passed in. Chen Yi and Ding San heard the sound and hurriedly turned their heads to look. Only the entrance to the prison cell. The cell door was open. A jade-armored female general fish stepped in, accompanied by the Northern Roving City Warden, and a group of commanding lieutenants. And behind them followed a hobbling criminal clad in a heavy yoke, his lute bone worn in chains, a criminal with his head hung low, his long dark hair hiding his eyes and half of his face. Chen Yi's eyes quickly swept over the criminals, his gaze focusing on the leading jade-armored female general at the front, Li Xuani, the county lord of the Northern Border. As Chen Yi looked around, the Northern Border County Lord, who was rumored to be one of the top 10 beauties in the Great Diaspora, was indeed as stunningly beautiful as the rumors had suggested. fair as congealed fat face with a high nose, eyes like stars in the night sky. The whole give people the feeling of not losing the robe woman's valiant posture and not lose the female delicacy and beauty, especially the other party's slender and full figure, wrapped in the tight-fitting bright silver jade armor, embodied that shapeliness and concavity to the fullest. This woman is beautiful. Chenyi quickly retracted his gaze, but he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Even if he aspired to climb the immortal path of martial arts in his life, under that glance just now, he couldn't help but feel some ripples in his heart. Be excused, a cold voice rang out. Li Xuanyi reached out and waved his hand, then instructed an old man in official clothes who was accompanying him. Lord Qin, this fei will be left to you to send someone to keep him in custody. It's the sheriff. Prison warden Qin Ming hurriedly responded with a fist clasp before gesturing towards the prison commander behind him to take away the prisoner who was trapped and locked in chains and known as Xiang Fei. After giving his orders, Li Xuanyi did not leave the prison cell, but instead stepped towards the depths of the prison cell. Her gaze swept through the cells with a scrutinizing look, and the criminals in the cells who were being held in custody were too terrified to squeak when they saw the pressure of her identity. They had already been taught a lesson by Lei Hong and the others before this, and anyone who dared to speak and cry out at this point would not be spared a torture afterwards. Soon, Li Xuanyi's footsteps walked up to Chenyi. Chapter 16, Jail Expansion. Reward for martial arts pills. Seemingly sensing something, a ray of surprise flickered in the corner of Li Xuanyi's eyes. Suddenly, her feet stopped in front of Chenyi, gazing at the rather handsome teenage jailer. Chenyi felt the gaze of the other party watching himself, his body instinctively a frontier Judas, such as tiny animals facing natural enemies. This feeling is not controlled by his body. Even though he had exerted himself to collect the chi and blood fluctuations within his body, he still felt that this Northern Territory county lord should have sensed his cultivation before noticing him. Chenyi was secretly alerted in his heart. It is true that low-ranked martial artists do not have the slightest secret in front of high-ranked martial artists. Even if he did not make a move, he was seen through by the other party. The strength of this Northern Border County lord is absolutely unfathomable. At this moment, Li Xuanyi's good-looking eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze resting on Chenyi with some contemplation. The chi and blood fluctuations of the late stage of skin refining. The key: this person is also 17 or 18 years old. A low-status little jailer can actually cultivate to this point. Li Xuanyi gazed at Chenyi and suddenly spoke. What is your name? Back to sheriff. My name is Chenyi. In the face of the sheriff lord's inquiry, Chenyi gathered his mind, not daring to think too much as he hurriedly replied. Chenyi. You're good. Li Xuanyi nodded at Chenyi and then even complimented him before his face calmly swept past him before continuing to walk forward. Receiving the county lord's praise caused the warden envoy Qin Ming and the group of prison commanders and lieutenants behind her to all glance at Chenyi with surprise and envy. A few moments later, Li Xuanyi suddenly summoned everyone to announce the coming 2 orders after he finished his prison rounds. As of today, anyone who has the status of an official jailer of my northern robber city will be granted a free martial art, iron body technique, and will be rewarded with 2 free chi blood pills per month, as well as having their monthly salary tripled, with all supplies being provided by my Northern Border Royal House. Second order. In 2 months' time, the Northern Jail will be expanded. All jailers will have a martial arts competition. Anyone who is promoted to 9th grade martial artist and wins the competition will be given the opportunity to serve as a lieutenant or even higher. These 2 orders at once. The entire prison cell was shocked into a state of silence for a long time. Reward martial arts. Reward elixir. Raise monthly salary. Promote official rank. Either of these would be a shocking surprise to the bottom feeders, let alone so much good news falling behind them at the same time. When the jailers came back to their senses and realized that this amazing creation had really come to them, one by one, their bodies trembled with surprise. But that's not all. After these 2 orders were announced, immediately, there was an attendant behind Li Xuanyi who handed over the pre-copied 9th grade martial arts, iron body technique, and a bottle of chi and blood elixir to a group of people one after another. Alright, this reward has been sent to you and others. I hope that you will work hard to cultivate and not let down the expectations of my Northern Border Royal House. After rewarding the rewards, Li Xuanyi turned to leave with his entourage behind him, and this time under the leadership of the warden Qin Ming. Everyone droned in unison. Thank you, Sheriff Lord, for granting me this favor. We will never dare to forget our loyalty in 10,000 deaths. Thank you, Sheriff Lord, for granting me this favor. We will never dare to forget our loyalty in 10,000 deaths. Martial arts secrets. We can practice martial arts. The Northern Border Sheriff is too kind to us. I must train in martial arts and vow to repay the sheriff's kindness. When Li Xuanyi and the others left, the entire prison jailers were in a state of boiling. All sorts of comments, gratitude and discussions have arisen. Chenyi was the only one who watched this scene with cold eyes. At that moment, his mind couldn't help but recall the bloody letter of intelligence that he had first retrieved from the bloody flesh of Yuno's thigh. Recently, the price of medicinal herbs and rice has fluctuated within the northern border kingdom, and there are treacherous winds and clouds in the dry imperial court. The forces of the Li family in the northern border kingdom are secretly collecting grain and grass to refine armor, and there are hidden experts from the Heavenly Sword sect and the Green Rune sect who have gone to the northern border. There is a change in the northern border. I hope the king of Jinan will make a decision early. Shen Yi's gaze gazed into the distance and narrowed slightly. The northern border royal house is so impatient to use its own strength to boost its men. This is afraid that it really is going to enter the rhythm of chaos. Looking at his jubilant colleagues not far away, Shen Yi secretly sighed. For these bottom of the prison officials, today this is indeed a surprise chance. But in the end, in the future is happy or sad that has to be said. Moreover, today, Li Xianyi's gaze lingered on him and had already attracted the attention of the people in the prison, so he was afraid that his plans would have to be adjusted. Originally, Shen Yi had planned to remain as a jailer and meticulously cut down trees to upgrade, but now it seemed like he had to expose a bit of his strength. Shen Yi shook his head as his gaze turned. Just as well. It's a good time to take the opportunity of the jailer's reward for martial arts elixir to display a portion of my strength in name only. In 2 months, grabbing a school lieutenant position might even increase my great dry luck. Shen Yi stood quietly, his eyes flowing as he pondered the plan in his mind. At the very beginning, his goal was to break through the blood condensation realm within 3 months, and now after only a month he had already broken through the late stage of skin refining. If he added the 2 dragon turtle chi and blood pills that he had gotten in his hand from the Yunming spies and the chi and blood pills that Li Xianyi had rewarded him with, Shen Yi was certain that he would break through the blood condensation realm ahead of schedule in this remaining half a month. This would also be a way to add a bottom card to your strength after exposing it. In Shen Yi's opinion, Go does not have to hide in a corner and not move, as long as his strength increases to the extent that the enemy can never estimate. This is also a kind of Go. A touch of determination surfaced in Shen Yi's deep gaze. Next, quickly break through the blood condensation realm, and just properly display an early stage of skin refining in 2 months. But in the meantime, I need to find a way to get a cultivation technique that hides my cultivation for good. He really didn't want to face the situation of having his true strength explored today. The plan was certain. Shen Yi pretended to be on the sidelines and turned over the rewarded iron body kung fu in his hands. This technique was just an ordinary 9th grade skin refining martial art. Cultivating to the end was just condensing chi and blood to step into the skin refining realm of a martial artist, far inferior to the barbarian bull Vajra fist he had obtained from the black-robed monster. Therefore, Shen Yi did not care too much about this technique, but it was the chi and blood elixir rewarded by Li Xianyi that secretly shocked him in his heart. The chi and blood elixir rewarded by the Northern Border Royal House today was surprisingly also a top-quality elixir worth 50 taels of silver to increase chi and blood. A glimpse of the tube shows the determination of the Northern Border Royal House this time. Time passes slowly. After a day, the excitement of the jailers in the prison cell finally slowly calmed down. At this moment, although everyone kept their mouths shut, in their hearts, they were all fully energized and ready to show off their skills in the martial arts competition 2 months later. In the evening, Ding San and Shen Yi went off duty together. Ding San excitedly discussed with Shen Yi the excitement of obtaining the iron body technique, and murmured to Shen Yi to narrate that in the future he would save his silver to learn martial arts, and would never go to Spring Fragrance House again. At these words, Shen Yi only smiled faintly. Once you have tasted this, is it so simple to abstain? In Shen Yi's opinion, color is impossible to quit, and the only way is to raise the threshold of color. For example, raise your sights from the threshold of a girl in the Spring Fragrance House to the level of a Northern Border sheriff. At the end of the day, when the two of them parted, Shen Yi was afraid that Ding San would forget. He also specifically reminded Ding San to find the widowed old man to get him some loaches. Chapter 17, Martial Dao Breakthrough. 8th Grade Blood Condensation Realm. In the evening, the setting sun gradually sinks below the mountain ranges. Shen Yi returned to his own door and gently bent down, realizing that the strands of hair he had left in the doorway before he left the house had not changed. Then he carefully pushed open the door of the house, and saw that there were no new footprints left by some of the dust he had specially scattered on the ground, which made his heart breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like no one from the family is coming over today. Since killing that Yunming spy yesterday, Shen Yi has been carefully preparing to be tracked down again by the forces behind the other side at any time. In the house, Shen Yi casually filled his stomach before preparing to take the dragon turtle chi and blood pill to cultivate. The events that had occurred over the past few days had already given rise to an urgent sense of crisis in Shen Yi's heart. According to the black-robed monster, the spirit turtle chi and blood pill was a superior secret medicine for increasing chi and blood, and the potency of one pill could top 2 or 3 months of hard training. Now that he had 4 dragon turtle chi and blood pills in his hands, based on the chi and blood cultivation in his body now, he should be able to break through to the blood condensation realm. However, one characteristic of all pills is that they cannot be taken continuously in the short term. For one thing, the medicinal power within them is not digested and absorbed that quickly. Secondly, taking too many pills in a short period of time would easily accumulate pills poison in the body, and this point caused Chen Yi to have some concerns. Chen Yi's eyes flickered as he wondered if his superb physical quality, which exceeded that of an ordinary person by a factor of 6 or 7, would be able to counteract this little side effect. Hey, whatever, just try it directly and we'll see. The most important thing is to raise your strength first. Chen Yi let out a soft sigh and decided to take the medicine directly to breakthrough. His eyes flickered and he pulled up his system panel. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 92. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Skin Refining Realm. Late. Technique, Brood Bull Vajra Fist. Great Achievement 21 out of 100. Blood, 0. Power, 68. Defense, 52. Agility, 59. Spirit, 60. After understanding his current strength, Chen Yi pulled out a dragon turtle chi and blood pill from the porcelain vase he had with him and threw it directly into his mouth. Gollum! As the elixir slid down the esophagus into the stomach sac to be digested, it was crushed and digested by the stomach wall urged by chi and blood. Boom! An intense burning sensation violently spread out in all directions towards the body. All of a sudden, Chen Yi felt as if there were countless fiery deer in his body, rushing about like a runaway wild horse. This feeling is precisely the potion was transformed to give birth to a large number of chi and blood power. Ordinary people taking chi and blood dan can only rely on the body instinct to withstand the impact of this medicine. A bad cannot withstand may also cause the mouth and nose rushing blood. However, these chi and blood forces were easily bearable for the current Chen Yi. Soon, as he urged the internal refining breathing method of the barbarian bull Vajra Fist, these newly surging chi and blood forces quickly merged with the chi and blood in his body like 100 rivers returning to the stream. Taking advantage of this breakthrough momentum, Chen Yi directly practiced his boxing techniques to help aid in the digestion of the potency of the elixir by the moonlight of the night. The wind of the fist shook. Chen Yi's figure tossed and turned under the moonlit night, while the progress of the panel feed in front of him was slowly increasing bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Great Success 23 out of 100. Technique, Savage Bull Vajra Fist, Great Success 27 out of 100. Technique, Savage Bull Vajra Fist, Great Success 78 out of 100. In the blink of an eye, half an hour past the progress of the Gong method came to 78, and only then did the newly born chi and blood power in his body slowly stop. Chen Yi gathered his body movements and stopped to carefully feel the changes in his body as his strength increased. The advantage of having a panel was that he could always precisely notice every ounce of chi and blood movement in his body, but at this time, he was more aware of the effects of the dragon turtle chi and blood pill on his body. Well, a dragon turtle chi and blood pill increased the progress by 57 points, and if we add in the residual energy from the breakthrough, we might be able to add a few more points. To Chen Yi's surprise, after taking a dragon turtle chi and blood pill, he didn't notice half of that stagnant and congested feeling in his body as a side effect. One more. With a flick of his expression, Chen Yi pulled out another dragon turtle chi and blood pill from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. Immediately afterward, the stagnant chi and blood power in his body once again increased rapidly, and so on and so forth. A few moments later, the medicinal power of the second dragon turtle chi and blood pill was once again absorbed by him, and at this point, Chen Yi still did not notice any side effects of the pill within his body. Go on. A trace of excitement appeared in Chen Yi's eyes. Sure enough, under the daily attribute strengthening, his body had far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. The so-called side effects of continuous consumption of elixirs by ordinary people did not happen to him. Gollum! The elixir slipped into his abdomen, and a new round of chi and blood surge came once again, feeling that there is still residual power in his body. In the end, Chen Yi simply swallowed the last dragon turtle chi and blood pill in one go as well, and as if his figure had transformed into a superimposed shadow, he tirelessly practiced his boxing skills in the courtyard. At this moment, every swing of his fist could produce a burst of explosive sonic booms. Time passed slowly, and Chen Yi forgot about the time, until the distant silence of the late night sounded the sound of the night watchman when the night watchman, and Chen Yi also, as if not aware of the general, continued to practice. Sweat poured down like raindrops. I don't know how much longer. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound of a bottleneck being broken came from within his body. Blood condensation realm. Chen Yi had a look of joy in his eyes. The power of chi and blood is condensed into martial essence blood, and the blood and flesh are crystallized with 1,000 pounds of force. A drop of blood weighs as much as lead and gold. Chinese hair can be regenerated, and vigorously tears tigers and leopards. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 92. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm, Early Stage. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, perfection 100 out of 100, blood, 0, power, 68, defense, 52, agility, 59, spirit, 60. Looking at the panel in front of him, Shenny held back his excitement in his eyes, itching to let out a long whistle. Continue. Shenny collected the vibrations in his heart and continued to help refine the remaining chi and blood power in his body by practicing boxing. Technique, brute bull vajra fist, perfection 100 out of 100. However, after breaking through the blood condensation realm, although he felt that the power of chi and blood in his body had increased, it stayed motionless behind the column of the barbarian bull vajra fist's feats. Although this fist technique could forcibly break through the blood condensation realm when cultivated to completion, there was no cultivation technique for the later 8th pin realm. After a long time, Shenny let out a long breath. Under the frosty autumn night, a hot breath was exhaled but instantly turned into an arrow-like white mist shooting out a meter away. 8 products of blood condensation. Spit out the breath. The gas is like a sharp arrow moving like thunder. To this realm of martial arts has already been considered a true beginner. That is, put into the Northern Rogue City Border Army. Can also serve as a centurion or military lieutenant. Shenny collected his energy and rose, a flash of excitement appearing in his eyes. Finally topping the 8th grade realm. It's still over a month ahead of the pace I expected. Then, Shenny thought about the subsequent feats, and his excitement after the breakthrough gradually calmed down. Right now, I still need to get a subsequent cultivation technique after the 8th grade realm as soon as possible. Chapter 18, Xiang Fei's Test, Lei Heng's Ambition. Early the next morning, Shenny leisurely woke up and opened his eyes to see a magpie outside the window resting on the top of a branch happily chirping. The magpie chimes in, looks like good luck again today. Shen Yi's mouth chanted happily. After breaking through the 8th grade blood condensation realm last night, his sense of security increased greatly, bringing him a great mood. With a thought, Shen Yi's consciousness entered the system space in front of the divine tree. Looking at the divine tree in front of him that was shrouded in the golden light of chi, he excitedly copied the axe on the ground and chopped away. Bang, 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 bang. After cutting down the tree a few times, Shen Yi's eyes lit up furiously. Blood plus 13, life expectancy plus 3, strength plus 2, agility plus 3, defense plus 3. Ha! The attributes dropped today went up a little bit more. Shenny happily looked at the handwriting in front of him and guessed if his luck had increased again. Then his eyes flickered as he gazed at the panel in front of him, and he did not add his chi and blood power on top of the feats. There was no point in adding more feats now, so it would be better to keep his chi and blood saved up and add it all at once when he got a new feat. Host, Shen E 1895. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm, Early Stage. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, perfection 100 out of 100. Blood, 13, power, 70, defense, 55, agility, 62, spirit, 60. After chopping down the tree, Shenny went to a familiar breakfast store down the street as usual. Old man rice, give me a bowl of soy milk, 2 donuts, and a serving of rice skin. An old man with a wrinkled face, strewn with frosty breath, hurriedly and enthusiastically responded, "All right, Master Chen, have a seat, I'll be right with you." This old man had been selling breakfast at a stall on the street not far from the prison all year round, as the flavors he made were somewhat similar to those of Chun Yi's hometown in his previous life. Therefore, Shenny often patronized his business, and the two of them became familiar with each other over time. Not long after, Old Man Mi was carrying rice skins with soybean milk and placed it in front of Shenny with a smile on his face. Shenny picked up the soy milk and sucked on a mouthful. He swept the somewhat extraordinarily rich smile on Old Man Mi's face and asked with some curiosity, "Old Man Mi, what is it that makes you smile so happily? Are you picking up a treasure, or what?" Old Man Mi sniffed and responded with a smile, "Hey, Master Chen, you're joking. I don't have to pick up treasure. That luck is yesterday spring incense building came a storyteller. In the story of the feudal god Yi, that tell is ups and downs wonderful interesting. A lot of neighbors have rushed to listen to it. I heard about it and stood outside the door afterward, listening for a while. Ouch crooked, that fairy storytelling is truly wonderful. Little old me has never heard such a wonderful story in my life." Old Man Mi smacked his lips and shook his head in admiration as if recalling yesterday's scene. When Shen Yi heard this, he was slightly stunned, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted up gently. Feudalism. I didn't expect that a storyteller would come to tell his book so soon, which was naturally good news for increasing his influence in the Great Dry Run. Shenny happily finished his breakfast and left a few coins behind before strolling towards the prison cell. Came to the prison, the usual dawn, the prison patrol, to the midday, to the prison inmates to feed. Since yesterday, however, the atmosphere in the jail cell had changed completely. Usually drink and play cards in the prison guards, but today is a tense hands and the iron body work in the heart to ponder. They would have wanted to go to the head of the prison Lei Hung to ask for advice, but was the other side of the verbal refusal. Shenny calmly watched the prison cell change, still maintaining the leisurely pace from before. At noon, He carried a bucket of thin rice-like slop to room A2, a cell that happened to hold the same prisoner of sin that Li Xuanyi had brought yesterday. Inside room A2, Xiang Fei was cloaked, his eyes staring vacantly at the top of his head, his feet baked with a string of shackles leaning limply against the wall, his collarbone still chiseled through by a pair of iron claws. Chen Yi looked up at the other party as if he was looking at a dead person. Then calmly, he used a wooden spoon to scoop up a bowl of pig food stained with a few yellow vegetable leaves in the bucket and reached into the broken bowl that the wooden grill had dumped on the ground. Hey, dinner's ready. Chen Yi lightly drank lightly. He didn't know where this person came from, but he could also guess that this person's identity should not be simple. But those who were locked up in the A-size cell were basically people who were bound to die, and most of them deserved to die regardless of the reason. But none of that mattered to him. Maybe in a few days he'd get another corpse to the black-robed monster for some worthwhile news. It seemed to be awakened by Qing Yi's voice. Xiang Fei's hollow eyes were once again in focus as he turned his head back to coldly survey Chen Yi before walking slowly towards him. Wow. The chain under his feet dragged out a whirring sound on the ground. Chen Yi looked at the other party's eyes seemed to be different, so he slowed down his hand movements and just stared at the other party. The two's eyes met in the air. Little brother, my name is Xiang Fei. I am an inner disciple of the sword-casting villa. If you can find a way to save me from going out, you will be rewarded generously. Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled coldly. Then staring at the other party, he deliberately teased. I've heard of the sword-casting villa. It's a first-class martial power within the Great Dryad dynasty. If you really came from there, how did you end up here? When we get to the northern rogue A-size prison, I advise you to forget about it and enjoy your last few days in peace. Seemingly seeing Chen Yi's disbelief, Xiang Fei struggled on without giving up. Little brother, everything I said is true. As long as you save me from going out, techniques, money, and beauty, I will definitely send them to you then. When Chen Yi heard this, he stared intently at the other party and said, "Oh, then read me a gongfu now before I believe what you say to be true." As soon as his words fell, Xiang Fei's eyes changed slightly and he continued, "As long as you save me from going out, the technique will be offered." Ha, look at that. How can you make me believe you when you don't have the least bit of sincerity? Chen Yi's voice carried a trifle of mockery. When he finished speaking, Xiang Fei didn't argue, only that his gaze once again returned to a vacant state. Even the thin porridge in the bowl in front of him didn't seem to arouse much interest in him. Chen Yi shook his head and silently continued walking towards the next prison cell. He knew that this Xiang Fei's words just now were just for a test, and it was impossible to pull out secrets from the other party's mouth now. And now no one in the prison cell has moved him because the other party was imprisoned in by the sheriff. Afterwards, when the prison captain and Lei Heng and the others, when they felt out what was going on with him, there would be a new change. Chen Yi was happy to see what happened behind the scenes and take the opportunity to get in on the action. Time passes slowly. The jailers in the prison were in a state of freshness, all of them disguised as martial arts nerds practicing iron body kung fu in the corners like crazy. Stay until almost the next value. Ding San suddenly came to Chen Yi's side with a dark face. Seeing him blush, Chen Yi went forward and asked, "Third child, what's wrong?" Ding San walked over to Chen Yi in an exasperated manner and whispered, "Just now, Lei Hengxian asked me for those 2 qi and blood pills I had on me. He said he would borrow it to impact the realm first and return it to me later." Hearing this, Chen Yi's face changed, his gaze grew cold and he said coldly, "You lent it to him?" Ding San shook his head and commiserated. "No, I said I wanted to discuss it with you, but I see that he wants to use pills to break through the realm, and I'm afraid he's got his eyes on us." As soon as Ding San's words fell, Lei Heng's figure appeared from the aisle not far away and slowly walked over. "Ding San, how's your discussion with Xiao Chun going?" Chapter 19, A grudge is struck, and the raising of the fallen dragon is begun. Hearing Lei Heng's voice suddenly coming from behind him, Ding San's pupils shrunk before he retreated to Chen Yi's side, eyeing him solicitously. There is no way. Lei Heng, this person is long and thick face full of horizontal meat, coupled with his 9th grade martial arts cultivation, usually in the crowd of prison guards in the status and momentum as the Yakuza Big Brother General. When it came to his persecution, which person in the prison, other than Chen Yi, would not be cowed by a trifle when they saw him? Greeting Lei Heng's domineering eyes, Ding San's mouth was broken and hesitant, but in the end, he didn't dare to spit out 2 words of refusal. Seeing this, complacency flickered in Lei Heng's eyes as he laughed and reached out his hand to pat Ding San's shoulder. I said I'm just borrowing your qi and blood pills in advance for a while. Turn around and wait for me to be promoted to lieutenant. I'm still afraid that I won't have any benefits from you in the future." At this time, Chen Yi, who had been standing on the sidelines and watching coldly, finally couldn't watch anymore. This person last time in the Spring Fragrance building to pinch their brothers, this time to find over to take pills, really take them as a soft persimmon pinch. Moreover, if Chen Yi lent out the qi and blood pills this time, he would have no reasonable excuse to expose his martial strength to the outside world 2 months later. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's gaze turned cold as he looked towards Lei Heng with slightly narrowed eyes, his left hand gently pulling Ding San behind him and blocking him. "No offense, Head Ray, we can't lend you this elixir for now. You can't lend it out? As soon as Chen Yi's words fell, Lei Heng's ferocious eyes snapped over, his mouth icy with a single word. Chen Yi, I hope you can give me a reason not to borrow it. Otherwise, a biting martial artist's aura enveloped towards the two of them. Chen Yi, Lei Heng's face turned iron blue. His voice was icy cold and filled with a strong sense of threat. In the face of the other party's persecution, Chen Yi responded with a relaxed face as if he hadn't noticed. This Qi and Blood Dan is the county lord's reward for everyone to cultivate and use to impact the martial realm. If we lend it out at this time, won't it delay the county lord's big event? I'm afraid that no one will be able to take up the blame when the martial arts competition county lord blames it. Chen Yi's retort was soft in tone, using the sheriff's identity as a shield. The angry Lei Hong was unable to utter a single word of disapproval. His grim eyes circled around Chen Yi's face, as if it was the first time he had seen such a cunning and tough side in Chen Yi. There was a pause. Lei Heng's face cloud cleared, pretended to be relaxed and persuaded. Chen Yi, Ding San, you guys are young is not aware of the difficulty of learning martial arts. Practicing martial arts in addition to long hours of hard work. Want to become a 9th grade martial artist on martial arts practice qualifications root and bone requirements are also very high. Out of 100 people, it's a high chance that one of you will have the qualifications to practice martial arts. So even if you guys take the Qi and Blood pills in the past 2 months, you won't necessarily be able to step into the martial artist realm. It would be better to lend me the elixir. And when I'm promoted to jail lieutenant or even commander, I'll naturally be able to cover you then. And if you lend me the elixir temporarily, as long as you don't tell anyone, naturally no one will know. Unfortunately, no matter how much Lei Hong tried to persuade him, Chen Yi just wouldn't budge. His gaze was firm, and he bit the reason that he would not borrow it for fear that the sheriff would blame him. Finally looking at Chen Yi's insistence, Lei Hong finally tore off all pretense from his face. So, you two have made up your minds to offend me. Lei Hong forcibly held back the desire to make a strong grab with his hands, and his mouth icy coldly threatened. Chen Yi greeted the other party's gaze with a calm gaze and shook his head slightly. Think what you will. At this point, he didn't want to talk too much nonsense with this guy. Now that he was relying on his 8th grade blood condensation realm strength, trying to finish off the other party wasn't much stronger than crushing an ant. If Lei Hong really didn't know how to die and came to the door, the big deal was to finish off the other party. Good, good. You two have guts. I hope you guys will still be this tough at the martial arts competition in 2 months. After saying that, Lei Hong huffed and turned to leave, ready to think of a way out from the others. Looking at the other party's departing figure, Ding San said with some concern, Brother Yat, this time we've sort of offended Lei Hong to death. He'll definitely retaliate back later. Seeing a hint of hesitant fear flash in the depths of Ding San's eyes, Chen Yi gently patted his shoulder in relief. Don't worry, he won't dare to lay his hands on him before the martial arts competition. There are only 1 or 2 times in a person's life when they can change their destiny, and it's up to the individual whether they can seize it or not. Now that the chance drop has come into your hands, the only thing you can do is not to think much about anything, and seize this opportunity to rush forward. After hearing Chen Yi's words, Ding San's eyes lit up. He nodded vigorously and said with some excitement, Brother Yi, it's still your words that make sense. The martial arts competition is our chance to change our fate. Who cares? Just go forward. After saying that, he clenched his fist and waved it vigorously in the air. Seeing this, Chen Yi nodded with a faint smile. Next, Ding San really did as he said, drilling his mind into learning the iron body technique. And when he had time, he would find Chen Yi to come over and discuss it. Chen Yi would also take the opportunity to secretly instruct him on some of the tricks of cultivation, causing Ding San to gradually touch the threshold of iron body gong cultivation. 2 or 3 days of peace passed in the twinkling of an eye. Chen Yi did not panic, chopping down trees and writing books as usual every day. And after a few days of attribute drops, his panel attributes took a new turn. Host, Chen Yi 1895. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm, Early Stage. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist. Perfection 100 out of 100. Blood, 37. Power, 70. Defense, 61. Agility, 62. Spirit, 63. Apart from the increase in lifespan Qi and Blood, all the other 4 basic attributes had broken through the 60 mark. He felt that excluding martial cultivation, even with his body's base strength alone he could arm wrestle with a midskin refining martial artist. Another day in the afternoon. The old widowed man that Ding San had entrusted to him finally caught the loach he wanted. Among the dozens of loaches, Chen Yi grabbed a few gray-backed, yellow-bellied loaches that looked the most robust and threw them into the backlit rocky hillock under the eaves of the house to raise them. The rest of the remaining loaches were kept in a random wooden barrel at his disposal. Of the 4 spiritual pets, the loach has one big advantage over the koi in that it is easy to feed. Every day after sundown, when he returned home from his shift he would get some miscellaneous food, fish and insects, or whatever, and throw them in the mason jar to feed them. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Cheni began to recite a passage of the spirit opening scripture to them according to the fallen dragon technique. The Sutra of Opening the Spirit is a scripture that helps to open the spirit, and its content is somewhat similar to the Vajra Sutra. All bodhisattvas and mahasattvas should subdue their minds in this way. All sentient beings and the like, if oviparous, if fetal, if wet, if incarnate, if colored, if colorless, if thoughtful, if thoughtless, if non-thoughtful, I cause all to enter non-surpassing nirvana and perish. That said, when Cheni really raised Loach to realize that this guy is not the same as fish, it is cunning and sensitive by nature, knows the wind and color and is good at camping. Unlike other fish, you look at it and it usually wanders away, never looking at you, even after Cheni had fed them for several days in succession. But Cheni was not discouraged by this. He knew that when the Loach was willing to look at it, it was the time when the Loach was about to recognize its master. Cheni is looking forward to the day when the Loach transforms into a fallen dragon and helps him protect his officials and raise his luck. Chapter 20 Life Expectancy Over 100. Corpse of a 7th grade martial artist. Time passes slowly. On that day after Li Xianyi came to the prison, it had been more than half a month, and the loaches in the stone jar under the eaves of the house had not yet been raised. The feudal expedition has begun to truly fester in the northern rogue city. This caused Chen Yi's chi to increase a bit more, causing the daily chi points he could cut down on the divine tree of chi to have dropped to 15. During this period of time, the cloudmouth spies that Chen Yi had been worried about did not come to his door again, which eased his heart slightly. The northern rogue prison was as quiet as ever, except for the occasional new prisoner. Inside the prison, even the jailers went about torturing criminals a lot less now. Everyone was frantically sprinting to the martial realm. However, after half a month of fumbling, the gap between the crowd of jailers practicing martial arts has slowly manifested itself. Slow such as Lu Jiang, Ma Yuan and others, more than 10 days past even a threshold of the iron body has not touched. The heart gradually born of impatience. The fast ones like Ding San, who had already touched the threshold of skin refining after practicing hard for a while, still had the hope of successfully advancing to 9th grade martial artist before the martial Dao competition after digesting the 2 dragon turtle chi and blood pills. The fact that Ding San was able to make such fast progress was also related to Chen Yi's secret guidance in addition to his own hard work and practice. Although Li Xianyi had rewarded the Gongfu down, a group of bottom fellows with mud leg origins hadn't really come into contact with martial arts, and wanted to practice in a short period of time with greater difficulty. There were a few martial artists like Lei Hung in the prison, but they all treasured their martial arts cultivation experience, and would not easily share it with others. Not to mention that these people were their competitors in the martial arts competition. And Chen Yi, after this period of observation, think Ding San this person is good before preparing to cultivate him up. Later convenient to help him deal with some things this is willing to point each other. Another day of cutting down trees. Blood plus 15, agility plus 2, spirit plus 3, life expectancy plus 2. Looking at the attributes dropped in front of him, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth curled slightly. Together with the attributes dropped today, the panel was about to have another breakthrough. Host, Chen Yi 18 out of 100. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm, Early Stage. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist. Perfection 100 out of 100. Blood, 190. Power, 77. Defense, 70. Agility, 71. Spirit, 76. Looking at the panel in front of him, Chen Yi's nose twitched slightly as a trace of excitement surfaced on his face. After a few months in this world, I finally have a life expectancy of over 100, and the other base attributes are getting closer to breaking 100. Feeling the surging power within his body, Chen Yi sometimes developed a feeling that he would not be afraid of a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist standing in front of him. Soon after, Chen Yi collected his excitement again and exited the system space. I can't be proud. This amount of strength is a mole in front of a true martial arts expert. Thinking of that unfathomable black-robed monster and the northern border county Lord Li Xuanyi, a hint of challenging motivation surfaced in Chen Yi's eyes again. No fooling around. No gullibility. Keep chopping down trees. Keep meeting. Chen Yi pursed his lips, then stepped firmly towards the prison cell. After arriving at the prison cell to order his duties, Chen Yi stuck to his post, and in his spare time he took out the Great Dry Wind and Moon record and flipped through it to further understand the history of the world and some of the strange and interesting stories. At noon, as usual, he continued to carry a bucket of food and feed the prisoners in the jail. At this time, Lei Heng's figure suddenly walked past him, and Chen Yi did not greet Lei Heng when he encountered him. Ever since that day when the two sides had been feuding, their relationship had gone completely cold. probably because it was about the promotion in the martial arts competition 2 months later. The other party was afraid of the impact of the assessment. Lei Hong did not particularly put small shoes on him and Ding San. It just involves drying some private things that have extracting oil and water, and it doesn't let Chen Yi and the others interfere anymore. To this, Chen Yi was indifferent. Anyway, it didn't affect his daily getting stronger. As Lei Hong passed by Chen Yi, he merely glanced at him with an icy gaze before walking wordlessly towards the depths of the prison cell with his hands behind his back, watching the other man's back disappear in the direction he was going. Chen Yi's sword brows furrowed slightly as contemplation passed through his gaze. He had heard some news in the prison cell in the past few days. Xiang Fei, who was originally locked up in room A2, was transferred by Lei Hong and the lieutenants above him to a separate cell deep inside the prison. It was said that this Fei was indeed an inner disciple of the great dry first-class martial arts power, Cast Sword Villa, and that he was a 7th-grade bone-forging realm expert. To one's surprise, Xiang Fei had already been expelled from the sword-casting villa 3 years ago. The other party seems to be working for some mysterious force, and came to the northern rogue city to hostile to the northern border king's house and was captured. Chen Yi guessed that Lei Hong and the others should be trying to play something on Xiang Fei, either to force the martial arts on the other party or to interrogate some secret. However, he was now barred from contacting Xiang Fei, and he could not probe for deeper information. When he thought of Xiang Fei begging himself to get him out that day, Chen Yi just shook his head and lost his smile. This guy is now in the hands of Lei Hong and is afraid that he won't have a good time. After finishing the matter at hand, Chen Yi sat in his classroom flipping through the Great Dry Wind and Moon record while pondering one other matter in his mind. Half a month had passed, and there was still no doorway for the 8th grade realm technique he wanted. Putting down the books in his hands, Chen Yi pondered lightly. It seems like it's time to make a trip to the Luanghuan bookstore in the morning to settle this half-month's share of the manuscript fee. Maybe we can scrape together the silver and try the black market or the Xiantian pavilion. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Yi continued to pick up the books in his hands. But just then, Ma Yuan's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Chen Yi, Thunderhead told you to dispose of this body in a mass grave. Chen Yi heard the sound and went out to take a look, and his face immediately underwent a slight change as the pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly. Xiang Fei, gazing at the somewhat bloodied corpse lying on the unicycle, Chen Yi could still see the 2 black holes left by the clavicles that had been chiseled through by the iron claws from its chest. What are you waiting for? Don't go yet. Seeing Chen Yi standing still, Ma Yuan's slightly cold voice carried a hint of urging. Chen Yi swept his gaze over the other party, knowing that this should be something that Lei Hong had entrusted him to do, and Moera was obviously dumping things on him to be lazy. Seeing Chen Yi's eyes looking over, Ma Yuan's eyes dodged somewhat sheepishly before continuing to urge, "Hurry up." He was unaware that what he was running away from was an opportunity for Chen Yi. Facing Ma Yuan's urging, Chen Yi calmly nodded his head without saying anything. He then copied the unicycle handrail and pushed the corpse towards the outside. A 7th grade bone forging realm corpse. I wonder if I can get an 8th grade technique from the black-robed monster this time. A hint of excitement flickered in Chen Yi's gaze. He didn't think about how Xiang Fei died, nor did he regret losing the secret Xiang Fei carried. For him, as long as the days remain as they are now, continue to be peaceful, one day he would be able to achieve martial transformation to ask for the immortal road. More than an hour later, Chen Yi once again came to the dark and damp bamboo forest of the mass grave. Take out the foreign incense that is only half left and light it. The strange scent dispersed through the forest with the breeze of the bamboo forest. Chapter 21 Kuei Niu Kung Fu. Consecutively breaking the boundary. The distinctive scent of corpse incense wafts through the forest air. Chen Yi quietly sat aside and faked a nap, waiting for the black-robed monster to arrive. After a while, a slight sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the bamboo forest. Chen Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and sure enough, he saw the familiar black-robed figure suddenly appear in front of him like a ghost. Senpai. Chen Yi took the initiative to greet him. The black-robed monster nodded slightly towards Chen Yi, and this time, his gaze lingered on Chen Yi's body for a few seconds, but his heart was secretly shocked. This kid has broken through the blood condensation realm. It's so fast. The black-robed monster secretly collected the doubts in his heart. Then his eyes glanced towards the corpse on the ground, and a flash of excited joy appeared on his face. He gently walked over to Xiang Fei's body and pressed it. Nodding, turning to Chen Yi, he said approvingly, "A corpse of the late 7th grade bone forging realm. Although the body is slightly damaged, it is of good value. Say, what do you want in exchange this time?" Receiving the black-robed monster's affirmation, Chen Yi heatedly smiled. After going through the last 2 transactions, Chen Yi clearly felt that the two had gotten a lot closer. So, with a little contemplation, he graciously stated the request he had thought of. "Senior, I would like to exchange this corpse for a martial arts technique of the 8th rank realm and beyond. I wonder if it's feasible." The black-robed monster did not seem to be surprised by Chen Yi's request. "I do have techniques after the 8th grade realm, but the value of this 7th grade bone forging realm corpse is far from that." After he finished speaking, His eye gaze paused on Chen Yi, and with a change in tone he suddenly said, "If you can promise to help me get 2 corpses of 6th rank realm martial artists in the next year, I can hand over the technique to you in advance." After hearing the black-robed monster's request, Chen Yi's gaze stared as a pensive expression appeared on his face. 6 Pin is a refined Viscera realm martial artist. Can I get it? 2 more? When the black-robed monster saw that Chen Yi was silent, he did not urge him on, but instead stood quietly and waited quietly. After pondering for a few breaths, Chen Yi still wasn't too sure about accomplishing this request, and with the system god tree in place, he was also considering whether it was worth completing such a deal with the black-robed man. Now that he was no longer an idiot in martial arts, he knew that a 6th grade dirty refining realm expert was known as a martial arts master, and was considered a first-rate expert in the northern rogue city. How about this deal? Seeing Chen Yi's hesitation, the black-robed monster who had waited for a while then calmly asked. At those words, Chen Yi's gaze flickered. He raised his head to gaze into the other party's deep eyes and asked rhetorically, "What would happen if I didn't get 2 6th grade corpses for senior in a year?" The black-robed monster sniffed and his hoarse voice laughed lowly a few times. If you can't finish it, the follow-up will add a 6th grade realm corpse every half a year until you make up the number." Speaking here he gave a beat in his tone, sizing up Chen Yi for a while then spoke. "Of course, if you can get 1 5th grade realm corpse within a year that's fine too. If the corpse's grade exceeds 5 grades, I can even guide you into the immortal road." The black-robed monster's words carried a few hints of urgency. 1 more every 6 months. Good lord, that's playing usury. Chen Yi shook his head slightly, but felt relief in his heart. He wasn't too worried about such a request, and even secretly looked forward to it. He held that he had the systematic divine tree in place, and the longer he delayed the more powerful his cultivation would be, and it would be much easier to come back and complete the transaction at that time. Based on the intelligence of Yunmong's spies and Li Xuani's prison policy, Chen Yi judged that the area around the northern border would not remain calm. There will be no need to worry about not being able to find the source of the body. After considering it clearly, Chen Yi then calmly replied, "All right, I agree to this deal." As soon as the words resounded, Chen Yi's eyes stared nervously at the black-robed monster's movements, waiting for the other party to hand over the technique to him. As expected, seeing Chen Yi promise, the black-robed monster did not go back on his word, only to see him fumble around in that black robe and throw out a martial arts secret book to Chen Yi. This Kuei Nyogong follows the lineage of the barbarian bull Vajra Fist, and is divided into 2 layers. You can go straight to the 7th grade bone forging perfection after you cultivate it. Chen Yi took over the secret book and took a look at it. The title page of the book was written with the words Kuei Nyo Kung Fu with a strong brush. Kuei Nyo Kung Fu. He's completely bonded with the ox. Thank you, Elder. Chen Yi mouthed a word of thanks and couldn't wait to look through the secret book in his hands. The more he looked through it, the more satisfied he was with the technique, and secretly doubted the identity of the black-robed monster's origin once again. After leaving the mass grave, it was late afternoon. Chen Yi simply returned directly to his home and began practicing the Kuei Nyogong. After understanding it, Chen Yi realized that the special feature of this gongfu was that the condensed qi and blood power possessed the qi and blood characteristics of the ancient beast, the Kuei ox. This chakra has 3 characteristics: mega strength, toughness, and super recovery. Manifestation is the Wudao essence blood into a golden color. Once the body can be cultivated into the body can obtain the ancient beast Kuei like huge strength, can be durable fighting, and condense the Wudao golden bone drops of blood recovery. And its cultivation method. In addition to internal cultivation, there is a trick in the word eat. What is eating? That is, through constantly swallowing all kinds of rare martial arts herbs and precious medicine, such as ginseng, blood ginseng, yellow essence, martial arts pills such as ginseng, blood ginseng, yellow essence, etc., to quickly nourish the power of qi and blood in the body, and then condense the qi and blood in the body into the Qiyu Jingxian blood. Chen Yi sat quietly in the room, recalling the cultivation know-how of the Kuei Nyo Kung Fu in his mind before he began to actively cultivate. At some point, the moon crept in. Outside the window the silver moon was high and silent. Chen Yi gazed into his inner vision, urging the new Kuei Gong route to run through his body over and over again. 100 times, 200 times. Chen Yi was tireless until the late night hours passed. A drop of light golden blood finally coalesced out from his body, and this drop of essence blood emitted a thick and surging compelling aura. Kuei essence blood. Suddenly the attribute panel in front of him underwent a burst of changes. Host, Chen Yi 18 out of 100. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm, Early Stage. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Perfection 100 out of 100. Kuei Nyo Kung Fu, Tier 1 Introductory 1 out of 100. blood, 190, power, 77, defense, 70, agility, 71, spirit, 76. Noticing the changes within his body, Shen Yi's eyes snapped open. He gazed at the panel in front of him and muttered excitedly, "The Kueyu Kung Fu has finally been practiced to begin. The chakra points I've accumulated for so long finally have a place to play." Then his eyes rested excitedly behind the progress of Kuei Nyogong's technique. With a thought, the remaining power of qi and blood instantly propelled the realm of Kueyu Kung Fu all the way up. Boom! In an instant, Chen Yi's body shook violently. Wisps of qi and blood power were like waves, surging from the depths of his body to all parts of his circumference, then continuously condensing, gathering, and splitting under the pull of the Kuei Nyogong. Instantly, a drop of Kuei Nyo essence blood was like a golden blood diamond, shimmering with essence blood magnificence in the blood veins within his body. Bang! Bang! Inside the body, two bottlenecks were broken through one after another. Early blood condensation realm, mid-blood condensation realm. Chapter 22, Late-Stage Coagulation. Turtle Breath Technique. At this moment, Chen Yi's mind seemed to be flooded with scenes of his countless days and nights of practicing the Kuei Nyo technique. The martial essence blood in his body continued to surge, and a powerful qi and blood majesty spread uncontrollably towards the surroundings. Middle stage of blood condensation. If Lei Hong were to stand in front of Chen Yi at this moment, he would surely have his liver and gallbladder ruptured by this powerful aura. Host, Chen Yi 18 out of 100. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm, Middle. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Perfection 100 out of 100. Kuei Nyo Kung Fu, First Level Minor Completion 91/100. Blood, 0. Power, 77. Defense, 70. Agility, 71. Spirit, 76. Looking at the brand new panel changes, Chen Yi smiled resentfully. "It's not enough. Keep giving me breakthroughs." With a thought, Chen Yi's consciousness arrived in front of the divine tree in the system space, and he excitedly copied the axe on the ground and chopped hard. Bang! Bang! Blood plus 15. Life expectancy plus 2. Strength plus 3. Defense plus 2. Looking at the dropped attributes, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth curled slightly, quietly exiting the space with a touch of delight to reload. Break for the old man. As the eyesight moves, Chen Yi decisively added the 15 points of qi and blood dropped from today's tree cutting to the feats column. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 102. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm, Late. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Perfection 100 out of 100. Kuei Nyo Kung Fu, First Level Grand Completion 6 out of 100. Blood, 0. Power, 80. Defense, 72. Agility, 71. Spirit, 76. This night, Chen Yi finally broke through his realm to the late stage of blood condensation consecutively. With the joy after the breakthrough, the excitement was a long time to calm down. It had been a small half-year since he came to this world, and he had finally truly stepped into the world of martial arts today, and was able to access the mystery and vastness of this world. Northern Rogue, Archdry, Martial Arts Mecca, Immortalist. At this moment, Chen Yi's thoughts in his heart were like ripples on the surface of a lake. He gazed up at the silvery moon hanging high in the nine heavens, like a quiet jade disk lying horizontally, cold and lonely. After standing for a while, Chen Yi felt the late night frost descend. He finally collected the excitement of his mind and went back to the house to fall into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Yi found Ding San to take a day off directly with the prison. Today he was going to head to the Luanghuan bookstore to pick up his share of the book. After this period of fermentation, the heat of the Seal of the Gods had created a huge buzz in the northern Rogue City. At this point, walking down the street, in any restaurant, there were storytellers telling stories about the feudal deities, and the feudal deities had become a tool for restaurant owners to attract customers, and sales of the paperback version of The Enchantment of the Gods topped a staggering 30,000 copies, with almost one copy in the northern Rogue City for anyone who could read enough to afford one. The grand stories of immortals and gods, such as Yang Jian, Neza, and Wen Taisher, have become the talk of the town after dinner, especially after some martial arts practitioners spread the confirmation. Many ordinary people also gradually know that there are indeed immortals in this world, so everyone speculated whether the Northern Wild Sword immortal who wrote the Romance of the Seal God was an immortal. There was even a popular craze to find the Northern Madness Sword immortal in the northern Rogue City. After sunrise, the late fall frost gradually melted and receded. Chen Yi sat at Old Man Mi's stall, listening to the people around him talk about the Northern Madness Sword immortal. The corners of his mouth unconsciously gently lifted up, only to feel that the sun was really good today. Fortunately, at first, he had confided in Du Shuxiang not to expose his identity, otherwise I really do not know how many people to find the door. But in fact, Du Shuxiang, although he had contact with him, and also did not know that his real identity is the Northern Rogue Jailer. Old Man Mi, the coins are on the table, you remember to take them. Chen Yi finished drinking a bowl of bean juice, threw a few coins on the table and then clapped his hands, got up and left. Okay, Master Chen, you go slowly. Hearing the chorus of voices coming from behind him, Chen Yi nodded his head towards the Luanghuan bookstore. Not long after, Chen Yi arrived at the entrance of the Luanghuan bookstore, and he stood for a while, walked in as soon as the book buyers had dispersed. Boss Du, business is good. As soon as the voice fell, Du Shuxiang, who had just sent the guests away, looked up at the words. Upon realizing that the visitor was Chen Yi, that round face was on the verge of grinning. Agu crooked, so it's my honored lord who's here. Please come in. You come in quickly. Du Shuxiang enthusiastically walked over to Chen Yi to invite him in. After Chen Yi surveyed the bookstore for a few moments, he didn't make too many pleasantries with the other party and said bluntly, Boss Du, I'm here this time to get the dividends from the book manuscripts during this period of time, so you calculate how much there is. Du Shuxiang smiled at his words and quickly took out a stack of silver tickets from within the hidden compartment of the counter. Don't worry, it's been prepared for you already, he said, handing the silver ticket in his hand to Chen Yi, and then took out a set of account books and explained, 37%, and here's the one, 200 large, dry, official silver checks you've been getting in your share of the profits for a while now. You take inventory. Chen Yi looked at the small stack of silver tickets in the palm of his hand, and some shock flowed out of his eyes. 1,200 taels, that much, Chen Yi secretly thought in his heart. Early thought of writing books so lucrative. He would have long done this. Hey, it's all due to the inertia of that punt in my previous life. Here, I'm the embodiment of Su Zhonglin. How can I still be afraid of not making money? Chen Yi snorted a few words to himself in his mind. He reckoned that next time when he incarnated Master Wu Chang'an, he would write out the journey to the west even more immensely. Next, after staying briefly in the bookstore for a while, Chen Yi bid farewell to Du Shuxiang and took the 200 taels of silver bills to the Xiantian Pavilion, the largest merchant house in northern Liaguang City. The Xiantian Pavilion sat on Changping Avenue, the most central part of the northern Rogue City, and had 3 floors, the upper, middle, and lower. The first floor sells more common items, while the second floor sells exotic treasures and martial arts secrets. In the past, he and Ding San had once come to the first floor to inquire about it, and the most crude martial arts techniques within it all cost several hundred taels of silver. So after that scared they never came back. But this time, Chen Yi was in a completely different state of mind than he was at first. Nowadays, not only was he carrying a huge sum of 200 taels of silver on him, he was also a genuine 8th grade late-stage blood condensation realm martial arts minor expert. Entering inside the Xiantian Pavilion, Chen Yi directly walked towards the second floor. Soon, under the reception of a counter girl, Chen Yi spent more than 600 taels of silver, as expected, to buy a copy of the turtle breath technique of Qi convergence on the second floor, and another tens of taels of silver to buy a book that recorded the intelligence of the great dried martial arts forces masters. Turtle breath art is a convergence of their own Qi and blood fluctuations of the convergence of the secret art, can be practiced after the convergence of their own breath, as if the turtle closed the gas water waves. Under normal circumstances, as long as the other party does not exceed their own 2 or 3 realms, cannot be found in their own real strength. The intelligence, on the other hand, was the Xiantian Pavilion's updated statistics based on the recent 1-year period, within which there was not only a description of the northern border Kingsley family, there was also an introduction to the relationship between the Great Dry Imperial clan and the several Holy Lands and some of the named forces. Intelligence records that there are 3 major holy places in the Great Diaspora today: the Fang Xiandao, the Great Zen Temple, and the Heavenly Sword Sect. In addition, there are 2 holy places, the 10,000 Devils Prison and the Blood Clothes Building, which are not known to be under the jurisdiction of the Holy Land, and they are often operating in the Great Difficulty. And in the Great Dread only the Holy Land harbors the upper 3 orders of the Cave Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, and Immortal Cultivation Inheritance. Chapter 23, Stormy Weather. Mudloach recognizes its owner. Like the Green Rune sect that Chen Yi had previously seen from Yunya's intelligence, the sword-casting villa belonged to the first-class forces. In addition to these 2 first-class forces, there was also the Pill King Valley, the Chess Formation Building, and the Refining Pavilion of the Yunming Kingdom. Below the first-rate forces, the likes of second- and third-rate martial arts forces were countless. This information was a bit expensive, but it detailed the division of forces and some famous masters in the entire Great Dryad cultivation world. After reading the intelligence, it instantly gave Chen Yi a clearer impression in his mind of the entire Great Dryad cultivation world and martial forces. Chen Yi then combined it with the intelligence information he had gotten earlier. Soon, in his mind, he vaguely confirmed his previous guess: the Great Diaspora is going to be in chaos, and Li Mang, the king of the northern border, may really want to rebel. Now that the Didian royal family is weakening, the party is in a state of turmoil, and it seems that both sides are extremely dissatisfied with the northern border king, who is going rogue in the north to defend against the cloud monsters, and suspects him of plotting against the king by owning his own army. Right now, the crossfire between the various forces within the Great Interdiction was on the verge of coming to the forefront. After buying the technique, Chen Yi also purchased some qi and blood medicine ginseng from Xian Tiangu, yellow essence and other secret medicines to help condense the body's essence and blood to accelerate the cultivation. After that, Chen Yi wandered around the city mindlessly. However, his mind was still unconsciously haunted by the intelligence information he had just seen, causing a sense of urgent crisis to arise in his heart once again. Even his joy of breaking through to the late stage of blood condensation last night was washed away for a few moments. It looks like it's time to speed up my qi increase. With a hint of urgency in his heart, Chen Yi had no other interest in loitering, and after he bought some miscellaneous grains for raising loaches, he hurriedly returned home to begin practicing the turtle breath technique. The next day, blood plus 12, agility plus 1, defense plus 3, spirit plus 5. After a new day of chopping down trees and adding points, Chen Yi finally advanced the turtle breath technique that he had gotten yesterday to a preliminary level of mastery. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 102. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm. Late. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist. Perfection 100 out of 100. Kueingyo Kung Fu, Tier 1. Great Perfection 6 out of 100. Turtle Breath Technique, 12 out of 100. Blood, 0. Power, 80. Defense, 75. Agility, 72. Spirit, 81. As Chen Yi's mind moved, an obscure fluctuation swept through his body, and instantly, his body's surging qi and blood fluctuations were quietly hidden. As long as he didn't go all out, it would be difficult for the average person to detect Chen Yi's true cultivation level. Then Chen Yi came to the prison cell to take up his duty. The atmosphere in the prison today was slightly different from the usual difference. Most people were sprinting to the threshold of the refined skin realm, but there were also a few people who gradually lost their initial patience and enthusiasm for practicing martial arts. Practicing martial arts ultimately depends on personal qualifications and persistence. Not everyone can step onto the path of a martial artist by relying on a few qi and blood elixirs. At noon, Chen Yi carried a bucket of food to feed the prison as usual, and when Zhang Su saw it, he followed to help. Chen Yi, let me help you. Seeing Zhang Su's figure coming up, Chen Yi hefted his rice spoon and joked with surprise in his eyes. Oh, old brother Zhang isn't going to be busy practicing martial arts today, so how come he's willing to come and do this job? Zhang Su waved his hand at his words and explained in a self-deprecating manner. Hey, what martial arts practice? This half a month or so down, I kind of see that I don't have that talent for practicing martial arts, and practicing again would be a waste of that precious elixir. Might as well save the money and try it on my family's rabbits then. With that, he took the long-handled rice spoon from Chen Yi's hand as soon as he was ready to help him scoop the porridge together. Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Since he had a grudge against Lei Hang, it turned out that Zhang Su was not this attitude towards him. The other party, in order to please Lei Hang, did not say that he was specifically targeting and ostracizing him and Ding San in the prison, but it was also considered to be a cold eye. Today the other party was willing to take the initiative to come over and help with the work, presumably seeing that there was no hope of practicing martial arts, so he came to improve his relationship with himself. Next, Zhang Su scooped slop like thin gruel from the barrel that Chen Yi was carrying to the prisoners while chatting idly with Chen Yi in one way or another. Unconsciously, the two of them chatted about pills. Zhang Su persuaded with seemingly good intentions. Chen Yi, I see that you haven't practiced martial arts these days within the prison. If you don't have the talent to practice martial arts, why don't you lend that dragon turtle qi and blood pill to Head Lei? In this way both sold him a favor. In the future within the prison also have a backer not. Hearing this, Chen Yi laughed and asked rhetorically, Oh, so elder brother Zhang, you lent him the elixir. Zhang Su smiled a few times on his face as he sniffed. I didn't borrow it, but I sold the rest of that elixir directly to him. Sold it for 30 pieces of silver. After saying that, he paused in his tone, and then when he looked around like a thief when no one was around, he suddenly came close to his ear and said quietly, Xiao Chen Ah, I heard that Lei Hang privately put words that he would torture you and Ding San to death after this jail competition. Listen to my brother's advice. If you're not sure, lend that elixir to Lei Hang. If you don't want to lend it, it's okay to sell it to him like I did. We can't afford to offend Lei Hang. After saying that, he quickly left the place as if he was worried about being discovered. Staring at Zhang Su's fleeing-like figure, Chen Yi coldly smiled and shook his head. Is he genuinely selling him good? Or is he just being Lei Yak's messenger? It doesn't matter anymore. If Lei Hang he really dares to play any tricks during the grand competition, he will make understand what it means to regret at that time. Chen Yigo had always maintained an attitude of not causing any trouble in the prison, but if a jumped-up clown like Lei Hang wanted to come at him, he would not be merciful. Right now, The only people that could scare him were those great masters of the 6th and 5th grade realms. The others, he doesn't put in his eyes yet. Putting away the coldness in his heart, Chen Yi continued to leisurely wander around the prison cell. Now that he had written almost half of the feudal deities, he was considering whether it would be better to write the journey to the west or the water margin later on. The days went by fast. In the blink of an eye, the time came when the jailhouse assessment was nearing its deadline. During this period of time, the northern rogue city has been experiencing a rising storm, with a large dry crowd of martial artists and merchants gathering here as if they had smelled something fishy. The consequence of this was that the law and order of northern robber city had set off quite a bit of turmoil, and even Chen Yi's prison cell for them had offending martial artists sent in from time to time. That afternoon, after the sun had set, Chen Yi grabbed a small handful of homemade bait made from earthworms in his hand and went to the stone tank under the eaves of the house. Looking at the gray-backed, yellow-bellied loach that was calmly swimming around in the stone tank, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth curled slightly. "Ash, come eat." Chen Yi shouted a few times at the loach before throwing the earthworm bait in his hand into the stone tank. The lure enters the water with a tiny splash. The 3 loaches saw the commotion and immediately swooped down on the bait that had sunk into the puddle with a flip of their tails. Soon, a dozen or so lures were eaten clean by the 3 little devourers. They didn't swim away after eating, but blearily exposed half of their heads to stare at Chen Yi. Seeing Chen Yi's gaze, the 3 loaches were not afraid, but just stared blankly at him. Whichever way Chen Yi's gaze turned, the loach swam with it, always facing him head-on. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi was slightly pleased in his eyes. "Good treacherous, laboriously feeding me for these 2 months. There is finally a hint of recognizing the master. There's no rush. Listen to a passage of the Spirit Opening Sutra for me first, then I will continue to feed you." Chapter 24, Flesh Body Breaking Limits, Delusion Breaking God Pupil. Chen Yi recited a passage from the Spirit Opening Sutra before continuing to grab a handful of fish bait and throw it into the puddle of the water stone tank, and instructed, "From today onwards, I will give you 3 a name. Well, let's call Big Gray, Little Gray and Second Gray." Chen Yi mused for a moment, pointing at the 3 loaches and giving each of them 3 random names. After hearing Chen Yi's words, the 3 loaches gazed at him in unison, leisurely wagging their tails in the water, pleasingly not swimming away either. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "That's it. I'll come back tomorrow to feed you all, and I hope you grow up fast. Someday I'll dig a pond in the yard and move a nest for you." After saying that, Chen Yi waved his hand and turned to leave. Until his figure could not be seen, the 3 loaches then sank into the water to dive under the eggshell. After feeding the loach, Chen Yi came to the courtyard to practice Kuei Nyo Gong. After this period of time of chopping down trees and taking precious medicines, his martial realm had long since come to the blood condensation realm perfection. In addition to this, he had also accumulated a large amount of chi and blood points, preparing to enter the 7th grade bone forging realm in one fell swoop before the examination. Small realm breakthroughs no longer tickled his fancy. And now, apart from chi and blood in martial realm, all of his body's attribute points had broken through to the 100 mark except for agility, which was still 2 points short. He was now waiting for these last 2 attribute points of agility to see if there was any change when he rounded up to 100. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 120. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm, Perfection. Techniques, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Perfection 100 out of 100. Kuei Nyo Kung Fu, First Level Perfection 100 out of 100. Turtle Breath Technique, 100 out of 100. Blood, 575. Power, 107. Defense, 101. Agility, 98. Spirit, 105. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Chen Yi's eyes were full of confidence. Nowadays, his strength could be described as having undergone a skyrocketing change. With 100 points of basic attributes, he had a feeling that he could beat up a skin-refining realm martial artist with pure physical strength alone. Agility is still 2 points short. With any luck I can get it together tomorrow by chopping down trees. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Yi put away the panel and returned to the house to begin renewing the last volume of the feudal deities. The next day, the morning light shone through the sparse clouds, spreading over the white frost that covered the ground, floating up a wisp of frosty mist. In November, the great dance has entered the late fall season, especially in the northern border of the northern rogue city of cold winds. Even in the daytime, temperature is about to fall to a few degrees cold. However, these coldnesses were commonplace for martial artists who had entered the grade. Chen Yi opened the door of the house in the morning and looked out at the northern rogue earth covered with white frost. His heart was cozy and he could not help but think of a poem. White frost and snow cover the forests and rivers, and jade shavings pave the steps in the cold night color. Don't sigh at the frost and the coldness. The years are quiet and waiting for spring to return. Chen Yi has always liked frost and snow. Today is the first time he has seen such a thick white snow-white frost in this world. His heart is really happy. With a thought, he entered the system space with a quiet mood of age. More than 2 months had passed. and now the golden chi that shrouded the top of the verdant divine tree of chi was already significantly thicker than before. He looked at the divine tree in front of him, and his mouth couldn't help but chant, "System, grant me luck today, drop some agility attributes." After saying that, Chenny copied the bronze axe and hacked at the divine tree. Bang, bang. After a splintering, the divine tree shook slightly, falling down along with a few lines of writing. Blood plus 15, strength plus 2, agility plus 3, spirit plus 4. At that moment, Chen Yi's body suddenly trembled, as if he was about to send some sort of drastic change. Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud as he stared at the agile line with both eyes. Ha ha ha, agility finally made it to 100. Noticing the changes within his body, his meditative intuition told him that his body would undergo some kind of unknown evolution after all the basic attributes of his body broke 100. This feeling has been especially strong in the last few days, like a person trying to break the shackles of the bloodline in their genes. The combined attributes of an ordinary person's body averaged around 10, while he was now over 100. What a concept! In the former world record, the limit achievement of normal men's deep squat strength is more than 500 kilograms. Chenny is now more than 5,000 kilograms, or 10,000 kilograms of strength. And not only his strength, but in all aspects of agility, defense, and spirit he reached 10 times the adult limit. Host, Chenny 18 of 120. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm, Perfection. Techniques, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Perfection 100 out of 100. Kuan Yo Kung Fu, First Level Perfection 100 out of 100. Turtle Breath Technique, 100 out of 100. Blood, 590. Power, 109. Defense, 101. Agility, 101. Spirit, 109. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Chen Yi's lips gently trembled with excitement. Now he didn't need to do anything but be quiet and welcome the change. Sure enough, the change in his body didn't keep him waiting long. Chen Yi stood quietly in the white frost-covered courtyard, his body first experiencing a subtle vibration, followed by this trembling becoming more and more intense. Suddenly, an unfamiliar energy erupted like an awakened volcano deep inside his body, and the cells around his body seemed to be activated by countless invisible needle pricks, and began to frantically divide and grow. His breaths became deep, long and powerful, and the air currents caused by each breath set off a slight vibration of fine white frost on the ground. The muscles under Chen Yi's skin seemed to be recasting, first a slight writhing, followed by a noticeable expansion, and then recovering again. With each repeated fission, the heartbeat seemed to beat like a drum that was pale and powerful, driving the air of the entire small courtyard to resonate. Bang, bang, bang. The metamorphosis continues. Chen Yi forced himself to endure the pain brought about by his body's mutation, trying his best to allow his mind to discard the pain in his body and silently experience the changes in his body with a calm mind. A few moments later, Ka-ching! Suddenly, Chen Yi felt that the depths of the body came from a kind of genetic shackles were broken like a strange sound, followed by his body around the skin membrane under the plus and minus emitted a light golden light. These golden rays were like lit torches, with mysterious runes looming. In the end, these golden points of light with mysterious runes slowly converged towards his eyes as if they were being lured by something. As time passed, the golden light gradually converged all over Chen Yi's eyes, causing his eyes to become brighter and brighter. It hurts. Excruciating pain. At this moment, a tearing pain came from Chen Yi's eyeballs, causing him to hiss out. He felt as if the pupils of his eyes were being remodeled. One breath, two breaths. Chen Yi's lapel was already wet with sweat from the pain. I don't know how long it had been. Just as Chen Yi's consciousness was about to sink to the bottom in this feeling of pain, suddenly this pain faded, and then a growing sense of coolness came from his eyes, a coolness that seemed to erase all previous pain and healing. Boom! At that moment, a mysterious obscure instinctive memory suddenly came to his mind. Delusion-breaking God Pupil. Flesh Avatar, Delusion-breaking Divine Pupil. Delusion-breaking God's Pupil. Exploring the delusion and analyzing all things, observing all the chi in the world, and recognizing the good and evil of the enemy. This was the description of this divine ability in the memory of the mind. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 25, The Chi of Good and Evil. Green, red and white three lights. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes, a ray of golden aura disappearing from his pupils as his eyes returned to their normal state. But at this moment, the sensory abilities of his eyes were greatly enhanced, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented luster. Chen Yi through their own eyes, can be found around the items seem to have become new, fine to the dust on the ground as big as the houses and buildings in his eyes as if the world in the palm of his hand. The whole thing is not half a secret. He can even analyze the inner structure of things through their appearance. Is this the ability to analyze all things through delusion? It's really awesome. I wonder what kind of magic it will be to view all the chi in the world and to recognize the good and evil of the enemy. Chen Yi instinctively followed the memories of the divine ability passed down in his mind and urged his eyes to look towards the distance. Gas! At once, he found a dense aura of various colors shrouding the entire northern rogue city. One of the most dazzling belongs to the direction of the northern border king's mansion. In the sky above the king's mansion lingers a light golden gas condensed into a huge scaly rogue. Anaconda's chi? This augur python head borne lofty double horns, abdomen borne with a pair of 4 toes golden claws. Can be said that in addition to the body still remains part of the python pattern. Almost no difference with the augur dragon. Shen Yi's heart froze as he watched. It seems that King Li Python of the northern border is a rogue of the northern border. Could it be that this golden python was Li Rogue's chi? Or did it represent the chi of the northern border king's house? If that's the case, it's no wonder that the northern border Li family, which is entrenched in the north border with a heavy hand plus the augur's fortune, would be scorned by the great diaspora. Shen Yi shook his head before turning his gaze elsewhere. He found that the city, in addition to the most conspicuous golden scaly rogue gas, there are many more white gas. Some of these white gas white as jade, but most of them are mixed with some gray turbid gas. There are a small portion of other colors. After a few moments of observation, he realized that most of these chi were representative of the residents of the northern rogue city. With a change of heart, the black-robed monster suddenly came to Chen Yi's mind, and he tried to look in the direction of the mass grave outside the city. From afar, he found in the Yinshan above a huge black cloud-shrouded sky and sun. Clouds wantonly swept like floating light, but also seems to be indistinct inside the hidden what ghosts in general. Look at the daunting. I guess those black ones are in evil filth. True to form, it's a mass grave. Shen Yi murmured something in his mouth, something he could not see in his previous visits to the mass graves. The view of all the chi under the sky is as amazing as it gets. Shen Yi observed the surrounding chi for a while before withdrawing his gaze. He combined the memories of the divine power in his mind and carefully realized the ability of the delusion-breaking god's pupil, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Shen Yi hadn't expected that after his attribute points broke 100, he would break the limits of his physical body to coalesce such a heaven's eye avatar. Although he was still not too familiar with using many of the abilities of the delusion-breaking avatar, he had a feeling that the delusion-breaking divine pupil was definitely an unparalleled divine ability that would accompany him throughout his life. At this moment, Chen Yi's mood was unprecedentedly calm and powerful, and the joy and power of his physical body breaking its limits filled every cell in his entire body. After a little while, Chen Yi collected his inner excitement and prepared to continue to the prison cell on duty. Tomorrow is the day of the jailhouse competition. Not surprisingly, today will be the last day on duty as a jailer. Just as Chen Yi closed the door to the house and left, suddenly there was a surprised shout from outside the courtyard from Ding San. Brother Yi, Chen Yi, I've broken through. Ha ha, I've finally become a 9th grade martial artist. The person was not seen, but the excited voice came from far away. Bang! Ding San kicked open the door to Chen Yi's courtyard and excitedly came to Chen Yi yelling, Brother Yi, I've made a breakthrough. He looked at Chen Yi with agitated eyes before immediately urging his body's chi and blood. As the wisp of chi and blood within Ding San's body traveled, a faint iron-green color instantly surfaced beneath the skin membrane of Ding San's palm. This kind of iron-green color is precisely iron bodywork cultivation of the sign of the entry. After the practice of perfect can do the sword is difficult to enter the skin as hard as iron. Looking at Ding San's agitated appearance, Chen Yi smiled and patted his shoulder. Third son, congratulations on becoming a 9th grade martial artist. Ding San sniffed and nodded vigorously for a moment. Oh, good luck. I didn't expect that I would finally become a martial artist the day before the test. He touched his forehead as if giggling, as if remembering something, then said in a self-effacing manner, Still not as good as you though. Say, what exactly is your realm now? Said Ding San looking at Chen Yi searchingly. More than a month ago, in order to better instruct Ding San to cultivate the iron body technique, Chen Yi had little revealed the strength of the skin refining realm to him, which at the time had left Ding San's mouth in shock. Now that so much time had passed again, Ding San guessed in his heart that he was afraid that he had the strength of the middle stage of skin refining. Facing Ding San's curiosity, Chen Yi didn't say too much, explaining, It's only a little bit better than you. You'll know tomorrow. Then the two of them walked towards the jail cell while talking. Mostly, though, Ding San was the one talking, sharing his joy after his breakthrough and the intelligence he had gathered on the strengths of his peers in the great competition. Chen Yi walked along, slightly lagging behind him by half a body length. At this moment, there was a hint of doubt in his gaze. This was because when he observed Ding San with his delusion-breaking divine pupil, in addition to being able to discern the thin chi and blood power within Ding San's body, he was also able to see a touch of greenish-colored chi from the top of Ding San's head, the green-colored gas. What does it mean? Chen Yi's brows furrowed slightly, and there was a look of incomprehension in his eyes. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the jail cell. There was an air of nervous excitement all around the prison today. Aside from the guys who had failed at martial arts practice for the past 2 months, everyone was sharpening their fists for tomorrow's big competition. After 2 months had passed, there were still some jailers who had broken through to martial artists within the prison cells of the entire northern robber city. According to Chen Yi's understanding, of these few people that Lei Hong had brought with him, other than him, Ding San had just broken through. Ma Yuan progress is not small. A few days ago, Chen Yi observation should be on the verge of a breakthrough. Zhang Su qualification cannot completely swing, and the other fellow jailers had their own breakthroughs. Soon, the duo arrived in the jail cell to begin the roll call. Lei Hong looked excited as he stood at the front preaching about tomorrow's big competition, and when his eyes swept over Chen Yi and Ding San, a meaningful sneer suddenly flowed out. Tomorrow's jail examination competition, 10 a.m. Lei Heng's mouth was blah blah blah. However, at this moment, Chen Yi's eyes were attracted by the red chi on Lei Heng's head. Red? Chen Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Why is his head red? Moreover, he also discovered through his delusion-breaking god pupil that Lei Hong had actually condensed martial essence blood within his body. This guy quietly broke through the 8th grade blood condensation realm. With a hint of curiosity, Chen Yi turned his gaze back to Ma Yuan beside him. Ha! This guy has red on his head too, but it's not as dark a color. Then he looked at Zhang Su again. Zhang Su's head was white, with a wisp of light red mixed in with the white. Red, white, and Ding San's is cyan. Chen Yi's eyes rolled, associating it with the description of the avatar, and he quickly figured out what it represented. Observing the world's 10,000 chi to identify enemies, good and evil. The green color should represent a friendly attitude towards me. The color red is supposed to hold hostile malice toward me, and white is supposed to mean usual, calm. Thinking of this, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth turned up. Good fellow. This delusion-breaking god pupil even has a function similar to radar monitoring. Awesome. Chapter 26. Do it. The test begins. Thinking happily, Chen Yi touched his nose with his hand. He felt that his system was simply an almighty bug. He used to think that it was just a tree cutting and dropping attribute that helped him become stronger every day. Now it seemed that the divine tree of luck still had a lot of potential for him to develop. Chen Yi, what are you doing? I'm talking here and you're walking around. Do you want to die? What? Are you thinking you're so powerful that you can win the big competition tomorrow? When Lei Hong, who was standing in front, saw that Chen Yi was distracted, he couldn't help but let out a burst of continuous questioning. It couldn't be helped. Lei Hong had endured Chen Yi for a very long time, and although he had finally forced his cultivation to break through to the blood condensation realm 2 days ago by using the silver money he had saved up on his body and the chi and blood pills that he had gotten by trickery, he also owed a debt. If Chen Yi had lent him the dragon turtle chi and blood pill in the first place, he would not be in such debt. He had just broken through with so-called complacent, and he was determined to win the great competition lieutenant tomorrow, and with the 8th grade blood condensation realm, in his opinion, he even had hopes of impacting the position of the commander-in-chief. So when he saw that Chen Yi dared to go off on his speech, he instantly no longer wanted to endure it. Chen Yi was slightly stunned at his words and looked at Lei Hong in surprise. It's inexplicable. Did I piss you off by standing here? This guy is really getting more and more annoying. So be it. Why don't we just scrap him tomorrow for the big competition? It just so happens that Ding San has broken through the skin refining realm, so I'll leave this prison in Ding San's hands after I take over the school captain. Thinking of this, a disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of Chen Yi's mouth as he turned his head to ignore Lei Heng's wild barking. When Lei Hong saw the disdain at the corner of Chen Yi's mouth, he instantly acted as if he was stimulated. His face violently changed angrily and cursed, "Grass your mother, you dare to sneer when Lao Zi says you." With that, his 5 large and thick body violently moved, instantly transforming into a mountainous black shadow that pressed towards Chen Yi, and a bushel-sized chi and blood giant palm fiercely swiped at Chen Yi. Lei Heng's famous skill, the mountain-destroying palm. Feel the incoming crisis. Chen Yi stood motionless, his right hand catalyzing the strength of his chi and blood at the early stage of skin refining to fiercely meet him with a punch. Bang! As his fists and palms clashed, Chen Yi pretended to be knocked back by Lei Heng's palm, but his punch also blocked Lei Heng's attack. Feeling the huge resistance just coming from his palm, Lei Hong changed color violently and shouted, "Mid-stage skin refining, since you have the strength of the middle stage of skin refining." Chen Yi stood calmly and said non-committally, "Not bad, not as good as you Lei Hong." What? Chen Yi has the strength of a mid-stage skin refiner. How can that be? He spends his days posing in jail. How? Get Chen Yi personally recognized. Asai just retreated to the side of the evil Ma Yuan. Zhang Su, have unbelievable exclamation of surprise. How does he practice? Expressions of shock, skepticism, and jealousy leapt onto their faces, especially Zhang Su, who had been hooking up with Chen Yi to pose for a few days ago, but today found out that Chen Yi quietly felt that he possessed the strength of a middle stage of skin refining. After all this, I'm the only one who's a loser. At this moment, Jiang Su's gaze towards Chen Yi was first shocked, then disheveled, and of course there was also a touch of jealousy that he hid deeply. You're quite capable of hiding. What? Thinking of using tomorrow's martial arts competition to deal with me? Lei Hong taunted at Chen Yi, after he repelled Chen Yi with a palm strike. Even though he was shocked by Chen Yi's sudden exposure of his strength, he was not overly worried and instead wondered if he would completely waste Chen Yi today. Soon, though, the thought was quickly dismissed from his mind. He had already secretly broken through the blood condensation realm, and tomorrow would be his moment of glory, so he could not risk injuring Chen Yi at this time to leave a bad impression on the county princess. In the face of Lei Hang's sneer, Chen Yi shook his head in disbelief. He looked at the coldness in Lei Hang's eyes without any fear. To be honest, if Lei Hong really wanted to make a move today, he wouldn't mind finishing him off right now. With the system in place, he had the big deal of changing places and starting over. At that moment, Ding San, who was on the side, could see that the situation was unfavorable, and he was worried that Lei Hong would really lash out today. So he hurriedly walked over to Chen Yi and stood beside him, warning towards Lei Hang, Lei Hong, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. In the end, you're just a jailer like the rest of us, and there's no higher or lower. If you dare to make a move against us today, beware that tomorrow we'll seek out the sheriff to file a complaint. After saying that, Ding San made a show of striking out with Chen Yi as he hastily urged the trace of qi and blood power in his body, and as the power surged, a faint iron blue color then emerged on his body. Seeing the change in Ding San's body, some surprise surfaced in Lei Hang's eyes before he snorted. Oh, so you've broken through as well. It's a pity, but it's just a waste that has initially surveyed the threshold of skin refining. After speaking, he swept a disdainful glance at Ding San before gazing at Chen Yi with a grim gaze to provoke him. Brat, since you want to hide your strength to fight me, then don't blame me for not giving you the chance. How about tomorrow at the King's Palace schoolyard? We'll fight to the death on stage? In the face of Lei Hang's clumsy agitation, Chen Yi merely nodded calmly. No problem, the one who's afraid to go on stage is. As soon as his words fell, Ding San's face changed drastically, and he hastily and anxiously pulled the corner of Chen Yi's coat, signaling Chen Yi not to agree. But at that moment, Lei Hong didn't give them a chance to backtrack. He grunted coldly. In that case, it's a deal. After saying that, he led Ma Yuan and Jiang Su out of here. At this moment, Ding San hurriedly advised, Brother E, mid-perfumed skin refining stage versus late perfumed skin refining stage. Why are you agreeing to this in a hot-headed manner? The words were urgent and hopeless. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi smiled and gently shook his head, casually explaining, Sanner, my strength is not as simple as you think. After saying that, he left behind a surprised and bewildered Ding San, walking towards an empty space to sit down with his back, ready to run through the plans for tomorrow's big competition. Last time in the prison cell, Li Xianyi should have detected his strength at the late stage of skin refining at that time. Then tomorrow's grand competition, it would be considered normal for one to expose late-stage skin refining or perfect skin refining strength. However, today, after noticing that Lei Hang's strength had all broken through to the 8th rank realm, his inner sense of security had greatly diminished. It's about time for me to raise my strength a bit. Chen Yi's gaze flickered before he pulled open his attribute panel. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 120. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Blood Condensation Realm, Perfection. Techniques, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Perfection 100 out of 100. Kuei Nyo Kung Fu, First Level Perfection 100 out of 100. Turtle Breath Technique, 100 out of 100. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Blood, 590. Power, 109. Defense, 101. Agility, 101. Spirit, 109. 590 Qi and blood is enough to advance the second layer of the Kuei Nyo technique to advance to the 7th grade bone forging realm. With a flick of his eyes, Chen Yi prepared to implement a breakthrough tonight. Anyway, with the turtle breath technique, he wasn't afraid of exposing his strength. In the evening, the next duty to return home, to the 3 loches after feeding read a section of the open spirit scripture, then officially the official breakthrough. He had already comprehended the second layer of the Kuei Nyo Gong, and waited until now for more realms after the one-time breakthrough. Thoughts fall. The second layer of the Kuei Nyo Gong, a new line of action was quietly running through his body. Chapter 27, Breakthrough. 7th grade bone forging perfection. 9th grade skin refining realm. Skin membrane is tough as leather, hard to be injured by swords and knives. 8th grade blood condensation realm. Qi and blood growth condensed martial essence blood. Flesh crystal blood heavy as lead. Chinese hair regeneration force to tear tigers and leopards. 7th grade bone forging realm. Walking pile moving force blood quenching sinews. Sinews such as Bao Xian refined diamond iron bone. Qi and blood wolf smoke can be compared to the dragon and elephant. This was the description of the lower 3rd stage of the martial realm in the Great Dryad world. 9 products. 8 products realm is okay, mainly to condense the body's essence, blood and chi. Generally supporting the gong method is mostly some boxing and kicking techniques mainly, is considered the foundation of martial arts. But cultivating to the 7th grade realm was different. Stepping into the 7th grade bone forging realm, the power of chi and blood could already be extended outside the body and attached to the top of the armor and weapons to fight against the enemy, even forming chi and blood wolf smoke. Not only that, to this realm supporting some of the secret martial arts will be much richer. A variety of powerful palm, sword, light body skills can be achieved through the control of chi and blood power to cultivate. Flying wall sword destroying mountains is no longer a legend. The 7th grade bone forging realm was what allowed this world's martial prowess to materialize. Further, 6 product refining dirty that has been called the martial arts master, involving visceral organs to raise God embarked on the road of metamorphosis. Mundane rare to see. The black-robed monster handed over to Chenyi's Kuei Nyogong, a top-notch internal refining cultivation technique, sequel to the barbarian bull Vajra fist, which was mainly used to condense the martial arts essence and blood to sudden tendons and forge the bones, so that the body could reach a breakthrough in the realm. And there was no record of some secret techniques like some of the ones that catalyzed the chi and blood. However, Chenyi did not dislike this in the slightest. Wrought bone color, gold, silver, copper, iron 4 colors, to gold is the most. And when the Kuei Nyo Kung Fu was cultivated to perfection, one could quench the bones in the body to the golden bone realm. As for some secret martial arts techniques and whatnot, Chenyi didn't care too much about it. With the systematic divine tree in place, the route he set was to press people with a high realm and push them all the way across. And after learning that there were immortal cultivators in this world, martial arts was nothing more than a starting point for him now. Soon, after today, I'll be at the 7th grade bone forging realm, and with one more breakthrough I'll be able to start refining my organs to touch the path of immortal cultivation. Chenyi gazed at the courtyard, holding back the excitement in his heart. Then, his body quickly stood in accordance with the specific staking technique of the Kuei Nyo Kung Fu, and the internal refining breathing method accelerated within him. Phew, suck it, breathe out, suck. At this moment, through his internal vision, he discovered that the golden essence blood condensed in his body, driven by the breathing method of the second layer of the Kuei Nyogong, slowly seeped and slowly along the chi and blood veins opened up beforehand towards the body's circumferential veins surging to the sinews and bones of his entire body. But the process is very slow. The skeleton of the human body is divided into 3 major parts: skull, trunk and limb bones, of which there are 29 skull bones, 51 trunk bones and 126 limb bones. Bone forging was the need to seep the condensed martial Dao essence blood into each and every bone for sudden refining. As long as the quenching of a piece of bone is completed, even if it is stepping into the bone forging realm, ordinary people cultivate this realm as a water grinding technique, relying on the process of accumulating more and more. For Chenyi, however, there was no need to do so. He only needed to cultivate the second tier of feats to the beginning, causing the feats to appear on the system panel, and then he could use his chi and blood to add points to advance. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The bones within Chenyi's body were being tempered by the martial essence blood, but there was no half progress, and the progress of the Gongfu initiation never appeared on top of the panel. He knitted his brows slightly at the sight. If this keeps up, I don't know when the feats will be introductory. With a thought, Chenyi turned and decided to use his martial essence blood to quench and collect it all in one place. He remembered reading in a book before that the smallest bone in the human body was the stapes. It is located right in the middle ear tympanic chamber, the third piece in the auditory ossicle chain, and it is only 6 to 4 millimeters in size. Thinking of this, Chenyi urged the essence blood in his body to slowly sense towards the stirrup bone on his ear. After a while, he finally sensed an extremely tiny stirrup-like small bone in the position of the middle ear drum chamber of his right ear. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. In an instant, a drop of golden martial essence blood slowly penetrated towards the stirrup bone under Chenyi's control. Just as his martial essence blood entered the stirrups, a thin tick-tock sound came from his right ear, as if the quiet little world in the ear chamber had suddenly been ushered in by the sound of a dense drizzle. This sound lasted for about a few moments before, suddenly, Chenyi felt the stirrup bone of his own right ear vibrate slightly, and then the surface of the bone slowly took on a subtle golden color, and immediately afterward, he noticed that his hearing in his right ear had increased a bit. It's done! Chenyi's heart stirred as his gaze swept over the panel realm in front of him. The column of feats: realm, bone forging realm, early, techniques, brute bull Vajra fist, perfection 100 out of 100, Kuei Nyo Kung Fu, second level introductory 1/100, turtle breath technique, 100 out of 100, Sure enough, the Kuei Nyogong had already turned from a perfect first layer into an introductory second layer, and now he was finally able to add more to his cultivation. Soon, Shen-Yi scanned the accumulated qi and blood points, resting his gaze on the progress of the feats with a turn of his mind, and put in 100 qi and blood points. Boom! In an instant, Chen-Yi's body, which had originally been standing in a staked position, shook violently, and at that moment, he felt a large amount of martial essence blood suddenly surging out from the depths of his body towards the bones and tendons around his body. This stimulation was far more powerful by tens or hundreds of times than when he had just quenched his stirrup bones. Tingly, numb, itchy, painful, all sorts of intense sensations came from deep within the body. At this moment, Shen-Yi felt as if he was standing in this courtyard, alone, practicing the Kuei Kung Fu diligently over and over again. Time knew no days or months. He forgot the external things and knew no fatigue, and there was only one thought in his mind: forge the bones. 1 year, 2 years, until the progress of the technique in front of him changed to Kuei Nyo Kung Fu, second level slightly completed 1/100. Only then did Chen-Yi wake up. It's the middle stage of the bone forging realm. He gazed at the panel in front of him and his mouth seemed to murmur. The scene just now was as real as a mirage. Although he knew full well that he had only stood in the courtyard for a few moments of time, the physical sensation he remembered felt as if he had really stood in this courtyard and practiced Kuei Kung Fu diligently for 2 years of time. The subtlety of such things was beyond his ability to explain. The only explanation was that the system god tree was too powerful. In that case, let me continue to be powerful. With the elation of the breakthrough, Chen-Yi's divine eyes swept. Go on, add more. This time, Chen-Yi once again invested 100 chi points to increment the progress of his feats. Add some, breaking, add some, breaking. As time passed, Chen-Yi didn't know how long had passed. Suddenly, a rumbling, off-the-charts power forced Chen-Yi's mind to awaken. It was as if he had just woken up after decades of bitter cultivation retreat at home, and countless memories of cultivation flooded into his mind. Chen-Yi slowly opened his eyes, a touch of age passing through his eyes. Bone Forging Realm Perfection. Host, Chen-Yi 18 of 120. Identity, Big Dry Jailer. Realm, Bone Forging Realm, complete. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Perfection 100 out of 100. Kuei Nyo Kung Fu, second level Perfection 100 out of 100. Turtle Breath Technique, 100 out of 100. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Blood, 190. Power, 109. Defense, 101. Agility, 101. Spirit, 109. Chapter 28, The Strength of the Royal Household. I'm being investigated. Finally, the bone forging realm. Looking at the panel in front of him, Chen-Yi stood in the center of the courtyard with confident and determined eyes. Chen-Yi gazed and gathered his breath, feeling that the bones in his body had been completely transformed into a golden bone after the quenching and metamorphosis. Qi and blood were like boiling rivers rushing and stirring in his body, and every bone was like gold casting glittering with dazzling golden aura. Phew, Chen-Yi lightly breathed out, and a powerful force of qi and blood instantly surged out from his dantian, instantly breaking through the surface of his body and transforming into a 3-zhang high rolling wolf smoke that shot up into the sky, forming a spectacular heavenly scene. This qi and blood wolf smoke carried his will and power, and the dazzling blood shadow high in the air was like a dragon ascending to the sky, forming a spectacular heavenly scene. Golden bones like splendor, qi and blood like dragons. It was at this moment that Chen-Yi truly realized the grandeur and magnificence of this martial arts world. Soon after, Chen-Yi transformed into a dark shadow and practiced boxing in the courtyard to familiarize himself with his strength after the breakthrough. A moment later, the wind of the fist stopped and Chen-Yi's figure came to a halt. Looking at the potholes in the courtyard full of potholes that he had stepped on, his brows couldn't help but furrow. Well, it's time for a new place to live. Now that the strength has reached the 7th grade realm, the maneuvers are too big. Also, the most important thing right now is to get the cultivation technique for refining the organs and nourishing the spirit. Thinking of this, Chen-Yi felt that he had a lot of things to do. The last time owed that black-robed monster too. 6-realm martial artist corpses to the present have not been a shadow it. Hey, there's too much going on. Practicing martial arts really isn't something that ordinary people can do. Chen-Yi shook his head and sighed wittily before activating the turtle breath technique to hide all of his strength. The next day, at a little after 9 a.m., Chen-Yi brought his jailer's identity nameplate and arrived at the schoolyard of the Northern Border King's mansion on time. This martial arts school is situated in the outer courtyard of the Li family, the royal residence, surrounded by towering palace buildings surrounded by shade. Outsiders simply cannot see the movement within the school. School field length and width close to 100 feet. The end is broad. Next to the placement of swords, guns, swords and halberds, as well as testing the standard weight of martial arts strength of the bronze cauldron. In Chen Yi's opinion, such a large schoolyard is more than enough for training, not to mention martial arts drills, even if it is to place a few thousand private soldiers here. Today, on one side of the school ground, a stage for martial arts exercises had already been set up, and beside it sat Northern Border County Lord Li Xuanyi and Northern Border Jail Warden Qin Ming, while below stood Jail Commander Yi Shan and a group of lieutenants. Below the martial arts stage stood a procession of jailers for this tournament. Shan Yi, Ding San, Lei Heng, and the others stood in the group in a clear manner. This grand competition is divided into two categories, powerlifting and competition. Anyone who can lift 500 pounds of bronze tripods will be given a prison cell to focus on. Those who can lift a 1,000-pound copper tripod are considered qualified 9th-grade martial artists, and can participate in the subsequent martial arts competition, and win or lose can be used as a reserve lieutenant of the northern border, waiting for a chance to be promoted. Martial arts competition using on-stage melee mode. The last three remaining people who insisted on the stage, as the winner of the promotion of the school lieutenant to get the king's government training, and more can choose to challenge the commander, the winner of the promotion of the commander. At this time, standing on the stage to preach the rules of martial arts is an old man in his 60s dressed in green. Looking at his dress identity should be the king's house steward category. As his words fell, on the stage, no matter if it was a skin-refining rookie like Ding San who had just broken through to martial artist, or an old bird like Lei Heng who had been practicing hard for many years, all of them had excitement welling up in their eyes and whispered in a low voice, as if they had already captured the rank of lieutenant. Commander. Only Chen Yi stood silently in the group without making a sound, but in reality, a touch of shock was hidden under his calm eyes. So strong, the strength of the people in this royal family is too strong. Under Chen Yi's gaze, a seemingly ordinary steward standing on the stage actually had the strength of the 7th-grade bone-forging realm, and not just any forged bone, but silver bone. Under Chen Yi's delusion-breaking god pupil, all the bones in the green-clothed old man's body blossomed with wisps of silver-white luster, while 3 inches of white light representing a peaceful attitude towards him surfaced on top of his head. Then, Chen Yi turned his gaze to the warden envoy Qin Ming, Northern Border County Lord Li Xuanyi, and the others who were seated high beside him. Warden Qin Ming, Qi and blood fluctuation, bone forging perfection realm body with silver bones, head with white light, supervisory prison commander Yi Shan, Qi and blood fluctuated, blood condensation realm perfection, white light mixed with light red on top of his head. Ha, this person is hostile to me. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed like he hadn't even spoken to him. Could it be that last time in the prison cell? Li Xianyi's compliment to him was taken up by this person's jealousy. Sure enough, human evil is everywhere. Yi-san, write it down in a little black book. A fleshly body of the 8th grade realm wouldn't be too much for the black-robed senior. Chen Yi put away this thought, and then turned his gaze to a beautiful maid next to Li Xianyi. Qi and blood fluctuated, and the perfect bone-forging realm was equipped with golden bones and a white light on the top of his head. Good fellow, a maid possessing a 7th grade consummate golden bone cultivation. Awesome. Seeing this, his gaze lingered slightly on the other party, and he was secretly staggered in his heart. Chen Yi then shifted his eyes from the maid to Li Xuanyi. Ha! There was a hint of glare in the white light above my head, which was a hint of goodwill toward me. But what is hidden inside her body at her chest? That seems to be a shrunken jade-colored figure? When Chen Yi looked over with his delusion-breaking divine pupil, he instantly discovered that at the internal organs of Li Xianyi's body, there was a longing of thick golden qi and blood transformed into a shadowy divine palace, and in the middle of the divine palace was a jade-colored figure sitting with his eyes closed. What realm is this? Refining the viscera or metamorphosis? Just when Chen Yi, with doubts in his heart, still wanted to take a better look, suddenly Li Xianyi was like sensing some sort of prying eyes. Her jade head violently turned to Chen Yi's side, her phoenix eyes having a divine light like a flash of electricity sweeping through them. Noticing the other party's discovery, frightened Chen Yi hurriedly withdrew his gaze and lowered his head. For some reason, Li Xianyi telepathically sensed just now that it seemed as if someone was spying on her, but when she went to trace the gaze she found nothing. Li Xianyi's face sank slightly as his gaze swept across the room. Who's spying on me? It was only after her search was fruitless that she withdrew her puzzled gaze, wondering if she had just created an illusion. At that moment, her eyes found Chen Yi in the group who was pretending to listen to the lecture. Her eyes fluctuated slightly, then she turned her head to the maid beside her and asked, Sheng Huan, what about the details of the jailed teenager I wanted you to investigate last time? For Chen Yi, her impression was still relatively deep. A 17 or 18-year-old jailer teenager with no background was able to cultivate to the late stage of skin refining. What kind of qualification was this? If Chen Yi was really clean, she would definitely want to take this kind of talent under her wing. As soon as Li Xuanyi's words fell, Sheng Huan first glanced towards Chen Yi, then bowed slightly and alertly replied back in a voiceover into mystery manner. County Lord, the investigation is clear. Oh, how? Li Xianyi similarly transmitted his voice and asked. Back to the county princess. The maidservant has investigated and found that this Chen Yi indeed has no background. He was born in the Yellow Mud Alley of the Northern Rogue City. His father was originally a jailer in the Northern Rogue Jail, and earlier this year, while escorting a prisoner, he encountered bandits who robbed the road, and after the disaster, his mother remarried an out-of-town merchant. This person, Chen Yi, usually has a penchant for inquiring about martial arts, but has not found out when he learned the martial arts he learned. At that, her tone paused before she said in a few surprised tones, however, the maidservant has found out that Chen Yi is quite talented. 2 months ago he secretly wrote the feudal gods under the name of the Northern Madness Sword Immortal and collaborated with the owner of the Luanghuan bookstore in the city to sell the book, earning more than 1,000 taels of silver. The slave girl guesses that this person might, perhaps use this to achieve a rapid breakthrough in martial arts. Li Xuanyi's eyes emerged with a look of surprise after listening to Qing Huan's narration. Qing Huan, are you sure he's the Northern Madness Sword Immortal who wrote the Seal of the Gods? Chapter 29, Lifting the Tripods, Lifting the Weights. Hearing the seriousness of his own sheriff, Qing Huan solemnly nodded his head and replied, Sheriff Master, after many secret investigations, the slave girl has determined that Chen Yi is the author who wrote the feudal gods' revelations. Receiving Qing Huan's confirmation, at this point, Li Xuanyi's gaze towards Chen Yi grew even more interested. She didn't continue to speak, only the light of her eyes turning deeper as she looked at Chen Yi. In the team, Chen Yi lowered his head, pretending in detail to listen to the old steward on the stage as he proclaimed the rules of the competition, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the northern border county lord and the pretty maid beside her seemed to have been staring at themselves. What a keen sense of perception. It won't be discovered. But didn't I just look at you? I didn't do anything else. Why are you always staring at me? Chen Yi was vigilant in his heart, secretly admonishing himself to be careful to avoid the attention of powerful martial artists when observing them with his delusion-breaking avatar in the future. And he did not know that his identity information, at this moment, has all been Li Xuanyi investigated about him. The powerlifting test will now begin. At that exact moment, the stage steward began to announce the official start of the grand competition test, finally drawing away the other party's observation. As soon as his voice fell, the jailers on the field consciously lined up and came to stand next to the bronze cauldron that was set up. Soon, there is a bold jailer took the lead to the edge of the field will be the identity plate to the old man gave a look, then came to the bronze tripod in front of a bowing force, both hands grasping both sides of the tripod ears. Successfully will be 500 pounds of heavy bronze tripod high above his head. This person, whom Chen Yi recognized as Song Jiu, was also a jailer in their prison cell, but was working under another lieutenant. 2 breaths later, Song Jiu's face blushed slightly as he put down the copper cauldron. Then he hesitated and came to the 1,000-pound copper cauldron next to him. Up! Song Jiu shouted fiercely and grabbed the bronze tripod with both hands with force to try and lift it up. Hiss! With the big tripod on the ground, friction scraping out the sound, and finally 2 inches above the ground position but also violently fell to the ground, issued a thud, a heavy muffled sound. Seeing the 1,000-pound copper tripod that almost fell in place, Song Jiu blushed and scratched his lower cheeks with his hand, and looked at the test old man next to him in a bad way. The old steward calmly glanced at Song Jiu, then checked a box against the back of the roster in his hand. Song Jiu, lifting the tripod 500 pounds, may be trained in prison. Next, as soon as the old man's words fell, another figure beside him walked towards the front. It's Mahara. Ding San saw the figure in front of him and let out a low cry. Brother Yat, how heavy a cauldron do you think my Yuan can lift? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at my Yuan for a moment, saying faintly, 500 pounds, I guess. Chen Yi can be so sure. Is that he found through observation 1,000 pounds as the threshold of the 9th grade martial artist, as long as the threshold can barely lift, and at this time on the field testers who have what strength, what realm in his delusion-breaking pupil all over the undoubtedly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for his words to sink in. Ahead then came the visitor reading out the test scores. Ma Yuan, lifting the tripod 500 pounds, may be trained in prison. Next, seeing one tester after another come forward, Ding San clenched his hands into fists, his eyes leaping into action. Lu Lin, lifting a tripod of 1,000 pounds, may participate in the martial arts competition later. Zhao Erju, lift the tripod 500 pounds, though, the powerlifting tests are going fast, as a name was read out. A few moments later, a dozen or so jailers completed the lifting strength test. Most of them were able to complete 500 pounds of lifting the tripod. A small number of them became 9th grade martial artists to complete 1,000 pounds of lifting the tripod. And the 8th grade blood condensation realm had not appeared so far. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yi, Ding San, and a handful of yet-to-be-tested individuals were left on the field. Lei Hung, on the other hand, stood calmly on the field with his arms wrapped around his chest, his eyes teasingly sizing up one of the upcoming testers. In his opinion, today's test was destined to be a good time for him. Lei Hung, to win the crown and make a name for himself in front of the Northern Border Sheriff, the Warden, and the others. That's why he waited until the last minute to make his appearance in order to achieve mastery. The test continued, and soon only Ding San, Chen Yi, and Lei Hong were left without going forward. Seeing Chen Yi beside him, who hadn't moved, Lei Hong couldn't help but taunt him. What? You don't have the guts to go on now. If you are afraid of our life and death match, as long as you kowtow to me in front of everyone present and apologize, I will spare you. In the face of Lei Hang's provocation, Chen Yi smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and ignored the other party as he gently tapped Ding San and said, Sanner, it's your turn. Aha. Ding San nodded his head vigorously, then took his identity nameplate and showed it to the old man before arriving at the 500 caddy cauldron. Up! With a stern shout, Ding San smoothly grabbed the cauldron and raised it above his head. After stopping for a few breaths, he put down the copper tripod and came to the 1,000 pound cauldron. Rise and drink, only to see Ding San's forehead veins rippling under his bending and exertion. The 1,000 caddy cauldron was finally slowly plucked up by him and lifted over his head to finally land with a bang. With the dull sound of the cauldron landing on the ground, the old man in charge gave Ding San a satisfied look before calmly reading, Ding San, lifting the cauldron for 1,000 pounds, may participate in the great martial competition later. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Ding San returned to Chen Yi with a face full of excitement and whispered, Brother Yi, I've made it. His words reached Lei Hang's ears, and he turned his head to mock disdainfully, what's there to be happy about? A waist that can barely step through the threshold of skin refining. Chen Yi, you're the only one left now. Why don't you go up and test? Of course I can't do anything about it if you're afraid of dying and not getting on. It's just that someone's boast from yesterday is going to be a joke. Ha ha ha, said he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The moment his words fell, he immediately caused the surrounding people to talk and pay attention. Obviously for yesterday's two people agreed. In the Northern Rogue Prison agreed on the stage to fight to the death of the matter has spread. The field for the strength of the two of them, the crowd is also the most expected. One was a veteran skin refining powerhouse or a breakthrough, and the other was a dark horse that had suddenly burst onto the scene. Their fight naturally became in order to be the most interesting thing in today's martial arts competition. Moreover, in the world where the great dryads' martial arts are honored, where strength and bravery are revered, the officials are not very likely to stop such private bets. Chen Yi did not care in the face of Lei Hang's provocation, nor did he care about the gazes of the crowd watching from the sidelines. How can the sparrow know the will of the swan? And how can the ant know the power of the elephant? He only needed to gently reveal a little bit of his strength, and he could punch these provocative people to death. Therefore, in the face of Lei Hang's provocation, he always held a powerful spectator-like mentality in his mind. The thought moved his feet. Under the crowd's expectant teasing gaze, Chen Yi calmly presented his identity nameplate, then walked directly to the 1,000-pound bronze cauldron, and calmly lifted and lowered the cauldron without blushing or gasping. The bronze tripod fell to the ground without a sound. Move naturally and lift weights. This teenager is a talent. The testing old man gazed at Chen Yi's movements and nodded happily saying, Chen Yi, lifting the tripod for 1,000 pounds will allow you to participate in the martial Dao competition later. Good. At this point, even the people next to him couldn't help but applaud Chen Yi for this power. Seeing the wind caused by Chen Yi, Lei Hang's face was cold, and he could no longer hold back. Humph. Chapter 30, Melee, Capturing the School Captain. Only Lei Hong snorted coldly, not waiting for Chen Yi to return to the group. He then came to the field with a big stride, and after presenting his body nameplate he stood next to the 1,000 pound cauldron, and proudly glanced around at the crowd of jailers. Give me a rise. Lei Hong let out a cold snort from his mouth, and suddenly he reached out and slapped his palm on the side of the bronze cauldron. Knock! The dull, thick sound of clashing bronze echoed overhead. Knock! Before his voice fell, Lei Hong immediately followed by stretching his foot upwards and kicking. The 1,000 weight bronze cauldron was even kicked more than half a meter off the ground by him. Lei Hong then took half a step forward, grabbed the waist-high bronze tripod with one hand, and easily lifted the bronze tripod over his head with his right hand. Good, good, beautiful, or Thunder Jailhead is awesome. Awesome. I'm afraid Thunder Prison Head has broken through to the refined skin perfection realm. Seeing that Lei Hong was holding up the bronze cauldron with one hand and wandering around the field, the crowd on the sidelines couldn't help but applaud and applaud. Raising the tripod with one hand, this kind of strength was clearly again more extraordinary than Chen Yi's movements in front of him. Lei Hong, lifting a tripod of 1,000 pounds, may participate in the martial arts competition later. The testing old man nodded with satisfaction at this, and then drew an emphatic check mark above Lei Hong's name on the roster. The hustle and bustle of the arena did not affect Li Xianyi, Shin Ming and others on the stage. At best, let those lieutenants, commander-level characters in the eyes of the surprise of a hand, because in the eyes of all of them who had the strength to see it, as long as they reached the late stage of skin refining, they could almost all easily do what Lei Hong had done, wait for the clamor to stop a bit. Soon the real test of the martial arts competition began, but all the skin refining martial artists who had lifted more than 1,000 pounds of weight stood in the schoolyard's more skillful ring, and each of them found a corner position to stand guardedly. Chenny swept his eyes and realized that there were a total of 8 people who had reached the 9th grade of martial arts, and several of them were past prison heads like Lei Hong, who had a decent martial arts background under their belt. At this time, Ding San stood nervously next to Chen Yi. In a low voice, he inquired, "Brother Yi, this competition is a melee. How are we going to fight?" Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Don't worry, just don't leave me too far away when the melee starts later." For this competition, Chen Yi was prepared to expose his strength at the late stage of skin refining, and as long as Ding San didn't leave him too far away, he was certain that he would be able to protect him from being the first to go out. After seeing the crowd on stage ready, the green-clothed old man nodded gently and declared the rules once more. This round of competition adopts the mode of weaponless melee. You and the other 8 people can let go of their hands. If there is a crisis of life and death, there will be someone who will come to the rescue. The 3 winners who remain on the stage are finally decided and promoted to lieutenant. The old man did not speak without any delay, and after the rules were spoken he immediately announced the start of the competition. Now the contest begins. As soon as the words fell, the 8 people on the field were dressed in simple, close-fitting martial arts uniforms, each with a cold light and ruthlessness in their eyes, revealing firmness and boldness between their brows, as if regardless of whether they won or lost, they had already placed honor above life and death. Kill! I don't know who uttered the word kill with ferocity. Instantly the figures of the 8 people rushed together. Iron body kung fu, crash mountain leaning, hybrid pave, bang, bang, bang. In an instant the clashing figures of the crowd exchanging blows weaved together. In the space of a breath, Shinny felt his surroundings usher in an attack from 5 people. 10 hands, fists, palms, and a few uncharacteristic brute force attacks mixed in. Chen Yi's eyes stared. It seemed that these people did not dare to touch Lei Hong, the thorn in their side, and instead planned to remove themselves as a threat first. It could be seen from their silent coordination that all 8 people on the field, with the exception of Lei Hong and Ding San, attacked themselves with all their movements. Unfortunately, they had misjudged Chen Yi's strength. He wasn't even in the middle stage of skin refining as everyone had guessed, and with Chen Yi's physical attributes nowadays, even if he didn't use his martial arts to stand still, they wouldn't be able to injure a single hair of sweat. Of course, Chen Yi wouldn't spoil them. Facing the fist shadows around him, Chen Yi stomped his feet, standing like a divine pillar in the sky, while his hands struck out like electricity, quickly using his physical body's brute force in conjunction with his late-stage skin refining strength to counterattack in the past. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, only a crunching sound was heard as a fist shadow erupted. The 5 figures that had surrounded Chen Yi all had horrified faces as they were sent flying out by Chen Yi's punch. And so, at this point, a very strange scene occurred between the rabbits on the field. On the field, Lei Hong stood still, while the remaining 5 people attacked Chen Yi at the same time, leaving only Ding San standing on the sidelines. This situation was as if it had been discussed beforehand, and anyone who was attacked by 5 people of the same realm at the same time would be instantly defeated. However, the bizarre result just appeared. The 5 people who had quickly attacked Chen Yi actually had their fists directly blasted off the ring by Chen Yi's fists with the same quick stance. At this point, other than Chen Yi, only Lei Hong and Ding San, who hadn't reacted yet, were left on the field. This is over before it even starts? Ding San foolishly looked at Chen Yi, countless surprises surfacing in his mind. This is what Chen Yi said about not getting too far away from him. What exactly is his strength? Lei Hong watched as Chen Yi instantly knocked the people surrounding him off the ring, and his originally relaxed and careless demeanor instantly became collected. His pupils shrunk violently as if he was staring at prey dangerously towards Chen Yi, sinister thoughts flashing in his mind. Damn, this kid has some natural strength. Unfortunately, the more powerful you are, the more I have to eradicate you in advance. The green-clothed old man did not care about the astonishment and unbelief of the crowd under the arena, and he coldly swept his eyes over the several people who had been knocked out of the ring, and then he announced the results in a heated manner. The match is over. Chen Yi, Lei Hong, and Ding San are the last to stick around on the stage. The 3 of you are victorious, promoted to lieutenant and given the option to challenge the commander, with the winner taking the position of commander. As soon as his words fell, a considerable amount of chatter sprang up in the arena. This is the end? I was expecting a grueling melee, but what did we end up watching? Watching loneliness. Of course, there were also those who had been blasted off the stage by Chen Yi who unwillingly climbed up and stared indignantly at Chen Yi as he pleaded. My lord, Just now we were just careless for a moment before we fell off. Can we be given another chance? That way the outcome of the game is also more fair and convincing." The old man in green smiled coldly at his words. He looked at Lu Lin, who had spoken these words, with a gaze filled with scrutiny and disdain. "Fair? Does the enemy speak to you of fairness on the battlefield? And does your opponent forgive you for your carelessness? How fair? You're already dead." After saying that, a suffocatingly powerful martial Dao pressure enveloped the several people who had failed under the field, instantly scaring them all pale and no longer daring to show half a bit of unwillingness. Obviously, the unassuming old man in front of them was a powerful person that they could not afford to provoke at all. In the end, Lu Lin and the others' lips were glutinous, and ultimately some words in their hearts did not dare to speak out, and then they silently retreated to the side. Chen Yi watched the conversation between the two, his gaze calmly rippling, while in his heart, he wondered, "It's time to end this. I've only revealed my strength at the late stage of skin refining, so I shouldn't attract anyone else's attention. I just don't know how much the system's chi will increase with this capture of the great dry captain." At this time, the system has not yet responded. Chen Yi estimated that it is to wait for the official position of lieutenant to officially come down. The system chi will increase. Chen Yi gazed at the panel in front of him. On hold. Chapter 31, Displaying Physical Strength, Shocking Thunder Crossing. After reprimanding Lu Lin and the others, the green-clothed old man slowly came onto the stage at this time. His gaze swept over Chen Yi's trio as he introduced himself. "My name is Ching So Tim as the steward of the king's residence. Congratulations to the three of you for capturing the position of lieutenant today. In our northern border prison and military system, the lieutenant is the lowest ranking official position, and above that there is the position of commander, warden, or partial general. We, the great dryad martial officers, put martial arts first, and now you may choose a commander to challenge, and the winner will automatically be promoted to commander, enjoying the salary and martial arts treatment of a commander." Speaking here, the old man from Qingsao's voice paused, and then encouraged with a few tones of anticipation. "If you can be promoted to commander, you will be able to pick 2 7th-grade bone forging realm martial arts techniques from the King's House's Listening Tide Pavilion. The school captain, on the other hand, can select 2 8th-rank realm martial arts in the Listening Tide Pavilion." Upon hearing the 7th-grade martial arts, the jailers under the field immediately revealed envious looks, and Lei Hung couldn't contain a trace of ambition and desire from his eyes. He knew that some of the commanders in the prison cell were only at the 8th-grade blood condensation realm cultivation. He still had a chance to challenge them. Only Chen Yi, after learning that the commander could only choose a 7th-grade martial art, was not too interested. What he liked right now was the 6th-grade secret method of refining the filth and nourishing the spirit. Other martial arts didn't have much appeal to him. Qingso's gaze swept emphatically over the duo of Chen Yi and Lei Hang, taking in the dissimilarities in each of their eyes. "Now what will you choose?" Facing his inquiry, Ding San scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and self-consciously stepped forward. "My lord, I will not choose. With my current strength, lieutenant is sufficient, and I will come back to serve the royal family further in the future when my strength improves." Hearing the latter half of Ding San's sentence, Qingso's gaze became much lighter. To know that their royal family spend resources cost, make such a big movement to organize the martial arts competition. For the Li family is not to search for talent training for themselves. He was naturally more satisfied with someone as young and sensible as Ding San. Thinking of this, Qingchao looked at Ding San, and added a word of encouragement in passing. "Well, you're not bad either. At such a young age, although you have just stepped into a 9th-grade martial artist, as long as you work hard you will have great potential in the future." Receiving the old man's praise, Ding San looked uplifted and happily responded. "Thank you for your encouragement, my lord. Thank you, your highness, for cultivating me." After saying that, Ding San didn't forget to salute towards Li Shenyi, who was seated on the high platform before slowly retreating. Seeing this, Chen Yi's eyes lit up slightly. This guy Ding San has a good head on his shoulders. He can see the intent behind today's match and knows who is the master of the northern border. After Ding San walked towards the stage, Qingso's gaze looked towards the duo of Chen Yi Lei Hang, but before Chen Yi could utter a word, Lei Hung, who was on the side, couldn't wait and cupped his fists. "My lord, I am prepared to challenge for the position of commander, but before that, I'm going to have a scheduled life and death fight with him." With that, Lei Hung pointed his gaze coldly at Chen Yi. Hearing this, Qingso's gaze flickered as he looked towards Chen Yi in confusion. Chen Yi nodded and calmly explained, "This is indeed the case." Seeing this, the green old man nodded. "Both so, the two of you on the test summit, but you two are my northern border talent. Non-deep hatred is not required to fight a life and death. Can see a high and low winners and losers can be." Lei Hang's strength of the 8th grade within his body naturally could not be hidden from him. Thus, his words still left the tone of the bout. After all, like Chen Yi, this kind of young talent, he also do not want the other side of the halberd in the hands of Lei Hang. He deeply know in the eyes of his own county master Ten Lei Hang also than a Chen Yi such a genius. "Yes, my lord," Hearing Qing Cao's command, Lei Hong could only give a reluctant reply. In a flash, only Lei Hong and Chen Yi were left standing opposite each other on the field. Lei Hong's gaze was as aggressive as fire as he confidently and arrogantly looked at Chen Yi and said, "Chen Yi, I still say that it's hard for anyone to tell if life or death is an accident in the competition arena. Today, as long as you kowtow to me on the spot and apologize for your mistake, I can pass over it." Hearing this, Chen Yi shook his head with an indifferent expression. "I really don't know where I've made a mistake. Guilty of making you take it so personally. Well, in that case, let's split the difference with fists and feet." As soon as the words fell, Lei Hong's body transformed into a streak of running thunder and rushed towards Chen Yi, utilizing his mastery of martial arts. Mountain-destroying palm. A harsh palm wind came crashing down on his face. Chen Yi's eyes stared as he immediately urged his chi and blood power, which was approximately at the late stage of skin refining, to strike a whip fist to fend it off. Pop, pop. Soon the two men's silhouettes staggered, and a chain of fists and palms clashed down, setting off continuous explosions in the ring. A few breaths later, Chen Yi interrupted his opponent's attack with a punch, and his own body couldn't help but take a few steps backwards. Just now, although Lei Hong was somewhat shocked by Chen Yi's strength and difficulty, after seeing that he had the upper hand, he attacked even more furiously, recklessly displaying his martial strength of breaking through the 8th grade realm amidst the crowd's surprise. Facing the mad dog like Lei Hong, Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as his eyes flickered, a ray of impatience and danger flashing out in his eyes. Damn, it looks like the power of chi and blood from the late stage of skin refining alone won't be able to suppress this guy. In that case, then I can only expose a bit of my fleshly strength, and in case it draws attention to myself, say that I was born with divine power to muddle through. After all, in this world, there are indeed some people who are born with steel bones and natural strength. He had even seen on the Xian Tian Pavilion's intelligence that some people were born with some sort of mysterious physique, and as soon as they were discovered, they were directly snatched away by the various holy places, and Chen Yi suspected that those physiques might be the legendary immortal cultivation spiritual roots. Well, anyway, no matter what, we can't reveal our 8th grade blood condensation realm cultivation. With a thought, Chen Yi turned back to his senses and prepared to strike hard. Bang! A palm caged with a huge blood shadow bully pressed down towards Chen Yi, but this time, Chen Yi directly turned around to avoid the palm, and then transformed his elbow into a giant pillar with a close shaking heavenly lean, directly crashing into Lei Hong's body. That wasn't all. The next thing Chen Yi did was to directly display a style of fighting attack against attack, fighting for his life, completely relying on his extraordinary physical strength to attack Lei Hong with his body plastered against him. I bump, I bump, I bump, bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen moves passed, the situation on the field flipped over, facing Chen Yi's rough and brutal physical attack. For a while, Lei Hong's chi and blood power simply could not withstand it. Suddenly, the field was in a heated collision. Lei Hong's body was suddenly knocked off and fell to the ground by another move from Chen Yi, followed by a fine cracking sound of bones coming from his body. Put! Lei Hong fell to the ground and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, coloring a large portion of the ring. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. This bout actually ended with Lei Hong's defeat, having the bones in his body shattered alive by Chen Yi's physical strength. Even if he were to ask a famous doctor to cure him later, it was estimated that the whole person would end up as a cripple. You lose. Chen Yi walked up to Lei Hong and looked down at him and said indifferently, I lost? I've broken through to the 8th rank realm. I should have made a big splash today to win the position of school lieutenant, or even commander. How could I lose? Lei Hong murmured under his breath, seemingly unable to accept his defeat. At this moment, he was seriously injured. His eyes were listless and almost out of focus, but when he touched Chen Yi's deep and calm eyes, he suddenly felt as if he was facing a pool of abyss. His pupils shrunk violently from Chen Yi's strange and calm eyes, so that he seemed to think of something, and the whole person was as stimulated to go crazy and yell, No, no, I didn't lose to you. I can't lose to you. You're not Chen Yi. Chen Yi, I understand. That's a mudblood who can't do anything. It's impossible to have such a strong strength in such a short period of time. You're an evil spirit. Lei Hong's voice whistled, full of wretchedness and unwillingness, as well as a trace of inexplicable fear of death. He cried out, his mind racing with thoughts of how to get out of the situation at hand. Yes, only by screwing this little guy will I be able to live. Sit on his identity as an evil spirit, or else there's no way to explain away the source of this strength. A dark thought flashed into his mind. Suddenly, Lei Hong struggled and turned toward the stage, yelling out toward the cold-eyed Li Xin-yi, Warden, Master of the Division, I request that you thoroughly investigate Chen Yi's identity. He definitely cheated. He must be possessed by an evil spirit. There's no way he could have gained that kind of strength in just 2 months. Many of my fellow jailers in the field can corroborate what I have said. Chapter 32, County Lord's Test. Junior Bully Tiger. As soon as Lei Hang's words fell, the jailers under the field also looked skeptically at Chen Yi upon hearing his words, and began to discuss them in a concordant manner. As Lei Hang had said, Chen Yi's short period of rising momentum was truly unheard of and unseen, and the point is that Chen Yi stayed with them every day. What he ate and what he did, he even knew how to fart, so how could he suddenly defeat Lei Hang, who had been promoted to the flesh condensation realm? At this point, some people held jealousy in their hearts and couldn't wait for Chen Yi to be bad, and some people couldn't help but really believe Lei Hang's words in their hearts. After all, in the great dry world, there are indeed demons and evil spirits possessing all sorts of incredible magical powers that can sneak among humans to suck their essence or kill them secretly. This kind of thing was rumored a dozen years ago, at the White Bone Ridge at the mouth of Dashan Shinkai outside of the northern Rogue City, where an evil spirit possessed a human soldier and massacred hundreds of barrack soldiers in a single night. Lei Hang's sound words were like throwing a huge stone on the surface of the schoolyard lake, which quickly set off ripples and murmurs. The crowd all turned their skeptical gazes towards Chen Yi. In the face of so many people's skepticism, Ding San under the field was secretly anxious for Chen Yi, but he couldn't say anything strong to refute it. It was clear that victory and defeat had already been decided in the ring, but Lei Hang's tribe had placed Chen Yi among the targets of suspicion. Bloody hell. Seeing the scene grow chaotic, as the biggest official position in the Northern Road prison in plain sight, Warden Qin Ming was a bit of a sitting duck, his brows furrowed slightly, his gaze slightly dissatisfied as he looked towards the duo of Lei Hang and Chen Yi, annoyance already growing in his heart. A good competition was made into such a mess by his men. How does this make him look good in front of Li Xianyi? Qin Ming hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists toward Li Xuanyi, County Lord. Unfortunately, his words were interrupted just as they left his mouth, as Li Xianyi sat motionless in his jade armor, his expression calm as he gazed down on Chen Yi below. Read on. 3 cold words dripped from the corners of her lips, and no one could tell from her expression what was going on inside her mind at that moment. On this side, Lei Hang watched the atmosphere on the sidelines being mobilized by his words, and it was as if he felt like he had once again become the center of the world, as if he had really caught the incriminating evidence that Chen Yi was possessed by an evil spirit. Lei Hang turned his head back and gazed grimly into Chen Yi's calm eyes. Humph. So what if you defeated me? Let's see how I'll make you lose your reputation. I can't believe I can't dig up the secrets in you. Deliberate thoughts flashed through Lei Hang's mind, and he decided to enter the game with his own body, adding another fire to the scene to force his superiors to agree. With a thought, Lei Hang once again looked upwards at Li Xianyi and the others, his voice pleading earnestly as he prayed. It is a matter of safety and security for my northern border. My subordinate requests that Lord Sheriff Master withdraws to check Chen Yi's identity. If there is any wrongdoing, I am willing to die for it. When these words fell, they exploded like thunder from the flat earth. He went so far as to personally make a promise to die in thanksgiving in front of so many people. How much courage it took, how sure he was, if he had really wronged Chen Yi, it would be a real death sentence. At this point, Chen Yi instantly became the center of the entire schoolyard. Unfortunately, under everyone's gaze, he still had an open and calm gaze as he watched it all unfold. The turtle breath technique was utilized to the extreme within him, collecting the chi and blood fluctuations within his body. Only he knew exactly where his strength came from, so Chen Yi wasn't worried about other people's detection at all. Make a scene. Let's see how this scene ends today. At this time, Li Xianyi's gaze finally landed on Chen Yi and spoke. Chen Yi, what do you have to say about this? Chen Yi heard this and looked towards Li Xianyi and slightly cupped his fists in response. Everything but at the command of the county princess. Good. Li Xuanyi nodded and said, the word evil spirit is a matter of the safety of the people of Northern Rogue, so I would rather err on the side of suspicion than let it go. Since Lei Hang is willing to die to request a thorough investigation of you, then this highness cannot stop it. After saying that, her calm jade eyes gazed at Chen Yi before reaching back and signaling for a majestic teenager dressed in black power suit to come forward. This teenager had broad shoulders and skin as hard as bronze. His eyes were firm, and the corners of his mouth under the high bridge of his nose always hung an imperceptible smile, revealing an innate confidence and dominance. Bully Tiger, you are endowed with the innate pure yang qi to wipe out evil and avoid retreating at the sight of it. Now you go down to test whether Chen Yi has any evil spirits stooping over him. The majestic young man known as Bahu sniffed and bowed. Yes, County Lord. After saying that, he got off the field and walked towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi's eyes turned as he gazed at this black-clothed teenager. At the blood condensation perfection realm, the martial essence blood in the body has the momentum of a blazing sun, and the power of chi in blood surges and rages more than several times over ordinary blood condensation perfection. The head shows a jade-like white light, mixed with some greenish air. Well, it was held to be friendly to me. Chen Yi secretly nodded his head in his heart, guessing that this northern border sheriff's move might have another deep meaning. But how was this teenager going to test him? Just as Chen Yi was wondering in his mind, Li Xianyi once again spoke out in a broad voice. Chen Yi, The fact that you were able to stand out amongst the many jailers shows that your strength and talent are all good. This move, although it is to minimize the suspicion on you, my northern border royal house will never let a genius suffer a single grievance that he shouldn't have. Speaking here, Li Xianyi paused before continuing his speech. The young man in front of you is about the same age as you. He is not only equipped with innate pure yang qi stained with which evil can be discerned, but also possesses the strength of a perfect 8-pin realm, and has broken the record of 100 kills early on in my northern border army. Therefore, this time, if you can receive 3 of his slaps without defeat, it is enough to prove your martial prowess within the 8th rank. I shall promote you to the position of commander. Her voice was clear and resonated throughout the room, her phoenix eyes gazing at the people under the stage to show the royal family's attitude towards talent. Commander, damn, it's this kid again who was valued by the sheriff. Hearing this, even the lieutenants standing on one side were vaguely envious in their hearts as to why it wasn't themselves standing on the field. Chen Yi's heart also set off a wave of intent when he heard this. In the Big Dry system, the commander is considered a not-so-small 6th rank official, almost half a step above the county magistrate's master. If I can really be a commander, it should be a great boost to my chi. The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly alerted himself. Forget it, no matter what, I can't expose my strength too much. Even if I don't become the commander, I don't have to be in a hurry this time anyway. What I gain, I lose. Just try it with physical strength. Chen Yi's thoughts collected, and the black-clothed boy had already stood before him. Looking at this majestic teenager whose body was nearly twice as big as his, an invisible overbearing pressure came over him like a mountain. Looking at Chen Yi's eyes focused, he seemed to be prepared. Bully Tiger warned, "Be careful, I'm going to make a palm strike." With that, he extended a palm towards Chen Yi's chest. Chen Yi stared at it and similarly used his physical strength to meet it head-on with a palm. Bang! The two of them pressed their palms together. At that moment, Chen Yi felt a huge force of several thousand pounds hit him, causing his body to involuntarily sway towards the back. But what shocked him even more was that when their palms touched, there was a scorching heat like the blazing sun surging into his body through his palms. Could this be his innate pure yang qi? Chapter 33, Promotion to Commander. Level 1 Qi Luck. The innate pure yang qi flowed around in Chen Yi's body before dissipating. Seeing this, Baju's eyes lit up. Through the test just now, he had already ruled out the suspicion that Chen Yi was possessed by an evil spirit. Moreover, Chen Yi's power also caught his eye. Although he had only used more than 20% of his power in the initial test just now, he was still able to rival a senior early-stage blood condensation. Seeing this and withdrawing his palm imprint, Baji who showed a hint of interest in his eyes and reminded him, "Next is my second slap." Chen Yi nodded slightly in response. Bang! This time, the palm winds from the collision of the two men's palms set off the surrounding energies in all directions. However, Chen Yi's body was instead as steady as Mount Taishan as he had judged the Baja Tiger's power, and this time he used 60% of his physical strength. Seeing that the second palm still did not repel Chen Yi, a hint of wariness erupted in the eyes of the bastard tiger. Third slap. When the sound fell, the second palm had not yet rested, and the third palm came immediately after. This time, Bahu used 80% of his own strength, and thick qi and blood power rushed through his body, pooling into his palms. Chen Yi's eyes stared at him with concentration. In fact, he also wanted to measure what kind of degree he could achieve with his physical strength alone. With a low shout, the palms of the two of them violently collided together. Bang! Sky-shattering roars spread throughout the ring, and the air seemed to be torn apart by their power. A terrifying force was released from the palms of both sides, and powerful waves of energy swept across the four directions, releasing unparalleled pure power might. Chen Yi felt as if he had slapped his palm on a small mountain pile that had crashed into him head-on, forcing his body to involuntarily produce a subtle tremor. So strong. This palm is feared to have the power of the late blood condensation realm. I should be able to block it if I put my best foot forward, but that would seem too out of character. Right at the moment when their palms connected, the thoughts in Chen Yi's mind had already flashed several times like electricity. Soon, with a violent roar, Chen Yi pretended to be powerless and retreated. Thump! Bam! Chen Yi retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row before he stood still, gathering his form to calmly look across the room. When the Baja Tiger saw Chen Yi's figure that was still able to stand still, shock and admiration surfaced in his eyes. Although he sensed in his heart that Chen Yi seemed to have withdrawn his strength in the end in an attempt to hide his strength, he had never been a talkative person and would not poke holes in it on the spot. In the end, Bully Tiger nodded slightly towards Chen Yi and said faintly, "You are not possessed by an evil spirit, but are born with divine power. Hopefully next time we'll be able to officially cross paths once." After saying that, he turned around and returned to stand behind Li Xuanyi. The 3 palms had finished, not only proving that Chen Yi was not possessed by an evil spirit, but also allowing Chen Yi to be promoted to commander. At that moment, on and off the field, the gazes towards Chen Yi became complicated. There was shock, as well as jealousy and envy, but no one dared to make lies about Chen Yi anymore. Only Lei Heng, who had fallen to the side, stared at Chen Yi with his eyes wordlessly. Hell knows how desperate he felt in his heart just now as he watched Chen Yi spar with the 3 palms of the bastard tiger. This was not supposed to be the end of his day. Participating in the martial Dao competition with the strength of the blood condensation realm, he should have been the new star of the prison guards who were in the spotlight today, and should have been promoted to lieutenant or even challenged to win the position of commander. Instead, he ended up with a serious injury and died in Thanksgiving. Why is this? Why? Lei Heng couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure out how Chen Yi, such a mud-legged man, suddenly had this kind of strength, how he was born with divine power. Da. The sound of approaching footsteps pulled Lei Heng's footsteps back, but unfortunately Chen Yi didn't give him another chance to keep thinking. Lei Heng struggled to raise his head to look angrily at Chen Yi. Cut yourself. Chen Yi looked down at Lei Heng on the ground with a calm gaze and said coldly. The field was quiet as a pin drop at this moment, and everyone stared intently at the duo. Watch how Lei Heng, the man who provoked the fight and was waiting to die, reacted. Ha ha ha. Lei Heng looked into Chen Yi's calm, deep eyes that looked down on him and involuntarily let out a miserable laugh. Ho ho, Chen Yi, I'll be waiting for you on the Yellow Springs Road. The blood froth coming out of his mouth accompanied by miserable laughter grew bigger and bigger, and finally Lei Heng fiercely lifted his palm and chopped on his own heavily cap. Put, cerebral disintegration. Finally, a body fell helplessly to the ground. Lei Yak, die. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Chen Yi shook his head in his mind. Hey, in fact, I really just want to hide in a prison cell and quietly chop down trees to become stronger. But the road is chosen by yourself, and you have to push yourself step by step to this point. Lei Heng's death didn't make waves. Soon there were royal officers below who came up to the stage and dragged his body away. Good. Just as the atmosphere on the field became slightly silent, Li Xianyi suddenly praised. She straightened up and gazed at Chen Yi with those brilliant star-like eyes, saying approvingly, Chen Yi, you're very good. From now on, you are the commander of my northern rogue prison. After saying that, she nodded towards Chen Yi in satisfaction, and then turned towards the inner courtyard of the royal residence. Looking at Li Xuanyi's disappearing back, a trace of surprise appeared in Chen Yi's eyes. This was the second time he had heard the words "you're very good" from the mouth of this northern border county lord. The first time was in the northern rogue prison, when the other party surveyed his hidden martial realm. For some reason, looking at the departing Li Xuanyi, Chen Yi had a strong feeling that he was afraid that he was being targeted by this woman. Hey, I don't know if this feels good or bad. With Li Xianyi's departure, today's grand competition was considered to have officially come to an end. The many jailers were in a big competition, and the original 3 who were finally promoted to lieutenant became 2. Ding San was promoted to lieutenant and Chen Yi was promoted to commander. Soon after, Xing So, who was in charge of the martial arts competition, walked up to Chen Yi and Ding San and issued the identity tokens marking the school lieutenant, the commander, to the 2 of them. Congratulations to both of you. This is your identity token. Now you may follow me to the Wang Fu's Listening Tide Pavilion to choose your martial arts. As soon as his words fell, a trace of excitement surfaced in Ding San's eyes. Hearing Tide Pavilion? Sounds like a secret library of martial arts. Even a hint of interest surfaced in Chen Yi's eyes, but just as he received the Black Commander identity token, suddenly, the attribute panel in front of him produced a burst of change like a treacherous wave of clouds, and a wisp of dense air lingered above the panel. This change did not stop until a while had passed, and at that moment, Chen Yi and Ding San were already following Qingqiao on the path to the Listening Tide Pavilion. On the way, Chen Yi's eyes looked at the attribute panel in front of him from time to time. A few moments later, Chen Yi felt a vague vibration in his mind. He knew that would be the end of the system upgrade. Sure enough, the identity of the heck in front of him took a new turn. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 122. Identity, Level 1 Karma, 20/1000. Great Dry Prison Commander. Realm, Bone Forging Realm, complete. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Perfection 100 out of 100. Kuei Nyo Kung Fu, Second Level Perfection 100 out of 100. Turtle Breath Technique, 100 out of 100. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Blood, 200. Power, 110. Defense, 106. Agility, 102. Spirit, 109. Chen Yi gazed at the panel and realized that everything else remained unchanged, except in the identity column which had become a commander, and an extra level of chakra in front of the identity. He knew there had to be more to the system change than that. Thoughts. Chen Yi's consciousness instantly entered the system space. Chapter 34, The Great Tree Blossoms, Cultivating the Immortal Spiritual Roots. Sure enough, what met Chen Yi's eyes was still a dark, hazy space without sky and earth. with the divine tree of Qi quietly rooted in the Grey Land. But after Chen Yi's careful perception found that this mysterious space has become a bit bigger than before, and the divine tree of fortune is also 7 or 8 meters taller than before. More conspicuous was the light golden cloud that enveloped and lingered around the tree, which became much denser to the naked eye. Instead, the beginning of the smoke-like clear gas still did not see any increase. So far Chen Yi has not been able to figure out what that clear gas represents. With regards to the change in the golden Qi, Chen Yi took it for granted, yet he always felt that something was missing. It can't just be that the space got a little bit bigger, can it? Chen Yi gazed blearily at the divine tree in front of him, and thought somewhat unwillingly in his heart. Suddenly, as his eyes roamed the divine tree in front of him, he noticed that a fist-sized golden flower had been born on a forked branch to the left of the tree's main pole. Although this flower was hidden by the lush green leaves, only revealing half of its petals, it was still noticed by Chen Yi. The big tree is blooming. Is this going to bear fruit? Chen Yi's mouth seemed to murmur as he read, and when his gaze rested on the golden flowers, he immediately discovered an interesting phenomenon. This flower appeared to grow not by drawing on the nutrients in the branches of the tree trunk, but by drawing on the golden Qi power above the tree. Under Chen Yi's eyes, there were wisps of golden clouds slowly seeping in towards the inside of the golden petals, thus disappearing. This flower feeds on Qi. Let's just call you the Qigong divine flower. It's just that I don't know how much longer I have to wait before it bears fruit. After studying it for a bit, Chen Yi exited the system space with anticipation in his heart. After half an hour, Chen Yi and Ding San, led by Chang So, bypassed a long corridor in pavilions and water pavilions, and after passing through a wide courtyard, the three of them finally arrived at a pool lake as big as a soccer field. In the middle of the lake, there is a 6-story tower, above which hangs a plaque with the words Hearing Tide Pavilion. The Hearing Tide Pavilion has arrived. As the three of them came to the shore, Xingqiao spoke out. As soon as his voice fell, there was an old man with a long white beard dressed in white, standing on a sampan drifting towards himself and the others in a boat below the tower in the middle of the lake. That's right, float. No one paddles. The white-clothed old man stands on the sampan as if he were an immortal, and the sampan sails automatically without wind, in the posture of a supreme master. This old man should be the supreme expert guarding the secret pavilion. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi pondered in his heart, and let me use my delusion-breaking divine pupil to observe him. But this time he had experience. His gaze didn't stay on the other party to probe. His eyes just swept over naturally. Ha! What realm is this? Under Chen Yi's gaze, a white Qi light emerged from the top of the old man's head, but in addition to that there was even a mist like water surging towards the old man's body. As for the Qi and blood seen within the opponent's body, it was all blocked by this mist. What exactly is this person's realm? And he seems to be in a different situation from Li Xuani. Chen Yi was worried about being detected by the other party, and when he saw this he quickly retracted his gaze. Perhaps if he looked a little longer, he should be able to see the truth behind the fog, but it would inevitably wake the other side. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze and stood quietly waiting, but his heart was actually not calm at all. First Li Xuani, then this white-bearded old man. There's also that genius youngster Bahu, and a random steward maid in the royal residence also has the 7th rank realm. It's almost as if the masters are all over the place and the 7 pins are less than a dog. The water in this northern border king's mansion is just too deep. Chen Yi secretly sighed. Originally he was still a bit complacent after breaking through the 7th grade consummation, but after a short walk around the royal residence today, he felt that his realm at this point was nothing at all. At the same time, Chen Yi also felt that he knew too little about realms above the 7th grade, like Li Xuani and this white-bearded old man, who stood in front of him not knowing what realm the other was in. Just as Chen Yi was thinking about raising his awareness of the realm, the white-clothed old man had already arrived in front of the several people in his sampan. When Xingqiao saw the other party, he hurriedly bowed and explained, "Greetings to Elder Bai. These two teenagers are the final winners of the martial Dao competition arranged by His Highness the County Lord this time, and I've brought them here to listen to the Tide Pavilion to select their martial arts techniques." The white-clothed old man swept down on Chen Yi and the two of them, and said in a bashful, warm voice, "In that case, get on the boat." Saying so, he led the three of them on board the sampan to the Listening Tide Pavilion. Under Cheng So's introduction, the first floor of the Listening Tide Pavilion was the repository of lower third-order martial arts techniques and some miscellaneous notes on 100 folk arts skills, strange stories, and so on. Chen Yi and Ding San's two identities could only go to the first floor to pick. When Chen Yi and Ding San entered the first floor and saw the wall full of books in different categories, they deeply appreciated what it meant to be like a vast ocean. Chen Yi's eyes marveled. This royal collection of books was simply comparable to a provincial library on Earth. Soon, half an hour passed. After some selection, Chen Yi finally picked 2 7th-grade martial arts, the Great River Sword Technique, as well as a light body technique, the Flying Shadow Steps. From them, what Ding San picked was the Iron Body Technique's 8th grade advancement martial art, Iron Refining Technique, and the Military Sword Technique. Thousand Blade Slash. These feats were all good top-grade martial arts relative to their class, but Chen Yi didn't care too much about them. He now lacked 6-point realm techniques and recognitions, but unfortunately, none of the first floor of the Hearing Tide Pavilion was stored, so for most of the hour, he spent it looking through some miscellaneous notes. After selecting the gongfu, Xingso brought the two of them to a living room to sit down and rest. Not long after, a green-clothed servant girl came over and said to Chen Yi, "Commander Chen, the county lord has summoned him, please follow me." Chen Yi was surprised as he got up and looked at Qin Chao, and the other party nodded toward him in a gesture. Chen Yi did not expect the other party to bring him here to wait for Li Xianyi's summons. With doubts in his heart, Chen Yi followed the maid inside a quiet room. This is the third time the two have met. I think, house decoration is exquisite and elegant. Li Xianyi at this time removed from the body of the jade armor uniform. Wearing a body is a leisurely white dress, jade face under the more than 1 point of softness. With the appearance of the city to bring Chen Yi is another kind of stunning impact. Chen Yi didn't dare to look at it more. He was afraid that if he looked at it too much, he would become addicted to it. He then turned his gaze and hurriedly saluted. "Chen Yi has met Her Highness the County Lord." "Aha." With a gentle nod, Li Xianyi picked up a palm-sized crystal-like transparent stone from the nearby table and handed it to Chen Yi. "This is the Ask the Immortal Stone. All you need to do is place your hand on it, and it will detect whether or not you have an immortal cultivation spiritual root in your body." Hearing Li Xuanyi's introduction, Chen Yi's heart boomed. Immortal cultivation spiritual root. This world also has talk of cultivating immortal spiritual roots. After coming to this world for so long, this is the first time he has come into contact with items related to immortal cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes displayed excitement as he quickly took the crystal-like questioning immortal stone and held it in his hand. "It's okay." A few breaths later, at Li Xuanyi's reminder, Chen Yi loosened his hands. Only a line of faint writing emerged above the white crystal stone. "Thick qi and blood, heavenly martial body." When Li Xianyi saw the handwriting on top of the crystal stone, his good-looking brows frowned slightly, revealing a hint of pity. "Heavenly martial body, so it is. It's a bit of a shame." Chapter 35, Afterlife Cultivation Spiritual Roots. Rewarded. Pity? Hearing the words that came out of Li Xuanyi's mouth, Chen Yi's face changed slightly. His brows frowned slightly as he stepped forward and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, "May I ask the Sheriff Lord, what is the meaning of the said pity? Could it be that this heavenly martial body has something to say about it?" Li Xianyi did not answer directly at his words, but instead explained the reason for calling Chen Yi here. "Do you know why I said that the innate pure yang energy of the Beiji tiger can screen whether you are possessed by an evil spirit or not? In fact, Bahu can have innate pure yang qi, because his body was born with a fire spirit root, has mastered a trace of strong yang air. Strong yang air with the evil spirits of the darkness of the air is inherently antagonistic to the evil spirits. If you are really evil spirits stooping, when it enters your body, since it will be screened out. Afterwards, Baju judged that you were born with divine power, and I was suspecting that you possessed a cultivation spirit root, so that's why I arranged for you to come here for the test." Speaking here, her regretful gaze lingered on Chen Yi and she shook her head before continuing her explanation. "Unfortunately, the Ask the Immortal Stone test shows that you are a heavenly martial body and do not have an immortal cultivation spiritual root. Heaven's gift martial body is a kind of innate suitable for practicing martial arts genius physique. This kind of physique once activated, born with a strong physical body, qi and blood thick, practicing martial arts with half the effort, but on the subsequent cultivation path of immortality does not help too much." After a few words of introduction from Li Xianyi, Chen Yi roughly understood the reason for this. Simply put, it meant that he did not possess the immortal cultivation spiritual root to cultivate immortality. Upon receiving this news, although Chen Yi had a lot of doubts in his mind, there was no anxious look in his eyes because he knew that he could rely on the systematic divine tree to drop his lifespan. And even if he could not cultivate immortality, he could always live forever. And the biggest loss would be nothing more than that he would not be able to become an immortal cultivator. What's more, at the end of Li Xianyi's words, he only said that the heavenly martial body didn't help much with immortal cultivation, but he didn't say that he couldn't cultivate immortality. Thinking of this, Chen Yi took the opportunity to ask for advice. "Sheriff Master, I once heard of the 9 pieces of immortal path. According to what you said, after not having an immortal cultivation spiritual root, then how are we going to embark on the subsequent path?" Li Xuanyi glanced at Chen Yi in slight surprise. She hadn't expected that an ordinary jailer like Chen Yi would have heard of the 9 pillars of immortality path. While immortal cultivators are not a secret in the great diaspora, they are not accessible to the general public. As such, The only martial realm that can generally be circulated among the people of the Great Dread is that of the martial realm after the 6th rank. Perhaps it was because Li Xuanyi intended to focus on cultivating Chen Yi, so he carefully explained his questions. Not having an immortal cultivation spiritual root doesn't mean that one can't walk on the 9 immortal path. On this territory of my Great Dread, after tens of thousands of years of elders groping and perfecting from generation to generation, they have long since created the more mature martial immortal path, which is what everyone calls the 9th grade immortal path. With that, she then introduced Chen Yi to the fact that the core of the immortal path for those without immortal cultivation spiritual roots to step onto the immortal path was at the 6th grade refined viscera realm. Refining viscera realm, essence and blood quenching the 5 viscera. The viscera to nourish the god to take shape, with the god rushing to the heavenly gate to melt all the airs of heaven and earth, and contain the god to transform the god into the spiritual root of the latter day. You can go on the path of the earth immortal. As Li Xuanyi explained, many of Chen Yi's doubts were solved. At this time, he also finally understood that the silhouette he had previously seen inside Li Xuanyi with his delusion-breaking divine pupil was afraid that it was the god raised inside Li Xuanyi. That is to say, Li Xuanyi should also be at the refined viscera or transformation realm today, while Old Man Bai of the Listening Tide Pavilion should be above this realm. As Chen Yi thought of this, a new doubt surfaced in his mind. County Lord, may I ask if there is a difference between this acquired spirit root and the innate spirit root? As soon as his question came out, this was the first time he could see a hint of frustration in Li Xuanyi's eyes. The difference is natural. Generally, the acquired spiritual roots that are contained will have a slightly slower cultivation speed than those born innately. Secondly, it is that once a person is detected with an innate spiritual root, he or she can directly cultivate from the 5th grade realm if he or she lands an immortal cultivation technique. After listening to the other party's explanation, Chen Yi nodded with a calm expression, not revealing any semblance of loss. This performance instead made Li Xuanyi impressed with him. It was inevitable that ordinary people would not be disappointed after learning that they did not have a spiritual root for immortal cultivation. Seeing this, Li Xuanyi spoke out another thing about calling Chen Yi over. For a talented youngster like Chen Yi, she naturally wouldn't give it a miss. Li Xuanyi sized up Chen Yi for a few moments and said, Chen Yi, I know all about your origins. Although you don't have a heavenly spiritual root, the heavenly martial body won't be much weaker in the later stages if it has to be cultivated well. You will inevitably be somewhat buried if you continue to harbor in the prison. I intend to recommend you to go to the Northern Border Army for training. It's easy to gain military merits there, and at that time, you can apply to get the 6th grade realm's refining viscera and nourishing spirit technique to walk on the path of immortality. After saying that, Li Xuanyi's eyes burned as he looked toward Chen Yi. What do you think? Hearing the other party suddenly invite himself to train in the Northern Border Army, Chen Yi couldn't help his eyebrows from jumping. The Northern Frontier Army, it's too dangerous. Although there was the temptation of the 6th grade technique, but since ancient times, killing the enemy in battle was always a matter of spilling blood on the yellow sands and wrapping a corpse in a horse's leather. So Chen Yi naturally wouldn't go and take the risk. And once into the Northern Frontier Army, that is considered to be completely branded with the Li family. Knowing that the Li family may rebel, he will not choose even more easily. With the system God tree in place, he only wanted to stay in the prison cell to draw on his luck to become stronger every day. Everything else was just clouds. Quickly, Chen Yi shook his head and politely declined the other party's invitation. I do not hide from your highness the county lord, subordinate born timid, and has not yet married to renew the incense to the family. In the end, Chen Yi said a whole bunch of reasons and somewhat awkwardly wrapped up. There is currently no idea of joining the army. If the conditions are ripe in other days, my subordinate will then come to serve in the Northern Frontier Army. As soon as Chen Yi spoke, Li Xuanyi's expression froze in disbelief. To be honest, she didn't think that she had already stated the benefits of the military, and the other party would actually decline her invitation. However, after seeing that Chen Yi seemed to be extremely serious and resolute in his words, she lost the idea of continuing to force her hand. Li Xuanyi's eyes rolled for a moment, and after a moment of contemplation, he said indifferently towards Chen Yi, just as well. Since you're not ready, you'll serve well in the jail cell for now. Then she instructed Chen Yi, now that you've been promoted to the position of jail commander, then you must take on the duties of commander. After today, the northern jail is going to be expanded, and there will be more prohibited martial artists in the city, and most of the lieutenants and commanders from the original jail will be entering the Northern Border Army, so the pressure on you to guard the jail will not be small. However, my Northern Border Royal House never treats people with merit. As the commander of my Northern Border subjects, after today you may choose a 3-entry courtyard near the prison. In addition, your monthly salary will be raised to 100 taels of silver, and you will receive a blood-condensing dan at the royal residence every month, and a bone-forging dan for a year. You only need to do your duty well, and there will be another reward from the royal family at a later stage. Hearing the string of rewards coming down from Li Xuanyi's mouth, Chen Yi hurriedly responded respectfully, yes, thank you. Your Highness the County Lord for the rewards. Subordinate, I will do my best to do things in the prison. When he received Chen Yi's reply, Li Xianyi waved his hand, signaling that he could go down. Aha! After Chen Yi left the room, a hint of cold solemnity returned between Li Xianyi's brows as he shouted towards the outside of the room. Green World, Chapter 36, Heavenly Master. Chen Yi's doubt. Sheriff, the voice rang out, and Qing Huan's figure quickly entered the house. When Li Xuanyi saw Qing Huan, he gazed at him and asked, "Has my brother come back with a letter recently?" Qing Huan, Sheriff, His Highness the World's Son wrote yesterday that he is currently still negotiating with the Heavenly Sword Sect, and it may be another 2 months or so before he can convince the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect to come over. Hearing this, a flash of anxiety passed through Li Xianyi's brows. She frowned tightly and urged after a moment of contemplation, "Immediately send a letter to my brother. Things may change in the near future. Ask him to pull together an upper third order immortal realm expert to come as soon as possible, as long as the Heavenly Sword Sect is willing to cooperate with us, and for that, our royal family is willing to pay an extra 10%. Yes, Sheriff." Qing Huan stood with his head hanging down and silently wrote things down. Also, to what extent are those foreign power masters making a scene now? Qing Huan sniffed and pondered silently for a while, as she seemed to recall analyzing the 2 days of intelligence in her mind. Only seeing his eyes flicker a few times, she soon replied, "Other than the Heavenly Sword Sect, the 2 holy parties, the Fangxian Dao and the Great Zen Monastery, have not revealed their traces. The Green Rune Sect, the Sword Casting Villa, the Pill King Valley, the Chess Formation Building, and the Refining Pavilion of the Yunmeng Kingdom all have already had their disciples come to the northern Rogue City. Some of them have already touched the neighborhood of the White Bone Ridge at Qingkil-ko in the name of clearing out evil spirits." Hearing this, Li Xianyi let out a cold snort, and a trace of a murderous aura couldn't help but appear between his brows. Humph! Her gaze gazed out the door, as if through it she could see the furtive figures of the scouts of the various houses that were hidden and operating in the northern Rogue City. This holy land of Fangxian Dao and Great Zen Temple is really calm. As for those other forces in the city personnel, in the city also made enough noise for a while. From today onwards all the disciples who make trouble and are caught, all abolished their martial arts thrown into the prison, dead or alive regardless. Hearing this order, Qing Huan's face followed suit. Then she inquired, "Sheriff, then the people on the side of the green killing mouth?" Li Xianyi waved his hand. "Those people don't need to care about the pipe for now. They won't be able to find a place. Yes, then I'll make the arrangements." After saying that, Qing Huan was about to turn around and leave. Wait. At this time, Li Xianyi seemed to remember something. She called out to Qing Huan and continued to command, "You go and order that Chen Yi's information be classified as a D-rank secret, and that nothing about him be spread. Also, send someone to keep an eye on him in the Northern Rogue. The Northern Border Royal House has long since formed its own intelligence system. According to the severity of the matter, the general intelligence is divided into 5 grades of A on and A, B, C, D. Being able to be included in the D rank meant that the person had been treated as an important person in the royal family. Qing Huan acted as the central figure beside Li Xuanyi, but in her opinion, in any case, Chen Yi couldn't reach the D level. "Sheriff Master, is there something special about this Chen Yi?" Qing Huan asked carefully. Li Xianyi didn't hide it either, as she directly spoke out about Chen Yi's spiritual roots test just now, and nailed Chen Yi for hiding the fact that he had perfected the 7th grade bone forging realm. 7th grade bone forging perfection. How could he? Qing Huan asked with a surprised stare. Li Xianyi shook his head. "I only sense to know this through secret methods as well. Perhaps this person has other secrets. I've already instructed to reward him with a mansion and pills. Just keep an eye on this person, and slowly pull this person to my royal residence." When she finished, she rubbed her hand over her brow to relieve the stress these things were causing her. After Chen Yi walked away, he and Ding San resigned from the Northern Border King's mansion under the leadership of Qing So. When they came out, the two came to find a more secluded diner to have a little celebration for themselves. "Come on, drink, drink, Brother Yat. Now that you've been promoted to prison commander, I've been promoted to lieutenant. Both of us can now be considered proper officials of the Great Dry Dynasty, eating royal food. Ha ha ha." Speaking on the spur of the moment, Ding San couldn't help but laugh out loud in delight. Who would have thought that a few months ago the two of them would be the lowest-ranking errand boys in the prison? But a few months later, the two not only set foot on the martial arts path, but also became the prison's lieutenant commander official position, which is a formal entry-level official position. The two could not help but sigh with excitement at this encounter for themselves. However, when the wine came to an end, most of the time Chen Yi listened to Ding San share his joy, while he just picked up a glass of wine from time to time to accompany Ding San. "Hey, it's just a shame about the old man in my family, and the old man in your family too. They don't have the life to enjoy it." Drinking, Ding San's mind has gradually not sober up, and finally stupefied head sinks down against the wine table. Just then, he mumbled from time to time, "He's going to take 7 daughters-in-law, sleep with 1 a day, take turns. He's going to have a whole bunch of boys, teach his sons to practice martial arts, teach his daughters to embroider, and make a happy life for the whole family. Looking at Ding San as he drifted off to sleep, Shenyi had a faint smile on his lips. Train in martial arts, marry and have children, honor your family and become a lord. That's really a lifelong wish of the underclass, isn't it? And all of these were considered to be easily realized for him. Now his goal was to embark on the path of immortal cultivation and become a first-grade earth immortal. When he thought of this, Shenyi's mind conjured up what Li Xianyi had told him about the acquired immortal cultivation spiritual roots, 6th grade viscera refining and God-nourishing technique. It seems like we need to step up and find a way to get it. As soon as the thought fell, Shenyi delivered the wine money to the tavern owner and then carried the sleeping Ding San on his back and sent him towards his home. After that, Shenyi once again made a trip to the Xian Tian Pavilion to inquire about the 6th grade technique. Unfortunately, the Xian Tian Pavilion did not have any 6th grade feats for sale, and clearly told him that in the great difficulty, apart from the black market or some auctions commissioned by the DIA, generally feats involving the 6th grade realm would not be easily released, unless he joins a first-class power and becomes a core disciple or gets rewarded by merit at a great dry. Shenyi had expected this result, so he wasn't too disappointed. After all, feats that could harbor immortal cultivation spiritual roots involved changing the destiny of an individual or a power, so who would easily release them? No matter where, human nature is the same. Just like the ball of his previous life location, the first rich will never lead the rich. Those who get rich first will only find ways to appropriate more wealth to consolidate their position. Otherwise you're rich. Who are they going to eat? The world of immortal cultivation was also like this. The more people who cultivated immortality, then the more people who grabbed resources from them. When I left the Xian Tian Pavilion, I did so out of caution for this world. Shenyi spent another large sum of money to purchase an abridged version of the intelligence on the Li family, the northern border king's house, and many of the first-rate forces. By the time I got home, it was nearly evening. After Shenyi fed the 3 loaches under the eaves of the house and recited the sutra, he began to sit quietly in the house to look over the intelligence of the forces in his hands. The founding ancestor of the great Dryad royal family, a 3rd-grade cave immortal, the mysterious boss behind the Xian Tian Pavilion, a 2nd-grade void immortal, supreme elder of the Feng Xian Dao, 2nd-grade earth immortal, the king of the northern border, Li Rogue, has a 4th-grade astral realm cultivation, master of cast sword villa, 5th-grade metamorphosis realm cultivation. A piece of information floated by in front of Chenyi's eyes, and he finally had a rough understanding of some of the experts in this world as well. Although he knew that the information recorded on the intelligence was not necessarily timely and accurate, in general it could be judged the general level of strength of the force's experts. Without realizing it, time passed slowly. The darkness of the night changed from deep to light, and a glimmer of dawn surfaced in the sky. Shenyi slowly closed the last of the intelligence he had turned over in his hands, his deep eyes looking towards the hazy light that was gradually brightening in the sky. His expression filled with incomprehension, his voice sounding as if he were murmuring, "After learning so much, I still don't know what strength the northern border royal house is holding to fight against the great diaspora and the several holy lands. In a world where immortals reign supreme, just what secrets does the Li family hide to lure many experts to come in droves? Never mind, don't think about it so much. It's a new day. Keep cutting down trees." Then Chen Yi's consciousness entered the system space. At once, his eyes snapped open. The flowers bear fruit. Chapter 37 Earthly Immortal Technique Xin Bing Immortal Scripture. As his eyes gazed up at the tree's forked branches, he noticed that what had been a blossom had turned into what looked like a golden fruit in the shape of a baby's fist. And at this moment, the golden chi that enveloped the divine tree of chi was accelerating and surging towards the fruit. And it looked as if the golden fruit had turned into a wiggy maw that kept drawing chi to grow. One day, and this is the result? What speed! What a marvelous divine tree of chi! A marvelous system. Shenyi looked at the results in front of him, his eyes dark with emotion and anticipation. He guessed that if he continued at this rate of growth, it might not take long for the fruit to ripen, and then it would certainly bring him new changes. After gazing at the divine tree fruit for a while, Shenyi continued to the bottom of the tree and copied the bronze great axe in preparation for cutting down the tree. Today is the first time I cut down a tree after upgrading the system's chi to level 1 chi, so I hope it will bring me different changes. As his words fell, Shenyi excitedly copied the axe to chop at the main pole of the tree. Bang! Bang! The sharp blade of the axe chopped at the pale tree trunk. Even if Shenyi now exerts all his strength can still only leave shallow scratches, and this scratch is still as before and the next day will return to its original state. Bang! Bang! Next, Shenyi slashed for a while in a row, and finally a new attribute dropped down. Blood plus 31, life expectancy plus 4, strength plus 8, defense plus 9, spirit plus 10, agility plus 9. As the lines of writing appeared in front of Chen Yi's eyes, instantly his eyes snapped wide open and a ray of surprise blossomed in them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's storming. It's storming. This time the attributes are exploding. Chen Yi didn't expect that the attributes dropped after the system upgrade would actually increase exponentially on all fronts. As the newly dropped attributes entered his body, at once his body shook violently. A surge of power erupted from within his body, and immediately afterward, he clearly felt that his body underwent another all-around metamorphosis. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 126. Identity, Level 1 Karma, 20/1000. Great Dry Prison Commander. Realm, Bone Forging Realm, complete. Technique, Brute Bull Vajra Fist, Perfection 100 out of 100. Kuei Yo Kung Fu, Second Level Perfection 100 out of 100. Turtle Breath Technique, 100 out of 100. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Blood, 231. Power, 118. Defense, 115. Agility, 111. Spirit, 119. Looking at the brand new panel in front of him, the corners of Chen Yi's excited lips gently trembled as he couldn't stop his heart from rising in anticipation. At this rate, then only another period of time would be needed for his physical attributes to break 200, and at that time, he didn't know if his body would once again open up a new divine ability. Moreover, his lifespan had now increased to 126 years, and he was soon going to break the 150-year lifespan limit that a viscera refining martial artist could live through. Chen Yi stopped and stood in the system space for a long time until he calmed down his excitement before exiting the system space. Next, Chen Yi opened the first day on duty for the prison commander with a contented mood. After the great competition yesterday, Chen Yi's order to become the commander of the Northern Rogue Jail and other notes had been sent down to every jailer in the jail, including the news that Chen Yi had been individually received and cultivated by the county lord of the northern borderlands, which had somehow made its way out as well. As the new commander of the Northern Rogue Prison, he naturally could not help but be flattered and ingratiated by the jailers when he arrived. Although some of them hid a jealousy and unwillingness in their hearts, none of them dared to show half a trace of it on their faces. Joking aside, nowadays Chen Yi was not only the red man in front of the county princess, but also the number 2 big shot in the prison system after the prison ambassador. Whoever dares to jump around in front of him is not dancing in front of the king of Hades. Chen Yi did not care much about the transformation and flattery of the jailers, because he was always conscious of the fact that the status of jail commander was just a tool for him to bind the great diaspora's chi, and as long as nothing happened to the jail, all the other rules would remain the same. Other than that, Chen Yi had only issued one order. Whenever a martial artist of the 7th rank and above dies in the prison cell, he must be warned at the first opportunity. Also, if something happens when he is not in the prison cell, he may report it to Ding San. Chen Yi's business-as-usual order naturally made the hearts of the jailers who were privy to the oil and water loosen up, and as for that command added by the new commander, it was almost indistinguishable from nothing in their eyes. At most, it was just a matter of them currying more favor with Ding San on a daily basis in the future. According to past habits, the prison commander does not stay inside the prison cell to work all year round, usually living near the prison cell entrance, so that something can be the first time to return to the prison cell to manage it, but also can take time to practice martial arts at home. As a result, most things in the jail are generally left to the lieutenants under his command. Soon, Chen Yi's first day as the commander passed smoothly. He took Ding San and the 2 lieutenants originally left behind, and after handing over the original matters, the prison cell continued to function according to the previous rules. In the afternoon, Chen Yi left the prison and selected a 3-entry mansion with a courtyard as his new residence in a place 100 meters away from the prison. After choosing the mansion, he found the steward of the royal residence, Xing So, to complete the formalities, but after completing the paperwork, he didn't move in first. Instead, he got someone to dig out a large pool in the yard, which in turn dug a 4-meter deep outlet well to satisfy the pool's source of live water, and then made minor changes to the house to his specifications. The entire project would take almost 10 days to complete, at which time he would be able to move into his new residence and occupy it. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this half a month, Chen Yi had peacefully cultivated the Great River Sword technique and the flying shadow steps that he had obtained from the Listening Tide Pavilion to completion. Of course, during this period of time, it wasn't as if nothing had happened. First of all, the Northern Border Royal House had begun a thorough expansion and remodeling of the prison cell, the scope of which was more than 3 times larger than before. Chen Yi looked at the situation. There is a tendency to build the capital of the country's heavenly prison. Secondly, during this half-month, the fights of martial artists became more and more powerful, and from time to time, there were those who were caught by the masters of the royal household's prison-seeking division who abolished their martial arts and threw them into the prison. However, For these martial artists of lower realms, Chenyi was not interested in using their corpses to trade with the black-robed monster. In a word, not much value. The next day was another day of cutting down trees. Chenyi entered the system space to cut down the trees as usual. Bang, bang, blood plus 31, strength plus 10, defense plus 8, spirit plus 9, agility plus 10. The attributes still fell as usual, but just as Chenyi wanted to turn around and leave, the golden chi fruit on the branch that had grown into an adult's fist size suddenly fell down and hit him on the head as the tree shook. Knock! A crisp crash came from above his head, before Chenyi could react to catch the fruit. Suddenly the golden fruit of chi fortune turned into a path of golden chi fortune that surged into Chenyi's mind the moment it touched him. Immediately afterward, Chenyi's mind roared as a raging torrent of information surged into his memory. Xian Bing Xian Jing, Earth Immortal Technique, Chapter 38, Breaking Through the 6th Grade, Refining the Viscera and Nourishing the Spirit. The dragon opens the heavens and is born, residing at the head of all the spirits to take up the fortune of heaven and earth. Capture a sliver of heaven and earth's dragon luck, raise the supreme dragon god, realize the meaning of ice and water, and melt heaven and earth's metaphysical ice and cold air with the heavenly punching gate, in order to cast the metaphysical ice dragon's spiritual root, and refine the air to transform into a god. In the realm of divine travel, all the miles towards the end of the day are caves, as an arcane Gongfu inheritance merged with Chenyi's memories. In a moment, a square inch is like an eternity. Chenyi felt as if the ancient great powers were transmitting their divine thoughts to him, and one sentence of Taoist sound resounded in his ears like a twilight drum and morning bell, over and over again, until he had accepted and digested all the inheritance of the Xian Bing immortal scripture. The flood of information in his mind only then ended completely. After a long time, only after receiving the inherited information in his mind did Chenyi slowly calm down from his shocked state of excitement. Earth Immortal Technique, Xian Ice Immortal Scripture. Chenyi stood under the roof, his mouth murmuring excitedly. He really didn't expect that the fruit that fell from the divine tree of luck would be an immortal cultivation technique inheritance, and that the Xian Ice Immortal Scripture was also an extremely profound Earth Immortal technique that went straight to the first great Earth Immortal realm. The Xian Bing Immortal Scripture was divided into 6 levels and 24 layers starting from the Viscera Refining realm, corresponding to the 6 major realms and 24 minor realms from the Viscera Refining to the Earth Immortal realms. Chenyi's gaze returned to the divine tree of Chi Luck. The surprise that this fruit brought to Chenyi was just too great. Over the past half-month, he had been troubled for a long time about where to find a 6th grade realm technique, but he didn't expect the unexpected to come quietly. After calming down, Chenyi's gaze discovered that at the location where the Chi Luck divine tree had just hung its fruit, the Chi Luck fruit had fallen and now reborn a flower bud the size of a small knuckle. That flower bud was still slowly absorbing the divine tree's surrounding chi for growth. However, due to the previous fruit's consumption of chi, the light golden chi that now enveloped the chi divine tree was much thinner, and the faint cyan chi at the very beginning, on the contrary, now appeared to be a bit more dense. Chenyi estimated that if he wanted to wait for the new flowers to grow and bear fruit, it might take a long time, unless his chi luck could increase rapidly again. Whatever, let's not think about that right now. The 6th grade realm that has plagued me for so long can finally be broken through. Chenyi shook his head to rid his mind of some distracting thoughts. Then he gazed at the attribute panel that had settled after more than half a month. Host, Chenyi 18 of 150. Identity, Level 1 Karma, 35/1000. Great Dry Prison Commander. Realm, Bone Forging Realm, complete. Techniques, Great River Sword Technique, Deshang 50/100. Kueyu Kung Fu, Perfection. Turtle Breath Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Blood, 721. Power, 187. Defense, 179. Agility, 181. Spirit, 190. Gazing at the panel in front of him, Chenyi was confident. After accumulating chakra points for such a long time, let's see how far it can help me break through at once. With a thought, Chenyi quickly returned to the house and sat down, beginning to follow the Xian Ice Immortal Scripture's gong method in his mind. Instantly, strands of golden chi and blood power began to travel within Chenyi's body, along a brand new kind of blood orifices and chi veins. Initially, Chenyi was still a bit rusty, but with the support of the surging chi and blood power in his body, he slowly found some tricks to running it. Time passes slowly. Sunrise, sunset, a day and a night passed in the twinkling of an eye. In the quiet room, Chenyi closed his eyes as if he was sitting in a withered zen, generally motionless. In fact, at this time, his body-line Xian Bing Immortal Scripture Refining Viscera Realms technique had already operated to the critical moment. 6th grade Refining Viscera Realm. What is refining viscera? That is, to contain the human body's will of the martial arts blood to open up the 5 viscera. God Tibetan melting 5 viscera. The God Tibetan open up successfully hooked up with the 6 internal organs to give birth to the divine palace, in order to contain the divine shadow. Ordinary people to complete this step, Less than a few years, more than dozens of hundreds of years are difficult to achieve. Many martial artists just because in this step to stay too long, consumed years, and ultimately until the end of the life expectancy have not been able to break through. So this was the reason why Li Xianyi had let Chen Yi continue to return to the prison as the commander-in-chief after he had detected that he did not have an immortal cultivation spiritual root in the first place. Born with an immortal cultivation spiritual root, not one in a million. Otherwise, Li Xianyi would have enlisted a talent like Chen Yi by his side. Under the day and night operation and urging, Chen Yi finally completed an arcane circumference cultivation within him. A drop of martial essence blood slowly dripped down towards a mustard seed node he sensed within his liver. Buzz. When the first drop of martial essence blood penetrated one of the divine hidden gates in his liver, it was as if he was approaching next to a spiritual spring of life, and his body shook slightly. Suddenly there was a trace of life force full of vitality slowly overflowing from the depths of the liver, which in turn drove the entire liver to open a slow metamorphosis. A few moments later it was as if the person had become younger for a period of time out of thin air. Phew! Seeing this, Chen Yi slowly withdrew his energy and let out a long breath. Finding the liver divine deposit, the Xianbing immortal scriptures organ refining realm has finally been initiated. Chen Yi opened his eyes to look at the panel. Sure enough, the Xian Ice immortal scripture had been recorded on the attribute panel. Realm, dirty refining realm, early stage. Technique, Xian Ice immortal scripture, 1 level 1/1000. Looking at the transparent panel in front of him, Chen Yi couldn't help but grin. As long as he got started, he could add some practice next. Although behind the Xian Ice immortal scripture, the value of a layer of promotion was 10 times more than other martial arts, Chen Yi did not lose too much ground. After all, it was an immortal cultivation technique. It couldn't be the same as those lousy martial arts. Difficulty normal. According to the attribute points dropped from cutting down trees every day, it would only be more than 100 days before he could cultivate to the 4th level and complete the refining viscera perfection. Chen Yi quickly calculated in his mind the amount of time it would take for him to break through based on the current level 1 chi luck, the dropped attribute values. As his thoughts turned, Chen Yi couldn't care less about the hunger coming from his stomach as he decided to take advantage of the situation to continue his breakthrough. Add some. Chen Yi's gaze swept over the chi and blood points, finally resting behind the first layer of the Xian Ice immortal scriptures feats. Read the fall. The 721 points of chi and blood that had been accumulated were instantly invested inside the feat. Hello. In a flash, the chi and blood power within Chen Yi's body rushed up as if it was a wave of water. A newborn force of chi and blood was born, constantly condensing into new martial essence blood penetrating towards the liver divine collection mustard point, and then from the liver divine collection, over and over again, it fed back unfamiliar life essence power to melt the liver. This is what makes a complete cyclic process of the viscera refining realm. At this moment, Chen Yi's body spontaneously fell into deep cultivation, and it was as if time had become without the concept of passing in the additional cultivation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month. Chen Yi remembered an illusion, as if he had been cultivating for a few long months. Bang! Until one day, there was the sudden sound of a door slamming open in his liver. Then a rich stream of life essence power quickly surged to the liver before spreading to the whole body for metamorphosis. Chen Yi opened his eyes and saw that his hair had grown an inch longer with the naked eye. His fingernails were also getting longer. Dead skin flakes were constantly falling off the surface of his body, and his body unconsciously exuded a fresh aura of vitality. At this moment he knew that the liver's divine stash had been completely opened by him and was about to be melted and completed. At this time again if he fought with someone, his power will become a source of more toughness. Chapter 39, True Dragon Ruins. Stormy Future. After the breakthrough, Chen Yi's heart rejoiced as he slowly collected his energy and got up. After cultivating for a day and a night, he didn't feel half tired except for the intense hunger coming from his abdomen. On the contrary, his entire essence felt more plentiful and abundant. Well, I haven't cut down any trees yet today, so don't miss it. Ending his cultivation, Chen Yi entered the system space again at the first opportunity and copied his great axe to continue chopping down trees. Bang! Bang! Blood plus 32, life expectancy plus 3, strength plus 10, agility plus 11, spirit plus 9. Since the system's chi luck had been raised to level 1, the basic attributes chopped down every day were now maintained at around 10, while the chi blood points were around 30. Everything was as he expected. The next step ruled out that he would need to add points to his cultivation of other techniques. Otherwise it would only take more than 3 months for him to break through to refined viscera perfection and prepare to break through the Heaven's Gate. As for the viscera refining realm, it is known as the martial grandmaster in the Great Diaspora. Excluding holy places like the Great Zen Temple of Fang and the Heavenly Sword Sect, even if one holds the position of a powerful elder in a first-class power like the Green Rune Sect and the Pill King Valley. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 153. Identity, Level 1 Karma, 35/1000. Great Dry Prison Commander. Realm, Dirty Refining Realm, Early Stage. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, First level 722/1000. De He sword technique, De Chung 50/100. Turtle breath technique, perfection. Avatar, delusion breaking pupil. Blood, 32. Power, 197. Defense, 179. Agility, 192. Spirit, 199. Finally, Chenny satisfied with a glance at the panel, then hurriedly went out to come to the old man Mi's stall to find something to eat. Nowadays, although he is rich and wealthy ring, but Chenny also liked to eat this old man's ground stall to do the meal breakfast. Not eating for a day and a night was not a big deal for a martial artist, but the hunger burn of an empty stomach sack in his stomach still made him very uncomfortable. Old man Mi, quickly serve me 8 drawers of meat buns, bean juice fritters, and beef jerky for a few plates. Arriving near old man Mi's stall, Chenny shouted from a great distance. Old man Mi looked to be at Chenyi's behest, hurriedly and enthusiastically greeted. All right, please sit down quickly. Ta Jen Chen. Right away, right away. Chenyi nodded and came to the vendor to find an empty seat. Strangely enough, he hadn't gone out for a few days and noticed that there were a lot more figures on the streets along the way, and there were especially some concealed martial artists, and even old man Mi's stall was almost full of people. Although these people had converged their chi and blood fluctuations with secret methods, under the gaze of his delusion-breaking god pupils, their realm of strength would have nothing to hide. Chenyi's heart secretly raw coagulation. Could it be that something had happened in the northern rogue city in the 2 days he was in seclusion? Just then, as old man Mi quickly served the steaming meat buns to Chenyi, his ears suddenly heard 2 men at the next table exchanging words in extremely low voices. Eat quickly, eat and run and we'll rush to White Bone Ridge. At this moment, another person replied, I don't know if the rumors are true. There are true relics of true dragons on the White Bone Ridge. Hey, everyone says that. It can't be an empty rumor. Eat, and be careful. Chenny ate the buns while listening intently to the two speak. But unfortunately, the other party muttered 2 sentences and then never made another sound, and left in a hurry after finishing his meal. White Bone Ridge, the true dragon ruins? Chenny smacked a sentence in his mouth as doubts rose in his mind. The place, White Bone Ridge, is over 200 miles outside of the rogue city, in the vicinity of the castle Killing Pass fortifications, and was once affected by a haunting incident of evil spirits. Therefore this place is still a very familiar place in the impression of the people along the northern border. Looking at the other party's back as they left, Chenny frowned slightly, but he didn't pursue the question. The northern rogue city was a mixed bag nowadays, and the information that even a low-ranked martial artist of the 8th or 9th grade like them could probe and discuss was certainly not a secret in the northern rogue prison. Originally, Chenny was ready to rush to his new mansion after dinner to see how the well pool was dug first, but now he changed his mind and walked straight into the jail cell. Greetings, my lord, Commander Chen. Chenny walked into the prison cell, and numerous jailers greeted and saluted him. Aha! Running into the jailer, Chenny simply nodded in response. Soon, he found Ding San, who was practicing in the jail cell classroom. Nowadays, the prison cell had expanded a lot, and a few more rooms had been reserved for the rest of the jailers inside, and the status of a lieutenant like Ding San was given a separate room. Since he was promoted to lieutenant, Ding San bought a special maid for his old lady at home to wait on her, and he himself stayed in the prison all day long to practice martial arts, especially with Chun Yi's support and the filial piety of his men. There was no shortage of cultivation resources for Ding San in the short term. Just over half a month had passed, and he was already on the verge of breaking through the midskin refining realm with the help of taking chi and blood pills one after another. Third son, have you heard about the true dragon ruins in the past 2 days? Inside the room, Chenny met Ding San and asked about the doubts in his heart. Upon hearing this, Ding San nodded with a grave expression, and then stated that he had gotten the news. Brother Yat, you didn't come to the prison these days because you didn't know that 3 days ago a message suddenly circulated in our northern rogue city. Rumor has it that deep within the White Bone Ridge on the frontier outside the city there is a true dragon ruin, and that the relic hides an immortal cultivation inheritance that is coveted by all the sacred grounds, and that this inheritance has been partially obtained by the northern border royal house. Now the nearby experts who have gotten the news are all front madly rushing this way. Speaking of this, Ding San's gaze couldn't help but flicker, revealing a trace of intense interest. Obviously, if not for his duties, he would have wanted to go along to explore some opportunities. Seeing the expression of eagerness on Ding San's face, Shen Yi's face changed slightly as he warned, "Don't even think about it. That kind of place is not a place you can go to regardless of whether it's real or fake. With this amount of strength you have to go over there. I'm afraid that even the bone crumbs will be eaten." Being told by Chen Yi what was on his mind, Ding-san awkwardly scratched his head, his mouth resentfully explaining, Brothery, I was just thinking about it, but I can't with this strength. With your strength you should be able to check it out. With that, Ding-san said with some certainty, I guess that relic is 80% real. Why? Chen-yi asked rhetorically. Ding-san sniffed and carefully closed the door before explaining in a low voice, Brother E, in the past 2 days, the prison has held many martial artists who were causing trouble in the city, and through forced questioning, I discovered that many of them were experts of the numbered forces in the Great Dry River's Jianghu, and amongst them, there were even experts of the blood condensation and bone forging realm. But all of these people came in with their martial arts powers abolished, but left half alive. Speaking of this, a hint of awe and a hint of doubt showed in Ding-san's eyes. It seems curious that the royal masters captured these people, but even their martial arts skills were abolished, and why they still want to keep alive. Chen-yi's gaze became deep as he listened to Ding-san's explanation, and it was as if he smelled a fishy scent of a storm to come. He didn't make any comments, though. He merely instructed Ding-san to do his duty in the prison and practice martial arts diligently, and then left the prison after chatting with him for a while about what was happening in the northern rogue city. The matter of the true dragon ruins is 80% true. It's just that I don't know if the royal family has really obtained a powerful inheritance inside. It's just that up until now, I haven't seen the northern border royal house emerge as a force capable of confronting the great Dryad imperial dynasty. Forget it, let him outside the wind and clouds change. I just continue to meddle in the prison every day to cut down trees to become stronger on the line. Those things of the king and the king will be left to others to worry about it. Chapter 40, Fallen Dragon Transformation Phase, 6th Grade Realm Prisoner. The next day, the remodeling of the new mansion was completed, and Chen-yi moved into the new mansion as expected. This mansion was originally built by a merchant in Yunmeng, and because of the great dryness in Yunmeng, the merchant had an accident, so the mansion was taken back by the royal family and rewarded to him. The materials used in the mansion are made of good green tiles and square stones, which makes the house clean with a sense of calmness and antiquity. In the center of the courtyard, a pool of clear water that had been remodeled by Chen-yi lay there quietly, down to the underground water source. 3 feet square pond, the water surface such as a mirror blue ripples. Next to him was specially planted an ancient acacia tree, will irradiate in the pool above the sunlight to cover up the convenience of the fallen dragon raised. Come on, big gray, little grays, today master you got a new home. Chen-yi used a wooden bucket to carry the 3 recognized loaches to the edge of the pool and slowly poured them into the pool. Go down, Chen-yi's words fell. 3 fat, gray-backed, yellow-bellied loaches swam into the pool with the current, and they seemed to be very happy with their new environment, swimming happily after entering the pool. Wow, wow. A couple of nice mudskippers flung their tails, and there were a few small splashes on top of the water waves. After the 3 loaches swam around the pool, they soon reswam back to Chen-yi's feet, their heads and eyes always facing Chen-yi, staring at him intimately. Wherever Chen-yi went, they followed. Seeing this scene, Chen-yi smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth and complimented, "Good dragon, so obedient." With that, he scattered a handful of fish food from his hand into the pool. According to the fallen dragon technique, when the loach recognizes the master for a period of time, it will transform into a dragon phase, and when it transforms into a dragon phase with 2 horns, it will be able to give a trace of the dragon phase to its master. And how long it takes from recognizing the master to transforming into a dragon phase depends on its owner's feeding method and chance. Chen-yi stared at the loaches that were fighting for food in the pool, his mind recalling the records in the fallen dragon technique, and suddenly he had an idea and took out a dragon turtle chi and blood pill from his body. The dragon turtle chi and blood pill was a pill made by taking the blood of snakes and turtles raised in secret medicine captivity, whose blood was tainted with a hint of dragon nature. Since the lower third realm martial artists were able to rapidly increase the power of chi and blood in their bodies after taking it, giving it to the loaches should also be able to speed up their metamorphosis. Think it and do it. Chen-yi carefully scraped off a little bit of the dregs of the elixir from the dragon turtle chi and blood dan with his fingernail and threw it into the water. Come and eat. When the elixir entered the water, the peculiar flavor seemed to be extremely popular with the 3 little ones. Just like a fish that smelled fishy, Chen-yi's eyes gleamed as he stared at the reactions of the 3 loaches as they swallowed the dragon turtle chi and blood dan. In less than a moment, they were seen eating all the dregs of the elixir that had fallen into the water with one small mouthful, and staring at Chen-yi with an unfulfilled appetite afterwards. Seeing this, Chen-yi laughed and chugged. "Alright, that's all you're going to eat today. Eat too much and watch out for yourselves." After cursing, Chen-yi continued to crouch on the bank and observe. A few moments later, Chen-yi realized that a faint line of blood appeared hidden on the dorsal fins of the 3 loaches. Transformation phase. Chen-yi couldn't help but exclaim in shock as he looked at the red line with gleaming eyes. The Book of the Fallen Dragon records that the first step in transit is for the loach to recognize its owner and become a spirit pet. In the second step, a line of blood is born on the back, and the fallen dragon transforms into a phase. followed by the beard becoming longer and transforming into a dragon's beard. In the third step, the head develops 2 horns and molts the mud coat. At the third step, the loach has become a fallen dragon and can give its master its dragons. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. After months of raising a spirit pet, it's finally time for step 2. Shen Yi pondered in his heart. It seems that in the future, I will have to feed more dragon turtle chi and blood pills to them. Well, it's been a while since I've been to Fatty Doo's place. It's time to get my cut and buy elixirs. In the pool, the 3 loaches no longer cared about staring at Shen Yi as the master when the bloodline appeared, but slowly sank under the water as if digesting the potency of the elixir in general. After seeing them unhindered, only then did Shen Yi clap his hands in satisfaction and get up to leave. Returning to the house, Shen Yi slowly spread out a piece of white paper and once again prepared to write the seal of the gods. He had been busy practicing martial arts during this period of time. Speaking of Du Shuxiang, that fatty had urged him to draft several times. Now that the new residence is done, the official rank has been mixed to a not-so-small position of commander, and the immortal cultivation technique is also available, or the top technique that goes through the first grade of the realm of the earth immortal. Shen Yi was relaxed and had a feeling that everything was ready for the east wind. Sometimes, he felt like the pond that 3 loaches such as the submerged abyss of the dragon, submerged when living in a corner, silent and unnoticed, just waiting for the day of the storm clouds will be a dragon straight into the sky. The quiet room in the room was fragrant, and Shen Yi's pen tip was dipped in ink and slowly slid across the paper. The final volume of the Seal of the Gods. Zhang Zia returns to seal the gods. The Edict of the Supreme Infinite and Mixed Teaching Lord Yuan Shi Tianzun says, Woohoo! Immortal and mortal paths. The gods and ghosts are divided. Royal Decree, Huang Tianhua is the Shanklinggong, who manages the 3 mountains. Edict, Wen Zhong is the heavenly emperor of universal harmony of the 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder God. Half a day passed, and the last volume of the Seal of the Gods was completed. Shen Yi to wait for the ink to dry a little. Pick up the paper draft blowing. Feel the hand of a big thing. The feudal romance is finally finished. Nowadays, the heat of the book Fengshenyeni has become a must-read in the hands of all the storytellers in the northern rogue city. The other day, Du Shuxiang discussed with him about preparing to officially launch the book into the great dry hinterland. Shen Yi secretly thought that at that time, his systemic qi should continue to see another wave of increases. In the afternoon, when Shen Yi had replenished his tree cutting for the day, he was about to head to the Luanghuan Shuzhai when it so happened that Ding San came to the door with a solemn look on his face. Previously, Shen Yi had related to the delivery of instructions that whenever a high-realm martial artist was imprisoned in the jail, he must be the first to report it to him. Brother Yat, a 6th-grade realm martial grandmaster, was escorted to the prison today. Hearing this, Shen Yi's footsteps lurched as he asked in surprise, 6th grade realm? Does it say what he is? Ding San sniffed and shook his head, explaining, I don't know. When this person was imprisoned in Cayman, the people above said that he was a 6th grade realm grandmaster and told us not to inquire. But this person's tongue was pulled out, his martial arts skills were abolished, and even his arms and legs have been broken. A living, breathing, first-class dead wreck, said the man. A hint of displeasure surfaced on his face. In fact, this kind of character was imprisoned in their prison, and the prison guards were most disliked. Not to mention the fact that you can't squeeze any oil out of it, but you have to find someone to serve it. Shen Yi didn't pay any attention to Ding San's whining. He pondered for a while and asked again, with such serious injuries, what if he dies in prison? Is there any special instructions from above? Ding San's nose wrinkled slightly as he gently shook his head in explanation. Brother Yat, that's not something we need to worry about. I asked when they sent it over, and they said that the person had already been interrogated, and that it didn't matter if he died in a jail cell. But one thing is that this person's death must be handled in a low-key manner and must not be publicized. After hearing Ding San's words, Shen Yi's eyes lit up slightly. Wouldn't that be just what he wants? The 2 6th-grade realm corpse debts owed to the black-robed monster have finally come to a head. Chapter 41, Counter-Rumor. Dividends. After handing over some things to Ding San, Shen Yi then went out the door with the finished manuscript of the book on the feudal deities. At this time the northern rogue is already in winter, although not snowfall, but the cold wind is mixed with cold air. A breath can appear a white mist, but all go out to wrap a layer of thick cotton clothes, otherwise it will be frozen cold. Look at the street beggars know, although they cannot afford to wear good clothes, but know how to find some dry weeds stuffed in the broken clothes will wrap themselves up. But in spite of this, the flow of people in the city has not decreased at all. But more and more outsiders are coming. Shen Yi knows that this is all caused by what the true dragon relics. But unfortunately, most people only hear such a rumor. The real confirmed relics did not even appear a hair As Chun-Yi walked down the streets looking at the streaming crowds, he would habitually use his delusion-breaking divine pupil to secretly observe the hidden strengths of passers-by. Nowadays, the northern road was too chaotic, and in addition to augurs, fishes, and shrimps pouring into the city from all over the world, there were also some 10,000-year immobile old bastard masters, so whenever he found any masters over the 7th rank realm, he would avoid them from afar. Not much longer, just as Chen Yi was about to reach the entrance of Du Shuxian's Luanghuan bookstore, he suddenly saw a group of 8 or 9-year-old children, holding sticks and playing around on the street. As they played, an unknown song was coaxed out of their mouths in a broken voice. When the true dragon emerges, the winds and clouds change, the mountains and rivers are in turmoil, and the heavens and earth are dark. The northern rogue king reopens the border, and when he moves his sword, the cheese panic, the northern sacred temple, the western Kun mountain, the eastern sea beasts making a mess of things, the northern robber mountain dragon bone abyss, the southern side still missing an astral immortal, and the white bone ridge ghosts guarding the mountain just waiting for the stone man to reappear in the heavens. When the stone man opens his eyes in anger, the world will rebel against this object. At first, Chen-Yi didn't care about this song, just thought it was a child's words that he heard somewhere and followed blindly. However, as he listened to a whole paragraph intermittently, Chen-Yi's face suddenly changed, instantly turning grave. These statements don't sound like much on their own, but when taken together in the context of the moment, the meaning is well worth speculating on. The true dragon is likely a reference to the recently rumored relic of the true dragon, and the northern rogue king is naturally the current king of the north, Li Rogue. The corresponding Qi people's panic is a reference to the dried royal family, the Qi family. As for the phrase northern sacred temple, western Kun mountain, eastern sea beasts are making a mess, northern rogue mountain dragon bone abyss, and the south is still missing a star fairy. Chen-Yi understood the meaning of this sentence after a little thought. He knew from looking through the Xin Tian Pavilion's intelligence that the holy land of the Yun Meng kingdom in the north was the holy temple of the Great Snowy Mountain, while the ancestral land of the barbarian tribes in the west was the Kun Market Mountain, and to the east of the Great Dread is the Boundless Sea, which harbors countless sea beasts. The southern part of the Great Dredge is surrounded by star islands, and there are many star island nations, all of which seem to believe in an immortal cultivation force called the Star Cult. White Bone Ridge ghosts guarding the mountain, waiting for the stone man to reappear in the sky. This sentence, Chen-Yi is still a little confused. He suspected that this may be an allusion to the location of the true dragon relics. It is clear when these sentences are linked together, meaning that once the stone man who waited for the relics of the true dragon reappeared to open his eyes, then the world would rebel in great chaos. Just as Chen-Yi was gazing at the meaning of the song, Du Shuxiang's figure walked out from within the bookstore and hurriedly waved his hand towards the children, chiding, "Go, go, go, don't play here. Go sing somewhere else. It's cold and you're not afraid to freeze your asses off." Hearing Du Shuxiang's voice of drinking and cursing and muttering, Chen-Yi looked up. When their gazes met, a trace of gravity surfaced in their eyes in a consensual manner. Du Shuxiang nodded towards Chen-Yi, welcoming him into the bookstore while asking, "You heard the meaning of the song?" Du Shuxiang opened the Luanghuan bookstore, usually like to read all the books. All kinds of strange news are much involved. With his insight naturally can hear the meaning of this song. In his eyes, a wunderkind like Chen-Yi who could write the enchantment of the gods should have been able to understand it as well, which was why he had asked this question. In the face of Du Shuxiang's question, Chen-Yi nodded silently. What this song says is more like a first prophecy, while the spearhead ties together several recent hot events and people, pointing directly at the northern border royal house. "I'm afraid the character who made up this lyric is up to no good," Chen-Yi lamented. Hearing his analysis, Du Shuxiang nodded approvingly before agreeing, "Not bad. In the beginning, the song was sung from the mouths of a few wandering beggars yesterday afternoon, when the prison seekers division of the royal household would still be sent to drive away and arrest them. But by this morning, the whole northern rogue city was spreading the word, and it was impossible to control it. Now everyone is saying that the king of the northern border is going to rebel. I think the person who made up this counter-rumor is harboring evil intentions and hates the world." Speaking here, Du Shuxiang stomped her foot full of indignation and gasped, "You don't know. There are still people linking this to our feudal god romance, saying that the king of the northern border is King Wu of Zhou, and that the Daedric Emperor Qizhen is King Zhou. The rebellion of the king of the northern border is King Wu's conquest of Zhou. You say, if the feudal deity Yeni is so associated, then this book of ours won't be classified by the court as an anti-book. And how can we still make money?" Speaking to the angry place, Du Shuxiang gritted his teeth, hated to tear the rumor monger. On the contrary, Chen-Yi's face had a very calm expression when he heard this. In fact, it really doesn't matter to him if he makes money or not. Writing a book was his idle idea, and he found out that he could increase his chi luck, which made him enthusiastic for a few minutes. If the dry imperial court really sealed the book, it would mean that the feudal deities had spread to a certain extent, and it wouldn't matter whether it was sealed or not. Seeing Chen-Yi's indifference, Du Shuxiang couldn't help but be surprised. "You're not in a hurry. Shenyi shook his head calmly. There's no rush. It is as good as it gets, and as good as it gets. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Du Shuxian counted his thumbs and seemed to have figured out that the anger in his heart had dispersed quite a bit. Then the topic changed, and he urged with a searching look in his eyes. That said, I've urged the end of my Seal of Gods acting several times. Have you written it yet this time? So, did King Wu succeed in conquering Zhou? Chen Yi nodded with a faint smile, handing the manuscript of the book in his hand to the other party and replying, It's done. Zhang Zia went up to heaven to seal the gods. Master Wen Taisher entered the list of the sealed gods, ranked among the immortals, and was ordained as the nine heavens Ingyuan thunder god Puwa Tianzuan. As soon as his words fell, Du Shuxian couldn't wait to take the manuscript and unfold it, and the words came out of his mouth. Finally, it's done. Then, I've got to get this book out to the whole of the great diaspora before the end of the month and make a few more bucks before the disruption. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to urge, by the way, your book dividends for this period of time, totaling 1,800 taels of silver, are placed in the dark compartment of the counter. Help yourself. After saying that, he completely immersed himself in the seal of the gods and no longer paid any attention to Chen Yi. Seeing this, Chen Yi familiarly walked inside the counter's hidden compartment and found the other party's pre-prepared silver tickets and turned to leave. After a few months of getting along, Chen Yi found that Fatty Du was a sincere person, and the relationship between the two of them was also considered to be a good friend. After taking the silver money, Chen Yi went to the Xian Tian Pavilion to purchase a few bottles of dragon turtle chi and blood pills before going to the prison to take a look at the imprisoned 6th grade martial Dao master. After that, he returned home to continue his practice. Chapter 42. Intermediate stage of viscera refining, collecting corpses to pay debts. Although the system had attribute points that dropped every day, Chen Yi would still take the time to practice when he was free. Cutting down trees, practicing martial arts, and raising dragons have become his daily routine, even though the martial artists outside are fighting and killing each other. And the matter of the true dragon relic is making a lot of noise, but it can't affect him in the slightest. Right now, Chen Yi had the feeling of idly watching the flowers blossom and fall in front of the court, and roaming with the clouds outside the sky. After the seal of the gods was written, Chen Yi was ready to pause for a while. He was prepared to wait for this book's chi influence to increase to its peak before writing the next book. Whether to write The Journey to the West at that time, or to write The Golden Lotus, which is the most widely circulated folk book, remains to be seen in due course. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. Time for a new day of tree cutting. Bang, bang. Blood plus 32, life expectancy plus 3, strength plus 10, defense, 9, agility, 9. The panel refreshes as the new day's attributes drop. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 162. Identity, level 1 karma, 45/1000. Great Dry Prison Commander. Realm, Dirty Refining Realm, early stage. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing. First level 730/1000. De He Sword Technique, De Chang 60/100. Turtle Breath Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Blood and Chi, 271. Power, 212. Defense, 210. Agility, 210. Spirit, 215. Chen Yi's gaze gazed at the panel, a hint of joy passing through his eyes. The chi and blood points have accumulated to 271 points again, so it's possible to break through to the middle stage of viscera refining. After this period of cultivation, his lifespan had now increased to 162 years, far exceeding the extreme lifespan of a viscera refining realm martial artist. The system chi was also slowly increasing every day, but there was still a long way to go before it could be upgraded to level 2 chi. Among them, the basic attributes of his physical body had all broken through to the 200 mark yesterday, but it didn't usher in the breaking of the limits of his physical body to unlock new divine abilities that he was expecting. Chen Yi guessed that the next time he broke the physical body's shackles, he might need to accumulate up to 1,000 attribute points before he could do so. In this regard, Chen Yi was not overly disappointed. Although he hadn't opened a new divine ability, he was comparable to a bone-forging realm powerhouse at this point just by virtue of his physical strength. Finally, Chen Yi's eyes fell back behind the progress of the Xian Ice Immortal Scripture Technique. Plus some. Thoughts fall. Boom! A raging power spread out from within Chen Yi's body. A strand of life essence power in the liver divine collection, like a river, gushed out unceasingly to feed back to melt the body organs. Soon the liver divine stash's melting requirement at the viscera refining realm was reached, while the martial essence blood power within Chen Yi's body was spontaneously sensed towards the internal mustard seed divine stash of the lungs under the priming of the Xian Bing Immortal Scripture. Time passes like an empty flower phantom. Under the still waters, there was a constant stream of newborn chi and blood power transforming within Chen Yi's body, condensing drops of martial essence blood to pool in the lungs. Lung main gold. Ancient sword fairy exhaled into a sword. Flying sword straight cut 3,000 miles. Ding, Dang, after an unknown amount of time, Chen Yi felt his consciousness finally touch a silver-white metal door in a space littered with thin cracks. When the martial essence blood with his will was in contact with the silver door, a jingoistic metallic sound resounded in the cracked space he was in. Found the god's treasure. Chen Yi had a joy in his eyes as he brought the martial essence blood around him to violently slam towards the silver-colored metal gate. Bang! There was a loud bang from the body and the door cracked open. In an instant, Chen Yi felt like his lungs were being pierced by countless fine flying swords, and a vague pain came from them. But soon, under the operation of the second layer of the Xian Ice immortal scripture, this hidden pain turned to disappear again. After those silver flying swords entered the lungs, they instead fused with the lung cells, and between breaths caused a touch of Gangjin Qi to emerge on the surface of Chen Yi's organs. These silver-colored flying swords were precisely the Gangjin source power that had been fed back to Chen Yi from the opening of the lung divine collection. What an arcane technique! The opening of the divine collection of the lungs caused Chen Yi to wake up and shake his head in amazement. When he saw the changes within his body, he had to marvel at the power of the Xian Ice immortal scripture cultivation method, and was even more shocked by this boldness and ability of the ancients to create an acquired renewal of the immortal path. People know that the 5 organs of the human life and death of the slightest difference is the fate of the yellow springs, not to mention the need for blood penetration of the 5 organs. In the absence of guidance in the case of trial and error time and time again to open up a road to the martial arts immortal. With the opening of the lungs' divine residence, Chen Yi's realm had also finally broken through to the middle stage of viscera refining. It was at this point that the power that had surged within him came back down slightly. Realm, dirty refining realm, middle. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, second level 1/1000. De He sword technique, De Chang 60/100. Turtle breath technique, perfection. A breakthrough. I've gotten stronger again. Feeling the brand new changes within his body, Chen Yi couldn't help but clench his fists as a sense of determination surged in his eyes. Based on the current daily drop of qi and blood points, it would take almost a month to break through to the late stage of refining viscera. However, this was in the case where there was no increase in qi. If his systematic qi increased, the attribute qi points that fell out every day would also slowly increase. Therefore, the time for him to break through to the late stage of viscera refining would also be shortened. Then Chen Yi collected his power and slowly came to stand at the edge of the pool water in the courtyard, his deep eyes gazing towards the loach diving in the watery ground. Right now the hope for a quick rise in fortune depends on you 3 little things. It seemed to detect the movement of Chen Yi's breath. The 3 loaches quickly swam up from the bottom of the water, revealing a small half-head on the surface of the water staring blearily at Chen Yi. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi happily snapped a bit of the dragon turtle qi and blood pill and threw it down for them to swallow. Knowing that the loach taking the qi and blood pill could accelerate the evolution of the dragon phase, Chen Yi increased the dosage. It turns out that you feed once a day and recite the Spirit Opening Sutra once a day. Now he is changed to feeding 3 times a day and reciting the Kailash Sutra 3 times. After feeding the 3 little ones, Chen Yi arrived at the prison cell to inspect it with a good mood. It was only a few steps away anyway, so he came by when he could. Order in the prison. Everything is in order. Chen Yi walked down the prison aisle, his eyes skimming over the prohibited martial artists that had been imprisoned during this period of time, and his mood was completely different from that of 2 months ago. After wandering around for a while, Chen Yi once again arrived at the entrance to the location of the 6th grade realm martial artist imprisoned deep within the prison cell. Suddenly, his eyebrows clustered. No breath? Immediately following him inside the jail cell, he reached out towards the tip of the man's nose. Really dead. Chen Yi mouthed the words, a light smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. Originally, he had thought that the other party would be able to hold out for 2 more days, but he didn't expect to die on the 2nd day after being locked in. Come on man, register. An hour later, Chen Yi slowly appeared in the bamboo forest of the mass grave while pushing the corpse of the 6th grade martial artist. A wisp of strange fragrance wafted through the bamboo forest as Chen Yi silently waited for the black-robed monster to arrive. It had been more than 2 months since the last time they met, but his strength had changed radically. Chen Yi's heart is full of confidence. This time he will use the delusion-breaking god pupil to see through the details of this mysterious black robe. Chapter 43, Corpse Immortal Sect. 5th grade 1-strike wooden sword. As the smell of the strange incense spread, wisps of thin smoke curled through the bamboo forest. Suddenly a wisp of breeze blew, and the sideburns between Chen Yi's ears moved. He suddenly turned his head to look at the familiar figure that had appeared noiselessly at his side. 4th grade astral realm. What a powerful cultivation. The pupils of Chen Yi's eyes momentarily tightened, followed by a recovery, only to see the black-robed strange man though quietly standing in place. A circle of white mixed with some cyan-colored chi light surfaced on top of his head, which represented that the other party was indeed maintaining goodwill towards him. Seeing this made Chen Yi's heart instantly breathe a sigh of relief. If he had seen a hint of red chi on the black-robed monster's head body today, Chen Yi guaranteed that he would absolutely avoid this person from afar after today. But what really shocked Chen Yi was that just now, Under the perspective of the delusion-breaking god's pupil, he finally saw that this person's cultivation i.e., the same cultivation as the northern border kingly rogue. Although the black-robed strange man stood still, in a 3-meter radius around him, he was enveloped by an invisible circle of gray air, forming a field. This was precisely the top cultivation level of the 4th level of the astral realm, out of the 9 grades of the martial Tao. If he didn't have the delusion-breaking divine pupil, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to discover it until now. No wonder this person said that he could lead him into the path of immortality in the first place. Being able to cultivate to the 4th grade astral realm, he was indeed an immortal cultivator undoubtedly. But a new doubt surfaced in Chen Yi's mind. Why would such a powerful expert seek out his own mere jailer to get a corpse? With a thought, Chen Yi's original thoughts of being prepared to inquire about some doubts from the black-robed monster after relying on his increased strength were instantly collected, while the turtle breath technique within his body was pushed to the extreme by him. The difference in strength is so great that some secrets are better known sparingly. Chen Yi collected the emotions in his heart, and in an instant, the expression on his face returned to a state of calm. "Greetings, Elder." The black-robed monster nodded as he stood a few meters away from Chen Yi, his eyes slightly surprised as he surveyed Chen Yi. "You've practiced astringency." A hoarse, low voice rang out. "Not bad. It seems that your cultivation has made another great breakthrough." Hearing the other party's hoarse voice, Chen Yi's mind tightened as he wondered if the other party had seen through his concealment. A chuckle escaped his lips as he changed the subject. A small breakthrough, letting Senior laugh at me. That being said, I have to thank you for the gungfu you gifted last time. In the face of Chen Yi's words of coping, the black-robed monster paid no heed to them. He just stood still and stared at Chen Yi, seemingly pondering something. For a while silence returned to the bamboo forest. Just as Chen Yi was being looked at somewhat uncomfortably, the black-robed monster spoke out once more, and this time, he was extending an invitation to Chen Yi. "Kid, I see that you have good cultivation roots. Have you considered joining my Corpse Immortal sect? Join my sect, and with your roots and bones you can serve as the sect's protector on the path to immortality." At those words, Chen Yi's expression froze slightly. "Corpse Immortal sect? What's the matter? Old me, I've quenched the idea of inquiring about you, and you're exposing yourself. I promise, or I don't. You won't be silenced if you don't say yes." In an instant, several thoughts surfaced in Chen Yi's mind, and it was only when he gazed at the lack of change in the color of the light chi above the other party's head that he cautiously queried, "Senior, I wonder what sect you're talking about with the Corpse Immortal sect, and why I haven't heard of it in the Great Dread." In the face of Chen Yi's inquiry, the other party didn't seem to want to explain much, and just said with a light expression, "You don't need to care about what sect. You only need to understand that joining our sect will grant you the ability to cultivate to the 1st grade Earth Immortal realm if you perform well." After saying that, the black-robed man calmly carried his hands behind his back, his eyes confidently looking at Chen Yi as if waiting for him to join. Just a 1st grade Earth Immortal? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi instantly did not have much of a thought in his mind. 1st grade Earth Immortal technique. I have it now. Do I still need to join this sneaky Corpse Immortal sect? So the black-robed monster's idea was doomed to disappointment. So Chen Yi straightened his demeanor and cupped his fists. "I don't know what Senior means by performing well. Simple. Just join my sect and get more corpses of experts in the future. If you can get the corpse of a 2nd or 3rd grade expert, I can grant you the Earth Immortal technique." Hearing the other party's promise, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth twitched slightly. 2, 3 grade masters? Chen Yi raised his voice, his tone filled with surprise. "Excuse me, senpai, kid's strength is not enough. It's better to wait for his strength to improve before saying that he plans to join your sect." After saying that, Chen Yi reached out and kicked the corpse on the ground for a bit. Introducing, this person was a 6th grade dirty refining realm martial grandmaster in his lifetime. Handing it over to Elder this time as a way of paying back the one corpse I owed from last time. As soon as Chen Yi's voice fell, silence once again returned to the forest. The black-robed monster's expression was a bit surprised, as he didn't seem to have expected Chen Yi to decline this invitation for a chance. Just as well, another day will come. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chen Yi with odd eyes for a few moments before reverting back to his cold and mysterious state, no longer interested in continuing to speak with Chen Yi. Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled sarcastically and nodded. Then he took out the foreign incense that only had a little bit left that hadn't burned out, and signaled to the other party, "Elder, this incense is almost gone." The black-robed man glanced at the remnants of the incense in Chen Yi's hand, and then he took out a half-foot-long foreign incense from his body and threw it to Chen Yi. After giving it, he paused his expression to ponder, then once again took out a small finger-length wooden sword from his body and handed it over to Chen Yi. Now that the hearts of the northern rogue city are in turmoil with experts running rampant, this small wooden sword can deliver the full force of a 5th grade expert when activated with chi and blood. I'll give it to you. I hope you can trade it for the corpse of a 5th pin realm expert. After saying that, his figure suddenly moved, transforming into a black shadow that swept past Chen Yi. By the time Chen Yi received the small wooden sword, both the person and the corpse on the ground had disappeared. Looking at the empty and shadowless bamboo forest, Chen Yi played with the small wooden sword in his hand and said with a smile, "Not bad. I didn't realize there was a windfall." Saying that, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth lifted up slightly. His mind thought to himself as he guessed that the black-robed monster should still not have given up on the idea of recruiting him to join the corpse immortal sect. This black-robed weirdo was kinda nice, but just a little arrogant. Wouldn't it be better if you just said give me the little wooden sword to keep for protection? Forget it, no matter him. One day when my strength overpowers him, I will help him as much as I can, that is. Chen Yi shook his head, then turned around and pushed the small unicycle away from the mass grave. In the afternoon, when Chen Yi returned to the prison cell, he suddenly got a message. Just at mid-morning, a shocking battle took place at White Bone Ridge, more than 100 miles outside of the northern rogue city. It was mainly the experts from the northern border royal family and the sword-casting villa, Pill King Valley, and other forces that were exchanging blows and colliding. It was heard that over there, someone had really discovered the entrance to the true dragon ruins, and that's why there was a big mess. When the news came, there was still a steady stream of experts from the northern rogue city heading that way. In response, Chen Yi shook his head, not having the slightest intention of going forward to join in the fun. At night, Chen Yi continued to practice the Great River Sword technique at home. Although the Great River Sword technique was only of the 7th grade, it could better help him comprehend the true meaning of Xian Shui. Thus, Chen Yi had never given up on this sword technique. The prison is just over 100 meters from his current residence. Tonight, however, the northern rogue city was a bit extraordinarily quiet. Chapter 44, Attack on the Jail, Journey to the West. I don't know if it's because all the martial arts experts in the northern rogue city are rushing to White Bone Ridge. There was less of the usual bustle and fighting in the city this night. It's dry, so be careful with fire and candles. The familiar sound of the beat came. Chen Yi raised his head to look at the moonlight in the night sky, enchanted. It's the 11th hour. The bleak white moonlight overhead shone on the acacia tree in the courtyard, reflecting a cloud of sparse, whirling shadows of the tree's poles on the ground. The icy cold wind whistled, and Chen Yi stopped and stood, his brows involuntarily locking up deeply. He had just finished practicing the Great River Sword technique a few times, but for some reason, there was always an inexplicable uneasiness lingering in Chen Yi's heart tonight, as if something would happen. He knew that when martial arts cultivation reached a high level of profundity, it was sometimes possible to create an intuitive sense between the minds. Is something big going to happen tonight? Chen Yi stared at the dark night, his mouth seemed to murmur. Then he looked down at the small wooden sword hanging at his waist, and felt a little more certainty in his heart. The black-robed monster's character is still trustworthy. He said that this wooden sword has a 5-grade full-strength strike. If something big really happens, I think this sword should be able to become one of his bottom cards. Chen Yi's thoughts had yet to fall. Suddenly, the silent night sky suddenly silhouettes moving at high speed came from the violent sound of breaking wind. When Chen Yi heard the sound, his ears suddenly twitched, and the golden wind sensed the cicadas before they moved. Masters, the target is the jail cell. This was the instinctive reaction of a 6th-grade dirt refining patriarch. Hearing the direction from which the sound came, Chen Yi keenly recognized that the opponent's target should be the prison cell next to him. His figure suddenly moved, his feet force under the transportation of power. A gentle leap will jump to the acacia tree high to look at the eyes. Sure enough, in the dark night sky, several black shadows broke through the air with chi and blood wolf smoke that carried itself more than 3 feet high. The wolf smoke that emanated a domineering burning heat was as dazzling as the brightly lit lamp in the darkness of the night. 7th-grade bone forging expert. No good, they're trying to rob the jail. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi was instinctively about to leap towards the entrance of the prison cell. However, as far as his footsteps were concerned, Chen Yi's movements slowed down slightly as he decided to use his delusion-breaking divine pupil to see the strength of the other party. Well, the 5 people who came are actually all bone-forging experts. With my previously exposed strength, I can barely resist a few moves. With a thought, Chen Yi's figure suddenly leapt towards the prison cell next to him. While he was in the air, he already shouted, "Enemy attack!" With that said, he pulled out a rattling arrow that the prison commander carried with him and pulled it towards the night sky. Chirp, bang, dazzling fireworks rang out in the night sky, instantly attracting the attention of the masters of the prison patrol division in the city. Instantly at the location near the prison, there were several royal experts that seemed to be prepared in advance rushing over to rush to their aid. Under the perspective of the delusion-breaking divine pupil, seeing those silhouettes, Chen Yi froze for a split second. Asterisk 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 asterisk, another 7th grade expert, and there's even a ing viscera refining realm. At this moment, however, There was no need for Chen Yi to think much. He had already rushed to the entrance of the prison, and the masked man in the forefront crashed together and exchanged hands. Ding! Chen Yi utilized a style of the Great River Sword technique, raging river waves, and slashed towards the other party with a surging physical force. The long swords of the two collided, and the other party seemed to not expect Chen Yi to possess such great physical divine power, and was directly knocked back by a sword slash. And an encroaching essence blood internal force came from Chen Yi's wrist, but it was quietly dissolved by him, and it was also at the moment when the two of them exchanged blows. The experts from the royal family arriving behind were already close to approaching the prison gates. The black-clothed man who fought with Chen Yi's people saw the scene and his pupils shrank. Then he glared fiercely at Chen Yi and said loudly, "No good. We've been tricked. Withdraw." After saying that, he raised his sword and disappeared towards the outside. Seeing this, Chen Yi naturally wouldn't let the other party escape in order to perfect his duties as a prison commander. He didn't know what kind of drama was going on in tonight's scene, but he didn't mind letting his status as jailer commander behave dutifully when it was safe to do so. Soon, he chased towards the other figure with his sword. A sword shadow cut through, welcoming the waves, trapping the waves, stacking the waves, chopping the waves, breaking the waves, breaking the waves. The Great River Sword technique was continuously utilized in his hands as if it was a continuous great river. Even though the opposite party was a 7th grade consummate expert, they couldn't get away for a moment. Tinkerbell. The air was torn out in a crack. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged a dozen moves. Chen Yi only revealed barely early 7th grade strength, and although every encounter seemed to be perilous, he always managed to pester his opponent at crucial moments. Soon, the figures on the other side were also surrounded by the experts rushed over from the royal palace. In a few breaths they were taken down in droves. The 6th-ranked expert who freed his hands at this time was a scar-faced burly man who instantly came behind the black-clothed man who had fought with Chen Yi, only to see him slap his palm, making use of the comprehension of the realm of intent. Immediately a corpse mountain and sea of blood-like realm of intent phantom enveloped the black-clothed man, making his body slightly stunned has been slapped down by the palm imprints. Then two men came forward to tackle him and take him away. "You're good." After taking down the man in black, Scarface nodded his praise towards Chen Yi and immediately turned to leave. This group of people seemed to come and go without a trace, and there was no explanation when they saw Chen Yi. Looking at the disappearing silhouette, Chen Yi frowned. It's inexplicable. Why is the old man, the prison commander, like a little cutie, like he doesn't know anything? It was obvious that the royal family seemed to have prepared for tonight's night attack, but had not notified the jailer. To him, it was more like a fishing expedition. Could it be that it's related to the martial artists who were captured in the prison during this time? Chen Yi's heart was flooded with many doubts, and after muttering a few words, he turned towards the prison guard lieutenants behind him who had rushed to support him with their partners at this time. All disperse, disperse. The people have already been captured by the royal family's experts. After waving them off, Chen Yi proceeded to return to his home. Tonight's events were just a minor blip on the radar for him, but it did remind him that he needed to step up his game. As his strength increased, Chen Yi found himself coming into contact with more and more powerful experts, the Metamorphosis realm, the Gangqi realm, and further on he would have to come into contact with the upper 3 orders of immortal Dao realm experts. Time. It's still time. Although, in just a few months, he had come from an ordinary person to the middle stage of refining the viscera was already heavenly speed, but it's still not enough to face today's great dry chaos. Chen Yi returned to the house and lit a candle, then sat quietly on the bed and began to review the experiences of this period of time. The flickering candlelight stretched his figure diagonally. 9 pinnacle immortal path. 6 pinnacle realm was still too weak after all, technically not even stepping on the door of immortal cultivation. According to the current cultivation speed of the system drop cooked attribute, it would take more than 2 months to break through the metamorphosis realm. The only way to break through faster is to increase the number of attribute points that are dropped by making the chi points increase. Get promoted, write a book, raise a dragon. There is too much to be exposed for promotion nowadays to be desirable. The only thing left to do is to write the book and work on raising the dragon. Well, starting tomorrow, the fallen dragon's chi and blood Dan diet is tripled. Book 2. Start writing tonight. Just write about the West. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Yi waited for himself to meditate for a while before he began to move his pen against the candlelight. Journey to the West. Chaos has not yet divided heaven and earth, and no one can see it. Chapter 45, 12 Edicts, considered as treason. The next day, the weather in the northern border began to turn sharply cold. The cold wind with wisps of icy rain, as if overnight into the winter. It's going to snow. Chen Yi got up and came to the courtyard. Looking up at the black clouds sinking into the sky, mouth chanted. Then with a movement of his consciousness, he entered the system space and started chopping down trees. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 166. Identity, Level 1 Karma, 52/1000. Great Dry Prison Commander. Realm, Dirty Refining Realm, Middle. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 2nd Level 3/1000. Dei Sword Technique, perfection. Turtle breath technique, perfection. Avatar, delusion-breaking pupil. Blood, 35. Power, 230. Defense, 228. Agility, 219. Spirit, 230. Then, Chen Yi's gaze lingered on the newly blossomed flower bud on the divine tree of Chi luck and observed it. Seeing that it would be some time before this flower bud turned into a molded flower skeleton, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Big gray, little gray, too gray, come to dinner. Chen Yi welcomed the wind and cold to the edge of the pool in the courtyard, called out a few times, and then crushed a small half of the dragon turtle Chi and blood dan with his fingers and threw it into the water. The three little ones under the shallow silt of the potential water bottom suddenly moved at the sound and quickly emerged from the water bottom, staring blankly at Chen Yi. Eat, today's meal is increased. Only after receiving Chen Yi's order did the three little ones begin to scramble for the dregs of the medicine floating in the water, looking at the three blood-red backs that seemed like happy children under the water, swimming athletically. The corners of Chen Yi's mouth gently lifted. He found that after taking the dragon turtle Chi and blood dan, the three loaches' spiritual wisdom opened faster and faster. As far as he now observes, its spiritual wisdom has almost reached a 1-year-old toddler-like reaction. Can simply understand his instructions. Half an hour later, the three loaches quickly finished off half of the Chi blood dan. Seeing that they didn't have any stressful reactions, Chen Yi guessed that this dosage should still be increased. So after an hour or two, Chen Yi once again increased the feeding of the medicine, during which time, in order to help them absorb and digest it, Chen Yi also made a point of slipping them to swim around in the water without stopping. Soon the day passed, and the prison has returned to the northern rogue city since the attack. Almost all of the martial artists who had caused trouble in the city in the past had rushed to the White Bone Ridge. The fight over the relics there hadn't stopped yet, and it was rumored that Immortal's cave had already been discovered at the True Dragon ruins. In response, Chen Yi was not the slightest bit moved, and he remained nestled in his courtyard writing books and raising dragons. Day 2. Day 3. Drive. Giddy up. On this day, the calm northern rogue city was suddenly broken by a rush of hooves. 800 miles of urgency. By order of the emperor, summon the northern border King Li Rogue to the capital. 800 miles of urgency. By order of the emperor, summoning Li Rogue, king of the northern border, to the capital. 1,000-mile divine colt carrying a court messenger with at least 7th grade martial arts strength sped through the streets of the northern rogue city at a high rate of speed. With the other party's martial chi and blood, the sound of the edict was as loud as thunder, and it went straight down the street into the northern border king's mansion. A voice like thunder resounded over the entire northern robber city. Chen Yi stood at the edge of the pond grasping a handful of chi and blood pills in his hands and gazing towards the northern border king's mansion, under the gaze of the delusion pupil, only to see in that wide royal mansion in the sky, the original representative of the northern rogue king's fortune of the head of the lofty horns, belly long 4 toes and golden claws, the back of the rogue pattern of the python, in the days, has long been noiselessly transformed into a golden fortune dragon, and for the teeth and claws to fly to the 9 heavens of the situation. Is it going to start? Chen Yi murmured. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of gravity in his dark eyes. If the northern border royal house really rebelled, I'm afraid that he would have to face a choice at that time as well. Chen Yi couldn't help but think of the first line of the song that was being sung on the streets of North Rogue the other day. When the true dragon emerges, the winds and clouds change, the mountains and rivers are in turmoil, and the heavens and earth are dark. A few days had passed, and although Chen Yi had not personally rushed to the White Bone Ridge, he had judged through observation of the royal family's chi that the northern border royal family should have taken up a not-so-small chance in this battle. After observing the movements of the northern kingdom, Chen Yi withdrew his gaze to look at the fallen dragon in the pond under his command. That's right, at this point it can no longer be called a loach. For not only did the back of the loach now bear lines of blood on its back and degenerate into a dragonized phase, but its whiskers had become dragon whisker-like. On either side of the big gray's head, 2 bulging buds of flesh were even more faintly protruding. This was just one final step away from the fallen dragon raising its head with 2 horns, shedding its coat of clay, and transiting its spirit pet. Chen Yi sprinkled the chi and blood elixir in his hand and commanded happily with his mouth. Fallen dragon. Ah! Fallen dragon. That blood python has already successfully transformed into a scaly dragon. Whether you can transform into a dragon depends on now. Sprinkling down the elixir, Chen Yi once again recited the spirit-opening scripture to enlighten the fallen dragons. But it didn't take long for another rush of hoofbeats to come stomping through the air. Edict. 900 miles of urgency. By order of the emperor, Li Rogue, king of the northern border, is urgently summoned to the capital without delay. The loud voice resounded throughout the entire northern robot city, and ordinary people felt their ears go numb when they smelled it. It is evident that the person who transmitted the order did not have half a reservation. That is, he intended the people to hear it. The voice of the second edict had not been long in falling. The third emergency edict came again. A red rabbit horse carrying a figure of the 7th grade consummate with the imperial gold flag on its back came rushing in. Edicts. Li Rogue, king of the north, takes orders. thousands of miles of urgency, by order of the emperor, ordering Li Rogue, king of the northern border, to enter the capital without a moment's delay. That's not all. Immediately behind them every hour, orders came in from the dried emperor's imperial Qin soldiers. Fourth edict, until the 12th edict. This time, the one who passed out the order was a martial grandmaster of refined viscera perfection. Edict, 8,000 li expedited, by order of the great dry supreme true high emperor, order the northern border king Li Rogue to enter the capital, tomorrow at noon or not, as disobedience to the imperial order, as treason, punishable by death of all 9 clans. The sound rolled and fell high in the air for a long time. At this moment, the people of the northern rogue city had been completely shaken numb. The sky is about to explode. 12 imperial edicts in a row in one day. What is this about? This kind of move was the first ever in the history of the 800 years of the Great Diaspora. What exactly had their northern border king done to warrant the use of the 12 edicts by the Dry Emperor? At this moment even the most uneducated people know that something big is going to happen, and the smart ones have already begun to realize that there may be a change in the weather, and have begun to go out and stock up on supplies. And strangely enough, every messenger that entered inside the northern border king's mansion never appeared again after going in. That royal residence was like a quiet abyss, calm and frightening. No sound, everything is still silent. The 12 royal decrees were passed into the northern border king's palace and did not cause any ripples. 2 days passed. The people in the royal residence did what they were supposed to do. All of them, from the officials down to the servants at the gate, were calm as usual, and there was no subsequent order from the Dry Emperor. Even the uneasiness that had just been set off by the plain people gradually resumed. Just like that, a month passed in a flash. On this day, goosefeather snow drifted in the northern rogue city. Changes suddenly rose in Chen Yi's courtyard. Rumble. Chapter 46, Half an Acre of Dragon Fortune. The Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderbolt flashed over the northern rogue city. God of thieves. Thunder on a snowy day either destroys demons or transmigrates. The hell with it. Someone nestled in their home was startled by the sudden thunder and couldn't help but mouth a wrathful and angry curse. Unbeknownst to him, the culprit that caused the thunder was none other than Chen Yi's small courtyard. Rumble. The violent sound of thunder struck again, and a serpentine lightning bolt suddenly split through the sky of wind and snow, landing directly above the water pond in Chen Yi's courtyard. Today Chen Yi, however, seems to have expected it. He quietly stood next to the water pond and waited, raising his head to look at the sky. He was seen grasping a handful of dragon turtle chi and blood dan in his hand and throwing it into the water pond at once, but his eyes were flashing with some exhilaration and anticipation. Bred for months and months, and finally accomplished. Big Gray, Second Gray, Little Gray, Spirit Thunder has arrived. If you don't transform into a dragon at this time, what better time to wait? Chen Yi said with a big smile, and then he immediately sprinkled another handful of dragon turtle chi and blood dan into the pond. This month under the double feeding, the 3 loaches finally had borne double horns, shedding the mud coat into a fallen dragon. And those chi and blood pills just now were the nourishment for the final step of dragon transformation. Just as the thunder blasted down in the sky, the fallen dragon in the pool water was frantically drawing and devouring the elixir in the water. At this time they have grown more than a foot long, head borne an inch of antlers, in its back fins on the body of a flickering red-colored dragon pattern presented. In addition, the original gray back and yellow belly of the loach skin membrane has slowly turned into a subtle like dragon scales attached to the body. In addition to the dragon tail, only need to grow toes can be like a scaled-down version of the real dragon. However, Chen Yi knew that it was very difficult for fallen dragons to produce toes, and the appearance at this point was already the limit of the fallen dragon technique's documented breeding. Thunder falls from the 9 heavens, the thunder spirit points out wisdom, the air falls from the mud dragon, and the transportation of the Lord carries enlightenment. Transform the dragon. Point blood. Transit. Chen Yi's eyes stared in anticipation, and when he saw a lightning strike in the sky above the pool, he seized the moment and violently recited the transit mantra from the fallen dragon technique in his mouth. After he made some arcane hand seals of bred dragons, he bit through his index finger lightning fast and forced out 3 drops of essence blood to shoot into the mouths of the 3 dragons. Transform the dragon in transit. As the essence blood dripped down, the 3 dragons' eyes flickered animatedly, and at once their tails swung to quickly swallow the essence blood into their mouths. It was also at that moment, as the essence blood entered the stomach, amidst the booming thunder, the 3 fallen dragons suddenly struggled and flicked their tails to leap out of the water, and they all let out a dragon roar that sounded like a cow's bellow. Moo, moo, moo. 3 dragon roars fell. Above, suddenly the sky opens up with light. On the 3 fallen dragons emerged a thick dense green light was born. This dense gas adds up to about half an acre in size. Floating above the pool like a cloud of gas generally gathered and scattered wandering, even if the surrounding dispersal of goosefeather snowflakes cannot affect them in the slightest. Below the water pond as a mirror, meet the light of the sky of the whole will be this side of the dragon luck reflected down. This scene, as the old poem says, half an acre of square pond is open. The skylight and clouds and shadows wander together. This is the fallen dragon's chi. Unexpected. Surprise. Ha ha ha. It's half an acre of small dragon luck. Yes, yes. Looking at this square half-acre sized dense dragon luck, Chen Yi's eyes flashed with essence and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Listening to his unrestrained laughter, the three fallen dragon gods unexpectedly flew out of the water once again and nodded at him. Their master, revealing human-like smiles. Moo. Finally, with a long chant from them, half an acre of dragon luck dense rolling, quickly floating down above Chen Yi as light and shadow pouring into his body. After the fallen dragon transferred its own dragon luck to Chen Yi, it then landed back in the water pond, seemingly very tired to lie down under the water to rest again, and the thunder in the sky also came to an abrupt end. As the dragon transported into his body, Chen Yi glanced at the fallen dragon that had crawled under the water to rest. After seeing that they were fine, Chen Yi's consciousness couldn't wait to rush into the system space. As soon as he entered the divine tree space, at once he realized that there were countless green-colored dragon lucks surging towards the large tree, and the chi luck displayed on his system was also increasing crazily at this time. Level 1 air, 59/1000. Level 1 air, 120/1000. Soon the chakra rose to level 1 chakra, 550/1000, at which point it slowly stopped. The changes did not stop here. Chen Yi's gaze stopped above the divine tree of chi luck in astonishment. One could only see that the relatively thin green-colored chi luck that had originally shrouded the divine tree was now becoming thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye with the addition of the dragon's luck. As half an acre of dragon luck all converged on the divine tree, a magical scene occurred. Soon, at the height of the divine tree's corresponding left branch, a branch quickly bore a bud. The buds grow so fast that they go from bloom to fruit to maturity in the blink of an eye, almost 100 times faster than a shakti. A red chi luck fruit, also the size of a fist, suddenly dripped down. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi hurriedly appeared below the tree in an instantaneous movement and hastily stretched out his hands to catch the fruit. The Xian Ice immortal scripture dropped last time. What's dropping this time? Chen Yi's heart was overwhelmed with excitement as he saw the fruit fall. Just the moment the fruit touched his palm, it still turned into a green-colored chi fortune that surged into his mind just as it did last time. Immediately afterward, Chen Yi's mind roared as a raging torrent of information surged into his memory. Could it be another kung fu? Why don't you come with a different treasure? There was a moment of regret in Chen Yi's heart when he noticed that it was a memorized technique again, but his thoughts were soon washed away by the memories of the inheritance. Luck, or luck. People have chi, ghosts have chi, gods have chi, and immortals have chi. National dynasties have chi luck, and heaven and earth have chi luck. Everything has its chi. Fortune has a lifespan and an early death, and still all the chi remains. Heaven and earth have their ways, and loss makes up for deficiency, and living beings have their ways, and loss makes up for deficiency. 1 fate, 2 fortunes, 3 feng shui, 4 accumulation of merit and virtue, 5 reading, 6 names, 7 phases, and 8 honoring the gods. Fate does not come out, and chi is called king. Therefore, the chi cultivation 1, in which to seize, capture the sky, capture the earth, capture people, capture ghosts, capture luck and punch life to complement oneself, to fulfill the great Tao. All that was recorded in this flood of memories was the inheritance about arcane chi. This inheritance was far more complicated and profound countless times than the last Xian Bing immortal scripture. Time seemed to have no concept in Chen Yi's mind. I don't know how long it was, maybe a year, maybe a decade, or maybe a moment. In the end, the countless inherited memories transformed into an ancient bronze book that surfaced in Chen Yi's mind. The cover of the ancient bronze book was engraved with 4 large, arcane characters — the heavenly book of Chi Fortune. When Chen Yi used his consciousness to turn it over, the first page at the back clearly read the heavenly book of Chi Fortune volume of man, taking man's fortune. Then the content recorded how to cultivate into a secret method, hooking up with the divine tree of Chi, killing people and seizing their luck. Killing to take away luck refers to killing an enemy, which can take away the chi from the other person. In addition to this, those who have already been killed, as long as the physical body is still there, may also draw the remnants of chi from the other party. The heavenly book of Chi Fortune. Take away one's fortune. Finish digesting the memories in your head. Chen Yi woke up leisurely, but there was still an unbelievable shock lingering in his eyes. What a magical heavenly book! What a domineering technique! Chen Yi couldn't help the seemingly murmuring recitation from his mouth. But then, with that, he slowed down. A divine light burst forth from the depths of Chen Yi's eyes. It can also take the chi. My path has become a reality. Ha ha ha. Chen Yi couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Chapter 47 Attribute Surge, Xian Ice True Intent. Cultivating the human volume of the heavenly book of Qi luck, one could actually actively seize the Qi luck of others. And Chen Yi had long since realized that the attribute points and fortune fruits he dropped from chopping down trees every day were tied to how much fortune he had. Now, in addition to binding the official body of the Great Diaspora, writing books and raising dragons to gain luck, he will from now on have another way to kill and touch corpses to seize luck. And this approach is also very flexible. Even if he left his position as the commander of the Northern Rogue Prison in the future, he would still have a way to continue to increase his Qi. This is truly a pathway to heaven. Looking at the branch of the tree that had dropped the Qi luck heavenly book, it bore a flower bud again just like the last time. Chen Yi's face was ecstatic, and his entire body's emotions felt like they had been ignited as his eyes lit up. Currently known to be level 1 Qi, the divine tree of Qi has produced a total of 1 golden Qi fruit and 1 red Qi fruit. He didn't know what other changes the divine tree of Qi would have as his Qi increased later on, but Chen Yi knew that the results would definitely be more than that. After calming myself down a little bit for a few moments, Chen Yi retrieved his mind and decisively came to the Qi luck divine tree to copy the bronze great axe to prepare for today's latest tree cutting. Previously, the fallen dragon's transit had given him a one-time increase of 500 points of Qi, so the attributes dropped today were bound to increase again. Thoughts. Chen Yi copied his father's axe and slashed it hard twice on the thick main pole. Bang! Bang! The tree shook violently as the light of the axe passed over it, and then several new lines of writing fell into view. Then Chen Yi's body shook slightly as a fierce force erupted from deep within his body. Life expectancy +6, blood +60, strength +19, defense +18, spirit +20. Cool. After chopping down the tree, perceiving that the body was rapidly enhancing its metamorphosis whether it was strength or spirit, etc., that sense of relief made Chen Yi unable to resist moaning out. Too strong. The tip of Chen Yi's nose twitched slightly. After the increase in Qi, the attributes of the Qi drop were now doubled again from before. The combined physical attribute points of an ordinary person in this world was almost around 10 points, and now the attributes enhanced by his one day of tree cutting were equivalent to 2 people stacked on top of each other. Chen Yi wasn't good at math, and at this probability that kept adding up, he didn't know what concept his physical body would be strong to one day. Possibly shattering stars with his fist and becoming immortal with his flesh were far from the end of this path. After a heartfelt sigh, Chen Yi looked at the refreshed attribute panel, and his eyes began to replan. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 166. Identity, Level 1 Karma, 553/1000. Great Dry Prison Commander. Realm, Dirty Refining Realm. Late, Technique, Shen Bing Xian Jing. 3rd level 150/1000. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, 1 out of 10. 000. Great River Sword Technique, Perfection. Turtle Breath Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Blood, 160. Power, 480. Defense, 470. Agility, 495. Spirit, 499. It's been a month since the Dry Emperor issued the 12 edicts, and I'm afraid that once the fight over White Bone Ridge changes, it should be time for the Northern Rogue daring to formally rebel. Chen Yi's eyes turned as he gazed at the gains he had made over the past month or so, then he touched his nose with his hand in contemplation. Well, strive to break through the metamorphosis realm within a month. Now first, cultivate the human transportation scroll secret method. Immediately afterward, Chen Yi's gaze turned and rested on the human movement technique column above his heart, silently chanting, "Add some points, add some points." Ha, how it hasn't changed. Chen Yi frowned. After contemplating for a long time, he still didn't know why the human movement technique couldn't be used to break through with Qi and blood points, and after some research he could only give up in dismay. Chen Yi guessed that perhaps he could only cultivate the heavenly book of Qi luck when his cultivation had truly stepped into the immortal cultivation realm. After exiting the system space, Chen Yi took a closer look at the 3 fallen dragons underneath the pool of water. After the fallen dragon had run their Qi to himself as his master, he was now sprawled weakly on the muddy ground as if he was gravely ill, and even as he now cried out he only looked up feebly at Chen Yi. "It's been hard on you guys, and since that's the case, you guys should take a good rest during this time." With that, Chen Yi threw the only 2 remaining dragon turtle Qi and blood Dan in his hand into the pool for them to swallow. At this time, the snowflakes in the sky were getting bigger and bigger. A gossamer snow mass fluttered in the cold wind, and the sky and earth were blanketed in snow. Chen Yi sat under the eaves of the house, gazing at the snow that filled the sky, his heart extraordinarily peaceful. It might be because he liked snow himself, or it might have something to do with the fact that he was in the process of comprehending the Xian Ice intent. Over the past month, Chen Yi's daily routine, apart from writing Journey to the West and raising dragons, the most he did was to cultivate the Great River Sword technique to perceive the Xian Ice intent. Intentions placed on regular people trying to comprehend them could be very tough. However, with his 500 points of spiritual demonic enlightenment, Shen Yi had already comprehended the water realm through the Great River Sword technique half a month ago, and now he was only missing the ice realm that he had yet to comprehend. The acquired spiritual root embedded in the Xian Ice Immortal scripture is the Xian Ice Dragon spiritual root, which requires the realization of the ice and water intent to punch the heavenly gate to melt the Xian ice cold air of heaven and earth to cast. Since ancient times, ice and water are not separated. Water condenses into ice melts into water. If you want to understand ice, you must first understand water. Shen Yi's ice intent was also just one snowfall away, so today's heavy snowfall came at just the right time to help Shen Yi completely understand the meaning of Xian ice. Watch the snow today and become enlightened. The snow has been falling and its intensity is still increasing. Rustling, rustling, snowflakes drifted down from the sky, falling on the tree branches, the roof, emitting a rustling sound, giving Chen Yi an ultimate feeling of lightness and serenity. In this extreme tranquility, Chen Yi's eyes gazed at the flying snow in the sky, and seemed to gradually be swept into a white world of ice and snow by the swirling snowflakes in the air, and then his eyes slowly closed. The entire person completely merged into that world of ice and snow. The qi, blood, and internal force cultivated by the Xian Bing immortal scripture was spontaneously operating within his body. The surrounding water intent unconsciously surged towards his circumference, enclosing a field of water qi. This is his earlier understanding of the true meaning of the Xian Shui, the water of the gentle, the water of the urgent vertical, the water of the flood fierce. The goodness of water is like water, and the evil of water is like vertical water, and the power of good and evil of water is in the mind of the martial artist. Feel the wetness and coldness in the air. Shen Yi closed his eyes and went even deeper to sense the frozen waters, and as he stood on the icy earth, it was as if he could hear the whispers of the water waves beneath the ice. A subtle connection took root in his heart, a rhythm where the spirituality of water and the toughness of ice intertwined with each other. Suddenly, Shen Yi opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with an icy blue light. He comprehended that the Xian ice true intent was not simply cold and rigid. It was the metamorphosis of the soul of water in extreme cold. It contains the gentleness and tolerance of water, yet the sharpness and determination of ice. Xian Ice true intent becomes a reality. Shen Yi heatedly got up, the moment he had an epiphany of the mysteries of Xian Ice. With a single thought, all of the snowflakes, ice fog and water vapor flying around him gathered and dispersed around him, forming a field of ice and snow that was 2 meters in circumference. Scatter! With a cold shout, these ice and snow were again manipulated by his thoughts, and recondensed into a small ice flower that flew out towards the surroundings. The moment, an ice flower flying in the air, flashing out the confidence and determination that Chen Yi's face has never had before, like a mirror reflecting another self to appear. Chapter 48, Cooking Wine and Talking About Snow. Immortal Path Crossing the Road. Observe the snow and realize the true meaning of Xian Ice. Now break through the door of the sky to cast the last step of the root of the immortal cultivation in the latter day into, just missing to open the heart of the last god hidden hooked 6 internal organs to contain the god shadow. And for this step, all he was missing was a month. A faint hint of delight surfaced on Chen Yi's face. Today, he even turned over 2 times of creation. One to get the luck of the fallen dragon to learn the human volume of the heavenly book of Qi fortune, and the second is to realize the true meaning of the Xian Ice to complete the casting of the Xian Ice Dragon spiritual roots of the key step. Looking at the snowflakes still flying down in the sky, he couldn't help but marvel. What a good snow, when it's worth celebrating. Unfortunately, unlike Ding San, Shen Yi did not have a hookah hobby. Otherwise, in his place, he must go forward to the spring fragrance house to celebrate 3 days. But so to speak, I've been doing nothing but cultivating for these little half a year. Aren't my days a little too monotonous? Although I don't go to the spring fragrance house, shouldn't I find a woman to help me take care of my life and living, or at least 2? The thought falls. It was quickly dispersed again by Chen Yi himself. Forget it, now that the world is in chaos, the viscera refining realm cultivation is still a bit too weak. Well, at least to the metamorphosis realm. But then again, it won't take long for me to metamorphose into the mortal realm. Just a month at most. Then, let's go to the Big Dipper realm. The Big Dipper realm is considered to be the top expert in this great divergence, second only to the immortal Dao realm. Just as Chen Yi wanted to get into strife, suddenly the door to his courtyard was slammed open and a snowclad figure burst in. Hey, Yat, what are you doing sitting under the roof on a snowy day? Saying that, Ding San let out a mouthful of cold air, carrying an altar of green plum wine and a few packages of cooked beef in his hand, stepping on the snows towards the courtyard, relying on the king's salary and elixir cultivation in the past few months. Now Ding San was also considered to be firmly established at the middle stage of skin refining, even amongst the school lieutenants. Chen Yi's small courtyard, although spaced only 100 meters or so from the prison, if there were no major events only Ding San would be qualified to come in and find him for a chat. Seeing the wine altar in Ding San's hands, Chen Yi nodded and faintly replied back, "Enjoy the snow." Ding San came to Chen Yi's front, skillfully pulling out a table from under the eaves, setting up the fireplace utensils, and warming up the wine and food. While he was getting it, he muttered, "Hey, what's there to see in the snow on this cold day? What year has our northern rogue city not had a heavy snowfall by this point?" With that said, he took a turn for the worse. If you really want to enjoy the snow, you still have to go to the White Bone Ridge at the mouth of the Green Kill. I followed my father to go there once when I was a child. The mountains there are steep, and when the snow closes the mountains, the snow falls all over the pine branches, and the world is white, and that's really pretty. Brother Yat, why don't I accompany you to enjoy the snow there at the Green Killer's mouth? The words fell. He knew that Ding San was saying with his mouth that he was going to Qing Shan Ko to see the snow, but in reality, he was still undeterred by the true dragon ruins over there. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly as he used his delusion-breaking divine pupil to take another look at the chi on Ding San's head, white with a greenish color. The green represents a close and friendly relationship to oneself. The white gas represents his own fortune. Ding San's current white gas is less turbid than before, but the gas is not strong. Not the kind of person who has a great chance and great fortune. This was the experience that Chen Yi had gained through this period of time, observing others with his delusion-breaking divine pupil. Ding San set up the food and sat across from Chen Yi, looking at Chen Yi as he shook his head in silence before continuing undaunted. "Brother Yi, you don't care about things outside even though you're nestled in your home all day. I've heard that the true dragon ruins over at the White Bone Ridge are real, and that there are even multiple immortal cave mansions coming out of them, with immortal Dao realm experts joining in the fight for them. Over the past month or so, there have even been quite a few lower third-ranked martial artists who have gained a lot of opportunities over there. Why don't we go and take a look as well? Even if we don't get the chance to meet a high-ranking person to give us some guidance, it's not bad." His words carried a strong sense of longing envy. Chen Yi looked straight at Ding San after hearing this and smiled coldly. Chance is that good? You also know that even the immortal Dao experts over there have been attracted over there. Do you know how powerful the immortal Dao experts are? Even if you stand at a distance and encounter the aftermath of their struggle, they are all interested in being able to pulverize and shatter you into pieces. Without the 6th grade dirty refining realm, it's best not to go looking for death over there. But of course, if you really want to go looking for death, I won't stop you. I wouldn't have gone anyway. After speaking, Chen Yi picked up the green plum wine on the table and sucked on it lightly. Seeing the seriousness with which Chen Yi spoke, Ding San scratched his head in some embarrassment. "Hey, I didn't hear someone say 2 days ago that someone got a lot of chances over there. In addition, nowadays, the Emperor has given 12 edicts to the Northern Border King above us, and now people are saying that the Northern Border King is going to rebel. So I want to go over there and try to see if I can find some opportunities, so that I can have more self-protection power in this chaotic world." After listening to Ding San's explanation, Chen Yi's face softened slightly. Ding San is also considered to be the only half of his friends who have crossed into this world. The prison also helped him to do a good job. He naturally does not want the other side of the accident, unless the other side really go to death. Generally, Chen Yi will still promote the other side of a hand. Chen Yi could see the uneasiness and worry deep within Ding San's heart, and he thought for a moment before comforting him. "Don't worry, there's still a tall man to hold the sky when it falls. In this northern rogue city, I can keep you safe as long as you stay honestly in this jail cell." His words were flat, yet they seemed to carry a firm confidence. Hearing Chen Yi say so, Ding San didn't think much of it. He scratched his head with a big grin and said, "Well, with your word I won't say much. Anyway, a brother follows you to do it. Come drink." With that, he greeted the duo and drank. Soon, the red-hot flames in the stove burned the wine pot with a gurgling sound of the wine being boiled and bubbling. The two of them started to talk about the hot events of the recent period of time to the snowy sky, and most of them were still about the rumors of a rebellion between the northern border royal house and the great dried imperial court. Time passes slowly. By mid-afternoon, the snowflakes finally began to diminish after piling up the ground to over half a meter high. But just then, in the distant skies above, the sound of violent exchanges breaking through the air suddenly came. "Li Rogue, do you really want to rebel?" A voice that resounded through the entire heaven and earth angrily rang out. Chen Yi froze at the sound, putting down the wine glass in his hand and looking up with a blank expression. "Cave realm. All four are in the cave heaven realm." Chen Yi's pupils contracted violently as he exclaimed inwardly. One could only see 4 figures emitting an intense aura of immortal light stepping into the air as they flew while violently exchanging blows in the air. 2 of these 4, whose images Chen Yi had seen on the Xian Tian Pavilion's intelligence, were none other than the northern border King Li Mang, who used a spiritual weapon lance, and the other was the great Dryad's divine mighty King Qian of Yong'an, who used a mightily shaped bastard sword. What shocked Chen Yi was that the strength of both of these men was actually higher than the Xian Heavenly Pavilion's intelligence record by a large realm. As for the other 2 fighting figures, Chen Yi hadn't seen them before, and he guessed that they might be any of the reclusive elders of the Feng Xiandao. Their silhouettes flashed in the air and collided at extreme speeds, some using flying swords, some using spirit weapon lances, a collision of auras. Each fight might forced heaven and earth to change color. Looking at the figures fighting fiercely in the sky, Chen Yi turned his head and spoke indifferently to Ding San. Third son, look, this is the strength of an immortal Dao realm expert. Do you still want to go to White Bone Ridge now? After saying that, he continued to look at the sky, and his mouth seemed to murmur softly, this has really changed. Chapter 49, Establishing the Great Zhou. Whose rebellion is it? At those words, Ding San shook his head in fear. He looked at the figures fighting in the sky in shock, his eyes revealing thick shock and envy. Chen Yi's eyes gazed at the sky, gazing and thinking about comparing himself to the information he had gotten about that world's experts. Sure enough, this kind of information about one's own strength is still not trustworthy, and no one will reveal their true strength. The fight in the sky is still continuing, between the light and shadow interlacing. The vibration of the spirit air seems to want to cut the sky and earth into countless fragments. Good thing that the aftermath of their fight in the fall to the northern rogue city was an invisible array blocked, which did not cause the destruction of the city. Chen Yi stood under the eaves with his eyes flickering uncertainly. He had always heard of the 9th grade immortal path, but this was the first time that he had seen an upper third order cave realm immortal path expert fight with his own eyes. This might was truly an immortal mundane difference from the viscera refining realm. Chen Yi secretly activated his delusion-breaking divine pupil, tracing the trajectory of his opponents' exchanges in an attempt to spy out their immortal technique moves. In the sky, right after King Yangon confronts Li about rogue rebellion, Chen Yi saw one of them, whom he did not recognize, dressed in a bland robe with long flowing sleeves, an immortal Dao expert, standing in the air and firing back. Humph, the treasures of opportunity are for the virtuous. And what's with King Yangon's talk of rebellion? As soon as this person's words fell, an Xian-clothed elder standing across from him who had fought with him, said in a light monotone, Venerable swordsman of the plough sky, I am equal to the great dryad immortal Dao sacred ground to be worshipped by them, so why do you need to come down to help a chaotic vassal like Li Mang? Hoof. Fong Ruizi, you stinking newbizi old Taoist, your speech is still so stinky after not seeing you for 100 years. My heavenly sword sect is called the Holy Land of the D, but ask yourself, the D royal family has united with you and that gang of stinking monks, and how could you put my heavenly sword sect in the position of the Holy Land by doing those dirty things in secret? The brawl between the other two men above him, which reminded Chen Yi of the names of characters from the previous era of the Feng Xian Dao and heavenly sword sect mentioned in the Xian Tian Pavilion's intelligence. He didn't expect that these two were the heavenly sword sect's supreme elder, Plough Heavenly Sword Venerable, who had disappeared for hundreds of years, and the Feng Xian Dao's top expert of the previous generation, Feng Huizi. For experts of the cave heaven realm were killing and fighting in front of the world, and it was obvious that both sides had completely torn their faces off. Just as Chen Yi was pondering how this fight should end, after Li Mang held his spiritual air lance and engaged in a violent collision with King Yong'an's, his figure took the opportunity to retreat to the northern rogue city directly above him. Chen Yi's divine pupil clearly captured the hint of a cold smile that surfaced at the corner of Li Mang's mouth. Sure enough, the changes started again, only to see Li Rogue King return to the top of North Rogue City. The spirit spear in his hand swung, then pointed at the opposite Yong'an king. Icy coldly drank. Big Dipper Xian Fury broken army formation. Give this king rise. Yes, by the king's order. As soon as his words fell, someone in the royal residence responded. Then, very soon in the entire northern rogue city around, suddenly there was a circle of rich blood-colored fury through the air, wanting to the four figures fighting in the air above to be trapped in the formation. Not good. It's actually the Big Dipper Xian Fury breaking army formation. Seeing the blood-colored baleful aura that quickly swept up from below the city, Feng Huizi let out a cry of alarm, and then he quickly transmitted a burst of sound towards King Yong'an before quickly fleeing away. Hovering in the air, King Yong'an looked at the blood-colored baleful aura that was fast spreading to his feet. His eyes looked at Li Mang with unwilling fury, and cursed fiercely, Dog thief, it seems that you have prepared for this. Facing the other party's mockery, Li Mang smiled calmly. So what if it is? Since ancient times, kings and lords would rather have seeds, you dry emperors have no morals, so I'll fight against them. Qian, are you going to fight me to the death now? King Yong'an turned his head to look at the Plough Heavenly Sword Sovereign who had rushed to the side, and a complex look of anger, coldness, and unwillingness surfaced on his face. He knew that after Feng Huizi retreated, once he was caught within the Heavenly Dipper Xianfen broken army formation and fought with the two cave immortals, he would surely die without a burial place. Finally, King Yangon looked at Li Mang angrily and said icily, Li Mang, you won't be able to keep the true dragon order, and this time you guys will only get a few peripheral opportunities." After saying that, King Yongnan's figure transformed into an extremely fast disappearing shadow and vanished. Looking at the departing back, Li Rogue stood in the air and stared into the distance with his eyes slightly narrowed. No one knew what was going on in his mind at that moment. A little while later, he looked back at the earth of the city at his feet, and Li Mang's voice, as loud as a heavenly god's, resounded in this heaven and earth. "Listen, people of the northern border, I am Li Mang, king of the northern border. Since I was 5 years old practicing martial arts at the age of 13 from the army, half a lifetime to chop off countless invaders, into the northern border military camp for the great dry garrison Hell Yun Meng enemy, resistance to the west side of the savage beasts and demons for decades. Now, the Dry Emperor is so ruthless that he not only withholds the border army's food and wages and treats the border generals poorly for several years, but also organizes trumped-up charges to summon me to the palace for persecution. If I follow, the Manchu clan will be destroyed, millions of generals will lose their dependence, and millions of people in the northern border will lay their flesh bare to be trampled under the iron hooves of the Yun Meng kingdom. If I don't obey, the Dry Emperor will frame me for treasonous names and execute my 9 clans. Can this move be tolerated? I think I Li Rogue wrong my life. A passionate iron heart, I and the northern border of millions of people and soldiers, cannot be treated with such humiliation. Therefore, for the sake of the people, this rogue Li declares to the heavens that the land of my northern border is officially separated from the Great Dryad, and a new state, the new Zhou, has been established. From this day forward, all 6 counties and 9 cities within an 800-mile radius of the northern Rogue City will be my Great Zhou territory. Great Zhou will make North Rogue City the capital of the country. Rename North Rogue City to North Dragon City. Rename White Bone Ridge to True Dragon Mountain. And in 1 month, Great Zhou will make a ceremony at True Dragon Mountain to announce the establishment of the country, and welcome all those who wish to join us. After Li Mang finished speaking, the figures of him and the Plow Heaven Swordfather disappeared from the sky's disappearance, but the sound of his words shook heaven and earth, and the aftermath lingered for a long time. For a while, the world was in an uproar. This news was also quickly dispersed from all channels to all parts of the world. The sky snow suddenly became big again. Snow-covered seems to be the old past completely frozen, until the new year ushered in a newborn. Chen Yi's roof. Ding San's mind was left to digest this news, and after a long time, he came back to his senses, his eyes blankly looking towards Chen Yi. "Brother Yat, now that the northern border king has really rebelled, what should we do?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi froze slightly, then laughed. "What to do? You're just the little lieutenant on duty in the jail. Do you have a choice?" Chen Yi's words fell. The secularly indoctrinated, loyal king-like thinking of the people in Ding San's head didn't seem to have been reversed yet. He scratched his head in agony and asked rhetorically, But that's a revolt to execute 9 clans?" Hearing this, Chen Yi looked indifferent. He asked suddenly after a few moments of silence, "Rebellion, against whom? Who in this world gave you food to eat? Who protected you in safety? Who gave you the martial arts elixir to stand up as a human being?" Chapter 50, Li Xuanyi returns. "What official position do you want?" This series of questioning confused Ding San a bit. His eyes rolled and he seemed to come to a realization. "Brother Yat, do you mean we follow the northern border king?" Chen Yi shook his head, not answering the question directly, instead leaving the answer to Ding San himself. Different worlds, different concepts. He couldn't make a choice for Ding San, but he would help the other person at the critical moment, which was limited to this destiny of the two of them. Chen Yi gazed into the distance and seemed to recall the memories of his previous life as his mouth faintly murmured, 8,000 years of family and history change. The coming comes, or the rise of the people's misery, and the death of the people's misery. It's just another new cycle. It's just that if I choose to be in Great Zhou, I don't know if the system-bound Great Dry identity will be affected. Ding San listened to the murmuring voice from Chen Yi's mouth and looked at his figure, always feeling that this brother who grew up with him as a child was becoming more and more mysterious. Every now and then, some philosophical words would come out of his mouth. When did this feeling start? It seemed to have started when Chen Yi suddenly erupted with the strength of the 8th grade blood condensation realm during the Northern Roving Jail competition a few months ago. Then another thought suddenly rang in Ding San's mind. Yes, Great Dry, Great Zhou, same clan, same ancestor. Whoever is the emperor doesn't get in the way of their jailhouse going to work to order morning and evening. What's an old man going to fight for his life? Rebellion to be put to death 9 clans. Do not rebel for fear of immediate loss of head. There is no choice. At the moment when the king of the northern border announced that he had broken away from the great diaspora, not only was Ding San's mind a little shocked and confused, but all the people in the bureaucracy up and down the entire northern border were the same. Some people have long been privately on the side of the northern border. The wise have already predicted it through some clues, and there are also some people at the bottom who suddenly heard the news like a bolt from the blue. After that, at Li Mang's order, the entire northern border entered a moment of wind and clouds stirring up the wind. frequent movements of troops and horses from all parts of the country, and a rush of people. On that day, the northern rogue city went into a state of martial law, and in addition to the whole military and political grip on blood, it was also preparing for the founding of the country in a month's time. The next day, sensing the chaos that might come from the outside world, Shenyi spent an unprecedented day on duty in the northern rogue prison. No, now I should say it's the Northern Dragon City Heavenly Prison. Yesterday afternoon, the King's House steward Qingqiao has brought over to comb up and down the prison. All of them are taking their heads and making a living, and everyone is very smart to smoothly accept the matter of the rebellion in the north, with Chenyi not making a sound. In the end, everyone did not make a fuss about a large diehard crowd. Afterward, Qingqiao informed Chenyi that the prison would be arresting many people these days. After all, no matter how the northern border royal family prepared, there would always be some loyal people with a head of iron for the great diaspora. Therefore, as a matter of urgency, Chenyi's food and shelter for the next 2 days might need to sit within the heavenly prison. Chenyi sat in the heavenly jail classroom, and with a movement of his consciousness once again entered the system space to open today's tree cutting. Life expectancy +5, blood +60, strength +20, defense +18, agility +19, another 5 years of life expectancy gained. Looking at the attributes dropped today, Chenyi's heart was filled with a faint sense of joy. Host, Chenyi 18 of 171. Identity, Level 1 Karma, 623/1000. Great Dry Prison Commander. Realm, Dirty Refining Realm. Late. Technique, Shen Bing Xian Jing. 3rd level 150/1000. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, 1 out of 10. 000. Great River Sword Technique, Perfection. Turtle Breath Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Blood, 220. Power, 500. Defense, 488. Agility, 515. Spirit, 499. The Qi points have increased by more than 60 points. Soon. Just need to endure for another month and I will have another breakthrough. Chenyi's newly written Journey to the West book. The first half of the month ago has been handed over to Wanhuan Bookstore, and now slowly began to spread in the mouth of the storyteller to come. Coupled with the slow fermentation of the feudal revelations outside of the northern border, he found that the system's Qi would now increase by 2 to 3 points almost every day. The benefit brought about by this was that the 2 newborn flowers of Qi Fortune on the divine tree of Qi Fortune had completely grown into the size of flower bones as big as a baby's fist. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The streets of North Dragon City were patrolled by more troops from the royal security forces, and after the first few days of chaos and fear of going out, the streets and alleys were now bustling again. On this day, Chenyi stood at the entrance to the prison cell and chatted with his men. Li Xianyi, who had disappeared for a long time, but suddenly came to inspect the prison. When Chenyi's gaze noticed the other party's figure, a wisp of astonishment flickered from his eye waves. Ha! His mind wondered. What kind of luck is this? Much stronger than even today's Li Rogue. The top of the head of the platinum gas against the trend of the sky, showing a dragon and a phoenix divine shadow intertwined disc. Through the delusion-breaking pupil, Chenyi is even more surprised to find that in the body of Li Xuanyi hidden in a shocking spiritual air. 4th Great Astral Realm, Li Xianyi just 1 or 2 months not to see, as if a heaven and earth metamorphosis, unexpectedly from the original refining viscera realm in a row across the metamorphosis of the mortal. Astral 2 big realms, 7 or 8 small realms. This kind of speed was more powerful than even Chenyi, who was open. It's simply awesome, his mom opening the door to awesome to the core. Chenyi did his best to activate his divine pupil, wanting to see Li Xianyi through. After a breath, suddenly he realized that there seemed to be a soul shadow hidden deep within Li Xianyi's body, and just when he wanted to confirm it, it all disappeared like an illusion. Unbeknownst to him, just as Chenyi was observing Li Xuanyi with his delusion-breaking divine pupil, Li Xuanyi, who was walking towards him, had a slight lurch in her footsteps, and then returned to normal, but her gaze was now fixed on Chenyi. In fact, Chenyi's perceptions were not wrong. At this moment, there was a faint soul shadow in the depths of Li Xuanyi's mind that sent her a message. That brat ahead is not simple. The cultivation of the middle stage of refining viscera can actually survey the old body's existence. Pay attention. Li Xuanyi's expression was shaken when she heard the voice in her head, and she hurriedly transmitted her voice. Granny, can he really see your presence? Soulshade's voice continued to ring out. That's right, I'm sure there was noticed by him just now, but I quickly cast a secret technique to hide it for a split second. So maybe it's possible that this kid thought it was an illusion. Anyway, pay attention when facing this kid. If he's not some special physique, he could be in the same situation as you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he disappeared again. Li Xuanyi meandered over to Chenyi. At this time, Chenyi and the others hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Your Highness, Master of the Division. Li Xuanyi sniffed and nodded with a smile. Aha. Then she complimented. In these few days, as I prepare for the establishment of the northern border, there are many disobedient scourge elements in the city, and all of you are able to hold on to the prison, and you have labored hard. After my great Zhou is officially established, there will be rewards for you all at that time. After speaking, Li Xuanyi beckoned towards Chen Yi, signaling him to follow her. Commander Chen, accompany me to make a tour of the prison. As the words fell, Chen Yi nodded and responded, yes, Division Master. Due to the independence of the northern border, so we also did not call the word sheriff. If according to the new rules of the Great Zhou they should be called princess, but the Great Zhou has not yet been formally established, so we compromised to call Li Xuanyi looking for the prison division lord title. The two of them came to Chen Yi's squad room after touring the prison and briefly chatted about some of the work in the prison. After a while, suddenly, Li Xuanyi's tone was light and cold as she uttered a sentence that made Chen Yi very surprised and shocked. Commander Chen, I observed you practicing martial arts at the age of 18. 1 month to refine your skin to perfection, 2 months to forge your bones to perfection, and yet now in 5 months you've already broken through to the middle stage of refining your organs. This kind of cultivation speed, not to say it's unprecedented, it's also a rare demon for 1,000 years. What kind of official position do you think I should give you if you are a genius like you and placed in my Great Zhou? Chapter 51 Great Zhou Heavenly Prison. Prisoner of Jin. Li Xuanyi's words fell. The room was instantly plunged into silence to the core. Chen Yi's face changed. Damn it, I've been discovered and can't hide. Li Xuanyi's sight caught the change in Chen Yi's face, and it was like he had seen through Chen Yi's hiding. Then with a faint smile on her lips, she continued to add, oh, right, you also managed to write such heirloom books as The Enchantment of the Gods and Journey to the West within half a year. These books, although they are not any kind of world-ruining scriptures and Confucianism, but the ingenuity and the strange stories of the immortal path hidden in them are such that even the sages have to praise them with a divine book of the heavens. With your talent in this hand, you can be ranked even among the 3 princes and 9 ministers. After saying that, Li Xuanyi stared at Chen Yi with a faint smile. For a moment, Chen Yi froze in place. He felt like he was transparent, standing in front of Li Xuanyi being checked out by her. His mind was rapidly spinning with countless thoughts, analyzing what exactly Li Xuanyi's purpose was in saying these words to him. Seeing Chen Yi's dumbfounded display of being recognized for his secret, Li Xuanyi acted as if he had found some interesting toy. Ha! After laughing softly for a few moments, Li Xuanyi's tone changed and she politely laughed. Chen Yi, you actually don't need to be surprised. It's still very simple for me to check on someone in the northern border if I want to. That being said, it's also because your performance is really too shocking. That's why I had to find someone to investigate clearly. Since you are a demonic genius born and bred in my northern rogue, I would like to graciously invite you to enter Great Zhou. Speaking here, Li Xuanyi's expression became a few moments more serious as she added, don't worry, I'll keep the secret of breaking through the realm so quickly for you. After all, everyone has his own chances of creation. You have, and I have. I am now sincerely inviting you to serve in my Great Zhou Kingdom, and it is really burying your talent in this prison. After hearing Li Xuanyi's explanation, Chen Yi's heart breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to be exposed and taken in for interrogation today, but he didn't realize it was just a false alarm. However, this also reminded him that his strength was still not enough. Facing a higher immortal cultivation realm expert, he was afraid that his previous turtle breath technique wouldn't be of much use. As for Li Xuanyi's words about his own chance, he guessed that it should be from the true dragon ruins that had been making a lot of noise recently. There. With a thought, Chen Yi looked towards the smile on Li Xuanyi's face and had a plan in mind. Your Highness, Master of the Division. Truth be told, I was able to break through to the Viscera refining realm in a short period of time because I had previously encountered a divine immortal in higher power, and it was he who taught me martial arts cultivation, and that feudalism and journey to the west are also what I seem to have copied from my former masters. Immortal Highlander? This reply. Li Xuanyi was non-committal, a half-hearted expression on his face. Oh, so that's it. And what is the name of the godly tall man you speak of? My master didn't leave a name. I only know that his Taoist name is Northern Madness Sword Immortal. Chen Yi's mouth was now open and full of lies. It couldn't be helped. He felt that if he really admitted that the Northern Madness Sword Immortal was himself, then there would definitely be a steady stream of trouble coming to his door behind him, and it would be hard to explain this talent of his in terms of his experiences growing up and being educated. So Chen Yi's mind turned to the idea of coming up with a divine master's vest to take the blame. Seeing the sincere expression on Chen Yi's face as he spoke, Li Xuanyi could not help but believe a few more points in his heart. Associating this with the recent intelligence handed up by Qing Huan, Chen Yi really hadn't shown any signs of going out in the past few months. Li Xuanyi analyzed it in his mind. if that's the case it would make sense. After all, there are indeed some unearthly Highlanders in this world who like to play the game, and in a moment of interest they will point out some geniuses that they see eye to eye with. However, regardless of whether what Chen Yi said was true or false, this cultivation speed alone was enough to make her take it very seriously. Oh, so that's it. On the surface, Li Xuanyi nodded, considered to have recognized Chen Yi's answer. Then she changed her tone and returned to the earlier topic. Chen Yi, with your talent, it's a pity that you're guarding the prison. I'll recommend you to enter my Great Zhou's new army for training. How about serving as a general of an army? You may even be able to become a king and worship a minister in the future. After she finished speaking, she stared at Chen Yi with burning eyes. Chen Yi smiled sarcastically at his words and refused again. Thank you, Master of the Division, for your kind words. It's just that although my subordinate has been instructed by the immortals, but I don't have any scriptures in my chest. Plus my subordinate is lazy by nature and doesn't like to walk around. Thanks to His Highness the Master of the Division's regard, I feel that it is most appropriate for me to stay in the prison as a guard. After being politely rejected by Chen Yi once again, Li Xuanyi realized that Chen Yi was really a bit eccentric, and his interest in him grew stronger in his heart. Generals into the Prime Minister, high-ranking officials, which is not the people of 8 lifetimes of the extravagant request, but Chen Yi, this guy but politely rejected their own 2 times in a row. For a moment, the room fell into a state of silence. Li Xuanyi obviously didn't want Great Zhou to miss out on this demonic genius in front of him. A mere prison commander was completely unable to tie the other party to death on Great Zhou's worship, but he couldn't be too forceful in treating this kind of genius. She bowed her head and contemplated for a moment, a bold decision instantly coming to her mind before Li Xuanyi smiled and said to Chen Yi, "Just as well. Since you prefer to stay quietly in the jail cell, you can remain here. It's just right. Now that my Great Zhou is newly established, this prison will be upgraded to my Great Zhou Heavenly Prison. I'll recommend you to my father to be a Jin jail waiter to sit in the Heavenly Prison. With your natural strength it will be enough." The latter sentence, although Li Xuanyi said it with a smile, his tone carried an unquestionable firmness. The town jailer? Chen Yi's eyes flickered before he said tentatively with doubt, "Your Highness, isn't this a bit of a joke?" Ha! Li Xuanyi laughed lightly at his words, not joking at all. Then she waved her hand, gazed at Chen Yi with a confident arrogance in her eyes, and said resoundingly, "In my opinion, if the world is divided into 10 buckets of dried chiluk, the corrupted D will account for 2 buckets. I, Great Zhou, will account for 2 buckets, and you, Chen Yi, will be the only one to account for 2 buckets. In the face of Li Xuanyi's shocking words, Chen Yi could only touch his nose in embarrassment. Can I have 2 buckets all to myself? This woman does look up to me. But if we really talk about it, with the divine tree of luck in my body, it should be that I, Chen Yi, have 9 buckets of the world's luck, and I'll leave the remaining bucket for you guys to share." Of course, this in his heart, Chen Yi would not show it. "What? You don't believe me?" Looking at that awkward look of Chen Yi touching his nose with his hand, Li Xuanyi smiled narrowly. Then he stared at Chen Yi and continued confidently, "I'm not done talking. You have divided 6 buckets of the world's chi fortune, and I will have 3 buckets all to myself." Even Chen Yi couldn't help but look at this woman across from him in surprise when these words came out. He hadn't expected this woman to have such a domineering side. Was it the chance in the True Dragon ruins that gave her the backbone? Chen Yi pondered for a moment in his mind, and couldn't help but also become interested in the attribution of the remaining bucket in the other party's words. "Your Highness, then to whom does the remaining bucket go?" Li Xuanyi looked at Chen Yi's questioning eyes and smiled faintly. "There is 1 bucket left, and the men of the world will share it." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi feigned contemplation, and then said with a hint of a tentative tone, "Your Highness, according to my understanding, the Great Diaspora possesses the world's 3 great immortal Taoist shrines, the Great Zen Temple, the Fengxian Tao, and the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the royal family's masters are endless. So how is it that they only occupy the world's 2nd bucket of chi luck?" Hearing Chen Yi's doubts, Li Xuanyi smiled coldly. She explained, "Giving him 2 buckets is considered high praise for them. The Heavenly Sword Sect of the Great Dryad's 3 Holy Lands has decided to join our side. Also," speaking here, she looked towards Chen Yi with a slight pause in her words, her expression seeming as if she wanted to give Chen Yi some confidence. Li Xuanyi then revealed more information to Chen Yi. Chapter 52, Sacrifice to Heaven. Abyssal Shaking. Identity Change. In addition, now that the outer reaches of the True Dragon ruins have come out, Miley clan has captured quite a few immortal fortunes within them, which have their own underpinnings for resisting the great difficulty. And since we got the True Dragon Order that opens the inner core of the relics, when the real opportunity comes out, even if this world's heaven and earth turn upside down, the one who will ultimately dominate will only be my Great Zhou. Said here, Li Xuanyi's body showed all the self-confidence and world-class style. Afterward, she gazed at Chen Yi with a frank gaze and said, "Therefore, you may feel free to join my Great Zhou to serve as the prison suppressor. The word is out." What else could Chen Yi say? he could only happily state, "In that case, many thanks to your highness for promoting me. May my newborn great Joe flourish for a long time and for all ages." Aha! Li Xuanyi got the answer she wanted, so he nodded in satisfaction. Then he went on to talk to Chen Yi about some of the things related to the new establishment of the Great Zhou, such as the fact that in a month's time, when the Great Zhou makes an announcement to offer sacrifices to the heavens at the True Dragon Mountain, it will formally appoint Chen Yi as the official of the Jin jail waiter. There are also included Chen Yi proposed in the entrance of the heavenly prison set up a beheading platform. All the death row prisoners directly in the heavenly prison on the beheading platform execution, so that the world to view to give deterrence. After some communication, Chen Yi clearly felt that the duo's relationship was much closer than before. The last time he met Li Xuanyi, Chen Yi felt that he was given more of a superior and subordinate regard and appreciation. But this time, in addition to the importance of pulling together between the two more than a few equal to the meaning of the view. After Li Xuanyi finished his rounds of the heavenly prison, the prison cell regained its calmness after being lively for a while. After that, when everyone was looking at Chen Yi's gaze, the beseeching eagerness in it became even more intense, and it was obvious that the news that Chen Yi, the commander, had gained Li Xuanyi's regard was spreading. In the face of his subordinate's bashfulness, Chen Yi always maintained that aloofness and did not get carried away by it. He always remembered that his goal was to cultivate immortality and live long. The deceitful glory and riches among ordinary people could no longer attract his half-interest. The next day, the heavenly jail received an order from the king's house, and a Ministry of Public Works officer came to build a 3-meter-high decapitation platform at the entrance of the jail. After showing his bottom during the initial few days of construction, Chen Yi once again returned to his small courtyard to raise his dragons and write his book. The fallen dragons have regained a touch of vigor after a few days of recuperation, though there is no telling how long it will take to wait for their next transit. Chen Yi had also thought about raising a few more in the pool, but 1. The site was too small, and 2. Chen Yi wanted to wait until he figured out the transit pattern behind the fallen dragon before considering it. Time has passed quietly, and the world's situation has completely changed. Just as Northern Dragon City, as the capital city of the Great Zhou, entered the midst of a busy expansion, the other 6 counties of the northern border were already in the midst of a war. In the second line of the ballad, the rogue king of the north reopened the frontier, and once he moved his sword, the Qiren was deserted. After King Yong'an and Feng Huizi were defeated, the Dry Emperor began to order the mobilization of millions of troops from all over the world towards the northern frontier border county to attack. In the face of this situation, the Great Zhou side has long had soldiers and horses to deal with, a time on the border army to kill the sky. But the situation of the Great Zhou is as stable as Mount Tai. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the second day of the following month. It was also the second day of the second month in the lunar calendar of the Great Dry World. And this side of the festival, just like the earth in the previous world, also had the saying that the dragon raised its head on the second day of the second month. February 2nd, dragon heads up. It was the day when Yin and Yang met, and the Great Zhou formally made a notorious sacrifice to heaven at the True Dragon Mountain. A month had passed, and the people of the northern border had gradually accepted their transformation into Zhou dynasty subjects. Today, the entire people belonging to the northern border were waiting with eager anticipation at home for the official establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty. The cold of the northern border has just receded, and the trees in the mountains, whisked by the spring breeze, have begun to bulge out a hint of spring buds, and heaven and earth have a new look. True Dragon Mountain. Li Rogue, dressed in a 5-clawed black dragon robe, carried the seal of humanity and the flag of Song Sheng to ascend the 5-colored altar at the top of the True Dragon Mountain. Behind him were his daughter Li Xuanyi, his son Li Xianzhou, and a number of important ministers and generals, standing in line with solemn faces. Originally, Chen Yi was also qualified to follow him over, but he had always disliked publicity and it didn't fit with his low-profile persona, so he rejected Li Xuanyi's proposal. At this time, Chen Yi stood in his own courtyard gazing up at the direction of True Dragon Mountain to the north, waiting silently. Seemingly thinking of something, his consciousness moved to suddenly enter the system space. The Qiluk god tree that had grown to more than 10 meters tall was full of verdant trees, and in the midst of the flourishing green leaf pieces, there were 2 fist-sized green Qiluk fruits growing. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 278. Identity, Level 1 Qiluk, 712/1000. Great Dry Prison Commander. Realm, Refining Dirty Realm, Perfection. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 4th level 998/1000. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, 1 out of 10. 000. Great River Sword Technique, Perfection. Turtle breath technique, perfection. Avatar, delusion-breaking pupil. Blood, 0. Power, 981. Defense, 960. Agility, 970. Spirit, 999. After a month of growth accumulation, Chen Yi's attribute panel had been refreshed. Strangely enough, his system's identity had so far been bound to the Great Dry Prison Commander, and Chen Yi guessed that he might have to wait for Li Meng's official notification today before he could change it. Let's hope that my chi will increase after I join Great Zhou. According to Li Xuanyi, it's still a prison suppression candidate anyways. Chen Yi's eyes gazed expectantly at the panel in front of him, his gaze falling on the bronze great axe at his feet without action. Originally, he would be able to successfully break through to the 5th grade mortal realm today as long as he finished cutting down the trees for the day. But thinking about the possibility of an increase in chi after the change in identity, Chen Yi decided to cherish each day's opportunity to cut down trees and wait until after the official proclamation of the Great Zhou. Time didn't let Chen Yi wait much longer. 9 a.m. Gao Tianhao Ri is facing the top of Li Meng's head. Chen Yi's consciousness exited the system shortly after. Suddenly, above True Dragon Mountain there was a shocking golden chi auger rising up against the sky. This chi luck auger could only be seen by Chen Yi's delusion-breaking divine pupil or other people with special instincts. At that moment, a voice as thick as the sound of heaven resounded throughout the entire northern land. I Li Rogue, since the rise of the humble beginnings, all the way to the wicker work upward, to the good, to protect my northern border people against foreign invasion, combing heaven and earth, now I would like to human world people's life for the world. For the heaven and earth Qiankuan shaping the heart, get to bear the recognition of all the people in the True Dragon Mountain Fengzhantai continuation of the sages of the humane way of the Qi, the establishment of the country of Great Zhou. Today, I hereby pray to heaven and earth to respond to the 9 heavens and the 9 springs and the 9 specters, and pass on the Qi of my humanity. I hope Zhou Tian will inform me. An ancient ritual text of hundreds of words was solemnly read out by Li Meng, the great Zhouli, as the last sound drops. At this moment, his voice was like the sound of the Taoist Brahma communicating the laws of heaven and earth, and flew into the 9 heavens and the green underworld with the clear wind. Voice indistinct, heaven and earth seems to give birth to a sensation. There is an inexplicable existence to open their eyes, the eyes of the countless worlds across the cast Li Meng body. Less time. When Chen Yi heard about the great Zhouli, he instantly discovered under the vision of the delusion-breaking god pupil that throughout the entire northern frontier in all directions, there were countless humane chi stars converging towards the golden chi auger dragon in the sky above the true dragon. Converging stars into a sea. The astounding chi auger instantly transformed into a 100-feet-long golden chi true dragon under the fusion of this huge countless bits and pieces of chi, and emitted a magnificent and astounding dragon roar. Moo! In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. The wind and clouds swirled above the 9 heavens, and there was even a mirage of fiery clouds reflecting heaven and earth. Above the earth rumbling vibration, the true dragon mountain seems to respond. More in the bottom of the mountain where no one can find. There is an underground abyss in the hidden shaking. Seems to be a ghost of the netherworld want to break through the heaven and earth portal straight into the earth. However, just as the heaven and earth visions appeared, buzz, suddenly a heavy sound of the great Tao resounded between heaven and earth, reflecting within everyone's mind. Available. The sound waves swept over the bodies of every northern border human race. When Chen Yi heard this sound of heaven and earth responding to each other, a sense of sensation steeply passed through his heart. Detected a change in the host's identity, promoted to Great Zhou prisoner custodian, can be bound to the Great Zhou dynasty's fortune. Note, after the divine tree of luck binds to the Great Zhou's luck, the host himself can enjoy the Great Zhou dynasty's luck bonus, and the rate of luck increase will be affected according to the luck of the Great Zhou where he is located. And if he is unbound, he will lose the influence of the Great Zhou dynasty's luck. Is the host bound to the Great Zhou dynasty's fortune? Chapter 53, 2nd grade founding Qi luck. Zhu Guo and Taishu sword technique. Is the host bound to the Great Zhou dynasty's fortune? Sure enough, at this moment when the Great Zhou dynasty sacrificial heaven was officially established, a system alert sound came from his mind. At this moment, Chen Yi's mind moved, and he naturally chose to rebind the Great Zhou dynasty's fortune without hesitation. Wow! Just as his thoughts moved, the system panel suddenly changed. The host has successfully bound the Great Zhou dynasty's fortune. The host has become the first Marquis of Jail in the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, and enjoys twice as much qi. In an instant, Chen Yi saw the qi numbers behind the identity column of the panel skyrocket like crazy. Identity, Level 1 Qi Luck, 850/1000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Identity, Level 1 Qi Luck, 999/1000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Status, Level 2 Qi Luck, 105 out of 10. 000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Buzz. When the system's qi was upgraded to level 2, Chen Yi felt a buzzing sound like a bronze bell striking in his head. Immediately following, his consciousness was involuntarily pulled into the system space, only to see a sea of dense qi pouring into the top of his qi divine tree. Wisps and clusters of golden, cyan-colored chi like out of thin air will cover the entire chi divine tree, making the hazy system space emit gilt green and gold colors, just like a bright pearl standing in the dark chaos in general. And after absorbing this chi, the divine tree of chi began to grow and extend upwards without stopping, as if it was a newborn world tree, constantly growing and then forcing the entire space to extend outwards to break through and become even more expansive. My system space got bigger. A few moments later, Shenyi stood on top of the gray earth, feeling the earth beneath his feet extend and vibrate outwards as he gazed excitedly towards the chi-luck divine tree that had turned into a whopping 50+ meters thick. The branches of the divine tree became even thicker and gnarlier, and its branches and leaves became even more lush and verdant. The growth of the divine tree transformation caused by the increase in chi was amazing, but it was within his expectations. Unexpectedly, he found that with the upgrade of his chi into level 2 chi, the original 2 still green fruits of chi were actually becoming ripe at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was even more amazing was that a few meters above the location of these 2 chi-luck fruits, there were actually 2 new growths of soft, white little flowers. According to the previous experience of the divine tree of luck blossoming, that is, the current divine tree of luck could bear 4 fruits of luck out at once. The change in this scene caused Chen Yi to be overjoyed. He hadn't expected that there would be this benefit to joining the newly formed dynasty of Great Zhou. Not only had the level of fortune been raised by 1 level, the system space had become larger and the fruits borne by the divine tree of fortune had also borne 2 more fruits. Based on his previous experience, Chen Yi guessed that the amount of fruits produced by the divine tree of luck within the space should be related to the level of luck. This meant that every time one's chi luck level was raised, the chi luck divine tree could bear an additional quantity of 2 chi luck fruits above it. Whether or not the truth was as he had guessed, Chen Yi only needed to follow up by waiting and observing a few times to find out. Jin Jail Waiter's founding level chi was still increasing. It wasn't until it became identity, level 2 chi luck, 1010/10, 000, de Zhou Jin Jail Waiter, before it slowly stopped. However, at this moment, Chen Yi's gaze was more focused on the 2 chi luck fruits on the tree that were about to fully mature. Last time, 2 chi luck fruits, one dropped in the Earth Immortal Technique Xin Bing Xian Jing, and one dropped in the Chi Luck Heavenly Book Human Luck Volume. Although the Heavenly Book of Chi Luck, he had yet to truly learn it. Chen Yi believed that this heavenly book would definitely become the secret method of the great Tao that would run through his cultivation for the rest of his life. The 2 fruits that he had once had both added amazing creations to him, so he was looking forward to what kind of chances the ripening of the fruit would bring him this time around. At this moment, Chen Yi threw away the external things. What sacrifices to heaven and what founding of the country could not hook his attention. He quietly came to the bottom of the 2 fruits, his eyes fixed on the head for a moment. Time passes by. A massive amount of chi was absorbed by the chi fruit. Almost half an hour later, 2 chi luck fruit finally slowly mature. Fist-sized fruit surface becomes crystal. Inside is flowing like mercury-dense immortal spirit gas. Tick-tock. Within a short time, a fruit fell off with a crisp sound of a dislodged pith. A chi luck fruit on the left was the first to fall down, and Chen Yi was the first to catch it with his hand. Just as his palm caught the fruit of chi luck, a layer of dense chi on the surface of the fruit instantly converged inside the flesh, and then an induction came from his mind. 100 years of vermilion fruit, extremely rare spiritual fruit, blossoming for 100 years and bearing fruits for 100 years. The fruit has a significant role in enhancing cultivation and powerful medicinal effects. Zhu Gua. It's actually the most classic heavenly material in the immortal cultivation world. Chen Yi looked at the red fruit that appeared in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. As a bone-crushing internet bookworm, how could he not have heard of Zhu Gua's great name? This fruit can not only enhance the cultivation level, there are some strange effects such as washing the essence and marrow, purifying the impurities in the body. No matter in which world will often trigger the competition of all forces. Chen Yi excitedly put the Zhu Gua away carefully, ready to take it later when he broke through the mortal transformation realm, thinking that the effect would be the best at that time. After collecting the vermilion fruit, it was just at this time that the second chi luck fruit also finally ripened and fell off. When this fruit came into contact with Chen Yi's palm, it was instantly transformed into a torrent of information on image cultivation that entered his mind just as it did last time. Soon, Chen Yi had to close his eyes and concentrate to absorb the extra inheritance memories in his mind. The technique inherited this time was an immortal cultivation sword technique called the Taishu sword technique. The Taishu sword technique was an extremely profound sword technique that allowed the cultivator to utilize the power of the Taishu. Its sword moves are illusory and elusive, with strong penetrating and attacking power, and even more so with the characteristics of infinite changes between reality and emptiness. This sword skill is divided into 8 stances. The first 3 stances are the basic stances for sword immortal combat such as Enlighten Sword, Transform Sword and Defend Sword. The next 5 styles were Taishu Sword Chi, Taishu Sword Shadow, Taishu Sword Formation, Taishu Sword Mantle, and Taishu Sword Domain. Each style can be called an amazing mastery when cultivated. For example, the Taishu sword chi is to condense the sword chi into a huge sword pillar running longitudinally through the opponent, and then disperse in all directions, transforming into many illusory sword chi sweeping across the opponent, and directly a sword cold light of 30,000 miles, pushing horizontally to crush all the living beings where the sword chi is located. On the other hand, the Taishu sword domain was to form a field of sword chi within a certain range, controlling the sword chi within the field to attack the enemy in all directions, using the field against the enemy. When this move was practiced, Chen Yi felt that by executing this move, he could directly cross over from the transformation realm to take on the top experts of the Gangqi realm. After a long time, Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes after digesting the inherited memories in his mind. He exhaled lightly, the divine light in his eyes. Through his pupils seemed to be able to see there are countless immortal sword remnants, standing in the starry sky to perform the evolution of this sword law generally. Getting here, the creation brought to him by binding the great Zhou dynasty's Qi luck this time was finally absorbed and completed by him. Chapter 54, Dropping the Tao. Breakthrough. Chen Yi looked at the 100-year-old vermilion fruit that he had re-pulled out in his hand, and the corners of his lips lifted lightly. It had to be said that this time was the biggest creation he had gotten at once since he had the system. After waiting for so long, it's time for me to break through metamorphosis and step into the path of immortal cultivation next. With a thought, Chen Yi pulled open the brand new attribute panel. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 278. Identity, Level 2 Qi Luck, 10-20-10. 000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Refining Dirty Realm, Perfection. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing. For layers 998/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 1 out of 10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 layer 1/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Blood, 0. Power, 981. Defense, 960. Agility, 970. Spirit, 999. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Level 2 Qi. Physical attributes are still a day or two away from breaking 1000. Then look at the body. The 5 viscera god hide all open up successfully, metamorphosis completed. He more than a week ago hooked up the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. In the body to open up the Xian Ice Divine Palace contains A with his martial arts blood and destiny intention condensed into the spirit of God. Chen Yi's eyes brightened slightly as he examined the harvest of cultivation during this period of time, and now he was only one final step away from punching the heavenly gate Zuzizi heavenly immortal cultivation spiritual route. This is a true leap of metamorphosis into immortality. Then, Chen Yi collected his mind and came under the divine tree of luck, lifting his bronze axe and slashing towards the main pole of the divine tree of luck. Bang, bang, 3 axes fall. Between the shaking of the divine tree of Qi, Chen Yi's body shook with a brand new force surging in once again, and he knew that this was a normal reaction to the fall of the physical body's attributes. But it was clear that after this Qi upgrade, chopping down trees had brought new changes to Chen Yi. Chen Yi held the bronze axe in his hands to maintain the action of continuing to chop, his body stationed motionless, but his heartstrings seemed to have been plucked by something, setting off a ripple. A metaphysical and inexplicable sensation rose from the heart field, as if he had been sitting quietly between the mountain tops meditating and realizing the Tao for hundreds of years. Sit back and watch the sun rise and fall as the sea of clouds floats by, and look around the earth as the years float by, month after month, year after year. Instead, he stood still at the top of the mountain to capture that glimpse of the Taoist providence that was hidden from the earth. This, what is it? Just as Chen Yi couldn't help but be puzzled by the sensation that was born in his heart, the attribute handwriting dropped in front of him gave him the answer. Life expectancy +8, Dao Xing +10, Strength +20, Defense +18, Spirit +20. Ha! Chen Yi's gaze gazed above the second line of handwriting. Dawning? A repeated murmur escaped his lips. After Qi luck was upgraded to level 2, did the Qi drop change to Dao? No wonder he had just had a lot of Dao intense sensations born in his mind. Realizing this, Chen Yi seemed to think of something as his eyes suddenly snapped to life. Soon, his eyes swept across the panel, finally resting on the heavenly book of Qi Fortune. Behind the human fortune scroll, technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 4th level 998/1000. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, 1 out of 10. 000. Great River Sword Technique, Perfection. Turtle Breath Technique, Perfection. Dawn Guard, add some. Moving his mind, Chen Yi bet 5 years of Tao to put it on top of the progress of the Human Movement Scroll feats. In an instant, a strand of memories of practicing the Heavenly Book of Qi luck surfaced in his mind. Many of the previous, arcane knowledge of Qi that was as difficult to comprehend as a heavenly book had finally been shaken, turning into a path of one's own bitter cultivation experience being profoundly inscribed in one's body. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, 6 out of 10. 000. Seeing the progress of the brand new feats, Chen Yi laughed out loud. True enough, a magical gong method like the Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune could only be mastered by adding points to the Tao. If he guessed correctly, Feats like the Shin Ice Immortal Scripture to the second level of the Mortal Transformation Realm and the Taishu Sword Technique would similarly require Dao lines in order to add points, but Chen Yi had no interest in thinking otherwise at the moment. He wanted to break through metamorphosis immediately. With a thought, Chen Yi's consciousness returned to the reality of the compound. At this moment, the heaven sacrifice ceremony at the True Dragon Mountain in the north seemed to be nearing its end, but Chen Yi could faintly detect the movement of an immortal Dao realm expert exchanging blows over there. I think that was supposed to be an act of sabotage by an expert on the side of the Great Dread who was not happy with the establishment of the Great Zhou. Chen Yi shook his head without giving it much thought. If Great Zhou couldn't even deal with this challenge, it wouldn't have been possible for it to come this far. Chen Yi retracted his gaze and swept through the compound to the pond, sprinkling a few dragon turtle chi and blood dan for Big Gray and the others to devour before quietly leaving the compound and arriving at a hillside outside of North Dragon City. This unknown hill next to the Inshan neighborhood, but from the mass graves have dozens of miles away. The scarcity of obvious traces of people, just used to give him a breakthrough. A few moments later, Chen Yi recalled the memory of the second level of the Shin Bing Immortal Scripture in his mind a few times, and then adjusted his body and mind after his mind had completely calmed down. He first calmly injected 2 years of Dao points and placed it behind the Shin Ice Immortal Scripture's 4 layers of feats. It was logical that Dao was 1 level higher than Qi and blood points, and 2 years of Dao was enough for him to break that last barrier with the 4th tier of feats. Hula hula. At that moment, the last barrier of the consummate viscera refining realm was broken. The Qi and blood power within Chen Yi's body was like a great river rushing and swimming under the impetus of the Gong method, and his line of action also quietly turned into the line of operation of the 5th layer of the Shin Ice Immortal Scripture. Enlighten the gods, walk the circumference of the sky, swim in the sea of Qi, pass through the divine orifices, return to the divine palace again. A Meng leathery blood shadow coalesced out of the Xian Ice divine palace quietly surfaced within Chen Yi's body. A Xian Bai divine shadow in the divine palace, who was sitting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. Between the opening of his eyes, an arcane light penetrated his body. The left eye reflects an infinite sea. The sea hangs around of big sun. The sea surface big waves heavy water intention diffuse against the sky. Seems to want to drag the big sun down in the sea. This was the manifestation of the water intent that Chen Yi had comprehended. And in his right eye was reflected a world of ice and snow. A world of mountains, lakes, snowfields, pristine rogue forests and frozen rifts. But they all have a characteristic. That is, the whole world does not have the slightest vitality. As far as the eye can see, a very cold snow white. As if by the ice and snow silence buried everything, only the world suspended above the half-base Xian Yu radiates the ancient silent cold. This was a visualization of the Xian ice intent that Chen Yi had previously comprehended. At this moment, a strand of martial essence blood stirred and boiled within Chen Yi's body. Each drop of martial essence blood condensed his spiritual will, traveling his bodies along the arcane routes opened up by the ancient sages, and eventually re-entering the sea of blood in the divine palace, making the final step of the sprint to transforming the mortal into the immortal. Time passes slowly. The sun is at noon. When Chen Yi comprehended the ice and water realm embodiment, the virtual shadow penetrated through his body to fit with the real world, communicating to a certain strand of mysterious rules between heaven and earth. The divine shadow within Chen Yi's divine palace rose up and stood, his head raised to look up beyond the 9 green and dark heavens, his eyes overflowing with spiritual light. Heaven and earth dragon fortune, Xian ice dragon god, ice and water intent. For Pole Holy Spirit, gather my divine intent to break the heavenly gate. A shocked voice spat out from Chen Yi's mouth. Under the exhale, a mouthful of contained Xian Gangqi was spewed out, the sound moving in all directions. Use my heart to imprint the heart of heaven. Use my way to lead the immortal way. Today, heaven's gate, break. The word broken fell. Chen Yi's body essence, Qi, and spirit were united, coalescing into an astonishing white divine shadow slamming against the location of the heavenly gate above his head. Click! A binding human yoke was swiftly crashed through. Bang! Then a bottleneck breakthrough sound rang out from within Chen Yi's body, causing the entire person to feel lighter, as if he or she had been transformed into a son of heaven and earth, with the body and the spiritual air merging, and the God in heaven and earth being in harmony. Chen Yi felt that an invisible barrier separating immortals and mortals shattered around him. By this point, he knew that he had finally completed the Heaven's Gate leap, successfully breaking through to the metamorphosis realm. But this moment is the opening of the immortal road, the beginning of change. Chapter 55, Casting Immortal Cultivation Spiritual Roots. Transformation 3 Heavens. But this moment is the opening of the immortal road, the beginning of change. The heavenly gate is broken, and metamorphosis is accomplished. As the shackles of the heavenly gate in his body were opened, the Xian Bai divine shadow, which had fused Chen Yi's destiny, dragon luck, essence blood, and intention, leaped into the world and heaven in one leap, and the Xianbing intention was quietly exerted, communicating with a certain sliver of the law of creation in the heavens and the earth in the netherworld. In an instant, the Xian ice-cold air that swam around the area swarmed towards the god of intentions. At this moment, an aura vortex emitting an extremely cold aura formed above Chen Yi's head at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes later, after absorbing enough Xian ice-cold air, Chen Yi's divine shadow suddenly disappeared downwards, quickly passing through the overhead heavenly gate to fall back into his body again, and then his body violently dispersed in all directions, transforming into a metaphysical Xian ice dragon spirit root fused into his body between illusion and reality, with his body seems to be silently undergoing a metamorphosis, and this change will also be silent and continue. This is my immortal cultivation spiritual root. Noticing the changes within his body, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh with excitement after experiencing it for a while. With or without immortal cultivation spiritual roots, there is indeed a gap between immortals and mortals. Previously, if he didn't have the fleshly divine aptitude breaking delusion divine pupil, he wouldn't have been able to sense and see all sorts of spiritual airs in the heavens and earth. But now he was able to clearly capture all sorts of spiritual airs in the heavens and earth even without using his divine aptitude. In particular, the icy cold aura around him at the moment appeared to fit him perfectly, spontaneously entering his body under the operation of his gong method to transform into the unique aura mana of the Xian Ice Immortal Scripture. And from now on, as long as the spiritual power in his body is unceasing, after mastering some skills he can directly travel in the air, i.e., the mortal population's immortal. No wonder this world called this realm the mortal transformation realm. Fade out of the mortal body, casting immortal spiritual roots, from now on the road to immortal cultivation. So it is called metamorphosis. Starting from the realm of mortal transformation, each realm is divided into 10 small realm steps. The first 9 correspond to the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage respectively, and the 10th is the consummation. Such a division is because to the immortal Tao realm, a heavy sky, even within the same realm the difference in strength is also far from the sky. So the cultivation world will be divided into 10 heavy small realm. After the casting of the spiritual root, this realm of cultivation is mainly to accumulate the body's spiritual chi mana to open up the circumference of the spiritual veins. At this time, Chen Yi quickly guided the body of just the firstborn a trace of spiritual air mana in the body familiar with the operation. Only after it had stabilized slightly did he then distract himself to observe the attribute panel after this great breakthrough. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 300. Identity, Level 2 Chi Luck, 10-20-10, 000, De Zhouzhen Jail Waiter. Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm. 1. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 5 layers 2/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 6 out of 10, 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 layer 1/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Roadwork, 5. Power, 1021. Defense, 996. Agility, 970. Spirit, 1039. Looking at the brand new attribute panel in front of him, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth turned upwards, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. After breaking through to the metamorphosis realm, his lifespan had increased to 300 years, but his lifespan had been close to that before, and the normal limit of a successful lifespan in the metamorphosis realm was only 200 years. His lifespan can no longer be measured bound by the realm. Xian Ice Immortal Scripture enters to 5 levels 2/1000, but this was clearly not Chen Yi's goal. Continue the breakthrough. Now let me experience the effects of a 100-year-old vermilion fruit. With a thought, the 100-year vermilion fruit appeared in Chen Yi's hand. Then he directly stuffed the vermilion fruit into his mouth a few bites down. After the flesh burst open, it tasted a bit like eating berries, with a unique fragrance in the fresh sweet juice. Gollum, Gollum. As the bitten flesh slipped into his stomach, a rich aura soon spread through Chen Yi's body. This aura came very violently but without losing its gentleness, directly propelling the little spiritual energy within Chen Yi's body to grow rapidly like a snowball. After eating the vermilion fruit, Chen Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that the progress of the feats on the panel in front of him had directly entered a bursting state, frightening him so much that he hurriedly sat down to apply his energy to refine the soaring spiritual energy in his body. Xian Ice Immortal Scripture, 5 tiers 960/1000. 1 hour later, until the sun dipped in the west and the trees on the hillside were drawn in long slanting shadows. It was only then that the vermilion fruit spiritual energy in his body was basically refined by him, and the results of his cultivation lived up to expectations, directly advancing his cultivation to the 3rd level of metamorphosis, completely crossing over into the realm of pre-metamorphosis perfection. Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm. 3. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 5 layers 960/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 6 out of 10, 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 layer 1/1000. feeling the majestic spiritual energy within his body. Shen slowly collected his energy and rose. He looked at the distant figure of the Northern Dragon City building, and a knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's time to go back. After he said that, he only saw a movement of spiritual energy in his body, and his body immediately floated up as if it had lost its gravity and was 3 or 4 meters above the ground, and then flew towards the city under the control of his mind. Initially, he was not quite familiar with the operation of his spiritual energy, and his flying figure was askew, nearly falling down several times, but as he gradually grasped the experience of flying with his chi, his figure stepped into the air like a seasoned goose. It was at this time that he realized a hint of what it meant to experience the state of mind of traveling towards the North Sea and twilight in Kangwoo, fast to the city. Shen in order to avoid attracting the attention of others, he landed down the figure convergence of the body of the spiritual power fluctuations, quietly walking back to the heavenly prison. Inspect some see nothing after, will go back to their own courtyard to start organizing some of the next thoughts. Now that the Great Zhou dynasty has been officially established, he, as the Great Zhou prisoner waiter, is now considered to have his own destiny tied to the Great Zhou dynasty. Although the two were not said to be at the same level of glory and loss, Shen naturally hoped that the Great Zhou dynasty would smoothly become powerful so that the chi luck he enjoyed would also be stronger. He had discovered through his previous few experiences of writing books and raising fallen dragons that the real way to quickly skyrocket his chi was still to enjoy the chi of dynasty upgrades, like raising dragons and writing books. These two items can only be said to be not seen to increase day-to-day growth. The main fight is a long and thin stream, and after entering the mortal transformation realm, Shen realized that no matter if it was the main cultivation technique Xian Ice Immortal Scripture, the Heavenly Book of Chi Luck, or the Taishu Sword Technique, each of these techniques was a big Dao eater. Therefore, if he wanted to drop more Dao elements, Shen could only hope that the Chi fortune gained from his status as a Jin jail waiter might even be a bit more. For example, if the Great Zhou dynasty took out the Great Diaspora and upgraded to an imperial dynasty, at that time, as the founding candidate, his chi would inevitably skyrocket, and he might even be able to fetch a prison town king. Shen stared at his attribute panel, his eyes narrowing slightly as his eyes kept turning upwards, between the turns of the mind. Soon, he remembered that in addition to these types of luck rising laws mentioned above, there was also a heavenly book of chi luck that he was about to ignore before, the luck-taking law. In the beginning, the heavenly book of chi fortune had been unable to add points before he was unable to achieve quick success, and now that the system was able to drop Dao lines every day, he should probably take the brunt of the heavenly book of chi fortune. People's luck scroll secret method. Shen had a premonition that the next days in the heavenly prison would not be peaceful. It was impossible for the Great Dryad dynasty to let Great Zhou grow up, no matter which way it looked at it. Chapter 56, Sitting in Prison. Killing and Taking Luck. The next day, the second time he cut down a tree to advance to the metamorphosis realm. Bang, bang. Life expectancy +7, Dao Xing +10, Strength +18, Defense +20, Spirit +19. Shen looked at the dropped attributes in front of him with slight disappointment in his eyes. He had thought that by chopping down a tree once today, plus another one tomorrow, he would be able to make up for the slightly lagging agility points in his physical attributes. That would allow all of the fleshly body attributes to break through 1000 points, and it was highly likely that he would gain the ability to open the second great divine ability of the fleshly body. Hey, looks like it's going to be another day back. Shen shook his head, and after the attribute points had been added to his body, he added all of his remaining Dao lines to the Chi Luck Heavenly Book. Right now his gong progress is Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 5 layers 960/1000, Qi Yun Tian Shu, Human Fortune Scroll, 25 out of 10, 000, Taishu Sword Technique, 1 layer 1/1000, the Human Fortune Volume Heavenly Book needed to be cultivated, 30 tenths, 000, before he could barely get started on cultivating the secret law of Chi Fortune, and the Taishu Sword Technique was his immortal Dao's means of dealing with the enemy, so he was prepared to wait until he had cultivated the secret law of Chi Fortune before disliking the progress with all his might. At this point, the thirst for the Dao in Shen Yi's heart reached the extreme. Damn, the Chi is going up a little slower. Accustomed to taking airplanes, now all of a sudden into the foot 28 big bar. This speed difference makes Chen Yi very uncomfortable. Going to rush Fatty Do today to see how my book push is going. Hopefully the war between the two countries won't have too much of an impact. After a few words of dissatisfaction were broken out of his mouth, he recollected his emotions and came to the edge of the pond, dropping 3 of the newly purchased dragon turtle chi and blood pills from yesterday and feeding them to the big gray. Next, Chen Yi went out to sit at the entrance of the heavenly prison. He looked at the 3-meter-high platform in front of the door, where a large, newly built guillotine blade glittering with cold light was erected, and a hint of deep meaning passed through his eyes. The chopping block, the guillotine blade. We'll see who's first on this stage tomorrow. Originally, there were people in the prison who were going to go to the execution platform in the past few days, but it was deliberately postponed by Chen Yi because he was still a day short of practicing his luck taking art. All these people who were going to die could be his chi capital. Time didn't last long. Chen Yi's just sat hot when he received a letter from Li Xuanyi. Today on the court, Li Meng to summon all the important ministers of the Great Zhou. This Shen Jianhou naturally cannot be less, because he had specifically requested with Li Xianyi before that he stayed out of the affairs of the court. So even though Great Zhou had been formed for more than a month, he and Li Rogue had only met once. That Li Meng came to see this demonic talent that was praised to the heavens by his daughter. After the meeting, Li Meng realized that Chen Yi is a person who has no intention to serve in the government and is indifferent to fame and fortune. Several invitations to Chen Yi are only interested in being the gatekeeper of the jail. Since then Li Meng is much less interested in him. His eyes prefer to shift to those talented and capable subjects. Of course, because of Li Xianyi's special weight in the Li family, Li Meng still gave Chen Yi a jail marquee after summoning him that time. Today's summons was just the first proper routine court appearance after the official founding of the Great Zhou. Many of the things discussed in the court Chen Yi was also not interested, and most of the time he stood aside and faked sleep. Even some of the people around him who wanted to make friends and get close to him were turned away by his icy attitude of, "Do not let anyone in." After noon, Chen Yi dispersed the court to make a trip to the Luanghuan study hall, and then his figure reappeared in the heavenly prison. In the blink of an eye the sun rises and the moon sets, and a day passes. At this time, the war between the Great Zhou and the Great Difficulty entered into a white-hot state. According to the information obtained by the secret agents, after the ordinary troops were unable to break through the defense line of the Great Zhou, the Great Dry had sent some top experts of the middle third rank to infiltrate in to prepare for assassination and beheading to destroy it. For a time, the Great Zhou realm officials who got wind of the situation all turned windy. Traveling and doing things have become doubly careful. Bang, bang. Dao Xing plus 10, Strength plus 18, Defense plus 20, Agility plus 20. Another day of chopping down trees and getting stronger again. Looking at the fallen Dao, a flash of surprise erupted in Chen Yi's eyes. The luck-seizing mysterious technique can finally be cultivated. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Yi's gaze rested on the progress of the Chi Luck Heavenly Book's feats. Dawn Guard, add some, with a heartfelt murmur. Clang, clang. Enhanced by the evolution of the Tao, Chen Yi felt as if there was a sound like morning bells and drums ringing in his ears. An enlightenment surged into his heart like an enlightenment. Some of the obstacles and blockages that he had agonized over yesterday in practicing the secret law of Chi Fortune instantly became clear in one pass. When he thought about it, a mysterious power of luck, from the divine tree of luck to Chen Yi body mutual flow, and finally concluded a humanoid luck word mysterious seal, quietly appeared in the palms of his hands, only to see, Chen Yi's mind moved, and the luck Shenwan was hidden again. This mark is the human luck scroll, the sign of the completion of the secret method of seizing people's chi, and now as long as he kills people he can seize the chi left on the other person. This is the luck-taking technique? Looking at the secret Xianyin that had condensed and coalesced, Chen Yi still couldn't fully understand how it had appeared, and in his current opinion, this secret method was more dependent on the help of the divine tree of Chi Fortune to condense it. Forget it, the way of Chi Fortune is, after all, a supreme rule second only to the way of fate. If it works, who cares? The thought turned, Chen Yi was very good at enlightening himself. Then his consciousness exited the system space. A moment later, Chen Yi's figure stood at the entrance to the heavenly prison. Men, bring me the death row inmates to be questioned and beheaded to the chopping platform. As soon as the words fell, a grayish-black figure suddenly trotted out from the cellway, moving as if it had been waiting for a long time. Lu Zhang's figure leapt out and hurriedly responded loudly, "Yes, Marquis." After saying that, Lu Zhang ran his ass into the heavenly prison and informed the jailers to bring out the death row inmates. Bah! Horse's ass. Ding San, who had walked out next to him at the sound of the noise, looked at Lu Zhang's back that trotted past, and spat disdainfully on the ground out of the corner of his eye. Back then, Lu Zhang was Lei Heng's loyal lapdog, and both he and Chen Yi had to honestly call each other Uncle Lu when they saw each other. Later, after Lei Hong was killed by Chen Yi, this guy fell over fast. Now after Chen Yi had been named the Marquis of Prison Suppression, his people were close to kneeling in front of Chen Yi and calling for his father, and spent their days wandering around the heavenly prison waiting to take orders. Soon, Lu Zhang along with 2 jailers pulled 3 whipped, bruised and battered diehards of the great diaspora to stand on the chopping block. Brother Yat, let me do this such a trivial matter. Don't let the blood of these people dirty your clothes. At this time, Ding San saw Chen Yi ascend the stage and came to whisper beside him. No, I'll do it myself. Chen Yi waved his hand and directly pulled one of the male death row inmates to kneel under the guillotine. The first time he performed the secret method of seizing luck, how could he pretend to be someone else? With the thought together, Shen Yi held the guillotine blade in his hand. A morose white blade light flashed. The blade was as fast as lightning, like a phantom, as if it hadn't happened. The head of the death row inmate at Chen Yi's feet was still well attached to the neck of his body, but in reality, he had already been killed in the moment when the light of the knife swept through. The crowd's eyes stared in amazement without moving. A full 2 breaths later, it was then that a line of blood was seen surfacing on the neck of the death row inmate. Then there were threads of blood beating along the break in his neck, bursting out under the pressure of his chest. Shen Yi stood still, his gaze calmly staring at what was in front of him, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, the panel in front of him changed slightly. A new line is emerging. You killed Su Rinzhong and plundered 5 years of luck. As soon as the handwriting fell, the number behind the column of identity chi followed and jumped a bit, from the original 1020 to 1025. Status, level 2 chi luck, 1025 out of 10. 000. Great Joe Jailer Waiter. Chapter 57, 75 years of raiding luck, clearing debts. You killed Su Rinzhong and plundered 5 years of luck. As soon as the handwriting fell, then the number behind the column of identity chi followed and jumped a bit, from the original 1020 to 1025. Status, level 2 chi luck, 1025 out of 10. 000. Great Joe Jailer Waiter. Looking at the handwriting that suddenly surfaced before his eyes, Shen Yi hid a flash of dark joy in the corner of his eyes. Indeed, soon after, Shen Yi put away his sword, and with 2 poo sounds, he killed the remaining 2 death row inmates as well. You killed Li Yuan and plundered 8 years of luck. You killed Qi Yuan Dai and plundered 10 years of luck. Status, level 2 chi luck, 1050 over 10. 000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. 2 more reminders appeared, and with the 5 years of chi luck from beheading Su Rinzhong, Shen Yi had harvested 25 years of chi luck in this one go. This is much faster than the increase in chi in the past. It's worthy of being the heavenly book of chi. Shen Yi secretly praised in his heart, followed by his consciousness instantly entered the system space to check, and found that after a one-time increase of 25 years of chi, the dense luck enveloping the divine tree of chi had increased by a trace. Seeing this, Shen Yi awareness immediately retreated. He looked down at the 3 bodies lying on the ground, his eyes becoming thoughtful. 3 people added 25 years of luck to me. What if I killed 300 or 3,000 people? Then this chi will not soon be able to break through to level 4 chi. In addition to the person's chi has individual differences, it is reasonable to say that the stronger the strength of the identity of the object decapitated does not have more chi, the more my chi increases, the more Dao attributes I drop, the stronger I become. Thinking of this, a trace of unconcealed excitement surfaced on Chen Yi's face. He suddenly turned to question Ding San, as in, how many other death row inmates are in jail today who are to be executed in the next 2 days? Ding San sniffed and nodded and thought, there are 6 guys who have committed capital offenses to be executed in 2 days, just waiting for the execution order from the Ministry of Justice side. In addition, there is also a previously captured martial grandmaster spy of the Yunming Kingdom in the prison. The Ministry of Justice has already finished interrogating him before, and an order for his execution should come down in the next 2 days. Ding San Yi, one by one, detailed the situation of the death row inmates in the prison, but without waiting for him to finish his entire speech, Chen Yi reached out and interrupted his introduction. Pull these all up and execute them all together. Chen Yi's words fell. The air on the beheading platform became silent and solemn. What a killer! Everyone looked at Chen Yi in surprise, not knowing what he was trying to do. Some days ago, the death row inmates who were due were deferred and not dealt with, and today, the death row inmates who have not yet reached their due date are pulled up for execution, which is a bit unreasonable in any case. At this time, Ding San stepped forward and asked with some difficulty, Brother Yi, would this be bad, killing them before the day is up? Above. Shen Yi shook his head to interrupt the other party's consideration, explaining, there's no need to worry so much. Now that the Great Zhou is at war with the Great Dryads, there are inevitably some fellows in the city who take advantage of the opportunity to stir up trouble. So it's just right to kill a batch of death row inmates to clean up the air for Northern Dragon City. If someone is looking for trouble, it's up to me to deal with it. With the increase in cultivation and power, Chen Yi acted with much less concern nowadays. Yes, after receiving Chen Yi's exact order, Ding San no longer had any concerns and immediately responded. As long as it was what Chen Yi commanded, he would support it without any hesitation. Get off me, get off me. What do you want? You want to lynch me before my execution date? I'm not convinced. I want to see the Lord. I want to see the Lord. Not much longer. Just below the beheading platform, there were jailers escorting 7 death row inmates. pulling and tugging, and one of them was none other than the martial grandmaster of the Yunmeng kingdom. As Ding San had claimed, Chen Yi catalyzed his delusion-breaking divine pupil to take a look at these people, only to see a piece of gray gas emerge from everyone's head, obviously the meteorology of a great disaster where the qi is about to be silenced. On the contrary, it was that martial arts master. Although his martial arts cultivation had been abolished and the pipa bone on his body had been penetrated by an iron cable, he did not see the slightest bit of fear on his face as he gazed icily at Chen Yi standing on the stage, his eyes displaying the hatred and unwillingness to look at death as if he were at home. Bring it on. Chen Yi looked at the struggling people under the stage and calmly commanded. Soon, the people were warily escorted one by one on the stage. Little thief, I am Qiu Yuan, a disciple of the sacred temple of the great snowy mountain of Yunmeng. If you dare to kill me today, my master and the king of Jinan will surely avenge me tomorrow. Ha ha ha, I'll wait down here. Before he could finish his threatening voice, he was severed by a white light from Chen Yi, transforming into a bloody head that rolled to the ground at once. The blade flashed. Put! Chen Yi snorted coldly and shook the drops of blood that rolled off the blade. Long-winded, you killed the source of hatred and plundered 20 years of luck. Ah, mercy. Then, amidst the cries for mercy from the remaining death row inmates, Chen Yi chopped them down one by one as he raised his hand and dropped his sword. You killed Lu Si and plundered 3 years of luck. You killed Ma Zhenglin and plundered 5 years of luck. You killed Sei Jin and plundered 8 years of luck. A system prompt continued to appear in front of Chen Yi, who appeared on the surface. His face was ancient and unperturbed, but in reality, he was already very excited inside. It's too easy for qi to increase up like this. In just a few moments, he had seized another 50 years of qi, and now his qi point had come. Identity, level 2 qi luck, 1100/10, 000, De Zhoujin jail waiter. Knock. Chen Yi finished beheading 7 people before he slammed the 1-meter-long guillotine blade in his hand onto the torture table blade slot. You guys take care of the rest of the corpses, and I'll take away the corpse of this martial grandmaster to dispose of it, so as not to attract miscreants and evil spirits. After saying that, Chen Yi quickly copied up Qiu Yuan's body on the ground and headed out, ignoring the surprise of the crowd on the side. Hey, have you guys noticed? Today our marquis is so murderous. Just a few strokes and poof, 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 decapitated 10 people without even blinking. There's even a martial arts grandmaster among them. It's horrible. My legs and stomach were shaking watching that blood coming out from the sidelines. Only after Chen Yi left did those jailers from earlier dare to talk it out. Even Ding San, who was on the sidelines, nodded along in agreement, the impression of Chen Yi's past in his mind becoming fuzzy. This was the first time they had seen such a calm and bloody side of Chen Yi. After today, this has invariably added more deterrence to Chen Yi in the heavenly jail. Of course, Chen Yi didn't care about any of this, nor did he need to. At this time, he had already arrived at the mass grave carrying Qiu Yuan's corpse, and was finally able to clear the debt owed to the black-robed monster for the remaining 6-point corpse. Chen Yi stood in the bamboo forest and lit the foreign incense in his hand, waiting for the black-robed monster while silently pondering. Today it went up 75 points of qi, so it's reasonable to assume that tomorrow's drop should have increased in Dao. We'll have to see how much the increase is tomorrow. And the black-robed monster. Chen Yi was torn between whether or not to keep the deal going with him. Chapter 58, Spirit Stones. Breakthrough imminent. Because as of right now, he had the immortal cultivation technique, while cultivation could be increased with the Dao. It seems that he can't get anything good on the black-robed monster, and dragging a few corpses back and forth every day is a bit of a hassle. Just during Chen Yi's quiet contemplation, the figure of the black-robed monster appeared as expected. He looked at the corpse at Chen Yi's feet and spoke out. This is the 2nd corpse of the 6th rank realm that you have sent. Chen Yi nodded and returned. Yes, senior, now I'm finally debt-free, said with a light exhale. In the face of Chen Yi's response, Black Run seemed as if he had guessed the thoughts in Chen Yi's mind. He stared at Chen Yi, his expression non-committal as he nodded gently. Yes, this is nothing more than a 6th rank realm corpse. Don't you want to use a 5th rank realm corpse and come to me for something more valuable? Hearing something more valuable, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. He said along with that, something more valuable. What? Could it be a more profound technique? The black-robed man shook his head and suddenly took out a ping-pong ball-sized ice crystal-like stone from his body and placed it in his hand. It's something you may have heard of, but never seen. Under Chen Yi's puzzled eyes, the black-robed man did not sell anything, as he reached out his hand and placed the spirit stone in front of Chen Yi's face and explained. This item is called a spirit stone. It is a necessary item for the immortal Dao realm to enhance cultivation. A spirit stone can top a regular person's 1 month of hard cultivation, and it is usually only found in holy places. Of course, martial artists who have reached the bone-forging realm cultivate with it in their mouths, and it also has the strange effect of accelerating the breaking of the realm. In the future, if you can get 1 corpse of the 5th grade realm, you can exchange it for a spirit stone. That's a good deal. isn't it? After listening to the black-robed man's explanation, Chen Yi murmured, spirit stones, he did know, only had to be produced in places that harbored spirit veins. The trade of a molted corpse for a spirit stone was also a good deal. Unfortunately, he was now cultivating mainly with Dao to add points off, so the spirit stones placed in front of him weren't that tempting anymore. Looking at Chen Yi was silent. The black-robed monster thought that Chen Yi was agonizing over where to get a corpse from the fifth pin realm. Ha! He laughed twice in a low, hoarse voice and suddenly advised, of course, if you choose to join my corpse immortal sect, you'll have both the spirit stones and the immortal cultivation technique. Do you have to think about it now? Chen Yi, who was silent, saw that the other party had once again mentioned that they wanted him to join the corpse immortal sect. This time he couldn't resist asking the question in his mind. Senior, I didn't have time to ask last time. I don't know what exactly is the situation of the corpse immortal sect you mentioned. I can't just join without knowing anything. Speaking here he paused, then tried. Do all of us in this clan rely on the corpses of the dead to cultivate? In the face of Chen Yi's inquiry, the black-robed monster still seemed to have concerns. He pondered for a moment coping. What exactly is going on? I can't tell you now. Only if you join in. Just know that the corpse immortal sect's legacy is in no way behind the great dry holy places of Feng Xian Dao and the great Zen temple today. With that said, he stopped and surveyed Chen Yi as he explained. I know you have doubts in your mind. My corpse immortal sect's gong method is divided into two routes of odd and positive. Using it positively is positive. Using it evilly is evil. I am on the right path. These corpses are merely used to make use of them, and will not damage them. So, I can clearly tell you that the corpse immortal sect is not the demonic sect you think it is. When the black-robed monster finished speaking, Chen Yi pondered for a moment or declined his invitation. After all, he could chop down trees and become stronger just by meticulously staying in the heavenly prison. There was no need to join any clan at all. Senior, truth be told, I don't want to join any sects for the time being. Now that the Great Zhou has just been established and is at war with the Great Dryads, if you are in desperate need of more corpses, perhaps it would be easier to travel to the battlefield to obtain them. Hearing Chen Yi's proposal, the black-robed monster had some intentions in his eyes. He muttered under his breath, going to war? It's too dangerous. Unbeknownst to him, although his voice was extremely low, with Chen Yi's current cultivation level, it was still heard by him. Instantly, Chen Yi had a judgment in his mind. This guy either has scruples or is a go-king like himself. Damn it, what danger can there be for a great expert with a Big Dipper realm cultivation to go to the battlefield and pick up corpses? Without agreeing to join the corpse immortal sect, the black-robed man made an agreement with Chen Yi. In the future, as long as he could get a 5-point realm corpse, it would be subject to a 1-spirit stone trade. In the afternoon, when Chen Yi was brought back to the heavenly prison, the corpses on the chopping line platform and the blood had been cleaned up long ago. He continued to sit at the entrance of the heavenly prison, his eyes gazing into the distance, his mind drifting a bit. In fact, when persuading the black-robed monster to head to the battlefield, he had some intentions within himself afterward. The speed of harvesting chi would obviously be much faster that way. Only to be cautious, Chen Yi quickly dismissed this risky idea again. There's no need to rush. It's still a bit dangerous to leave the heavenly prison at this time. After all, I'm only at the metamorphosis realm. In any case, I'll wait until I become the strength of a first-grade earth immortal. Then I'll come out of the mountain. At that time, all of heaven and earth will be accessible. After Chen Yi had relieved himself, his mind drifted back to increasing his chi. I don't know if it's because I don't know about the war, or if the journey to the west doesn't quite suit this world's tastes, but it seems that the response wasn't too great this time. Why don't I write a Mortal Kombat book? Time passed quietly while Chen Yi was lost in thought. Soon came the next day. The morning sun is flooding. After Chen Yi got up, he still entered the system space at the first opportunity and grabbed the axe to chop. Unsurprisingly, today would be the time when his fleshly body attributes would fully break 1000 and usher in the opening of the second fleshly body aptitude. Bang! Bang! Dao Xing plus 13, Strength plus 21, Defense plus 20, Agility plus 20. Looking at the data that fell before his eyes, Chen Yi was pleased in his heart. Sure enough, after rising 75 points of chi yesterday, today's drop of Dao has increased by 3 years. And what surprised him even more was that the agility attribute had finally broken 1000. Chen Yi gazed at the attribute panel in front of him, but his body boomed as a volcanic eruption of power suddenly erupted from the depths of his body. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 300. Identity, Level 2 Chi Luck, 1100 over 10, 000. De Zhouzhen Jail Waiter. Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm. 3. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 5 layers 961/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 35 out of 10, 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 layer 1/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Roadwork, 13, Power, 1057. Defense, 1054. Agility, 1010. Spirit, 10:59, is it going to start? The look on Shun Yi's face became excited and apprehensive. He hadn't forgotten the paroxysm of pain that came from his body the last time he opened his delusion-breaking divine pupil, and at the same time, he was looking forward to what new aptitude he could obtain after his physical body's shackles were broken this time. In the quiet courtyard, Shen Yi stood with his feet firmly planted, his eyes as firm as iron. Things were exactly as he had expected at first. The second fleshly aptitude is opened when all fleshly attributes break 1000. With the explosion of power in his body, a drastic change in his body was soon ushered in. Chapter 59, Second Fleshly Avatar, Mana Heaven and Earth. With the explosion of power within Shen Yi's body, a drastic change in his physical body was soon ushered in. An unspeakable power erupted from every cellular particle in the depths of his flesh, as if a giant dragon sleeping for 1,000 years was about to awaken. Bang! Bang! In a flash, under the outburst of power, Shen Yi felt that the fleshly mustard within his body seemed to have been forcefully broken through by a mysterious force, emitting a fine sound of space shattering. After the sound, it was followed by wave after wave of scorching energy like the eruption of magma in the ground surging around his body, hitting his every nerve. He felt that under this power, the muscle cells all over his body seemed to be being forcibly crushed and reorganized by a mysterious force. Shen Yi wasn't a blacksmith. He didn't know how a good weapon was hammered out, but he felt that his current body was a piece of iron embryo, being hammered and refined under the impact of a mysterious force. The shackles latent in the depths of the flesh were completely shattered and chopped off under the hammering, and the mysterious power in the depths of the genes was released. Hold back! Shen Yi clenched his teeth to the death, enduring the intense shock and paroxysm of pain brought about by this fission. His feet gripped the ground with a death grip, desperately trying to divert his consciousness to focus on the process of his physical body's metamorphosis so that he could divert some of his attention from the pain. Hiss! It hurts. This time, the opening of the fleshly aptitude was going to be 10% more painful than the last time. The metamorphosis took but a few breaths, and his clothes were instantly drenched in sweat before they were completely burst by the expanding power within his body. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down one by one, finally sliding down the lines of his naked, gnarled and bulging muscles, connecting into a stream of water gathered by sweat. The metamorphosis continues. At this moment, Shen Yi felt that his cells were being rekindled at this moment, endless energy surging into his limbs and bones. Every muscle and every bone seemed to be recasting, and the agitation of pain and power intertwined to form a raging tide that swept through his entire body. Bang bang! An invisible air-breaking sound was set off around him under the conduction vibration of power. Time passes by. Initially, Shen Yi could still feel the pain in his body, but at the back his entire body was completely numb, as if his soul was separated. His flesh was kneaded into a ball and reshaped, all his perceptual sensory nerves were severed, but his consciousness was allowed to detach itself from this. Up to this point, it had conversely allowed Shen Yi to free himself from the pain. Otherwise he felt that if it continued for a few more moments, he would be killed by the pain alive. At that moment the morning shimmer in the sky turned completely bright, and a sliver of the rising red sun climbed out of the top. Unconsciously, the time came 1 hour later. Right at this moment, Shen Yi suddenly realized that the depths of his fleshly body that had undergone a period of metamorphosis suddenly lit up with a metaphysical green-colored Xian ribbon from nowhere. Soon, this lit arcane pattern spontaneously spread to cover every single location of the re-metamorphosed flesh and bones, flesh and blood cells, and then re-hidden in. It's going to end. Seeing this arcane pattern fused into the flesh, intuition told Shen Yi that this flesh metamorphosis was finally about to be completed. This time the breakthrough in front of, although the pain of death, the back instead of letting him lose feeling, but also observed a trace of the mystery of the physical body metamorphosis. Looking at the fading Xin-Qing-colored Shenlin gradually fusing into his flesh and blood, Shen Yi's mind suddenly and inexplicably recalled a myth and legend. It is rumored that the ancient god Pangu opened up the sky and the earth, and his flesh was transformed into everything in the world. His eyes were transformed into the sun, the moon and the stars, his limbs were transformed into the mountains and rivers, the 4 poles and the 5 yaya, his blood was transformed into rivers and lakes, his muscles were transformed into fertile land, and his skin and sweaty hairs were transformed into the flowers, plants and trees of the earth. His exhaled breath then becomes wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and his teeth, bones and bone marrow become underground minerals, such as gold, silver, copper, iron, jade and treasure. This is the account circulated about the opening of the heavens by Pangu, the god of creation. But now, Shen Yi was suddenly struck by a sense of emotion when he saw that Xianqing pattern. Perhaps the legend is not fictional, and each person's physical body is a human universe. Only, this universe may still be extremely weak and sealed by shackles, and a person only needs to tear some shackles to push the evolution and growth within the universe, thus obtaining the mysterious power in the universe to strengthen the physical body. Just as the ancient sages, who opened up the creation of the method of refining the organs and nourishing the gods to cast the spiritual roots of the acquired immortal cultivation, may have tapped into some of the divine hidden wonders of the universe of the human body. Thinking of this, Chen Yi meditatively felt as if he had glimpsed the ultimate path of becoming stronger in the physical body, and the extreme of this path might be even longer and more magnificent than the path of the immortal path. Instead, he can keep going down this path by systematically chopping down trees. Rumble. As the last of the Xianqing colored shin lines in his body disappeared, a thunderous rumble suddenly came from within Chen Yi's body, interrupting his thoughts. Then his consciousness was pulled back into his physical body, and a new and powerful force filled Chen Yi's body. Strong, so strong. In an instant, without waiting for Chen Yi to refeel the power he had become stronger with, what immediately followed was a memory of a subtle fleshly aptitude that instinctively surged into his mind. Dharma, heaven and earth. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Receiving this memory, Chen Yi's eyes glared violently, and he was directly shocked out of his mind. Dharma, heaven and earth? The divine ability I-ing opened is actually Dharma, heaven and earth. That's right, it's the Monkey King's law of heaven in Journey to the West. Chen Yi's eyelids fluttered one after another, his face reddening after accepting the memories in his mind, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. The second fleshly aptitude, the law of the heavens and the earth. Once this divine ability was performed, the body could not only change in size as desired, but could also achieve the effect of easy shape and bone reduction. In other words, he could change his appearance and physique through transfiguration so that people wouldn't recognize him at all. Of course, this effect is only the effect of its magical ability. The real effect is still the body becomes bigger. Unlimited enhancement of combat power. After the performance of the law of the heavens and the earth, the caster's body will become extremely huge, up to 10,000 feet in height. Thoughts. Chen Yi couldn't help but cast this divine ability on the spot. Big, big, big. With Chen Yi's several low voices, all of a sudden, his body began to grow larger out of thin air. 2M, 3M, 4M. Soon, Chen Yi's body standing in the courtyard transformed into a magnificent 4-meter-tall giant, and in an instant, his head was already higher than the eaves of the house, and his thighs became thicker than buckets. Imagine how dumbfounded and terrified it would be when his enemy was engaged in battle with himself and suddenly he transformed into a terrifying giant over 4 meters tall. Chen Yi had a feeling that 4 meters wasn't his limit, and that his current limit should be able to instantly transform into more than 10 feet tall. And the result of the transformation was that the primal battle power within him was infinitely enhanced, and he could shock the death of a strong enemy just by virtue of his grandiose might. At this moment, let alone the metamorphosis realm, even if it was an astral realm expert standing in front of him, Chen Yi was certain that he could directly blast him with a single punch. In order to avoid attracting the attention of people outside, Chen Yi quickly dispersed his Dharma heavenly avatar. Looking at the physique that had reverted back to its original form, Chen Yi couldn't help but have a happy smile swirl at the corner of his mouth. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 300. Identity, Level 2 Chi Luck, 1100 over 10, 000. Dezhoujian Jail Waiter. Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm. 3. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 5 layers 961/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 35 out of 10, 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 layer 1/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 13. Power, 1057. Defense, 1054. Agility, 1010. Spirit, 1059. Chapter 60, Swordmaker. Xiang Reef. Chen Yi couldn't help but mutter as he gazed at the newly added fleshly aptitude on the panel. Not bad, not bad. Since the aftermath of the Taishu sword skill, I've gained another divine ability base card to cross the ranks against the enemy. Then, Chen Yi surveyed the body that had just become naked due to the breakthrough. Bronze-colored skin with a metallic luster in the sunlight, muscle lines as clear as sculpture, broad and thick shoulders, and high pectoral muscles, as if they could explode with amazing strength at any time, especially underneath the second brother that became more majestic. The dragon head was raised high with veins exposed, like an angry dragon ready to go. I didn't realize that there would be this benefit to having a stronger physical body. Chen Yi nodded proudly and couldn't help but praise. It's huge. I don't know which girl I'm going to cheapen later. Then, as if he thought of something, a hint of sadness appeared between Chen Yi's brows again. Dharma, heaven and earth. This divine ability is good, but it's just a bit of a waste of clothes, isn't it? Could it be that in the future, when fighting against each other, you have to have a few sets of replacement clothes around you at all times? Imagining the scene of that social death, a touch of embarrassment surfaced on Chen Yi's face. Thinking of this, Chen Yi pondered the solution. According to reason, to the immortal Dao realm characters will master 1 or 2 kinds of spiritual weapon things. Just don't know if this world has similar randomly changed size clothing vestments. The time he came to this world was a little too short after all. Chen Yi felt ignorant of many things in the great Dryad immortal cultivation world. The reason for this, besides the fact that his strength had increased too quickly to understand, was that the original body was, after all, only an errand boy at the bottom of the hierarchy before. There is simply no way to reach the level after the 7th 7th grade. Chen Yi's gaze swiveled. As far as he could tell from what he had learned during this period of time, although there were immortal cultivators in the Great Dry World, it wasn't the immortal cultivation civilization that he had imagined flourishing all over the place. The true immortal Dao experts above the 6th grade seemed to reside deep within the Holy Lands and royal grounds, and would not show themselves lightly in the world. Shenny guessed that this might still be related to the spirit veins, just like the spirit stones displayed by that black-robed monster yesterday. Those Holy Land royal dynasties were hogging the spirit veins in blessed lands, and in order to cultivate quickly, they naturally wouldn't go down to the mountains to walk easily. So in the world of ordinary people, the 6th grade martial arts masters that could be seen would already be the top masters in the eyes of ordinary people. Forget it, don't think about it. Things in the Daqian immortal cultivation world will slowly come into contact with them as their strength increases. The most important thing right now, I should accumulate a few dozen points of Dao to break through my cultivation to the middle stage of mortal transformation, and then fully cultivate the Tai Ruin sword technique. Well, to perform the Taishu sword technique, it's best to get a spirit sword over here. As the thoughts turned over, Shen Yi had an arrangement in his mind for his next cultivation plan. Spirit sword, also known as spirit weapon long sword. It was what Shen Yi had heard from Li Xianyi the other day, that general weapons were categorized into ordinary grade, divine weapon grade, spirit weapon grade and immortal weapon grade. The divine warrior grade is what martial arts powerhouses refer to as the divine warrior sharp weapon, capable of sharpening iron like mud and blowing away hair. To the spirit weapon level is used by the immortal cultivator, has transcended the mundane. Such a weapon is born in the spirit of the weapon can only be harnessed by the immortal path. But no matter if it was in the Great Diaspora or the Northern Frontier, divine armor level weapons were easy to find, but it was very difficult to find a spiritual armament long sword. However, 2 days ago, Shen Yi had heard Ding San say that a sword-casting master had come to North Dragon City who could easily cast divine weapons, and that the sword furnace he had set up was not far from the heavenly prison. These days there were martial artists who had gotten their chances from the side of True Dragon Mountain, and they approached him to forge top-grade divine weapons. This piece of information flashed through Chen Yi's mind. Then Chen Yi returned to the house to change back into his regular clothes from the heavenly prison, collected his excitement, and prepared to take to the streets in search of that sword-casting master. After the founding of the Great Zhou, the streets were crowded with pedestrians in the past 2 days, and the people were obviously in the midst of celebrating and being active, because today's Zhou Emperor Li Mang, the founding of the state, announced the first order is to give the country a year-and-a-half tax exemption, which is undoubtedly for the people of the Great Zhou is great news. As a result, there were many more men, women, children and business travelers and martial artists on the streets than ever before. There were people who came for the Great Zhou's recruitment order, and there were also a lot of discs and martial artists from outside the country who came to wait for the True Dragon Ruin side to open up again. Regardless of the identity of these people, they were all understood under Chen Yi's delusion breaking divine pupil's gaze. After Chen Yi went out, he ordered a breakfast at Old Man Mi's as usual and finished it, before slowly finding the sword caster that Ding San was talking about. It was a simple sword furnace of the size of a few dozen squares, surrounded by earth bricks, and the top of the sword furnace was covered by a simple bamboo straw mat. The furnace inside the sword stove was burning red, and the rows of beaten weapons hanging on the wooden shelves on one side were reflected by the blazing fire inside the furnace, refracting a demonic red light. And a broad-faced, short-bearded strong man who looked plain and ordinary, about 50 years old, was now red-faced and using iron tongs to clip out a sword embryo that was being calcined, and placing it on an anvil and using a hammer to keep striking the sword body. Ding, 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 ding. The crisp sound of the percussion drew curious pedestrians on the street to stop and watch, and the eyes of many strangers were attracted by his mastery of the craft. Shen Yi came to the outside of the sword furnace, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at the burly man who was casting the sword in front of him. Head now inch limpid white light. The concentration of qi in the eyes of ordinary people is considered to be extraordinary qi. On the other hand, there is a light red aura blocked by a light red aura outside of the body surface, and through this gas one can find that although the spiritual power in this person's body is relatively thin, he is indeed an immortal cultivator of the first level of mortal metamorphosis. This is an immortal cultivator who hides his cultivation breath. He can hide it from others but not from himself. Chen Yi's gaze flickered for a moment, and he instantly saw through his opponent's bottom line through his delusion-breaking divine pupil. Wacky! A transformation mortal realm immortal cultivator was running the streets of Northern Dragon City to make iron? Shen Yi stood still with his face unmoving, his eyes fixed on the movements in the other party's hands. Who knew that at precisely this moment, a young man who had just rushed over from the back recognized Chen Yi's figure and hurriedly stepped forward to bend over, saluting enthusiastically. It's the prison waiter, Marquis Chen. You, Are you here to find Master Xiang Reef? 2. To create a divine weapon? Shen Yi turned his head at the sound of the voice and saw that it was a straggling, prodigal youth. His eyes sized up the other party and nodded slightly. With today's mental memory, the average person Shen Yi could remember just by looking at one side, and the youth who greeted him had an impression on him. It was the same punk who had been caught stealing chickens and dogs from a rich man's house some time ago, and had only been released from jail the day before. Seeing that Shen Yi only nodded slightly and had no intention of striking up a conversation with him, the punk immediately smiled wryly and silently retreated to the side to watch. However, just as the punk called out his identity, Shen Yi noticed a slight pause in the movements of the burly man's hands within the sword furnace. Although his movements were slight, it was difficult to escape Shen Yi's eyes. Under his delusion-breaking divine pupil, the white light on top of that other party's head became glowing green at a speed visible to the naked eye. See this scene? Shen Yi smiled coldly in his heart. Yoo-hoo! What a coincidence! I didn't realize that this person was still rushing towards me. What am I? Gingerly fishing for the willing. As his thoughts turned, Shen Yi's eyebrows rose slightly, then moved his feet to walk into the sword furnace. Chapter 61, Purchasing a Giant Clam. Mid-metamorphosis stage. As his thoughts turned, Shen Yi's eyebrows rose slightly, then moved his feet to walk into the sword furnace. When Xiang Reef saw Shen Yi walk into the sword furnace, he slowed down his hand movements a bit before raising his eyes to address Shen Yi. This lord, are you ordering a weapon? Shen Yi nodded slightly, his gaze resting on the ready-made weapons laid out on the wooden shelves. My lord, on the wooden shelves are the weapons I forged the other day. 5 normal grade weapons and 1 divine grade heavy sword. See if you want it ready-made or ask me to order it. Xiang Reef lowered his head to pound the artifact embryo in his hand while introducing it. If Shen Yi hadn't already recognized his concealment long ago, I'm afraid that he would have really thought that he was an ordinary sword-casting master. After listening to Xiang Reef's introduction, Shen Yi reached out and touched his hand on the palm with divine armor grade heavy sword before turning his head in question. Master Xiang might cast a spirit sword? Xiang Reef smiled nervously at his words. Your Excellency thinks highly of me. I'm a mere mortal. How could I possibly build a spirit weapon flying sword used by an immortal? With this brute strength and years of experience, it's already my limit for my little one to be able to create a divine soldier grade weapon. Saying so, he put the forged and molded artifact embryo in his hand to one side, then walked over to Shen Yi's side and began to warmly receive him. My lord, you can tell me what you have to say about your weapon, and I can help you customize it according to your requirements. Shen Yi nodded, and then spoke his request directly to him. I want to create a lightweight divine warrior grade longsword, 4 feet 2 in length and 2.5 fingers wide, and require the blade to be quenched with water from a cold pool so that it kills without blood. You might do it? Xiang Reef nodded and then asked, My lord, do you have any special requirements for that material? I don't care about the materials, I'll just pay you whatever amount of silver I need. Hearing this reply, Xiang Reef's expression loosened up before he replied with a smile. That's fine. It just so happens that I have a piece of cold crystal metaphysical iron here that I obtained from the True Dragon mountainside, which can satisfy your excellency's requirements for sword casting. Just wait 5 days, my lord, and I will personally deliver the sword forged to your house in 5 days. Shen Yi faintly returned the word good. How much does it cost? Xiang Reef replied back in a slightly respectful manner. Since it's the Marquis who needs it, just deliver 800 taels of silver material money at that time. Shen Yi nodded in satisfaction at his words. Okay, after 5 days you will send the beaten longsword to my house. The address is at the entrance of the heavenly prison. You will know if you find someone to ask around. With that he turned and left, as if completing a normal transaction. Yes, my lord. After Shen Yi turned to leave, Xiang Reef stood to the doorway to salute and watch his figure disappear. Only that the strand of sharpness hidden deep within his eyes was not seen by the onlookers. Marquis of Great Zhou Prison Suppression. Or not. Fair, let your revenge begin with him. Shen Yi left the sword furnace and then wandered the streets. As for what kind of scheme this Xiang Reef has in mind, and whether he is an assassin sent by the great diaspora to assassinate him, all he needs to do is to wait silently, and he will know the answer in 5 days. When the time came, he was sure he would definitely give the other party a big surprise. That said, in 5 days' time, my cultivation level can break through to the middle stage of mortal transformation again. After a while, Shen Yi walked down the street, and suddenly saw an old farmer dressed as an early-stage skin refining martial artist, using a large wooden basin to hold a giant clam the size of a face basin to sell on the street, beside which attracted many people to stop and watch. What caught Shen Yi's eye was that he saw a hint of 7-colored glazed light on this large giant clam. To know that something that could appear extraordinary under his delusion-breaking god pupil was bound to be not simple, Shen Yi gave a slight surprised cry in his heart. Tridakna. In Buddhism, giant clams are regarded as one of the 7 treasures, which have the meanings of eliminating disasters and solving problems, attracting wealth and treasures, etc. In addition, pearls can be formed inside giant clams. These pearls are known as giant clam pearls or big clam pearls and have other magical uses such as calming the mind and tranquilizing the spirit. Giant clams are white or white and brownish yellow in color, but also red, yellow, orange and so on. Many wealthy people believe that giant clams have the effect of warding off evil spirits and will make them into jewelry such as bracelets and budagongs to wear in order to pray for peace and good fortune. The giant clam in front of him was an orange giant clam with a very clear color that made Chen-Yi look very fond of it. How do you sell this stuff? When the old farmer saw Chen-Yi come forward to ask a question, he seemed to recognize the regular clothes on Chen-Yi, and his eyes flinched a bit as he said in a glutinous manner, "My lord, I caught this giant clam from the cold pool under the True Dragon Mountain after all the hard work I had to do. If your honor wants it, you can give just 50 taels of silver." The old farmer named a price with some concern. When Chen-Yi heard this, he readily took out 50 taels of silver to buy the giant clam before turning to leave. Ever since unlocking some of the wonderful uses of the divine tree of Chi luck, nowadays, Chen-Yi was extremely interested in all these strange and weird things that eliminated disasters and increased his luck. This giant clam, Chen-Yi bought intended to be raised in the pond in the yard, to see if there are any psychic changes. When he returned home, Chen-Yi was the first to throw the giant clam into the water. After entering the water, the giant clam is like a stone, not moving. At this time, Big Gray and Little Gray sensed Chen-Yi's arrival and quickly swam over to stare at him. Seeing this, Chen-Yi reached out and threw in a few pills, which instantly caused the three little ones to flutter up in the water and fight for food. Looking at the fallen dragon rejoicing in the water, a hint of relief appeared in Chen-Yi's eyes. These three little guys had been wilting after their last transit, and had not recovered until the past 2 days, which lightened Chen-Yi's mood quite a bit. For the fallen dragons that had helped him make great achievements, Chen-Yi didn't want anything to happen to them, and now most of the silver he earned from writing books was buying dragon turtle chi and blood pills for them to fill their stomachs. After observing for a while, Chen-Yi continued too old to sit in the heavenly prison. Time just slows down. It was 5 days later in the blink of an eye. Host, Chen-Yi 18 of 325. Status, Level 2 Chi Luck, 1137/10, 000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm. 4. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 6 layers 10/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 35 out of 10, 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 Tier 7/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 0. Power, 1125. Defense, 1120. Agility, 1090. Spirit, 1125. Chen-Yi couldn't help but let out a light breath as he looked at the panel that had refreshed after today's tree cutting. Metamorphosis Realm 4. The middle stage. Now in a short period of time, I am afraid that there is no breakthrough. The next Dao line will be used to cultivate the Taishu sword technique. But today we reached day 5, and by the appointed time that Reef should have come to the door as well. Chen-Yi circled around the entrance to the heavenly prison before returning home to wait in silence. After these days of combing, some officials in North Dragon City were basically cleaned up by the court. Those who should be arrested were arrested and those who should be released were released. Nowadays, the entire Great Zhou's energy is focused on fending off the Great Dryads, so Chen-Yi returned to his state of staying at home. Only when someone died in the heavenly prison or there was a death row inmate to be beheaded would Chen-Yi go out to draw down his chi. Otherwise things were usually left to Ding San and the others. Soon the sky was turning from light to dark. Evening falls. A knock suddenly sounded at Chen-Yi's door. Chapter 62. Killing a man to take away his luck. Crushing a corpse to raise a dragon. Knock, knock, knock. There were 3 rhythmic knocks on the door. Come in. The door is open. Chen-Yi leisurely sat on the reclining chair and said to the door, "Squeak." The door was pushed open from the outside, and the familiar broad-faced, short-bearded figure came into Chen-Yi's eyes. "You're here?" Chen-Yi said calmly. "Yes, I'm coming." Xiang Reef walked slowly with a 4-foot-long sword sheathed in an ebony scabbard in his hand. Seeing Xiang Reef's approaching pace, Chen-Yi didn't get up, but instead teasingly sized up the other party with his eyes and asked, "Is the sword forged?" Cast. "This sword is called Broken Vengeance. Do you find it satisfactory, my lord?" Xiang Reef didn't seem to have the idea of hiding his killing intent at the moment, and in the face of Chen-Yi's gaze, he was so casual and belittling, as if Chen-Yi was a small chicken that could be decapitated at any time in his eyes at the moment. The tone of this speech was very different from the respectful way it was 5 days ago. Clank, came the crisp sound of a clear chant. Saying that, Xiang Reef slowly drew the Broken Vengeance sword in his hand. A thin as a cicada wing, 2.5 fingers wide, 4 feet 2 long flashing autumn water cold light longsword, slowly pointing at Chun Yi's chest. Looking at the sword against his heart, Chen Yi shot a glance with his eyes lowered. Broken Vengeance Sword, that's a good name. Break vengeance, a sword to break enmity. It's a pity that it's just a divine soldier grade mortal weapon, but killing is enough. Chen Yi muttered for a while, then asked back in an affirmative tone. Master Xiang should be from the sword casting villa. As soon as Chen Yi's words fell, a trace of surprise first surfaced on Xiang Reef's face, followed by a sneer. Oh, it doesn't seem to surprise me to see how you recognized me. When Chen Yi heard this, he slowly got up and stood opposite Xiang Reef, gazing at the other party's eyes and said, I was born to work in this prison, and I have never feuded with anyone in my life. And if I say that there is a person surnamed Xiang who seeks revenge, the only thing that can be said to be true is that our prison has once had the death of a 7th grade martial artist from Swordcasting Mountain Villa, Xiang Fei. Your Excellency should be related to Xiang Fei in some way, right? Speaking here, Chen Yi's voice paused. However, if you attribute his death to me, it is somewhat incomprehensible. Facing Chen Yi's doubts, Xiang Reef laughed loudly. Boy, you are smart. Not bad, just let you die. Xiang Fei is my nephew. The Northern Rogue family let him die in jail. I'm here today to avenge him. Prison suppression waiter, you're the first. Next I'll use this vengeance-breaking sword to kill all the Great Zhou officials one by one. After saying that, Xiang Fei ended his conversation with Chen Yi with a murderous aura clustered in his eyes, only to see a spiritual pressure emanating from his body, forcing Chen Yi so that he couldn't move. Then his right hand held a sword and quickly stabbed at Chen Yi's chest. Rather decisively, Chen Yi shook his head when he saw the other party's movements. Ding! Suddenly, a metallic clash sounded. Instantly, the longsword in Xiang Reef's hand was clamped by Chen Yi's 2 fingers and stopped an inch from his chest, unable to move even once. Feeling the unbreakable resistance coming from his hands, Xiang Reef raised his head to look at Chen Yi with unbelievable eyes. You! In the face of his surprise and doubt, Chen Yi snorted and interrupted the other party. A small transformation 1 cultivator. I don't know where you got the courage to trespass into Northern Dragon City. With that said, a cold and majestic spiritual energy came out from Chen Yi's body through his body, forcibly crushing the other party's pressure. And then Chen Yi's aura directly knocked Xiang Reef's sturdy body away, and the long sword fell out of his hand. In a flash, Chen Yi reached out to hold the broken vengeance sword that had fallen in the air and gently swung it towards Xiang Reef. A Taishu sword chi slashed through, and the void was cut by the biting sword chi to create a silent pitch-black crack. Put! Suddenly, warm blood spurted from the decapitated neck cavity, and a head frozen in a horrified expression tumbled to the ground. 5th grade metamorphosis martial artist, Xiang Reef is dead. Looking at the corpse that fell to the ground, Chen Yi shook his head disdainfully. To kill you with a sword you forged yourself would be your destiny. A mere metamorphosis 1 cultivator had come to the Great Zhou royal capital to assassinate in such a dignified manner. Hey, I really don't know if you're stupid or where you get your confidence from. If it's really that easy, don't even think about why the Great Dryad royal family has not dared to step foot here so far. As his mocking voice fell, the long-lost system voice finally sounded in Chen Yi's mind. You killed Xiang Reef and plundered 100 years of luck. Looking at the handwriting floating on the panel in front of him, Chen Yi's face froze slightly before his eyebrows rose in joy. Actually plundered 100 years of chi from Xiang Reef. Not bad, not bad. Now I'm going to be dropping more attributes every day. Status, level 2 chi luck, 1237/10, 000. De Zhoujin jail waiter. Such a mortal realm assassination. Chen Yi couldn't wait to come a few more times. Then, Chen Yi joyfully came to Xiang Reef's corpse and felt around. Killing and touching corpses is a necessary habit for a traveler to make a fortune, so how could he forget? Soon, Chen Yi felt inside Xiang Reef's clothes and found a spirit stone, as well as a book of secret sword refining techniques. A very good harvest, a spirit stone, plus the divine warrior grade broken vengeance sword in his hand, and a book of sword refining secret methods. It was considered a bumper harvest. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. He flipped through the sword refining secret method. It was about experience on how to cast divine warrior grade weapons, for which he didn't have much interest, then casually put it away. At this moment, Chen Yi gazed at the corpse on the ground, the corpse of a 5th grade mortal transformation realm, and he instinctively thought of exchanging it with the black-robed monster for a spirit stone. But on second thought, he dismissed the idea. Forget it, after all, it's a 5th grade realm corpse. Handing it over to the black-robed monster will inevitably attract his attention. Isn't it just a spirit stone? Less is less. Turning his head in slight contemplation, a flash of light lit up in Chen Yi's eyes. There, a single elixir made from the blood of a snake tortoise captive with a secret medicine could help a loach metamorphose into a fallen dragon. Then wouldn't it be even more effective if it was replaced with the spiritual blood of an immortal cultivator? think it and do it. Shen-Yi immediately carried Xiang Reef's body to the edge of the pond and directly used his body's spiritual power to shatter it into pieces and scatter it into the pond. Now that's really destructive. Shen-Yi clapped his hands and looked at the big gray them that were merrily feeding on the bloody remnants in the pool, the joy in his eyes becoming more and more intense. He found that at this time even underwater usually motionless giant clams, at this time are in the sneaky constantly open and close its shell, sucking the flesh and blood in the water aura. Seeing this scene, Shen-Yi became more and more convinced of his judgment. Since then, the northern dragon city had noiselessly lost a master swordcaster, and the black-robed monsters in the mass graves had lost a 5-point realm metamorphosis corpse. And just like that, night crept in. The sporadic lights were lit up one after another, and after a period of time they were extinguished again, and in the darkness of the night, North Dragon City reverted back to a state of silence. At the end of the street, the sound of a night watchman beating the night watch came from far away. It's dry, so be careful with fire and candles. On the other hand, this night, Shen-Yi was full of joy as he tried to cultivate the Xianbing immortal scripture for the first time with a spirit stone, and at the same time looked forward to another few years of incremental increase in his weak Dao lineage that would fall tomorrow. A rich aura escaped through the house. Chapter 63, The Fox Who Reads, The Fairy Who Is Delicate. A rich aura escaped through the house. It was night. Shen-Yi had been practicing with the spirit stone in his hand, and strands of spiritual chi within the stone were refined and absorbed by him from within it. The moon sets and the sun rises. The sky was once again a fish belly white with the morning sun. Shen-Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling that not only did the night's cultivation not bring him fatigue, but instead, he grew more and more energized. He lowered his eyebrows and examined the residual spiritual energy in the spirit stone in his hand, seeing that it had not lost much in terms of its size and the spiritual energy within, while the spiritual energy within his body had increased by a touch more than usual cultivation. It's a little bit stronger than normal cultivation, better than nothing. In comparison, he, who was used to breaking through with Dao line additions, was not too satisfied with the cultivation speed of spirit stones. After whispering softly, Shen-Yi put away the spirit stone. It seemed to him that spirit stones in his hands might be used more as monetary transactions in the immortal cultivation world. Then his consciousness moved and he quickly entered the system space. It's a new day of chopping down trees, and killing that reef yesterday raised my chi points by 100, so I'm sure it'll give me a nice surprise today. Looking at the verdant and lush divine tree of chi luck, relief flowed from Chen-Yi's eyes. As these days passed, the 4 flowers of chi luck had grown a bit more, and a section of petals had already emerged from the top of that delicate bud. Not bad, not bad. Seeing this, Shen-Yi praised him repeatedly. He then came to the tree and copied the bronze axe to quickly chop at the tree. Bang, bang. Life expectancy +9, Dao Xing +16, strength +21, defense +20, agility +20. The axe falls and a new attribute panel appears. Host, Shen-Yi 18 of 401. Status, level 2 chi luck, 1237/10, 000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm. 4. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 6 layers 13/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 36 out of 10, 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 tier 25/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 0. Power, 1210. Defense, 1220. Agility, 1219. Spirit, 1230. Sure enough, the Dao that fell off today became 16 years, and the lifespan has increased. Shen-Yi gazed at his attribute panel, the corners of his mouth gently lifting. Lifespan breaks 400 years. It's so long, it could be half a dozen years of dry history, and this was only the result he had reached in more than half a year of coming to this side of the world. Thinking of this, Chen-Yi suddenly remembered one thing. It seemed that in 2 days it would be his first birthday in this world, and the original was born on February 25th, in a time of spring. Actually it doesn't matter to me if it's my birthday or not. After all, for someone who is destined to live forever, a year's worth of birthdays is nothing more than a small splash in the vast river of my life. When a certain day in the future comes, I am destined to be the one overlooking these ages of the ages, provided that I know how to protect myself before I am invincible. Shen-Yi smiled and shook his head, sighing to himself before getting up and opening the door to the house. A hint of spring breeze with the fragrance of grass and trees brushed by, and Shen-Yi's expression suddenly froze. Why there's a white fox crouching on the wall. Shen-Yi stared at it and thought it was an illusion. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. This fox was the size of a small dog he used to keep at home, with a snow-white body, soft and smooth fur, and a faint silver glow in the morning light. It crouched quietly against the courtyard wall, holding a book that had been spread out on its forelegs. At this moment, hearing the commotion, it suddenly turned its head to look over, and there was no fear in sight. The fox's ears perked up slightly, and that soulful gem-like gaze gazed at Chun-Yi, revealing a hint of intelligence and curiosity. It's still a reading fox? Noticing the uncomplicated nature of the fox in front of him, Chun-Yi instinctively urged his delusion-breaking divine pupil to look at the other party. At once, he could discern a piece of chi, extraordinary rich moon white light chi on this white fox, and as it looked at him, a faint wisp of green chi quickly arose from that moon white light chi. Moreover, within this fox, Chun-Yi could also discern a not too weak aura fluctuation. What a spirited spirit fox, and with a hint of friendliness towards me, and a lover of books. How strange. Where on earth did this fox come from? After seeing the details of the fox in front of him, Chun-Yi did not move. After one person and one beast gazed at each other for a while, Chun-Yi revealed a soft smile towards the white fox before walking quietly towards the other party. Seeing Chun-Yi approaching, the white fox wasn't afraid. Instead, it wiggled its fluffy tail a few times, then closed the book in its hand, Forlim, then leapt down from the wall and jumped in front of Chun-Yi to rub against him intimately, then stood humanly and circled around his body. As he walked, he held up the book in his hand and let out a squeak from his mouth. Seeing this, Chun-Yi fell in love with this white fox at first glance. He bent down and tenderly stroked the soft fur on its forehead, but when his eyes gazed at the books in the white fox's hands, a slight consternation surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Seal the gods, ********, a fox that actually knows how to read the feudal romance? And it's quite a coincidence. He wrote the seal of the gods and this fox came to his house with the seal of the gods. The corner of Chun-Yi's mouth couldn't help but tug, sighing at the marvelous destiny. I didn't realize that the first fan who wrote a book in this world was actually a white fox. You can read? Chun-Yi asked tentatively as he pointed at the seal of gods in white fox's hand. The white fox's spirit eyes flickered at his words, then quickly nodded. Can understand human speech, can read and write, and has aura fluctuations in his body. Sure enough, it was a spirit fox, and it was highly likely that only the Lord's fox was privy to it. In the immortal cultivation world, generally spirit beasts and demonic beasts alike, after possessing a certain level of cultivation, they can actually speak and cultivate into human form just like humans, while this white fox can't speak, probably because it hasn't yet refined the horizontal bones. Soon, Chun-Yi had a preliminary judgment on the origin of this white fox. He didn't know why this white fox was so intimate with him for the time being, but it didn't stop Chun-Yi from squatting down and teasing it for fun. A burst of loud laughter came from time to time in the clean courtyard. River Beaver, Zhang Xiaobei, you stupid fox, where did the stinky fox go again? A few moments later, just as Chun-Yi was teasing the white fox, a sticky, savage and cute cry suddenly came from outside the house. After the white fox heard the sound, its ocelot eyes turned and then its tail swung. It looked at Chun-Yi and then ran forward violently, leaping to the wall and letting out a squeaky call to the outside. So there you are. Don't run, come down quickly. Just as that sticky, adorable voice continued to ring out, the white fox wagged its tail at its master before jumping back to Chun-Yi's side once again. Stupid fox, don't go, come back. After Shirmu Shua outside the house saw her spirit pet run into this courtyard, she pushed open Chun-Yi's courtyard door directly in a moment of urgency. Instantly, a figure with skin as fair as snow and a face as delicate and beautiful as a carefully carved fairy was reflected in Chun-Yi's eyes. She was slender and soft, wearing a long lavender dress with delicate cloud patterns and cranes embroidered on the hem, gently swaying as she moved as if she were a wisp of light veil in the clouds. Yikes, someone's home. Chapter 64, Stay. Gathering of Immortals. When Shirmu Shua hurriedly saw Chun-Yi's figure, she immediately let out a delicate exclamation of surprise. She seemed to react at that moment to the fact that she had ventured into someone's yard without knocking. Seeing this beautiful and somewhat uncharacteristic woman, Chun-Yi's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Chun-Yi. This white fox came to play in my courtyard this morning, so I teased it for a while just now. What is the name of the fairy? I wonder if this spirit fox was bred by you. When Shirmu Shua heard Chun-Yi's introduction, she caressed the flowing hair on her forehead somewhat unfavorably before delicately saying, sorry for the interruption. This Jiang Shao beaver guy just likes to run around, causing me to search for it all night. I'm taking it away. Said she is going to go up to catch the white fox, but this white fox do not know what the problem, even avoided her capture. A smoke ran to Chun-Yi's room. Seeing this scene, Shirmu Shua directly rushed forward to catch up. Don't run, you dead fox, stinking fox, if you run again I won't take you to the Northern Madness Sword Immortal. A petulant, scolding voice rang through the house. Chun-Yi stood in the courtyard, and when he heard the words coming out of the girl's mouth, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and an amused look appeared in his eyes. That's funny. Together this man and fox are still coming for me. In the midst of his mind's thoughts, Chen Yi used his delusion-breaking divine pupil to view the strange girl's realm details clearly. This person looks about the same age as their own, but the body is hidden with the same half transformation of the middle stage of the cultivation, and its people head of the chi is not extraordinary, but look at its demeanor and behavior. The spirit of the seemingly with a little bit of savagery, and speak a little bit of a big grin, otherwise it would not have broken into other people's homes, leaving the owner of the house outside the door as if nothing had happened. Inside the house, Shirmu Shui chased after the white fox and whisked Chen Yi's house all over, but was never able to recapture the white fox. From what she knew of white fox, this was clearly not normal today. Her white fox didn't usually come into contact with strangers, let alone run into a strange man's house and catch him without being able to do so. In the end, Shirmu Shui stood in the middle of the room with a hint of doubt, somewhat disheveled. She crossed her small savage waist and said to the white fox with some exasperation, "Jiang Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you today? What the hell are you doing?" Just as soon as her words were out of her mouth, at this moment, a touch of humanized thinking surfaced in the white fox's eyes, as if she had finally determined something. She nodded her head and came to Shirmu Shui's body with light steps, stretching out her snow-white paw to right on the ground and said, "Stay, the chi of this place is very dense. There are great opportunities." Shirmu Shui cocked her head and watched as White Fox finished writing the sentence on the ground in a crooked manner before her bright eyes snapped open, covering her mouth. Her pupils widened in surprise as she pointed at the White Fox and whispered, "Little White, so you were running around just now to make sure you were sensing right?" The White Fox's soulful eyes twinkled, then nodded. "So, really? Is your avatar's sensing spirit not working? It's been wrong several times. Then are we still going to find the northern mad sword immortal?" Soon, a man and a fox came together in the room and conversed quietly, except one was talking and the other was writing on the floor. Shirmu Shui's voice, however, was getting lower and lower, so low that Chen Yi couldn't even hear it while standing in the compound. After a moment of silence, not long after, Shirmu Shui and White Fox's figures reappeared in unison in front of Chen Yi, looking at him in unison. A fox and a man seemed to be discussing with their eyes as if they were giving each other a glance, and then Shirmu Shui took the initiative to open her mouth and said, "That, Mr. Chen, I'd like to discuss a problem with you. I'd like to take White Fox with me at your house. Would it be okay to rent a room?" After hearing this woman's sudden request to rent his house, Chen Yi first froze for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. Then he surveyed the man and the fox with odd eyes and smiled faintly. "Renting my house isn't out of the question. Except I didn't know what to call you until now. How do you expect me to feel comfortable taking you in when I don't know anything about where you've come from or where you're going? We're alone, and in this situation you don't worry about me, but I don't worry about you?" Hearing Chen Yi's jibe, Shirmu Shui waved her hand and explained with a delicate smile, "What are you talking about, Mr. Chen? I'm a pretty hoochie little lady who can't eat you." After she finished speaking, she coughed lightly to straighten the dress on her body, slightly lifted her chest and looked up, and said with a straight face, "Hello, to formally introduce myself, my name is Shirmu Shui, and I'm from the Great Dry Qingzhou." The white fox beside me, it's called Jiang Xiao Beaver. "We're here to look for Senior Northern Mad Sword Immortal, who wrote the Sealed God romance." That's a relief. After speaking, she gazed at Chen Yi, waiting for his reply. After hearing the other party's explanation, although Chen Yi had some doubts in his mind, he did not choose to ask at this point. Some questions he knows is to ask. The other side is not likely to tell him. Anyway, he has a delusion-breaking pupil can break good and evil, and is not afraid of the other side to engage in any tricks. So, he had an answer after a little thought, and was ready to leave this person and fox behind to see what they were looking for. However, when Chen Yi looked down, he found that the woman was really fierce in addition to being beautiful. Just now that the gently raised can be seen in the gully hidden in its fullness. Oops, overthinking it, being single for too long. I blame that Dingsan guy for constantly whispering in my ear. Ahem. Chen Yi coughed lightly to hide his inner embarrassment and touched his nose with his hand before nodding his head and saying, "Renting is fine, I guess. 5 taels of silver a month. However, let's agree in advance that neither of us shall interfere to influence the other." Saying that, he glanced over Shirmu Shui and the white fox, pointing at the pond and adding, "Also, I have a few small things raised in that pond. You and your white fox shall not harm them." Chen Yi's words fell. One man and one fox nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction before waving his hand and saying, "All right then, that's it. I'm going to go on duty, so just pick one of the several rooms in there." After saying that, Chen Yi waved his hand towards them and turned around to leave the courtyard, leaving one person and one fox to get together and mutter about something. Out of the door of the house, Chen Yi Woods came to the old man rice stall to eat something pad bar stomach, then meandered toward the heavenly prison. But before he could get his butt warmed up, he saw the heroic figure of Li Xianyi bringing her personal maid, Sheng Huan, towards him. Wait for the two to approach. Chen Yi rose to greet. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Aha, Li Xuanyi nodded in response. Then his gaze surveyed Chen Yi for a moment with deep meaning. For some reason, every time Li Xuanyi looked at herself lately, Chen Yi had the feeling that she had seen through everything. This made him recall some time ago, when Li Xuanyi came back from the True Dragon Mountain to meet the soul shadow he felt at that time. Could it be that there really is an old grandpa living inside her? And as Li Xuanyi observed Chen Yi, he was also surprised to find that the other party's realm had actually broken through again. However, she didn't move to show it, and she retracted her gaze towards Chen Yi to narrate the purpose of this time. Chen Yi, this time I came to the heavenly prison to tell you something. Chen Yi heard the words and retracted the speculation in his heart, doing a hanging head and listening attentively. In a month's time, our great Zhou will be holding a gathering of immortals conference at True Dragon Mountain, at which time it will be inviting the world's immortal Dao experts to join my great Zhou's forces in exploring the True Dragon ruins. Chapter 65, A Sunny Plot, A Bad Guest at the Door. In a month's time, our great Zhou will be holding a gathering of immortals conference at True Dragon Mountain, at which time it will be inviting the world's immortal Dao experts to join my great Zhou's forces in exploring the True Dragon ruins. So during this period of time, the security and prevention piece of the heavenly prison of Northern Dragon City needs your extra attention. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi frowned slightly, his expression instantly becoming a few degrees more grave. After Li Xuanyi finished speaking, he sensed the change in expression on Chen Yi's face and smiled faintly. You see it? Chen Yi responded with an arching nod. If my subordinate's guess is correct, our great Zhou is using the True Dragon ruins to bind the world's experts and disrupt the immortal Dao power of the entire great imperial dynasty. This is a clear and obvious yawn. After hearing Chen Yi's reply, Li Xuanyi nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of her veiled hand, she turned to face the direction of Qingzhou and the great dried imperial dynasty and said with bravado, That's right, this is a young plot to invite the world's experts into the game. Our great Zhou is newly established, and although we have the ambition of a python bird swallowing a dragon, we are ultimately short of time to grow. Nowadays, in the several counties bordering the D in the south, the power of the mortal armies has blocked the DS attack, but once we are caught in a prolonged stalemate and scorched situation, the D will definitely invite the forces of the Holy Land such as the Feng Xian Dao and the Great Zen Temple to make an all-out effort, and that won't be good news for us. That's why I used the True Dragon Order as bait to invite the world's immortal Dao experts to gather, and they had to take the bait. At that time, the immortal Dao experts on the Great Dryad side will instead be the weaker party. Li Xuanyi's voice landed with resounding confidence, and it was clear that she was very sure of this ploy. Chen Yi still has a doubt in his heart after listening to this plan. This plan is simple to say, but there are several key points. One is that the True Dragon ruins are really that tempting to the immortal Dao experts, and the second is by what reason were they able to take control of so many experts without being revolted at the time of the Great Week? Is it just by a True Dragon order? Chen Yi pondered slightly, but still curiously asked the doubts in his heart. Dare I ask, Princess, what exactly is in that True Dragon ruin that could lure the world's experts here? Li Xuanyi sniffed, his eyes gazing at Chen Yi as he said indifferently, If I say that the True Dragon ruins hides the path above the first great Earth Immortal, I don't know if you'll be interested. At these words, Chen Yi's face changed slightly as he murmured in surprise, Above Earth Immortal? What realm is that? Looking at Chen Yi's surprised look, Li Xuanyi smiled bashfully. Actually, I'd like to know that we did get a clue that the depths of the True Dragon ruins hid an immortal path above the earthly immortal realm and a few immortal path caves outside the True Dragon ruins earlier. The answer to how exactly can only be known when the true relics within it are opened, Li Xuanyi said in a long voice. Then her voice turned to look at Chen Yi. That's why I came to find you today. In addition to telling you the news of the Immortal Gathering Assembly, the other thing I wanted to do was to ask you if you could contact your master, the Northern Madness Sword Immortal, and how I would like to meet this senior in person. It was naturally impossible for Chen Yi to actually allow the Northern Madness Sword Immortal to come into contact with Li Xuanyi, and although he could perform the Dharma heavenly ability to do so, it was clear that he did not want to get involved in this mess. So Chen Yi shook his head and made a difficult face as he explained, I'm sorry, my master, he's a godly dragon. I haven't seen him for a long time. To see him, unless I wait for him to come to me of his own accord, I don't know where he is. At Chen Yi's words, Li Xuanyi seemed to have expected it. This is true of most of the high immortals of the immortal way, so she didn't expect much when she voiced the request. Alright, if you see him trouble to leave a message with him, I have a great matter to discuss with him. After saying that, she seemed to think of something and added another sentence. After today I will be in seclusion for a period of time. At that time, if Senior Northern Madness Sword Immortal appears, you can seek out Qing Huan to the Imperial Palace to find my father to discuss. Chen Yi nodded as he was instructed, indicating that he had kept it in mind. Next, after the two of them chatted about a few more things, Li Xuanyi hurriedly left. By the afternoon, the news of the Immortal Gathering Assembly quickly spread outwards, and for a time it was like dropping a deep water bomb on a calm lake. How many latent Immortal Dao realm experts were startled? The news spread as fast as the wind. The Great Diffusion. Yunmeng, the Western Wasteland, the Shangyun Island Kingdom to the south. Many experts who had heard of the news quickly rushed towards Great Zhou, a small country that had just been established not long ago. However, this was an afterthought. At this time, Shenyi came to the Luanhuan bookstore not long after Li Xianyi left. After not seeing him for some days, Fatty Du's body had blossomed some more. Shenyi chatted with him for a while about the book, and he wondered if it was because of the war. The heat of the journey to the west wasn't as good as expected. As for the sales of the feudal artistry, it was now bringing him a huge amount of 2,000 taels of silver almost every month, and there had been no incremental increase after that. Shenyi suspected that he had been pirated. Moreover, Shenyi had a feeling that the influence that the feudal god Yantai could bring to him seemed to be diminishing after his identity had joined the Great Zhou, probably because the influence of the Great Dryads was not factored in after joining the Great Zhou. In the end, Shenyi had no choice but to helplessly take the money for the book manuscripts for the period of time, and wandered around the city. When it was almost afternoon, Shenyi remembered that there was still a fox and a fairy at home, so he went off duty early and walked towards home. Nice one. When Shenyi into his own yard, found that this person a fox without the slightest scruple squatting in the pond side of the acacia tree under the barbecue to engage in. Do not know where they find the iron frame. Zip zip zip. The sizzling roast was on the fire grate, making the sound of bubbling oil. Seeing this scene, it really made Shenyi somewhat contrastingly staggered. Reading fox, where do the pretty fairies go? I'm afraid I've taken in 2 eaters. Shenyi rubbed his forehead with his hand and walked forward, and when the one man and one fox saw Shenyi return, they hurriedly waved enthusiastically, without any semblance of bias. "Yeah, you're back. Come on, I'm hungry. Come join us for a roast." Shirmu Shui waved at Shenyi while flipping the roasted meat in her hand without a trace of the appearance of an immortal cultivator. Shenyi walked closer and sniffed. "Don't tell me, the girl is really good at her job. What kind of meat is this?" Shenyi asked as he took one of the beast legs that the other party had torn off. "This is spirit lamb. It's delicious. Try it." Shirmu Shui handed over the beast leg and explained. Shenyi took the leg meat and took a bite into his mouth. Chewing it down, a unique meat aroma immediately emanated in his mouth. This caused his eyes to snap open. Even complimented. "Yummy. Nice touch." Oh, in the face of Chen Yi's praise, a happy smile appeared on the faces of both the man and the fox. Soon, the 2 men and the fox ate around the barbecue, and the 2 men slowly became acquainted. Without realizing it, they talked about the Northern Madness sword Immortal. It turned out that they were in the Qingzhou, from a martial arts chivalry hands found Fengshenyeni. A look at the shock of heavenly books. They feel that wrote the book of the Northern Madness sword Immortal must be an immortal Taoist mighty, especially after the white fox had read the feudal deities. It felt that what was written in this book must be true, and it kept muttering that it might possess the bloodline of the holy fox of Qingxiu, clamoring for Shirmu Shui to come and find the author of this book. Shirmu Shui had learned from that martial arts warrior that the book had first spread out from the northern robber city, which was why they had come here to find the Northern Madness sword Immortal. After learning the reason, Shenyi did not have the idea of telling them the truth. He would love to see the picture of the other party's surprise when they learned that the Northern Madness sword Immortal was him someday in the future. Just as a few people were chatting away, suddenly there were several knocks on the door outside the house. "Anyone home?" Shenyi's eyebrows pressed slightly at the sound. When did his quiet little yard start to come alive? After getting up, Shenyi went to the door and opened the courtyard door. Into the eye was a thin Taoist man and a broad-faced burly middle-aged man. Ha! What a great evil thought. Chapter 66, Killing Chiyu. Taking the luck for 1,000 years. As far as the eye can see, on the top of their heads, all of them are flooded with a deep black and red light that is almost full, leaving only sporadic threads of white gas in it. On meeting the duo, Chen Yi's pupils contracted violently, then immediately returned to their original state. One metamorphosis perfection, one refining viscera martial grandmaster. Although that thin Taoist used a secret method to conceal the aura fluctuations within his body, how could he escape Chen Yi's eyes? Chen Yi couldn't figure out when he had been in contact with these two, and how he had come to seek out the door with so much hostility. He quickly searched his mind for possible reasons for feuding the two. While not moving, he asked, "Who are you looking for?" As soon as his words fell, the burly middle-aged man didn't reply, but his eyes turned to the Taoist beside him. Thin Taoist sniffed. He was not in a hurry to fiddle with a rotating ancient compass in his hands. At this time the compass needle in the rapid rotation between slowly stopping to Chen Yi. Seeing this, the skinny Taoist face gazed at Chen Yi with a smile on his face as he returned. "I, Taoist Yu, have been entrusted by my junior beside me to come and look for Master Xiang Reef to forge a sword. We heard that Master Xiang disappeared some days ago after casting a sword for the Jin jail waiter, so we took the liberty of coming here to ask the Marquis if he knows where Master Xiang went after casting a sword for you." After saying that, the duo stared at Chen Yi with burning eyes. After hearing the words of the self-proclaimed Yu Dao, Chen Yi's heart jumped, his previous doubts instantly clearing up. "So it's to seek revenge, ah?" he let out a cold laugh in his heart. Then after glancing up and down at the other duo, he returned flatly, I don't know about this. Master Xiang did help me cast a divine weapon 2 days ago, but he left after handing the weapon over to me. Saying that, Chen Yi patted the sword placed on his waist and said, Mutter, it's this sword. Master Xiang named this sword Broken Vengeance. As soon as the word break the vengeance fell, Chen Yi clearly felt the red aura above the duo's heads turn deeper again, and it was clear that the killing chance in their hearts had reached an extreme point. But these two people's chi cultivation kung fu is also powerful, obviously harboring killing opportunities, but their faces do not move. Daoist Yu's gaze lingered on the sword on Chen Yi's waist for a moment or two, and he echoed, break the feud. A fine sword indeed. After saying that, his gaze quickly swept around the courtyard, when his eyes clearly froze for a moment when they touched Mu Shui, as if he recognized Mu Shui's identity in general. Although his eyes were quickly calm, that momentary abnormality was still captured by Chen Yi. Since the prison waiter doesn't know where Grandmaster Xiang has gone either, then the poor Taoist won't bother much, so I'll take my leave. After withdrawing his gaze from Mu Shui, Daoist Yu then quickly carried the compass in his hand and bid farewell to Chen Yi after slightly nodding his head to leave. Well, go ahead, Daoist, Chen Yi calmly replied back. As he looked at the backs of the two of them leaving and disappearing, a dangerous light lit up in Chen Yi's eyes. Who is this Taoist? At this time, Mu Shui held the beast leg meat in her hands and came forward while eating it, asking with a slurred mouth. Chen Yi shook his head and casually explained, don't know, came over to inquire about the whereabouts of a swordmaker in the city. Mu Shui gave a sound and then returned to the grill next to gnaw up. This state of a foodie, with her quiet that fairy-like appearance to Chen Yi a great sense of contrast, with the matter of Daoist Yu in his mind. Chen Yi's interest in eating faded a lot. After accompanying Mu Shui and White Fox to eat for a while, he returned to his room to prepare silently. He knew that the two guys from earlier in the night would definitely be looking for it again. The reason why the other party didn't make a move just now. I'm afraid that they should have recognized Mu Shui's identity and had some scruples. Time passes quickly. In the twinkling of an eye, darkness came. The sky was covered with dark clouds and the winds rose, and it seemed that a violent storm was about to hit northern Dragon City. The gusty winds rolled in black clouds over the city like a black cloth covering it. Deep night. Chen Yi stood quietly under the eaves of the house gazing at the black clouds in the night, and the tip of his nose seemed to smell a sense of approaching danger. Coming? Through a touch of instinctive sensing, he cast his delusion-breaking god pupil to look outward, and he saw the two familiar green chi during the day. After determining his judgment, Chen Yi moved. Between strides, his figure quietly blended into the darkness of the night, leaving only a seemingly murmured exclamation in the air. Rather good at picking the time, too. As the saying goes, the dark of the moon is a day of murder and fire. Outside the walls of Chen Yi's courtyard, at this time, Daoist Yu and the burly middle-aged man who had visited during the day had unexpectedly gone and returned, and they were fiddling with some kind of formation on the ground along the dozens of meters from Chen Yi's courtyard. Seeing Daoist Yu's solemn appearance, the burly middle-aged man asked in a low voice, Senior, since we have determined through the fate-seeking compass that the brat surnamed Chen is the murderer of my master, why don't we take action during the day? Daoist Yu sniffed and explained as he set up the array in his hands. What do you know? Do you know who that girl was in his yard during the day? Who? Hoof. Daoist Yu snorted coldly, depressed. That little girl is not simple, although she is still young, but she is indeed a famous immortal seedling of the Fengxian Dao traveling outside. Rumor has it that she has already broken through to the transformation realm 2 years ago. Once we make a move and can't take it for a long time, we are bound to startle the experts in the city. Don't forget that old man from the Heavenly Sword sect can always sit here. This night, when I set up the binding concealment formation, I will be able to decapitate that brat surnamed Chen with ease. After listening to Daoist Yu's explanation, the burly middle-aged man delivered a well-timed horse's ass. So that's how it is. It's still senior uncle who is thorough. With that said, the darkness of the night reverted to silence. Right after Daoist Yu clapped his hands and set up the last formation corner in his hand. In the darkness of the night, a calm word suddenly rang out behind them. Is the formation set up? Daoist Yu followed the voice and returned instinctively. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Daoist Yu instantly reacted to the questioning that this person was not his nephew. Who? Daoist Yu reacted at the first opportunity as he hastily let out a stern cry while urging the spiritual energy in his body to violently sweep towards his back. Bang! The intense spiritual energy transformed into a large hand of spiritual energy that pressed down towards his back, followed by a booming sound. No! Missed and realized something was wrong. Daoist Yu suddenly had alarm bells ringing in his heart, and suddenly he felt as if there was a huge black shadow above his head that was rapidly suppressing his body. He hastily urged his eyes to look up, and instantly saw a scene that sent chills down his spine. One could only see a heavenly god giant hundreds of meters tall, who was lifting a huge foot bigger than a house to slam down on his head. This demon Shen Yi's paw carried a boundless divine force, instantly stepping through the pitiful aura barrier on Daoist Yu. Bang! After his feet stepped on the ground and a violent impact sound rang out, the ground sunk into a huge footprint pit mark. In an instant, Daoist Yu's figure was trampled into mincemeat, blood spilling out under his paws. Soon the second paw continued to step down, and the burly middle-aged man who hadn't reacted yet also followed in Daoist Yu's footsteps. It feels good to kill someone for the first time with the Fathom Heavenly Avatar. For the result of this outburst, Shen Yi was very satisfied, and he muttered a sentence in his mouth. You killed Qi Yu and plundered 1,000 years of luck. You killed Xiang Nanyun and plundered 60 years of luck. Just then, a system alert message appeared. Looking at the handwriting that surfaced before his eyes, Shen Yi's eyes gradually lit up with an incredible surprise. 1,000 years of Qi? Killing Qi Yu actually brought him 1,000 years of Qi. ********* Tomorrow, won't my Tao be turned upside down? A low cry of surprise echoed long into the night sky. What is so special about this man? Chapter 67, Doubling Your Tao. Your book is a little yellow. What is so special about this man? The 1,000 years of Qi luck gained after killing Qi Yu caused Shen Yi to fall into deep thought. Beheading Xiang Nanyun gained 60 years of Qi luck. This point was in line with the normal situation. The last time he killed that martial arts master of the Yunmeng kingdom also only gained 50 years of Qi luck, and although Qi Yu was one great realm higher than them, it shouldn't be logical that he should have so much more Qi. This person's surname is Qi. Could it be that he is a member of the Great Dry Imperial clan who has some dragon luck on him? Soon, Shen Yi thought of a less certain guess. If this speculation is true, then he really need to pay more attention to some of the people of the royal family in the future. Like Qi Yu, such as the transformation of mortal perfection to kill it can get 1,000 years of Qi, and then kill 7 or 8 his Qi can be upgraded to the 3rd level of Qi. Moreover, the metamorphosis realm had 1,000 years of Qi, so wouldn't it be even more if the astral realm, or even a cave immortal, had more Qi? For a moment, a look of eagerness arose on Shen Yi's face. He weighed his strength. If he could cultivate the Taishu sword skill to perfection, coupled with the magical ability of Dharma heaven and earth, he would still have a great certainty of beheading a Big Dipper realm opponent by surprise. Shen Yi clenched his fists, and an urge to travel to the hinterlands of the great diaspora to assassinate suddenly surfaced in his heart. However, he soon dismissed this thought, reminding himself that he couldn't float too much, and that he could rise sooner or later anyway with the system god tree. Collecting the distracting thoughts in his mind, Shen Yi quickly transformed back and leaned down to touch the bodies in the 2 huge paw pits he had left behind. They say they're touching the body, but they don't really have to. It was all stomped into the ground by his foot, so where's the body to touch? But in the end, Shen Yi was able to find a gray, unknown ring in the location of Qi Yu's meat slime. Storage ring. Shen Yi's eyes were pleasantly surprised. He bent down and picked up the ring and placed it in front of his eyes and sized it up. The ring was ancient and simple like an ordinary copper ring. It should be the storage ring of an immortal cultivator. This thing, which he had seen on Li Xianyi before, possessed an independent storage space, which was very convenient for immortal cultivators to store their items. Shen Yi tried to invade the ring bearer with his spiritual divine thoughts, and sure enough, he sensed a barrier of hindrance left by a spiritual imprint on it, possibly due to the fact that Qi Yu had been decapitated by him. This divine thought obstruction wasn't solid, and Shen Yi's divine thought only slightly exerted its strength to break through its imprint before rebranding it with his own spiritual imprint. With that, his consciousness instantly entered a space almost the size of a room of about 5 cubic meters, within which there were some changes of clothes and a dozen or so spirit stones in addition to some immortal cultivators' materials. Seeing this, Shen Yi's heart rejoiced. He didn't think that there would be this unexpected gain from killing this Qi Yu. Next, Shen Yi changed into his spare clothes and left quietly after simply treating the scene. On the following day, Shen Yi got up early and with anticipation, he entered the system space at the first opportunity, cutting down trees. As soon as the thought fell, Shen Yi copied the axe on the ground and violently hacked at the Qi Luck divine tree. Bang bang, life expectancy +9, Dao Xing +48, strength +22, defense +21, agility +21. Boom! With today's new attributes entering his body, Shen Yi felt that the power within his body had once again gained a hint of incremental strength. Shen Yi didn't bother with the strengthening of his physical body, and at this moment, his eyes were firmly fixed on the column of words Dao Xing. The Tao has dropped 48 years. Yesterday, cutting down the tree was dropping 16 years, and today 48 years, which means that after adding 1,060 years of Qi, his Dao has increased by 32 years. Level 2 Chi Luck drops a base Dao line of 10 years, which means that for every pair of incremental 100 years of Chi Luck behind him, he can drop almost 3 more years of Dao line. After projecting this law, Chen Yi had a clearer idea of his next cultivation speed. He looked to his current attribute panel. Host, Chen Yi 18 of 410. Status, Level 2 Chi Luck, 1397/10. 000. De Zhouzhen Jail Waiter. Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm. 4. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 6 layers 13/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 36 out of 10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 tier 25/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 48. Power, 1232. Defense, 1241. Agility, 1240. Spirit, 1230. Phew. Chen Yi lightly exhaled and nodded with satisfaction. Ash looked at the 48 years of Dao that had fallen in one day. Now his cultivation speed could finally be raised again. Chen Yi secretly set a goal for himself in his mind. It was best to break through to the Gangqi realm within a month. 2. Market Sword Technique. Add some points. As soon as the thought fell, the progress of the Taishu sword technique became 1 level, 73/1000. Instantly, many wonderful principles of the sword path surfaced in Chen Yi's mind, and for a moment he resumed practicing the Taishu sword technique for as many years as he had. The void, the breaking, the silence. A copy of the Sword Dao Upanishad transformed into the cultivation memory of the Taishu sword technique engraved into his mind. Time quickly came to 8 o'clock in the morning, and Chen Yi was standing under the tree feeding the fallen dragon. Mu Shui walked in from outside with the white fox, and she stopped beside Chen Yi, slightly curious as she surveyed the big gray them in the pond. What kind of spirit beast are you raising here? Why does it kind of look like the legendary fallen dragon? Chen Yi looked at her with slight surprise, thinking that this girl knew quite a lot. You know about the fallen dragon? Mu Shui cocked her head and nodded lightly, musing. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Wait. After saying that, she quickly turned around and ran back into the house to flip out a handwritten book and throw it to Chen Yi. Look, I have it written down in this book. You're not bad at raising this fallen dragon, but you're still a few steps away from truly transforming into a dragon. Chen Yi took a look at the book and saw that the cover read Great Dry Weekly Journey. Page 1. Dried Night 754. Stayed at night at the Mountain God Temple in Yendang Mountain. It was the night I saw a wild ghost transformed into a voluptuous woman and a scholar fooling around for one night. On the second day, the scholar's yang energy was exhausted and he died of exhaustion. With illustrations. Page 2. 7543. Page 7. 7559. Page 22. Dried night in the spring of 756. Stumbled upon a cloud-walking monk in the temple of Demon State, gathering 3,000 female incense bearers to practice the way of joyful Zen. With illustrations. Nice guy. This is not a travelogue. I'm afraid it's an otherworldly version of the Golden Lotus. The more Chen Yi turned over, the more he felt that this book is written a little crooked. Named travelogue. In fact, it is all recorded in some strange and bizarre things, which makes Chen Yi turned over the flip by the content of the attraction of the eyes. Mu Shui saw Chen Yi reading seriously, and only then asked, slightly self-satisfied, how does this book look to you written, and how does it compare to Northern Mad Sword Immortal's Enchantment of the Gods? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi froze slightly, his eyes somewhat odd. He highly doubted that the other party was deliberately using the fallen dragon to display the book. Chen Yi gazed at Mu Shui and said tentatively, you didn't write this book, did you? Mu Shui's bright eyes turned down, nodded, and said frankly, not bad. This book is exactly what I have recorded along my travels. I watched the Northern Mad Sword Immortal write a book on the feudal god, so I want to travel all over the Great Dredge, Yun Meng, the Western Wasteland, and the Southern Island, and follow my predecessor's lead to write a weekly travel book out. Chapter 68. Beheading the Corpses in January. Breaking through the Big Dipper realm. After hearing the other party's explanation, Chen Yi felt his forehead covered in black lines. This woman's brain is how to think. You write a travelogue to write a travelogue, but your experience is how to run into some sexy things. Even if you run into it, you're still painting the picture. After Mu Shui finished speaking, she continued to urge Chen Yi, quickly, what do you think of this book? Chen Yi nodded his head resentfully at the words. It's well written. I'll borrow it for 2 days to take a closer look, but I'm going to be on duty at the heavenly prison now. After speaking, Chen Yi directly slipped the book into his arms and left the courtyard, avoiding Mu Shui's pursuit. Just a short while after Chen Yi left, the white fox touched Mu's foot with its paw before writing on the ground. I sense that Chen Yi's chi has become thicker again. Looking at the crooked line that White Fox had written out on the ground, Mu Shui's eyes lit up and asked in surprise, Jiang Shao Beaver, are you telling the truth? White Fox nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Mu Shui's bright eyes rolled back and forth as she muttered, what an eccentric person. Come on, little beaver, let's go out today and inquire about the story of this town prison warden. after Chunyi left his home. When he was having breakfast at Old Man Mi's place, he suddenly heard someone discussing the large footprints of the houses that suddenly appeared this morning, and someone said that last night there was a sudden loud noise, and that through the window he could faintly see a 100-meter-high giant standing in the middle of the night. Everyone has speculated that this Bigfoot giant may be the god of heaven, and even many people, especially ran to Chunyi, stepped out of the huge pit to worship and admire, pleading to be able to dip the favor of the gods. In response, Chunyi smiled faintly, not realizing that the traces he had left behind unintentionally would be treated as heavenly god traces. He came to the sky jail after dropping a few coins. Upon arriving at the heavenly prison, Ding-san was the first to run to Chunyi's side to report his good news. "Brother Yat, I broke through the blood condensation realm last night." "Oh, well, congratulations, and keep up the good work." Chunyi faintly congratulated him. After some pointers from Chunyi during this time, Ding-san's martial arts had indeed progressed by leaps and bounds, and coupled with the sprint of the elixir emoluments, it seemed to Chunyi that he might have a chance of stepping into the bone-forging realm by next year. "By the way, Yat, I remember tomorrow is your birthday. Shall we call up the brothers in the cell to celebrate you?" When Chunyi saw Ding-san bring up the matter of his birthday, he directly waved his hand and rejected the other party's offer. "No, I like to be clean now. I don't like to get into these things." Speaking here, Chunyi turned to Ding-san and said, "How many death row inmates awaiting beheading are in the heavenly prison now?" Seeing Chunyi talking about business, Ding-san became serious. "Brother Yat, didn't you previously propose to the court to leave the execution and beheading of the condemned prisoners to our heavenly prison after their trial at the Ministry of Justice? Now that it's been promised from above, I counted dozens of death row inmates who have been sent to the heavenly prison in the past few days. They're all foreign troublemaking martial artists." Hearing that there were dozens of people, Chunyi's eyes lit up with joy as he hurriedly ordered, "In that case, drag all these people up for execution today." After saying that, Chunyi seemed to think of something as he added, "By the way, in the future, if there are any Imperial Clan personnel imprisoned in the heavenly prison, you notify me at the first opportunity. It doesn't matter if it's a royal family from the Great Zhou, or a royal family captured by the Great Dryads or Yun Meng's side." Seeing that Chunyi was speaking seriously on this matter, Ding-san hurriedly patted his chest and promised that he would get this done. Half an hour later, dozens of condemned prisoners were escorted to kneel on the chopping platform outside the gate of the heavenly prison. This time, Chunyi was still the one to carry out the execution, and everyone had long since become accustomed to Chunyi's unique fetish. Previously, Chunyi had quizzed that the chi seized by a death row inmate that was personally beheaded by him was much more than the chi that he went to draw from a corpse that was killed by someone else. But soon, with a flash of blades, in the spraying rain of blood, dozens of heads rolled to the ground one after another. "You killed Li Hu and plundered 8 years of luck. You killed Lu Ding and plundered 10 years of luck. You killed Wang Xiao and plundered 5 years of luck. You killed Sun Shirmu and plundered 10 years of luck." As the last prompting voice changed to fall, Chunyi had reaped another 320 years of chi luck from this execution. At this instant, his chi came to identity, level 2 chi, 1717/10,000. Great Zhou Prison Town Waiter. Not bad. By tomorrow I'll be able to add another 10 points to my Dao, but this needs to be sped up a bit. Chunyi looked at the panel and nodded in satisfaction before inserting the guillotine blade on top of the blade slot and turning to walk down the execution platform. Time passes in an instant. Soon a month passed, only 1 day short of the Immortal Gathering Conference organized by Great Zhou. At this moment, there were countless Immortal Dao experts gathered in the northern Dragon City, all waiting for the day when the Immortal Gathering Conference would be held. During this month, Chunyi had not been idle in the slightest. Many Immortal Dao experts who came from places such as the Great Dread, Yun Meng, the Western Wasteland, and the Southern Island did not give Great Zhou a second thought due to their cultivation. The result was that the royal family of the Great Zhou directly deployed their underlying strength and united with the Heavenly Sword sex experts to capture all of these troublemakers, who were beheaded by Chunyi in front of everyone in the world, forcibly suppressing their arrogance. The biggest benefit of this move naturally facilitated Chunyi. By beheading these troublemaking Immortal Dao experts, he had directly plundered 213 years of chi, only 70 years of chi short of being upgraded to level 3 chi, and his accumulated Dao lineage had come to a terrifying 950 years, on the last day before the Gathering of Immortals. In the evening, Chunyi quietly moved away from Northern Dragon City as he chose a secluded and uninhabited barren mountain to prepare for his breakthrough. Host, Chunyi 19/672. Identity, level 2 chi luck, 9/930/10,000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm. 4. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 6 layers 178/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 50 out of 10,000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 layer 100/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Doctrine, 9/950. Power, 1890. Defense, 1823. Agility, 1870. Spirit, 1900. Looking at the panel in front of him, Chen Yi's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. The Tao that he had accumulated for so long would finally be able to make a big breakthrough. This time, Chen Yi not only wanted to abruptly break through his cultivation, but even the Taishu's sword skill had to break through to perfection. At this time, the night was as dark as ink, and on top of the barren mountain, all was silent. The moonlight poured over the mountains like water, casting a thin silver veil over the barren land. Chen Yi sat cross-legged in the mountains, closing his eyes to recall the realm feats of the Xian Ice Immortal Scripture a few times before his eyes opened his sight to rest on the feats progress column. Plus some. With a thought, 823 years of Tao was put into him. Instantly countless cultivation memories and spiritual energy erupted within him, and a spiritual vein was opened up within his body, propelling his cultivation upwards and madly at a rocket-like speed. It didn't take long before the sound of a bottleneck breaking through came from within him. Bang, bang. Metamorphosis 5. Metamorphosis 6. The Xian Ice Immortal Scripture came to the 7th level of initiation, and his realm broke through to the 7th level of the late stage of mortal transformation as expected. Go on. 1,000 years of Taoism. Go on. At this moment, on his lean face, there was a resolute color between his eyebrows, and his eyes were as bright as stars, flickering with desire and anticipation for a breakthrough. In the midst of his excitement, Chen Yi continued to add Tao elements to the Xian Ice Immortal Scripture. Time passes slowly, until after he threw another 823 years of dowsing into it. Suddenly, a loud roar came from within him. That endless surge of spiritual energy was finally caused by a qualitative change from a quantitative change under the guidance of the Gong method. Wisps of spiritual energy penetrated out from Chen Yi's body, metamorphosing into a special kind of Xian Ice astral air, forming a Xian Ice field with a radius of 100 feet. Immortal Path 4th grade, Astral Realm. Breaking. Chen Yi's hands naturally hung down at his side, palms upwards, slightly spread out, as if he wanted to take in the aura of heaven and earth, and the aura around his body gradually turned from boiling to becoming calm and introverted, as if he had become one with the surrounding heaven and earth. His eyes gradually became ethereal, as if he had traveled through the barren mountains in front of him and saw the more distant heaven and earth avenue. As Chen Yi's breathing gradually slowed down, the air around him began to fluctuate slightly, and the icy cold aura in the mountains seemed to be pulled by some kind of invisible force as if it began to slowly converge, as if the thin streams were converging into a river, surging towards the astral domain around Chen Yi. Chen Yi had a feeling that as long as he stood within his 100 feet domain, any cultivator below his realm would live or die at his whim. Host, Chen Yi 18/672. Identity, Level 2 Chiluk, 9, 930/10, 000. De Zhouzhen Jail Waiter. Realm, Big Dipper Realm. 1. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 9 layers 1/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 50 out of 10, 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 layer 100/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 7127. Power, 1890. Defense, 1823. Agility, 1870. Spirit, 1900. There are still over 7,000 years of Taoism left to come. Chapter 69, Cave Heaven Immortal. Promotion to Immortal Cultivation Giant. Tomorrow is the official convening time of the Immortal Gathering Conference, and there will certainly be some intense games of Immortal Dao Great Powers at that time. At that time, once there is a change, Chen Yi as the Great Zhou's Town prison waiter is afraid that will inevitably be involved. So the astral realm is simply not enough to deal with the possible unknown risks. A dash of thought and planning crossed Chen Yi's mind, targeting the various crises that might come his way. At this moment, a sense of urgency and determination flashed in his eyes, gazing at the remaining Dao lines on the panel. The thought of a breakthrough continued to rise wildly in his mind. Go on. Breakthrough. A month's worth of Taoism has been accumulated just for this moment today. Xian Ice Immortal Scripture. Dao Xing continue to raise me. As soon as the thought fell, 4,000 years of Tao was instantly put behind the Xian Ice Immortal Scripture by him. Boom! A massive amount of spiritual energy erupted within Chen Yi's body. When? This was followed by a sound of the word ringing in his ears. The solemn, resounding sound of the sensory Tao resonated and echoed in his heartland, as if an immortal was preaching. In the long Tao sound, countless Tao mysteries flooded into his mind. Chen Yi felt like he was sitting in the mountains to realize and cultivate the Tao, and the divine thoughts that were wrapped and prompted by the Tao intent around his body continued to condense and change, and time passed like a white horse. Starting from the time he refined his skin and condensed his blood, and then forging his bones and refining his organs. The memories of practicing day by day resurfaced, refining the organs and nourishing the spirit to comprehend the state of mind, and fitting in with a trace of the laws of heaven and earth to forge the spiritual root of the cultivation of immortality in the latter day. The metamorphosis realm opens up spiritual veins to grow the spiritual energy in the body to contain the intent. At the Big Dipper realm, spiritual energy penetrates the body and refines the air into Big Dipper into a substantial realm. At this moment time became still, as if a long time had passed, and then it seemed to have stayed for only a split second. The surrounding heaven and earth aura madly surged towards him, continuously converging and fusing into Chen Yi's body to enrich his power. Soon the aura in this nearby area was quickly drained by him, and the storm continued to extend outwards. During this crazy influx of spiritual qi, the Tao meaning in the Xian Ice immortal scripture was quickly comprehended by him with the support of the Tao, and the astral domain around him was also rapidly transforming into a substantial domain. This breakthrough process was short and swift. Around his standing body, it didn't take long for a space of Xian Ice intent to form that was exclusively his, isolated from the great world. The realm sensation was still breaking through, and the gong method spontaneously flew through his body. The 10th, 11th, and 12th layers of the Xinbing immortal scripture. Just as Chen Yi felt that he had reached the ultimate level of enlightenment of the domain space, suddenly his divine thoughts in the sea of consciousness followed suit and condensed and metamorphosed into a Yuanshan villain. The Genjutsu has become a reality. Chen Yi was delighted in his heart. Then his eyes snapped open, and 2 channels of divine light pierced out from his eyes, quickly radiating to cover the distance. Wherever the Yuanshan's divine thoughts reached, the surrounding mountains, lakes, flowers, plants, trees, and the many space mustard seeds that were hard to see with the naked eye were all included in his eyes. 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 rudra. Is this the 3rd grade cave immortal realm? Feeling the countless mustard seeds around him, a wave of post-breakthrough elation surged through Chen Yi's Yuan Shen. With one gentle hand, he had endless spiritual power at his disposal. Chen Yi's body moved and quickly swept towards a banana tree in front of him, slamming his fist at a mustard seed behind its leaves. Broken. Between the surges of his spiritual energy, the banana leaf was peacefully motionless, but a mustard seed on its huge blade was suddenly filled with a shattering sound of space breaking apart. Bang bang bang. Soon, a space several hundred meters in circumference was flooded with Chen Yi's intent, instantly transforming into a real cold cave world. Chen Yi's body followed with a gentle leap, and he entered inside this space. Standing on the solid metaphysical ice floor in this space, he had the feeling that he was manipulating the entire world, and it wasn't just some illusion. The 9th grade of the Immortal Path, which can open up the Mustard Seed Cavern, is the Immortal Path Cavern Realm, also known as the Cavern Immortal, a cave heaven immortal. As long as he fought his enemies in his cave heaven, then the power of the entire cave world could be manipulated and augmented by him. Looking at the cavernous world in front of him, constructed out of Xian Ice spiritual energy, a wave of satisfaction appeared in Chen Yi's eyes. Although this mustard seed space was only a temporary opening, and once his power dispersed the cave world would dissipate with it, it was a solid sign that he had become an upper 3rd grade cave immortal level immortal cultivation giant. In fact, cave immortals could also open up solid cave worlds, like the previous immortal cave on the outskirts of the True Dragon Ruins, which were unique cave worlds that belonged to immortal Dao experts. However, in order to open up a solid and long-lasting cave world, there was still a need to find a type of spatial crystal to join in order to do so. But these weren't things that Chen Yi had to think about. With the system God tree in place, the cave heaven realm was only a starting point for him, so he didn't even need to consider opening up a solid cave world to use as an inheritance. After familiarizing himself with the use of cave power for a bit, Chen Yi retreated with a thought. This side of the world then collapsed and disappeared again. Chen Yi once again looked at his attribute panel. Host, Chen Yi 19/3672. Identity, Level 2 Qiluk, 9, 930/10, 000. De Zhouzhen Jail Waiter. Realm, Cave Realm. 1. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 13 layers 2/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 50 out of 10, 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 layer 100/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 3126. Power, 1890. Defense, 1823. Agility, 1870. Spirit, 1900. When his eyes gazed upon his remaining lifespan turning out to be 3,672 years old, the corners of his mouth rose, lifting a wistful smile. Over 3,000 years, once an immortal cultivator is promoted to the cave realm, not only does his strength undergo a qualitative change, but his lifespan is also extended to 3,000 years, and if he is able to break through to the void immortal, he can even extend it by 6,000 years, and by achieving the first great Earth immortal realm, one could even live past the exaggerated 10,000 years. However, according to Chen Yi's understanding, in this side of the world, apart from some of the sons of fortune who had received heaven-defying encounters, none of the ones who were able to cultivate to this point were old monsters who had lived for more than 1,000 years. That's why at this realm, one is truly considered a cultivation giant. Otherwise, when encountering a great opportunity like the true Dragon Mountain ruins, experts below the 3rd grade would not even be qualified to truly enter. Chen Yi looked at his remaining 3,000 plus years of Dao, and after a little contemplation he prepared to use it to break through the Taishu sword technique. 3,000 years of Dao was not enough for him to break through to the 2nd grade Void Immortal again. It would be better to cultivate the Taishu sword skill to perfection, so that he could have one more card against the enemy. He believed that with this consummate level Taishu sword skill and Dharma Heavenly Avatar, it was enough for him to be invincible in the cave realm. Even if it was to encounter a 2nd grade Void Immortal, then one would have to fight to know who wins and who loses. With a thought, Chen Yi struck while the iron was hot. Once again, he invested 2,900 years of Dao into the Taishu sword technique. Tonight was destined to be the craziest consecutive breakthroughs Chen Yi had ever had. Taishu sword technique first layer, 2nd level, round up. Soon, the nameless mountains transformed into a world of swords, and countless void sword intent surged into the depths of Chen Yi's memory. Taishu sword chi, Taishu sword shadow, Taishu sword formation, Taishu sword mantle, Taishu sword domain. Endless Taishu sword Dao flashes in the void around Chen Yi. Chapter 70, Gathering of Immortals, Confrontation in the Secret Realm. The next day, the sky was clear and the wind was meditatively bright. On this day, the Immortal Gathering Assembly was officially opened, and the 4 directions of heaven and earth moved in clouds. In the area from Great Zhou's northern dragon city to True Dragon Mountain, from time to time, a legendary immortal Dao realm giant figure appeared to rush along, and the aura fluctuations rolled up by that astonishing aura caused the world to clamor. True Dragon Mountain was formerly known as the White Bone Ridge. White Bone Ridge to the west is 100,000 barbaric mountains. In the White Bone Ridge there is a green kill mouth pass. This place is stationed with soldiers of the Great Zhou, used to protect the deep mountain invasion over the demonic evil and full of scouts. Swept through the green kill, the mouth of a straight line to the west of 1,000 miles of path, belongs to the territory of the western barbaric tribes, and the true dragon ruins were within 1,000 miles of this side of Great Zhou. In one of the places called Dragon Bone Abyss mountain ridge stretches nearly 1,000 miles, shaped like a lying dragon bone. On both sides of the ridge is the mountain, and mountain gap is just like a dragon bone ribs gap between, constitute the countless abyssal gullies. Its mountains, jagged cliffs and steep walls edge thousands of feet. The end is strange and dangerous. Ordinary people see the chills. Plus the mountain wind through the abyss canyon stirred up gusts of weird whistle, simply as if standing in the abyss on the edge of hell in general. At this time, in the Dragon Bone Abyss, on top of a lonely cliff stood the solitary figures of 2 people and a fox. The lone cliff towered into the clouds, as if it were a giant finger of the earth reaching out to the heavens, separating the sky from the earth. The 2 of them stood side by side. Under their feet was the abyss of 10,000 feet deep and bottomless. The clouds churned at the bottom of the valley, like white waves, surging but unable to reach the top of this lonely cliff. The mountain wind whistled, carrying the murmur of the pine waves among the mountains and the echo of the distant mountains, strong and biting cold. Blowing up the clothes on the 2 fluttered and fluttered, just like the divine couple in general, and in the void above their heads, there is a faintly visible magnificent bronze ancient door, such as the ancient long-lived general hanging in the void. In its surroundings are spread with many manifestations of the array pattern forbidden, sometimes flashing lightning across the sky, and sometimes there is a wind whisking through the astral wind. That's right, this duo was none other than Chen Yi and Shimu Shui. After his breakthrough yesterday, Chen Yi had received orders from the Great Zhou to rush to the ruins of True Dragon Mountain to rendezvous. He had originally wanted to refuse to come here to get involved, but after seeing that the panel was only 70 years short of Qi, and that the system identity would be able to advance to level 3 Qi, Chen Yi thought twice before deciding to come here. For one thing, with his strength nowadays, he was considered to have enough self-protection in the world, and as the 4 fruits of Qi fortune on his Qi fortune divine tree were about to mature, he naturally wanted to come to a place where the elites of the world's immortal cultivators were gathered here, so that he could obtain the Qi fortune to help the fruits to mature faster, and thus obtain more chances. Secondly, he is the Great Zhou's Shinjinho. At this critical moment is not too good to disobedience. In addition to his identity is bound to the Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Zhou is strong, he can get the luck will naturally be more than. Chen Yi and Shi Shui stood quietly on top of the lonely cliff, his black hair like ink dancing wildly in the wind. His eyes looked through his blown hair and gazed at the ancient bronze door above his head with a grave expression. That was the entrance to the true ruins of True Dragon Mountain. The chances that were rumored before were nothing more than the caves left behind by some immortal Dao powerhouses in this dragon bone abyss. Through the delusion-breaking god pupil, Chen Yi not only saw the danger of the restrictions around that gate, but also saw that there were countless immortal Dao experts lurking around this dragon bone abyss. The astral realm, the cave realm, and even the void immortal. He had surveyed several of them. Among them, there were even ancient savage beasts with bodies as big as mountains in earth immortal realm, great powers hidden in the abyss. As Li Xianyi said at the time, under the Yang conspiracy, dragon, snake, shallow shrimp are led to sow. How to see how the next big weeks means. Shi Shui's bright eyes were also astonished as she pointed her slender hand towards the bronze gate above her head to confirm. Chen Yi, that's the entrance to the true dragon ruins, isn't it? Upon hearing this, he nodded seriously and returned. That's right. It is rumored that the day the Immortal Gathering Assembly opens is when the relics are revealed. Shi Shui's eyes rolled as she listened to Chen Yi's words and nodded thoughtfully. Just as the two of them were pondering, the sound of the drum order for the opening of the Immortal Gathering Assembly suddenly came from the distance. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing this voice, Chen Yi turned his head to look at a temporary party venue in the distance, his brows furrowing slightly. He turned his head back to Shi Shui and said, "The assembly has opened. Do you want to follow me there?" Shi Shui waved her hand. "Unconcerned. Forget it, just go. When the time comes, I will see what happens and enter the ruins to find you." After saying that, she clenched her fists and added with a grunt of anger, "You big liar, have lied to me for so long. Don't try to get rid of me." Poof. Chen Yi looked at Shi Shui's petulant appearance and smiled faintly. "Well then, take care of yourself. There are quite a few experts who come here." The words dissipated in the wind while Chen Yi's figure flew into the distance, quickly disappearing. The big liar that Shi Shui was talking about was naturally referring to the fact that Chen Yi hadn't told him earlier about being a disciple of the Northern Madness Sword Immortal. A few days ago, Shi Shui explored the Luanghuan bookstore and found out through the hands of Du Shuxiang that the guy who wrote the original feudal deities was the one who lived with her every day, and she immediately felt a sense of exasperation at being teased. However, when she found Chen Yi to confront him, Chen Yi naturally could not admit it, so he brought out the same explanation he used to deal with Li Xianyi. This matter, until now, Shi Shui and White Fox are still holding a grudge against him, saying that they won't let him go until they see the Northern Madness Sword Immortal. When he learned that the Northern Madness Sword Immortal was his master, he pestered Chen Yi even more. In response, Chen Yi could only laugh it off. And Chen Yi also figured out during this time that Shi Shui was the identity of Feng Xian Dao's inherited immortal seedling. According to the current relationship, the two were actually on the opposing side, but neither of them were bound by rules, so naturally they wouldn't care about that. But if Shi Shui wanted to follow Chen Yi into the ruins, that would also be impossible. The drum order fell. Soon, Chen Yi's form appeared at a flat spot of a mountain peak that had been cut off with an immortal sword. At this moment, hundreds of immortal Dao realm figures had converged on the field, and the weakest cultivators among them all had astral realm cultivation. These people, men and women, young and old, dressed in a variety of strange people. Each person's eyes are hidden in their own intentions. It stand roughly divided into two parties facing each other. The atmosphere on the field is quite solemn. The side with fewer people was naturally the side of the Great Zhou dynasty and the Heavenly Sword sect, while on the opposite side were the forces of the Great Diffusion and the Yunmeng Western Wasteland, and other various parties gathered together sporadically. Chen Yi came onto the field and stood quietly at the very back of the Great Zhou camp. At this time, his revealed realm was only the mortal transformation realm. Naturally, no one on the field will pay attention to him. This little nag. The opposite side of the people will only take it as a big Joe no one. The mortification realm cultivator also pulled to make up the number. They didn't realize that Chen Yi was the deepest hidden big brother. If he exerted his full strength, I'm afraid that apart from that earth immortal realm old man on the opposite side of the field, there weren't many people who were his opponents. While both sides were assessing each other's strengths, Chen Yi quickly viewed and compared the strengths of both sides against the information given to him by De Zhou, utilizing his delusion-breaking divine pupil. After reading it, his mind was relieved and he thought to himself, the situation isn't as bad as I thought it would be. But if the Immortal Gathering Assembly doesn't fall a few immortal Dao realm experts today, I'm afraid it won't end well. Some screwing. Chen Yi's gaze flickered as a hint of an idea surfaced in his mind. Chapter 71, Earthly Immortal Encounter. Immortal Road Realm Falls. Under Chen Yi's observation, in addition to himself on Great Zhou's side, this time, the Heavenly Sword sect had sent out a second-grade Void Immortal bigwig and 2 Cave Heaven Immortals. The Great Zhou royal family, on the other hand, had Li Rogue, a newly promoted Cave Immortal, as well as a second-grade Void Immortal realm puppet manipulated by the Great Zhou Crown Prince, Li Xianzhou, to to hold the stage, as well as several Big Dipper realm experts standing at the back. 2 Void Immortals, 3 Cave Immortals battle power. This force could not be described as strong. That is, it could go and break into any holy land in the face of it. Shenyi silently stood behind the Gangchi realm team to observe the strength of the crowd. What made him puzzled was that he hadn't seen Li Xuanyi's figure on such an important occasion. Shenyi's eyes rolled as he swept his gaze across to the great Dryad masters facing off against Great Zhou. Well, once met the cave immortal Yong and Wang, and a thin old man clad in black. This person has an emaciated face with a long and thin body, and his face always maintains a faint smile, as if giving people a kind of affectionate and relaxing feeling. However, there was no one present who dared to ignore his presence. He was none other than the great Dryad founding elder Qilong. The aura revealed by Qilong on the surface was that of the cave immortal realm, but under Chen Yi's delusion-breaking divine pupil, it was revealed that this person was a void immortal powerhouse of the second Pin realm. After the two of them were followed by experts of the astral realm, but this occasion the astral realm basically had no qualifications to go down. Chen Yi's gaze was placed more on Fang Xiandao and the top experts of the great Zen temple who stood behind the great dance. A monk. The monk was a red-browed old monk who looked like an angry-eyed Vajra, and according to the information given by the Heavenly Sword sect, this person's name was Golden Amazing Rowan. With a veteran void immortal realm cultivation, the Taoist was none other than the only earth immortal realm supreme giant on the field. The old ancestral figure of the Fang Xiandao, Fang Hanzhou, 1 cave immortal, 2 void immortals, and 1 earth immortal. Trying to compare to Great Zhou, the great difficulty side was 1 less in number, but in terms of battle power the earth immortals relying on the square immortal way could have an absolute advantage. Of course, on the surface, it wasn't as if there wasn't a battle on Great Zhou's side, but today, as Great Zhou laid out to lure the world's immortal Tao experts to come, it was unlikely that they would let the Great Dry lead them by the nose. Regardless of which side, it was impossible to ignore the power masters from the other realms standing next to them. There was no lack of cave immortals and several hidden void immortal experts among these people, and Shenyi even saw void immortal level ancient savage beasts with contracted breaths ringing around from behind them. As luck would have it, the field arrived a little later. Someone on the field then pressed the issue. King of Great Zhou, you release a message to the world widely inviting the world's immortal Tao experts to join the Great Zhou forces in exploring the true dragon ruins. This matter, I wonder if it is true. His voice dropped. Li Meng on the Great Zhou side stepped forward and said aloud, "This is certainly true. This king promises today in front of everyone that whichever experts are here, as long as they join my Great Zhou dynasty today, or become our guest elders, they can enter that secret realm to explore with us with the true dragon order." Li Meng was tall and straight, exuding a kingly majesty and dominance as he spoke. His voice was loud and confident, the aftermath ringing through the mountains. Is that really a good thing? Joining the Great Week to get in? They will have this goodwill in the Great Zhou. Hearing his personal commitment, on the spot, they could not help but discuss it, and many people already had some intention, and even yelled on the spot that they wanted to join Great Zhou. For a while, the field became a bit noisy. Seeing this, the Great Dry side naturally wouldn't let Li Meng's plan go as planned, only to see King Qian of the Great Dryad brave and take a step forward and fiercely let out a cold cry. "Humph, how can you trust a disorganized man?" At the sound of his words, he thwarted the overbearing sword in his hand forward very arrogantly, and a thick pressure whisked away to drown out the voices of the crowd, causing the field to return to calm. At this time, Qian looked around the circle with arrogant eyes and said once again, "Fellow Taoists must not fall for his treacherous plans. This Li Meng is a traitor to my great diaspora, and I will execute him today. As long as all of you are together, the true dragon order can be obtained by fate, and why should we be driven by this villain?" Upon hearing this, many people on the field then converged on the purpose of their hearts and minds, and did not rush to voice their positions. Obviously Qian's words also had some truth to them, and many people held on to the idea of sitting back and watching the tigers fight, intending to see how the situation developed before making their move. After Qian finished speaking, his gaze fell on Li Meng and the others recklessly, his body's aura surging in preparation to make a move. The sharpness of his spiritual energy overflowing began to ring around the field. For a moment the field was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. "Ha ha ha, looks like we're going to have to do it hand to hand after all." "Do it." Li Meng saw the situation on the field, seems to have expected as confident as a faint smile. As soon as his voice fell, the other forces on the side hurriedly backed away, anyone sensing that the two great enemies of life and death, the Great Diffusion and the Great Zhou, were about to make a move. "Humph, Li Mang, this time I'll see what you can hold against the Earth Immortal Seniors again." With a retort, Qian took the lead in killing towards the old rival of the great Zhou King, Li Mang. Boom! Violent spiritual power collided, and the sky shattered like a broken mirror under the collision of spiritual weapon blades and spears. The void flashed with a crack. In an instant, the figures of the two of them quickly flew high into the air and exchanged more than a dozen moves with each other in the blink of an eye. Shenyi looked at the sparring match above him with a contemplative gaze. He had a feeling that someone was bound to fall in today's immortal gathering, or else he would apologize for the spectacle. Sure enough, when it came to actually fighting, there was no such thing as one-on-one fairness. The battle instantly started. The mighty pressure spread over the sky and the sun were lightless, and the experts of both sides were catching and killing each other in unison. First, when Li Xianzhou manipulated the void immortal puppet to try to help Li Mang, he was blocked by the golden amazing Luo Han of the Great Zen Temple, and then the great dried beginner struck out and was blocked by the Heavenly Sword Sex Heavenly Sword Venerable Plowman. However, soon after, Qilong unexpectedly exploded his second-grade Void Immortal cultivation to beat the Plow Heavenly Sword Sovereign dangerously, at which point the Void Immortal Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect had to fill in for him. Above the dome of the sky, the sea of clouds churned and the winds of the sky howled. Two pairs of Void Immortals and a pair of Cave Immortals were engaged in an earth-shattering duel in the vastness of the high sky at the entrance of the relics, their auras as majestic as mountains, their mana around them as surging as the waves of the sea, and every exchange was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. The outburst of Qilong's strength seemed to have disrupted the plans of the great Zhou side. In one fell swoop, it made it so that the Plow Heavenly Sword Venerable and another Heavenly Sword Sex Cave Heavenly Immortal had to face Fang Hanzhou, the Earth Immortal Elder of the Fang Xian Dao. The situation that was still barely balanced on the original was instantly broken. The Plow Heaven Sword Venerable and another elder stood in front of Fang Hanzhou with grave expressions on their faces. Now there's trouble. How can I block this old monster with my 2 strength? The elder who had teamed up with the Plow Heaven Sword Sovereign hurriedly sent a secret message to him. Let's try to delay it as long as possible. And when the king of Zhou's side splits up the winners and losers, perhaps he'll be able to free up his hands. At that moment, Fang Hanzhou took a few steps forward to come in front of the duo. He was clad in a green-colored robes, which was embroidered with faint cloud patterns, and his face was ancient, revealing that the years had left a deep mark on his face. Juniors, back off. If you don't have any other reserves in this game, handing over the True Dragon Order might give you a chance of survival. Fang Hanzhou's voice was slow and calm, but it carried an unspeakable majesty and power. Plow Heaven Sword Venerable and they each gripped the spirit weapons in their hands tightly. There's no way to return it. Thinking about the clan plan, they had no choice but to fight to the death. But just when everyone in the arena thought that the fight was going to come to an end, suddenly a shocking change suddenly rose in the sky. Dang! Save! Suddenly, only an earthy, muffled sound suddenly came from the sky, and the entire lonely peak of the surrounding dragon bone abyss was shaken by some sort of immortal Dao rule. Immediately after that, there were 2 interrupted sharp cries for help, and before the word life fell, King Yang'an's figure fell down from the firmament. The rule fluctuation of an earth immortal striking. Who's that? King Yangan is actually dead. Chapter 72, Capturing the Corpse and Drawing Luck for 1,500 Years. Upgrading the system. Looking at the falling, lifeless figure in the sky, everyone was shocked. A cave immortal giant was just killed by the figure that suddenly appeared. The shocking change was beyond everyone's expectation. Even the several people who were in the midst of the fierce battle also hurriedly stopped to look at the figure standing in the air beside Li Mang, which was covered by a mist. He was the one who suddenly killed Qian, who was fighting Li Mang. At this moment, Fang Hanzhou's face no longer had the same equanimity as before. Sensing the fluctuations in the rules just now, his figure leapt up and instantly stood a few hundred meters away from the mysterious silhouette, questioning in a grave manner, "Who is your honor? Since we're both of the same Earth Immortal Realm homunculus, why do we have to hide our heads and not dare to show our faces?" While everyone was curious about the identity of this great powerhouse, Shenyi was the only one who stood at the bottom, a wave of shock flooding his eyes. Li Xianyi, the figure shrouded in mist, was actually Li Xianyi. Other people couldn't see through her concealment, but his delusion-breaking divine pupil had the ability to break through delusions, so how could he not penetrate it? The figure in the mist was none other than Li Xianyi, but at this moment, the aura that surfaced from her body was mixed with the aura of another Earth Immortal Realm soul. This aura also made Shenyi feel as if it was somewhat familiar. Shenyi was shocked in his heart, quickly recalling where he had seen this aura before. It's the last flicker of soul vapors on her. So that's how it is. Li Xuanyi actually did hide an old grandmother in his body. The first 2 times they met were hidden by the other party with all their might. This time the other party used Li Xianyi's body to strike with all their might, and it was finally surveyed by him. Chen Yi's eyes quickly flashed with a burst of excitement after he pierced through all of this. His eyes flicked up, before anyone could come back to their senses. Chen Yi's body instantly moved as he swiftly arrived at the piece of isolated cliff where King Yang'an's body had fallen. Looking at Qian's body, which had long since lost its vitality as a large hole appeared in his chest, Chen Yi was excited in his heart. The corpse of a third-grade cave immortal. Ah, and it's also the Yangon king of the Great Dryad Imperial clan. It must bring me a lot of luck. Hurry while it's hot. Chen Yi quickly leaned down to activate the Qi Yun secret technique and touched his hand on the other party's corpse. You've gained 500 years of luck by drawing on the remnants of Qian's corpse. 1,500 years. Looking at the flickering panel in front of him, Chen Yi's eyes were excited. A freshly killed mutilated corpse could gain 500 years of Qi. Surely the Imperial clan's cave immortal is extraordinary. If he had chopped it up by himself, he was afraid it would have doubled. Chen Yi excitedly surveyed the corpse in front of him, and with a thought, he put the corpse into his spatial ring. Waste utilization. The value of a cave immortal corpse is not low. If you run into the black-robed monster again, throw this corpse in front of him for fear that it will scare him to death. As for the retaliation back at the Great Dryad royal family, there was the Great Zhou royal family to fend it off. Collecting the bodies, Chen Yi quickly retreated back behind the Great Zhou team. Just as Chen Yi stood behind the group, a slight vibration suddenly came from his mind. Immediately afterward, the attribute panel in front of him appeared to change in a treacherous manner like the last upgrade, and a wisp of dense gas lingered on top of the panel. It's starting. I wonder how long this system upgrade will take. Chen Yi collected the emotions in his heart and once again gazed calmly at the confrontation high in the sky. Although his unusual behavior just now was noticed by the people on the field, at this time there was no one who cared enough to come up and deal with him. At this time, everyone's gazes were tightly fixed on the figure of Li Xianyi that was shrouded by the mist. Fellow Daoist, what exactly is your identity? Please reveal it. In the face of Li Xuanyi's silence, Feng Hanzhou once again pressed the issue, but after all, he was at the same Earth Immortal Realm cultivation level, and his tone was obviously much more solemn. What is the identity of this father need not report to you. You only need to know that this great Zhou dynasty this father guaranteed, with this honored one and that old monster from the Heavenly Sword sect around. If you, Feng Xian Dao and Great Zen Temple, still want to continue the war, just go ahead and do it. Li Xuanyi's voice was hoarse and low, revealing a mystery in his domineering manner. Seeing that the other party was so strong, Feng Hanzhou and Golden Amazing Luo Han and Qi Long hesitated and made a mistake. A flash of indecision and resignation appeared on their faces. In the current situation, they were already weaker than the other party in terms of strength, and with the Heavenly Sword Sect's alliance with Great Zhou, coupled with this mysterious Earth Immortal, even if they wanted to deal with Great Zhou in the future, they were afraid that it would be difficult. Thinking of this, Qilong's face flashed strong with unwillingness and indignation. With a cruel thought, he turned around and tried to continue to encourage the others to join forces. Gentlemen, but before his words could be uttered, he was loudly interrupted by Li Rogue. Fellow Taoists, you can all see the situation in your eyes. My Great Zhou also has Earth Immortal ancestors sitting in the town, so I'm not afraid of any threats at all. Today, the secret realm is revealed, and my Great Zhou does not want to exhaust its own fortune to monopolize the secret realm. So now, as long as all of you are willing to join the Great Zhou and make a Dao oath to never be an enemy of my Great Zhou, all of you will be able to enter the secret realm with us. The situation became delicate once again. Everyone looked at the entrance to the secret realm surrounded by formations in the firmament, and one by one, their eyes came alive. Soon there was a response from the field. King of Great Zhou, this Sichuanha is from the Western Wasteland Kun Ruins Wild Cultivation, 3rd Grade Cave Heavenly Immortal Cultivation. I am willing to make a Dao vow to join Great Zhou in their quest together. I'm also willing. My father is the Chiefing Island Master of the Shangyun Kingdom, a 3rd Grade Cave Heaven, and I'm willing to join Great Zhou. My father, Yunmeng Dishui Mountain Guan Shui Dao is 2 Grade Virtual Immortal. If Great Zhou is willing, I would like to represent Yunmeng to conclude a contract with Great Zhou that will never be violated. As the first Daoist Chuanha spoke out, soon afterward, there were successive Immortal Dao realm experts behind him who were willing to make the Dao oath to join the Great Zhou. At this point, the young plot of the Gathering of Immortals conference was finally played by Great Zhou. As for what calculations were made after allowing these people to enter the secret realm, these Chen Yi didn't know, and he didn't really care. At this moment, he just quietly gazed at the system panel in front of him. waiting for the system upgrade to finish. Chen Yi knew that this upgrade would, I'm afraid, bring another chance of creation not weaker than the last one. Time passes slowly. Shi Long looked indignantly at the figures on the field who stepped forward to join the Great Zhou team. His fists clenched tightly, feeling that he had never suffered such a great humiliation since the world had been dried up for the Great Zhou. In the Immortal Gathering Assembly, half of the people were willing to take the oath to join the Great Zhou, and the remaining small portion of the people either had other considerations, or kept the intention of picking up the pieces when the time came to stay in the same place and were unwilling to leave. Shi Long and the others on the side of the Great Diffusion could only look at the changes on the field and finally whisked their sleeves away in exasperation and helplessness. Even when they went up to claim Qi Yan's body, they were forcefully stopped by Li Xuanyi. A few moments later, at this time, on a lonely peak on the other side of the distance from the Immortal Gathering, Fong Hanzhou, Golden Amazing Rowan, and Shi Long stayed here with ugly faces. They didn't leave, but discussed their strategy here. After a while, the Earth Immortal Elder Ancestor of the Fong Xian Dao let out a long sigh and said, "Everyone, let's each send a message to our clans and mobilize all the experts and formation masters who are above the Big Dipper realm to come here. At that time, if we can't follow them into the secret realm, we will have no choice but to crack the formation and force our way in." As soon as his words fell, a trace of shock surfaced on Shi Long's face, and he seemed a bit uncertain as he said, "All?" Fong Hanzhou nodded, his voice firm, "All." After a moment's hesitation, he revealed a secret to Kylan. In fact, this secret realm is not simple. It involves many secrets of the ancient past. According to the ancient records of our Fong Xian Dao, this secret realm was built by an ancient powerhouse who truncated half of the Kun Ruin world, and it even hides our world's originator spirit vein and the vast majority of the top-quality spirit veins. Chapter 73 Kun Ruin's Realm, Divine Tree Projection, The Gathering of the Immortals, on the Crested Flat. After watching the people of the Great Diaspora leave, Chen Yi came to Li Xuanyi's front, at which point he realized that the soul shadow aura within the other party had reappeared and disappeared, and Li Xuanyi's true realm appeared in front of him as well. Big Dipper 6. It seems that her breakthrough from a month's time in seclusion isn't small, but compared to me it's still so billion a little bit worse, Chen Yi thought in his heart without any complacency. Then he took out Qi Yan's corpse and placed it on the ground, saying slightly respectfully, "Princess, this is the corpse of that King Yong'an. I will now hand it back to you." Li Xuanyi's white as gelatin face looked very calm. She surveyed the corpse on the ground with her eyes and praised Chen Yi. "You did well in this matter, and you did not weaken my Great Zhou's aura in the face of that Earth Immortal Ancestor's might just now." In the face of the other party's praise, Chen Yi nodded with a faint smile and returned, "This is my duty." "Well, good. In that case, I'll take away this King Yong'an's corpse for the royal family to utilize, and the storage ring on his body will be given to you." With regards to Chen Yi's natural talent and background, Li Xuanyi had always been very optimistic, so she never skimped on pulling in and rewarding him in these little matters. Next, Li Xuanyi collected the corpse, then threw the other party's storage ring to Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't refuse, and after saying his thanks, he was ready to turn back and see what a Cave Immortals collection was like. At this time, Li Mang and the Heavenly Sword sect and the others were busy talking about joining Great Zhou to explore the secret realm. Li Xuanyi came to the side after chatting with Chen Yi. "Chen Yi, I don't know if you've seen Senior Northern Mad Sword Immortal during this time?" At those words, Chen Yi froze for a moment before simply shaking his head. Seeing this, Li Xuanyi's brows furrowed slightly as a touch of regret appeared on his face. "Gee, it's a shame. I had wanted to meet with him to see if there was a chance to cooperate a bit in the secret realm." A hint of regret was revealed in her demeanor. Chen Yi's eyes turned. He seemed to see something in the other party's eyes, so he took the opportunity to ask after a moment's contemplation, "Princess, is there any difficulty in us entering this secret realm?" Hearing Chen Yi's question, Li Xuanyi pondered for a moment and explained, "The difficulty isn't really a problem. It's just that there's a clan inheritance in this secret realm that needs to be cracked together by someone with the strength to do so." At that, she slowed down and asked in a slightly heavy tone, "The world knows of the 9th Great Immortal Path, but do you know why both the Great Diaspora and the realms of countries such as Yunmeng are hidden from the Immortal Path, with more martial arts masters below the 6th grade being active?" Chen Yi's heart stirred as he knew that the other party was about to recount some of the secrets, so Chen Yi was very sensible and made a show of listening attentively. Sure enough, Li Xuanyi looked up with a deep gaze toward the bronze gate high in the sky and said slowly in a low tone, "This world of ours was originally called the Kun Market Great World, and it is rumored that there is an abyss in the Kun Market realm, which hides passages to other worlds. Later on, there were strong people from other worlds who tried to invade this realm through the abyss. At that time, the strongest sect in this realm, the Stygian Dragon sect, in order to resist the invasion they exercised great magical powers to intercept a small half of the continent of the Kun Ruins realm to be used as a secret eternal town underground and an abyssal passageway. In order for this side of the secret realm to last for a long time and give birth to enough strong people to fend off the invasion, so they also moved the Kun Ruins realm's ancestor spirit vein and the vast majority of the top-grade spirit veins into the secret realm. Chen Yi's heart shook when he heard this, and he felt that a truly vast and boundless world of immortal cultivation was coming his way. So, the world we live in now is technically only half of the Kun Ruin realm, and the immortal path has weakened because it has been drained of its spiritual veins, thus becoming the state it is in today. Li Xianyi nodded. Her eyes once again looked towards Chen Yi and said seriously, "Truth be told, our great Zhou was able to rise to prominence because of the inheritance of a powerful member of the Stygian dragon sect that I had previously obtained here. Now that the Kun Market Realm's secret realm has somehow reopened, I'm afraid that a great change is bound to happen. In fact, our great Zhou is organizing the Immortal Gathering Conference, ostensibly as an opportunity to resist the Feng Xian Dao and the Great Zen Temple Holy Land on the side of the Great Dread. But in reality we are trying to unite more immortal forces to plan for the entry into the secret world scramble. So it is." Hearing this, many of the doubts in Chen Yi's mind were finally solved. Then a key question occurred to him. "Princess, then is it true that the great diaspora side can't enter the secret world without the true dragon order?" Upon hearing this, Li Xianyi shook his head and let out a kind smile. "No, in fact, once the secret realm is revealed, it means that its entrance array will slowly dissipate. Regardless of whether or not they have the true dragon order to the back, they will be able to enter. It's just that if we go in first, we'll inevitably be able to seize more opportunities first, and at that time, as the two halves of the world reintegrate, the world's pattern of power will surely be reshuffled. Of course, the advanced ones may also face more unknown perils. After all, tens of thousands of years have passed, and everyone doesn't know what's going on in the Kun Ruin mystic world today." With that said, Chen Yi finally understood what was going on with this true Dragon Mountain relic. Next, after the two of them chatted about the situation after entering the secret realm, Li Xianyi left to discuss the matters after entering the secret realm. Chen Yi came to a quiet mountain peak alone, silently digesting this information. He had to think about how to act when he entered the secret realm. Time passes slowly, the wind in the Dragon Bone Abyss is bitter and cold, and the sea of clouds in the abyss rolls and rolls like a fairyland. Under the stimulation of the gusts of mountain wind, Chen Yi's mind became calmer and calmer, regardless of how chance in the secret realm. Anyway, he made up his mind that he would not fight for chance, and avoided it if he could. Anyway, he had the system divine tree in place, and steadiness was the way to go. As soon as the thought fell, his eyes once again looked at the panel in front of him that was being upgraded in the midst of being haunted by dense gas. He waited in silent anticipation. A few moments later, the familiar buzzing sound similar to the striking of an ancient bronze bell finally came from his mind. Coming, Chen Yi's eyes stared at the panel changes with excitement. Host, Chen Yi 19/3672. Status, Level 3 Chiluk, 1430/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Cave Realm. 1. Technique, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 13 layers 2/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 50 out of 10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, 1 layer 100/1000. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 3126. Power, 1890. Defense, 1823. Agility, 1870. Spirit, 1900. Sure enough, within a few breaths, a new attribute panel surfaced, while information about the changes brought about by the level 3 Chiluk continued to surface in his mind. The panel is unchanged except for the chakra. However, the level 3 Chiluk had given his mind an additional systematic and wonderful use. That is, he could project the system God tree into reality, which was a very subtle application. What does it mean? I.e., he can choose to project the divine tree in the system space to a place in reality that looks just like it was planted in reality. And after the divine tree projected reality, living beings as long as the long-term stay in the divine tree below, all can get his own luck influence shelter, such as can cover bad luck, absorb good luck. In the good luck of easy epiphany, easier to get a chance. Chapter 74 4 Fruits of Creation. Artstone Planting Sword. After digesting this message, Chen Yi's eyes could not help but float in surprise. God Tree Projections. This function is simply a God-level ADA, but the biggest role of this projection is the cultivation of talents and the development of forces to help especially big. For Chen Yi himself is not too much promotion. After all, he didn't have the idea of establishing his own forces to labor on, unless he specifically used the divine tree projection to give Great Zhou a boost in strength and then reverse it to raise his own chi up. Never mind, Something is better than nothing. It's better than nothing. Soon enough, Chen Yi analyzed the function of this feature clearly, and he was more looking forward to whether or not the fruits of fortune borne by the divine tree would increase as a result of the chi luck upgrade. With a thought, Chen Yi willed his consciousness to enter the system space impatiently. After upgrading to level 3 chi luck, the system space became much larger again. The turquoise tree of divine fortune continues to extend upward, has grown into the size of the sky. Up to 100 meters high on the giant tree is covered with a thick golden and green fortune, as if an ancient mysterious tree of the world, rooted in the vast chaos, wants to open up a world. Chen Yi's eyes first landed on the tree in search of the starting luck fruit. 1, 2, 3, 6. Chen Yi swept his gaze, and sure enough, on top of the original 4 ripe fruits of chi that had been born, there were 2 more golden flowers of chi. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but laugh happily. Level 3 chi luck means bearing 6 chi luck fruits. What a great creation! And at that moment, the golden, green-colored dense chi that enveloped the divine tree also rapidly surged towards the 4 chi fruits that had been born earlier. In the month or so that he had been here, those 4 fruits of chi had been maturing day by day, and today's chi upgrade had just helped to speed up that last ounce of maturation progress. Chen Yi quietly came to the tree, gazing up at the fruit on the tree that was about to ripen, excitement hidden in his eyes, rather like an old farmer in an orchard who had encountered the joy of a good harvest. Tick-tock, tick-tock, minute by minute the time passes. Finally, under a burst of guilt chi influx, the first chi fruit was the first to ripen then fall down. A golden fruit that was larger than a fist was caught by Chen Yi's outstretched hand. The fruit landed in his palm, then instantly transformed into an arcane gongfu memory that surged into his mind. The great way of masking the breath. This gong method aims to follow the great Tao combined with the law of concealment between heaven and earth, integrating oneself into heaven and earth, just as a drop of water integrates into the sea, or a leaf integrates into the forest, so that one's breath becomes one with heaven and earth. Once a cultivator successfully performs this technique, he is not only able to mask all of his own breath, but also hide his realm cultivation, so that even if he faces a true immortal Tao realm supreme powerhouse, it will be difficult to detect his true realm. Yes, yes, yes. After accepting the memories in his mind, Chen Yi couldn't help but say 3 good words in a row with both eyes glowing. In fact, during this period of time, he had been trying his best to hide his true realm, fearing that he would encounter any powerful old monster who would see him through, thus attracting unnecessary attention, especially in the face of entering the mysterious Kunruan world mystic realm. He had even had thoughts of retreating before. Now with the great Tao breath masking technique, all of this would no longer be a concern for him. 2 minutes later, the second fruit fell as expected. This time the fruit fell into his hands and transformed into a chaos-colored stone half a man tall. Chaos millstone. Chen Yi touched on the stone, and the function of this stone rang out in his mind. The chaos grinding stone was born at the beginning of chaos, a magical object condensed from the chaos chi. It contains the power of chaos, capable of absorbing the endless energy between heaven and earth. When the utensil is placed on the grinding stone for polishing, the power of chaos will gradually penetrate into the interior of the utensil, repairing its internal imperfections, enhancing the toughness and stability of its material, and improving its grade and quality. As time passes, the quality of the utensils will continue to improve, from mortal iron to spiritual weapons, from spiritual weapons to magic treasures, and even eventually become immortal weapons, spiritual treasures. I'll go. Looking at the gray stone in front of him, Chen Yi's pupils instantly dilated. This is not more powerful than what refining master. Simply heavenly work. Chaos millstone, against all odds. And Chen Yi's surprise wasn't over yet. Just as the chaos millstone had just fallen, soon the third fruit followed suit. Knock, knock, 2 sounds in quick succession, and the fruit smashed into the palm of his hand. The third fruit instantly transformed into a droplet-like object that merged into his body when he caught it. Ha! This is. The water droplets did not dissipate after integrating into his body, but instead transformed into an obscure, slender, metaphysical crystal-colored transparent liquid that slowly flowed along the spiritual energy in his body. Chen Yi closed his eyes and felt it for a while, finally realizing what this object was. Rule seed. This water droplet was a water attribute rule seed that condensed a water rule power within it. Above the 3rd grade cave immortal was the 2nd grade void immortal, and in order to be promoted to void immortal, one had to comprehend a rule into the gate. This water droplet was precisely the coalescence of the power of the rule of water, which was created by a shocking chance. If news of this item were to be spread, it was feared that it would plunge half of the Kunruan's world into turmoil. After learning of the use of this item, Chen Yi was not too surprised. After all, as long as he cut down trees every day, advancing to void immortal was just a matter of time. And compared to the great Tao breath masking technique and the chaos grinding stone, the rule droplets were slightly more ordinary. At this point, only the last of the gilt-green colored fruits remained hanging above the treetops. Looking at the chi luck that was about to stop pouring in, Chen Yi thought freely in his heart, not knowing what benefits this last fruit would bring him. Thoughts fall. With a poof, the fourth fruit of fortune finally fell smoothly after absorbing enough power of fortune. Knock! Chen Yi's hand that caught the fruit sank slightly, a bit heavy. What is this, a burning stick? After the fruit smashed down in his hand, it quickly transformed into a stick that was all silver white and wrist thick. Its length is about 1 meter out of the head of the body was oval. Silver white stick body has a subtle almost invisible purple cloud pattern. If not for its color looks extraordinary, really with the home when I was a child with a burning stick is almost the same. Chen Yi held this stick and invaded his divine sense into it, and soon he received a mysterious sensation. Purple cloud immortal gold embryo, a very rare and precious immortal gold material. Its texture is hard but without losing toughness, able to withstand the impact of great power but not easy to damage. It turned out to be the top material for casting weapons. Chen Yi held the purple cloud immortal gold embryo and waved it in his hand, feeling that the texture was light and soft yet extremely resilient and hard. What a paradoxical property. No wonder it can be called immortal gold. He thought about the characteristics of this immortal gold while pondering how to utilize it, but when Chen Yi's gaze landed on the chaotic millstone on the ground, his eyes lit up. Coincidence. I happened to use the chaos grinding stone to polish the purple cloud immortal gold and forge my first immortal weapon spirit sword. Chapter 75 Entering the Secret Realm, Turning the Tables. The next day, after some agreement, Chen Yi followed Li Xuani's heavenly sword sect and many of the experts from the forces that had just joined the Great Zhou camp and gathered at the entrance to the Kun Ruin mystic realm. Not far away from them, there were the cold eyes of Feng Hanzhou and the golden amazing Rohan and other people from the great difficulty power at the side. Ancestor, what should we do? Li Meng the thief is shrewd today is busy entering the secret realm. Now our back manpower has not yet arrived. With our current manpower is afraid that it is very difficult to go out and grab. She long stared at the figures of Chen Yi and the others flying towards the bronze gate in the void, his voice filled with unwillingness. When Feng Hanzhou heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward the bronze gate and commanded after a moment of contemplation, "We'll wait and see what happens, and once the other party opens the formation and leaves a gap, we'll follow them in. It'll have to do." The golden amazing Rohan on the side followed with a sad brow, and they were all regretting it in their hearts at this moment. Had he known that there was an earthy mortal realm elder ancestor hidden in Great Zhou, he should have invited the great Zen temple's ancestral Buddha as well at that time, so that he wouldn't have missed. Hoo-hoo! The bronze gate of the Kun Ruins mysterious realm looked like it was only a few hundred meters high from the Dragon Bone Abyss, which was the highest peak below. But when Chen Yi and the others really flew upwards, it felt like they had flown thousands of meters straight for a long time. With Li Xianyi at the center, the voluminous group formed a circle-like defensive formation, rapidly approaching the entrance to the secret realm. The closer to the entrance, the more the biting winds hit them head-on. The sharper they were like steel knives. But the good thing was that all the people in the team had at least senior transformation realm cultivation to protect themselves. Chen Yi stood in the middle of the group, secretly casting his delusion-breaking divine pupil to analyze the secret realm entrance formation, just in case anything went wrong later on. Between his lowered head he realized that the powerful men on the side of the Great Dread were hanging not far below, seemingly ready to follow into the secret realm at any time. Chen Yi also saw the figures of Shi Mu Shui and White Fox in the ranks below, and as he swept his gaze over the other party obviously noticed him as well, and the two met their eyes in the void to signal. Quickly, everyone now put quickly inject their spiritual energy into the formation. Upon arriving at the edge of the entrance restriction, Li Xianyi gave his first order, only to see her quickly pull out a palm-sized dragon token, catalyzing the formation within it instantly. From within the true dragon order emerged a circle of massed formation green light that enveloped the crowd, and when they heard her order, the crowd didn't dare to be distracted, and at the first time, they put themselves among the green light nodes in the spiritual power formation. It was a move they had rehearsed several times yesterday, and it hadn't gone wrong. As the spiritual energy was injected, the green light of the true dragon order became brighter and brighter. No good, they're going in. Come on, follow it. Just as Li Xuani pulled out the true dragon order, Feng Hanzhou and the others quickly chased after him after realizing it. Unfortunately, Li Xianyi naturally wouldn't give the other party a chance, only to see Li Xianyi lowered his head and smiled coldly. He urged the formation to take everyone and squeeze them inside the surrounding lightning prohibition. Boom! Between bursts of lightning and thunder, Chen Yi saw huge ripples emerge in the space in front of him like waves of water, and then his eyes shifted and his body felt empty, and then he appeared in an unfamiliar realm. The earth is so vast that you can't see the edge of it, and the mountains rise and fall between the clouds and mist. In front of them is a primitive forest full of rogue atmosphere, the forest of ancient trees in the sky. These ancient trees have thick trunks, the canopy like an umbrella, branches and leaves. Each ancient tree needs several people to embrace in order to encircle. But what was even more shocking was the light mist that filled the forest, and these mists actually contained a rich spiritual qi. Whoa! Ha ha, the old Taoist is going to get rich. What a dense aura. It's condensed into fog. Not bad. With such a dense aura, This secret realm must contain countless heavenly treasures. Teleporting into the secret world. The first time the crowd realized the difference between this secret world and the outside environment, and many of them let out a continuous gasp. Chenny lightly inhaled. The rich aura was indeed 100 times better than the outside world. He secretly thought in his heart, is this the benefit of the legendary originator's spiritual vein? If he really stayed here for a long time to cultivate, not to say that Earth Immortal is not as good as the Dog Void Immortal full of ground, but the Cave Immortal realm experts will definitely far exceed the outside world hundreds, thousands of times. Chen Yi's thoughts had yet to fall, when someone in the group voiced out, King Zhou, now that we've entered the secret realm we'll take our leave, so that we don't have to cause disputes over some harvest follow-up. The person who said this was a vicious-looking old man from the western wasteland named Venerable Gauzy Snake, who had a black snake as thick as his arm wrapped around his neck gulping out snake letters from time to time, a horrifying sight to see. Chen Yi stood in the middle of the group coldly observing the other party. This person was at the Cave Immortal Realm cultivation level, yet the black snake on his neck should have a strength no weaker than a Void Immortal, as he saw a faint fluctuation of rule power from within his body. Obviously the words of Venerable Gauzy Snake had spoken the minds of many people, and these people who had entered the secret realm were naturally unwilling to listen to the orders of the Great Zhou with their respective intentions. After his words, many people's faces surfaced with intention, followed by more than 10 people who offered their farewells to act separately. Even their figures vaguely gathered together to confront Great Zhou. Yes, King Zhou and all of you from the Heavenly Sword sect, this secret realm is so large that it's best for us to act separately. Li Rogue sniffed without uttering a word, but his face was very ugly. Being the head of a dynasty, it was naturally not good to pull down the face to argue, but Great Zhou Crown Prince Li Xinzhou would not give these people face. Humph, that's a nice way of putting it. Are you all not afraid of forgetting the oath you made yesterday? How is it that you are going to flip out now that you have entered the secret realm? As soon as Li Xuanzhou's words fell, the leading Venerable Gazelle Snake's face instantly turned very ugly as he disliked him back. Li Xianzhou, what are you talking about? Yesterday, I made a Dao oath to become a guest secretary of the Great Zhou dynasty, but becoming a guest secretary doesn't mean I have to become a slave of your family, right? Saying that, he raised his eyes and looked around at the monks standing behind him and said loudly and resoundingly, which one present is not after many years of bitter cultivation ordeal? The party's now free cultivation. If you want to enslave us on the basis of a sentiment that brought us into the formation, isn't that too overbearing? After saying that, Venerable Gazelle Serpent also incited towards the others. Everyone say, am I right? When this was said, many people stood up and followed the chorus. Yes, your holiness has a point. You Great Zhou should not be too overbearing. Furthermore, the true Dragon Order isn't owned by your Li family. If we hadn't supported you at the time, I'm afraid it's still hard to say if the dynasty established by your Li family would even exist. That makes sense, since the secret realm has already appeared in the world. Even if we don't have a token, we'll still be able to come in all the same. It's just a matter of one day earlier and one day later. When someone started, someone naturally followed, and soon the place was abuzz with clamor. In the face of the temptation of a party of secret great worlds, no one wants to be dominated by the power of the Great Zhou, and the selfishness and fickleness of human nature is manifested in this moment. Seeing the shamelessness of the crowd, Li Xianzhou angrily shouted, so, you are all going to violate the Dao Oath to be enemies with my Great Zhou. Chapter 76, The Abyssal Guile Race. Venerable Gazelle Snake smiled coldly at his words and once again stood out to speak. Flip-flopping is not a good idea. It's just a matter of everyone getting what they want. Prince Zhou can rest assured that we are all not dishonest people, and we remain committed to not actively making enemies of Great Zhou. Of course, if you are going to take the initiative to make things difficult for me, that would not be considered a violation of the Dao Oath. The last sentence clearly carried a strong hint of threat. You, Li Xuanzhou's complexion was furious and a killing intent surfaced on his face. Enough! At that moment a majestic voice rang out from the side. Li Rogue's brows frowned slightly as he reached out to interrupt the crowd's bickering to explain to Venerable Ga and the others. Gentlemen, I, Great Zhou, have never meant to enslave and order you all. It's just that the mysterious realm is perilous, and the only way for everyone to gather their strength to deal with the dangers and gain the opportunity is to stand together. If you insist on moving separately, there is nothing wrong with that. It's just that I'm still asking everyone to honor yesterday's Dao Oath and not to make things difficult for the people of my Great Zhou. Li Meng's loose lips finally brought down the atmosphere filled with gunpowder in the arena. It's still the king of Zhou who knows what's right. In that case, let's all part ways here. After hearing Li Meng's words, Venerable Gazelle Serpent came in fatally. Then he arched his hand and turned around, quickly leaving. After he left, hundreds of figures on the field also offered their farewells, and in the blink of an eye the originally huge team became scattered, leaving only a few core personnel of the Great Zhou and Heavenly Sword sect behind. Shani coldly witnessed all of this and did not make a sound. For some reason, At this time, Li Xianyi was also calmly observing all of this happening and did not utter a voice to stop it. No one knew that Li Xuanyi was communicating with that old crone hidden within her at that moment deep within her mind. Granny, why did you let them go? This doesn't fit with our initial plan, does it? The soul shadow in the depths of Li Xianyi's soul sea explained with a grave expression at this moment. Something's not right. Originally there should have been people from the Kun Ruins realm sect guarding the entrance here, but now there's no one. Johan's words fell, and after a moment, her voice rang out again. Girl, turn around and look in the direction behind you to see if there's a big willow tree there that's 100 feet tall still standing. Li Xianyi turned around to look at himself upon hearing this, and saw that there was indeed a huge lightning-struck tree-shaped deadwood more than 300 meters tall at a distance of 6 or 7 miles. How could this be? Willow God, how could Willow God die? This is the Kun Hui realm's great backyard. How can it be? It can't be. The old woman's soul shadow was very lost in thought as she looked at the incomparably thick lightning-struck deadwood through Li Xianyi's line of sight. She kept muttering impossibly disoriented words under her breath. Granny, Granny, what's going on? Granny, what should we do next? Sensing the loss of temper of the senior in his body, Li Xianyi hurriedly spoke out to remind him. After a while, the old crone's soul shadow seemed to turn back to her senses as she said in a very low voice, the Willow God is dead, and it's highly likely that the Kun Market realm has fallen. Now, why don't you head directly to the Underdragon Sect's inheritance land, and slowly learn more about this realm on the way? When she finished, her voice died away, as if she didn't want to say anything more. Shan Yi, who was on the side, had just seen Li Xianyi turn around to observe the huge lightning strike ancestral wood. He also followed and took a look at it. Thicker than the trunk of a basketball court. Shan Yi couldn't imagine how heavenly and huge this huge tree was when it was alive. Under the delusion-breaking god's pupil, the ancient ancestral would seem to have been destroyed by the lightning strike, losing all aura and signs of life. But Shan Yi saw an extremely weak shoot growing stubbornly and tenaciously from underneath the withered and destroyed stake. Dead wood reborn. Is this the rebirth of a tree after a lightning strike? Shan Yi muttered in his mind. Then he withdrew his gaze to look at the team. After Venerable Gazelle Serpent and the others left, Li Xianyi transmitted his voice and discussed with Li Mang and the others for a while before the group got up and headed in a direction beside the rogue barren forest. Shan Yi observed. At this point in time, only Li Mang-san father and daughter were left in the team. Heavenly Sword Sects plow heavenly exalt and avoid immortal realm, named Hao Yu's Supreme Elder, and the rest were Chen Yi and a dozen or so stayed behind just joining the Great Zhou's Astral Chi Realm cultivators. The team quickly traveled through the secret world of rogue barbarians, rich aura, handsome mountains and lakes. Along the way they were able to find some rare heavenly materials from time to time, except for the ones along the way they would stop to pick. The others Li Xianyi and the others wouldn't stop down additionally. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and the crowd had arrived at the depths of the secret world, but they had not encountered any silhouettes. On the way, Shan Yi did not forget to carry out the refining of the water rule seed in his body, and the enlightenment of the great Tao concealment technique, and by the way, he took a time out every day to cut down trees. After Chi Luck had risen to level 3, the Daoan attributes he now dropped every day were not to be underestimated. Bang bang, life expectancy plus 15, Dao Xing plus 320, strength plus 30, agility plus 29, spirit plus 30. Inside the system space, after the tree cutting attribute dropped, the familiar feeling of getting stronger surged up again. He really felt like he was getting a lot stronger every day now. With the upgrading of the system, the attributes that dropped every day were now many times stronger compared to when he started out. Host, Chen Yi 19 of 3710. Status, Level 3 Chiluk, 1432/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Cave Realm. 1. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 13th level 200/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 920/10. 000. Heavenly Book of Chi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, 100 out of 10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 320. Power, 1890. Defense, 1872. Agility, 1895. Spirit, 1940. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Shan Yi was pleased in his eyes. The Great Dao Breath Concealment Technique will be completely perfected in another 20 or so days, and at that time, I won't have to worry about my strength being seen through even if I encounter a great power above the earth immortals. Shan Yi sighed in his heart before his consciousness returned to his body. Look, there's someone coming over there. It was also at this moment that someone in the group suddenly pointed with their finger to the distance of 7 or 8 miles ahead to the left, and there was a group of 7 or 8 people flying in this direction. Everyone stopped their footsteps and looked at the rapidly approaching figures. A joyful color appeared in their eyes. After coming to this world for a few days, everyone finally saw human figures. These silhouettes were getting closer and closer. Their attire didn't look too different from Chun Yi's and theirs, and when both of them were a couple of 100 meters away, even everyone could see the enthusiastic expressions on each other's faces. How come these people have a black flame mark on their foreheads? Is that some kind of clan symbol? Coming to an unfamiliar world, Shen Yi would be very vigilant in using his delusion-breaking divine pupil to observe the surroundings. While everyone noticed the flame mark on these people's foreheads and questioned, Shen Yi saw a black mist appear on all of these people's heads. In addition to the black mist, there is also a deep red aura of varying shades, representing evil thoughts. No good. These people are coming from a bad place. Shen Yi's heart instantly froze, and he was about to remind the team when he saw Li Xuanyi suddenly let out a fierce and stern cry. They're the Abyssal Guile race. Kill them. Before her words fell, her figure had already shot out, and a huge wave of earth immortal spiritual power fiercely struck the other party. The opposing silhouettes did not seem to have Li Xuanyi would recognize their identities, and before they could react, the heads of the leading two figures were cut off. The sudden change caused the Great Zhou team to lose their concentration for a moment. However, when they saw that Li Xuanyi had already struck out, they didn't care and followed closely to fight with the other party. Shen Yi was the only one who grabbed behind Li Xuanyi and struck out. As soon as he sensed that something was wrong, he took the lead in staring at an opposing Big Dipper realm cultivator and killed him. Boom boom boom. When he encountered the other party, Shen Yi exposed only his cultivation of transformation mortal perfection and slashed violently with the long sword of the spiritual weapon that he had obtained from Qian. 5 moves later, he pretended to take advantage of a gap in his opponent's defense to kill him. You killed the Night Shadow and plundered 60 years of luck. Chapter 77, Falling Moon Lake, Heavenly Stairs Examination. You killed the Night Shadow and plundered 60 years of luck. This Abyssal Guile race also has chi on it that can be plundered? Seeing the mention of the handwriting that suddenly appeared on the panel, Shen Yi gave a cry of surprise in his heart. Just now, he clearly heard Li Xuanyi call these people the Abyssal Guile race, so it was obvious that the other party was not the same human as them. Shen Yi's mind raced as he quickly analyzed the difference. According to his previous experience of killing, a 6th grade martial arts master could almost always give him around 50 years of chi, but this Astral Realm Trickster clan only had 60 years of chi. He didn't know if this was because of the racial difference or something else. It seems like we'll have to find Li Xuanyi later to inquire about the origins of this Abyssal Guile race. Shen Yi quickly collected the distractions in his mind and continued to devote himself to the battlefield. The exchange between the two sides was intense and brief, and after Shen Yi struck out, others followed suit. Violent spiritual power spells collided in the air, and the surrounding heaven and earth were subjected to a destructive impact. However, this encounter came and went quickly. These Guile race after all had the highest cultivation level of a cave immortal realm leader. With everyone working in unison, this team of Abyssal Guile race was soon decimated. Once the battle was slightly over, Shen Yi's eyes turned as his gaze was already fixed on these Guile race corpses. His figure quickly ran up and down the field. You've gained 110 years of luck from the corpse of Moonba. You've drawn on the luck of Asmodon. You've gained 60 years of luck from Asmodon's corpse. You've gained 260 years of luck by drawing on the remnants of Hades' corpse. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yi had touched the corpses of this team of abyssal tricksters, gaining a total of 900 years of chi. At this time, his chi fortune has come to Identity, Level 3 Chi Fortune, 2332/100000. Great Zhou Jailer Waiter. In order to avoid arousing other people's suspicions, Shen Yi also deliberately threw these corpses together after touching them in preparation for centralized destruction. As the people on the field watched Shen Yi's movements, they couldn't help but recall his earlier scramble for Qian's corpse, and some of them looked at Shen Yi with odd eyes and muttered in their hearts, "What's wrong with this guy? Could it be that he has some special fetish for collecting corpses?" Shen Yi naturally will not pay attention to the different eyes of others. What should be done is still done. To know that these corpses converted down every day may bring him decades of Taoism. Giving up, that's not an option. After Shen Yi had collected all the corpses together, at this time, everyone also asked Li Xuanyi about the origins of the Abyssal Guile race, and at this time, Shen Yi also stared at the side to listen to Li Xuanyi's explanation. Li Xuanyi's eyes landed on the pile of corpses with a heavy gaze. She urged the spiritual energy in her body and threw out a handful of fire to set them ablaze before explaining seriously. The Abyssal Guile race is a race that I learned from the memories of an inheritance in the secret realm in question. That they are the race that invaded the Kun market realm from the Abyssal Passage. The body of this race exists in the form of a soul, and he is special in that he can steal control of the body by invading the soul into our bodies. After listening to Li Xuanyi's narration, the crowd looked at the blazing fire and felt horrified. After introducing the Abyssal Guile race, Li Xuanyi then spoke out a guess of his own to everyone. In fact, this time, the secret world's place has appeared in the world, and I guess it has a great deal to do with the appearance of the Abyssal Guile race. It's very likely that something has happened to the human race in this secret world, so we need to speed up our journey to one of the Underdragon sect's inheritance points now to explore it clearly. At her words, The crowd nodded in agreement. Soon, the speed of the crowd's footsteps increased significantly. 2 days later, a group of people through the continuous rogue mountain peaks finally came to a hundreds of miles wide huge lake. This place around the aura is rich, almost liquefied. The lake is shaped like a crescent moon. In the center of the lake there is a huge majestic peak. The peak of the peak on the top of the mountain there are a lot of ancient buildings where a month of white huge array of forbidden shroud. And at the foot position of the mountain peak, there was a kilometer-wide sky ladder leading straight to the top of the mountain. But it looked like the topmost sky ladder seemed to be a few hundred meters high away from the mountain-top building. Soon, Shen-Yi and the others followed Li Xianyi to the foot of the mountain peak in the center of the lake. We're here. This is the Underdragon Peak of Lake Falling Moon. The top of the mountain here is a place of inheritance for the Underdragon sect, and if we can enter inside, not only will we be able to obtain many cultivation resources, but we will also be able to obtain the inheritance of the immortal Tao above the earth immortals. Li Xianyi looked at the heavenly ladder that was about 3,000 zhang high and said with an excited gaze. After listening to her explanation, Plow Heaven Swordsman asked with some doubts, "How do we get up there? That mountain top seems to be covered by a forbidden system. Can I get up this ladder?" Li Xianyi glanced around the crowd and shook his head as he explained. The surroundings of the Underdragon Peak have all been arranged with a forbidden air formation, and other than holding the Underdragon sect's disciples token, one can only enter through their reception. Other than that, one can only go up through the heavenly ladder as a mountain worship examination, and ascending to the very top of the heavenly ladder can directly teleport one into the core inheritance place within the Underdragon Peak. Hearing this, Li Xianzhou interjected, "What if none of us ascends to the topmost heavenly ladder?" Li Xianyi sniffed and shook his head. "Then we can only use force to break the Underdragon sect's formation prohibitions and force our way in. After that," she added, "it's unlikely that the strength of us people would want to forcefully break the prohibition, or else this inheritance wouldn't have been preserved until now. So everyone should go ahead and break into the heavenly ladder. As far as I understand this heavenly ladder, although it is used to assess the disciple's cultivation talent, as long as one ascends a certain number of steps one is also able to obtain some rewards." Then she gazed at the Heavenly Sword sect and these people in the group who joined. Great Joe later reminded, "If everyone finishes breaking through the heavenly staircase, they can also choose to go to other places to look for opportunities. There are still many other inheritance opportunities in the mystic realm world besides this inheritance place, but everyone needs to be careful about encountering the abyssal tricksters. Now let's all go our separate ways." After introducing some matters, Li Xianyi took the lead towards the lowest position of the heavenly ladder. At this time, some people do not believe in evil, want to fly up to the top of the mountain but found that, indeed, people in the air after dozens of meters will no longer be able to leap a foot. Soon, some people explored along the foot of the mountain, and after finding nothing, they began to make the ascent to the heavenly ladder. Shen-Yi wasn't in a hurry. He first walked around for a while, then chose a rather quiet valley at the foot of the mountain near the heavenly staircase to rest down. This valley had trees and a lake, as well as a few natural stone houses, which in Shen-Yi's opinion was perfect for him to use as a secluded place to live for a long time. As for the chances that other people had their hearts set on, let them fight for them. Anyway, all he had to do was cut down trees every day to become stronger. Shen-Yi glanced at the figure that was already climbing the heavenly ladder and silently came to the valley. He was going to raise his former Tao masking breath art first, then refine the water rule seed to go along with the Tao addition. Shen-Yi estimated that he should be able to advance to the second grade void immortal realm before long. Chapter 78 Heavenly Staircase Chance, Refining Water Droplet Rule. Bang, bang. In the system space, the heavenly divine tree of Qi was quietly rooted in the space, and between the verdant branches and leaves, 6 flowers of Qi stood out in full bloom. As the familiar sound of chopping down trees rang out, Shen-Yi gladly put down the bronze great axe in his hand. Life expectancy plus 14, Daoxing plus 350, strength plus 28, defense plus 30, agility plus 31. Shoo! Looking at the attributes falling down in front of him, Shen-Yi lightly let out a breath. I'm stronger again. Host, Shen-Yi 19 of 3710. Identity, Level 3 Qiluk, 2332/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Cave Realm. 1. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 13th level 300/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 960/10,000. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, 100/10,000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 3200. Force, 1960. Defense, 1950. Agility, 1955. Spirit, 2000. On the first day of arriving at the valley, Shen-Yi came down at the Pantheon residence, and he leisurely looked at everyone climbing the heavenly ladder. Seeing that most of the people were still stuck at the bottom, 100 meters high, struggling to climb upwards. The next day, the speed of the crowd climbing did not see an increase. Chen Yi cut down the tree. Could not help but curiosity will also go forward to try some. After arriving at the foot of the heavenly ladder, Chen Yi stepped on it. Holy, that's heavy. When he ascended the heavenly ladder, he suddenly felt that his cultivation was forbidden, and a heavy pressure out of thin air was forced on his shoulders, as if he was being pressed down by a 10,000-foot mountain, causing him to climb up very slowly. First order, second order, third order. With great difficulty, when Chen Yi finally climbed to the 100th step, suddenly, he felt the force pressing down on him increase once again, forcing the bend of his feet to sink without a second thought. Is this a level for every 100 steps? A hint of doubt flooded Chen Yi's heart, and he looked up at the figures of the crowd in front of him who had already climbed a few hundred meters of steps, and his doubts grew a bit larger. At this time, Li Xianyi had already taken the lead in the first place, climbing more than 500 steps. After him was the Heavenly Sword Sexplow Heavenly Sword Zun more than 400 steps, then Li Mang 390 steps. On the contrary, the highest cultivation in the Heavenly Sword sect, Old Man Hao Yu, instead, is only more than 380 steps, and the figures of the others are even lagging behind in order. Looking at this scene, Chen Yi thought darkly. From the speed of the crowd, it is obvious that it does not have much to do with the cultivation realm of the person at the moment, and I don't know how this assessment step is set up to screen the talent. Just as Chen Yi was muttering in his mind, the air in front of his eyes rippled with a distortion, followed by a voice ringing in his ears before a 2-finger-wide jade slip surfaced in front of him. Passing the 100 steps of the heavenly staircase, fair Taoist heart, fair perseverance, excellent spiritual roots, reward of 5th grade technique, the Cloud Dragon Chi refining method. Chen Yi froze slightly when he heard the voice, then took the jade slip in front of him and pressed it to his forehead, and immediately a surge of spiritual energy flooded into his mind, which was recorded in the Transformation Mortal Realms Yunlong Chi refining technique, a technique on how to efficiently refine heaven and earth's spiritual chi. So it is, passing a certain number of assessment steps will earn you a reward. No wonder even the titular Heavenly Sword Sex Void Immortal Elders who have lived for more than a few hundred years are all happy about this assessment. But that's it, climbing 100 steps is just one chi refining method. I'm not climbing. With a thought, Chen Yi immediately turned around and walked down the steps. This reward is simply not comparable to his system god tree. This mind is still as comfortable as watching other people struggle to climb the steps every day. Thus, for the rest of the time, Chen Yi completely entered the idler mode. Day 3, cutting down trees and watching people climb steps. On the 4th day, chopping down trees, watching people climb steps, and by the way, he began to refine the rules of water in his body, and without the addition of Tao, his Xian Ice Immortal Scripture cultivation progress began to increase rapidly. On the 5th day, chopping down trees and watching people climb the steps, Li Xianyi had already climbed as high as 3,000 meters up the steps, almost coming to 1/3 of the heavenly ladder. On this day, her figure finally came down from above. She wanted to tell the crowd that there was a great opportunity above the heavenly ladder, and at the same time, she sent someone back to see if the formation at the entrance to the secret realm had dissipated yet, and prepared to mobilize the forces of the great Zhou dynasty to march into the secret world. On this day, Chen Yi was sitting quietly in front of the stone house in the Valley of Seclusion, and was holding the purple-ploughed immortal gold sword embryo and rubbing it back and forth on the chaos grinding stone. Swish, swish, the sword embryo repeatedly resounded with the sound of back-and-forth friction on the chaotic grinding stone. What are you doing? Just then, Li Xianyi's valiant figure came to him doubtfully. I'm sharpening my sword. Li Xuanyi oddly surveyed the silver-white stick in Chen Yi's hand, and was left speechless. A good heavenly ladder of creation does not go to seas. Run here to sharpen the sword. What the hell is this brain circuit? Li Xuanyi glared at Chen Yi in a slightly petulant manner and advised, Chen Yi, there is a great creation on the heavenly staircase examination. You shouldn't waste your time here. Oh, how big a creation? Chen Yi sniffed and asked a slightly casual rhetorical question. Seeing that Chen Yi still looked indifferent, Li Xianyi's expression became very serious as he said, I obtained a top-tier Earth Immortal transmission technique when I ascended the 1,000 fathoms heavenly staircase. Would you say that this is a great creation? If this were to be placed outside, I'm afraid all the Holy Lands would fight over it. After hearing Li Xuanyi's explanation, Chen Yi's hand movements still did not stop, but his voice was raised a few degrees. Earth Immortal inheritance technique that is indeed considered a great creation. Congratulations. Chen Yi gave a slightly surprised congratulations before giving a continued explanation for his behavior. Princess, truth be told, my cultivation has recently reached a critical moment, and sharpening my sword allows me to better calm down and enter a state of near epiphany. So the heavenly ladder, I'm just not going to break into it for a while. Once his words fell, Li Xianyi couldn't say anything else. As we all know, in the cultivation world, if people enter into the state of enlightenment that is almost epiphany, it is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the heavenly ladder, anyway, so many years are here, a moment cannot run. Late on the late. Thinking of this, Li Xianyi said with a straightened expression, since that's the case, then you can just stay here and have a good time enlightening yourself. And once your cultivation is over, remember to go and seize the heavenly stairway chance at the first opportunity. Such peaceful days will be gone in a few days. I'm afraid. Chen nodded at his words and watched as Li Xianyi turned to leave. Li Xianyi had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned his head to remind. I'll send someone out now to see if I can go back and forth to the exit of the secret realm. If I can, then our great Zhou dynasty will go into this realm with all our strength. When someone comes over, then you'll just be here to give a good reminder. No problem. Chen nodded his head and responded with a sentence. Sure enough, it wasn't long after Li Xianyi left. Chen then saw a big Zhou subordinate of the Big Dipper realm descending from the heavenly ladder and flying towards the way out. Hey, it seems that the peaceful days of this realm will be broken. Chen shook his head inside before continuing to do the repetitive movements of sharpening his sword. Time passed in a calm day, and fortunately they had not encountered any more attacks from the Abyssal Trickster clan here the whole time. Half a month passed. On this day, Chen felt a sudden sound of water clattering from within his body, followed by a droplet-like coolness coming from the inside out. The rule of water has finally been refined a tiny bit. Void Immortal Realm, it's going to break through. Chapter 79, Breaking Through the Void Immortal. Dao Couple, Void Immortal Realm, it's going to break through. With joy in his heart, Chen pulled open his attribute panel with a thought. Host, Chen 19 of 3710. Identity, Level 3 Chiluk, 2425/100000. De Zhouzhen Jail Waiter. Realm, Cave Realm. 10th level. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 16th level 999/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 960/10,000. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, 100/10,000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 8,640. Power, 2,450. Defense, 2,461. Agility, 2,455. Spirit, 2,490. In more than half a month's time, he had accumulated more than 8,000 years of Dao, and his cultivation had also broken through to the cave heaven realm perfection without a sound, just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the void immortal realm. The important thing was that the vast majority of these cultivation enhancements were him raising up by refining the water droplet rule sense in his body. At this moment, Chen stood under a large tree in the secluded valley, feeling the rich, almost liquefied aura that permeated the surroundings. His face calm and focused, his eyes transmitting a touch of determination towards the cultivation of the great Tao. He sat down cross-legged, his hands naturally hanging down on his knees, palms up and slightly spread out, as if he wanted to take in the aura of heaven and earth. Today is the day I break through the void immortal realm. Break through, Chen said in a low voice, a calmness in his voice as surging spiritual energy flowed like a rushing river through his spiritual veins, emitting a subtle rumbling sound. He closed his eyes, his mind slowly immersed in his body, sensing the droplet-like seed of rules that had finally been refined and branded with his own yuanshan after more than half a month's worth of water grinding, and a strand of the mysteries of the rules of water surfaced in his mind. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The rule of the 5 elements was the basic rule of the world's yin and yang functioning. The Xianbing immortal scripture technique that Chun Yi practiced, on the other hand, happened to correspond to the power of the rule of water. So this drop of the seed of the rule of water that the fruit of luck dropped in the first place was exactly in line with Chen Yi's cultivation path. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Yi directly invested 1,000 years of Dao, placing it behind the progress of the Xian Ice immortal scriptures feats. Boom! Once the Dao was added, countless cultivation insights instantly flooded into his mind. The bottleneck at the 16th level of the Xian Ice immortal scripture was easily broken by him. Click! A crunching sound of a bottleneck breaking through resounded within him, as Chen Yi finally comprehended the rules of water, officially crossing into the void immortal realm. At this moment, when he had broken through to the void immortal, the original drop of the water gauge seed in his body was also completely refined by Chen Yi without a sound, and condensed into the shape of a transparent water droplet flying sword. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body also quietly integrated into the power of the rules of water for qualitative enhancement metamorphosis. The 9th grade immortal path. The 3rd grade cave immortal is to condense the yuanshan to perceive the mustard seed space and can open up a cave, with a lifespan of 3,000 years. On the other hand, a 2nd grade void immortal is a person who comprehends the power of a certain rule for initiation. breeds a rule immortal seed in his body, and his lifespan is extended to 6,000 years. Immortal species look like 1,000 different things. There are trees, stones, swords, and some people even choose to coalesce into a world, which depends on the individual's cultivation techniques and preferences. Shen Yi had transformed his rule seed into a transparent water droplet-shaped rule flying sword because of his cultivation and comprehension of the Taishu sword skill. This water drop flying sword emitted a faint glow as if it contained endless mysteries. As Chun Yi's consciousness gradually focused on that rule flying sword, he felt that the water drop flying sword was condensed with the rich rule power that he had comprehended, which was the purest power in heaven and earth, and could be transformed into the softest power in the world at a single thought. Or it could be formed into a monstrous wave that rolled up 10,000 killing frenzied power. Dripping water penetrates stone, condensing water into ice, gathering ice into sword. The field of water. Water transformed into 10,000 feet of shocking waves, flooding waves, weak water destroying the world. As the evolution of the Tao line increased, more water rule subtleties continued to insanely reflect into Chun Yi's spiritual platform, and the rule sword also became more and more solid. At this moment, Shen Yi slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with endless wisdom and power. Is this what the void immortal realm feels like? It's true that at the immortal Tao realm, a realm is a world. Shen Yi murmured out of his mouth. As he made his breakthrough, the rich spiritual energy in the surrounding heaven and earth quickly surged towards him, and set off countless rains of spiritual energy on the lake, shaking the heavens and earth. Someone broke through? This commotion naturally caused the people who were breaking through on the heavenly ladder to notice, and they all turned their gazes to the side of the Valley of the Ghosts. Feeling the surprise in the eyes of the crowd, Shen Yi smiled faintly at them. Avenue masking breath technique, add some to me. The voice rang out, and all of the remaining 7,640 years of Taoism was injected into him above the great Tao breath masking technique. As soon as the system kicked in, it instantly advanced the technique to near completion. In the eyes of Elder Hao Yu, Li Xianyi, and the others, Shen Yi was now precisely the manifestation of having just broken through to break through the Gangqi realm. He's really made a breakthrough in enlightenment. At the position of 2,000 feet of that towering heavenly ladder, Li Xianyi's eyes looked down at Chun Yi's silhouette under the clouds. Recalling Chun Yi's words from before, his mouth whispered, muttering. As she watched the tremendous commotion set off by Chun Yi's breakthrough, her heart was unsettled. Thinking back to half a year ago, Shen Yi was still a juvenile jailer in the northern robber city jail in her eyes, and just a crude martial artist who could barely make it to the beginning of the martial arts. But in just over half a year's time, the other party not only forged the acquired immortal cultivation spiritual route, but also closely followed his own cross into the astral realm immortal cultivation. What kind of cultivation speed? What kind of demon? It was important to know that she herself had been able to come this far, but she had received a shocking inheritance from the old crone in her body, and she had even gained some indescribable immortal destiny creation in the relics. What about Chen Yi? What makes him tick? And this commotion he's making is really caused by breaking through the Big Dipper realm? As each doubtful suspicion flooded in, it also brought a strong sense of urgency to Li Xuani's heart. The soul shadow within her seemed to guess the doubts in Li Xuani's mind as her low voice resounded in the other party's mind. I've just looked at that kid, and it's true that he's just broken through the astral realm cultivation, and there's no sign of being taken over on him. But this kid's cultivation speed is truly demonic. Even the cultivation speed of an extreme innate spiritual root isn't as fast as him. Strange. Could it be that this brat is the reincarnation of a certain true immortal powerhouse, or some innate enlightenment physique? As he spoke, the crone's soul shadow muttered doubts. Granny, forget it. Even if he breaks through even faster, he will never be able to surpass me. This time, I must ascend to the very top of the heavenly stairs and obtain the inheritance left behind by the underworld dragon sect to master this place. Li Xuani's voice was resonant and firm, revealing a determination that would not stop. With that said, she turned her head back and continued her determined climb toward the steps above her against the pressure. The soul shadow inside Li Xiani nodded in satisfaction after hearing her heartfelt words, but she ended with a sudden sentence. Girl, cultivation of immortality is concerned about wealth couple law land. Want to seek the immortal way in addition to have a firm moral heart, but also need to be able to judge the situation. Seize all the opportunities that can be utilized. Granny, I see that kid. His character is quiet and doesn't cause trouble, plus his cultivation speed is so demonic. It can be used as a reference for you as a candidate for a Taoist couple. As soon as her voice fell, the startled Li Xuani almost fell down the 2,000 feet heavenly ladder. You, mother-in-law, what are you talking about? I'm all about the immortal way, but I've never considered this. Seeing Li Xianyi's petulance, that soul shadow continued to persuade. Never considered it before, then consider it from now on. Girl, listen to your wife's right. When the heavenly ladder examination is over, you go and get in touch with him more. Chapter 80 Mirror Lake takes root. Divine Tree casts its reflection. With the great Tao breath masking technique under his belt, Shen Yi's breakthrough was successfully completed amidst the astonished eyes of the crowd. Half an hour later, the breakthrough was over, and at this point, the entire heaven and earth gave him a completely different feeling. After the introduction of the rule of water, Shen Yi felt that his connection with heaven and earth had become close, and he could invoke the might of the water in heaven and earth for his own use in a single thought. This is the realm of the void immortals. At the second level of void immortal, Shen Yi felt that he was now considered to be truly standing among the top experts in the immortal cultivation world. If he were to add his divine aptitude dharma heavenly battle power and the ability of the delusion-breaking divine pupil to pierce through delusion, even if he were to encounter an earth immortal in a hand-to-hand combat, he would be certain that he would not lose out at all. If there are no experts above the earth immortal realm in this realm, then I'm not far from being invincible. Shen Yi's heart was filled with a surge of bravado as he gazed at his panel after his breakthrough with delight. Host, Shen Yi 19/6710. Status, Level 3 Chiluk, 2425/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Void Immortal Realm. Second level. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 18th level 1/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 8600/10. 000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 100 out of 10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 0. Power, 2450. Defense, 2461. Agility, 2455. Spirit, 2490. Gazing at the attribute panel in front of him, Shen Yi's eyes were deep. His lifespan exceeded the 6,000 mark. His cultivation level was at the second level of Void Immortal, and his great Tao masking art was about to be perfected, so he no longer had to worry about being probed for his details. Well, for the next Tao, we still need to raise our cultivation to the Earth Immortal realm as soon as possible, and then get the techniques above the Earth Immortal. There's also the Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Currently I'm only initially condensing the secret method of seizing fortune. As for the deeper Qi Fortune art of this volume, I haven't yet come to comprehend it. It's time for this piece to be upgraded as well. As his eyes flickered, Shen Yi had a new arrangement for his cultivation plan after the breakthrough. With that, Shen Yi got up and came to the side of the stone house in the valley to move a homemade rocking chair. Sitting lazily by the lake and watching the figures of the trespassers on the celestial ladder climb upward with difficulty, Li Xuani's figure was still standing at the highest position by a long shot. The heavenly sword sex old man, how you arrow. It actually caught up, worthy of being a void immortal ancestor. Well, Li Mang, the king of Great Zhou, is a bit behind, and his back is weak. Plow Heaven Swordsman is good. That figure is steady as hell. Has been steadily advancing without haste. It's just that this speed is a little bit sorry for his overbearing title. Shen Yi laid back in his rocking chair and leisurely critiqued the people. After watching for a while, he felt a bit tedious. Looking at the wide falling moon lake in front of him, his mind Luli suddenly remembered Big Gray, Little Gray, and giant clams they were. AI. More than half a month has passed, and I don't know if these three fallen dragons are hungry. This guy, Ding San, doesn't have much money in his hand either, so I guess he'll have to starve after feeding him the elixir in my hand. Had I known, bringing them 3 dragons to this secret world, the concentration of aura in this place should quickly allow them to metamorphose in transit. And sure, Mu Shui and White Fox, I wonder if they've come in yet. The bottom line after the breakthrough allowed Shen Yi's mind to completely relax, and for a while his mind drifted a bit far away, remembering many things from the past. Snap your fingers to the afternoon. Shen Yi looked at the lakes and large trees in the secluded valley as he prepared to set up this secluded valley as his long-term residence in this realm. When the secret world merged with the outside world, this place would inevitably become a place for people to chase after, so he planned to save for a rainy day. There are dark surges underneath the lakes here connecting to the falling moon lake outside, which would be suitable for keeping fallen dragons and giant clams. Let's call this lake Mirror Lake from now on. The level of the lake is like a mirror. The mirror is the same sound as the quiet, taking the meaning of quiet enlightenment. Sitting quietly by the lake reflecting your own heart, Shen Yi muttered. He had just used his divine sense to probe the bottom of the lake, and found that the water was dozens of feet deep, and that there were subterranean, winding cavernous dark surges underneath the ground leading to the falling moon lake, which could keep the water quality fresh. Then his gaze turned to the stone house and the surrounding trees, and suddenly his eyes lit up, remembering that a system function brought by the last Qi upgrade had not been used yet. There, I can project the divine tree on the edge of the water lake next to the stone house, and then get a chessboard under the tree, so I can sit under the tree to cool off and play chess, fish, and sharpen my innate immortal sword in the meantime. It's as restful as it gets. Just do it. Thoughts fall. Shen Yi's consciousness entered the system and whispered to the divine tree of luck, projecting. As soon as the words fell, The verdant Chi-Luck divine tree that was 100 meters tall was suddenly projected on the edge of the mirror lake, and the gnarled and thick main pole of the Chi-Luck divine tree was steadily rooted in the gray-black land, as if this divine tree had been growing here for thousands of years, revealing an air of age and precipitation. Amazing! Looking at the Chi-Luck divine tree growing by the lake, Shan Yi's eyes showed incredible awe. The divine tree casts a reflection, and it is surprising that it is able to do so realistically. He walked over to the lake and touched the trunk of the tree with his hand, such a real touch coming from the rough, pale tree. Then, Shan Yi reached out and plucked a leaf from the tree, which surprisingly lay as quietly as it did in his palm. Seeing this scene, Shan Yi had to exclaim, "System, how awesome!" In reality, only he knew that this one didn't really exist. It was just a projection of his system's divine tree of Qi. After testing the tree and determining that the tree would not be detected as abnormal, Shan Yi's heart was completely quiet, obscuring bad luck coming down, absorbing good luck, epiphanies, and opportunities. Thinking about the benefits of the divine tree's projection, Shan Yi had a feeling that the sea had changed, and a number of years later, underneath this divine tree in Mirror Lake, it would surely become a holy place that many heavenly giants in the immortal cultivation world would aspire to. Time passes slowly. 2 more days passed after Shan Yi projected the divine tree. Early the next morning, Shan Yi carried out his usual chopping move day after day. Life expectancy plus 15, dashing plus 350, strength plus 28, agility plus 31, spirit plus 36. Looking at the drop attributes, Shan Yi nodded silently. At this pace, in another 8 or 9 months' time, his fleshly attribute would be able to break through the 10,000 mark, and at that time, he would be able to open up another new fleshly aptitude. Moreover, he realized that with the daily enhancement of his tree cutting and dropping attributes, his battle power prowess was now getting stronger and stronger when he casted the Dharma Sky and Earth divine ability. Even Shan Yi had a hint of an unlikely guess. If he kept chopping down trees, would his physical body one day become as powerful as Pangu, the god of creation? After finishing chopping down the tree, Shan Yi moved to sit down under the projected divine tree of Qi. Looking at the faint morning mist clouds floating on the surface of the falling moon lake, he was just about to enjoy the early morning lake and mountain scenery, when he suddenly realized that in the distance, 2 black dots of slightly familiar figures were rapidly approaching. From a distance, a pair of their own evil-filled crimson auras floated above their heads. Here comes trouble. Venerable Gazer Snake, Daoist Yi. Shan Yi slowly got up, the names of these 2 men dripping faintly from his mouth. Chapter 81, Slaying Venerable Gazelle, the Valley of Secluded Bliss. Here comes trouble. Venerable Gazer Snake, Daoist Yi. Shan Yi slowly got up, the names of these 2 men dripping faintly from his mouth. Just after the breakthrough, someone sends someone to the door to try their hand. Not bad. Very good. Chanting, Shan Yi held the yet unpolished purple cloud immortal gold sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the figures of Venerable Gazer Snake and Daoist Yi arrived at Underdragon Peak to stand in front of Shan Yi. They first looked up at the figures of the crowd that were climbing the heavenly ladder before their gazes turned towards Shan Yi. "It's you, kid. I remember that your name is Shan Yi, isn't it? It seems like you're a what's-his-name Marquis of Prison Suppression in Great Zhou. Here, tell me what the steps of this mountain say, and why they are all climbing up them." Venerable Gazelle Snake's teasing gaze surveyed Shan Yi as his mouth casually asked. The gaze of Daoist Yi on the side was even more bizarre. Shan Yi saw him sizing himself up like he was scrutinizing a fine work of art of some kind, and while looking at him, he muttered compliments. "Gang Qi Realm Cultivation, Qi and blood so vigorous and young, what a good body of flesh." Shan Yi didn't pay any heed to their questioning, but instead, his gaze was firmly fixed on the black flame mark on the duo's foreheads. So that's how it is. These 2 were actually stolen and taken over by the Abyssal Guile clan as well. Shan Yi's mind was enlightened as he pondered over the Abyssal Trickster race's tactics while using his delusion-breaking god Pupil to penetrate the soul shadows within the other party's body. He found that the means of this Abyssal Trickster race is really powerful. The soul stealing in the human body unexpectedly cannot see half a bit of difference, as if the original body's soul was swallowed and disappeared cleanly, without half a trace left behind. However, Shan Yi was still able to see the shape of their true spirits through the soul shadows inside each other through his delusion-breaking divine pupil. One was an octopus devilfish-like, and inside Daoist Yi was a hexagonal black sheep. Hiss, hiss, the black snake on the neck of Venerable Gazelle Snake, at this moment, was frantically spitting its snake letters at Shan Yi, as if it wanted to express something. For some reason, this guile race that had stolen the Gazelle Venerable One had become somewhat unnatural under Shan Yi's gaze, and he felt as though his concealment had become all but invisible in front of this human race. "Hey kid, what are you looking at? The old man is a guest secretary of the Great Week and so on to ask you a question, still don't answer quickly." Venerable Gazelle Snake's expression was icy cold as he impatiently urged. He, Your Holiness, don't ask. I think this rash kid should be handed over to me. When I take over his identity, I will naturally know the secrets here. The hexagonal black sheep trickster race? seeing Chen Yi's calm and composed expression, spoke his thoughts as if no one else was around. Perhaps in their opinion, the human races that had currently entered this world were not yet aware of the power of their abyssal guile race, which was why they were so bold as to say it to Chen Yi's face. Chen Yi smiled coldly in his heart as he raised his head and glanced at the great Zhou crowd that had climbed to a height of 1 or 2,000 feet, seeing that they couldn't pay attention to the movements over here. Only then did he turn to the two guile clansmen with a good-natured blandness. What does it mean to take my place, and what do you want to do? Looking at Chen Yi's guarded appearance, Daoist Ye's guile clan mouth kindly laughed. It's fine. You'll find out later. When he finished speaking, his eyes looked towards Venerable Gazelle Serpent to gesture to him. Clearly the other party's status in the Abyssal Guile clan was a bit higher than his. Venerable Gazelle Snake gazed at Chen Yi for a moment and thought before nodding. With his permission. At this point, Daoist Yi sneered as he walked towards Chen Yi. Boy, now I will make you a glorious and great member of the Abyss. Fuse with me. As soon as his voice fell, a ray of black soul light emerged from his forehead, flamed towards his body. Noticing that the other party was performing bizarre soul tactics, Chen Yi's original thoughts of trying to test the waters were instantly dispelled. Never mind, just settle them straight away to be on the safe side. With a thought, the majestic mana in Chen Yi's body instantly surged out, only to see him holding the purple cloud sword embryo in his hand and gently sweeping it towards Daoist Yi. The faint immortal chi sword pillar condensed by the power of the rule of water directly pierced through the aura defense barrier around Daoist Yi's body to penetrate through the center of his brow. Die. You killed Mordecai Cheong and plundered 70 years of luck. Only 70 years of chi. Too little. After sweeping out Daoist Yi with a single sword, Chen Yi smackily urged the swordlight to continue killing Venerable Gazelle. Not good. You're in the void immortal realm. When it was too late, when Chen Yi displayed the power of the rules, Venerable Ghazi Snake recognized his true strength, and without hesitation, he urged his entire strength towards Chen Yi. Leech, come. At the same time, Venerable Gazelle Snake's dragon snake crutch in his hand lurched on the ground, and two mysterious syllables were emitted from his mouth before the black snake on his neck instantly transformed into a black lightning bolt shooting towards Chen Yi. Bang! The Taishu sword chi wielded by the immortal sword in Chen Yi's hand was unexpectedly blocked by his black snake strike, and even his body was knocked back a few steps. Chen Yi's face stared. This black snake actually had the top strength of a late-stage void immortal. Underestimated. After seeing that the blow was successful, a wry smile surfaced on Venerable Gazelle's face. Kid, even if you hide your strength, so what? With this black blood underworld serpent in your body, the old man can easily exterminate you. While controlling the black snake to attack towards Chen Yi, Venerable Gamma Snake taunted with attempts to interfere with Chen Yi's mind. Back then, when he came here to train as the Abyssal King Vane, the reason why he had taken a fancy to Venerable Gazelle's physical body was because of the strength of the spirit snakes that he had bred. Yes? Chen Yi repelled the black snake's attack with a sword, a cold smile on his lips. This black snake's strength was indeed a bit out of his expectation. If he exerted his Taishu sword technique with all his strength dozens of moves later, although he could decapitate the other party, he would attract the attention of others, which was obviously not what he wanted. I didn't realize that in the end. It's still about the power of my divine ability. Chen Yi coldly shook his head and changed his mind. Icy killing intent swept through his eyes. The law of heaven. As the black snake once again transformed into a lightning-like spiritual force and stabbed at Chen Yi, he finally executed the Dharma heavenly ability in a split second. The breaking delusion god pupil pierced through the route of the black serpent's law attack, while he performed the Dharma heavenly image to instantly transform into a figure more than 300 meters tall like a small mountain. Enlarging his body, Chen Yi's arm, which was like a pillar of the heavens, nimbly probed out and grabbed the upper 7 inches of the black snake's body along with the snake's head in a fierce pinch. Kabi! Under his heavenly godlike primal gigantic power, the upper half of the black snake's body was instantly crushed into bloody mud by him. Then he gently lifted his left foot, and his massive foot pressed down like a black cloud covering the top of the sky, and stepped down in the eyes of the terrified eyes of the Gazelle Snake Venerable Guile race. Knock! The earth shook slightly, and threads of blood and flesh spilled out from the soles of his Chen Yi's feet. You! The horrified voice of the other man came to an abrupt end. You killed Hedwig and plundered 320 years of luck. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Chen Yi instantly withdrew his avatar transformation. 320 years of chi. Identity, level 3 chi luck, 2815/100000. De Zhoujin jail waiter, Chen Yi muttered, his eyes quickly scanning the black snake that was left with half a corpse, seeing that the black snake had indeed been decapitated by him with no signs of life before revealing a hint of regret. Chapter 82 Reunion. World Fusion. It seems that the secret method of seizing a person's fortune is indeed the only way to seize an opponent's chi by beheading a humanoid-type being, but it's better than nothing. With a thought, Chen Yi put away the slight loss in his eyes. Here, casually beheading 1 or 2 people could acquire hundreds, even thousands, of years of chi. It's better than working hard on the book and raising dragons in the first place. In that case, this valley has become a blessed place for me. He had a feeling that as long as he lived here permanently, he would not be immune to future troubles that would come his way. After Chen Yi consoled himself, he quickly organized the scene: a Qiankuan bag, a spirit snake walking stick, and half of a black snake corpse. This is the loot he found on the ground. The Qiankuan bag was the same as the storage ring, with several cubic meters of storage space inside. Only the external appearance was different. Chen Yi picked up the Qiankuan bag and quickly resolved the original mark on it, then rebranded himself with his divine thoughts. Why isn't there anything from the Abyssal Trickster clan? Chen Yi's divine thoughts quickly rummaged through the Qiankuan bag, and within it, other than some spirit stones and cultivation items and a suspected Abyssal Guile race identity token, he didn't find anything he wanted regarding the Guile race. The reason why he suspected that this token was of the Gue tribe was because he saw a mark on it that was the same as the black flame on the forehead of the Gue tribe, and on the other side of the token, there was a font similar to that of the human civilization, and Chen Yi's divine thoughts printed on it and vaguely received a sound in it. The Abyssal Kings, Hades Hatchet. Chen Yi nodded silently, pondering in his heart. So this person is called Hades Hatchet, or an Abyssal King clan. It's a pity that I don't know any secret soul capturing techniques, or else I could have gotten to know this bizarre race by drawing souls. Shaking his head, Chen Yi collected his distractions and sat down by the lake. His action of beheading venerable gazelle snake was so quick that it didn't attract the attention of others. Soon, calm was restored to the valley. Chen Yi was tired of looking at the lake, so he took the chaotic grinding stone out to repolish the purple cloud immortal sword embryo. Ziz! The sword embryo rubbed back and forth on the grinding stone, and although he couldn't see any changes with each movement, he could detect a trace of chaotic colored gray energy surging towards the sword embryo when he used his divine pupil to grind the sword. The next day, system space, keep chopping down trees, life expectancy plus 15, Dao Xing plus 362, defense plus 30, agility plus 31, spirit plus 30. Sure enough, today's drop Dao has increased by another 12 years. Looking at the 362 years of Dao, Chen Yi rejoiced. Host, Chen Yi 19/6710. Identity, Level 3 Chiluk, 2815/100000. De Zhouzhen Jail Waiter. Realm, Void Immortal Realm. Second level. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 18th level 1/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 8600/10. 000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 100 out of 10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 362. Power, 2450. Defense, 2461. Agility, 2455. Spirit, 2490. His cultivation days were like this, always bringing him little surprises in the mundane routine. Chen Yi enjoyed this process of becoming stronger every day. The wind of lake falling moon blew gently, and the gears of time turned slowly. In the blink of an eye another 3 days passed. More than half a month had passed since he came to this realm, and the movements of the pedestrians climbing the heavenly ladder had not stopped on the big week. The fast ones, such as Li Xianyi and Old Man Hao Yu, had already climbed to the height of 500 to 600 feet of the heavenly ladder, while the slower ones were still hovering up and down the 1,000 feet of the heavenly ladder. But there just wasn't a single person who gave up. Even if they couldn't climb up and stay put, staying on the heavenly ladder seemed as if they could all gain a lot. One is obsessed with it. Chen Yi shook his head, but he knew how difficult it was for a person to be on the heavenly ladder. Not only did he have to withstand the mountainous gravity pressure, but also the various phantom tests in his mind and soul and so on. Hey, which is not as dashing as a tree-cutting day like mine. The corners of Chen Yi's mouth gently raised as his body lay on the rocking chair and rocked and rocked. Lay back and be happy. Lay back and cultivate. Ignoring the clouds of the world, I am at peace with the world. On this day, when the light of the sun was shining on the lake to drop a shadow of a tree, once again, someone flew in from outside Lake Falling Moon. This time, when he saw the figure of the visitor, Chen Yi slowly got up and stood up, the corners of his mouth swinging into a happy smile. Hey, Chen Yi, you're pretty hard to find. I've been wandering around this secret realm for most of the month, but you're good, hiding here to leisurely ride the cool. Mu Shui holding the white fox dusty figure lightly landed in front of Chen Yi. Looking at Chen Yi, this appearance cannot help but pouting complained. After saying that, his good-looking eyes glanced around on the valley behind Chen Yi, and upon realizing that there were a few natural stone houses behind him, Mu Shui's eyes lit up and she hurriedly walked over, ordering as she went, Chen Yi, I'm hungry, just hurry up and get me something to eat. As for the white fox Jiang Shao Beaver in her arms, when she saw Chen Yi, her soulful eyes swiveled around him and sized him up. At the back, he even took the initiative to leap down from Mu Shui's arms to follow Chen Yi's feet and sniff excitedly, as if he had discovered some big secret. In the house on the left, there is a cut of spirit snake meat. Roast it for yourself if you are hungry. You're welcome to do it yourself. After saying that, Chen Yi's body fell back into a sitting position, without the slightest intention of doing anything personally. To this Fong Xiandao's eating girl, he was now in place. You lazy bastard. Seeing that Chen Yi wasn't coming over, Mu Shui spat out a sigh and had to force Jiang Xiuxue to go and give her a hand. Not long after, smoke curled up from the lake and a strong aroma of grilled meat wafted up. Chen Yi, on the other hand, was lying on a rocking chair at this time, holding Mu Shui's updated copy of the Great Difficult Weekly Journey in his hand. On April 3rd, 895 years of the dry calendar, the Kun Ruins Mystic Realm entrance formation was unlocked, and I entered the Mystic Realm world with the White Fox to look for Chen Yi, and on the top of Thunder Mountain, we encountered an augur and a snake having sexual congress in coitus, and giving birth to a thunder-patterned snake egg. On the following day, White Fox and I encountered a group of immortal Dao experts with flames on their heads attacking the ruins of a relic in the secret realm, and I personally saw them performing bizarre means to steal the flesh of those who entered the secret realm and avoided them. On April 7th, 895 of the dry calendar, I met the immortal sex Earth immortal old ancestor again in the Kun Ruin mystic realm, and learned of the secrets of this realm from him. The old ancestor asked me to lead the immortal sex true disciples in exploring the chances in this realm and preparing to vie for the position of the young patriarch, and I was idle too wasted to do anything about it, so I refused the old ancestor's offer. On April 20th, 895, the year of the dry calendar, I wandered away from the secret realm, passing by a mountain, and saw a man and a woman taking a red berry, and after eating it that man and woman were instantly in a state of confusion, and immediately performed that great rite of the Duke of Zhou in the open air, and proclaimed adultery in the daytime. Bah, good shema. Flipping and flipping, Chen Yi couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. Not bad, still the same flavor. I don't know when, but Chen Yi has fallen in love with this big dry weekly traveler. He didn't know what was going on with the other guy. He always seemed to come across that strange and voluptuous thing when he traveled, either man or beast. After half a minute, Mu Shui held up the roasted spirit snake meat in her hands and came to Chen Yi's side, her mouth stuffed full of oil as she said, "There's good news and bad news for you. Which one are you going to listen to first?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and turned his head to gaze at the other party and mused. "Let's start with a good deal. I'm a person who likes good things." Mu Shui nodded calmly. "The good news is that this Kun Ruin mystic realm does indeed harbor an immortal Dao inheritance above the earth immortals, and now that the formation has dissipated and started to merge with our outside world, and I've brought the 3 fallen dragons and the giant clams over for you." Chapter 83, The Legend of Mortal Immortality. The good news is that this Kun Ruin mystic realm does indeed harbor an immortal Dao inheritance above the earth immortals, and now that the formation has dissipated and started to merge with our outside world, and I've brought the 3 fallen dragons and the giant clams over for you. As soon as the words fell, Mu Shui somewhat showed off as if she took out a crystal-like mother shell, and the 3 fallen dragons and the giant clam were hidden in that shell like they had shrunk hundreds of times. Chen Yi's eyes lit up when he saw this, and his mouth thanked him. "Hey, it doesn't matter if it's passed on or not, but I'd really like to thank you for bringing Big Gray and the others." Saying that, he took the fallen dragons taken out from the mother shell from Mu Shui's hands and carefully placed them into the lake within the valley. Chen Yi was a person who remembered old times. In fact, the chi that the fallen dragon had transferred to him nowadays couldn't help him much anymore. However, these 3 little loaches were the ones that turned a great fortune for him when he needed it the most, ripening the fruit of chi fortune, thus allowing him to obtain the heavenly book of chi fortune, or else he wouldn't be able to have this cultivation progress today. That's why he has special feelings for these 3 fallen dragons. The 3 fallen dragons were placed into the lake by Chen Yi, and it was instantly like a dragon entering the sea. Joy visible to the naked eye surfaced in their eyes, and they looked extraordinarily excited to see Chen Yi as their master once again, and they kept circling around his feet staring at him as he squeaked and twirled around. Chen Yi then reached out and threw some of the black snake's flesh and blood hidden in his storage ring into the lake, throwing it to them bit by bit. Seeing Chen Yi so happy, Mu Shui skimmed her mouth at the side and yelled, Hey, do you still want to hear that bad news? Go ahead, I'm listening," Chen Yi said casually with an unconcerned expression. "Humph, listen up." Seeing Chen Yi's unconcerned demeanor, Mu Shui couldn't help but aggravate her tone and insert her waist. "The bad news is that this secret world is unsafe. Very unsafe. If you're as tired and lazy as you are, why don't you find a big tree to hug?" Chen Yi was puzzled. "How is it not safe?" "Let me tell you, Chen Yi. This secret world has long since been invaded by a force called the Abyssal Guile race. They can take over our physical bodies and thus pass themselves off as human beings. I've seen that many people who have recently entered this world have been taken over. Why don't you join Fong Xiandao with me?" After listening to Mu Shui's explanation, Chen Yi faintly nodded in response. "Oh, you're talking about this. I read about it in your travelogue, and back when we decimated a team of Guile race on the first day we entered the secret world. It's no big deal. Seeing Chen Yi's bashful appearance, Mu Shui couldn't help but frown and remind Chen Yi, this really isn't a trivial matter. If this world has really been completely invaded by the abyssal race, then now that we outside human races have all come and we will inevitably be taken over in large numbers, thus falling into a situation of internal fighting. It is feared that this place is soon feared to be in a great turmoil. Chen Yi smiled at his words. You say that as if they wouldn't be fighting each other without the abyssal trickster clan. In the face of the secret world's patriarchal spiritual veins and inheritance of opportunity, which power in Diqian, Dezhou, Yunmeng, and the western wasteland wouldn't fight tooth and nail for it? His voice always maintained the out-of-this-world aloofness of seeing through everything, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Seeing that Chen Yi always had this attitude, Mu Shui also didn't follow and get anxious. Okay, you're right. Mu Shui playfully nodded her head, stuffing a bite of roasted meat in her hand into her mouth and chewing on it before changing the subject. She pointed at the towering heavenly staircase not far away and said, "What's that?" "That's the treasure of opportunity that your great Zhou has found." Chen Yi nodded, and after pondering, he still explained to her, "That's an underdragon sex inheritance site. So as long as one ascends to a certain height on the heavenly ladder and passes the examination, they will be rewarded. If you're not afraid of trouble, you can go up and try." Just as he finished speaking, Mu Shui's eyes lit up, and that's a good thing. After she finished speaking, she looked at Chen Yi oddly and said suspiciously, "Why don't you go up?" Chen Yi waved his hand and casually said, "Too tired. Idle trouble." "Well, you really are still you. That tired look hasn't changed." After taunting Chen Yi for a couple of sentences, Mu Shui curiously ascended towards the heavenly ladder, while the white fox Jiang Shao Beaver was quietly lying at Chen Yi's feet, taking out a copy of the feudal god romance from somewhere and flipping through it with both paws nimbly rattling. Chen Yi lay on his rocking chair, watching with slight curiosity as Mu Shui's figure began to climb from the lowest level of the heavenly ladder. That said, there was actually some curiosity in his heart about Mu Shui's talent for cultivating immortals. To be called an immortal seedling by a holy place like Feng Xian Dao, he thought that it should not be simple. Things were indeed as Chen Yi had guessed. Mu Shui's speed was as high as it could be after ascending the heavenly ladder. So fast. Looking at the figure that became smaller and smaller as it climbed upwards, Chen Yi was shocked in his heart. This speed far exceeded the records of the crowd. Not to mention Chen Yi from before. Even Li Xianyi's speed was far inferior to hers. Chen Yi found that Mu Shui, only when she ascended a reward level such as the 100 steps, would her speed slow down slightly, and she always maintained a high-speed climbing posture for the other steps she ascended. At this rate, it wouldn't take 2 days for the other party to catch up with Li Xuanyi. I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't help but mutter in his heart, I'm not going to get Li Xianyi a competitor here. Then he activated his delusion-breaking god pupil and raised his head towards the top of the mountain peak. Okay. Looking at Li Xuanyi's position, she's just a few dozen steps short of the highest heavenly ladder step, so she shouldn't be able to catch up, or it's possible that she'll never be able to ascend this final distance. After mumbling a few words in his mind, Chen Yi withdrew his gaze. His gaze fell back on the magnificent lake falling moon. Now that the Kun Ruins world is merging, it won't be long before I'm afraid the entire world will enter the era of immortal cultivation. Should I write a new novel? Although the previous Fengxianyani and Journey to the West were classic, the level of the immortals' techniques in them was too high, and there was still some discrepancy with the Dacian world. Although the world looked at it and found it amazing, it was still too far away from the people around him, so the subsequent chi points brought to him were there, but they didn't grow fast. But the good thing is that a mosquito is still meat, and writing a book is much more of a fine line, and writing books is also one of his hobbies. In his previous life, he was a puffer who couldn't write a classic. Not necessarily to this world, he still can't write a classic. Immortal punishment, immortal rebellion, fighting, perfection, shading heaven, mortal immortality. Which of these books is not a netbook classic? Let him play it out here. And don't be afraid of the original author coming to your door. As Chen Yi's eyes turned, the idea of writing a novel surfaced once again, and this time, he was prepared to write it under his own name. Nope, it's written in his status position. The chi that could be increased by writing a book was related to his system-bound identity, so perhaps this time he was going to use the pen name of Dezhou's jail waiter to increase his chi even more, and at the same time expand Dezhou's influence. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Yi decided to just write a immortal cultivation biography. The content of the Mortal Kombat book fits better with both this and the world-setting context and resonates better with people. After deciding, he took advantage of the heat to take out a pen and paper from his storage ring and spread it on the stone table to start writing. The Legend of Mortal Immortality. Great Joe, the Book of Jin Jail Candidates. Erdnay's eyes widened as he stared straight up at the black roof made of thatch and rotten mud. Noticing Chen Yi's movement, the white fox at his feet curiously lay on the table, looking at the black words slowly dripping from the white paper, his eyes growing wider and wider. It then tugged at Chen Yi's pants leg, and suspiciously dipped its claws into the ink on the ground, writing out 5 large words in a crooked manner. You're writing a book too? Chapter 84, Divine Tree Edition. 2 women meet. Time passes slowly. Another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, Chen Yi quietly in the shade of the tree to narrate the biography of mortal cultivation of immortality. The white fox Jiang Xiaobei became the first fan of the book to follow the book. During the period, Shirmu Shui came down twice. Once threw to the white fox a reward obtained Yun Ling Dan. Said that this Dan beasts eat can enhance the spirit. On the refining of the body of the horizontal bone is also helpful. The white fox was wild with confidence when he got it and took it at the first opportunity. After that, Shirmu Shui took a short rest under the divine tree of Qi Fortune before resuming her foray into the heavenly stairs. This time, her speed was even more astonishing, causing Chen Yi to stop and watch. 6300 m, 6600 m, 7100 m. Shirmu Shui's speed was getting faster and faster, as she surpassed many figures on the heavenly ladder. First the figure at the 1,000-foot heavenly ladder, and then Li Xianzhou, the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Then there was Li Mang, then the plow heaven swordfather, and old man Hao Yu. At this time, her figure, the distance from Li Xianyi's was all just over 1,000 meters of steps away, but her speed up to this point had finally slowed down a lot. There was no fatigue to be seen, but it wasn't the same flying speed as before. In the past 2 days, Li Xianyi, who stood at the very top, was obviously also startled by Shirmu Shui below. Girl, you're going to have to speed up a bit. If you delay for a few more days, you're afraid that you'll be surpassed by that girl down there. Once she's the first to reach the top and teleport in, it's highly likely that the inheritance land here will be controlled by the other party. Listening to the old crone's voice transmission in the depths of his mind, Li Xuani's good-looking brows knitted up. That's right, with Shirmu Shui in hot pursuit, Li Xuani really felt a sense of urgency within. This inheritance site was not only about her personal cultivation path, but also about the great Zhou's foundation in this realm, and she absolutely could not afford to lose out to others. Li Xuani was silent as she gritted her teeth and lifted her spirit to ascend the ladder once again. Arriving at the 9,000 meter plus steps, this place was a world of steps, just like the steps Li Xuani was currently stepping on, and when she stood on them, her consciousness was instantly pulled into a spiritual world. This is a world of swords. As far as the eye can see, all are surrounded by the sword rain. Only by trying to break through the sword rain can we ascend to the back of a heavenly gate to obtain the benefits. And when a person is fighting with these sword rains, the smart ones can also realize some sense of the swordway from it, which is also the meaning of the inheritance set up by the heavenly ladder here. After the secret world merged with the outside world, more and more other people entered this realm in search of opportunities. Some people find some inheritance place also like the underworld Dragon Peak. In the experience of a variety of tests, have encountered the abyssal trick tribe killed by the people who took the body of many people, or scramble for heavenly treasures died in this region. The sun rises and the moon sets, and time passes quickly. Gradually the Kun Ruins world began to stir up a bloody storm. On this day, Shirmu Shui was finally blocked when she broke through a formation step, and she was never able to take a step forward by any means. After holding out for a long time, distracted, she finally decided to go down and rest. For some reason, these days she felt that every time she encountered a difficult problem, as long as she returned to the tree by the lake in the valley of the underworld to rest for a while, she could gain a lot of inspiration to break through, and even her cultivation level was dawdling. It was as if her luck had changed. This kind of magical thing, when she brought it to share with Chen Yi just smiled lightly and said that it was something she had overthought. It is said that God helps those who help themselves, and she was able to gain the realization that she had worked hard and perhaps moved God to help her. Shirmu Shui felt that Chen Yi was talking nonsense, but she couldn't find any evidence. Chen Yi of course knew that this was the effect of the Qiluk divine tree's projection. He looked at Li Xuani, who was nearing the mountain peak in the clouds, and was slightly anxious in his heart. Oh my princess, when will you come down and rest too? Or I can't even help you if I want to. If this drags on any longer, I'm afraid you'll really be surpassed by this girl Shirmu Shui. Chen Yi naturally didn't want to favor one over the other. In his opinion, Li Xianyi and Shirmu Shui were both very good to him. Both of them he didn't want to let go, especially since Li Xianyi had been taking care of him since his humble beginnings. He wanted to return the favor as much as he could. Unfortunately, the woman was born into the royal family with too much on her back, and her nature was a little too strong. Shen Yi looked at Shi Shue's walking down figure, shook his head and then withdrew his gaze, continuing to write mortal cultivation of immortality under the stone table. At this time, Li Xianyi had similarly encountered a difficult situation. A flash of anxiety appeared on her jade face. The woman below was getting closer and closer to her, while she was trapped here and had difficulty advancing. Li Xianyi habitually lowered his head to try to check on his opponent's progress. Ha! This woman went down to Chen Yi's again. It seems like every time she spends a little time there in the Valley of the Shadow she makes a quick breakthrough. A trace of doubt flooded Li Xuanyi's eyes. This time she finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and decided to go down and make contact with this person. There's no progress to be made if you're stuck here all the time anyway, so let's just take a break. With a movement of his mind, Li Xuanyi's figure finally stepped down from the heavenly ladder. In the valley, Shen Yi was sitting under a tree writing a book, and the white fox was lying on the table watching. Shi Shui, on the other hand, was sitting on the side mumbling about some of the tests she encountered while breaking through the barrier. Tada! Just then, with the sound of a crisp footstep, Shen Yi looked up to see Li Xuanyi's approaching figure and took the initiative to smile. Your Highness the Princess has come down. Well, what are you doing? Shen Yi pushed the pages of the book under his hand slightly forward and explained. Write a book. Mortal combat. Hearing about writing a book, Li Xianyi's eyes lit up. Oh, another one of your master's books? Shen Yi shook his head and explained with a light smile. No, this time I wrote it myself. Your Highness is interested, why don't you take a look under this tree? He tried to invite the other party, wanting Li Xianyi to stay under this tree for a little longer. Unfortunately, Li Xianyi had no intention of reading the book at this time, and became even more interested after hearing that it was written by Chen Yi himself. Still, she nodded politely and came to the desk to look through it twice. The story is well written, easy to understand, and a good-looking book of words. She commented briefly and then placed her gaze on Shi Shui, who was on the side. Shen Yi, who is this girl? I see that she is also breaking through the heavenly stairs. You don't introduce her. The words were crisp and cold, and when her sight faintly fell on Shi Shui, she met her gaze with Shi Shui's, and instantly an invisible crossfire collided in the void between the two of them. Shi Shui also somehow had a different image from her previous big-headedness when she saw Li Xianyi. She slowly stood up, a cold and elegant goddess-like fairy aura emanating from her. My name is Shi Shui. Meet Princess de Zhou. Without waiting for Chen Yi to introduce him, Shi Shui stood up and took the initiative to speak, her voice revealing a faint confidence. Shi Shui. Li Xuanyi's mouth repeated a sentence as she seemed to remember something. Her gaze then turned cold. You are the immortal sapling of the Feng Xian Dao. Shi Shui? Chapter 85. She likes you. It's true. Shi Shui nodded gently. Exactly. When Li Xianyi heard this, his face changed and his expression appeared even colder. This place of inheritance was discovered by my great Zhou, and the Feng Xian Dao is hostile to my great Zhou. So you as a sacred immortal sapling running here are trying to compete with my great Zhou? Facing Li Xuanyi's questioning, Shi Shui's aura was not subdued. First, it's fine that I'm from the Feng Xian Dao, but I, Shi Shui, do not represent the Feng Xian Dao, so there's no need for you to erect more enemies for your great Zhou. Secondly, this place chance as you first found, does not mean that it is yours. It is all Kun Ruin's realm chance who has the ability to fight. The result is since the one who has the destiny to get it. Hearing Shi Shui's non-soft response, Li Xianyi's face changed for a moment. Suddenly, the coldness in her body withdrew and she turned to a confident tone and said, very well. Good one for whoever is capable of fighting. Don't think you're acting like you've got it all figured out just because you're climbing the ladder of heaven faster these days. We won't know who wins or loses until the end. Li Xianyi was originally a dry, indecisive person, and after expressing her meaning, she put aside the fight between the two just now, and her gaze fell back onto Chen Yi. Although she hadn't agreed to the Underdragon Sect Senior's proposal for a Dao couple before, she had taken the other party's words to heart and was prepared to spend more time getting to know Chen Yi. Chen Yi, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Big Dipper realm the other day. This is an enlightenment futon I got on the heavenly ladder. I'll give it to you as a congratulatory gift. With that, Li Xianyi took out a futon from his storage space that looked somewhat like a bushel of grass and handed it to Chen Yi. Looking at the other party's eyes that were not easily questioned, Chen Yi naturally would not refuse at this point, and after receiving the futon, he returned his thanks. Then I will thank your highness for the gift. Seeing Chen Yi receive the futon, Li Xianyi nodded in satisfaction. You and I are both people who have stepped onto the immortal Dao now, so there's no need to refer to each other in status from now on. Call me Xian Yi. Chen Yi's eyes rolled. not knowing what kind of madness the other party had drawn today, but under the gaze of those starry eyes, he still arched his hand back. Good, then I will refer to you as Xianyi from now on. His voice had just landed when Mu Shui, who was on the side, also intentionally chimed in as well, taking out a jade slip from her ring and handing it to Xianyi. This is also a formation chance I got from the heavenly staircase called the 9-Spirit Formation Mountain Decision. It's for you. With that, she simply accepted the jade into Chen-Yi's hands. Chen-Yi looked at the jade slip in his hand. At this time he was a pig also gave to understand that he was afraid that he had become the object of these two women's secret exchange of words. He stood in the middle of the duo, and immediately had a feeling of being on the edge of his seat. It's true that opposites attract and opposites repel. Could it be that beautiful women standing together like to secretly compete? Chen-Yi put away the jade slip in his hand and hurriedly changed the topic. Both of you, don't keep standing. Every day on the heavenly staircase, I was under great pressure. Now that I've come down, I might as well take a good rest under this tree. Mu Shui listened to Chen-Yi's words and nodded silently, sitting down very naturally. However, after seeing Mu Shui intentionally gifting the jade slip to Chen-Yi to his face, Li Xuanyi's mouth silently sneered, seemingly not placing this little girl-like provocation of the other party in his eyes. She actually sat herself down. Time passed slowly in a subtle atmosphere. Chen-Yi initially felt that the atmosphere between the several people was a bit awkward, and at the back of the room, he also relied on the tube. ********. Love it. Can't it be that old me? Avoid immortal ancestor. Still has to come to serve and accommodate you two little girlies. Holding on to this thought, Chen-Yi suddenly felt his body was much more relaxed. He took it upon himself to begin narrating the Mortal Kombat biography on his desk. In the slow passage of time, Mu Shui had previous experience. She sat under the tree and did not do anything else, but just silently realized what seemed to be. Then Li Xianyi quickly noticed the abnormality as well. It was she who sat under this tree and after a long time felt relaxed. Her Dao Qi was clear, and even her own enlightenment seemed to have been energized. At first, she thought it was an illusion of being tired for a long time, but when she thought back to the doubts she had just encountered on the heavenly ladder, countless wonderful truths and great avenues of inspiration burst out of her mind like a wellspring. Li Xuanyi opened her eyes in shock as she first surveyed Chen-Yi, who was blandly writing a book, and then looked at Mu Shui. Seeing that the other party seemed to be grasping at straws to comprehend something, Mu Shui instantly understood everything in her mind. So that's how it is. There's actually this kind of chance creation under this tree. Humph. It seems like your talent isn't really that unbelievable. After noticing that she knew the truth, Li Xianyi's heart was invigorated, and she quickly seized the inspiration in her heart to refer to the difficulties of breaking through on the heavenly ladder. An hour later, Li Xuanyi was the first to get up. I'm going to keep breaking in. After leaving behind a sentence, her figure was suddenly like an arrow leaving Xian, and she couldn't wait to rush directly towards the very top of the heavenly ladder. One good thing about this heavenly ladder is that for those who have already passed the barrier, there is no restriction on climbing it again. Soon, Li Xianyi's figure reascended the previous barrier steps and quickly broke through in a short period of time, continuing to climb upwards. Only after Li Xianyi left did Mu Shui slowly open her eyes and let out a light breath from her mouth. When Chen-Yi saw the other party waking up, he suddenly opened his mouth. What was going on just now? Why do I see you deliberately targeting Li Xuanyi? Facing Chen-Yi's question, Mu Shui laughed twice. Don't you think that's what makes it fun? With this one sentence that half seemed like an explanation, Chen-Yi didn't understand what she was really thinking. Seemingly seeing that Chen-Yi's eyes were puzzled, Mu Shui's eyes rolled over Chen-Yi's body, and she suddenly threw out a thunderous sentence. Chen-Yi, I think this princess of Great Zhou might like you. Do you like her? Chen-Yi stared blankly at Mu Shui. How can that be? You're overthinking it. To be honest, he had really thought about this when Mu Shui's words came out. It's not possible to say that I like it, but I'm afraid it's not true to say that I'm not impressed. After all, as far as Li Xianyi's posture is concerned, a man who is not horny is not a normal man. However, he felt that a person like Li Xuanyi shouldn't think about children's love, so he never thought about it that way. Seeing Chen-Yi's pondering eyes, Mu Shui gave a cheeky smile. Avoidance is acquiescence. So, after saying that, she gently walked to Chen-Yi's front and patted his shoulder, pretending to be serious and said, Chen-Yi, I like you too. What is this messing with? Chen-Yi looked at the quirky Mu Shui and thought with confusion in his heart. Mu Shui looked at Chen-Yi being confused by himself and suddenly snorted a laugh before her body turned around and continued to break into the heavenly stairs. What the hell? Chen-Yi shook his head, somewhat speechless by this girl. Just then, he felt a tug on his pant leg. Chen-Yi looked down and realized that the white fox was using its claws to tug at itself while using its feet to scratch and point at the crooked handwriting on the ground. She's telling the truth. Chen-Yi looked at the white fox with wide eyes, thinking to himself, you've come to join in the fun. This is not over, only to see the white fox mimicking fox eyes. Smiling on the ground continued to write, I also like you. Asterisk 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 off. Shenny straddled the fox away with a kick, his eyes looking at the figure on the celestial ladder, the corners of his mouth gently raised. Chapter 86, Breaking Through Earth Immortal. Spiritual Immortal Rhythm. Bang, bang. The sound of an axe dropping in system space. Life expectancy plus 15. Dao Xing plus 362. Defense plus 30. Agility plus 31. Spirit plus 30. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. In this half a month, no one else had been coming here from this side of the falling moon lake, and even the astral realm expert who had originally gone back to notify Great Joe had somehow not been able to lead Great Joe's experts to rush over. Shenny guessed that the other party might have met an enemy on the way and had an accident, or the Great Joe team had been delayed by something. In any case, he had come to this inheritance site of the fallen moon lake for more than a month. During that time, aside from the two gazer snake venerables who were controlled by the Abyssal Dial clan, it was Shirmu Shuen White Fox who found this place. This rare period of calmness had in turn allowed his strength to rapidly break through in the serenity. Ever since Li Xianyi discovered the wonderful use of the Qi Fortune Divine Tree projection, from now on, they would all call it the Qi Fortune Divine Tree. Whenever he encountered a difficult situation on the heavenly ladder, he would come here to meditate and realize his inspiration. And she finally managed to ascend to the top step of the heavenly ladder 2 days ago to be teleported into the inheritance land to disappear. Shirmu Shui was still more than 10 steps away from the very top of the heavenly ladder. But she was conversely not in a hurry after Li Xianyi entered the inheritance land, as if she didn't have any great attachment to this inheritance. Before Shirmu Shui entered the inheritance land, Li Meng and old ancestor Hao Yu and the others were reminded by Li Xianyi that they had once come under the divine tree of Qi Fortune in the Valley of the Pale, but they had not gained a great deal of enlightenment. After some research, Shenny discovered another effect of the divine tree of Qi projection, which was that the other party needed to be recognized by his own subconscious mind in order to enjoy the bonus of Qi shelter. If one does not agree, then it is an ordinary tree, and no one will be able to enjoy the facilities under the divine tree of Qi. Host, Shenny 19 of 6810. Identity, Level 3 Qi Luck, 2815/100000. De Zhouzhen Jail Waiter. Realm, Void Immortal Realm. Second level. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 18th level 330/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 8600/10. 000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 100 out of 10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 5792. Power, 3000. Defense, 2980. Agility, 2895. Spirit, 3000. Accumulated 5. 792 years of Taoism. Shenny looked at the attribute panel in front of him and nodded with a satisfied expression. During this period of time, the young fruits on the Qi Luck divine tree had yet to grow, and the biggest harvest of this half-month was all this accumulated Dao, close to 6,000 years of Dao. Will I use it to break through the realm, or cultivate the heavenly book of Qi Luck? The heavenly book of Qi has not been added since his initiation. Not that he didn't want to add it, but he was too insecure. So all of his main Dao skills were used to break through the cultivation realm. After a slight hesitation, Shenny still decided to use these Dao lines to break through the Earth Immortal realm. Only the strength of his cultivation could bring him the backbone to traverse the world. Thoughts fall. Shenny instructed the white fox by his side. I'll go around the falling moon lake. You stay here and guard the home. After saying that, he flew towards the falling moon lake away from under Dragon Peak. This time when he broke through to Earth Immortal, he felt that the commotion would not be too small. Shenny Fei traveled for a few moments before arriving at an isolated island more than 6,000 miles away from the underworld Dragon Peak. The aura of this place was not as dense as the vicinity of the underworld Dragon Peak, but it wasn't too far off. Dawn Guard, add some. After getting ready, Shenny directly invested 4,000 years of Dao into the back of the Xian Ice Immortal Scripture in one go. Boom! With the addition of the Dao, familiar sounds of the Dao resounded in Chen Yi's mind, and in the underworld he felt that there was a supreme immortal Dao powerhouse who practiced the Xian Ice Immortal Scripture, preaching incessantly in his ears, dissecting to him every process of the breakthrough of a void immortal's cultivation to that of an earth immortal. 1 year, 100 years, 1,000 years. Chen Yi's mind was pulled into a non-thinking spacetime. There is no concept of time and space here. Time seems to be stagnant. Space seems eternal. Only the sound of the sermon in the underworld floats and lingers in space, unceasingly, A moment of eternity describes such an experience. In this kind of enlightenment, Shen Yi more profoundly felt the connection between himself and the rules of water between heaven and earth. When he was in the void immortal realm, he was only initially refining and sensing a trace of the power of the rules of water. But at this moment, with the breakthrough of the Taoing guiding the Xian Ice immortal scripture, he felt his understanding of the rules of water deepen, and the power of the rules of water in his body was gradually growing. The flow and change of the rules of water and the interactions of the other rules of power between heaven and earth and the collision of the spells. Xian Bing Xian Jing 18th, 19th, 20th floor. In the outside world, with the breakthrough of Chun Yi's Gong method, the surrounding spiritual qi of the heaven and earth suddenly seemed like it had encountered a CI, and the spiritual qi of the four directions and eight poles of the heaven and earth were crazily pumped out and converged. Shen Yi was at that moment the eye of the sea and the sea of spiritual qi, and the amount of spiritual qi from the heavenly sea was introduced into his body, crazily pushing the upsurge of spiritual power in his body. Void immortal realm 3 heavens, 4 heavens, 10 heavens, almost within half an hour. The aura near this piece of falling moon lake was drained by him in one go, and his cultivation finally clashed with the last barrier of the void immortal realm perfection. Bang! With that, a thick bottleneck blocking his heels was broken through. Shen Yi had finally arrived at the Earth Immortal 1 realm. Phew! Earth Immortal 1. Shen Yi Yuan Shen gently leaped from the body, jumped out, and immediately felt that the rules of water in heaven and earth and his incomparable fit closely. And then there is no virtual immortal realm when the kind of if the feeling of separation. At this time, if he were to perform another attack, he would hardly need any spells, and would be able to mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy to suppress the other party just by his wonderful use of the rules of water. Because at this time he realized that the spiritual energy in his body seemed to carry a special immortal charm. This immortal charm was an ineffable trait that allowed the spiritual energy within Chen Yi's body to become more natural and fluid in its interaction with the rules of heaven and earth. For example, in the past, when he used his spiritual energy to cast spells in the void immortal realm, he might need to spend a certain amount of energy to guide and control his spiritual energy, whereas now the spiritual energy in his body seemed to have its own consciousness, and he was able to more naturally follow his own intentions in casting spells, and the effect would be more significant. This is the Earth Immortal realm, the creation of the heavens and earth in this realm, and the comprehension of rules is truly not comparable to the void immortal realm. Noticing the changes within his body, Shen Yi sighed with delight. Cultivation of immortality for so long. At this moment he really feel a real immortal charm. Understand the origin of the term Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal realm spirit power already has immortal rhythm. Then what realm is above Earth Immortal? Heavenly Immortal? Or True Immortal? Or a different designation? Breaking through to Earth Immortal, Shen Yi was incomparably relaxed. He felt that he finally had the backbone to face the world head-on, and in his heart, he could not contain himself as he began to think freely about the realm above Earth Immortal. Intuition told Chen Yi that if that Earth Immortal old ancestor of the Feng Xian Dao were to fight with him at this time, even if he just didn't perform the Dharma heavenly ability and use the Taishu sword skill, he would be certain to defeat the other party within half a day. Falling Moon Lake is boundless with water and sky, just like a huge mirror spreading between heaven and earth, as if it wants to take the whole world into its arms. But at this moment, it was because the aura that he had swallowed from his breakthrough had caused a huge ripple. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chun Yi's mouth lifted lightly, his heart incomparably pleased and calm. Finally, a breakthrough. Earth Immortal Realm. A domain is called an ancestor and lives for 10,000 years. Next there are 792 years of Taoism left to enroll in the Qi Fortune technique. Chapter 87 Upgraded version of Qi Luck Plunder. Fellow Daoist, please stay. With a thought, Shen Yi quickly bet the rest of his Dao behind the Heavenly Book of Qi Luck, as the progress becomes Heavenly Book of Luck. Human Fortune Volume 1892-10-000 inch. Time seemed to have passed for a very long time, and an arcana of Qi Fortune tumbled in Chen Yi's mind, allowing him to gradually gain many new insights into the way of Qi Fortune. And he felt that Qi Fortune was actually a force of rules. It was only that this kind of rule power was much more profound and illusory than rules like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. So even with his current cultivation at the Earth Immortal Realm and 3,000 spiritual power, it was difficult to comprehend. However, these 792 years of Taoism hadn't been wasted, and this time, the additional points had allowed Shen Yi to realize a secret upgrade technique in the Heavenly Book of Qi Luck. In the volume of Human Fortune, Shen Yi had realized a secret technique of upgrading Qi plundering. That is, through the intersection of both parties' destinies in the underworld, he could plunder the other party's Qi by simply making contact with their bodies. The advantage of this secret technique was that there was no need to kill the opponent, while the disadvantage was that only a small amount of Qi could be plundered at a time. After a long time, his eyes slowly opened, a wisp of nothingness like gray aura in the depths of his pupils, interweaving out a dense web of destiny, and all the humanoid beings Chen Yi had seen in his memories seemed to have formed into tiny spiders that resided on top of the nodes of this Qi weaving web. Phew! Chen Yi let out a deep breath, and the dissimilarity in his eyes reverted back to a state of deep calm. Qi looting, plundering the opponent's qi without killing. What a domineering qi heavenly book. It's worthy of being the book of the way of becoming, which is held in the highest regard by me. In the future, as long as he ran into someone he didn't like, he just had to say, "Please stay, my friend," and then gently tap him on the shoulder to drain the other person's qi. Just a few more times. I'm afraid the otherworldly version of Shingongbao is here. Chen Yi muttered some sighs out of his mouth. Host, Chen Yi 19/118110. Identity, Level 3 Qiluk, 2815/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 1. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 21st Level 330/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 8600/10. 000. Shi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Volume, 1892-10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 0. Power, 3000. Defense, 2980. Agility, 2895. Spirit, 3000. Looking at the latest attribute panel in front of him, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction before quickly getting up to leave the place. The commotion of him breaking through to Earth immortality here just now was not small, and would likely draw the attention of the surrounding beings. With a single movement of his body, Chen Yi quickly disappeared in the void. A few moments later, his figure reappeared over the falling moon lake. Back in the Valley of Seclusion, White Fox was still sitting on the stone table flipping through the feudal god's acts, and Shermu Shui was still assessing the last few steps of the heavenly stairs. As for Li Mang and the others who stayed on the stone steps of the heavenly ladder at a height of around 500 feet, they had not advanced half a step for 7 or 8 days, and if there were no accidents their final distance on the heavenly ladder would have stopped here. Unsurprisingly for Chen Yi, the commotion from his previous breakthrough would most likely find coordinates for those looking for opportunities around him. By the afternoon, the far side of the Moonfall Lake finally flew a group of new figures, the leader of which is still Chen Yi's acquaintance. It is the once with him had a fight with the talented young man Baju, now become the great Zhou Batian God General. The latter too in the imperial court also had a few interactions, is considered to be more familiar with the relationship. However, this innate pure yang body fire spiritual root of the genius of the young man, after half a year of training obviously also got a lot of chance, has the cultivation of the near metamorphosis of the perfect. Behind him is a Li family secret cultivation of 30 people clear metamorphosis masters. Each body reveals an extraordinary breath. The bastard tiger figure quickly flew before the heavenly ladder. He observed the figures on the ladder and frowned lightly, then came before Chen Yi. He looked at Chen Yi with a slightly complicated gaze, arching his hand and saying, "Brother Chen, I received a summons from His Highness's people earlier to rush here to obtain the inheritance, but I was delayed here due to the fact that I encountered Gui clan figures who got tangled and lost along the way. I don't know if there's anything to be aware of when climbing this heavenly ladder?" In the face of Bahu's inquiry, Chen Yi's eyes glanced around behind him, and after seeing that he didn't see the Big Dipper realm expert who had gone back to send a message earlier, his heart was clear. After slightly contemplating for a moment, Chen Yi told the other party some of the matters of experience in breaking through the barrier, and after Beiji Tiger nodded his head upon learning of this, he wanted to turn around and lead the group to climb the heavenly ladder. But right at this moment, Chen Yi suddenly called out to the other party, "Wait." After saying that, Chen Yi took 2 steps forward to the other party's body and reached out to give Beiji Tiger a light tap on his shoulder. "There's a little bug on your shoulder." Ha! When his hand touched the Baha Tiger's shoulder, his Chi Luck secret technique had already been quietly cast. "You've used the secret of luck to plunder 10 years of Chen Baxian's luck." Seeing the system reminder, Chen Yi's eyes slightly lit up. It could really be so. The bastard tiger glanced down at Chen Yi's arm that had landed on his shoulder, and with a slight nod of his head, he continued walking towards the heavenly ladder. "Brother Baju, when you run into a quandary you might want to come sit under my tree and relax. You might be able to get some good inspiration." Looking at Bully Tiger's back as he walked away, Chen Yi didn't forget to remind him, counting it as a compliment to the other party's plundering of their chi just now. Strangely enough, not long after the crowd ascended the heavenly ladder on the Big Monday, the Lake of the Falling Moon once again ushered in a number of people who had found this place one after another. Many people, when they saw the silhouettes on that examination heavenly ladder at Underdragon Peak, guessed that there might be opportunities hidden in it after just a little contemplation, so they followed suit and ascended the heavenly ladder. This ascent was soon followed by the knowledge of the chances of this place, and so in just half a day's time, there were already 100 or 10 more unfamiliar figures on the heavenly ladder. At first, Great Joe thought about stopping these people, but after seeing more and more figures rushing over, they rested that thought. Anyway, a few days ago, Li Xianyi had already entered the interior of Under Dragon Peak a few days ago. They planned everything to wait until Li Xianyi came out. As for Chen Yi, he also did not have the slightest idea of stopping this scene. He just leisurely laid back in his rocking chair and silently observed the people with his delusion-breaking god pupil. Time continues to be pushed back. By the second day, the third day, after the news spread, more and more human cultivators rushed to this place. Among these people, there were those from Great Zhou as well as Yunmeng in the Western Wasteland, and there were even one or two masked and hidden abyssal guile clans among them hiding among the crowd. Once more people, the competition is naturally more. At this time, as only everyone just came here are still participating in the Heaven Ladder examination to compete for the opportunity. But once you wait for some people to stop is when the fighting starts. Chen Yi had a feeling that a storm was about to erupt here, but he was not panicked in the slightest, now that his earthy mortal cultivation had finally given him the backbone and urge to strike. Even sometimes he thought to himself, fight, fight, the harder you fight, the more luck I get. Chapter 88, The Wind Rises from the Heavenly Stairs. The Coffin Bearer. This would add more chi nutrients to his chi fruit. Time slipped by without realizing it. The next day, yesterday, the first to climb to this group of people, has ascended to the height of 500 or 600 feet of the heavenly ladder. But there are many here whose talent is limited only by this, and so they have already set their sights on the positions of those who have climbed higher after fruitless attempts. Since they couldn't fight on the heavenly ladder, these people decided to guard the bottom of the ladder after observing for a while, ready to wait for the chance to hunt those higher up. After these people came down, Chen Yi's secluded valley naturally became the best place for them to land. No, Chen Yi had originally stayed underneath the divine tree of Chi Luck, quietly grinding his purple cloud sword embryo, a withered old man dressed in a crude animal skin tunic, the corners of which were worn unevenly and stained with a little dried blood, walked towards him coldly and sternly. He exuded a wild and dangerous aura. His face was like a deadwood that had been mercilessly carved by the winds and frosts of the years. His skin showed a dry and cracked dark brown color, but a pair of eyes in the deep-set eye sockets flickered with a deep and stern light, like two sparks that burned in the darkness, penetrating with an unknown ruthlessness and cunningness. Chen Yi was able to conclude that this person should come from the Western Wasteland just by looking at his attire. As his eyes gazed at Chen Yi, most of the gray turbid chi above his head had already turned a deep red color. So hostile to me. It's a pity that it's also just a mere middle-ranked cultivator of the Big Dipper realm. Just as well as an appetizer before the great chaos. Chen Yi sneered in his heart, his face not grinding for a sound. Today he intentionally hid his cultivation at the metamorphosis realm, and just sharpened his sword here was to see which baiting fools he could lure to add to his chi. Kid, I am the withered wood evil man of the Western Wasteland. Now that I see that this silver white stick in your hand is good, if you have the sense to hand it over to the old man, I will give you a chance to follow the old man around. The voice of the self-proclaimed deadwood evil man grimly entered Chen Yi's ears. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi laughed. Then he casually picked up the purple cloud sword embryo in his hand, making a show of handing it to the other party, and reminded, "Yeah, but this stick of mine is a bit heavy, so senior can hold it well." With that, he gently sent the purple cloud sword embryo forward. Seeing the silver-white sword embryo pointing at him, the withered wood villain's eyes smiled grimly. Then he immediately urged the spiritual energy within his body to spread throughout his palms and carefully grabbed towards the sword embryo. Just as the palm of his hand was about to grip the sword embryo, he suddenly felt that he had grabbed his shadow, while the real silver-white sword embryo had easily pierced through his forehead and brow. A splash of blood came out as the Taishu sword chi entered the body, instantly churning the inside of the opponent's head and the sea of consciousness into a paste. Soon, the pupils of the deadwood evil man spread violently in disorientation, and then his powerless body fell to the ground. A Big Dipper realm expert had been cut down by Chen Yi so silently. You killed the deadwood villain and plundered 600 years of luck. Looking at the handwriting that appeared in front of him, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth gently curled. 600 years of chi is not bad. Saying that, with a thought, the purple cloud sword embryo flew around in a circle to revert back to his hand. Chen Yi gripped the position of the sword hilt in his hand and gently shook it off twice. A few points of scarlet blood beads rolled down from the body of the sword. The purple cloud sword embryo quickly reverted back to its all-silver white color. Chen Yi took the purple cloud sword embryo and ignored the few people in front of him who were looking at him with guarded and greedy eyes. Before resuming his grinding on the chaos magic stone, the wariness was the shock of Chen Yi's strength to kill the deadwood villain in a second with a single sword, and the greed was the greed for the purple cloud sword. After all, in their opinion, Chen Yi's body was clearly the cultivation of the transformation mortal realm, and judging by the fluctuation of the spiritual energy in which he had struck out, it really didn't seem like a person who was hiding his cultivation. Thus it could only be explained that the sword in his hand was incredibly powerful. Swish, swish, the regular sound of sharpening swords rang out in the valley, while the corpse of the great and famous Deadwood villain on the ground was like a silent warning. The white fox quietly squatted at Chen Yi's feet and continued to read, as if it wasn't the least bit shocked by Chen Yi's murder. Just as those few people guarding the bottom of the celestial ladder were hesitating whether or not to make a move against Chen Yi, suddenly the sound of a fast-flying breaking sound came from the sky once again. A few people looked up and saw a person covered in a black cloak carrying a huge bronze ancient coffin over 10 feet long on his back, rapidly flying towards the direction of the Valley of the Ghosts. It's him, the coffin carrier has appeared. Rumor has it that during this period of time, whenever there is a dead body at the immortal Dao realm in the Kun Ruins mysterious realm, a coffin carrier will inevitably appear. The low murmurs of several people below the heavenly ladder were easily captured by Chen Yi's ears. He looked suspiciously at the rapidly approaching figure, and his pupils shrunk slightly. Why does this person's figure look so familiar? Isn't that the black-robed monster he traded with? Only now the other party has an additional bronze ancient coffin on his back. Well, the cultivation level has also broken through to the cave immortal realm. Really not shallow destiny to where can run into the sky. Thinking about the two before things, Chen Yi slowly got up, smiled in the face of the black-robed monster that came to him. The black-robed monster came to the Valley of the Ghosts, his eyes quickly locking onto the corpse on the ground for a couple of moments, nodded, and then gazed at Chen Yi with eyes that were somewhat dumbfounded. "It's you, boy," a familiar raspy voice rang out, and the black-robed monster exclaimed with the same surprise. How could he seemingly not expect that the little guy who had begged him for martial arts secrets in a mass grave more than half a year ago would turn into a fellow immortal cultivator of the mortal transformation realm standing right in front of him in the blink of an eye? What kind of cultivation speed is this? What kind of demon is this? The black-robed man looked at Chen Yi in shock, unable to calm down inside, and then his face added more complexity and oddity when he looked at the corpses at Chen Yi's feet. "Did you kill this guy?" Chen Yi nodded as a response. The black-robed monster walked over to the corpse of the Deadwood evil man and examined it, discussing the old rules. "How about handing this corpse over to me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi smiled faintly. He stepped forward and bent down to lift the corpse on the ground to hand it over to the other party, explaining, "This corpse will be gifted to Senior, as a way of repaying the favor of your previous help." In the end, although his previous deal with the black-robed monster was explicit, it was ultimately him who took advantage of it. Chen Yi wasn't an ungrateful person, so the corpse of a mere 4th-level realm was given casually. The black-robed monster didn't try to be polite when he heard Chen Yi's words. His eyes turned down and nodded gently, as if recognizing his words, and then he lifted the body and threw it towards the bronze coffin behind him. As the corpse approached the ancient coffin, it was sucked in by the transparent fluctuations as if it had entered the water-moon cave. Chen Yi saw the bodies under the other party's men, and at this time curiously said, "Senior, you and I have been friends for a long time, and today we have the chance to meet again here, and I have never formally asked how to address you." The black-robed monster hesitated for a moment after hearing Chen Yi's words, then slowly said, "Today you have already casted the spirit root of cultivating immortality is also considered to be a fellow immortal cultivator. You will address me as Corpse Immortal in the future, and refer to each other as Taoist friends." Corpse Fairy. Chen Yi's mouth smacked the significance of the name, and his eyes turned as if he thought of something suddenly proposed. "Since fellow Taoist Corpse Immortal has arrived here, I wonder if there's any interest in us continuing to work together for a big hand?" Chapter 89, Killing opens. Chi luck soars. "Since fellow Taoist Corpse Immortal has arrived here, I wonder if there's any interest in us continuing to work together for a big hand?" As soon as he spoke, the Corpse Immortal looked at Chen Yi in surprise. As the saying goes, when a scholar parted for 3 days he should look at his eyes. Today Chen Yi gave him such a feeling. He felt that Chen Yi always had an inexplicable calmness and composure when he spoke, as if he possessed some sufficient backbone in his body. This kind of feeling was something he had generally only seen in those old ancestors who had suppressed a land. "How do you want to cooperate?" The Corpse Immortal's face fluctuated, then asked with slight curiosity. Chen Yi smiled faintly at his words as he raised his head to observe the surrounding that had developed hostility towards him coldly. "Simple. It's nothing more than the old rules of trading with corpses, as far as trading things." When he said that, he mused, "Let's use the corpses of these people in exchange for you, Taoist, promising me 3 things, when letting these things won't go against how you cultivate." The Corpse Immortal gazed at Chen Yi's face as he listened to his words and nodded his head in agreement after a moment of thought. Speaking of which, although he had just arrived here, he also looked at the tense atmosphere of this place, and he was also curious about Chen Yi, a mortification realm cultivator. What exactly is the backbone to say such rampant words? Just as the two of them were discussing, not far away, Some of the immortal cultivators who were originally jealous of the Bat Coffin Man's reputation seem to have jointly discussed a unified opinion at this time. Sure enough, at that moment, 3 fourth grade astral realm cultivators dressed in the white clothes of the Great Snowy Mountain Sacred Temple walked over in unison. They first came in front of the corpse immortal. A fat man of the cave heaven realm arched his hands and cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Daoist coffin carrier, we are the people of the sacred temple of the Great Snowy Mountain of Yunmeng. This person killed our friend, and now we want to find him to seek justice. I don't know if seniors can step back to the side not to dare to." The corpse immortal did not give an answer to the other party's words as he turned his head to look at Chen Yi. Chen Yi nodded slightly at him in greeting. It was then that the corpse fairy got up and stepped aside. "Kid, hand over that treasure in your hand as compensation. Perhaps we can spare your life." Without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Chen Yi took the lead and impatiently interrupted. "Nonsense need not be spoken. Isn't it just coveting the precious sword in my hand? If you are not afraid of death, come up." In the past, his cultivation level was low, so Chen Yi never got into trouble. But now that he had already achieved the Earth Immortal Realm, he was already considered to be standing at the top of the Kun Ruins Immortal Cultivation Realm, and in the face of someone who had deliberately messed with his door, he naturally wouldn't choose to continue to tolerate it. And looking at the current situation under the sky ladder, he couldn't hold back. Unless he retreated with White Fox, a melee was afraid to be inevitable. In that case, he might as well take the initiative and harvest more chi to speed up the growth of the chi fruits. It just so happened that he was now in dire need of immortal cultivation techniques above the Earth Immortal to see if the fruit of luck would fall down this time. Before Chen Yi's words had even landed, these thoughts had already flashed rapidly through his mind. As for that Great Snow Mountain's cave immortal realm, the expert smiled coldly after hearing that. Rampant, a tiny mortal transformation realm cultivator relying on a powerful spirit weapon also dares to show off in front of me. Let's see how much you've got next. After the other party finished speaking, an icy cold spiritual intent emanated from his body and quickly covered Chen Yi. The flowers, plants and trees around Chen Yi were instantly covered by a layer of ice and snow, and the spiritual chi above the falling moon lake instantly shook, and Chen Yi felt his body ushering in a huge attraction, as if he was about to be swallowed by a black hole. This was the other party's attack to try and pull Chen Yi into his cave world. In the face of this move, Chen Yi shook his head calmly, his eyes filled with a sense of disdain and contempt. "Die!" The icy voice fell, only to see Chen Yi casually pointing his hand. The purple cloud immortal sword in his hand was like lightning, and immediately pierced through the gap in the spiritual defense in front of the other party's body with a sword through the brain. Bang! An instantaneous crunching sound rang out, and a black hole was instantly pierced through the forehead of a cave immortal realm expert. "You killed Tai Liao Yuan and plundered 500 years of luck." Seeing the familiar handwriting in front of him, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. It's true that a horse without night grass is not fat, a man without horizontal wealth is not rich. Really want to quickly rise in luck, or need to kill more cultivation experts? A third-grade cave immortal had brought him 500 years of chi, and with the 600 years of chi he had gotten from beheading the Deadwood evil man earlier, it was 100 years of chi in the blink of an eye. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to go up to full level 3 chi. Thinking of this, the blood in Chen Yi's chest began to boil. "Now that you've done it, let's kill them all." With a thought, the purple cloud sword embryo once again pierced through the void, instantly killing the 2 remaining Big Snow Mountain Sacred Temple's Big Dipper realm experts who hadn't yet reacted with another blow. But, you've killed so many people. You've plundered 600 years of luck. You killed Luo Xiaoyun and plundered 1000 years of luck. Chen Yi's gaze flickered as the purple cloud sword embryo flew back into his hand. He ignored the corpse immortal who was looking at him in surprise, and instead gazed at the panel in front of him. Host, Chen Yi 19/11810. Status, Level 3 Chi Luck, 6515/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 1. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 21st Level 330/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 8600/10. 000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Volume, 1892-10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 0. Power, 3000. Defense, 2980. Agility, 2895. Spirit, 3000. Great Hall. Chen Yi's heart stirred, and his consciousness quietly entered the system space. And sure enough, he saw that the green-colored chi that shrouded the divine tree of chi had become much thicker. under a dense wisp of chi transported. Chen Yi clearly felt that the 6 chi fruits borne on the tree were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's not enough. It needs at least a few more tens of thousands of chi to be enough to catalyze the ripening until the fruit falls. Chen Yi muttered a word before his consciousness quickly retreated to regain control of his body. From the conversation to the completion of the kill, it was slow but almost instantaneous. What exactly is your strength? The corpse immortal looked at Chen Yi with a grave expression, and his speech stuttered a bit in a rare manner. It was because he himself was a cave immortal realm person, but just now when Chen Yi struck out with his imperial sword means, the sword traveled through the void, and the trajectory was as if it had directly pierced through space. It was placed on him that he barely had any semblance of defense, unless he used the 9 earth corpses in the bronze coffin. Chen Yi sniffed and did not answer the question, just smiled calmly while urging, "I'll leave these 3 corpses to you." After saying that, his figure calmly walked towards the heavenly ladder. The abnormalities in spiritual energy caused by the handshake just now had already startled quite a few people's gazes. At this moment, it was not just the people who were originally standing at the bottom of the heavenly ladder who noticed Chen Yi. Even the great Zhou powerhouses standing above the celestial ladder noticed the abnormality below. Chapter 90, Siege. I won't hide anymore. That seems to be someone from my great Zhou having a fight with someone. When the gazes of the crowd on the celestial ladder dropped down on the walking Chen Yi, the look in everyone's eyes was different. Some of those who didn't know what had happened before looked twice and then refocused on breaking in. As for the Heavenly Sword sect, although some people recognized Chen Yi's identity, they did not seem to have any intention of intervening. In their eyes, even though their own family was allied with Great Zhou, they didn't necessarily have to go and protect Great Zhou's subjects, unless the Great Zhou royal family invited them to take action. Only the Prince of Zhou, Li Xianzhou, who stood more than 2,000 feet high on the heavenly ladder, frowned as he stared at Chen Yi's walking figure with slight hesitation, ready to strike at any time if things went wrong. He was also the only one who possessed a certain degree of deterrence under the current circumstances by harnessing the void immortal puppet. Other than that, it was the figure of Shi Mu Shui, who had been keeping an eye on Chen Yi after noticing the movement on this side of the valley. Chen Yi walked towards the heavenly ladder at this distance, although it was only a short few hundred meters, but under the delusion-breaking god pupil, he found that a slice of crimson light was rapidly lighting up in front of his eyes, and more people walked down from the heavenly ladder and surrounded towards Chen Yi. They all gazed greedily at the thick, silver-white sword embryo in Chen Yi's hand. Chen Yi slowly walked up to the crowd's encirclement and smiled coldly. "Any of you who still want to covet the treasures in my hands, all feel free to come together." Chen Yi's words set off a wave of shock. For a while, the talk was all over the place. Is this person hiding his cultivation? Or does he have something to rely on? Rampant. Since Junior is so arrogant, let this Dao learn your immortal technique. At this time, there looked but Chen Yi, a white-bearded old Taoist dressed in immortal crane-feathered clothes, came out. He stared at the sword embryos in Chen Yi's hand. His heart and liver trembled with excitement. Purple cloud immortal gold? What did he see? He actually saw a sword embryo whose entire body was cast from purple cloud immortal gold in the hands of a junior at the mortal transformation realm. Others didn't recognize it, but he had read the detailed description in the records of a lost secret scroll on Shangyun Island, and the purple cloud immortal gold was a fabled absolute treasure for refining immortal weapons. This kind of immortal gold, even if it is not smelted by a master refiner, even as long as one leaves one's divine sense imprint on it, is considered a half-step immortal weapon. This value was enough to drive an earth immortal realm ancestor crazy. Looking at the unfamiliar white-bearded Taoist with the void immortal realm in front of him, Chen Yi touched his nose and casually asked, "Who are you?" The white-bearded Taoist's chin lifted slightly as he responded proudly, "This Tao is the immortal crane Taoist of the Shangyun country, and just now I saw you down here wreaking havoc on fellow immortal cultivators based on the power of your treasures. Hereby come down to subdue the demons." His voice spoke with great righteousness, but it was hard to hide the greed in his heart. "Oh, in that case, let's do it." After saying that, Chen Yi raised his arm lightly, and the tip of the sword in his hand pointed lightly at the other people in the crowd who showed malice towards him. "And you guys, I can see the strong greed and malice in your hearts. Those who want to make a move, come together or you won't have a chance later." Seeing that Chen Yi was still so arrogant at this point in time, these people were no longer hiding and chose to stand out completely. They were really afraid that the extremely extraordinary-looking spirit sword in Chen Yi's hand would be taken away by the immortal crane Taoist. And at this moment, there were also people who secretly took out the sound transmission immortal talismans on their bodies to contact the clan behind them for assistance. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi not only did not stop it, but instead deliberately waited for them to finish their transmission. He wasn't going to hide himself by the end of the day anyway, and he couldn't wait for the other side to call for more backup to come over. If you want to engage in the next big thing, harvest the leaks at once. See that the other side is done moving. At this time, Chen Yi laughed proactively. "Gentlemen, are you ready? get ready, I'm going to do it. After saying that, the purple cloud immortal sword embryo in his hand glowed with a faint immortal light, and a surge of mana began to erupt from his body. Metamorphosis realm, Big Dipper realm, Cave Heaven realm, Void immortal realm. Boom, boom, boom. The realm aura revealed on Chunyi's body broke through again and again, one after another, and the soaring mana aura completely stirred up the surrounding aura. What? He's actually a Void immortal realm ancestor. What old monster is he impersonating? Seeing the faint water-like rule power on Chunyi's body revolving around him. At this moment, not to mention those small experts of the astral realm, even Immortal Crane Daoist, a veteran Void immortal expert, was shocked and his pupils trembled 3 times. A Void immortal realm expert, starting to understand the rules, no matter where he was placed. He was a party of ancestor-level immortal Dao powerhouses, but now the person they had found trouble with was actually a Void immortal ancestor, and it was also a Void immortal ancestor that was holding a very powerful spirit weapon. How could this be fought? Now there's trouble. Daoist Immortal Crane's brows knit tightly. He was first grave in his heart, but when his gaze landed on the long sword in Chunyi's hand, he immediately dispelled his thoughts of retreating. I can't retreat. If I miss such a treasure, I will regret it in this life. Immortal Crane Taoist firm conviction in his own heart, and then quickly give the next surrounded Chunyi's people voice save. All Taoist friends do not need to be afraid. Although this person is the realm of the Void Immortal, but the old Taoist is not bad, and now buy me out to hold the other side. Everyone together. Kid, you won't be able to get away today, so be good and surrender. Do it. Immediately after the Immortal Crane Daoist transmitted his voice, he attacked towards Chen-Yi with a fierce shout. The green silk feather transformation sword. The Immortal Crane Taoist swung the duster in his hand. A powerful sword chi came at Chen-Yi like a raging storm. Where the sword chi passed, space seemed to have been torn out with a tiny crack. Carrying the powerful power of the greenwood, the might was astonishing. Chen-Yi's eyes stared, his feet lightly clicked, and his body flickered like a ghost, instantly avoiding the Immortal Crane Daoist's attack. The immortal sword in his hand gently shook, and in an instant, an illusory sword shadow surfaced around him, like countless agile spiritual snakes, protecting him within. This was the Taishu sword shadow of the Taishu sword technique, which used emptiness as the basis to confuse the opponent with an illusory sword shadow, making it difficult for the enemy to grasp his true position. Seeing this, the surrounding Big Dipper realm and Cave Heaven realm immortals had shot out to cast a spiritual spell and the power of the Cave Heaven to converge into all sorts of attacks, some transforming into monolithic fists, some coalescing into sharp lances, and others forming raging flames, blasting towards Chen-Yi from all directions. For a time, the entire space was filled with powerful energy fluctuations, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. In the face of such a powerful siege, Chen-Yi did not panic as he softly shouted under his breath, "Enlightened sword!" The immortal sword in his hand instantly erupted with a dazzling light, and the sword shadows around the sword instantly coalesced into a substantial sword chi, wrapping his entire person in it. This was the starting stance of the Taishu sword technique and the genesis of all the moves, containing a powerful starting power that could instantly boost his defense and attack power. Immediately afterward, Chen-Yi's figure shifted, and the immortal sword in his hand slammed towards the front. A huge sword chi instantly erupted from the tip of the sword, like a huge sword pillar that ran longitudinally through the enemy in front of him. This move, Taishu sword chi, the sword chi condensed into a huge sword pillar with strong penetration and attacking power, instantly sending a heavenly cave immortal in front of him and several astral realm experts beside him flying out. That Cave Heaven realm was the first to bear the brunt. Screaming miserably, his body arced through the air. Falling heavily to the ground, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the vitality in his eyes rapidly declined. One hit. You killed Zhao Liqing and plundered 600 years of luck. You killed Kong Haoshuan and plundered 250 years of luck. You killed Fong Shanha and plundered 700 years of luck. Soon a chi luck reminder appeared before his eyes. Chen-Yi suppressed the excitement in his eyes and quickly executed the Taishu sword technique to deal with the other's attacks. Chapter 91, A Battle of Riches. Luck soars. Chen-Yi suppressed the excitement in his eyes and quickly executed the Taishu sword technique to deal with the other's attacks. What exactly is your strength? Immortal Crane Dao's body stalled in the void, fearfully wandering towards Chen-Yi. In the face of Chen-Yi's strength to kill a cave immortal and many astral realm cultivators in a few breaths, a hint of regret finally arose in his heart that he shouldn't have offended Chen-Yi so rashly. However, Chen-Yi faced his fear with an indifferent expression without the slightest pause in his hand movements. It was impossible for him to stop once he had struck, and he would not rest until he had finished killing these people who bore hostile intent towards him. The battle continues. Immortal power surged around Chen-Yi, and the sword body flowed with mysterious patterns under the urging of the power of rules, as if it contained the endless power of heaven and earth, facing the siege of Taoist immortal Crane and the many immortals of the astral and cavernous realms. His expression was calm and steady, but his eyes flashed with a sharp light, like a bright star, emanating a might that could not be underestimated. Die! The word death dripped down, and Chen Yi's figure loomed in the clouds, as if he were a death messenger walking in the void. Buffed, buffed, put. Every time a lingering immortal light flashed, a body fell down. You killed Wu Kao and plundered 1,000 years of luck. You killed the barbarian and plundered 700 years of luck. A system prompt surfaced in front of Chen Yi. His eyes were ancient and unperturbed, and all of his strikes were precise and ruthless, as if he was able to discern the weaknesses of his enemies. The Taishu sword technique was like flowing clouds in water, yet it carried endless killing opportunities, making the enemy defenseless. In the face of Chen Yi's frantic killing machine, Taoist immortal Crane also began a desperate counterattack. The power of the rules of the void immortals in the sky began to exchange blows in the void, and the sky shook with spiritual energy. The duster in Taoist immortal Crane's hand transformed into thousands of swimming dragons, killing towards him with all its might from all directions. Chen Yi's eyes were glazed over as the immortal sword in his hand shook once again, and in an instant, an illusory sword shadow flew out from the sword, quickly condensing into a complex Taishu sword formation in the air. As soon as the sword formation was formed, the surrounding Big Dipper realm and cave heaven realm immortals immediately felt a strong sense of oppression, as if they were bound by invisible shackles and their actions became sluggish. Chen Yi took advantage of the opportunity to sway his body, and the immortal sword in his hand swung once again, and a powerful sword aura flew out from the sword formation, like countless bolts of lightning, blasting towards the trapped immortals. Instantly, the trapped people were struck in a sorry state, and they flew out backwards with screams. Finally, Chen Yi's figure leapt, the immortal sword in his hand raised high, and in an instant, a powerful sword chi erupted from the sword, instantly enveloping the space around him and controlling the sword chi within the realm to attack the enemy on all fronts. Once the sword formation was out, facing the all-out attack of a void immortal battle power, the last shred of resistance from the people finally collapsed, leaving them only to let out their final screams before dying. You killed the Iron Barbarians and plundered 600 years of luck. You killed the Crane Master and plundered 3,000 years of luck. Finally, when the body of the immortal Crane Taoist who was the strongest in the arena besieging him fell at his feet, these sieges from different forces with their own agendas finally came to an end. At this moment, everyone up and down the heavenly stairs was shocked into a state of eerie silence. Only Chen Yi calmly greeted toward the corpse immortal on the side. Fellow Taoist corpse immortal, come out to collect the corpse. After he finished speaking, he collected the storage rings from the crowd as if no one else was there, then quietly walked back to the Valley of the Secrets to leisurely sit down underneath the divine tree of Chi-Luck, and began to organize the loot from this time. Host, Chen Yi 19/118110. Identity, Level 3 Chi-Luck, 21,000/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 1. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing. 21st level 330/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 8600/10. 000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Volume, 1892-10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 0. Power, 3000. Defense, 2980. Agility, 2895. Spirit, 3000. Looking at the 10,000 plus years of chi fortune that had skyrocketed in just a few moments of fighting on the panel in front of him, the corners of Chen Yi's mouth lifted up. It's still quicker to kill and take the luck. This rate of increase in chi was simply unimaginable in the past. Then, it suddenly occurred to him that with his current exposed strength, while offending the countries of Yun Meng, Western barbarians and Shang Yun, he didn't know what the great Zhou dynasty was going to think of him. Is it pulling him in to continue to elevate him to a higher position? Or is it trying to scheme for the counterintuitive chance behind his strength? Or is it making a cut with him? This really can't be said. Everyone's heart of the idea is always changing. After all, the great Zhou dynasty, if you count the openly Xuani, but there is an explicitly Earth Immortal Realm combat power. Never mind. Don't think about that stuff. Strength does not fear the heart. People's hearts and greed. In the face of just now he exposed the strength of the view. Anyone present in the face of him have to be careful to weighing how to face himself at today's critical moment. Chen Yi estimated that the great Zhou king's side might end up waiting for Li Xuani to come out before seeing. Thinking of this, his gaze continued to fall back over the panel's chakra. This time, the chi had risen to more than 20,000. So starting tomorrow, the the daily Tao drop would increase to a terrifying 1,000 years or so. What was the concept of 1,000 years of Tao lineage per day, which meant that he only needed 4 days to add up from Earth Immortal first level to Earth Immortal perfection? Even Chen Yi himself was shocked at the thought. Right now, even with the addition of the yet-to-be-perfected Great Tao breath-covering technique and the Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune, he could cultivate all of them to the point of perfection in just half a month. Thoughts. Chen Yi did not pay attention to the movement around him. His consciousness re-entered the system space, seeing that the 6 fruits on the Divine Tree of Fortune had changed from being as big as a pinky finger to the size of a green-skinned walnut. Seeing this, a smile of anticipation quickly appeared on his face. Soon, as long as there are a few more waves of battles like today, we should soon be able to harvest the chi of the ripened fruit. In fact, when he had just struck out to fight, Chen Yi had stayed back, purposely avoiding the figures that had been impersonated by the Abyssal Guile race. He guessed that those people would definitely have some plans when they arrived here, and when they did, they would definitely attract other experts of the Gue clan to come here, and then he would have another chance to kill and seize his fortune. At that time, not only the Guile clan, but also the experts behind other forces who came over to seek revenge. This thing today is just an appetizer. There are 6 fruits of luck this time, so they should be able to drop feats above Earth Immortal. After murmuring, he quietly exited the space of consciousness. At this time around the heavenly ladder, the corpse immortals were quickly packing up the corpses on the ground, while the others were avoiding to the side from afar, quietly discussing Chen Yi's strength and identity. Just then, the white fox under his feet moved, a hint of excitement bulging in its eyes, and suddenly grabbed the paw on his table and quickly wrote on it, "Chen Yi, quickly check your loot." Chapter 92 Sky Feather Ice Silkworm Clothes. Underworld Dragon Peak has an owner. You guy, your money-grubbing character still hasn't changed. Chen Yi laughed and snorted at White Fox before getting up and walking towards his stone house. These days together, he found out that apart from White Fox's love of reading and clinging to him, his other greatest characteristic was his greed for money. Whenever Chen Yi and Mu Shui acquired something, it would be eager to count and count. Soon, the figures of one person and one fox disappeared within the stone house. At this time, around the heavenly ladder, no one dared to easily wade into the boundaries of the Valley of Secrets anymore. After the battle, the valley ahead seemed to have become a forbidden area, and Mu Shui and Li Xianzhou, who were watching Chen Yi from the top of the heavenly ladder, also retracted their gazes and continued to break through the barrier. Inside the stone house, Chen Yi quickly eliminated the original owner's yuan shen imprints of the many storage rings in his hands one by one. The white fox on the side was excitedly dumping out the treasures in it, happily counting them. Ice fruit, 7-star bamboo, divine dragon grass, golden stone flower, spirit feather celestial green tree. Various treasures appeared in front of him one by one, and Chen Yi's eyes quickly skimmed over the many treasures. Most of the treasures didn't arouse his interest, but she accidentally rummaged through one when she was counting one of the storage belts and found a piece of white clothing made of sky feather ice silk. Ha! Chen Yi picked up this light as a cloud garment and turned it upside down in his hands. Sky feather ice silk is the Kunhui realm's top kind of 10,000-year-old sky feather ice silkworm beast spit out the ice silk. It is characterized by super toughness, and light as nothing, will it weave into the clothing is considered to be second only to the legend of the immortal weapons of the top of the spiritual clothing. It is tough to what extent? Is a cut of ice silk you stretch it hundreds or even thousands of times will not break. Chen Yi stretched and tried the heavenly feather ice silk clothing in his hands, and a very satisfied look appeared in his eyes. According to his understanding, the heavenly feather ice silkworm could only be encountered occasionally in the depths of the great mountains of the western barbarians, and a 10,000-year-old ice silkworm could only spit out 1 or 2 in its lifetime. He was able to obtain a piece of clothing made of heavenly feather ice silk, so it seemed that this original owner that he had decapitated must have been an important figure of one of the barbarian tribes in the west, and the other party most likely had a relationship with the western barbarian Holy Land, Kun Market Mountain. But these involvements are not in his words at all. All Chen Yi knew was that the clothes he had been searching for that were capable of enlarging had finally arrived. As long as he wore this piece of clothing on his body, in the future, he would no longer need to worry about anything when he performed the Dharma heavenly phase divine power. Just as Chen Yi and White Fox were taking stock of this loot, suddenly, the entire Stygian dragon peak shuddered violently. Along with the falling moon lake around it trembled violently, and without any wind, the water of the lake set off waves of shock. What happened? Chen Yi's divine mind detected the changes in the outside world. His figure swept out of the stone house violently, and the white fox followed his footsteps curiously. When he came out, he found that one of the formation nodes on the majestic and huge Underdragon Peak seemed to have been activated by something, and fiercely lit up, and the surrounding aura was quickly sucked into the formation. and a burst of arcane formation glare enveloped the entire peak and the heavenly staircase of examination. As the green light of the formation whisked by, as if the wind was blowing the waves of wheat, the intruders who were originally in various parts of the heavenly ladder were swept down and teleported out. Li Xianyi. In Chen Yi's mind, the first thing that surfaced was Li Xianyi's figure. Could it be that he's controlling the entire formation in the Underdragon Sect's inheritance land? This speculation of his had yet to be confirmed, when Mu Shui, who had been swept down the heavenly ladder, came to his side and muttered with slight envy, "AI, it looks like Underdragon Peak is going to have a master." Chen Yi gazed at her and said suspiciously, "Do you also think that this outburst was caused by Li Xuanyi?" Mu Shui nodded at her words. She clenched her pink fist and pouted. "Cheap for her. Who told her to come early? Otherwise this place must go to this girl to take it." After hearing the other party's defiant voice, Chen Yi gave a blank look. He disliked back. "Come on, if you really wanted to take it, you wouldn't have slacked off yourself these last few days. You're all talk." As soon as Chen Yi's words fell, Mu Shui said with a smile on her lips, "Ha, you found out. Hee hee." With that said, her eyes rolled as she walked over to Chen Yi and slammed him on the shoulder saying, "Since you've discovered one of my secrets, shouldn't you tell me yours as well?" Chen Yi's eyes glazed over. "What secret? Of course it's the awesome scene of you just now slaying below the heavenly stairs. Even that old void immortal crane Taoist was beheaded by you. You think I didn't see it?" Mu Shui stared at Chen Yi's eyes, some probing tone said, "Oh, you mean this thing?" Chen Yi let out a long dragging sound before calmly explaining, "Actually, this matter is simple to say. I just stayed and sat under that big tree every day, and while sitting there, I comprehended the power of rules to advance to void immortal." After hearing Chen Yi's explanation, Mu Shui was obviously not quite convinced. She snorted coldly, "Oof, don't try to lie to me. I have investigated you when I first arrived in Northern Dragon City, and to this day you are only 19 years old, and the time you have been practicing cultivation so far counts as just over half a year. If you were to say that you reside in a top-tier innate spiritual root, it would be fine if you quickly cultivated to the metamorphosis and astral realm, but you exposed your void immortal realm strength. That's not normal. Void immortal realm, even putting you in a spirit stone pestle to cultivate isn't that fast." Mu Shui stared at Chen Yi with a skeptical face as she stated her analysis one by one. After a pause, she suddenly leaned her body over, holding Chen Yi's arm to her chest as she pouted. "Say, are you the Northern Madness Sword Immortal in disguise?" Feeling a hint of fullness in his arm touch, Chen Yi thought to himself that this girl material is also too full. But in the face of her skepticism, Chen Yi naturally continued to weasel his way out of it, maintaining his persona. I'm really not, so don't get any ideas. And it's true that I sit under the tree and often make enlightenment breakthroughs. If you don't believe me, just sit there and stick around for a while and you'll know." After explaining, Chen Yi was already ready to give this girl a little luck boost. After listening to Chen Yi's explanation, Mu Shui's eyes turned in a quirky manner and suddenly let go of Chen Yi's shoulders and laughed. "Not just fine. Although I admire Northern Madness Sword Immortal Senior's writing, I don't want to spend all day with an old monster who has lived for thousands of years." The latter sentence, her voice was very soft but still heard by Chen Yi. The corner of Chen Yi's mouth gently lifted up to reveal an intense smile after hearing this. Just as he was about to continue his voice, the vibrating Underdragon Peak finally stopped and a new change appeared. Under everyone's gaze, only the green light of the formation at the top of the underworld Dragon Peak was seen to be spreading rapidly before the capped palace that was originally hidden behind the misty prohibition was finally revealed. It was a stretch of palaces as handsome as the heavenly palace. At this time, Li Xianyi's beautiful figure, which was like an exiled immortal in the dust, slowly stepped out of the palace in the air. Chapter 93, The Gate of Everlasting Life, Attack of the Trickster Race. At this time, Li Xianyi's beautiful figure, which was like an exiled immortal in the dust, slowly stepped out of the palace in the air. Li Xianyi's appearance instantly became the center of attention in the eyes of 10,000 people. Everyone was shocked and puzzled, with varying looks. The later people didn't know the situation, but the people in the Great Zhou team were clear in their minds, guessing that Li Xianyi should have gotten the control hub of the inheritance sanctuary here. Sure enough, under the excited eyes of Li Mang and the people of the Heavenly Sword sect, Li Xianyi stepped out in the air, a majestic earth immortal mana spreading out from her surroundings, sweeping across everyone standing under the Underdragon Peak. The oppression of the earth immortal rules was something that indeed no one present other than Chen Yi was able to withstand. Feeling Li Xuanyi's oppression, some people only reacted at this time, so it turned out that the mysterious earth immortal ancestor of Great Zhou was actually this princess of Great Zhou. As unbelievable as it was to everyone, the reality of the situation forced them to accept it, coupled with Chen Yi, who had suddenly erupted with unrivaled void immortal realm strength just now. In the eyes of some of the people in the know, for the first time, The nascent dynasty of the Great Zhou had made them mysterious and unpredictable. Li Xianyi suppressed the entire scene with her earth immortal strength, her gaze looking down on the silhouettes standing below the heavenly ladder, sweeping quickly over the crowd. When she detected the void immortal strength displayed on Chen Yi, her heart was no less shocked than it had been when she had obtained the inheritance here. However, right now was not the time to count on this. Her eyes only slightly paused on Chen Yi before she swept aside and proceeded to announce a shocking news to the crowd. Today, this place's inheritance is obtained for me, Li Xuanyi. In keeping with the mission of the inheritor and his expectation of the immortal Tao, I, Li Xuanyi, hereby create the Holy Land Power Eternal Life sect to defend against the invasion of the abyssal trickster race, and in the future, the Eternal Life sect will become the immortal cultivation Holy Land of the Great Zhou dynasty. Anyone who climbs more than 1,000 feet of the heavenly ladder to this place will be admitted to my everlasting sect's Holy Land, and become a core disciple with the opportunity to cultivate the earth immortal creation. The Eternal Life sect has Underdragon Peak as the core of the Eternal Life sect, and the 30,000 mile radius is my Eternal Life sect's territory. Although Li Xuanyi's voice was clear and crisp, it was as clear as a loud bell that reached everyone's ears. The everlasting door. When the crowd heard this news from Li Xianyi, even Li Mang and old ancestor Hao Yue of the Heavenly Sword sect had a slight frown on their faces. It was obvious that this matter was suddenly decided by Li Xianyi, and they were not clear about it beforehand. But without waiting for them to speculate on more information, Li Xianyi continued to speak. The Eternal Life sect also welcomes all interested Taoists to join them, joining hands to find a share of immortal Tao eternal life together in the Kun Market realm. In January, my Eternal Life sect will start a sect building ceremony here, and I welcome all fellow sect members to come and join us at that time. Just as these words fell from her lips, a tall, stout man with a turban covering his forehead suddenly spoke from below. Little girl, if you say this land is yours, is it really yours? The legacy relics were originally left by the Kun Ruin realm, so as I see it, whoever is capable will take them. Everyone say right or wrong. What makes this Stygian dragon peak her great shows? We should do it, and whoever grabs it is the one who gets it. This Taoist friend has a point. Let's all go together. Yes, this chance should be fought for by everyone on their own merits. As soon as the words came out of this forehead-covered man's mouth, some people immediately followed and tried to incite everyone to join in the confrontation. Unfortunately, their words were just words, and no one dared to make a move against an earth immortal at all. Chen Yi was standing on the sidelines with Shi Mu Shui at this time, coldly watching all of this. In his eyes, he had already recognized that the person who covered his forehead was precisely the one that the Abyssal Guile clan had impersonated. Just as the field was plunged into an awkward situation, Li Xianyi's figure landed down like that nine heavens fairy descending to the earth, and her gaze gazed at the masked man and coldly said, "In that case, you are unconvinced." As soon as her voice came out, the earth immortal oppression instantly focused on him. Under the gaze of the crowd, this person coldly smiled instead of being afraid. He cast a disdainful glance around the people present, cursing, "A bunch of gutless fools. No wonder I can only be a slave and flesh vessel for my abyssal clan. This pickup game is no fun at all." With that, he tore off the hood covering his forehead as soon as he did so, and a thick black flame mark appeared above his forehead. What? This person is actually the Abyssal Guile race? Upon seeing the mark on his forehead, everyone present was shocked, because now everyone was no longer unfamiliar with the Abyssal Guile race. Although the crowd hadn't encountered a large troop of Abyssal Guile race in this Kun Ruin's mysterious realm world, they had already learned some information about this race through word of mouth. Not bad. I am Blazing Abyss of the Abyssal clan, just waiting for you to activate and unlock this mountaintop formation. I didn't expect to make me wait for more than a month for nothing. You humble human races are still really weak and pathetic. As he said that, his gaze recklessly swept up and down on Li Xuanyi's body. Woman, in the end, my clan really needs to thank you for opening the array ban at the top of the mountain, or else I'm afraid that my clan will never be able to obtain what the underworld dragon sect left here. In the face of Blazing Abyss's arrogance, Li Xuanyi didn't get angry. She just stared calmly at the other party and said indifferently, "The Abyssal clan. Very good. I'd like to know where your bottom line comes from." Saying that, the power of the crone fused within her body came out majestically, locking straight onto the other party. Killing Abyss was not the least bit afraid in the face of the Earth Immortal Realm's lockdown. He urged the hidden void immortal strength within his body to resist Li Xianyi's oppression. Then his eyes lifted arrogantly. Bottom line? You'll see it soon enough. As soon as his voice fell, Chen Yi's eyebrows furrowed violently as he watched quietly from the side. No good. What a strong sense of oppression. Chen Yi hurriedly turned his head towards the end of the falling moon lake, and in his perception, there were no less than 6 auras in the distance that were no weaker than those of the original Feng Xian Dao Earth immortal ancestors that were rapidly approaching. Even, he detected 1 or 2 strands of a strong aura that was at the limit of Earth immortal perfection in it. He hastily urged his delusion-breaking divine pupil to look and view the air. At once, Chenny realized that as far as the eye could see, a dense black mist and scarlet-filled clouds in the distance transformed into a black and red cloud that almost covered half of the sky and earth and rapidly descended towards this side. After Blazing Abyss's words fell, Li Xianyi was the second only person after Chenyi to realize that something was wrong with the original place. Her eyebrows tightened violently, and a strong uneasiness arose within her heart, as if a crisis of certain death had already locked her in place. "Oh, it looks like you sensed it." Seeing the dissimilarity on Li Xianyi's face, a smug smile appeared on Blazing Abyss' face. He looked around at the human races present and screamed, "This secret world has long since been breached by my abyssal clan, so why do you think that we would let you human races fight over these opportunities and inheritances? This is a gift from my abyssal clan to your human race." Chapter 94, Siege of the Eerie Race, Outbreak of Undercard. Chenyi was secretly shocked in his heart after using his delusion-breaking god pupil to check out the strength of the Guile race that had descended over from afar. Is this the strength of the Abyssal Guile clan? To casually send out a team of 6 or 7 Earth Immortal realms, if this were to be placed outside, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for De Qian and Yun Meng combined to put together a team of so many Earth Immortal ancestors. This was not to mention how many Guile clan experts were hidden in other parts of the Kun Market realm. Chen Yi's expression was grave. He knew that he was afraid of trouble today. The threat of the Abyssal Guile race was even greater than he had thought beforehand. With Li Xianyi's strength as coupled with whatever chance he got in the inheritance, he was afraid that it would be difficult to resist. "Hey, it looks like the only way out is for me to use the vest that is Northern Madness Sword Immortal." Chen Yi sighed softly in his heart. If he did not make a move today, everyone present was afraid that it would be a dead end. Also afraid, let's just see how powerful I will be with my current Earth Immortal realm strength, when I fully utilize my Dharma heavenly phase to hit the limit-breaking strength. Thinking of this, he instructed Shi Mu Shui next to him. "Mu Shui, take the white fox to the stone house. I'm afraid there will be a big battle here soon." Shi Mu Shui sniffed and looked at him worriedly. Chen Yi nodded gently and explained, "As the Great Zhou prison town waiter, I still have to watch from the sidelines. Don't worry, with my strength I am strong enough to defend myself." After Shi Mu Shui turned around and walked into the stone house, Shen Yi's figure quietly walked towards the depths of the woods to the side. Right after he left, the Abyssal Guile race in the distance finally descended. Boom, boom, boom. One Earth Immortal figure after another landed down recklessly. At that moment, each and every one of the human race standing on the field was scared to death. They looked in fear at the black flames that descended on the foreheads of these men. Abyssal Guile clan. A team of 10 Abyssal Guile clans, 7 of them Earth Immortals and 3 Void Immortals. Asterisk 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 asterisk, are we stabbing into the trickster's lair? It's over. It's over. My life is over. Ignoring the changes in the hearts of the others on the field. At this time, Li Xianyi was also shocked by this lineup of the Abyssal Guile clan and lost her face. What to do? Mother-in-law. 7 Earth Immortals. I can't deal with them even if I use the great formation of Under Dragon Peak. At that moment the voice inside her said in his mind reluctantly, "Can't do it. Girl, run." It seems that the other party is counting on this day, just waiting for someone else's race to open the restriction at the top of the inheritance peak and then come back to deal with us. We have miscalculated. No wonder the Guile clan underworld has already invaded this world and the inheritance land has been preserved. It turns out to be so calculated. Li Xuanyi's heart was anxious. She didn't have the heart to listen to the analysis of the dragon lady within her at this time. She only wanted to solve the immediate crisis. She originally obtained the inheritance of this place with great difficulty, and just said that she would create the everlasting sex holy land and lead the Great Zhou to settle this realm. But in the twinkling of an eye, she was about to abandon her father and brother's allies and run away alone. It wasn't her style in any way. The situation on the field did not allow Li Xianyi to think much. After these 10 people from the Abyssal Guile race later descended, one of the leaders, an emaciated silver-haired old man who looked very old and revealed an aura of age on his body, spoke to Killing Abyss. "Little Abyss, it was you who sent the message that the inheritance left behind by that simply dragon old ghost of the underworld dragon sect had been unlocked." When Blazing Abyss heard this, he hurriedly stepped forward tightly and arched his hand respectfully. "Back to Lord Underworld. It was exactly me who sent the message just now." With that, he pointed his finger towards Li Xianyi, who was blocking their way, and explained, "It was this little girl who had just unlocked the underworld dragon sex mountaintop inheritance restriction and walked out from it." After the old man known as the Underworld King heard this, a pair of eyes as deep as the abyss fell on Li Xianyi. After glancing at him, he saw him nodding slightly and said, "Well, it turns out that there is an old fellow of the Earth Immortal realm hiding inside you in order to make use of Earth Immortal strength." The Underworld King seemed to have seen through the bottom of Li Xianyi's body with a single glance. This point made the dragon granny in her body feel sweaty. Even she didn't have this strength in her lifetime. "Unfortunately, just a remnant of your soul won't be able to stop us. The inheritance seeds left behind by the ugly dragon old ghost are afraid to become extinct today, and no one from your human race will be able to escape today." The Underworld King's eyes stared at Li Xianyi, his mouth faintly uttering words that made people despair. Faced with a life and death threat from the tricksters, that's when the field changes regenerated, only to see that the corpse immortal, who had been standing quietly on the side, suddenly walked over to stand in front of Li Xuanyi and looked straight at the Goe clan and said coldly, "What if you add me?" You? The underworld king looked at the ant in front of him who was only in the cave heaven realm, and seemed to have some difficulty in understanding how such a weak fellow had the guts to call the shots with their line of earth immortals. Facing the scorn of the tricksters, the corpse immortal grunted coldly, "Dang," only to see him slam his backhand on the bronze ancient coffin on his back. A clear and heavy sound rang out. The lid of the bronze ancient coffin slowly caved in, and instantly, two ancient dry corpses that seemed to have been dusty for millions of years leaped out of the ancient coffin and blocked in front of the corpse immortal. These two dry corpses, which didn't seem to have any semblance of life, were strangely emitting a strong fluctuation of earth immortals. Seeing this scene, a trace of surprise swept across the eyes of the underworld king and the other abyssal Guile race. I didn't expect that the corpse immortal sect, which has long been extinct for many years in the Kun Ruins realm, actually has a legacy present. Looks like there was a leak back then. The king of the underworld stared at the two earth immortal dry corpses in front of him for a few moments in shocked concentration, and seemed to say with quite a bit of emotion. Then he asked again, "How many generations of corpse immortals are you?" 47 generations, the corpse fairy said matter-of-factly. The underworld king nodded at his words. He seemed to know this corpse immortal sect very well in general. His eyes lingered on the two dry corpses in front of him. Then he recited with emotion, "Unfortunately it's not enough. With the addition of these two corpse puppets, your power is still too weak as well." As soon as his words fell, at that moment, old ancestor Hao Yu, who had stood behind the great Jotine without making a sound, suddenly stepped forward, only to see the faint rules of gold surging around him. An immortal sword flooded with a flow of mysterious runes slowly flew out from his forehead and was grasped in his hand. With this immortal sword in his hand, old man Hao Yu's strength instantly broke the threshold from void immortal to earth immortal, and his battle prowess powerfully rushed into the earth immortal realm. Plus me, fighting against your abyssal Guile clan. How can I be missing my heavenly sword sect? The changes on the field can be tumultuous. The human race, which was originally in a desperate situation, actually turned around but had several more hidden earth immortal combatants. For a time, the idea of birth was renewed in the minds of the people. 4 verses 7. Although we can't beat them, there should always be a glimmer of hope of escape under desperation. Seeing the hope that surfaced in the eyes of the human race on the field, the blazing abyss on one side just smiled coldly. The human races present had no idea how strong the power of their Guile race was in front of them, and to know that these human races would definitely not give birth to thoughts. One must know that even the earth immortal realm is divided into 10 levels of heaven and earth. So how could the first level of earth immortal be compared to the 10th level of earth immortal? What's more, the Lord Underworld in front of him was already someone who had taken half a step above even the 10th level of earth immortal in their Guile clan's entry into this realm. Chapter 95, Chenyi Strikes. 1,000 Fathoms Heavenly God. Well, a pseudo-immortal weapon is barely considered to have earth immortal battle power. The Guile clan underworld king looked at the old Haoyue ancestor who stood out and commented. His voice was full of a teasing, just like a cat playing with a mouse to give you a little bit of hope in the end but then mercilessly extinguished. Any more? You human races outside the Kun Ruins realm have accumulated this much substance after tens of thousands of years of growth? Looks like I overestimated you guys after all. The underworld king gazed proudly at Li Xuanyi, corpse immortal, and old man Hao Yu, counting down with disdain in his eyes. In the face of taunts, Li Xuanyi looked very calm as she quickly transmitted her voice to corpse immortal and old ancestor Hao Yu. Fellow Daoist corpse immortal, when the battle comes together, I can invoke the formations on the heavenly stairs to stop the two earth immortal realm Guile clansmen. Can you be sure to deal with one? No one could see the expression of the corpse immortal with the black-robed mask on his face as he heard Li Xuanyi's voice transmission and quickly replied, I should be able to block two earth immortals if I put my best foot forward. I'll stall one bit on the old path. At this time, old ancestor Hao Yu also added in a voice transmission from the side. 5 verses 7 isn't exactly lopsided. Li Xuanyi thought quickly after getting a reply from the duo. In this way, once the battle starts later everyone don't scatter. We'll directly drag our opponents towards the top of the Underdragon Peak. At the top of the mountain there's a secret cave left behind by the previous predecessors of the Underdragon sect. If it's really not possible, let's temporarily take everyone and hide in the secret realm to stall for a while. After hearing Li Xuanyi's arrangement, the duo had no other choice but to nod their heads in agreement. At this moment, Chenyi was hiding in the woods, silently observing the situation on the field ready to strike at any time. To be honest, there were still a few moments of surprise in his heart when he saw that the human side had barely scraped together 3 or 4 earthly immortals in their war chest. However, since he knew how strong the leader of the abyssal trickster race who had come to attack this time was, even 10 more ordinary earth immortal warriors on the human side would not be an opponent. and ultimately, it was still necessary for him to make a move. Chen Yi quietly put the heavenly feather ice silkworm clothes on his body. This time once he made a move he would go all out to try to kill the enemy with one blow. Confrontation on the field. How's that for negotiating? Discuss, and I will send you on your way now. Seeing the change in the three people's eye color, the king of the underworld knew that Li Xuanyi and the others were discussing a plan, so he spoke out to flirt. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanyi's pretty face became furious and coldly rebuked. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. At this time, the blazing abyss on the side saw that Li Xuanyi even dared to clamber up to this point, so he took a step forward and shouted angrily, "Bold, how dare you go wild in front of our Lord Underworld King?" With that, he urged the spiritual energy in his body and harnessed a pitch-black colored flying sword to shoot towards Li Xuanyi. Snap! When Blazing Abyss's flying sword arrived in front of Li Xuanyi, she only saw her right hand lightly flinging it out, and a spiritual power pile like a white flying waterfall easily slapped the black flying sword out. The spiritual power pile went on unabated and continued to strike at the Abyssal Guile clan's side. At this time, the eyes of the Guile clan's underworld king standing in front narrowed slightly, only to hear a light hum from his mouth. A half-dead remnant soul. How dare you take the initiative? After saying that, he only saw his left foot gently step forward. Dang! Instantly a fluctuation of earth rules swept out from under his feet as if he was controlling the rules of the earth, and in an instant, the entire island where Stygian Dragon Peak was located trembled. The force of this rule swept over Li Xuanyi, the corpse immortal, an old man Hao with a destructive force, directly sending the three bodies along with the two earth immortal realm corpse puppets flying. That powerful earth rule power invaded the bodies of several people, quickly disrupting the rule power in their bodies, and the result was that a simple strike left the three people no longer capable of fighting. Put! A stream of fresh blood sprayed out directly from the mouth of the pale-faced Hao Yue old ancestor. His cultivation was the weakest, and if he hadn't had the pseudo-immortal artifact longsword to help him share the burden, I'm afraid that this strike would have directly killed him. As for Li Xuanyi and Corpse Immortal, they were not doing well either. There was blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths. Obviously they were equally injured. How can this be? Why is this person so strong? After one strike, Li Xuanyi felt despair and panic. Originally she had planned to drag these Gue clan to the mountain-top cave to block them, but she didn't expect that the other party would just send out an earth immortal to subvert all their chances of survival with one gentle strike. Looking at the three great immortal warriors of the human race who had fallen into the crowd, the Abyssal Guile races looked at all of this with a cold smile, as if this scene was something that had already been predicted in advance for them. At this time, the Underworld King flicked his hand and commanded, "Let's control these people quickly, reward the flesh of those with good qualifications to the clan's descendants, and destroy the poor ones on the spot. This king is now going to the top of the mountain to retrieve the holy relics of my clan that the ugly dragon old devil took away in the first place." After saying that, his figure rose up in the air towards the top of the mountain, but just as his body had just leapt a few hundred meters high, he suddenly felt a whistling wind above his head pressing down on him. What is it? A fatal crisis suddenly surfaced in the heart of the Underworld King. With his half-step heavenly immortal realm cultivation, what kind of person could cause him to have a crisis? When he looked up, he instantly realized that halfway up the mountainside of Under Dragon Peak, at some point in time, there stood a sky-supporting giant with a height of 1,000 feet. This giant had his head in the sky, his feet were like pillars in the sky, and his body was shaped like a male mountain. He stood halfway up Hades Dragon Peak. His body directly covered half of the mountain, while his upper body was through the clouds halfway up the mountain, and his head was almost flush with the top of the mountain. This person was naturally Chen Yi. When the king of the underworld attacked Li Xuanyi, he instantly came to the mountainside and directly exerted the Dharma Heaven Phase Earth physical aptitude attack with all his might. At this moment, surging boundless ancient power rushed through his body, countless fleshly divine hidden powers awakening, as if opening the door to endless power in the universe within his body in an instant, coupled with the earth immortal mana and over 3,000 points of combined attributes. It directly pushed Chen Yi's power to the peak. It was a hearty and powerful feeling he had never felt before. At this point, he didn't need to perform any Taishu sword technique, nor did he need to pay attention to any rule force. He only relied on the primal and powerful gigantic force in his physical body to forcefully break the threshold above the earth immortal realm. Hoo! Chen Yi transformed into a 1,000-foot giant, gazing excitedly and indifferently at the Guile race earth immortal that was scurrying upwards, as he urged the power within his body, his right palm growing to the size of a 100-foot-sized black cloud, and fiercely covering down. Put, like a heavenly god, the palm of his hand followed the pressure of the underworld's body and directly slapped it to the ground. You killed the king of the abyss and plundered your fortune for 10,000 years. 10,000 years of chi to hand. What earth immortal perfection! What half-step heavenly immortal! Under this primordial divine power everything was a mole cricket, just as the underworld king had looked down on Li Xuanyi and the others before. Knock! There was a loud noise coming from the earth. The abyssal guile race that was originally prepared to move to capture the human race's party was frozen on the spot in shock, looking at the palm that pressed down on the ground like a small mountain, like a fleshy five-fingered peak. What happened? Where is Lord Hades? Chapter 96, Northern Wild Sword Immortal. Great Joe, immortal ancestor. Everyone stared at the giant palm on which it was pressed into the ground. One by one, thoughts of incredulity, skepticism, and fear flooded the hearts of the abyssal guile clans, because it was as if they saw their invincible old ancestor being slapped to death by this palm that suddenly fell from the sky. Who is it? After Chen-Yi had slapped the underworld king to death with a single palm strike, the first ones on the field to react were the 6 remaining earth immortals of the abyssal guile clan, who gruffly and swiftly looked up, and their gazes naturally caught sight of Chen-Yi, who had struck fear into them. Everyone present stared blankly at Chen-Yi, who had risen from straightening his back, all of them staring at him incredulously. 1,000-foot-tall majestic giant. Is this a human being? It's the god of heaven, isn't it? Unfortunately, Chen-Yi would not give them time to think more, as his bright, star-like eyes released an icy killing intent. With a thought, his body moved, his hands and feet cooperating to set off the astral winds of heaven and earth. One foot stomped at the strongest remaining one, the earth immortal perfection powerhouse, and the other hand reached out and grabbed at the abyssal guile clansman on the side. Although his body was extremely large and terrifying, the speed of his strikes would not be affected when the Dharma heaven and earth divine ability was executed. Phew! Under his fleshly aptitude that rivaled the battle power of a heavenly immortal, the space around him was solidified by the force field he emitted, forcing the abyssal guile clans to move their bodies as if they were being suppressed with great difficulty. The abyssal clan's earth immortal ancestors wanted to resist, but the mana they struck out was like an overrate on Chen-Yi's massive arms and legs, only leaving 1 or 2 faint scratches. Chen-Yi stomped that earth immortal perfection fellow to death with a single forceful stomp of his left foot, and at the same time, his open right hand was like a rapidly closing cage directly grabbing all of the remaining Gui race personnel, and then gently gripping them in their fearful eyes. Pop, poof. Blood stained his 5 fingers red, shattered bone fragments and stumps running down his fingers. You killed the Green King of the Abyss and plundered his luck for 990 years. You killed the Abyssal Clanwood and plundered 5,000 years of luck. You have killed the Abyssal Tribe of the Wind Wizards and plundered their fortune for 3,000 years. You have killed the Abyssal Cretan Hatchet and plundered his luck for 4,000 years. You killed the Night Wuga of the Abyssal Trickster clan and plundered 5,000 years of luck. You killed the Abyssal Tribe Heichong Men and plundered their luck for 3,000 years. You killed the Abyssal Tribe Kirabuchi and plundered their luck for 2,900 years. In this moment, instantly a dozen chi luck reminders appeared before his eyes. One hit. It hurts. It really hurts. Using this kind of crushing power against the enemy made Chen-Yi's heart soothed beyond measure. No need to babble. No need to talk nonsense. Strike and kill at the same time. He found that this way of fighting was the way he really liked to kill. Chen-Yi then dropped his eyes onto the panel in front of him, and a shocking divine light blossomed in his eyes. The chi is really going to explode this time. Host, Chen-Yi 19/11810. Identity, Level 3 Chi Luck, 82100/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 1. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing. 21st level 330/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 8600/10,000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Volume, 1892-10,000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 0. Power, 3000. Defense, 2980. Agility, 2895. Spirit, 3000. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Chen-Yi was excited in his heart. This strike actually brought him more than 60,000 chi, and at this pace, it wouldn't take long for him to gather the chi value needed to ascend to level 4. It's true that it's better to kill an expert. Otherwise, according to my previous speed of raising dragons to write books, how long will it take to gather enough chi? With a flash of thought, Chen-Yi quickly closed his hand and left the battlefield, only to see his gigantic, 1,000-foot-tall body instantly become smaller, quickly transforming into a normal silhouette to perform the Great Dao Breath Concealment Technique, disappearing above the halfway point of Under Dragon Peak. From the time he struck out to the extermination of the Abyssal Guile race team, the period of time was slow to say the least, but in reality, it wasn't even 1 minute. But the human race and Li Xianyi and the others on the side, their hearts were stumbling through several ups and downs. They were terrified and desperate when the Guile race attacked, but when the corpse immortal and old man Hao Yu stood out, it was as if they saw a glimmer of life in their hearts. But this dawn was soon completely extinguished by the king of the underworld, and just as everyone closed their eyes in despair and waited for death, in the twinkling of an eye another mythical 1,000-foot heavenly god was ushered in to rescue them from the fire. This kind of iterative and exciting journey of the heart is afraid that the average person will not meet twice in his life. When Li Xianyi saw Chen Yi's figure instantly disappear from sight after his strike, he hastily reacted and eagerly said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. May I ask what Senior's name is? In the coming day, I, Li Xianyi, will knit the grass to repay the great favor." Hearing Li Xuanyi's eager and grateful voice, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth gently curled as he thought about how Li Xuanyi would feel if he were to leave behind a name of Northern Madness Sword Immortal. If one day she knew that the Northern Madness Sword Immortal that she was going to knit grass and title a ring of gratitude to was himself, that scene would be even more interesting. It didn't seem to be good. The name Northern Mad Sword Immortal sounded like a divine figure who practiced the way of the sword, but this time he struck out and transformed into a 1,000-feet-tall fleshly heavenly god. It's a bit of a status mismatch. Oops, missed the boat on the name in the first place. Thinking of this, Chen Yi shook his head, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Whatever, contrasts are fun, let them guess. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Yi's voice slowly descended from the depths of the clouds of the Underdragon Peak like an immortal voice as the crowd strained their ears to listen. It's not necessary to tie a grass ring. My name is Northern Madness Sword Immortal. His words fell. Those below who knew the name of the Northern Madness Sword Immortal immediately revealed exclamations of shock. What? This mysterious senior is actually the Northern Madness Sword Immortal. At this moment, not to mention Li Xianyi, even Shi Mu Shui, who was hiding in the stone house, also hurriedly walked out with the white fox in her arms, her eyes tracing the deep clouds on the Underdragon Peak. They hadn't thought that the Northern Madness Sword Immortal that they had been pursuing so hard had actually appeared. Hearing Chen Yi's introduction, Li Xianyi hastily shouted with joy, "Northern Madness Sword Immortal Seniors. I have heard of Senior's immortal name in Chen Yi, but regret not being able to teach face to face. Today I have the honor of Seniors out to save their lives. Chen Yi implores Seniors to stay and let me do the landlord's friendship of the great Zhou dynasty. How? Meeting is not necessary. This seat's movements are erratic. We will meet again when we are destined to." After saying that, Chen Yi was no longer prepared to answer the other party. Meet? How can he meet? What is meant by real people do not show their image. Show their image is not real people. This kind of high vestigial persona, to be a sense of mystery. Seniors, seniors, Li Xianyi called out 2 more times in succession, and after seeing that no one answered, he knew that the other party might not really intend to show up to meet him. Right at this moment, next to him, Li Mang, the king of Great Zhou, who had not been very present, saw the Northern Madness Sword Immortal's power and his mind's eye immediately came alive. His eyes snapped to life. When he thought of what Li Xianyi had told him about Chen Yi's relationship with the Northern Madness Sword Immortal, he hastily urged the spiritual energy in his body to shout out, "Elder, I have heard that you are the master of my Great Zhou's prison suppression waiter, and I am fortunate enough to have your help today, and my Great Zhou is willing to honor you as the Great Zhou immortal ancestor, with a status above me, Li Mang." Meanwhile, the prison suppressor waiter is an immortal Dao wizard that is rare in the ages, and my Great Zhou will honor him as the prison suppressor king in the future, with a status equal to that of orphan. Dare I ask if Senior can oblige? Chapter 97 Blood Sword Transmission. Prison King Subduing. Chen Yi, who was walking down the mountain, raised his eyebrows slightly and his eyes lit up when he heard Li Mang's voice. I thought to myself that there was this unexpected pleasure. After a brief thought, he understood Li Mang's deeper meaning in saying this. The founding ancestor of a dynasty is really not simple, and in such a chaotic situation can instantly react overlie and seize all the power that can be borrowed. Once Li Mang said this, regardless of whether the Northern Madness Sword Immortal replied back or not, the world would know that this heavenly godlike Gaisher powerhouse, his disciple, was the master of the Great Zhou prison suppression cultivator, Chen Yi, and that the events that happened today would quickly spread throughout the Kun Ruins world. Just ask, if Great Zhou has an old ancestor backbone that can casually crush an earth immortal with perfect strength, in the future, who else in this world would dare to be a true enemy of Great Zhou? Chen Yi nodded slightly as he thought about Li Mang's words. This matter was something that he could respond to. He had previously exposed his strength at the Void Immortal realm, and having the name of the Northern Madness Sword Immortal was just the thing to endorse his demonic cultivation speed. At the same time, the status of King of Prison Suppression would also allow him to enjoy more luck in Great Zhou. Thinking of this, Chen Yi catalyzed the general voice of the Great Dao and said, "May." As soon as the word "May" fell, a flash of excitement appeared on the faces of everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty below. Although the world didn't know what realm was above the Earth Immortal realm right now, there was no doubt that the Northern Madness Sword Immortal was definitely a divine figure above the Earth Immortal realm. Great Zhou had an immortal ancestor thigh that surpassed the Earth Immortal realm, and as long as word of today's battle spread, it would be enough to subdue all the Holy Land forces in the Kun Market realm, and Great Zhou will truly settle this realm in the future. Ascending wildly. At that moment, even the heavenly sword sex Haoyue old ancestor on the side couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy in his heart when he heard that word. Oi! Big week is really traitorous luck. After Chen Yi answered, Li Xianyi and Li Meng continued to speak a few more times, but after failing to get a response from the Northern Madness Sword Immortal, they knew that the other party had probably already left this place. It was also at this moment that Chen Yi's silhouette silently appeared behind Mu Shui on the side. The white fox caught his scent and turned his head in alarm. Mu Shui also looked at Chen Yi in astonishment at this time. Originally she had once doubted whether Chen Yi was the Northern Madness Sword Immortal, but today, after seeing the real 1,000 feet tall heavenly godlike figure, the trace of doubt in her heart was completely dispelled. Then several questions popped out of her mouth in rapid succession. Chen Yi, where did you just run off to? And how did you hide such a deep cultivation? Where is Senior Northern Mad Sword Immortal? You quickly contact him and tell him to come and sit in the Valley of the Secrets soon. Mu Shui grabbed his arm and a series of questions came out. Without waiting for him to reply, he saw Li Xuanyi walking towards him as well. On the other hand, Li Meng and the Hao Yue's sword ancestor began to arrange matters for the Underdragon Peak. Li Xianyi walked towards Chen Yi after giving them a few quick explanations. Too many changes had occurred today, but she still wanted to come to Chen Yi first to ask about something. Li Xuanyi quickly walked to him and spoke with a smile. Chen Yi, you. Halfway through his sentence, suddenly the field changed again. Rustling. Suddenly, a broken ticking sound exploded beside everyone's ears, interrupting the words Li Xuanyi had yet to say. Flying sword. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed as a blood-red flying sword suddenly broke through the air sharply in the distance, shooting straight towards him. No, technically it was shot at Li Xianyi who was standing in front of him. The first thing he wanted to do when he sensed the flying sword was to strike it down, but he soon realized that the red sword shadow didn't carry half the intention to kill. It was more like a flying sword that sent a message, so he made no move to stop it. The blood-red flying sword was 1,000 miles a breath and came from nowhere. When it flew in front of Li Xianyi it instantly stopped, trembling slightly at Li Xianyi as if it was recognizing the scent of her body. This flying sword was red in color, 2 fingers wide and 1 foot long, with an aura of essence and blood with a general immortal charm enveloping the sword. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change and wondered what was going to happen again. Li Xuanyi looked at the bloody sword that stopped in front of his chest in astonishment, somewhat at a loss for words. When she tried to reach out and grab it, suddenly the bloody sword quivered at a rapid pace before it disappeared with a violent dash into Li Xianyi's body. Frightened, Li Xianyi hurriedly sank her divine sense into her body to try to explore, and when her divine thoughts were in contact with the blood-colored flying sword, some information instantly flooded into her mind. After receiving the message, Li Xianyi changed color violently and spoke urgently to Chen Yi. Chen Yi, I have an urgent matter to deal with. Wait for me in the Valley of Seclusion for a few days and don't leave. When I do, I have important matters to discuss with you. After hastily leaving behind a sentence, she immediately turned around and flew towards the secret cave realm on Underdragon Peak. Looking at her disappearing back, Chen Yi pondered. He guessed that this inexplicably extra flying sword might be related to the other party's unlocking of the Underdragon sect's inherited ground formation. This flying sword did not come early or late, but came at this time, and just now the Abyssal Guile clan also seemed to be waiting for the human race to unlock the prohibition of this place, to go and take what the Guile clan's holy relics. After Li Xianyi left, today's trouble was finally eliminated cleanly. Next, after some bustling, Underworld Dragon Peak became quiet under the arrangement of Li Meng and the others of the Great Zhou dynasty to restore order again, before Chen Yi killed the immortal Crane Toast. After Li Xianyi, Hao Yu old ancestor broke out the strength of the earth immortal, and even more on the Great Zhou inexplicably pulled together a beyond the realm of the earth immortal ancestor. At this time for the belonging of this inheritance naturally there will not be anyone to question, and as the news spreads, it is believed that a new immortal Dao Holy Land, the everlasting sect, will soon appear here. In the afternoon, Li Meng personally came over to find Chen Yi, talking about honoring him as the Great Zhou prison king, to which Chen Yi did not object. After he gladly answered, he realized that his own qi had indeed received a considerable increase, although it is not as fast as he kills people to rise, but it is better than the Great Zhou after the growth of this world. This qi is a constant stream of fine water to live. After refusing Li Meng's request to invite him out into the world, Chen Yi chose to put down roots right here in the Valley of Secrets. For this idle thought of Chen Yi, Li Meng could be said to have a very complicated heart. To be honest, he both wanted to rope in Chen Yi, a great void immortal expert, to work for Great Zhou, but he was also afraid that his influence in Great Zhou would be too great, realizing that with Chen Yi's exposed strength nowadays coupled with the influence of his master, the Northern Madness Sword Immortal. To put it bluntly, in today's immortal world, as long as Chen Yi has a word, whether the Great Zhou dynasty is surnamed Li or Chen, it's a toss-up. So after Chen Yi made it clear that he didn't care, Li Meng ended up happily agreeing, and at the same time, he announced to the entire world that Chen Yi had become the Great Zhou prison suppressor king. In fact, Chen Yi didn't need to guess what the people of the Great Zhou dynasty were thinking, but he could probably know in his heart. But what does all this have to do with him? He could become stronger every day just by being quiet and meticulous in the Valley of the Shadow. And what everlasting sect and what honorable status did not enter his eyes? Maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years, and then look back to today. He is afraid that he has already achieved the strongest in the immortal world, overlooking the present-day Earth immortal also as a mole cricket in the mortal dust. And now, he just wanted to see how many attributes he could drop for him by chopping down the tree tomorrow. Chapter 98 Earth Immortal 6 Great Yin Yang Harmonizing Koan Technique. Chen Yi sat underneath the divine tree of Qi Luck in the Valley of Seclusion, and with a single movement of his consciousness, he entered the system space. At this time, in this hazy space, the divine tree of fortune has grown to hundreds of meters high heavenly tree, on which the rich green, gold two-colored dense gas lingers on top of each broad leaf. In the verdant and dense treetops there were 6 fruits larger than a fist hanging, and as if they possessed life, there was a huge amount of Qi power being absorbed into them when they shook. The fruit of Qi Luck should be ripening just in these 2 days. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction before exiting the system space. As his consciousness returned to the outside world, Mu Shui was currently fishing by the falling moon lake with the white fox. She said she wanted to eat grilled fish tonight and was going to see if she could catch a big fish or 2 up without using her magic. But looking at the empty movement around that man and fox, I'm afraid it's hard to get what you want tonight. Well, this girl has been barging through the heavenly stairs the other day, and her Great Shan weekly journey hasn't been updated for quite some time. Should I remind her of that? With a turn of thought, Chen Yi then looked at the figure on the other side. That was the corpse immortal with a black robe covering his body and a bronze ancient coffin on his back, who was now sitting in the pit that he had stepped into, refining the corpse chi that had blended into the ground with his eyes closed. This fellow, even Chen Yi had been secretly shocked after he had unlocked the bronze coffin and summoned 2 Earth Immortal Realm Corpse puppets in a row earlier. 2 Earth Immortal Corpse puppets if placed in the previous Kun Ruin world, I'm afraid that it would be enough to push the world across. Chen Yi guessed that the corpse immortal should also belong to the kind of protagonist character that belonged to the Son of Heavenly Destiny category. Otherwise it didn't make sense. When he thought that when Chen Yi was weak, he had traded a tiny 7th grade martial artist corpse to the other party when he was in North Mang City. He was able to draw joy from the other party, so it was evident that his strength was not too strong at that time. Then later on, he himself used the delusion-breaking avatar to see through his astral realm strength, and now the cave immortal manipulating 2 Earth Immortal corpses. This person's true fortune should still be getting some ancient corpse in this Kun Ruins realm. But from his conversation with the Underworld King calling himself the 47th Corpse Immortal, it is evident that Corpse Immortal should be a special code name for the Corpse Immortal sect. What is his real name? Asked to see it some other day. Mysterious. Time passed slowly as Chen Yi thought east and west. It can't be helped that the wait is always so slow when one is looking forward to something more and more. The next day, Chen Yi finally waited for a new day of tree cutting. Bang, bang, 10 axes in a row struck the tree, finally dropping a line of attributes. Immediately after that his body shook violently, a newborn power spread out from the depths of his body, and the feeling of becoming stronger with this attribute made him almost obsessed. Life expectancy plus 25, Dao Xing plus 2761, Strength plus 55, Defense plus 50, Agility plus 49, Spirit plus 52. Explosion. Big explosion. Chen Yi's eyes widened and his facial muscles trembled slightly as he muttered, dropping 761 Dao lines at a time. Since the last time he chopped down a tree, he had almost increased his chi by about 80,000 years, which finally gave him a massive amount of Dao drop. At this rate, wouldn't his cultivation level soar? After calming down, Chen Yi quickly converted it in his mind, and in fact, the law of Dao line increase was almost the same as before. However, the value of lifespan and other physical attributes dropped. While it had increased relative to before, it wasn't as much as he had expected. After pondering for a while, Chen Yi guessed that the dropped physical attributes and lifespan might also be affected by the level of Qi. Host, Chen Yi 19/11835. Identity, Level 3 Qi Luck, 82100/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 1. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing. 21st level 330/1000. De Dao Masking Breath Technique, 8600/10. 000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Volume, 1892-10. 000. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 2761. Power, 3055. Defense, 3030. Agility, 2945. Spirit, 3052. Looking at the brand new panel in front of him, Chen Yi's mind moved and his gaze bet on the Great Dao Masking Breath Technique. 1. 400 years of dowsing, plus some. As soon as the thought fell, the last difficult secret method in the Great Tao breath hiding technique was perfected by his enlightenment. A wisp of realization rose from his heart, and now Chen Yi felt that he could completely isolate himself from the great world with a single movement of his thoughts, and no one would be able to detect him even if he was standing in front of the other side. No sound, no shadow, no form, no trace, no thought. This was the true consummate level Great Tao breath masking technique. Chen Yi's eyebrows rose and his eyes twinkled. Now it was the turn of the cultivation realm. This time he planned to dry his cultivation directly to earth immortal perfection, and after that, he would come back to fill up the human luck scroll Chi Luck heavenly book. Anyway, now that the daily drop of over 2,000 chakra is just a small thing to break through. 316 years of dowsing, plus some. Boom! The spiritual energy in his body erupted with a bang, and the surrounding spiritual chi surged wildly. Bang! The 21st layer of the Xian Ice immortal scripture broke through with it, and soon several realm bottlenecks in a row within his body were broken through. His cultivation quickly broke through to the 6th level of the earth immortal realm. Host, Chen Yi 19/11835. Identity, Level 3 Chiluk, 82100/100000. De Zhouzhen Jail Waiter. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 6th level. Techniques, Xian Bing Immortal Scripture, 22 layers 986/1000. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Volume, 1892-10-000. Great Tao Masking Breath Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 0. Power, 3055. Defense, 3030. Agility, 2945. Spirit, 3052. Phew. Although Chen Yi's breakthrough had set off a tidal wave of aura in his surroundings, the first thing he did when he made the breakthrough was to cast the perfection-level Great Tao breath concealment technique to hide his realm. Sure Mu Shui and Corpse Immortal, who were startled on the side, only thought that he was practicing some secret method, but they didn't know that in a few moments, he had already broken through from Earth Immortal 1 to Earth Immortal 6. After the breakthrough, Chen Yi felt that his comprehension and control of the power of the rules of water had been strengthened by a lot, and the mana in his body had accumulated as vast as an ocean. Yet it seems that today's good things won't stop there. Just as he was about to exit the system space, he suddenly noticed that one of the Chiluk fruits on the Chiluk divine tree had ripened just then. Chen Yi was delighted in his heart, and with a single movement of his figure, he moved to the bottom of the divine tree of Chiluk. Tick! Only a crisp sound of a fruit outlaw breaking was heard from the treetops. A golden fruit the size of a grapefruit fell. I wonder what the creation is this time. In Chen Yi's anticipation, the fruit fell into his palm. Between the touch of his palms, the fruit quickly transformed into a pink breath that surged into Chen Yi's body. Instantly an arcane and mysterious scripture participation illusion flooded into his mind. The great yin-yang harmonizing koan technique. For a time, in his mind surfaced countless Shura beauty, heavenly palace nymphs, dragon ladies, human female emperors, beautiful purples and thousands of reds, each extremely capable of casting heaven and earth cross great law, floating and sinking in the Jade Sea. This is a dual cultivation method. After receiving the phantom inheritance in his mind, Chen Yi's face flushed red as he muttered in shock. Chapter 99, Blue Sea Green Thunder Scripture. World above Earth Immortal. This is a dual cultivation method. What a powerful phantom inheritance. Chen Yi felt that the desire deep within him was aroused. His face flushed as he murmured in shock. The great yin-yang harmonizing koan technique is a profound and subtle technique that contains the principle of the balance of yin and yang between heaven and earth. This work is designed for dual cultivation. Men and women need to be in harmony with the heart and soul trust. In order to open the path of dual cultivation, it is centered on the complementarity of yin and yang, and with the help of the innate chi of both men and women, they intermingle and nourish each other so as to achieve the miraculous effect of enhancing their cultivation and strengthening their origin. In the process of cultivation, both sides of the cultivation will be like a lotus. Synchronized growth and more solid foundation is in the vastness of the immortal road to support each other to move forward steadily miraculous work. After accepting the memories in his mind, Chen Yi's eyes looked towards the merit panel. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing, 22 layers 986/1000. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Volume, 1892-10-000. Great Yin Yang Harmonizing Koan Technique, 1/100. 000. Great Tao Masking Breath Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. It actually takes 100,000 years of Tao to perfect this technique. Chen Yi was shocked that the cultivation of this art was actually so difficult. This would be difficult to cultivate if placed on someone else for fear of a lifetime. However, there was no need for him to worry too much. With his current Tao drop figure of more than 2,000 years a day, it would only be a month or two. The last thing he should be lacking right now is the Tao. thinking of the miraculous effect of increasing the origin described in the memories of this technique. For a moment Chen-Yi could not help but drop his gaze above Shi Shui's graceful back, and at that moment, Shi Shui also seemed as if she had sensed something, as she turned towards Chen-Yi and said suspiciously, "You've broken through again?" Chen-Yi shook his head with a faint smile and covered up. "No, it's just that I just sensed a secret technique and tried to cultivate it." Shi Shui half believed his words, muttering with some dissatisfaction. He said, "What secret method caused such a big commotion? I feel like your cultivation level is rising too fast, I can't even catch up with you." With that said, she came to Chen-Yi and stared into his eyes interrogating in a joking tone. "Is it true that Northern Madness Sword Immortal Senior has taught you any more secret techniques? Quickly and honestly explain." Hearing this latter sentence, Chen-Yi's heart stirred and blinked as he thought about the great yin-yang harmonizing koan technique that he had just obtained, so he responded in a snarky manner. "I really do have a secret method for enhancing cultivation speed, but it's a secret method for dual cultivation. Do you want it?" Shi Shui sniffed and reached out to twist Chen-Yi's arm, pouting. "Bah, you pervert." Unsuspecting, with a blank look, he twisted around and went back to fishing. Chen-Yi looked at her back and smiled faintly, then his consciousness once again entered the system space, waiting for the second fruit of luck to drop. After waiting for the evening, when the red sun gradually sank from the end of the lake of the falling moon in the sky, the second fruit of Qi finally fell down, and this time, the creation was none other than the above-earth immortal technique that he had been longing for. This technique was called the Bihai Qingting Sutra, had a total of 30 layers, and was the cultivation technique for the three major realms of heavenly immortal, true immortal, and Xianxian immortal, above the earth immortal. It not only contains the cultivation art of enhancing cultivation and comprehending the rules, but also has a shocking 3 worlds and 6 paths of the attacking divine ability, called Du Tian Water Thunder. Cultivation to the extreme can be comparable to the legend of the immortal realm of a kind of divine ability called the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. After passing on the memories of this technique, Chen-Yi also learned from within it that the realms above earth immortal were heavenly immortal, true immortal, Xian immortal, golden immortal, and Tai golden immortal, as well as the legendary great Luo immortal. Above the earth immortal need to meet the crossing of a thunderbolt, but life and death soul extinction. Over the promotion of heavenly immortal, you can take the ascension channel to the real world of the great immortal. After reaching the heavenly immortal, each realm is divided into 10 sub-realms, and the cultivation time for each realm can easily be 100,000 years, with millions of years to start with. Chen-Yi sat under the Qi and Divine Tree to fully familiarize himself with the vast content of the Bihai Qingting Sutra. The evening breeze ruffled the surface of the lake, and the water rose in faint ripples. At night, Shi Shui finally went against what she had said and used her spell to hook up a fish in the falling moon lake to grill it. However, this night, Chen-Yi was in a rare situation where he did not move, but instead sat quietly under the tree to familiarize himself with the new technique. Until the next day, when a new sunrise rises, only then did Chen-Yi slowly open his eyes, welcoming the early morning spirit mist as he once again entered the system space to chop down trees. Bang! Bang! Life expectancy plus 24, Dao Xing plus 2761, strength plus 55, agility plus 50. Chen-Yi silently accumulated the fallen Dao elements, preparing to cultivate the heavenly book of Qi Fortune to perfection all at once in a couple of days. He came underneath the divine tree of Qi Fortune and looked up at the 4 remaining Qi Fortune fruits above the tree. These 4 fruits had borne later in the first place, so he expected that it might be some days before he could pick the creation. Host, Chen-Yi 19/11859. Identity, Level 3 Qi-Luck, 82110/100000. De Zhouzhen Jail Waiter. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 6th Level. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing. 22 layers 986/1000. By Haiqing Thunder Jing, 1 layer, 0/100800. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 1892-10-000. Great Yin Yang Harmonizing Koan Technique, 1/100, 000. Great Dao Masking Breath Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 2761. Power, 3105. Defense, 3030. Agility, 2995. Spirit, 3052. Looking at the words of the Bihai Qingting Sutra on the panel, Chen-Yi's heart inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Although at the heavenly immortal realm, the amount of Dao required to break through at each realm was an astronomical number of words, he wasn't worried as long as there was a follow-up technique. The road to immortality was long, and he believed that one day he could finally reach the end of the great Dao. And there are so many secrets in this world that bring something interesting into his humdrum days. For example, now that the people of the Great Zhou have officially constructed the Gate of Eternal Life on the underworld Dragon Peak, on the other side, Chen Baxian, the god general of the overwhelming heavens, has also been instructed to lead the Zhou dynasty's generals to begin their conquests in the mysterious realm world to fight for the Great Zhou's formalization of this realm. It was foreseeable that with the help of the underworld dragon sex cultivation resources, Great Zhou would quickly grow to sweep the world in a short period of time. Look what Li Xianyi is doing. Yesterday, Li Xianyi had hurriedly disappeared after obtaining that blood sword transmission, and it would be a lie to say that Chen Yi wasn't curious at all. With a turn of his mind, he urged his delusion-breaking god pupil to penetrate the void and look towards the top of underworld Dragon Peak. Under his divine eyes probing, he found that there were several hidden cave spaces at the peak, some of which held inherited techniques and cultivation materials, while others held some spirit pets in captivity or cultivated some spirit medicines. Not in. Where did she go? Chen Yi rotated his eyes as he searched the void, and suddenly his sight came across a mustard space that was completely shrouded by a cloud of black gas. When he tried to see through its inner scene, he realized that his gaze was not able to penetrate it, but he detected the aura left behind by Li Xianyi from the outside of that pitch-black space. What the hell is in there? Chapter 100 Simply Dragon Secret Realm, Abyssal Ancestor's Head. What the hell is in there? Inside the Simply Dragon mystery was an independent cave space, which seemed like a miniature world that had been twisted and dusted. However, after Li Xianyi got the inheritance yesterday to unlock the core prohibition of Under Dragon Peak, this world seemed to wake up in the dust of tens of thousands of years, and countless auras in the void were swallowed in. There was no day and night here, and the sky was filled with a dark red mist, as if it was the color of the blood of the abyssal ones, giving people a depressing and mysterious feeling. The ground consisted of a kind of black rock that emitted a faint, chilling light, as if it contained an endless amount of imbued resentment. The surroundings were full of danger, and from time to time, black lightning streaked across the sky, triggering violent spatial fluctuations, as if it could tear the intruder into pieces at any time. Li Xianyi stepped into this cave world full of prohibitions with her blood sword senses, and carefully searched for the head of the abyssal ancestor that was the goal of her trip. Strictly speaking, it was the head of the ancient ninth ancestor of the abyssal clan, the holy relic of the Guile clan that the underworld king had spoken of earlier. Previously, when Li Xianyi obtained the inheritance of the underworld dragon sect, she had noticed that there was something strange about this cave world, and at that time, she had thought of using this cave to stall the Guile clan's Earth Immortal attack. But I didn't expect this cave world to seal such an evil thing. At the beginning, when Li Xianyi was informed of the news that was transmitted to her on the Scarlet Flying Sword, at that time, her entire being was in a state of shock and fear. It was because that blood-colored flying sword was actually an elder of the Stygian dragon sect called Simply Dragon Ancestor, who had pierced through space and time to fly over from the abyssal realm gate that had resisted the invasion of the Guile race. In addition to introducing some of the truthful secrets of the world of Kun ruins, and the current dangerous predicament of the human race, it turns out that the Kun Hui human ancestors of this secret world are all gathered in a place called the Abyssal Boundary Gate to resist the invasion of the Abyssal clan's powerhouses. However, due to the abyssal power, the human ancestor was not able to defeat was trapped in the boundary gate, relying on formation prohibitions, barely blocking the entry of the Gue race powerhouses above the Earth Immortal. So the abyssal Guile clan sent out clansmen below the Earth Immortal to infiltrate this realm through the gaps in the formation to kill each other, and the human race in this realm was basically completely wiped out around 8,000 years ago. Before being annihilated, the remaining experts of the human race performed the art of the fall of the human race, completely sealing all the inheritance places, and those who are not human chances are not allowed to open them. And now the human race seniors over at the Abyssal Realm Gate are about to be unable to withstand it, and continue to follow up with fresh blood experts to go to support them, and have to risk the risk of the human race being completely exterminated, and cast a secret technique to let the two halves of the world reintegrate to draw the human race from the outside world into this realm, the Abyssal clan that invaded this realm. On the other hand, will make a plan to let everyone enter this realm to unlock the inheritance prohibition, and then come back to fight for their holy relics. Other than that, the Simply Dragon Elder Ancestor mainly instructed her to make sure that she went to this place at the first opportunity to reseal and take away the sealed Profound Ancestor's head, so that it wouldn't be taken by the Abyssal Guile clan. Once the Abyssal Guile clan got the head of the Abyssal Ancestor, it would be able to use it to make true immortal realm battle power in the Kun Ruins world, and then the entire Kun Ruins world rear human race would be completely exterminated. Li Xianyi's heart was very anxious at this time. From the rough information that Simply Dragon Ancestor had passed on to her, she could see what kind of dangerous situation the human race had reached. The responsibility of an ongoing pack war that could easily be measured in tens of thousands of years weighed on her shoulders, making her unable to straighten her back. In the past, she thought about how to make Great Zhou rise to power and how to cultivate immortality and live a long life. But after coming into contact with the truth and cruelty of this world, it suffocated her a bit. "Granny, do you think there's still hope for our Kun Hui human race?" Li Xuanyi wandered above the black earth as she dashed towards the depths of the secret realm, avoiding some of the prohibitions while asking Granny Long in her mind. Her words, which sounded like a question to the other, were nothing more than an attempt to seek comfort. Granny Long sniffed and pondered for a long time. She sighed in a husky tone. AI. When the Wi-Fi was also destined to enter the secret realm once, when we Kun ruin secret realm, human race can still occupy the upper hand. Can't imagine that after 10,000 years has become today this kind of appearance. Saying that, she seemed to realize that what she said was a bit demoralizing, so her voice turned encouragingly. Girl, there is still hope. Look, isn't the simply dragon elder ancestor of the Stygian dragon sect still alive? He's a world-defying powerhouse with a true immortal cultivation. As long as they can still hold on to the main boundary gate defense, then my human race won't be defeated. And have you forgotten about Senior Northern Mad Sword Immortal? He possesses the cultivation to stomp on earth immortal perfection at will, and according to my old self, he is at least a heavenly immortal powerhouse. The Guile race that entered this world is limited by time and environment, and the strongest is only a half-step heavenly immortal. So as long as you guys grow up, you'll still be able to quickly surrender the remnants of the Guile race. Hearing Granny Long's words, Li Xianyi's eyes lit up as a renewed sense of determination and courage arose in his eyes. Yeah, how could she forget that there's still the Northern Madness Sword Immortal in this world? As long as this senior is around, then the human race will not be in the final extremity. After her thoughts were clear, she accelerated towards the depths of the secret realm. Half a day later, she finally arrived at the core of the simply dragon mystic realm. Seeing that there was a huge altar made up of black crystals here, in the center of the altar, there was a head that emitted a bizarre light with only bones and scales attached to it, and that layer of dark-colored scales was attached to the head's surface, and each piece of it was flickering with a ghostly cold light, as if it was the soul-devouring light from the Abyssal clan. Let me out! Let me out! The head's eyes were deeply sunken, but they contained endless resentment and killing intent, as if they could devour the intruder at any time. This was the Abyssal Guile clan's holy relic, the Abyssal Ancestor's head, which still retained its undying resentment after death. One of the most powerful existences on the Abyssal battlefield, but in a battle with an ancient immortal god, the Abyssal Ancestor unfortunately fell, but his head was brought back to the secret realm by the Kun Ruins human race to be sealed. What shocked Li Xianyi the most was that a powerful Abyssal One power still remained inside the Abyssal Ancestor's head to this day. Once the Abyssal Guile clan's beings hosted them, they could utilize true immortal level battle power. This increase in power was not a simple cultivation enhancement, but originated from the power of the abyss contained in the head of the Abyssal Ancestor, which was capable of awakening the ancient memories in the bloodline of the Abyssal clan, stimulating the potentials hidden in the depths of the bloodline, and allowing the host to possess a power that surpassed its own limits in a short period of time. Looking at the head in the center of the altar, Li Xianyi hesitated, not knowing how to seal it. At this moment, the blood-colored flying sword that was originally hidden in her body suddenly flew out of Li Xianyi's body with a miso sound when it sensed the evil power above the Abyssal Ancestor's head. It was plunged straight into one of the eye sockets of the Abyssal Ancestor's head. Knock, knock, knock. As the flying sword was inserted into the head, the Abyssal Ancestor's head instinctively struggled, as if it was very fearful. But no matter how unwilling it was, soon enough, a blood-colored energy with an immortal rhythm overflowed from the sword, and then quickly spread out to cover the top of the head. Sealing it back up, the sealed head suddenly regained its composure. The evil aura faded, and even the white bone scales on it reshaped into a grayish-white, withered bone-like form. That's fine, take it down and take it with you. It's no longer safe to keep it here. Dragon Lady's voice resounded within Li Xianyi. Chapter 101, True Face of Corpse Immortal, Earth Immortal Perfection. Dragon Lady's voice resounded within Li Xianyi. Li Xianyi nodded at his words, so he walked to the steps to remove the head of the profound ancestor and used a jade box to seal it away. It was already extremely unsafe for this object to be placed in the secret realm. If the Abyssal Guile clan in other places were to send a large number of Earth immortal powerhouses to snatch them up again like today, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have the same luck as they did this time. After Li Xianyi took away the head of the profound ancestor, he quickly went out of this side of the secret realm with the heaviness in his heart, and then quickly summoned Li Mang and the others to make the latest discussion and arrangement adjustments based on the situation of the human race today. Previously, in the Under Dragon Peak secret inheritance, she had not only harvested many cultivation materials, but had also obtained some immortal Dao inheritance above the Earth Immortal. Therefore, Li Xianyi was prepared to use the newly established Eternal Life sect as the main force of the Great Zhou dynasty. As for the dynastic forces, might be more used to assist the Eternal Life sect to assist in managing some of the mundane things in the civil world. Time passed in peace like this. Saying peace is actually just Chenyi here peace. Outside with the fermentation of the news of the battle between the Northern Madness Sword Immortal, the entire Kun Ruins world had set off a storm, not only on the side of the human race, but even the Gue race that had gotten the news was so frightened that they all disappeared in hiding at once. They could not have imagined in any way that the human race would suddenly come up with a suspected heavenly immortal level mighty figure in this desperate situation. Kun Hui realm appeared such power. Originally prepared to cat play mice, sit and wait for fishing, Abyssal Guile clan had to change from bright to dark. Su stepped to plot to seize the holy relics in the Guile clan, after obtaining the power to come back to completely destroy this world. Otherwise, if the blatant action bumped into that Northern Madness sword immortal of the human race, it would be a case of the old man hanging himself, looking for death. On the human side, with the outbreak of the two halves of the world's fusion opportunity, the many martial arts forces and holy places in the original outside human race, as well as the core personnel of the dynasty, had planned to all move into this half of the world to begin the scramble, because although the worlds had begun to merge, the aura emanating from the originator spirit veins and most of the top-grade spirit veins still remained on this side. For the sake of the progress of the martial Dao immortal path, they naturally wouldn't let go of such heaven-defying opportunities. However, nowadays, the great king of Zhou was not as weak as before. His development could be described as a ride to the top, with many talents joining non-stop growing every day. Shenyi used his delusion-breaking god pupil to observe the many secret places within the underworld Dragon Peak, and after seeing that there was no danger, he didn't pay any more attention to them, and even some of the strange and beautiful places on the peak. He only brought Shi Mu Xuan White Fox to wander around for a couple of rounds. After taking in some of the scenery, he resumed life in his secluded valley. Every day is spent writing about the mortal instruments of immortality and feeding the fallen dragon and Tridacna. The days seemed to go back to living in a small courtyard outside the prison. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and his Dao lineage had accumulated to over 10,000 years. On this day, he did not wait for Li Xianyi to come down from the mountain, but he did wait for the corpse immortal's farewell. The corpse immortal, who had been refining the corpse chi for 5 days, finally got up from the pit, and looking at the rich corpse chi lingering on his body, Shenyi estimated that this guy had not gained much. Sure enough, the moment the other party got up, Shenyi noticed that a strand of grey rules was born out of his body beating down. Void immortal, rule of the corpse. This kind of rule power is rare. Shenyi sat on the rocking chair under the divine tree of Chi Luck and murmured inwardly in slight astonishment, but the expression on his face was extremely calm. The corpse immortal came before Shenyi, gazing intricately at this demon who had advanced to the void immortal realm ahead of him in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, you've broken through the void immortal realm. Shenyi looked at the corpse immortal and took the initiative to open his mouth to congratulate him. The corpse immortal paused for a moment when he heard this, then said slowly with a complex face and a hoarse voice, "No wonder you weren't willing to join the corpse immortal sect in the first place. So it turns out that you have a master like the Northern Madness Sword Immortal." Hearing his words, Shenyi smiled at the corner of his mouth, not agreeing or refuting. No one knew that the Northern Madness Sword Immortal that everyone was talking about was himself. At this time, the corpse immortal continued after a slight hesitation in his eyes, "I'm ready to leave this place to travel, and I'm here today to bid you farewell. I thank you for your outpouring of help this time, and if there is trouble in the coming days, I will do all I can to help." Shenyi casually waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, that's all from my master, and it doesn't have much to do with me." The corpse immortal sniffed and looked at Shenyi in silence. Shenyi knew from the corpse immortal's resolute eyes that the other party was afraid that he had credited him with this favor. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Shenyi suddenly remembered the doubt in his mind from before and spoke out. "Fellow Daoist Corpse Immortal, Corpse Immortal should only be a codename for your division, right? If you really want to thank me, why don't you tell me my real name and take off your black robe and mask and be honest with me? Our lives sometimes do not need to be so serious and mysterious. A little lighter may be able to harvest a different state of mind." His tone was relaxed with a hint of flirtation, which was also the change that Chun Yi's increased strength had brought to him. At first, he had used the delusion-breaking divine pupil to look at the other party, but in addition to seeing through the other party's strength and realm, he somehow couldn't see through the other party's real face. So this curiosity Chen Yi had also been hidden in his heart, until today it broke out. After hearing Chen Yi's words, the corpse immortal's expression froze before his hesitation could clearly be seen. Eventually, though, he slowly removed his black-robed visor. At once, a sunken young face appeared before him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You're a female?" The moment he saw the other party's true face, Chen Yi was rarely surprised and bounced up from his rocking chair. He had fantasized countless times about the face of the husky-voiced man in front of him, some kind of vicious-looking old monster or a half-black, half-white, disfigured wonder, but he had never expected it to be a young, stunningly beautiful woman. "My real name is Artichoke Chinley." Looking at Chun Yi's surprised look, Thistle China reverted to her playful teenage voice. After she replied, she smiled at Chen Yi and then recovered her mask and left. Looking at the other party's disappearing figure, Chen Yi muttered out of his mouth, "Damn, lost count." I didn't realize that the person who used to be addressed as a senior and a Taoist friend was actually a girl who looked about the same age as me. Shenny shook his head and spat out 2 sentences with wrathful chanting in his mouth before his heart slowly calmed down. Then, he glanced at the panel attributes he had accumulated for 5 days. Host, Shenny 19/11859. Identity, Level 3 Chiluk, 82330/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 6th Level. Techniques, Xian Bing Xian Jing. 22 layers 986/1000. By Hai Ching Thunder Jing, 1 layer, 0/100800. Qi Yun Tian Shu. Human Fortune Scroll, 1892-10, 000. Great Yin Yang Harmonizing Koan Technique, 1/100, 000. Great Tao Masking Breath Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dojo, 13,805. Power, 3,300. Defense, 3,298. Agility, 3,150. Spirit, 3,288. It's been more than 10,000 years of Tao. Let's first fill up the Earth Immortal Perfection and the Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune today. The rest of the fruits of luck should also drop in the next 2 days. So let's see if we can harvest any creation wonders that will help me pass through the tribulation then. With a thought, more than 2,000 years of Taoism were added down. Shen Yi's cultivation broke through to the Earth Immortal Perfection realm without a sound. Chapter 102 Heavenly Heart Seal, Transferring Qi Fortune. Just as Chen Yi broke through to Earth Immortal Perfection, suddenly, Chen Yi felt that there seemed to be a destructive heavenly might locking onto him in the underworld, and he felt that he would usher in a terrifying thunderbolt to descend as soon as he completely released the aura from his body. Is this the Earth Immortal Realm's thunderbolt induction? Faced with a sense of danger that originated instinctively from the bottom of his heart, Chen Yi knew that he did not have the certainty of surviving it. With a turn of thought, Chen Yi attempted to invest his Tao above the Bihai Qingting Sutra. Unfortunately, the result was still the same as before. The first level of the Bihai Qingtian scripture could not be initiated at all. This was the first time since there had been a system that Chen Yi had encountered a level that the system could not solve. At this moment, a trace of gravity appeared in Chen Yi's eyes as he guessed that he feared that there was no way to continue adding more points without crossing the thunder tribulation. Forget it, my cultivation breakthrough is fast enough. Just slow it down. Wait until the remaining 4 fruit creations have fallen. Chen Yi was very good at opening himself up, and after pondering for a while, Chen Yi then gazed at the column of the Heavenly Book of Qi Luck. From the very beginning of killing people to seize luck, touching corpses to draw luck, and then later on tapping his shoulder to seize luck, this Heavenly Book's secret method that had taken him off the ground was finally going to be complete today. Chen Yi's gaze turned as his eyes grew in anticipation. 8,108 years of Tao. Infuse me. Thoughts. As his line of sight rested behind the column of Qigong methods, countless arcane fluctuations immediately surfaced in Chen Yi's mind, and this time, he felt as if he was incarnating a conscious floating heaven and earth, drifting ceaselessly along with the flow of the atmosphere. Floating off floating, sometimes he landed in the trees, the mountains, the wind and the sun. This stop is a few years, days and months, spring and summer growth, autumn harvest and winter. His consciousness stopped in the mountains day after day, year after year, watching the spring flowers, autumn and the moon in front of his eyes spring up and pass away, but never brought him any change. Just as he felt himself sticking to the earth's breath and about to completely turn into a wisp of dust, the day was suddenly ushered in by a spring thunderstorm and a fierce wind. This wind swept him to continue to float. One day landed on a trekking scholar. This scholar is the floating country to Beijing to catch the examination of the scholars, talented and magnificent. Shen Yi incarnation of the floating accompanied him all the way to the capital to catch the examination. Every day to watch the scholar night accompanied by the green lamp to study hard. The cock crows the dawn. Smell the chicken dance. In the sound of the book, he felt the scholar body a vast and righteous. With the passage of time, this scholar became the top scholar of the floating state at the first attempt in the examination. Chen Yi accompanied him on the court down through the people, killing corrupt officials and corrupt officials throughout the years to see the suffering of the human world. Contact with a variety of characters of all shapes and sizes, up to the nobility, down to the peddlers and beggars in the city wells. Scholar for the government to benefit a party. In the past, he was loved by the people, were honored as the floating country 10,000 years to see the Qingtian in the world. This honorary title accompanied by the scholar for more than 10 years. Finally there was a day all the people of the floating country 10,000 people to feel the memory of the people. Each person's body floated a trace of their respective brand of Qi to fly to the scholar. After the scholar obtained this brand of Qi, he finally sensed something called the Heavenly Heart Seal, and with the heavenly heart seal, he could directly mobilize his chi to help those in need. 100 years later, the scribe lived to tell the tale. The floating swimmer that Chun-Yi had incarnated was once again blown by the wind, and this time he landed on a jungle ranger. This ranger walks the rivers and lakes cynical as vengeance, cannot see the injustice between people. One day he killed a corrupt official was wanted by the court to capture. The world of righteousness will save him down, to help him rise up on the road of resistance against the imperial court. The ranger then led the suffering people to rise up all the way, and with half a lifetime of jingoism to overthrow the corrupt court, he finally struck a peaceful world. On the day that the ranger ascended to the 9 to 5 and was honored by all the people, he also condensed a heavenly heart seal on his body that could redirect his chi. After the death of the ranger, the floating incarnation of Chun-Yi once again flew down to his person, this time a missionary who traveled the earth to propagate the doctrine of simplicity and goodness to the people. From the scholar, to the ranger, to the missionary, to the pioneer of 100 folk arts, Chun-Yi accompanied these people as if they were experiencing the reincarnation of one life after another. In every reincarnation, these protagonists that he accompanied without exception obtained something called the heavenly heart seal in the end, and after he had been subjected to the infiltration and enlightenment of the heavenly heart seal over and over again, finally in the early morning of one day, it was as if he himself had incarnated into a heavenly heart seal, understanding a trace of the wonderful principles in the great Tao of Chi fortune therein. Seal of the heart of heaven. It was also at this point that he slowly woke up. Chun-Yi opened his eyes, and a wisp of age slowly disappeared in his eyes as his eyes regained their vigor. Seal of the heart of heaven. Chun-Yi murmured like he was raving. He felt as if he had gone through countless rounds of reincarnation this time, and it seemed as if he had been hit with countless years on the bottom of his heart. And since the day he stepped into cultivation, there had never been a time like today's experience. However, the result was a pleasant surprise because he had grasped the heavenly scroll of chi luck, the ultimate secret method of the seal of the heavenly heart of the scroll of taking one's luck, which was to transfer one's chi luck. That is to say that following the seizure of chi from people, he could now freely transfer the seized chi to others. Subsequently, Chun-Yi added the remaining 3,000 plus years of Tao to the great yin-yang harmonizing koan art. At this time, his attribute panel had been refreshed. Host, Chun-Yi 19/11859. Identity, Level 3 Chi Luck, 82330/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 10th Level. Techniques, Bihai Qing Ting Jing, Tier 1, 0/100800. Great Yin-Yang Harmonizing Koan Art, 3683/100000. Xianbing Immortal Scripture, Perfection. Heavenly Book of Chi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, Perfection. Great Tao Masking Breath Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 0. Power, 3300. Defense, 3298. Agility, 3150. Spirit, 3288. Looking at the latest panel, Chun-Yi shook his head inside. Now that everything is ready, just waiting for me to cross the earth immortal thunder tribulation to set foot on the heavenly immortal Tao fruit. His voice had just fallen. At that moment, he saw the figure of Li Xianyi, who had disappeared for a few days, finally walking slowly down towards him from the underworld Dragon Peak. Not long after, Li Xianyi stopped in front of him and looked at Chun-Yi with emotion. Chun-Yi, it's really hard to imagine that you're actually a void immortal realm powerhouse so soon. Through her eyes, Chun-Yi seemed to be able to see the complex emotions of shock, curiosity, emotion, happiness, exhaustion, and worry behind Li Xianyi's voice. He had seldom seen such complexity in a person's eyes, and the gallant, pretty girl before him seemed to be in a perpetual state of weary, busy pursuit. Thus, facing the other party's emotion, Chun-Yi smiled gently at the corner of his mouth and explained lightly, "It's actually nothing. I can break through so quickly, one, because of my master, Northern Madness Sword Immortal's chance. Secondly, it's that I often rest under this tree, and while sitting there I became enlightened. If you don't believe me, try sitting here for a few more years. Relax and unwind. You know the magic of this place." Saying that, he gently patted the seat underneath the divine tree of Qi next to him. When Chun-Yi said so, he was actually planning to use his Qi to help Li Xianyi, as if he was repaying the kindness of the first drop of water today. Unfortunately, after hearing Chun-Yi's explanation, Li Xianyi merely nodded to indicate that he accepted this statement of his, but had no intention of staying. She lifted her head and glanced at Chun-Yi before gazing up at the pale leaves of the Qiluk divine tree and said, "There's no time for that. I have more important things to do right now. I came over today to tell you something important and to say goodbye." Chapter 103, Giving 10,000 Years of Qi. Boundary Penetrating Talisman. I came over today to tell you something important and to say goodbye. Seeing the other party speak with gravity, Chun-Yi put away a casual stance and made a state of listening attentively. Li Xianyi proceeded to slowly list out the messages she had received from the Stygian dragon sex simply dragon old ancestor with the blood sword. Half an hour later, after listening to her introduction, Chenny stared and confirmed. That means that our human race is in great danger right now. And now this Kun Ruin world has actually been surrounded and captured by the Abyssal Guile race. And some of our human race's ancient great powers have been besieged inside the Abyssal Realm Gate by the Abyssal Guile race. The reason they allow the human race to move about in peace is to wait for our people to unlock some of the secret place prohibitions in this world, and then come back to seize the sacred relics of the Abyssal ones and completely destroy our world? Li Xianyi nodded heavily at his words. She explained, there are about 6 or 7 places in the Kun Ruins realm like the Stygian Dragon sect where the sacred relics of the Abyssal Guile clan are sealed. Some of them have already been captured by the Abyssal Guile clan, and some of them are still waiting for the fated person of the human race to unlock them, and at that time, they'll make their move to snatch them. After speaking, Li Xuanyi took out the head of the profound ancestor and placed it in front of Chen Yi. She pointed at the white bone head that had been sealed again by the blood sword and looked like an ordinary one and said, "This is the profound ancestor's head, and now that it's been resealed once more by the blood sword, I would like to hand it over to Senior Northern Madness Sword Immortal and ask him to keep it. Can you reach him?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi froze, puzzled. "Why did you give this head to my master for safekeeping?" A look of sadness appeared on Li Xianyi's face. She explained with some difficulty, "Now that I'm going to some other inheritance places in the Kun Ruins realm to seize the opportunity, it's very unsafe to keep this head on my body, and only by handing it over to a mighty figure such as Senior would I not let the Abyssal Guile race take it away. So I'd like to reach out to him and see if he's willing. Also, if he really has heavenly immortal level strength, see if he can be willing to lead the way in clearing this realm of the Gue clan." Then Li Xuanyi explained the realm after Earth Immortal to Chen Yi. After chatting with Li Xianyi, Chen Yi temporarily extinguished the idea of traveling to the Abyssal Realm Gate. Not that he was unwilling to do so, but he had learned from Li Xianyi that outside of the Abyssal Realm Gate was the abyssal battlefield of the Fey race, and that without the strength of a heavenly immortal or above, one could only be of help by actually going over there. After some hesitation and consideration, Chen Yi eventually replied, "I can't contact him right now either. Chen Yi, you will leave this head with me for the time being. At that time when I meet my master I will pass it on to him." After hearing Chen Yi's words, Li Xianyi was a bit hesitant and uneasy. "That's not safe for you, is it? This head in your hands could attract covetous sneak attacks from the Guile clan." Chen Yi smiled and shook his head, explaining, "Don't worry, nowadays, I also possess the top-level strength of the Void Immortal Realm, and I also have a bottom card left behind by my master. If I can't even guard it, I'm afraid it's not safe to put it anywhere in this world." He had his own aura of powerful confidence emanating from him as he spoke these words. Seeing Chen Yi say so, Li Xianyi thought about it and felt that it was reasonable, so he agreed accordingly. The two of them then chatted about some subsequent matters of the Great Zhou dynasty and the Everlasting sect, and she had intended to invite Chen Yi to go with him to fight for the relics of this world to enhance the strength of the human race, but Chen Yi did not agree. In the end, Li Xianyi still respected Chen Yi's wishes and allowed him to sit in the Valley of Seclusion, and in the meantime, help him watch over the Everlasting sect in Great Zhou. Well, with that out of the way, I'm leaving. Next, let's hope that we can all achieve the Earth Immortal Realm soon and clear this world of the Gue clan. After saying the important things, Li Xianyi got up and said goodbye to Chen Yi. "Okay, well, have a safe trip then. The Everlasting sect has me sitting here, so just rest assured as soon as you can." Chen Yi followed suit and rose to finish. Then, he suddenly reached out and gave Li Xianyi a light tap on his body. The heavenly heart seal within his body pulsed within him. Instantly a mysterious chi flow penetrated from his palm and struck into the other party's body. "You transferred 10,000 years of luck to Li Xianyi." Li Xuanyi's body shook slightly as she looked at Chen Yi's hand at her shoulder, feeling as if something had struck into her, but there was nothing as she went to search for it. Li Xuanyi looked at Chen Yi with some confusion. Chen Yi let go of his hand and just shook his head with a faint smile. He didn't explain anything, but just said in his heart, "Granting you 10,000 years of chi shelter. I hope that you will have a straight path on this trip." In the end, Li Xianyi left this place with Chen Yi's 10,000 years of chi, and the next time they met would be unknown. When Li Xuanyi's figure completely disappeared, a cold color emerged on Chen Yi's face. His eyes were dead set on the white bone head on the table, and a sneer escaped his lips. Under his delusion-breaking pupil, just a glance will discover the secret of this skull. It turns out that in the depths of this skull a mustard seed between nothingness hides a true spirit mark. This true spirit seal hid a soul essence that was far beyond the heavenly immortal level, only that this soul essence seemed to have lost its memories with the fall of life, which was why it appeared to have no autonomous consciousness. However, as long as someone from the Abyssal Guile clan inhabited their soul in this head, they would be able to utilize a portion of the mana of a heavenly immortal level head's soul essence. Is this the secret of your Abyssal clan's holy relic? It's a pity that you fell into my hands today. You don't want to have a chance to come out in the future. With a thought, Chen Yi carefully put this head away. Although he didn't have the strength to destroy this head right now, he believed that he would be able to make a move to completely destroy this head soon after he had passed the thunder tribulation. Afterwards, the valley was quiet again, and Shermushwe nestled in the stone house with the white fox not knowing what she was doing. Shen Yi had a premonition that next, he would be spending a relatively long period of time here. Shen Yi glanced at his attribute panel, and now his chi had become Identity, Level 3 Chi Luck, 72330/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. With a thought, his consciousness re-entered the system space. A few days passed, and right now there were finally 2 more Chi Luck fruits that were about to ripen and fall off. Tick, tick, the clock turns minute by minute. About half a day passed before the third fruit finally fell into his hand, transforming into a 4-inch sized stone talisman, boundary-piercing talisman. Holding this talisman can move across borders and randomly travel to an unfamiliar world. Looking at the stone talisman that quietly tripped down in his palm, Shen Yi's eyes flickered uncertainly as his mind recalled the introduction that this stone talisman had brought him. It was a pity that this talisman could only transmit in one direction. Otherwise he would have really wanted to find a chance to try it. It meant little to him now. Forget it, put it away as a means of escape. But there shouldn't be anyone in this realm of the heavens who can make me go to the one where I run away. Shen Yi muttered a word before he continued to wait for the fourth fruit of luck to drop. Chapter 104, 9 Orifices Thunder Spirit Stone Tire. Waiting for a thunderstorm. Looking at the full fruit on the tree that was shrouded in dense chi, Shen Yi silently chanted, "This time, you must drop me a creation that is useful for me to cross the tribulation." By coincidence, this time, it was as if the divine tree of luck had heard his heart. Knock! The fruit fell down and smashed into his hand, eventually transforming into a stone tire with a blurred face half a man tall. An arcane consciousness was imprinted into Shen Yi's mind, instantly allowing him to understand what the stone tire in front of him was for. 9 Orifices Thunder Spirit Stone Tire. The 9 orifices of this stone tire are not the orifices of the mouth, ears, nose and eyes as commonly understood. Instead, it refers to the 9 secret orifices of the human body, namely, the Mingtang, the Dongfeng, the Mudwan, the Chifu, the Magpie Bridge, the Chonlu, the Hatu, the Jianggong, and the Huangting. Between the 2 eyebrows but line 1 inch that is for the Hall of Light, 2 inches that is for the cave, also known as the Danfeng, which is the upper Dantian practice of the main hole. Through this hole, that is, you can peep into the mysteries of heaven and earth, grasp the mystery of creation. This 9 orifices of Thunder Spirit Stone Tire is corresponding to the human race innate body of a stone tire. This tire if the human heart blood refining and feeding, shape into shape, with the knife of the divine idea carved out their own face. You can let the birth of their own consciousness of the true spirit, to do one body 2 bodies, as a stone tire of his bilocation. 9 orifices of Thunder Spirit Stone Tire has a characteristic, is the need to absorb the power of thunder and lightning can be open to grow. Once all 9 orifices will be open to infinite heaven and earth, comparable to the legendary golden immortal mighty. After absorbing the introduction in his mind, Shen Yi's heart was overjoyed. Absorb the power of lightning to grow. As long as I refine this stone tire with my heart's blood I can give birth to my consciousness, which is equivalent to one of my stone flesh bodies. In this way, not only will the earth immortal thunder tribulation not become my thunder tribulation shackle, but it will instead become my sustenance. Thinking of this, Shen Yi's heart let out a sigh of relief, rather like a sense of relief at keeping the clouds open. Subsequently, Shen Yi raised his head to take another look at the divine tree of Chi Luck, and the location where the 4 fruits had fallen in front of him had already reconcluded 4 small buds. The remaining 2 grapefruit-sized Chi Luck fruits were still absorbing the Chi Luck power from the tree, and after he had transferred 10,000 years of Chi Luck out before, the ripening speed had slowed down a bit at this time, and he estimated that it might be another 7 or 8 days before they would fall off. 7 or 8 days is 7 or 8 days. I can afford to wait anyway. In a flash of his mind, Shen Yi brought the 9 orifices Thunder Spirit Tire out of the system space. He came underneath the divine tree of Chi Luck and placed this stone tire in front of him to begin refining it. Shen Yi first forced out a few drops of his own heart blood to fall on top of the stone tire. The heart blood dripped down on the top of the stone tire's head position, then slowly penetrate into, and ultimately slowly fell to the heart position within the body of the stone tire, soaked out a drop of red dot out. After that, Shen Yi then viewed his own image and slowly began to carve up the stone tire's face against himself with his divine mind as a knife. With his earth immortal perfection cultivation, he carved the stone tire into his own appearance in less than a moment. A smaller stone man, Shen Yi, then appeared in front of him. After finishing, Chen clapped his hands and called it a day. Today's work has been completed. The next step is to rely on the blood of the heart to feed and slowly awaken their own consciousness of the true spirit. Time always flies on quiet days. Chen was lying on a rocking chair under a tree, leisurely flipping through the latest Great Qian weekly travelogue written by Mu Shui. It's still the same style of writing, still the same flavor, but the most recent update is missing a few illustrations, so he's getting a few spankings from his loyal readers. And the white fox is holding the hands of the feudal god Yen concentrating on watching. Do not know why it only to this book obsessed. As far as Chen observed, this fox had already watched the feudal god romance no less than dozens of times. On the other side, Mu Shui was in a rare state of enlightenment under the Qi Yin divine tree after writing her recent weekly travelogue. With Chen Yi's Qi boost, she had already broken through to the cave immortal realm without a word, and had begun to comprehend the rules. On the 8th day of Li Xianyi's departure, Chen Yi looked at his panel, and his Dao lineage had accumulated to over 22,000 years, while the remaining fruits on the Qi-Luck divine tree still hadn't fallen. A stone heart had already been bred out by him within the 9 orifices thunder spirit stone placenta. This day, after he did today's feeding and refining, he looked at the dark clouds in the distant sky and began to pinch his fingers and project. The little white fox raised its head, following the line of sight of Chen Yi's eyes curiously looking towards the sky, taking a look at nothing other than the gathering and dispersing black clouds. So it tugged on Chen Yi's coat corner with its paw and gossiped, writing crookedly on the ground. "What are you looking at?" Chen Yi glanced down and the corner of his mouth moved lightly as he replied, "I'm waiting for a thunderstorm." Entering the Kun Hui world. Turning a few months past, the time finally came to the early summer season. As a matter of fact, in the summer thunderstorm electrics are going to be more. Chen Yi so looked to the sky, precisely waiting for the first thunderstorm of this summer, feeding the 9 orifices thunder spirit stone tire with thunderstorms to accelerate its growth. At the same time, he was also waiting for the arrival of the thunder tribulation, preparing to break through the heavenly immortal realm. When the white fox heard his answer, its narrow fox eyes blinked, showing a hint of human expression of incomprehension. Then it continued to write on the ground, "Why wait for a thunderstorm?" This time Chen Yi did not answer it, but instead his eyes gazed at the book-loving fox with doubts flooding his heart. This fox has already possessed the astral Qi realm cultivation in its body, and last time, Shifu Muju also fed it a Yunling Dan. It doesn't make sense that it can't even refine a horizontal bone between its throat. It's just too hard to watch it right on the floor every time it's crooked. Never mind, I'll use my Qi to help you out and see. As the thoughts flip, for a moment, Chen Yi gave birth to the idea of transferring his Qi to the white fox to take a look. Just in time, he wanted to see what changes would occur in the receptor that received the Qi transfer. With a certainty in his heart, Chen Yi then reached out and lightly tapped on the top of the white fox's head. "You transferred 5,000 years of luck to the white fox Jiang Xiaobei." A rich force of Qi was immediately and wordlessly struck into its body by him. After transferring his Qi, Chen Yi casually said, "Waiting for rain is waiting for rain. There's no such thing as why. You go aside and read a book." Upon hearing Chen Yi's command, the white fox's eyes rolled as it knew that Chen Yi hadn't told it the truth. "Humph, this guy Chen Yi wants to fool me. How can he?" The white fox fiddled with its tail, then walked to the side and held up the feudal god's yentai and pretended to look at it. But in reality, it was always keeping a secret eye on Chen Yi's movements. In its senses, this time, what Chen Yi said about waiting for a thunderstorm was definitely not a simple matter. Time slowly passed. The white fox looked at, suddenly do not know how to resist towards the falling moon lake. It felt as if there was an attraction to its chances there. Chen Yi detected the white fox's movements and observed it silently without moving. Just as the white fox walked to a position 2 miles away from the lake, suddenly from the lake there was a blue dragonfish, swinging its tail and leaping out of the water bank. This blue lobster landed on the bank flopping around, letting out occasional bursts of baby-like cries. Human voices? Dollfish. Unlike. Chen Yi shook his head, not knowing what this scene had to do with the white fox Qi he had transferred to him. Just as he was curious, he suddenly saw the white fox pressing its claws on the dragonfish and swallowing it into its stomach in a few mouthfuls before smashing its mouth in admiration. Yikes, this fish is delicious. It's much better than the fish grilled by that lazy bastard Chen Yi. 2 clear childish voices spilled out of the white fox's mouth. As the sound dripped, the field went silent. The white fox's eyes revealed a touch of exhilaration, and then it seemed to think of something and hurriedly pressed its hand over its mouth, secretly looking over towards Chen Yi's position behind it. Chen Yi, who was secretly observing, deflated as he pretended not to have heard, still looking up at the dark clouds in the sky. Only the tugging corners of his mouth revealed the mood of the moment. "Damn, I can't believe I'm being disliked by a fox." Chapter 105 Gathering the Wool of Luck. Unlucky Guile Race. The White Fox's sudden speech allowed Chen Yi to understand some of the wonders of transferring qi. That is to say, as long as one's own body qigong to the other party, then the other party's own qigong under the great increase, it is very likely that they will be able to obtain all kinds of unexpected chances of good luck, or naturally will avoid the bad things happen. According to this projection, he had previously transferred 10,000 years of qi luck to Li Xianyi in one go, and Chen Yi estimated that this girl would definitely reap great rewards in the Kun Hui realm's chance inheritance scramble. You might even be able to walk down the road and fall into a pit and pick up treasures. As his thoughts turned, the corners of Chen Yi's mouth gently lifted, his mood inexplicably pleasant. Maybe that's what it feels like to give a gift. Chen Yi sat under the tree and continued to wait for the thunderstorm to descend. But unfortunately, slightly regrettable, this time the sky clouds brewed for a long time but was a sudden gust of wind swept away. This thunderstorm after all did not come down. After noon, Chen Yi routinely fed the 9 orifices Thunder Spirit Stone Tire with his heart's blood, and in his spare time, he casually refined a handful of dragon's blood dan and stood by the lake to feed the fallen dragon. Jiang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was grabbed by him and thrown on the Chaos Demon Stone under the Qi Yin Divine Tree for him to sharpen the purple cloud immortal gold sword. It couldn't be helped, the fox was too talkative since he could speak. If we don't find something for it to do, it will pester Chen Yi all day long and mutter endlessly. Do I count this as oppressive child labor? Looking at the white fox under the tree who was bitterly sharpening her sword with a fox face, Chen Yi sneered. He thought as he stood by the lake in the glade, wondering if he should turn a handful of chakra and throw it at the big gray ones to see. However, as soon as he thought that if the Qi fortune turned further, those 2 Qi fortune fruits behind him, he didn't know how long they would be delayed, so he stopped this crazy attempt for the time being. Time passed day after day. The everlasting sect in the Great Zhou dynasty on the Stygian Dragon Peak began to expand wildly in the Earth realm. Chen Yi's valley, however, had become a secluded heaven and earth isolated from the world, and apart from the occasional visit from important figures of the Great Zhou dynasty, every day he spent in leisure. That day, instead of waiting for a thunderstorm, he waited for an unexpected person. No, technically speaking he wasn't a human being, but an abyssal guile race that wore human skin and possessed a perfect cultivation level of the earth immortal realm. However, on the forehead of this abyssal guile race, for some reason there was no that black flame mark. This person's face is emaciated, eyebrows sparse, short eyebrow oblique inserted into the temples, seems to be outlined with an ink brush sharp. He was wearing a green-gray Taoist robes embroidered with light gold cloud pattern. Seems to be cloudy and misty in the mountains, and like a star river falling down to the mortal world. If people didn't know, they would really think that he was an immortal banished to the mortal world. Unfortunately, the black mist that presented itself on the head of this trickster as large as a half-acre square pond and the scarlet aura that was filled with malice towards him revealed itself. It was seen through by Chen Yi with a single glance using his delusion-breaking divine pupil. Moreover, Chen Yi realized through observation that the aura emanating from the other party's soul was extremely similar to the aura emanating from the true spirit seal inside the head of the abyssal ancestor. Could this guy be a descendant of the abyssal ancestor king? The other party sneaked over here, fearing that they're still hitting on the idea of that abyssal ancestor's head. Just as well, I'll observe what this trickster clan is up to first. Previously, he had wiped out 7 or 8 Earth Immortal Realm experts of the Abyssal Guile clan in one fell swoop as the Northern Madness Sword Immortal, so it was assumed that they didn't dare to come over openly now, so they sent this Guile clan, who was good at hiding, to come. Chen Yi had a judgment in his mind, but his face did not move as he looked at the approaching Guile race. My name is Daoist Yun Chuan, from the Green Bull Island of the Shangyan Kingdom. I traveled here today and heard of the immortal warrior fame of the king of Prisonjun, so I came here to pay my respects. The Guile clan who called himself Daoist Yunchuan came before Chen Yi, smiling lightly as he took the initiative to cup his fists and saluted. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's eyebrows unfurled as he smiled and took a step forward to pick up the other party's arm, quietly casting the secret method of taking luck. On the other hand, his mouth said, Daoist Yunchuan is courteous. My little bit of fame is an exaggeration by those who don't know. You'll use the secret method of luck to plunder 1,000 years of luck. Chen Yi looked at the system prompt that appeared in front of him with a slight glint in his eyes. I go. So this guy's name is Hei Yi, and he's got some real goods on him. A single seizure of fortune has resulted in 1,000 years of qi. It's really a sleepy man who delivers a pillow. No, I want more. With a thought, Chen Yi once again grabbed the arm of the Guile race in front of him to perform the secret technique of taking luck. Come, fellow Taoist has come a long way. Sit down and rest. As soon as the voice dropped, the reminder reappeared. You've been plundering the 1,200 years of Hei Yi's luck by using the secret method of luck. Nice one. Chen Yi heart hot flowers, ready to catch this fat sheep for death grip. He serves tea for a while, handed out water for a while, and anyway, he just took the other person's hand and kept chatting, and kept taking chi luck from him. You'll use the secret method of luck to plunder 1,000 years of luck. You'll use the secret method of luck to plunder the 800 years of luck of Hei. Fellow Daoist Chen, I still have to pay a visit to the Eternal Life sect, so that's all we'll talk about today. After prying out the news he wanted, Haichi got up in a hurry to take his leave. Shenyi pulled the other party's hand or reluctantly discouraged. Fellow Daoist Yunchuan, sit down for a while longer. Shall we have a good discussion and exchange? You'll use the secret method of luck to plunder 500 years of luck of Hades. It's getting late. Some other time. We'll talk some other time. Hei broke away from Chunyi's enthusiastic tugging and hurriedly got up to say goodbye and leave, looking at the other parties eagerly departing back. Shenyi had a cold smile in his eyes. Little bastard, I can't grip you to death. He looked at the panel in front of him and realized that he had actually taken a full 10,000 years of chi from the other party in just a few moments. This caused Chunyi's heart to be both shocked and even more curious about this Hei's origins in the Abyssal Dial clan. He remembered that when he had previously beheaded the Abyssal Underworld King, who was a half-step heavenly immortal, he had only plundered 10,000 years of chi, whereas Hei had gleaned 10,000 years of chi before he had even died. So it was obvious that this Gue clan's origins were even more uncomplicated. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as his delusion-breaking godpupil secretly tracked the other party's figure, constantly traveling through various hidden places on Underdragon Peak. A cold smile appeared on his face after seeing this guile race quietly feel their way into the secret realm where the profound ancestor's head was previously placed. This guy really ran for the head. Through the chat just now, Shenyi also figured out that the other party had come here to contact him for the reason that he was here, and the purpose was to find out if the Northern Madness Sword Immortal was around, so that he could enter the secret realm of the Underdragon Peak and search for the Abyssal clan's holy relics, and he was unaware that the head of the profound ancestor was in Shen Yi's hands at this moment. After seeing the other party enter the secret realm, Shen Yi nodded, and then his figure moved quietly and followed its figure closely inside as well. Hei's expression was suddenly agitated as he entered the simply dragon mysterious realm unharmed. He stood on the black earth and took a deep breath of the dark red mist in the air, instantly wearing a look of mesmerized madness. It's the scent of the patriarch. The head of the patriarch must be here. As long as I obtain it, not only will I be able to further break through to heavenly immortal, but I will also be able to obtain true immortal battle power with the holy relic, and be ranked as an abyssal clan elder, and even have a chance to participate in dividing up the power of the origin of this world. Hei grabbed a handful of the dark red mist in space and placed it on the tip of his nose to sniff it, murmuring excitedly. Then he quickly walked towards the depths of the secret realm. Chapter 106, The Hiding Place of the Eerie Race, Two Elements Sundial and Peripheral Sky Microdust Formation. Then he quickly walked towards the depths of the secret realm. Not long after, Hei finally arrived at the huge altar made of black crystals deep in the secret realm, but when he walked up to the altar, he didn't find the legendary head of the profound ancestor. Why isn't it here? Has it been taken by someone? Looking at the empty altar, Hei was very anxious. His eyes brightened and died as he felt the rich profound ancestor aura around him. Tada! Just then, a clear sound of footsteps suddenly rang out in the quiet secret realm. Who? The voice startled Hei, and he jerked his head up to look, only to find that it was none other than Chen Yi with whom he had just exchanged words. It's you, fellow Daoist Chen. After confirming Chen Yi's figure, a bad feeling surfaced in Hei's heart. It's me. Chen Yi nodded, his body's breath aura locking the other party firmly in place before he took the head of the profound ancestor out of the sealed jade box. You're looking for this thing, aren't you? Chen Yi said lightly in an affirmative tone. Ah, what do you mean by that, fellow Daoist Chen? Hei's eyes were dead set on the head in Chen Yi's hand, but his face feigned doubt and confusion as he asked. In truth, his mind was already screaming madly. It's the holy ancestor head. As Hei spoke, he carefully approached Chen Yi, wanting to secretly seize this holy relic into his hands, for Chen Yi's void immortal cultivation was not even in his eyes, because he had only exposed his cave immortal cultivation. Chen Yi dared to face himself so openly despite all the abnormalities Chen Yi was displaying before him, but that was based on the fact that he was a true cave heavenly immortal cultivator, and in reality, only he knew that he was an earthly earth immortal perfection realm cultivator, a sequence successor who ranked number 1 in the Abyssal Guile clan's inheritance sequence. It could be said that in the entire Kun Ruins realm, other than that godly Northern Madness Sword Immortal, no one was placed in Hei's eyes. Watching Hades eye close in on himself with his feet, Chen Yi calmly put the head of the profound ancestor into the jade box and sealed it away, not answering the other party's question either. He just looked on with a faint smile as the fake Yunchuan Daoist, who thought he had predicted everything, approached towards him. Tick, tick, time passed by second, and the distance between the two grew closer and closer. A subtle atmosphere lingered in the secret space. Just as Hei was only 100 paces away from Chen Yi, he suddenly struck out. Suppression. An icy voice dripped down from the mouth of the underworld. Immediately, a dense force of earth rules, like sitting on a prison mountain, quickly suppressed down towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi moved his fingers and felt that this rule force, even if he was to collide with his own perfect water rule force to try to lift it, it would take a few breaths of time, and that time was enough for the other party to decapitate themselves. Unfortunately, there are no assumptions in the world. In the face of the abyssal guile race, Chen Yi had never wanted to leave any room for error as long as he struck out. The law of heaven. With a thought, he directly exerted his strongest battle power, the law of the heavens. Rumble. In an instant, Chen Yi transformed into an ancient heavenly god with a height of 1,000 feet. His head over the spatial barrier of the simply dragon mysterious realm, his feet on the black earth, and that massive primordial physical body instantly blocked all of the spatial retreats of the Hei, shaking the mysterious cavern sky. A surging primordial gigantic force instantly ripped apart the earth rule force covering his body. You are the Northern Madness Sword Immortal. When Underworld 1 struck, the original face that showed that hint of a residual cold smug smile was instantly taken over by fear and stiffness at this point. He looked at the heavenly god giant in front of him in horror, muttering the last words of his life. Hei felt so small at the moment that if he had another chance to choose, he promised that he would not come here to see the person in front of him. Bang! You killed Hades, one of the abyssal critters, and plundered their luck for 3,000 years, only to see Chen Yi waving his large hand like a huge mountain with 5 fingers holding it open, instantly crushing the other party's fleshly body, while his divine thoughts frantically surged into the other party's residual spirit to search for it. Chen Yi's eyes flashed. After his cultivation broke through to earth immortal perfection, this time he finally obtained some residual memories in the other party's residual spirit by virtue of his profound power of divine thoughts. The ruins of the Great Ruins, the hideout of the Trickster clan. I see. Since the appearance of the Northern Mad Sword Immortal, the Abyssal Guile clans of the Kun Ruins realm are now hiding underneath a ruin called the Taishu Ruins. This Tai Ruins image. How is it so much like a place recorded in Shi Mu Shui's travelogue? Chen Yi's eyes turned, his mind like electricity. If the Abyssal Guile race was really all hiding in one place now, it would be really convenient for him. Chen Yi decided to go there to take a look once he had successfully passed the Earth Immortal Thunder Tribulation. And if he could wipe out the Abyssal Guile race, not only would he have solved the great human problem in the Kun market realm, but he would also be able to harvest a wave of immense amounts of chi. After killing the Hei who had sent him to the door, Chen Yi quickly examined his spatial ring, which contained a sizable collection of spirit stones and some cultivation materials. These, however, did not appeal to him much. The cultivation materials were still no match for the 13,000 years of chi power on the other side. Chen Yi checked a glance at his current attribute panel. Host, Chen Yi 19/12010. Identity, Level 3 Chi Luck, 80330/100000. De Zhoujin Jail Waiter. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 10th level. Techniques, Bihai Qing Ting Jing, Tier 1, 0/100800. Great Inyang Harmonizing Koan Art, 3683/100000. Xianbing Immortal Scripture, Perfection. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, Perfection. Great Dao Masking Breath Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 24,500. Power, 3,940. Defense, 3,912. Agility, 3,900. Spirit, 4,020. Previously, a total of 15,000 years of chi had been transferred out, and now that 13,000 years of chi had been reharvested from Hei, the chi basically hadn't been reduced by too much, and after all this time of accumulation, the Tao has now stayed another 24,500 years, and even the lifespan has broken through 12,000 years. Chen Yi gazed at the panel in front of him, a satisfied look in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a strange movement coming from the divine tree of luck in system space. The fruit of chi is going to ripen. Chen Yi's expression snapped with joy as he hurriedly threw his consciousness into the system space. Sure enough, just as his conscious body came underneath the divine tree of chi, suddenly a golden fruit fell down. Knock! The fruit of luck fell on his head, followed by a wave of arcane formation awareness surging into his mind. 2-year sundial peripheral microdust formation, a very long name. However, after receiving the memories of the formation, a look of shock snapped into Chen Yi's eyes. The 2-eyed sundial circumferential microdust formation was, to the best of his ability, a top-notch time grand formation, as long as this array is successfully set up, with enough spirit stones to drive people to enter this array to cultivate. It can even make time accelerate to 110, or even 1:1000 speed. What's the concept? That means you have been practicing for a day in the outside world, while you have been practicing for 1,000 years in the formation. This formation is simply an opener for regular people. Shenyi was truly shocked. From the blue sea green thunder scripture, to the boundary penetrating talisman, to the 9 orifices thunder spirit stone fetus, and now the 2E sundial circumferential microdust formation. This system was now giving him things that were more powerful than one. Chapter 107 Immortal Origin Ancestral Stone. White Fox returns to ancestry. This system was now giving him things that were more powerful than one. After digesting the complicated formation memories in his mind, Shenyi gradually realized the specific arrangement method of the 2 instruments sundial weekly sky dust formation. For this formation to be successfully set up, apart from consuming a lot of precious formation materials, it also needed to be set up in an extremely high-grade spirit vein before it could be activated. The spiritual power contained in the spiritual veins determined the time effect of the formation's acceleration. Shenyi closed his eyes and projected. It seemed that there was only one originator spirit vein above the extreme grade in the Kunhui realm. Now that the Stygian dragon peak where he landed was being built on a branch of the Kun Ruins realm's patriarchal spiritual vein, it could barely be set up. How effective it would be he didn't know. To be honest, with the systematic divine tree in place, Shenyi didn't place any particular importance on the 2-eyed sundial circumferential microdust formation. In his opinion, this formation was indeed a tailor-made opening artifact for the human race to meet the abyssal Guile race. But so what? I'm afraid that even if the aura of the Kun Ruins realm was drained, it would only spawn a group of heavenly immortal level great cultivators, and I'm afraid that it would still be very difficult to use the time formation to spawn true immortal powerhouses. And I'm afraid that if one wanted to completely solve the threat of the abyssal Guile race from the root, it would be impossible to do so without the intervention of a true immortal level or higher bigwig. So after obtaining the 2E sundial perimeter microdust formation, Shenyi still quickly calmed down after the initial excitement. AI. It seems that this heaven and earth is still counting on me to make a move. Take your time and wait. Wait for the day when I have absolute strength, and then strike out to cleanse that abyssal clan once again. Shaking his head, Shenyi looked up at the ripe, shaking fruit of chi above his head. Tick. After waiting for a few moments, the last fruit of chi finally fell in its natural course. Immortal Source Ancestral Stone. This time, what landed in his hand was a fist-sized, greenish golden stone that emanated immortal charm. It's good to move things. Shenyi looked at the stone in his eyes, and a look of excitement passed through his eyes. Immortal Source Ancestral Stone is also called Immortal Stone. It is the same concept as Spirit Stone in Kunhui realm, but just from the name, we know that its grade is obviously higher than the Spirit Stone. Generally, only the mighty cultivators above heavenly immortal level will use these immortal stones for cultivation, because to the heavenly immortal realm, each small realm at every turn needs to refine a huge amount of spiritual power into its own mana. If there is no immortal stone and other spirit of cohesion of the higher immortal power, immortal characters do not say to understand the law of the great Tao. Just to refine the spiritual power will need to spend an endless amount of time. This immortal origin ancestral stone had just solved Shenyi's pressing problem. Previously, he was worried about where he would go to refine so much spiritual energy after he crossed the earth immortal thunder tribulation. But now that he had the immortal source ancestral stone, he could just directly refine and absorb the immortal energy in it when the time came. After carefully storing away the immortal origin ancestral stone, Shenyi glanced at the 6 small chi pods that had reopened on the Chi-Luck divine tree before quietly exiting the system space. Now his level 3 chi was just 20,000 years of chi away from being upgraded again. 20,000 years of chi is said to be fast or slow. If it was fast, it would only take him to harvest 2 more Earth Immortal Perfection Guile clans, but this was something he was going to put on the back burner. Currently, Shenyi's primary task was to cross the Earth Immortal Thunder Tribulation to ascend to the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Shenyi's consciousness returned to the outside world, where Jiang Xiaoyu was struggling to help him sharpen his sword with the Chaos Demon Stone, probably because of the 5,000 years of chi luck transferred to it before. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobeaver's 2 front paws grasped the purple cloud immortal gold sword embryo and ground it back and forth on it, its eyes gradually drifting away, while the movements in its hands didn't stop, still maintaining its mechanical-like movements. Is this enlightenment or is the bloodline returning to its ancestor awakening? Shenyi sensed the white fox's abnormality and immediately activated his delusion-breaking divine pupil to look towards it. At that moment, he realized that when Jiang Xiaowei's front paw was grinding the immortal sword, a wisp of chaos chi from the chaos grinding stone was penetrating towards the sword embryo. A trace of chaos chi on the edge of the sword body accidentally penetrated into it along its paw. It was also this trace of chaotic chi within the white fox, as if it had activated the inherited bloodline within it. Shenyi realized that the bloodline in the white fox's body had been kept boiling at this time, and he even detected a strand of essence blood gradually converging at the root of the white fox's tail, as if it was about to grow a second tail. 9-tailed sky fox? No, this little girl couldn't really have the 9-tailed sky fox bloodline of Qingqiu Mountain. Shenyi's eyes flickered as he felt alarmed in his heart. However, Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu having this opportunity to create, he naturally couldn't bear to interrupt, so he simply casually set up a defensive prohibition underneath the divine tree of Qi, protecting Shirmu Shui and White Fox, who were in the midst of enlightenment, preventing them from being interfered with by the 10,000 realms to this rare opportunity. Shen Yi looked at the one master and one fox who were encircled within the confines of the tree and shook his head with a smile. Never mind, good things come to an end. Send the Buddha to the west. Since we've given Li Xuani and White Fox Qi luck, let's give Shirmu Shui one as well. Shen Yi then reached out and gave Shirmu Shui a light tap on her shoulder. You transferred 10,000 years of luck to Shirmu Shui. Not long after he injected 10,000 years of Qi luck into Shirmu Shui, it was obvious that he saw a happy smile unconsciously appear at the corner of the mouth of Shirmu Shui, who was in seclusion. Obviously this girl had gained a lot in enlightenment. As for whether or not he could realize awesome rules in one fell swoop, it would depend on his own creation. Looking at Shirmu Shui, who had entered a deep level of closed-door enlightenment, Shen Yi sighed in his heart. This is the normal state of cultivation. Each strand of rules comes from hard work of sensing, which is like him opening up all the way to the end. But there's one thing to be said for open cultivation that's really cool. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Without Shirmu Shui and White Fox's noise, the valley fell into a quiet state again. Aside from the Eternal Life sect and Great Zhou next door, which had occasional visits from important people from time to time, the Valley of Seclusion was in an undisturbed state for most of the time. At first, Li Mang and Li Shenzhou thought about coming to sit under the Qi Yin Divine Tree to find some enlightenment, but without a nod in Chen Yi's heart here, how could they have gained anything? Not to mention that after seeing White Fox and Shirmu Shui enlightenment here later on, they were even more afraid to come over and disturb them at will, because today's Chen Yi, regardless of his identity, strength or background, was an existence that they needed to look up to in Great Zhou anymore. However, it was fortunate that nowadays, on the everlasting sect, there were quite a few cultivation treasures left behind by the former underworld dragon sect, and thus the Great Zhou dynasty's strength had risen very rapidly. The next day, the weather at Lake Falling Moon suddenly changed. The sky was covered with thick black clouds, as if the sky was collapsing, making the white day look like darkness descending. The tip of Chen Yi's nose, who was lying under the tree, refining and feeding the stone tire with his heart's blood, twitched slightly, and then his eyes brightened slightly. The thunderstorm he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Rumble! Suddenly a thunderbolt blasted through the dimly lit sky. Chapter 108, Stone Tire opens its eyes. Thunder spirit split. A bolt of lightning like a lighted tree branch struck down, briefly illuminating the blackness of the night shrouded out by dark clouds. The fish in Lake Falling Moon fought to leap out of the water, enjoying the commotion before the storm. The thunder was continuous, followed by bean-sized raindrops that quickly beat down. Rumble, claptrap. In the blink of an eye the rain poured down as if a large hole had appeared in the sky in clouds. Shen Yi slowly got up and looked at the dark clouds and lightning in the sky, the corner of his mouth gently raised. 9 orifices thunder spirit stone tire. If you don't move now, when will you wait? Chanting, Shen Yi carried the half-human tall stone tire in a vertical leap and flew into the thunderstorm to receive the baptism of lightning. In the midst of the black clouds that were as black as ink, Shen Yi stopped in the void, and the 9 orifices thunder spirit stone tire in his hand seemed to have become the center of attraction for 10,000 thunderbolts. And after bathing in the baptism of thunder and lightning power, there were strands of greenish-colored thunderons constantly flashing and wandering about on the body of the stone tire. Nearby, these thunder and lightning forces were eventually slowly absorbed by the stone tire, transforming into a trace of vitality creation conceived within the body. Ancient and modern exchanges. Thunder and lightning, both the main destruction and the main creation. Destruction contains the ultimate pure yang gas, yang Pauline life running heavenly creation. This trace of pure yang qi in the thunderbolt was a touch of creation and vitality, as some 1,000 years old which should be the end of the life of the meteor, coincided with a thunderbolt was split. But instead of the dead wood, the old tree regeneration of new shoots is this reason. An hour had passed in the blink of an eye, and the thunderstorm had yet to stop. The thunderstorm came in a fierce and long-lasting manner, as if it was going to pour out all the thunderstorms that had been building up for months at a time. Looking at the unabated decaying lightning ions in the black clouds, Shen Yi's heart was joyful. The thunderstorm really lived up to his days of patient waiting. Shen Yi held the arm of the 9 orifices thunder spirit stone tire in his hand, feeling the mysterious nature of the creation in the stone tire. After absorbing countless amounts of lightning power, I do not know how long, in the stone tire fed by his heart blood in the stone heart suddenly thumped strong beating up. Upon noticing this scene, Shen Yi was ecstatic in his heart. At this moment, he forced himself to endure the intense pain of his soul and spirit separation, and used the knife of divine thought on his own soul, immediately separating a trace of his soul and spirit detachment and injecting it into the stone tire. Right at the moment his soul thoughts entered his body, it was as if the 9 orifices thunder spirit stone fetus had gained a complete life of its own, with Chen Yi's emotional memories and desires. Rumble. the lightning in the clouds continued to surge towards the stone tires, just as Chen Yi felt himself entering into the midst of a new body. Suddenly, the 9 orifices Thunder Spirit Stone fetus snapped open a pair of fleshy stone eyes, and a strand of mind ties connecting to Chen Yi's origin was established. It worked! The blood tire beats. The soul is divided into two. The stone tire opens its eyes. One body, two bodies. Chen Yi excitedly held the stone tire arm, as if two of himself were shaking hands with each other. After bathing in the baptism of countless thunder and lightning power, the 9 orifices Thunder Spirit Stone fetus was finally successfully refined by him into his bilocation at this moment. Since then, Chen Yi was considered to have another Thunder Spirit split body with infinite potential. However, at this point, this Thunder Spirit split could only be considered a preliminary successful sacrifice. Wanting it to share the pressure of the Earth Immortal Thunder Tribulation for himself, Chen Yi guessed that he was afraid that he would have to wait for some more time, at least until the 9 orifices Thunder Spirit Stone tire had managed to open one orifice. It was because of a meditative intuition that told Chen Yi that his strength had risen too quickly along the path of immortal cultivation, and that his immortal cultivation time had been too short. So when he faced the Earth Immortal Thunder Tribulation, it would probably be the most terrifying 9 to 9 heavenly tribulation as well. After successfully sacrificing the Thunder Spirit split, Chen Yi did not slacken off, still grabbing the doppelganger to stop in the clouds to continue bathing in the power of lightning. Time passed slowly. Half a day after the turn of the eye, after a drenching rainstorm, the dark clouds that had been accumulating in the sky for a long time were finally shaken clean. The dark clouds parted and a ray of heavenly light pierced down. In the shadows of the hidden clouds, the figures of Chen Yi and the Thunder Spirit doppelganger stood in the half-voided clouds, blowing in the clear wind as if they were floating light-skimming immortals walking in the clouds. When the clouds subsided and the rain ceased, the remnants of the thunder and lightning dissipated in the sky. It was only then that Chen Yi landed with the Thunder Spirit split that had reclosed its eyes. After a heavy rain, the valley soon returned to the midst of idle, normal days. Chen Yi didn't sacrifice his Thunder Spirit split in order to quickly acquire thunderbolts, taking the form of a wind chaser to roam around the Kun Ruins realm to capture thunderbolts. His choice was to wait quietly in the glade for another thunderstorm. There is a saying, if you bloom, the breeze will come. In Chen Yi's case, it is that when the time comes, everything is natural. Time passes like a white horse. The sun rises, the moon sets, and half a year passes. In his spare time, Chen Yi flipped out some of the captured jade books of the Abyssal Guile race and started flipping through them, or teased Big Gray and Little Gray a bit. If he encountered a thunderstorm, he would take the Thunder Spirit split to the depths of the clouds to bathe in the power of lightning and grow. During these half a year, it was a period of time when Chen Yi thoroughly sensed the world, and instead of rushing to raise his cultivation, he leisurely looked through the various tomes and interesting stories in the immortal cultivation world. Dan, talisman, artifact, array, puppet, spiritual plant, imperial beast, miscellaneous. After flipping through the various books, Chen Yi felt that his knowledge of the immortal cultivation world had become much thicker. It was very different from the Chen Yi who had relied on the system in the past to quickly ascend into a strong man. Even his body now exuded a faint aura of immortal charm at all times. It's a change from the inside out. So after half a year of settling down, the original mentality that had become a bit impetuous and empty-sided after his strength had been gained had all settled down again. Everything is natural, random, spontaneous, and spontaneous. If there's one thing that's the only constant, it's the systematic tree cutting that you get up for every day. In the blink of an eye, the time came to late winter, goosefeather snowflakes falling. Chen Yi's valley was covered in a thick layer of white snowflakes, which reminded him of the small courtyard outside the prison last year. On that day, he was still a brat who had not long stepped into the martial arts path, cooking wine and enjoying the moon with Ding San and the two of them. Without realizing it, another year has passed. Chen Yi sighed lightly as he looked at the snowflakes curling in the sky. He then got up and came underneath the divine tree of Chi Fortune, looking at the two of them, Mu Shui and White Fox, who were still plunged into the depths of enlightenment, and shook his head. With a thought, Chen Yi came to the system space and familiarly copied the axe on the ground to chop at the Chi Lut God tree. Bang! Bang! Life expectancy plus 25, Dao Xing plus 2721, Strength plus 55, Defense plus 50, Agility plus 50, Spirit plus 51, Buzz. Chen Yi's body shook slightly, and a flood of power within his body was gently suppressed by him. He looked at the panel in front of him and a faint smile floated to the corner of his mouth. Host, Chen Yi 19/16100. Identity, Level 3 Chiluk, 78800/100000. King of the Great Zhou Prison Town. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 10th level. Techniques, Bihai Qing Ting Jing, Tier 1, 0/100800. Great Inyang Harmonizing Koan Art, 3683/100000. Xianbing Immortal Scripture, Perfection. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, Perfection. Great Dao Masking Breath Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dojo, 514,280. Power, 9,855. Defense, 9,790. Agility, 9,810. Spirit, 9,900. After these half a year of chopping down trees, I've accumulated more than 500,000 years of Tao, and the third divine ability of the physical body is finally about to be born. Just right, just right. Natsunaka. Wait for a thunderstorm to awaken my doppelganger. Spring rises, waiting for a spring thunder to open the divine orifices of my detached cave and ascend to the great Tao of heavenly immortality. Chapter 109, Meeting an Old Friend on His Birthday. Thunder Sea opens the divine orifice. Spring comes a little late here, and by the end of February there is still no sign of the cold dissipating. The next day, continuous snow for several days finally stopped. As if between heaven and earth was pressed the pause button, the world has become extraordinarily quiet. The distant mountains, covered with thick snow, like a layer of white velvet carpet. The silhouette has become soft and rounded. The trees of the valley, their branches were covered with ice crystals, and the sunlight sprinkled down through the gaps in the clouds and shone on the snow, reflecting dazzling rays of light, and the whole world was immersed in a pure white color. Shenyi leisurely lay on the rocking chair under the eaves of the house, holding up in his hand the Great Shan Weekly Travelogue that Shirmu Shui had written earlier and flipping through it. Since Shirmu Shui's enlightenment half a year ago, this book had stopped updating, and he had already gone back and forth several times with the past manuscript. Have a say. This girl's writing is stronger than his own. If it is put into his original world, high and low can also seal a small god. Cluck, cluck. Suddenly, a sound of snow being trampled came to Chenyi's ears, and the sound was coming from far away, heading towards the Valley of the Ghosts. Looking at the familiar figure that approached, Chenyi slowly put down the book in his hands, a happy smile rippling from the corners of his mouth. The wind and snow met the old man, and the visitor turned out to be Ding San, his hairy little friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Yat, I've come to celebrate your 20th birthday. Ding San was still as he was last year, carrying a pot of rice wine and a rice cake wrapped in greaseproof paper in his hand. Smiling as he slowly walked to Chenyi, he held up the rice cake in his hand in a gesture, and said in a familiar tone, knowing that I was going to come here, this is the rice cake I specially asked for from Old Man Me. It's still a familiar flavor. Taste it. Between his words, Ding San did not pull away because of Chenyi's change in status today. The feeling he gave Chenyi was still the same as before when he was on duty in the northern Mang prison. Chenyi liked this kind of friendship without any bias, and even though the two of them had a lot of things to say that they didn't say, the kind of trust and fellowship was as if everything was in the unspoken words. Good. Or you boys know my tastes? Hurry up and sit down. Chenyi smiled and greeted Ding San as he sat down. Soon the two of them built a fireplace under the eaves of the house as they had done in the past, and warmed the wine in the jug slowly recounting some of the things that had happened during the time they had been apart. From Ding San's mouth, he had learned that the story of his journey from being a small errand boy in a prison cell to achieving a second-grade Void Immortal and being ranked as the current Great Zhou Prison Suppressor King had been thoroughly spread in the Kun Ruins realm. The story of his strange encounter with the Northern Madness Sword Immortal, who took him as his disciple to cultivate immortality, has even evolved into countless fictional dialogues in the mouths of storytellers. Nowadays, the Kunhui realm had also finished fusing, and the aura of the entire world had become increased, with various lineages and holy places sprouting up like rain. The Great Zhou dynasty, moreover, has become the Kun Ruins realm is not inferior to the Great Qian, Yun Meng and other old imperial dynasties. The fact that Ding San was able to come here was also because the Great Zhou dynasty had specially arranged for him to come to the everlasting sex side to cultivate after learning of his relationship with Ding San. It could also be said to be tainted with Chenyi's immortal fate, but years later, Ding San might know that he was the one who had gotten a strange encounter after meeting Chenyi. Next, after the two of them caught up on their liaison feelings, Ding San offered Chenyi his farewell. Thanks to Chenyi's relationship, he had now become a core disciple of the everlasting sect being focused on cultivation and would be on the path to immortality. So he was going to report to the everlasting sect. Chenyi had no intention of keeping him by his side, as his cultivation level had all been raised by the system. Ding San going to the Eternal Life sect after systematic training might be more suitable for him. but he also transferred 10,000 years of chi luck to Ding San on his way out. With this 10,000 years of chi luck, he believed that Ding San would be able to walk out on the next immortal path. The 20th birthday passed in peace. After 2 days apart, the first spring thunder finally exploded over the valley. Wisps of fine lightning danced like electric snakes above the 9 skies. After waiting for so long, I'm finally about to accomplish something today. Shen-Yi looked up at the spring thunder in the depths of the green underworld, and muttered with emotion in his mouth. As the voice gently fell, he and the thunder spirit splits bodies, however, had already disappeared into the lightning of the 9 heavens green underworld. Rumble. This time the spring thunder is dry thunder. What is dry thunder? That is, not wind and not rain thunder. Generally this kind of dry thunder gathered in the winter and spring seasons. Its lightning often converge in the 9 days above the formation of the Sea of Thunder. The power and density is far better than the summer rain thunder. Shen-Yi and the thunder spirit doppelganger leapt into the void of the thunder sea, and around them was the pitch-black void. The wind of the 9 heavens whistled past his ears like knives. The dazzling lightning thunder snake cut through the sky like a sharp sword, tearing a huge crack in the pitch-black void. The light of that lightning instantly illuminated the entire heaven and earth, reflecting everything around it as if it was daytime, and countless electric snakes composed of a sea of thunder began to dance wildly, and immediately afterward, a deafening thunder boomed, as if it were a roar coming from the depths of the sky. Thunder spirit split. Go! Shen-Yi came into the air above the sea of thunder, and with a gentle send of his arm, his thunder spirit doppelganger snapped open its eyes and joyfully leapt into the center of the sea of thunder wrapped by lightning. Rumble. His doppelganger entered the sea of thunder as if it were a universal magnetic center, instantly sucking the surrounding lightning power wildly. On the 9 orifices thunder spirit stone tire, electricity flashed, bizarre lightning energy roamed around his body, and a trace of thunder aura shot out from the holes in his eyes, as if the thunder ancient emperor had appeared. At this moment, Shen-Yi had 2 bodies in one, and the thunder spirit doppelganger had become a new and unique world for him in the Sea of Thunder. The power of thunder and lightning, which normal people feared, was a willingness under his doppelganger. Shen-Yi felt that he was absorbing this lightning power as simple as drinking water. Wisps of lightning power were eventually swallowed by him and transformed within the body of the stone fetus, and then all of them converged towards a place between his 2 eyebrows that was 1 inch upward into the interior. This is the divine orifice of the Cave of the 9 Orifices, also known as the Ming Tang or the Palace of the Cave. If you pass this hole, you will be able to explore the mysteries of heaven and earth and grasp the mysteries of creation. Boom! Sensing the opening of the creation today, Shen-Yi increased his swallowing efforts. His mouth violently opened into a Taowu mouth generally, such as a long whale sucking water will be near the body of the thunder and lightning a drink, and ultimately came to the body of the cave palace. Together with the previous 6 months of the accumulation of the power of thunder and lightning violently collided with each other. Open the divine aperture, and point the bright hall. Violent thunderbolts exploded violently within the stone tire's brow, in a place that was something like the origin of a black hole. After this black hole origin was blown up, at once Shen-Yi felt that in the location of the center of the eyebrows between the 2 eyebrows, there were 4 weird Taoist sounds exploding one after another like the beginning of heaven and earth. Mu, un, buzz, mu. These 4 words have a clear, far-sounding, guttural, and meaningful sound. Immediately following the stone-born thunder spirit splits clarity within his sea of consciousness, he felt his own wisdom complete, with epiphany-like wonderful truths emerging. Chapter 110, The 9-Day Thunder Tribulation, Breakthrough to Heavenly Immortal. In addition to this, the original cave palace that was like a black hole suddenly shone brightly, and a thunder figure Yuan Shen that emanated faint thunder and lightning rules was sitting here in the green underworld of the cave. At this point, Shen-Yi's thunder spirit split cave divine orifice had finally opened and split successfully. 9 orifices of thunder spirit stone tire. As long as 1 orifice is opened you can comprehend a trace of thunder to advance to the position of void immortal. However, this point is not the most important. The real important thing is that once the 9 orifices of the thunder spirit stone tire opens up the cave divine orifice, the thunder spirit can be awakened, and you can grasp a trace of the power of the thunder rules to incarnate the son of the rules. From then on, the thunder spirit split would no longer be afraid of lightning aggression and would directly ignore lightning attacks. All the power of the thunderbolt would instead become a boost to fund his growth. This was the reason why Shen-Yi had dragged his feet until now and had not gone to cross the earth immortal tribulation. With the thunder spirit split, his earth immortal thunder tribulation would be transformed into a straight path. For the thunder spirit split is him, and he is the thunder spirit split. With a thought, feeling the powerful power of the thunder spirit within his body, the thunder spirit split slowly stood up in the thunder sea, and the light of thunder flashed in his eyes. Suck me! Shen-Yi fiercely let out a long cry, and immediately the sea of thunder that had been so hard to condense above the green netherworld was directly sucked up by him. Host, Shen-Yi 20/16150. Identity, Level 3 Chiluk, 68800/100000. King of the Great Zhou Prison Town. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 10th level. Techniques, by Hai Ching Thunder Scripture, Tier 1, 0/100800. Great Yin Yang Harmonizing Koan Technique, 3683/100000. Xian Ice Immortal Scripture, Perfect. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, Perfection. Great Tao Masking Breath Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dojo, 518,280. Power, 9,915. Defense, 9,860. Agility, 9,960. Spirit, 9,980. After the Thunder Spirit split opened up the cave divine orifice, a faint trace of joy and relief surfaced in Chen Yi's heart. Everything was just as he expected, and all it took was a spring thunderstorm to make it happen. Chen Yi's figure still rested above the 9 heavens, his eyes faintly sweeping the current attribute panel. Lifespan. The physical body attribute has increased again. The Tao has also come to nearly 520,000 years. Breakthrough now. With a loose thought, Chen Yi dropped the suppression of his Earth Immortal Perfection aura. At once, a destructive force in the underworld began to lock itself. Earth Immortal Thunder Tribulation. Come on, Chen Yi murmured in his heart, then opened his arms and Thunder Spirit split and immediately flew higher into the 9 heavens above. Soon he came to the edge of the wall membrane of the world at the end of the sky, and beyond that was the dark void of chaos. The place was surrounded by an almost stagnant void, hundreds of millions of miles above the ground, and in every direction there was a frightening kind of gray haze that was impossible to discern the direction. Just as Chen Yi had just stood still, boom, above his head, a black divine thunderbolt suddenly descended against his body. That's a start? Why no prelude at all? Can you at least brew it up a bit? Chen Yi looked at the rapidly falling black divine thunderbolt and flirted with it with a raised eyebrow and a very relaxed demeanor. As the divine thunderbolt fell, 2 sensations clearly came out in Chen Yi's mind. One was a thrilling sense of danger coming from his main body, and the other was a sense of hunger and longing that wanted to swallow the divine thunder coming from his bilocation. That was why he was in such a relaxed state of mind to deal with the lightning tribulation. The Earth Immortal Thunderbolt had no consciousness. If the Thunderbolt had a consciousness, it would have been killed by Chen Yi's anger. It was too late. Just as the Thunderbolt was only 100 feet above his head, Chen Yi sensed the excitement and intent of the Thunder Spirit's doppelganger, and he then directly maneuvered the doppelganger towards the Thunderbolt above to swallow it. Boom! The black lightning fell on top of the head of the Thunder Spirit split, and was directly swallowed by his split head, and a trace of the power of the lightning that far exceeded the power of ordinary lightning was absorbed as it quickly traveled above the stone split. At the end of the day, it even prompted Chen Yi to split off and burp with a sound of satisfaction. Wonderful feeling. Chen Yi's eyes were glowing, and the lightning that ordinary people avoided like snakes and scorpions seemed to have become wonderful food in his eyes. Other people crossing the tribulation. I don't know if they have such heaven-stealing evasive means as Thunder Spirit split. Anyway, he did. Rumble. Soon, the Thunder Tribulation landed one after another, as if it was going to destroy an ancient demon that was about to come out of the world. 10 roads, 20 roads, 50 courses, 80 courses. Looking at the unceasing robberies in the void, Chen Yi's originally extremely relaxed expression also more than unconsciously had more than a trace of shock. At this time, the color of the robbing thunder became pitch black, and the power of the thunder tore through the void like an urging talisman as it rushed down at him, and the entire Kun Ruins world seemed to be shrouded in a horrifying thunderous might, and heavenly fury-like vibrations came from the heaven and earth. Damn, it really is the most powerful 9-9 Thunder Tribulation in the legend. Chen Yi had learned from some ancient books that the general Earth Immortal Thunder Tribulation was divided into the 4-9 Thunder Tribulation, the 6-9 Thunder Tribulation, and the 9-9 Thunder Tribulation. If they encountered the 9-9 Thunder Tribulation, even an Earth Immortal with a rich heritage would basically end up with 10 deaths. However, Chen Yi was fortunate to have the Thunder Spirit split to share everything for him, and when the robbing thunder fell, his main body only needed to hide underneath the split and watch the show, and that one robbing thunder after another was eventually transformed into countless Thunder Spirit power deposited within his doppelganger's body. While Chen Yi was in the midst of his tribulation, far away at the edge of the Kun Ruins realm, endlessly far away in a pitch-black abyssal fissure, there was a realm gate shrouded in array formations and prohibitions here. Inside the gate there were a number of slightly exhausted and decrepit heavenly immortals and true immortals falling to the ground. Sensing the vibrations outside the heavens, they tried to look within the Kun Ruins realm to find the root cause of the transition. Unfortunately, it's too far away in the end. In the end they could only give up in dismay. At this moment, someone within it sighed and said, "It's the 9-9 robbery thunder, all right. I don't know who could have accumulated such deep reserves in the Earth Immortal realm. I hope this person isn't from the Abyssal Guile race, or else we in the Kun Market realm are afraid that we'll really die here." Hard. Our Coon Market realm has not had any descendants come to support us for tens of thousands of years. A while ago I sensed that the core prohibition of the simply dragon mystic realm left behind by the old man in the beginning had been activated, and I've already sent a message through the blood sword to the past in the hope that it can bring some turnaround to the later human race. Inside the boundary gate, the voices of these murmurs were very low as they voiced their opinions, but through their voices, without exception, they were all very low, even with a hint of despair. Boom! Below the wall membrane of the Coon Ruins realm world, when the last huge robotic thunderbolt that was as black as ink fell, all the 999 tribulation thunderbolts had finally finished falling. After crossing all the thunderbolts, suddenly, there was a massive half an acre of immortal light coalescing with dense chi above Chen Yi's head, penetrating through the world's wall membrane to fall down towards Chen Yi's body. The lightning ravaging immortal light, the heavenly immortal Dao fruit. Seeing this half-acre-sized mass of immortal light, an excited smile finally appeared on Chen Yi's face. The heavenly immortal realm. Finally, when half an acre of dense immortal light entered Chen Yi's body, an unspeakable creation was immediately born within him. Almost instantly, the water laws condensed within Chen Yi's body increased by leaps and bounds, while the spiritual mana within his body was also constantly being refined and metamorphosed by this immortal light. And in the end, every ounce of mana carried a faint aura of immortal rhythm. For a moment, he felt as if 10,000 years had passed, and as if only an instant had passed. After a long time, Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath to lament. Immortal rhythm, heavenly immortal Dao fruit. So that's how it is. Heavenly immortals are only immortals, and those below them are just mole crickets. Host, Chen Yi 20/106150. Identity, Level 3 Chiluk, 68800/100000. King of the Great Zhou Prison Town. Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm. 1 level heavy. Techniques, Bihai Qing Ting Jing, Tier 1, 100/100800. Great Inyang Harmonizing Koan Art, 3683/100000. Xianbing Immortal Scripture, Perfection. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, Perfection. Great Dao Masking Breath Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dojo, 518,280. Power, 9,915. Defense, 9,860. Agility, 9,960. Spirit, 9,980. First level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Now I can finally add another point to my Dao. Chapter 111, 6th Heavenly Layer, Abyssal Realm Gate. The lifespan of the Heavenly Immortal Realm also directly breaks through the 100,000 year mark. Looking at the numbers on the panel in front of him, Chen Yi took a deep breath. At the Heavenly Immortal Realm, each realm was divided into 10 layers, and each small layer of the Dao required 800 years to break through. This number was undoubtedly very terrifying. To think that he hadn't even used so much Dao when he went from the refined skin realm to the Earth Immortal Realm. Chen Yi didn't know if this was because the rules were different when they reached the Heavenly Immortal Realm, or if the system had another reason. However, it was a good thing that the years of Dao that he dropped every day were also terrifying, so Chen Yi wasn't under too much pressure in the face of subsequent realm breakthroughs. Breakthrough. Chen Yi's eyes shifted to the top of the Bihai Qing Ting Sutra, and with a movement of his consciousness, he suddenly invested all of his 280 years of Taoism into it. Buzz. Instantly, the sound of the Dao in Chen Yi's mind was unceasing, and countless murmuring sermons gently resounded in his ears. Water is one of the ancient laws formed at the beginning of the heavens and the earth. It contains pliability, nurturing, change, tolerance, and destruction. In an instant, countless laws and mysteries concerning water surged and tumbled around Chen Yi. It was as if his consciousness had come to the beginning of chaos, the beginning of heaven and earth, and he had witnessed the first drop of water being born from the chaos. This water could be the source of all water in the chaos. When it appeared, the great Tao of water was born. It was one of the most primitive energies in the heaven and earth, alongside the rules of the great Tao of fire, earth and wind, which together formed the cornerstone of the world. The world first became hidden by the great Tao, and this drop of chaotic mother water then began to evolve in the world, dividing into countless branches of water rules: phase-less water, weak water, extremely cold celestial water, Xuanji true water. Chen Yi closed his eyes and tried his best to absorb the sensations brought to him in this Tao line. The cultivation barriers in the Bihai Qing Tian Sutra in his mind shattered apart during these epiphanies, eventually turning into the heavenly immortal level water rule epiphanies that he had comprehended. The rules of water that he had comprehended when he was in the earth immortal realm were like a drop in the ocean compared to this epiphany. Time passes slowly. It was only after 3 days that Chen Yi digested all of this breakthrough epiphany. He slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of the vicissitudes of age flowed out from him, as if he had been on the long river of time and space for hundreds of thousands of years. Only after a few moments, as the memories of Ding San, White Fox, Mu Shui, Li Xianyi and the others became clear again in his mind one by one. Did the aura of age gradually dissipate from Chun Yi's body? The aura on him was back to his previous 20-year-old self. At this time, however, his realm cultivation had already come to the 6th level of the heavenly immortal realm. Host, Shen E 20/106150. Identity, Level 3 Chiluk, 68800/100000. King of the Great Zhou Prison Town. Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm. 6th level. Techniques, Bihai Qingtingjing, 6th level. 14380/100800. Great Yinyang Harmonization Kunjutsu, 3683/100000. Xianbing Immortal Scripture, Perfection. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, Perfection. Great Tao Breath Covering Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Roadwork, 0. Power, 9915. Defense, 9860. Agility, 9960. Spirit, 9980. Looking at the brand new realm panel, Chenny smiled at the corner of his mouth. Relative to a lifespan of over 100,000 years, he was just too young for a 20-year-old. Ha! After laughing softly twice, Chen Yi's gong method was activated. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the void surged towards him crazily, filling the lack of immortal energy in his body and beginning to quench his immortal body. But with the aura hidden in the Kun Hui realm, without 10 days and half a month's time, he would never be able to replenish his body's immortal power at the 6th heavenly immortal level. At this time, the immortal origin ancestral stone that had fallen earlier finally came in handy. Shendy placed the flowing greenish golden immortal stone in his palm, and as his mana surged, a high quality, dense and astonishing immortal power swiftly surged into his body. In a moment, he felt the immortal energy in his body increase like a waterfall. Half a day later, after completely refining this immortal source ancestral stone, Shenyi absorbed the spiritual energy of the void for a while longer, finally bringing the 6th level of the heavenly immortal realm on par with the immortal energy. By this point, he was finally finished with this breakthrough. Moreover, Shenyi discovered that after the Thunder Spirit Split had absorbed the power of this 9-to-9 earthly immortal Thunder Tribulation, its internal cultivation had also unconsciously risen to the mid-earthly immortal realm. An Earth Immortal doppelganger that possessed the potential of a golden immortal was enough to serve as Chen Yi's base card to cross the immortal realm in the future. Chen Yi's mind moved, and his eyes fell on the Thunder Spirit branch after the breakthrough. And at this time, it looked like it did not look any different from the person himself. Other than the Thunder Spirit Split not being able to master the two major fleshly aptitudes of his main body, he mastered all the other sense spells that his main body had mastered. Moreover, if one were to compare at the same realm alone, the battle power of the Thunder Spirit doppelganger would also be higher than that of the main body, as the Thunder Spirit mana within his body was already extremely adept at attacking. In the future, you will sit in the valley of the underworld instead of my father. It's been so long since I came to this world. It's time for me to visit. The Thunder Spirit Split nodded at his honors. Then with a sinking of his body, he dropped into the valley of the ghost and sat down, looking at the familiar figures under the divine tree of Chi Luck. Shenny smiled. Then he unfolded his figure and flew towards the depths of the Kun Market realm. He had two purposes for this trip. One was to see if the Guile race in the ruins of the Taishu ruins was still there, and if it was there it was just the right time to harvest a wave of Qi. The second purpose was to visit the Abyssal Realm Gate. Logically, after he broke through the Heavenly Immortal Realm was when he should be able to sense the passage to the Ascension Immortal Realm, but this time, he didn't sense the hope of ascension even when he broke through to the 6th level of Heavenly Immortal. I'm afraid the reason for this still needs to be understood clearly on the Abyssal Realm Gate side. Shenny pondered in his heart that this might a chance to get in touch with the truth of the Abyssal Guile race's attack on the Kun Market realm. After deciding for a moment, Shenny quickened his pace, his majestic immortal thought sweeping towards the extremely distant parts of the world. Nowadays, with his cultivation to perform flying speed, it was not too much to use a thought of 1,000 miles. He didn't know where the Abyssal Realm Gate was, but he was able to use the method of feeling heavenly immortal chi to go forward and find it. As long as one stepped into the heavenly immortal realm, after being baptized by the lightning tribulation immortal light, one's body would naturally carry a true immortal charm. So as long as one found a place with immortal chimes, it was naturally possible to find the Abyssal Realm Gate. 3 days later, Shenny crossed a distance of hundreds of millions of miles and finally sensed multiple strands of rich immortal rhythmic might in a spatial crack at the deep edge of the Kun Ruins realm. Is this the Abyssal Passage? Shenny murmured in his heart as he hid his figure and lurked at the edge of a spatial rift looking ahead to observe carefully. The surrounding area was barren and silent, and the aura of heaven and earth was thin. there was a huge spatial crack in front of him, like a huge wound that tore through the barrier of heaven and earth. The edges of the crack flickered with an ethereal blue light. It was the fluctuation of spatial energy, and any creatures that came close would be instantly torn into pieces. And the depths of the crack channel. There is an ancient model that exudes the atmosphere of the years of ancient stone door, quietly blocked in the abyssal cracks, in its surroundings filled with bizarre black fog. Let a person shudder. That stone door should be the abyssal realm door that Li Xianyi was talking about, and there were countless mysterious prohibitions spread all over the outside of it, sealing its link to the Kun market realm together. Chapter 112, The Tai Ruins, Destroying the Guile Race. Xianyi observed with his delusion-breaking divine pupil and found that there were 5 ancient figures seated within the stone door, and the multiple immortal auras he felt were emanating from within that stone door. There were 2 true immortals and 3 celestial immortal breaths among the 5. In addition to that, at the other end of the boundary gate was the abyssal guile race, a full 8 figures covered in a strange black mist. These people brought Xianyi a sense of deadly threat. 3 true immortals, 5 heavenly immortals. Xianyi muttered as he looked at the 8 black mist figures. His eyes narrowed slightly, his heart shocked. Seeing this scene, he finally understood a hint of the truth of the Abyssal One's invasion. The 5 Kun Ruins human races in the Realm Gate were clearly not as strong as the Abyssal Guile race on the opposite side, so they were utilizing the prohibitions on the Realm Gate to completely seal the passageway together. Unless the opposite true immortal broke that prohibition, there was no way to come in. Similarly, the 5 people inside the boundary door can't return to the Kun Market realm, because they must unlock part of the ban if they return. Once the ban is loosened, the opposite side of the Gue clan will take advantage of the opportunity to invade in. This is to break the back of the boat, to break the back of the road, and make the intention of sacrificing the boundary gate forever. No wonder, even knowing that the back of the Kun Ruins realm has been breached by the Gue clan, the 5 of them couldn't rush back to help. As for how the abyssal trickster race in the Kun Hui realm appeared today, Xianyi had also come to understand through his observations that it was actually possible for cultivators below the heavenly immortal realm to enter in those abyssal prohibition gaps as long as they were below the heavenly immortal realm and took certain risks. After watching the situation, Xianyi couldn't help but feel admiration for the 5 human seniors within that realm gate. He still didn't know what the root cause of the Abyssal One's invasion was, but for this fearless sacrifice, it deserved a thumbs up. Xianyi carefully hid in the shadows, silently observing the terrain here. A day later, he finally got everything straightened out here. After comparing the two, he realized that even if he were to use the Dharma Heaven and Earth divine ability now, his battle power would not be enough to change the situation, so Xianyi decisively retreated from the area. Unless he broke through above the true immortal level, there was nothing he could do to resolve the situation at hand. True immortal level strength is insurmountable. It seems that reality forces me to continue to live. After breaking through the heavenly immortal, he expected to be able to move around in this world, but he didn't expect to see the door of the world and realized that his strength was small. Xianyi's gaze was icy cold, and between the flashes of his eyes, a wave of anger was suppressed in his heart. Go is fine, but as a member of the human race, it's time to do something to rid this realm of the abyssal trickster race. Just in time to gather some sustenance for my chakra upgrade. With a flash of thought, Xianyi decisively drew away from the vicinity of the abyssal passageway and sought toward the Taishu ruins of the Kun Ruins realm. Not long after leaving, a true immortal ancestor within the realm gate spoke out. Simply Dragon, have you sensed it yet? Behind us, just now it seems like a not-so-weak heavenly immortal was searching the neighborhood with his immortal thoughts. The old ancestor named Simply Dragon nodded indifferently, his eyes revealing a hint of relief. Good, I sensed it too. Although this person's aura is extremely subtle, he really isn't from the Abyssal Guile race, so as long as the other party isn't a heavenly immortal from the Abyssal Guile race, then that's a good thing for our human race. Do you guys think this person is? The newly promoted heavenly immortal that we sensed transmitting the 9-9 Thunder Tribulation a few days ago? I don't know. Not really. The newly promoted heavenly immortals shouldn't have this strength. Anyway, I still have tens of thousands of years to live. I hope that before I die, I can wait until the human race emerges a new successor. The voices within the boundary gate murmured for a while before falling silent again. A day and a half later, early morning, after leaving the abyssal realm gate, Xianyi finally arrived at the ruins of the Taishu ruins. This place was in the depths of a large mountain surrounded by mountains. Xianyi climbed upwards along a wide stone staircase and his vision gradually widened, finally seeing a huge ruin in the center of an open clearing that came into view. Inside the ruined and collapsed mountain gate, there were rows and rows of collapsed buildings and broken stone pillars everywhere, and the dragon and phoenix motifs carved on top of the stone pillars were still vivid, as if they were telling of the majesty of the past. An ancient stone monument next to the ruins was engraved with a few words that were already blurred. Taishu Cave Heaven. Although there are only broken walls left here today, you can still feel the splendor it once had. The early morning sunlight, Through the gaps in the leaves of the giant wooden mountain forest, shed dappled light on the ruins. Chen Yi stood on the ruined square and immediately activated his delusion-breaking divine pupil to search. No more silent and deserted mountain ruins could escape his eyes. Observe the world's 10,000 airs and give me a search. Chen Yi's eyes are crystal clear and delusional. The air of grass and trees in the mountains and forests, the essence of spiritual plants, the ferocious air of wild beasts, the air of lakes and water, the air of deep valleys and ravines, the air of the earth's fury. All the colorful air was reflected in his eyes. Found it. After a while, Chen Yi suddenly discovered that buried 100 meters below the ruins, a wooden stake had a strand of thick black fog air overflowing from it. It turns out that a dusty mustard seed on a stake opens up a cave latent. In order to avoid the northern madness sword immortal, it's truly hard for you guys to be so careful in the face of the Kun ruins human race, which is as weak as it is today. Chen Yi sneered. If it wasn't for him being here, even any other earth immortal perfection cultivator would have a hard time finding their hiding place. Thinking of the 5 immortal Dao seniors in the abyssal realm gate, who were guarded by their bodies for life and were not allowed to be free, Chen Yi's heart was steeped in murderous intent. Since you are hiding in this cave space, don't ever come out. Before preparing to strike, Chen Yi purposely glanced at his current attribute panel in order to well differentiate his gains afterwards. Host, Chen Yi 20/106300. Identity, Level 3 Chi Luck, 68820/100000. King of the Great Zhou Prison Town. Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm. 6th level. Techniques, Bihai Qingtingjing, 6th level. 14380/100800. Great Yin-Yang Harmonization Kanjutsu, 3683/100000. Xianbing Immortal Scripture, Perfection. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, Perfection. Great Dao Breath Covering Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 10,884. Power, 9,915. Defense, 9,860. Agility, 9,960. Spirit, 9,980. After a few days of chopping down trees, the flesh attributes have all surpassed the 10,000 mark except for defense and agility. If I behead the Guile race lurking here today, it will just be enough to allow me to upgrade my level 4 chi and open my 3rd fleshly aptitude in the process. Thoughts. Chen Yi's left foot gently stomped on the ground, and instantly, a wave of immortal power traveled down the ground and invaded on top of the stake that hid the Guile clan's cave. Snap! A clear sound of space shattering resounded in the mountains, one after another. With a few moments of doubt and worry, abyssal trickster figures emerged from the ground. Not good. How did the cave space rupture? I was just about to take over a hunted superior human flesh body. One by one, the tricksters, some of whom hadn't reacted, were still grumbling under their breath. However, when this group of hundreds of abyssal Guile clansmen appeared on the ground and looked up to see Chen Yi, who was indifferently looking down at them, each of them immediately gripped their spiritual weapons in their hands in readiness. Who are you? There were abyssal tricksters that instinctively voiced their own questions. At those words, Chen Yi's body hovered in midair, his mouth smiling indifferently. I have come to overthrow you. As soon as his words fell, the heavens and earth above the Taishu ruins immediately became darkened, and the heavens and earth changed color at the drop of a hat. Black clouds as black as ink swept madly, and violent thunder roared. Dutian water thunder. Extinguish. Rumble. At this moment, Chen Yi utilized his heavenly immortal cultivation to finally execute the first divine ability spell in the Bihai Qingting Sutra. Dutian water thunder. In an instant, piece after piece of turquoise-colored water thunderbolts descended from the sky, landing precisely on the head of each and every trickster. Run away. This person is a heavenly immortal powerhouse. You killed the Red King of the Abyss and plundered his luck for 990 years. You killed the Black King of the Abyssal Trickster clan and plundered his fortune for 10,000 years. You killed Feng Mo of the Abyssal Critters and plundered their luck for 4,000 years. You have killed the Abyssal clan's Hatchet Spectre and plundered their luck for 3,500 years. You killed the Night Wuwan of the Abyssal Trickster clan and plundered 5,000 years of luck. You killed the Abyssal Cretan, Hades, and plundered his luck for 3,000 years. You killed the Abyssal Creepy clan, and plundered their luck for 4,000 years. Screaming and struggling to no avail, under the attack of the heavenly immortals, none of the Guile race could escape, and in the end, they had to be turned into the ashes of the calamity under the Dutian water thunder, and were annihilated. Chapter 113, Level 4 Chi Luck. Heavenly Ear Passage, covering the 10,000 sounds of all beings in the 9 realms. Rumble. Under the water lightning meteoric rise in the sky, the Chi Luck value on Chen Yi's panel rose insanely at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it's not my race, its heart will be different. Not to mention the fact that the beheading was of a hostile race that had invaded the Kunhui realm. Chen Yi's eyes looked very indifferent and calm at the moment. 10 breaths later, all the Guile race lurking here were slaughtered by him, regardless of whether it was an Earth immortal perfection or a newborn Guile race that had just stepped into the transformation realm. None of them were able to escape. Suddenly, Shenyi felt a slight tremor in his mind as a familiar sense of chi upgrading came over him, only to see the attribute panel in front of his eyes rapidly produce a kind of treacherous wobble. Then there was a trace of dense air overflowing on top of the panel, completely enveloping all the attribute pages. After a long time, when the attribute panel became clear again, he realized that his chi luck value had gained a staggering increase. Host, Shenyi 20/106300. Identity, level 4 chi luck, 129860/1. 000. King of the Great Zhou Prison Town. Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm. 6th level. Techniques, Bihai Qingtingjing, 6th level. 14380/100800. Great Inyang Harmonization Kanjutsu, 3683/100000. Xianbing Immortal Scripture, Perfection. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, Perfection. Great Dao Breath Covering Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heaven and Earth. Dao Xing, 10,884. Power, 9,915. Defense, 9,860. Agility, 9,960. Spirit, 9,980. There are almost 130,000 extra years of Qi in level 4 Qi, counting the tens of thousands that are missing in level 3 Qi. It's equal to slaughtering the Guile race in this place, bringing me more than 160,000 Qi. Shenyi quickly projected in his mind. This result was relatively satisfactory for him. However, when he looked at the limit value of 1 million behind the level 4 Qi, he couldn't help but wrinkle his brows into a deep Chuan character. 1 million years of Qi is too much for him. I don't know if there are any other lurking abyssal trickster races in the Kun Ruins realm today, and even if there are, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to gather the numbers for this level 4 Qi upgrade. In other words, his current route of trying to achieve a Qi upgrade through the shortcut of decapitating the Guile race might not work. Does that mean I'm going to trouble the rest of the Kun Market realm? But with the strength of the Kun Market realm's human race, we can't even find a few Earth immortal realms. So how can we manage? Soon after, Shenyi overturned the thoughts in his mind. After shaking his head, he decided to not think so much about it for now, or to first look at the divine tree of luck in the system space, and do the tree cutting quest after today's upgrade. A thought. Shenyi's consciousness re-entered the space, and at this point, the system space had become more than 10 times larger compared to the past. The divine tree of luck had turned into an ancient divine tree that was thousands of meters tall, with thick and gnarled branches like a giant dragon, and large and verdant green leaves growing on the top of the thick and lush tree, and between the branches of the tree trunk. A wisp of dense gas like smoke slowly flowed in the leaves. Standing not far away and looking at it, this space seemed to have turned into a world of divine trees. It took Shenyi some time to find 8 Qi luck fruits in that dense treetop, which looked as big as a grapefruit. But this time, the meditative intuition told Shenyi that the fruit produced this time was far from ripe. Then, Shenyi continued to the foot of the tree's main trunk and copied the bronze ancient axe on the ground. At this time, if he didn't perform the Dharma heavenly phase divine power, when viewed from high above, his figure holding the bronze axe standing under the tree was like an ant standing in a corner. Bang, bang. Life expectancy plus 60 years. Dao Xing plus 3,100. Strength plus 100. Defense plus 110. Agility plus 100. Spirit plus 120. Looking at the handwriting that had fallen in front of him, Shenyi frowned gently and slightly. The attributes are doubled again, but it wasn't as much as he had imagined, and it was somewhat at odds with the pattern he had projected earlier. Doesn't really matter though, it just drops every day anyway. A thin stream? His path wasn't competing for a day and a night anyway, he counseled himself. Feeling the eruption of power within his body, Shenyi didn't dare to delay, quickly pulling his mind away on this and preparing to face the third opening of the fleshly aptitude. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a surge of flood power erupted within Shenyi's body. Under the observation of his immortal thought, he only saw the countless fine divine hidden gates within his body opening up, and an endless arcane power that shimmered with a faint ethereal aura flowed through his flesh, blood, sinews and bones within his body. And in his perception, this kind of fleshly power had already transcended the imagination of his cognition. However, this time, when the fleshly aptitude was opened, it didn't come with the kind of severe pain in the fleshly body that it did last time. In his heart, he guessed that this might be because his physical body cultivation had been tempered by the thunderbolt immortal light, the heavenly immortal rule. Time passes slowly. The arcane fleshly power gradually traveled within Shenyi's body, eventually slowly flowing near his ears. Binaural? Could it be that the avatar I've opened this time is the Shunfo mirror? This doubt did not keep him waiting long. A moment later, Shenyi only felt that in his 2 ears. It was as if he heard a languid sound, as if the door of space and time had been pushed open, and there were countless beings from the heavens and earth and all realms speaking in his ears in a thin, mosquito-like voice. Then a wave of clarity flooded over him. Heavenly Ear Avatar. He can hear the 10,000 languages of the beings of the 9 realms of suffering, joy and sorrow, as well as all the sounds of the world. With just such a simple sentence, the wonders of this divine ability were all revealed. This divine ability was somewhat similar to the Shunfeng ear, but it was significantly stronger. Why? Because in Chen Yi's perception, this divine ability could not only listen to voices from 10,000 miles away, but could also capture the voices of all beings in the 9 realms at any time. Although this heavenly ear passage could not directly enhance Chen Yi's battle power, it had a similar effect to the previous delusion-breaking divine pupil, and was a superb auxiliary divine ability. A faint hint of delight surfaced in Chen Yi's eyes. Now let me try. With a thought, Chen Yi urged his divine ability to listen. At once in his ears there are countless noisy sounds ringing. There are people's voices of bitterness and joy, anger and hatred. There are also mountain grass and trees. Birds and beasts issued by a variety of sounds are all included in his ears. Even if he was a heavenly immortal 6th level immortal realm powerhouse, his head was almost blown up by the endless chaotic sounds. After having the experience of this deficiency, Chen Yi closed his eyes and sensitized himself for a while before activating his divine ability once again. This time, he consciously excluded the sounds he didn't want to hear beforehand before activating his divine ability. At once, the ears were much clearer, although many voices could still be heard. At least they weren't as cluttered as before. At this moment, Chen Yi slightly closed his eyes and stood in the mountains meditating to capture the sounds in the 9 realms. It's been a year since our Feng Xian Dao came here, and you haven't yet struck down a true Holy Land inheritance. This pace is a bit slack. This first sound that he heard made Chen Yi unable to help but gasp in surprise, because this voice, which was somewhat familiar when he thought about it, was actually the voice of that Feng Xian Dao Earth immortal elder ancestor Feng Hanzhou. Chen Yi shook his head with a soft smile at the corner of his mouth. Not interested? Keep listening. 6th ancestor, according to the news coming from my abyssal soul tower, the soul tags of all the people above the void immortal realm who traveled to the Kun Ruins realm in the first place have all shattered. Chapter 114, Chen Yi. I want to cast the immortal court. What? All shattered. It seems that there's a change happening over at the Kun Ruins realm. We need to redraw new forces over there. The holy relic must be recovered. Chen Yi's eyes flickered, and it was clear that he had just happened to hear important information regarding the arrangements of the Kun Ruins realm on the side of the abyssal Guile race. But when he tried to continue listening, the voice disappeared again in a meditative manner. I don't know if it's because the other person didn't continue talking anymore or what. Trying out the wonders of the divine ability for the first time, Chen Yi became increasingly satisfied with it. Go on. Then, Chen Yi continued to push his divine ability to probe, and this time, what was on his mind was whether or not he would be able to capture the sounds of the immortal realm. Immortal Jioli, are you also rushing to the Purple Violet Palace to attend the Star Elemental Assembly of the Great Emperor Tai Huang at the North Pole? Greetings to the Stone Emperor Divine Spirit Grand Duke. I was about to attend the Arctic Tai Huang Emperor's Assembly. If you don't mind, how about you and I travel together? Arctic Tai Huang Da Di, Astral Assembly. Chen Yi surmised the meaning of these words. The names of these few people did not sound small. It seemed like he had heard the name of some great person in the immortal world. And this what's-her-name Arctic Emperor Tai Huang title sounds very much like the legendary title of the immortal realm's Violet Emperor. Interesting, interesting. Chen Yi nodded with emotion. He felt that the heavenly ear passage would bring much pleasure in his good vast lifespan. You get stronger by chopping down trees every day, and then you listen to gossip and interesting stories in your spare time. If this gossip is lively and interesting, he will then cross the boundary wall of time and space and personally rush to watch it, so that life is not a fun thing. However, right now, the immortal world side is still too far away from me. The first thing to be resolved at the moment was the Kun Ruins realm human crisis, and my subsequent chi luck value upgrade. Once these two problems were solved, he could go and look for the true ascension passage to the immortal realm. Perhaps in solving these two problems, the problem of ascending to the immortal world could also be solved naturally. Next, after realizing the wonders of the heaven's ear divine power, he moved to leave this place. On the way, he pondered bitterly, wanting to continue to collect the chi and write the book in the same way as before, and that little gain from raising the dragon definitely wouldn't work. In the end, it may still have to fall to the great Zhou dynasty above, by virtue of his own identity as the king of the prison town, to make the great Zhou dynasty quickly become stronger and advanced, and then he will sit and enjoy its fortune to add, or wait for other subscrolls of the heavenly book of luck to fall from above the divine tree of luck. Last year he learned from the heavenly book of chi luck that this book was divided into 7 volumes. Raider of men, Raider of gods, Raider of ghosts, Raider of nations, Raider of heaven, Raider of earth, and Raider of immortals. In the beginning, he just got the capture the man scroll. If one obtained the other 6 volumes, one might be able to obtain other methods of plundering chi. This expectation, however, could only be waited for passively. He had no way to take the initiative himself, so it was out of his mind. Next, Chen Yi's figure began to travel all over the Kun Ruins realm, with all sorts of dangerous mountains and rivers, and ruins of ruins littering his footprints. On the way he had taken the occasional shot to clean up a few trickster races and unseemly foes that had ventured out, but the total amount brought to him wasn't too great, since the Dao line needed to upgrade to the immortal realm could easily start at 100,000 years as it is today. His cultivation didn't break through, and he was prepared to wait for the Dao line to accumulate and break through to true immortality in one go. The sun rises and the moon sets. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, his Thunder Spirit detachment suddenly sensed Li Xianyi's figure returning to the everlasting sect. With a thought, he decided to revisit the Valley of the Spectre. Then Chen Yi directly executed the great divine passage of shrinking into ground to rush towards the Valley of Secrets. Half a day later, Chen Yi silently appeared in the Valley of the Shadow and the split against the drop. This time he decided to let the split into the wind chaser. Wherever there was thunder and lightning, let him chase after it to wherever it was. Anyway, the Thunder Spirit split didn't serve any purpose sitting in the Valley of the Ghosts, and he could only continue to open up the 9 orifices and advance to heavenly immortal if he absorbed enough Thunder Spirit power. On this day, Chen Yi had just sat down at the stone table under the divine tree of Qi Luck when Li Xuani's figure slowly arrived at this place. Chen Yi secretly activated his delusion-breaking divine pupil to take a look at the other party, and the pupils in his eyes shrunk slightly. Good fellow, after not seeing her for more than half a year, this girl has actually broken through to Earth immortality. This time, it was a real breakthrough to Earth immortality, not by relying on the reason that the old granny in her body helped her. That old granny was not in her body at this time. Chen Yi was secretly shocked in his heart. He really couldn't imagine who else in this Kun Hui realm besides him could break through so easily. Needless to say, Li Xianyi did it. Moreover, Chen Yi could see a strong emperor-like domineering aura emanating from the other party's body air, as if a female emperor was walking from the void. Chen Yi pondered in his heart, this is what kind of heaven-defying great fortune has been obtained. Even one's own chi destiny has already changed. I'm afraid that in addition to the 10,000 years of chi that I gifted to the other party in the first place, Li Xuani's own chances of chi are not small either. In between Chen Yi's thoughts, Li Xianyi's empress-like figure quietly walked up to Chen Yi, her eyes first faintly sweeping towards Shermu Shui and White Fox, who were still in closed-door enlightenment. Then her gaze fell back onto Chen Yi. She did not speak, just quietly gazed at Chen Yi. After obtaining a covered immortal treasure, at this point, she already knew that Chen Yi was not simple, especially after that Immortal Realm Senior had stated that her chi luck was gifted to her by someone else. She thought of Chen Yi at first, because there are no more suspicious persons other than him. Now that he thought about it, Chen Yi's performance along the way simply could not be explained away by a suspected Northern Madness Sword Immortal. Looking at Chen Yi, Li Xianyi heard all sorts of distractions flying, at once guessed that the other party is the Northern Madness Sword Immortal, at once remembered that Granny Long at first persuaded her to find Chen Yi as a Taoist couple thing. You're back. It seems that your chances of going out this time are not small. Sensing the slightly unusual aura between the two, Chen Yi took the lead in breaking the silence to greet them. This voice of his finally interrupted the various entangled distractions in Li Xuani's mind. What's the point of thinking so much? Nowadays I have only one purpose, and that is to forge the immortal court and completely step on the abyssal clan to ascend to the immortal realm. As for Chen Yi's identity, in the future, when my strength rises up that day, I believe there will be a day when the truth is revealed. Li Xuani's thoughts turned, and his gaze became firm again. Back. She nodded, then her eyes as bright and deep as stars gazed at Chen Yi and said firmly, thank you. This time I went out and got the inheritance of an immortal realm powerhouse. This time, I came back to forge an immortal court to completely resolve the Kun market realm crisis. Chen Yi, can you help me? For the previous sentence, Chen Yi automatically ruled it out. His gaze went to Li Xuani as he asked suspiciously, Cast Immortal Court? Li Xuani nodded and explained, yes, the Cast Immortal Court. I want to unify the 4 levels and 8 wastelands of the Kun Ruins realm, all the holy places, royal dynasties, and sects, and raise the power of the whole world to create a supreme immortal dynasty, then sweep the abyssal world in one fell swoop. As she spoke, a hint of wariness surfaced in her eyes, and her words landed with a resounding thud, revealing an unrivaled determination and firmness. Chapter 115, Immortal Eternal Life. I've changed my title again. Hearing Li Xuani's request, Chen Yi did not rush to answer, but instead pondered in his mind about the immortal dynasty, the immortal court. Unfortunately, he had not been handed down memories about this. After a moment of silence, Chen Yi looked at the firmness in the other party's eyes, and in his heart, he happened to think of his previous idea of preparing for Great Zhou to advance and become stronger in order to obtain his own fortune. Chen Yi's eyes flickered and he suddenly smiled faintly. How do you want to help? And what do I get out of this? Li Xuanyi's eyes revealed a meaningful smile as he sniffed. Aren't you curious as to how I got that immortal realm power inheritance? And what secrets does this cast immortal court hold? Chen Yi shook his head, putting on an unconcerned look as he returned. These have nothing to do with me. All I care about is what I get out of it. Hearing Chen Yi's words so bluntly, the corner of Li Xuanyi's mouth gently curled up, revealing a rare hint of a little girl's gesture. Then she withdrew her expression and gazed at Chen Yi with eyes that had deep meaning and said, "If you can help me with all your might, when I achieve the title of Lord of the Imperial Dynasty, I will appoint you as the everlasting Emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, with a status that will always be on par with mine, and you will be able to exclusively enjoy the chief fortune of the future immortal dynasty to aid you in your cultivation. How about that?" Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes twitched, revealing a hint of interest. "Oh, to be laying down such a large amount of money. Why don't you tell me what's going on with this cast immortal court of yours? And if I think it's feasible, perhaps I'll break my head to help you accomplish it." In the face of Chen Yi's half-joking tone, Li Xuanyi sighed in relief. In her memory, Chen Yi, this guy, although on the surface is always some deadhouse lazy look, but once he promised to do things, always in the dark, invisible for you to go out and solve. Thus, Li Xuanyi nodded and slowly revealed the origin of her obtaining this cast immortal court. Casting the immortal court is actually a cultivation method of the Supreme Luck Dynasty, and the core cultivation method is to form a party of powerful cultivation dynasty forces, and the emperors who enjoy the imperial dynasty's chi luck augmentation and the immortal ministers who have been recognized by the emperors can enjoy the chi luck augmentation of accelerating their cultivation speed, and the grades of this luck dynasty are divided according to the boundaries and strength of the territory ruled over. According to the Qigong Green Lotus condensed by the Imperial Dynasty, they are the lowest grade of the 4th grade Qigong Green Lotus Dynasty, the 6th grade Qigong Green Lotus Imperial Dynasty, the 9th grade Imperial Dynasty, the 12th grade Divine Dynasty, the 16th grade Immortal Dynasty, and the 24th grade Supreme Immortal Court. This is what I got from an ancient relic that was passed down across the border by a great power in the immortal realm, and the predecessor who passed down this method was named Immortal Emperor Tai. Nowadays, he's already a true great power on one side of the immortal realm. As Li Xuanyi narrated, Chen Yi finally understood where this girl got the courage to say that she wanted to unify the Kunhui realm to establish a supreme immortal dynasty and sweep away the abyss. It turns out that he has received the inheritance of a great power in the immortal world. Earlier I heard the Arctic Taiwan Emperor and the Stone Emperor Divine Spirit Grand Duke. I wonder what kind of character this Tai immortal sovereign is. Someday I'll use my heaven's ear to listen and see if I can hear about this person. Chen Yi had thoughts floating around in his mind for a while. At this moment, Li Xuanyi, who had finished explaining the cast immortal court, saw that Chen Yi's eyes seemed to have wandered off a bit, so he reached out and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Slightly disgruntled, he spoke. "Did you hear everything I just said?" Chen Yi withdrew his mind and gently nodded. "Clear, but..." Here he trailed off and paused. Then, in Li Xuanyi's puzzled eyes, he quirkily snickered. "You say that you're going to establish a supreme immortal dynasty now. Wouldn't that mean you're going to drive your father out of power?" Hearing this, Li Xuanyi guffawed. "Hey, I thought you were going to say something. Just this little thing is nothing. In the cultivation world everything is considered in terms of strength in the grand scheme of things, and how can some mundane vanities compare to immortality and longevity?" Saying this, she waved her hand and said in relief, "Don't worry. I have already discussed all of this with my father and brother long ago. After today they will automatically unload their identity as the Royal Lord of the Great Zhou, and I will formally assume the role of the Lord of the Great Zhou. Since I have obtained the inheritance of the immortal realm's great powers and intend to do this, I naturally have the certainty that I will clear the abyss and bring them up to the immortal realm to achieve true immortal path longevity." As Li Xuanyi spoke, a firm and confident empress aura naturally emanated from her. Chen Yi looked at the other party's now transformed aura and secretly nodded. It's really hard to predict the chances of creation in the world, and a systematic divine tree has helped one to walk on the path of invincible immortality. Now that Li Xuanyi has obtained a copy of the cast immortal court, I'm afraid that he'll also be embarking on the path of a supreme immortal lord of the emperors landing in the 9 heavens. In the midst of Chen Yi's lamentation, Li Xuanyi's eyes fell back onto Chen Yi and said in a slightly flirtatious manner, "My eternal immortal dignity, can you choose to help me now?" She quietly looked at Chen Yi, not bothering to delve into whether or not it was him who had transferred her chi to her in the first place, nor did she want to probe into the secrets of Chen Yi's body, but rather, she quietly waited for Chen Yi's answer. Now experience all kinds of immortal source of creation of her has long been figured out as she herself. Everyone has his different chances. Why should everything go to the root of the matter? Perhaps the time will come when all the answers will naturally emerge. Seemingly hearing the snark in the other party's tone, Chen Yi gave a faint smile. "Since you have such an ambition, Chen Yi, how can I, Chen Yi, stand idly by? What's more, you've also given me the status of an everlasting immortal dignitary, enjoying the chi of an imperial lord for a dynasty, so I should do my best to help." Chen Yi's words fell with a subdued tone in his calmness. Li Xuanyi's eyes immediately revealed a flash of intense interest. "Oh, so how are you going to come to my aid?" Seeing through Li Xuanyi's anticipation, Chen Yi smiled and slowly got up, then touched out a blank divine sense jade slip from his spatial ring, and typed the contents of his mind about the 2E sundial peripheral heavenly dust formation into it with his immortal thoughts. "It's a time formation, Chen Yi. If you can set it up, it will definitely help you quickly unify the Kun Ruins realm and establish a party of the Qi dynasty. I'm a person who has always liked purity. I don't want to move on other things in the dynasty, so I'll use this formation to gift you to be worthy of your dynasty's Qi." After saying that, Chen Yi handed this jade slip that recorded the 2E sundial circumferential microdust array to Li Xuanyi, and then resumed that lazy look lying on the rocking chair, rocking and shaking at his own pleasure. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanyi looked at Chen Yi with some trepidation. It was really that Chen Yi's breath was just a bit too big. "What do you mean by gifting you with this formation? It's also worthy of your Qi for that dynasty." However, when Li Xuanyi reached out to receive the jade slip and used his divine mind to see the contents of the formation within the slip, his entire body was immediately shocked. 2-year sundial weekly microdust formation, time formation. As long as you push with enough aura, entering this formation to cultivate can actually accelerate time to 1:1000. Chapter 116 Time Formation. Sure, Mu Shui White Fox wakes up. This, just what kind of person could create such a formation? Li Xuanyi holding the jade slip was shocked and muttered out of breath. Rao thought that after seeing Taiyi immortal father give her the cross-border inheritance, nothing in this world would ever be enough to surprise her again. But today she saw it. A time formation that Chen Yi had casually thrown to her was actually capable of accelerating time to 1,000 times. 1,000 times time, what a concept. She is now only in her 20s, has already achieved the realm of the earth immortal by many chances of creation. If she cultivates for 1,000 years within the time formation, what about 2,000 years? What realm will her cultivation break through to? Heavenly immortal, true immortal, or Xian immortal? And even if she cultivated for a few thousand years within the time formation, only a few years had passed in actual time in the outside world. After thinking about this, Li Xuanyi could no longer hold down the excitement on his face. Returning to his senses, Li Xuanyi couldn't help but praise Chen Yi. Such a formation is truly taking over the creation of heaven and earth. Chen Yi, with this 2 instruments sundial weekly sky microdust formation in place, this supreme immortal dynasty of our great Zhou can really be established. It's not impossible to even condense the supreme immortal court of the 24 pieces of Qi Luck Green Lotus. Looking at Li Xuanyi's excited appearance, the corner of Chen Yi's mouth lifted slightly. "Just tell me if this formation of mine is worthy of your eternal immortal dignity, Qi." Listening to the flirting from Chen Yi's mouth, Li Xuanyi nodded repeatedly with excited eyes. Dang it. After saying that, she was really very glad that she had come to look for Chen Yi today. If she hadn't come over, how would this guy have taken the initiative to hand over such a formation? After calming down, Li Xuanyi couldn't wait to rush back inside the everlasting sect to participate in the 2 embodied sundial circumferential microdust formation. On her way out of Chen Yi, Li Xuanyi happily spat at Chen Yi in her heart. This guy is getting more and more mysterious, hiding too deep. It's like a moving treasure. That void immortal cultivation on him must be a lie as well. After Li Xuanyi left, the valley of seclusion became quiet again. Sure, Mu Shui was still immersed in enlightenment, but Chen Yi was already able to detect a strong force of the rules of wood from her. As far as he could tell, the other should have woken up in the last few days, and the white fox is still holding his purple cloud immortal gold sword on it. Back and forth friction. A trace of chaos gas overflowed into its body, was absorbed by its bloodline, and now it has grown a third fox tail out at its tail. Now, this is going to be a real 9-tailed white fox. Shaking his head, Chen Yi began to exercise his heavenly ear passage again to begin capturing the sounds of the 9 realms. Ho, 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 oh, oh, ha. Chen Yi frowned. This time, what he heard was actually a sound coming from a beast realm. 2 beasts sounding as if they were in heat, roaring about in agitation. Too bad he couldn't understand the beast language. Boring. Change. Chen Yi shook his head and muttered a few times before resuming his listening. How many years have we been hiding in this abyss without people or ghosts? Are we going to stay like this? The immortal world does not allow it, and the underworld does not accept it, leaving our children and grandchildren to suffer the torments of the abyss. Why can't I fight back? I will swallow up all the realms of this heaven and earth. I will break the immortal realm if it does not allow me, and I will step on the hell if the netherworld does not accept me. This voice was mournful and distant, as if it was filled with a monstrous rage that burned the 3 realms and 6 paths. Chen Yi jolted as he heard this voice, feeling as if he had heard the shocking secret of the Abyssal Guile clan. Just then another ghostly voice rang out. This will kill you. After these words, all the voices disappeared. He tried to listen again, but already other voices were coming. This feeling of having just probed into a bit of a secret only to have it suddenly interrupted made Chen-Yi scratch his heart. He rubbed his brow and sighed. Never mind. I'll find another chance to listen to it. That sound just now seemed to come from the depths of the abyssal world. Next time I'll listen more to the sounds of the abyss. Chen-Yi secretly memorized the two voices just now. Then he pulled out the De Qian Zhou Ji to dissipate the restlessness in his heart. The next day, amidst the crisp birdsong, Chen-Yi woke up leisurely in the stone house. Although he was already a celestial immortal powerhouse who could go without sleep, Chen-Yi still liked to keep the habit of sleeping. And in his opinion, this feeling of sufficiency that sleeping brought to a person was a sign of respect for the natural laws of the life cycle. With a thought, Chen-Yi's consciousness entered the space to start chopping down trees every day without fail. Life expectancy plus 60 years, Dao Xing plus 3,100, Strength plus 100, Spirit plus 120. The attributes dropped today are a bit less. Looking at the handwriting in front of him, he shook his head and sighed, then looked to the panel attributes that have accumulated over the past few days. Host, Chen-Yi 20/106482. Identity, Level 4 Chi Luck, 1300101, 000. King of the Great Zhou Prison Town. Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm. 6th level. Techniques, Bihai Qingtingjing, 6th level. 14380/100800. Great Yin-Yang Harmonization Kanjutsu, 3683/100000. Xianbing Immortal Scripture, Perfection. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, Perfection. Great Dao Breath Covering Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heavenly Image, Heavenly Ear. Dawood, 20,984. Power, 10,400. Defense, 10,350. Agility, 10,270. Spirit, 10,420. Chen-Yi gazed at the panel with a light frown. Sure enough, since the system had been upgraded to level 4 Qi, it was unlikely that he would be able to obtain a breakthrough as fast as before, no matter if it was in terms of Dao or Qi. Moreover, after the fleshly body attribute awakened the third great divine ability, if he hadn't guessed wrongly, the next time he opened the fourth great divine ability would require a terrifying 100,000 attribute values. This value, such as the value of luck, does not surge to make the daily drop attributes become more words that I do not know how long it will take to go. Therefore, Chen-Yi was now also very hopeful that the two instruments Sundial Weekly Sky Microbest Formation would be able to help Li Xuanyi a great deal, and establish the Qi Luck Immortal Dynasty that she spoke of at an early date. After chopping down the tree, Chen-Yi came inside the house and rummaged through the manuscript of the Mortal Immortal Cultivation biography that he hadn't put pen to paper in a long time and began to write. Some time ago, as his cultivation increased, many ideas popped into his head, and he wanted to try to add them to the book, and he ended up giving a writing breakdown. It was very frustrating for him, and often exclaimed, "Puffing is always puffing." The matter of writing a book is an art, and has little to do with the strength of his cultivation at all. Even if he pushes his cultivation to analyze it, the writing is still poor. So this time Chen-Yi became honest. He was ready to revert back to the main plotline of the Mortal Immortal Cultivation biography and honestly copy it. It was not long after he had just put pen to paper. There was a sudden, slight rattle from outside the house, and his eyebrows lifted slightly, a happy smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The two fellows, Mu Shui and White Fox, have finally awakened and come out of the gate. Soon there was the sound of these two guys gabbing and bickering outside his door. Mu Shui, in particular, woke up from one of her retreats and realized that the White Fox not only could talk, but had also grown 3 foxtails. The whole thing was crazy with excitement. Listening to the noisy voices outside the house, Chen-Yi's mouth gently smiled. This life, which was mundane with a touch of earthly flavor, gave him extra peace in his heart, and it's also the kind of serenity that can wake him up quickly from that long stretch of time after he adds a bit of enlightenment each time. Chapter 117, Transit for Fallen Dragon, Time Acceleration List. The awakening of White Fox and Mu Shui brought a lot of joy to the quiet valley of the ghosts. Time turned to 10 days later. Afternoon. Yi Jing held a handful of dragon blood pills in his hand and stood by the Fallen Dragon Lake to feed Big Gray and the others. The name Fallen Dragon Lake was chosen by White Fox. The dragon blood pill was a formula that he created based on the improvement of the previous dragon turtle Qi and blood pill. The material of this pill was taken from the bloodline of a real scaly dragon descendant in the Falling Moon Lake, and its medicinal effect was 100 times stronger than that of the dragon turtle Qi and blood pill. Sip, sip, Big Gray, Little Gray, hurry up and eat, you're going to have to cheer up. As the saying goes, one man gets a chicken and a dog, and now everyone around us is improving by leaps and bounds, and just a few of you little things are still standing still. Shenny stood by the fallen dragon lake, mumbling to the three little ones as he fed them. The three fallen dragons, which had grown to over 3 feet in length, seemed to understand and nodded at him frequently. Looking at the three small figures, Shenny remembered the scene when the fallen dragon metamorphosis brought him half an acre of dragon cloud heavenly-like cave. Never mind, I'm not being generous. At first, I was worried that there wasn't enough chi to effect the upgrade. Now that I, a dragon, have given you 10,000 years of chi, I hope that you will be able to usher in the day when you can truly transform into dragons. After saying that, Shenny reached out and gently tapped on the foreheads of the big gray and their exposed water, respectively transferring 10,000 years of chi luck to each of them. You transferred 10,000 years of luck to big gray. You're transferring 10,000 years of luck to the sophomore. You transferred 10,000 years of luck to Ash. 3 dense chi surged into the fallen dragon's body, and the 3 dragons' bodies swimming in the water came to a standstill. After a while, with Chun Yi's gaze tracing his path, the big gray body took the lead to swim through the underwater cave of the fallen dragon lake to the depths of the fallen moon lake, followed by the second gray right behind. Only the body of the small gray lying on the bottom of the lake in the sludge completely curled up and immobile, seems to be with the people generally fell into the state of enlightenment like. After some observation, Shenny moved to leave. As for the giant clam in the lake, it was temporarily put aside by him. Things that couldn't bring him value, just keep them as an ornamental object. After all, his chi luck didn't come for nothing. Fallen dragon and his emotional relationship is not the same. He turned so chi luck in addition to thank the original key when the fallen dragon to help him. In addition also want to try to submerged abyss of the dragon has not really fly dragon in the sky that day. Thinking about when one day, the 3 loaches he raised all turned into true dragons that crossed the 9 heavens, that would be the day when he was truly invincible. Next, Shenny returned to rest under the tree. On the side, Shirmu Shui was forced by him to continue narrating the Great Qian Weekly Travelogue, and the white fox, with its 3 lovely tails erected, was sitting at the edge of the falling moon lake fishing, busy with the whereabouts of the dinner for the 2 of them. Toward evening, Li Xianyi's figure once again arrived at the Valley of the Ghosts. She glanced at Shirmu Shui, who was sitting on the side, and didn't say anything. These 2 women didn't seem to be born to deal with each other very well, but because Chen Yi's relationship was there, the 2 of them nowadays also maintained that wonderful state of looking at each other and not interfering with each other. However, Li Xianyi's relationship with the white fox had improved a lot, and because of this, the white fox was forced by the angry Shirmu Shui to catch fish for them to make dinner. Li Xianyi, who hadn't looked away, sat down in front of Chen Yi before pulling out a list and handing it to Chen Yi. The 2-eyed sundial peripheral microdust formation. After my enlightenment and material preparation over the past 10 days, I should barely be able to set up a time acceleration formation that is more than 40 times as long. This is my preliminary list of the first batch to enter the formation, so take a look and see if there are any names to be added in. Hearing this, a hint of surprise swept across Chen Yi's brows. Got it out so fast. Shenny glanced at Li Xianyi and found that the other party's fair as congealed fat face had a trace of weariness that was hard to hide, so he guessed that the other party was afraid that he had been working tirelessly to fully comprehend the array formation for the past 10 days. He took the list in his hand and scanned it. Li Mang, Li Xianzhou, Plow Heaven Sword Venerable, Chen Baxian, Lu Qing, Zhou Hao, 9th under heaven. There were roughly 3 dozen names on the list, and other than the first few familiar ones, the others were all unfamiliar to Chen Yi. After reading it, Chen Yi questioned, "The formation you set up is now able to accommodate so many people in at once?" Li Xianyi nodded and explained, "Limited by the materials. It is now set up so that 35 people can go in at a time. This group I'm going to let them go in and practice for 5 years. 5 years from now, when they come out, I will announce the immortal cultivation assembly of the Kun Market realm here and completely unify the Kun Market realm. At that time, we'll collect treasured materials from the entire world and set up a 100 times time acceleration formation to prepare for the battle in the Kun Ruin world and rescue Simply Dragon Senior and the others." Listening to Li Xuani's words, Shirmu Shui on the side quietly put her ears up to eavesdrop. Originally, she didn't want to care about this woman's business, but when she heard about what the 2-eyed sundial weekly microdust formation, and time acceleration, and the immortal cultivation assembly to unify the world, her heart felt like it was being crawled over by 10,000 ants. What the hell is this woman up to? Crazy? And unify the Kun Market realm? Shirmu Shui couldn't help but secretly urge her divine thoughts to fall on that list, but she didn't know that with Li Xianyi's cultivation, he had already taken in her small movements. After listening to Li Xuani's explanation, Shenny picked up the list on the table and glanced at it before using his finger instead of a pen to gently add 2 names to it with his mana. Ding San, Shirmu Shui. When he finished writing, he then added, "I don't recognize the others." so add both of their names. Everyone aspires to immortality, but the road to it is paved with an unknown number of corpses and bones. Take a pull when you can on the rocky road to immortality. Chen Yi's words seemed to reveal a kind of sentiment issued by seeing through the historical years of time. Li Xianyi seemed to have expected these two names, he added. Or perhaps she came over today to intentionally give an opportunity to sell Chen Yi a favor by adding the names of the two. Li Xuanyi glanced towards Shi Mushui, then nodded and said, "Good." Seeing Li Xuanyi's eyes that seemed to have deep meaning, Shi Mushui couldn't sit still at once. She caught the step and immediately interjected. "What is it? What the hell are you guys talking about, and why did you add my name to the list?" In response to Shi Mushui's question, Li Xianyi did not explain, but just put away the list on the table and faintly said, "It's nothing. You remember to come to the top of Stygian Dragon Peak tomorrow morning. Remember, you have to come even if you come, and you have to come even if you don't. Now that you have heard the deepest secrets of my great Zhou, there is no way there will be a chance for you to leak out." After saying that, she got up and walked past Shi Mushui before faintly dropping a haughty and domineering voice. "And, from now on, you will address me as Your Majesty." Hearing Li Xuanyi's arrogant declaration, Shi Mushui glared with her pretty eyebrows. "What are you talking about? As if this girl is rare. I tell you, that laborious formation this girl does not go." Shi Mushui disliked back unwillingly. "That's not up to you." Li Xuanyi's voice drifted down, and his person had already disappeared into the distance. Chapter 118 Rise of Great Zhou. Li Xianyi breaks heavenly immortal. Chen Yi, what the hell is that woman up to? You hurry up and explain to me why you just put my name on it. After Li Xianyi left, Shi Mushui instantly came to Chen Yi's side, grabbing his arm and pampering him. "Actually, you just heard it. Great Zhou has come up with a 2-yard sundial circumferential microdust formation, which is a time-accelerating formation. For the time being, a year has passed outside, and you've been inside the formation for the equivalent of more than 40 years of cultivation. This formation may not be good for people with ordinary qualifications, but for some cultivation geniuses, what is that concept? You can experience it yourself. Now you're saying no?" After hearing Chen Yi's personal explanation, Shi Mushui was shocked. She knew that it was impossible for Chen Yi to lie to her with this. After the shock, Shi Mushui immediately reacted, staring into Chen Yi's eyes, and asked, "With such a magical formation, why did she have to come and ask for your opinion? You say, did you give her this formation?" Shi Mushui's eyes rolled around Chen Yi's face. In response, Chen Yi just smiled and kept quiet, and Shi Mushui already had an answer in her heart when she saw that she couldn't ask for results on him. Then she queried, "What she said about convening a conference of the immortal cultivation realm to unify the Kunhui realm is true?" Chen Yi nodded gently. "Humph, easy for you to say. This world harbors so many holy places and hidden masters, would others not agree so simply?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi stretched his waist leisurely and said, "That will depend on how well you harvest from practicing in the formation." Hearing Chen Yi's words, Shi Mushui stopped in place, seemingly gazing at something. After a while, her face loosened up as if she had made some decision. Gently stomping her foot on the ground, she said defiantly, "All right, since it's you, Chen Yi, who wants me to go, I'll go and see. I'm doing it for your face, not for her." Li Xuanyi's. Chen Yi looked at the other party's arrogant and unconvincing appearance and smiled, not saying anything. He then took out the violet cloud immortal sword embryo and continued polishing it on the chaos grinding stone. Nowadays, the sword embryo had more of an immortal sword's prototype. After this period of polishing, it was believed that soon, he would be able to harvest a true immortal weapon longsword. On the following day, under the observation of the delusion-breaking divine pupil, Chen Yi saw that in a secret realm at the top of the underworld Dragon Peak, a mysterious formation emanating the aura of age-distorting time had been quietly and successfully set up. At this moment, Shi Mushui bid farewell to White Fox and Chen Yi as they quietly set foot on Under Dragon Peak. Other than her, Chen Yi also saw Ding San and a familiar figure following Li Xinzhou towards the secret realm of formations. "It's going to be windy," Chen Yi softly chanted. To be honest, he was looking forward to this great wind sweeping across the Kun Ruins realm arriving sooner. This was because his chi had already been around for more than 10 days and had barely increased much, and after transferring 30,000 years of chi to the fallen dragon, its total chi had still decreased rather than increased. With a thought, Chen Yi's consciousness entered the system space to complete today's tree cutting task. Life expectancy plus 60 years, Dao Xing plus 3,100, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Defense plus 120. Chen Yi casually scanned the handwriting that had fallen in front of him. Hey, it doesn't have the same kind of sudden advancement as before. It always feels like it's almost something. Host, Chen Yi 20/107182. Identity, Level 4 Chi Luck, 100110/10000000. King of the Great Zhou Prison Town. Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm. 6th level. Techniques, Bihai Kingtingjing, 6th level. 14380/100800. Great Inyang Harmonization Kunjitsu, 3683/100000. Xianbing Immortal Scripture, Perfection. Heavenly Book of Qi Fortune. Human Fortune Scroll, Perfection. Great Tao Breath Covering Technique, Perfection. Taishu Sword Technique, Perfection. Avatar, Delusion Breaking Pupil. Heavenly Image, Heavenly Ear. Dao Xing, 56,084. Power, 11,100. Defense, 10,950. Agility, 10,970. Spirit, 11,220. Shenny shook his head and looked at the panel in front of him. The most likely breakthrough at the moment was the cultivation realm, and now he was still 30,000 years short of breaking through to the 7th level of the Heavenly Immortals Tao, which meant that he would need to cut down the tree for another 10 days or so. However, this kind of small breakthrough no longer tickled Chen Yi's interest. He's breaking through now, and he's either going to stay put, or he's going to get the next big thing. Between the rotation of thoughts, Chen Yi suddenly thought about what would happen if he accumulated a 5 dozen lines before breaking through. 5 years should be enough time for me to break through to true immortality. At that time, when Mu Shui and Li Xianyi and the others come out, when they think that their cultivation has progressed at a rapid pace, they don't realize that my cultivation has progressed even more. This idea surfaced in Chen Yi's mind with a growing feeling. When he lengthened the time span, he realized that his obsession for the increase in his chi luck value was actually not that strong anymore, because after 5 years with his strength it should be enough for him to walk out of the abyssal passage. It's decided. After the thought fell, Chen Yi's mind calmed down again. Next, the valley was completely quiet, and every day only the white fox accompanied Chen Yi to write books, fish, and play chess, and in his leisure time he went to capture the sounds of the 9 realms and 6 paths through the Heavenly Ear Pass. The dust of time fell on his shoulders and was gently blown away by the wind. Spring goes to fall, and the years change. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed like water. The crowd of the Great Zhou dynasty's strength was insanely increased under the burning of all the resources and the acceleration of the time formation. During these 5 years, the entire Kun Ruins realm was not quiet. All the major dynasties and Holy Lands were frantically exploring some ancient relics and inheritance sites in the Kun Ruins realm, and their strength was also rapidly increased. Only the Great Zhou dynasty, this 5 years a change in the previous frantic pace of territorial expansion, but instead is the collection of men hunkered down in the existing territory. However, because of where the relationship between the Northern Madness Sword Immortal and Chen Yi lay, no other power dared to actively provoke Great Zhou in these 5 years. Anyway, in their opinion, the Kun market realm was big enough to make it unnecessary to covet those territories occupied by the Great Zhou dynasty. Of course, during these 5 years, the Abyssal Trickster clan's side wasn't idle either. Chen Yi had been prying for news from time to time through the Heaven's Ear Pass, and new Guile race powerhouses had been sent from the side of the Abyssal world to infiltrate into the Kun Ruin realm. It was only that these newly entered Guile clans, after learning that there were heavenly immortal experts in this realm, quickly lurked and hid themselves. Once the 5 years are up, on this day, the two-eyed sundial circumferential microdust formation on top of the Underdragon Peak dispersed. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an aura of intense immortal light was emitted straight into the Donyo, causing the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens to lose their colors. Accompanied by these powerful auras, there was even a stream of earth immortal perfection figures that couldn't wait to stand out from the group, accelerating and flying straight into the 9 heavens of the void. That was Li Xuani's figure. She was about to cross the earth immortal thunder tribulation. Chen Yi's gaze flickered, and with his mind sensing, his thunder spirit detachment followed the other party's figure quietly. Soon, above the silent and void 9 heavens, a shocking thunderous sound that pierced through the heavens and earth to break the realm of heavenly immortals rang out. The earth immortal tribulation thunder rolled down. Everything trembled under the might of this thunderbolt, and the heavens and earth fell into a state of silence. The 5 human seniors who were far away within the abyssal realm gate couldn't help but murmur in disbelief. Why is someone else crossing the tribulation and ascending to the heavenly immortal realm?